To prove my choice was right, I directly challenged as the Thousand Poison Gu, taking on the school's strongest beast master, even boldly claiming to fight 10 at once, only because I know my potential far exceeds what others can imagine. Chen Fei, snap out of it. If you come any closer, I swear I'll kill you. Immediately after, Chen Fei was kicked to the ground, his head hitting the floor with a heavy thud. The excruciating pain jolted him awake. Didn't I die? A flood of memories from another time surged into his mind. The spirit Taming continent was invaded by the Eerie. With the 10 evil kings wreaking havoc, beasts and humans joined forces to resist, yet they still suffered continuous defeats. In search of hope, humanity trained several batches of death warriors to venture into the four forbidden lands of the spirit continent, and Chen Fei was one of them. After enduring countless hardships, the teen was nearly wiped out. In the end, he lived up to the mission, retrieving a sacred artifact from the 9 nether abyss, the Codex of Slaughter. Just when he thought he had found hope, the moment he stepped out of the perilous land, the 6th evil king was already waiting outside. After a blinding flash of light, Chen Fei was blown to pieces. Logically speaking, he shouldn't still be alive, unless something incomprehensible had happened. Chen Fei slowly opened his eyes. A familiar scene came into view, the lounge of Mountain Sea Academy, and standing before him, it was Jiang Yi, a sophomore senior. Her clothes were torn and disheveled, with glimpses of her fair skin showing, her face filled with terror and rage. Deja vu. I've returned to that freshman welcome party 7 years ago. Chen Fei's mind was in turmoil, unable to calm down for a long time. At that moment, a surge of dark fire suddenly rose from his abdomen. The intense desire made it almost impossible for him to control himself. Only then did he suddenly remember. 7 years ago, both he and Jiang Yi had been drugged with an aphrodisiac called Floating Life Dream, and Jiang Yi had it even worse. She was also placed under a restriction, unable to use spiritual power. In this beast-taming world, one cannot summon beast companions nor utilize spiritual power, means being in extreme danger. In his previous life, after this incident, Chen Fei's spiritual sea was severely damaged, and it took a full 3 years to recover. Lost the most precious cultivation time. Reborn in this life, how could Chen Fei let such a thing happen again? However, the effects of Floating Life Dream were fierce. It's not something he can easily resist now. He must find a way to break the deadlock. Senior, calm down. I'll find a way to resolve this. Chen Fei suppressed his desires with great difficulty and spoke haltingly. Jiang Yi watched him warily, her eyes filled with suspicion and fear. Chen Fei took a deep breath and began to inspect his body internally. He remembered that when he was drugged, besides a fleeting dream, there was also a demonic beast, the Thousand Poison Gu. This Thousand Poison Gu, like a parasite, continuously devoured the spiritual energy within him, which led to the slow recovery over those 3 years. If the guess is correct, the Thousand Poison Gu is currently hiding in his heart, not in the spiritual sea, to evade the doctor's examination in the future. Sure enough, after internal inspection, Chen Fei found that fingernail-sized, bamboo-like black worm. At this very moment, he seemed to hear the sound of pages turning, followed by a dark yellow, translucent sheet of paper, appearing before his eyes. Thousand Venom Gu. Hermaphrodite. Strength, level 1 tier 1. Attributes, assassin type, poison type. Potential, C. Potential, expected to advance to SSS grade qualification. Skills, parasitism, cannot parasitize targets exceeding own strength. Proficiency, beginner level. Devour, can absorb spiritual energy, poison, etc., converting them into own strength. Proficiency, beginner level. Beast pet grade classification, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS. Immortal beast, divine beast. Skill proficiency levels, beginner, skilled, master, peak, flawless. What the hell is this? Chen Fei thought he was hallucinating, yet no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't move the paper away from my sight. Wait, this paper looks strikingly similar to the killing scripture. Could it be that the reason I returned to this point in time was due to the killing scripture? However, time was running out. The evil desires within Chen Fei grew increasingly intense, leaving no time to investigate thoroughly. The most crucial thing now was the Thousand Poison Gu. It's the only way to break the deadlock now. Thousand Venom Gu. I believe you understand my words. How about becoming my tamed beast? Chen Fei communicated with the Thousand Venom Gu using spiritual awareness. The Thousand Venom Gu trembled slightly, clearly not expecting to be discovered, but it quickly regained its tough demeanor. Your body has an endless supply of spiritual energy. Why should I go out and be controlled by you? Besides, you can't do anything to me anyway. Remember, if I die, you die too. How rebellious. Once the Thousand Poison Gu dies, the toxins within its body will immediately erupt, making it nearly impossible for Chen Fei to survive. Back when it was extracted from his body, that took quite a bit of effort. Fortunately, this guy has one flaw. He values his life. Extremely so. Chen Fei didn't waste any more words. Instead, he stood up, gathering his strength. Jiang Yi saw Chen Fei standing up, and panicked completely. She was afraid Chen Fei would pounce on her again, but she feared even more that she couldn't control herself from lunging at Chen Fei. The consequences were something Jiang Yi couldn't bear. Yet, in Jiang Yi's moment of despair, Chen Fei raised his fist, gathering the meager spiritual energy into his fist, and struck it against his own chest. Instantly, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The intense pain subdued some of the raging fire within. Seeing Chen Fei's eyes regain a glimmer of clarity, Jiang Yi suddenly froze. He actually used this method to sober himself up? At this moment, Jiang Yi's heart was filled with complex emotions. Chen Fei had no time to guess what Jiang Yi was thinking, and continued communicating with the 1,000 poison goo. You're right, if you die, I die too. But don't forget, you're just a level 1 tier juvenile beast, probably just born not long ago? If I use spiritual energy to seal off the heart, you won't be able to run away in a short time, and will remain in a parasitic state. When the time comes, if I die, you die too. Let's see who can outlast the other. At this time, the parasitism skill of the 1,000 poison goo was only at a beginner level. If the parasitic relationship is not terminated, the host's death would also lead to the demise of the 1,000 poison goo. Only when the skill reaches the proficient level, only then will this situation improve. How does this human know so much about the characteristics of the 1,000 poison goo? Despite the shock, the 1,000 poison goo remained unmoved. Do you think I was born yesterday? You must be trying to fool me. Who isn't afraid of death? Chen Fei chuckled. The next moment, he gathered spiritual energy again, smashing towards his own chest. This time, it was even more brutal than before. Chen Fei's legs could no longer support him, and he fell to the ground once again. 1,000 venom goo and Jiang Yi, both human and beast, simultaneously had the same thought. This person is truly ruthless to themselves. 1,000 venom goo began to panic. This human doesn't play by the rules. He's truly ruthless toward himself, as if he doesn't care about his own body at all. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The voice of the 1,000 poison goo trembled noticeably. Chen Fei laughed maniacally. The deranged laughter reached the ears of the 1,000 poison goo, leaving it momentarily stunned. Wait, this isn't right. I'm supposed to be the villain, so why do I feel more like the victim now? What exactly is off here? Then, it heard Chen Fei say hoarsely, I've already died once before. What's there to fear? You have 3 seconds to decide. 3, 2, as Chen Fei counted down, the 1,000 poison goo noticed he was raising his fist again. The 1,000 poison goo panicked completely. Can't you act like a decent person? Can't you stop being so extreme? You've got to give me some time to think. What do you mean by 3 seconds? Bang! Another punch landed right on the chest. The sudden noise made Jiang Yi on the bed tremble again. How could Chen Fei go to such lengths? So hot. Jiang Yi was already on the verge of losing control. Eyes misted over, exuding a soul-enticing aura, slowly inching closer towards Chen Fei. At this sight, Chen Fei cried out in alarm. Right now I can still hold on. If Jiang Yi were to throw herself at me, who could resist? No, I must avoid any intimate contact with Jiang Yi. Women will only slow down my plans to turn the tables. Chen Fei steeled his resolve and hardened his heart once more. 1,000 poison goo, you refuse to agree. Is that it? After saying that, he raised his fist again. Panicked, 1,000 poison goo was utterly panicked. It could clearly feel Chen Fei's life force continuously draining away. If this keeps going on, 2 more punches and he'd send himself to the afterlife. Chen Fei wanted to die, but the 1,000 poisonous compass didn't want to. Don't, have a talk. The 1,000 poisonous compass was on the verge of crying. How could there be such a dog of a human? How could it have never imagined that it would one day be pushed to this point? I'll ask you if you'll answer. Looking at Jiang Yi getting closer and closer, Chen Fei's voice became more and more vicious, not even feeling a trace of temperature. Seeing the 1,000 poisonous compass did not reply, Chen Fei's fist was about to fall. The 1,000 poison compass finally gave in. Chen Fei quickly stopped his fist, followed by a sigh of relief. It's finally swindled. Speed, sign the contract. Chen Fei utilized the knowledge from his previous life to quickly coalesce the contract. A light blue hexagram array appeared in front of the 1,000 poisonous compass. Contract of equality. Once the contract is completed, neither party can persecute the other. Moreover, the contract is irreversible after it is made, and the beast pet can only be replaced unless it dies. However, the Imperial Beast Master will also be subject to the corresponding backlash. In the light case, his strength will regress. In the heavy case, he can be killed. The 1,000 poison compound also had no way back, and the contract was reached. Compass. Goo, I'll call you Xiao Gu from now on.
Chen Fei quickly summoned Xiaogu from his body into the Imperial Beast Space.
Xiaogu first came into contact with the Imperial Beast Space, which contained a pool of beast pets.
1 entry.
It could sense that the water in the pool carried healing abilities, and could even increase its cultivation little by little, just at a slower pace. However, the uncontrollable happened again. Only to see a book with an ancient-looking appearance suddenly float out of the beast pet pool, and then a mighty pressure shook over, causing Xiaogu to tremble. It was as if it saw the ancient beast opening its bloody mouth to itself, and as long as it dared to move, it would be doomed.
How could this human's royal beast space have such a thing? Kogu was mad again.
What was even more infuriating was that the killing sacred cannon had divided a piece of land for itself.
It's 9, and Kogu only has 1. Instantly, Ku burst into tears. You don't bully a beast like that.
Chen Fei naturally also discovered the movement in the Imperial Beast Space. The killing sacred cannon was indeed still there, only that it had somehow run into the middle of the Imperial Beast Space, which gave him an indescribable feeling of gratitude. However, the killing sacred dictionary didn't listen to his orders at all, and there was nothing he could do about it. Xiaogu, let's do this first. First suck the floating dream out of me.
Business matters. Outside, Zhang Yi had already gotten close to Chen Fei.
Xiaogu, quick.
Chen Fei cold sweat. The moment Xiaogu appeared, he saw the two entangled together, shy.
Chen Fei cursed, "Shy you sister, hurry up."
Xiaogu couldn't turn the corner for a moment. You want to shame my sister? I don't have a sister.
Besides, you're so big, our 1,000 poison compass clan is so small.
Chen Fei was infuriated and laughed. How could this Xiaogu's mind be so crooked?
You're sick. If you don't make a move, I'll have the holy scripture slash you. When this sentence came out, Xiaogu shuddered again, afraid, I work is not enough.
Nibbles, releases.
The floating dreams on Chen Fei and Zhang Yi were being absorbed by Xiaogu bit by bit. Only, after all, it was still only a level 1, rank 1 beast, and its cannibalization skill was only at the entry level, so its absorption efficiency was too slow. Barely enough to keep one person awake, no guarantee for the other. As he watched Zhang Yi begin to pick at Chen Fei's clothes, he felt bad.
Think fast. Is there any other way? For a moment, Chen Fei's head was blank. Wait, the killing cannon.
Currently, the only power he could draw on was the killing sacred cannon. Wrapping his consciousness around the slaying sacred codex, Chen Fei finally saw the information that surfaced on it. Only this panel was transparent, so transparent that it was almost close to being invisible.
The killing codex. Quality, sacred. Material? Potential? Ability. 1. Eye of discernment, can appraise demonic beasts, spiritual plants, and spiritual objects recorded by the Holy Scriptures. 2. Storage space, currently has 10,000 cubic kilometers. Remarks, whether it's dead or alive, it can be put in.
3. Killing value conversion, all living beings killed can be converted into killing value.
It can be used to improve the strength, qualification and skill proficiency of humans, demonic beasts.
Entry-level skills. Skillful skills require 1,000 kill points. Skilled level skills. Proficient level skills require 10,000 kill points. Proficient level skills. Peak level skills require 100,000 kill values.
C qualification. B qualification requires 10,000 kill value.
B qualification. A qualification requires 100,000 kill value. A rank qualification. S rank qualification requires 1 million kill values. 1,000 kill values were required for each rank of Junior Beastmaster. Beginner Imperial Beastmaster. Intermediate Imperial Beastmaster requires 10,000 kill value.
Current kill value balance is 23,000. For the killings in a previous life in the murderous land. Note, special spirits, environments, bloodlines, etc., can reduce the use of kill value. Seeing this information, Chen Fei's spirit was uplifted, finally seeing hope. Chapter 3 Xiaogu's Evolution.
Looking at the 23,000 kill value, Chen Fei was in a trance. After he had gotten his hands on the sacred scripture of killing, he had slaughtered countless skeleton monsters before escaping from the murderous land. I didn't expect these kill values to be used today.
Use the kill value. There was only one message returned to Chen Fei.
Once you use this holy scripture, the skills you use and the demonic beasts you contract can only be of the assassin line. This is a contractual must attribute, but it doesn't have to be the assassin route. This information did make Chen Fei hesitate for several seconds. If all the demonic beasts were of the assassin lineage, it would be going the extreme offense route. It could be strong or weak, it all depends on how the Imperial Beastmaster runs it. However, this killing value promotion path made Chen Fei feel that there was something going on. If used properly, the rate of increase in strength might even exceed the bloodline evolution, spirit evolution, battle evolution, and other evolutionary methods that other Imperial Beast Masters provided to their beast pets. Making a decision when he had to, Chen Fei sent the message of use to the Killing Sacred Dictionary.
One moment.
The red light of the Killing Sacred cannon shone loudly, and an arcane hexagram pattern formed within the Imperial Beast space.
Chen Fei was stunned. The Slaying Sacred Codex was actually the same as demonic beasts, similarly requiring a contract?
Without much thought, Chen Fei followed suit and the contract was reached. It was also at this moment that Chen Fei clearly felt that he could summon and use the Killing Sacred cannon at will.
And even summoning the sacred texts can only be seen by yourself.
A realization passed in Chen Fei extracted 1000 kill value to use on Xiao Gu. Nibbling skill, upgraded from introductory level to skilled level.
Kogo? What the hell is that red light floating around?
Something wasn't right. Why was my nibbling so much faster, at least twice as fast?
But cool.
A little more red light wouldn't hurt. If there was enough time, with the current Xiao Gu, he could completely remove the toxins from the two people slowly and cleanly.
The problem is that there isn't enough time.
Glancing around, it wasn't long before half the group broke in.
This has to end quickly.
Looking at the 22,000 kill values left, Chen Fei hesitated. These were enough for him to rise to intermediate Imperial Beast Master, but there was no extra kill value for Xiao Gu to follow.
Might as well keep upgrading your skills.
No, qualifications can be bumped up a bit as well.
Extract another 10,000 out and drop it on Kogu.
Nibbling skill, promoted from skilled to proficient.
Increase skill effects. 1. The efficiency of absorbing aura and poisonous gas is greatly increased.
2. Except for soul, time, space, reincarnation and other special toxins that cannot be absorbed, all others are allowed.
The skill effect of the proficiency level is really strong.
This also meant that apart from the special toxin, Chen Fei was not afraid of being poisoned at all.
Upgrade qualifications.
The Killing Sacred cannon began to flip, and a page of 1000 poison compasses popped up, which showed the evolutionary path of the 1000 poison compasses being divided into 8 major categories. Poison, devouring, compulsion, reproduction, domination of insectoids, enhanced flesh, speed, and perception. For this evolution, only 5 of the 8 categories can be selected, and due to the complexity of the evolutionary combinations, the outcome of the evolution is unknown.
8 against 5? That's still pretty up.
The characteristic of the 1000 poison compass is that it absorbs and releases toxins, and the poison must be retained.
Breeding then creates an army of 1000 poisonous parasites, optional. The future direction of cannibalization is to devour, to retain.
At this stage, the unified bugs were of no use to Xiao Gu. After all, their strength was too low. But later on, the usefulness can be great, and used well, it will be an army of bugs.
As for the last direction, Chen Fei was a bit hesitant. Xiao Gu's perception wasn't strong, no better than a perception-type demonic beast, so it was ruled out first.
And it's not fast itself, and reinforcing it won't make it much faster.
Strength and flesh is actually not bad, but the compulsion trait is more screwed up. Not only can parasites lurk within living beings, they can even control them, which is a wonderful direction.
The red light once again disappeared into Xiao Gu's body, but this time the feeling was completely different. Xiao Gu felt as if he had been sublimated from his physical body to his soul.
Its fingernail-sized body rapidly grew in size and eventually became as long as a finger.
At the links of the body, some armor substance had grown, so it must be that the vitality as well as the resistance had been strengthened to a certain extent. The head even grew a vertical scimitar-like horn with a sharp ebony light coming out of it, presumably for the purpose of better penetrating the demonic beast's flesh and achieving parasitism.
Qualification upgrade, evolution from C qualification to B qualification.
The 1000 poison compass evolved into the 10,000 poison compass.
Comparative advantage. 1. All skill effects have been greatly improved. 2. The speed of absorbing toxins is dramatically increased, and toxin attacks are enhanced.
3. Within the parasitized state, even if the host dies, the 10,000 poisonous compass will only suffer a certain degree of backlash and will not die. 4. Faster reproduction and hatching. When he saw the third point, Chen Fei was once again glad. If what was parasitizing him was the 10,000 poisonous compass, then the threat he had just made was nothing but a joke.
Ku opened his eyes in a daze. Is this me? I can't believe how big I've gotten. And what's with the armor? It's old and handsome. Don't be a stinker, hurry up and absorb the toxin. Chen Fei interrupted Xiaogu's self-indulgence.
Xiaogu once again unleashed the Eaton skill, and after a double boost, the speed of absorbing toxins was a full 8 times faster than at the very beginning.
Is this what upgrading your credentials brings? The upper limit of the skill is directly increased by a lot.
It was no wonder that every time an S-class beast pet appeared, all the big clans went crazy and splashed out money in a very sensational way, not without reason.
2 minutes later.
As the floating dream dissipated, the fiery feeling from earlier was gone, and both of them regained their clarity. Senior sister, it's alright, the poison in your body has already been sucked out. Zhang Yi still wanted to play dead, but being singled out by Chen Fei, she had no choice but to quickly turn around and put her clothes in order the moment she climbed up. When she turned her head again, the flush on her face hadn't faded and was budding. For others, the Zhang Yi at this moment undoubtedly possessed a fatal attraction. But for Chen Fei, who knew where the future was headed, it was directly ignored.
What's the point of talking about beauty when you've lost your life?
Chen Fei slowly supported his body, the 3 punches just now really hurt, otherwise he couldn't fool Xiaogu. On the other hand, Zhang Yi always felt that Chen Fei seemed like a different person. With clean facial lines and well-defined features, his appearance still looks full of juvenility. But the dark, deep and long eyes made him look a little deeper, with a sense of maturity that didn't belong to his age. Seeing Chen Fei's face with a few shades of pallor, he couldn't help but be concerned. How are you doing? Do you need to be alright? I'll go find the school doctor now. Wait, senior sister.
Chen Fei stopped Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi stopped, unsure. Doesn't schoolteacher think that this matter is fishy?
We were both hit with a floating dream and put in the same room, so it was obvious that someone had deliberately arranged it.
But I'm just a freshman, and I'm not a genius, so who would target me?
Senior sister can be different. At the age of 20 is already a senior Imperial Beast Master, sophomore year ace, belongs to the genius level. Beast Master ranks are categorized into Primary Beast Master, Intermediate Beast Master, Senior Beast Master, Grandmaster Beast Master, and King Beast Master. And the ranks of demonic beasts are categorized into Level 1 to 5, Level 3 Commander, and Level 4 Demon General. A 5th level Demon King corresponded exactly to a King level Royal Beast Master. Between each level, there are 9 steps. Zhang Yi's dad, but he was a King level Royal Beast Master. With all the talent and resources, it was only a matter of time before Zhang Yi wanted to advance to the Sovereign level, or even the King level. However, the murderer was too secretive, and the culprit was never identified in his previous life after multiple pursuits. Until now it was still a thorn in Chen Fei's heart. Starting over again, Chen Fei could just avoid the detour and start investigating from another group of people.
Zhang Yi was not a cutie either.
After Chen Fei made such a point, she instantly understood the intent of this game.
That's a setup against yourself.
No, on a more serious note, it was probably aimed at his father, Zhang Nan, and the more he thought about it, the more fearful he became.
If the murderer really got away with it, how could the father sit back and do nothing?
When an ace royal beastmaster was angry, it was terrifying, and the entire city would have to shake with it.
Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi then looked at Chen Fei. So schoolmate has a suspect? Chapter 4. When you're a goon, you're also a real goon.
Seeing that Zhang Yi's thoughts had finally caught up with his own, Chen Fei also began to summarize the direction of his investigation in his previous life.
The competitor of the senior sister is Xia Zhujun of the Xia family.
She is also the daughter of a king-level Imperial Beast Master, and although she has lost to you many times, she has her own pride and temperament, and does not look like someone who would do such a thing.
Sister's family is a feud with the Nalan family. Nalan Wu will make a move on you, and it's justifiable. But Nalan Wu is a battle maniac. Does he have that mind to lay out? Have that time to buy forbidden drugs?
In his previous life, the target of the Chen family's investigation was Xia Zhujun, and the target of the Zhang family's investigation was Nalan Wu. It all ended up in a dead end until the 10 evil kings appeared, and the matter was put behind them and left unsettled. After experiencing the dark times of his previous life, Chen Fei's pattern had opened up.
Who says the killer must be a student? It has to be the right person? Is it possible that it's a teacher? Someone unrelated?
When Chen Fei excluded these two, Zhang Yi looked even more confused.
She rubbed her brow with a headache. So?
Chen Fei was silent for a while before he spat out in a deep voice, Mr. Song Bao.
Or Mr. Shuelei.
Zhang Yi was stunned. Weren't these two the same teachers who were in charge of the freshman party with her?
They do have that opportunity, they have that power to lay it out, but what about the motive? Jiang Yi's voice was a bit deep and hoarse. She couldn't accept Chen Fei's speculation. Motive? He, Chen Fei let out a strange laugh. Does eliminating geniuses count as a motive? You? Jiang Yi was shocked. How can you have such a dark mind? Darkness? Chen Fei had already been too lazy to respond, and he didn't want to, but there were many things that were darker than this in his previous life. Telling Jiang Yi all this was just to use the power of the Jiang family to investigate these two. As for whether Jiang Yi believed it or not, it was none of his business. Seeing that it was almost time, Chen Fei took off his bloodied jacket and threw it into the trash can while preparing to leave. Before leaving, Chen Fei paused. Lastly, a friendly reminder, there is 1,000 poisonous compass lurking at your heart. After saying that, Chen Fei dragged his tired body away, not wanting to linger for a moment. He hadn't gone far before he ran into Poplar, who was headed for the restroom. Bai Yang is also a sophomore and is ranked 3rd in power. The most important thing was that Bai Yang had been pursuing Jiang Yi, which if he came across Chen Fei and Jiang Yi both alone in a room and in a charming atmosphere, then Chen Fei is bound to be targeted by Bai Yang. The current Chen Fei was nothing more than a junior Imperial Beast Master who could not defeat anyone. Sure enough, strength is the only thing that counts. If he was strong enough, why would he need to flee in such a sorry state today? In order to stay away from Jiang Yi, a bomb that could explode at any time, Chen Fei left the Imperial Beast Academy overnight, not daring to delay a moment. What's so great about this school? It's time to know what you know. A little life is important. Xiaogu, who was lying on Chen Fei's shoulder, cursed, when you're ruthless, you're really ruthless, and when you're wimpy, you're really wimpy. Chen Fei carried Xiaogu to himself. Thank you for the compliment, being a wimp is what I'm good at. Shu Ku. For a moment, he actually didn't know how to curse back. Chen Fei flicked Xiaogu and felt that its body was as hard as stone. For want of a better word, it's called tactical biting, get it? Xiaogu ate some pain, indignantly said, the only one who talks about goons to such a refreshing degree is you. One man and one beast just pinched each other, actually getting to know each other in a different form. During this period, Chen Fei used the remaining 2,000 kill value in passing. Spend 1,000 kill points to raise the parasite skill to the skilled level. The remaining 1,000 is used to increase strength. Chen Fei is in the primary 2nd level of the Imperial Beast Master, and Xiaogu is in the 1st level of the 2nd level. When he returned to the doorstep of his house again, Chen Fei's hands trembled a little. His parents were killed by the evil King No. 9 in his previous life, and he was afraid that when he pushed open the door, he would find out that it was all a dream. Dad, Mom, I'm home. The bearded Chen Xingyun and the steady and sensible Xia Zhixue were puzzled. Didn't you just go to school a few days ago? Back so soon? Seeing that they were still alive and well, Chen Fei's hanging heart dropped quite a bit. I'm injured. Chen Fei did not hide it. Although the Chen family wasn't a big family, Chen Xingyun was a Zongshi-level Imperial Beast Master anyways, and still had some energy. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhixue rushed forward to check. Internal injuries had been hammered out of his chest, and if he was not treated in time, he would injure his roots. Chen Xingyun's eyes were rounded and had a great tendency to swallow people. Xia Zhixue was more sensual and introverted, her eyes were red, but she still hastily summoned a demonic plant that possessed 4 flowers. Each flower has a girlish humanoid face on it. Chen Fei followed and looked over. Sphinx. Strength, 4th level, 3rd order. Attributes, healing, elemental, life. Qualification, A. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skill, healing peak. Entanglement mastery. Sonic attack proficient. The human-faced spirit flower was currently at the demon general level, which meant that his own mom was also a Zongshi level powerhouse, not much weaker than his dad. Tell me what's going on. Chen Xingyun interrupted his thoughts. Chen Fei didn't hesitate and directly told this bureau, and also mentioned a mouthful of skeptics. Right now he wasn't strong enough, so he could only take advantage of the situation. Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhixue glanced at each other, not realizing that so much had happened in just one party. Looks like even the backcountry isn't peaceful after the weird invasion. Find a chance, I'll go have a good talk with Jiang Nan. You've done the equivalent of redeeming her daughter's innocence, so how about shelling out some favors? Chen Xingyun muttered a few words, but in reality, he was more interested in finding Jiang Nan to look into the matter behind this together. How can they, as old men, stand by when someone is screwing their children? So what are your plans for the future? When Chen Xingyun saw Chen Fei running home overnight, he knew that this guy didn't want to stay in school. Chen Fei was silent for a while, then firmly said, "I want to go to the front line." If you wanted to quickly increase your strength, you had to keep killing. The front line, on the other hand, was undoubtedly the most suitable place for Chen Fei. No, the front line is too dangerous, it's no joke, it's not something you should be doing as a junior sentinel. Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhixue sternly refused. Chen Fei knew that it wouldn't be easy to convince them, but he still had to say, "Mom and Dad, dodging this calamity is because I contracted a poisonous demonic beast. To make it grow fast, it needs a constant supply of poison." And the 8th district of the front line, which happened to be the Baiwa mountain range, possessed countless poisonous insects, snakes and ants, which was most suitable for it to grow. "I know my strength is low, but I could go into the medical department and specialize in cleaning up toxins for patients, and improve my skill proficiency along the way." When he said this, Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhishua's brows loosened a few points, obviously somewhat moved, and Chen Fei rode the wave. Besides, the school is just as much of a crisis, and someone dared to poison the daughter of a king-ranked imperial beastmaster, so who's to say that something else won't happen? You might as well place me with a medical team you trust so I'm safer instead. Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhishua looked at each other, both somewhat convinced. Indeed, as Chen Fei had said, with Zhang Yi's status, there were people who dared to make a move, so what else did she not dare to do? However, even a medical team has a few dangers and is not absolutely safe. Thinking about it, it was surprising that there wasn't a perfect place to go, which gave the two of them a headache. Let's think about it. By the way, summon your beast pet and take a look. Chapter 5, On the Front Line. Isn't this a C-grade 1000 poisonous compass? Such a trashy demonic beast, alas. In Chen Xingyun's opinion, the C-grade qualification was still too low and would only slow down Chen Fei's cultivation speed. Nay, the contract was irreversible afterward, or else Chen Xingyun really wanted Chen Fei to replace it with a demonic beast of grade A or above qualification. Xiaogu, who was lying on the palm of Chen Fei's hand, showed his teeth. Polite? I said, are you polite? C-class demonic beasts don't deserve to exist, do they? However, he saw Chen Fei shaking his head. Dad, look more carefully. Being told this by Chen Fei, Chen Xingyun moved a few points closer and found that Xiaogu appeared to be a bit larger than the other 1000 poisons, and even had some extra armor on his body, and was surprised. No, this isn't the 1000 poisonous compass, but the Class B 10,000 poisonous compass, which is hundreds of times rarer than the 1000 poisonous compass. Surprisingly, it's grade B. Xia Zhishue was also surprised. A B grade 10,000 poisonous compass was almost 1 in a million, and following up with some proper cultivation, reaching a grade would not be a problem. And in a class demonic beast would make some sense. This made both Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhishue feel better in their hearts. What they don't know is that at this time Xiaogu already has a proficient level skill and a skillful level skill, otherwise it would only be more surprised. The next day. After learning that Zhang Yi shared a room with Chen Fei yesterday, Bai Yang also began to notice this person. Go check out Chen Fei's background, and don't let him get close to Zhang Yi again. There were quite a few people who followed Bai Yang, all of them rushing towards the king-level powerhouse behind him. Poplar just needs to give an order and there are many people working for him. Chen Fei, who had left the school, had no idea that he had been targeted by many people. At this moment, he had already left Tianqing City and was on his way to the front line. If you are not in a hurry, you can just take a vehicle. Some people in a hurry will take a flying demonic beast, which is extremely fast. Along the way, Chen Fei held multiple books without letting go. Skill analysis of the poisonous compulsion. Possible evolutionary routes of the 10,000 poisonous compulsions. If you use it right, it'll be a nightmare. The dozen or so books on the car were all about Xiaogu's growth direction and learnable skills. There were some things among them that made Chen Fei quite moved. For example, the skill, Poisonous Kiss. Kogo could utilize the property of absorbing poison itself, which would later accumulate to form a stronger poison. The more types of poisons there are, the stronger the toxins that are formed. And then it employs different ways of attacks such as venomous spray, poisonous mist, poisonous sting, etc. to deal single damage or group damage, making it impossible to defend against. Poison, in itself, is a great killing weapon. It favors a stealthy, sudden, and undefendable form of assassination. Utilized well, it wasn't even weaker than a bursting fire elemental attack or a manic thunder elemental attack. There was also the parasite skill that Ko had already learned. After advancing to the skillful level, Xiaogu could then use insect egg parasitism, which could currently only split 2 eggs per use.
The eggs would hatch out small 10,000 poisonous compasses that were a few orders of strength below the mother compulsion to parasitize the enemy, thus preventing Xiaogu's main body from taking the risk. And then it will feed back some of the absorbed aura, poisonous aura, etc., to the mother parasite. The higher the skill proficiency, the stronger the strength, the greater the number of eggs, and the closer the strength of the hatching 10,000 poisonous compasses is to the mother. And the mother parasite could always pass on the insights gained from the enhancement to her offspring, so that they could improve their skill proficiency even more. When the strength was enough, it would be an army of 10,000 poisonous parasites, which was exciting to think about. There's also the nibbling skill. Currently, he could only absorb aura, poisonous chi, and when his proficiency went up, he could absorb more and more. Blood, for example. What kind of horrible experience is it to suck all the blood out of a demonic beast or human body in a minute? Not only that. The 10,000 poisonous compulsions were both demonic beasts at the same time, but they were also parasites. The parasites have a property that after parasitizing can control the other party under certain conditions. As long as the 10,000 poison compass learns the entry-level, corpse control, skill, it will have a certain chance of success. The higher the skill proficiency, the higher the chance of success. There were countless other strange and wonderful tricks that opened Chen Fei's eyes. It was after seeing these things that Chen Fei realized why the potential of the 10,000 poison compass was so high. It took an entire day for Chen Fei to finalize the future direction of the 10,000 poison compass. Poisonous kiss and corpse control must be learned. Parasite and eaten prioritize raising proficiency. The assassin lines, sneak, and hidden breath are also essential. Just as Chen Fei was planning to give his brain a rest, the car suddenly stopped. Uncle Deng, what's wrong? Chen Fei pushed open the car door and got out after him. See that magnificent wall? That's the front line. At that time, the city wall was quickly repaired by hundreds of rank 4 demonic beasts, and 2 rank 5 demon kings, using earth skills in a combined effort. Behind the walls is the city of Baiwe, where the army is stationed. But there are a few escaped first or second level demonic beasts up ahead, so clear them up by the way. The one who spoke was Chen Xingyun's assistant, Deng Ying. This time, Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhixue had been transferred from the front line to the human rear and had urgent matters to deal with, so they had Deng Ying escort them on a ride. Deng Ying summoned his main pet, the Phantom Crystal Mantis, level 3, 9th order, just a hair's breadth away from level 4. The Phantom Crystal Mantis' entire body was covered with white crystal armor that was very hard, and it was very difficult for demonic beasts of the same level to break through its defense. The most frightening thing was that the Phantom Crystal Mantis was extremely fast, a proper killing weapon. The disadvantage is that the attack power is weak and the attack method is relatively single, so it can only be rated as a grade qualification. When the surrounding demonic beasts saw the Phantom Crystal Mantis, they brazenly rushed over. This was a demonic beast that was humongous after being weirdly invaded. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, they would have gotten away long ago. The Phantom Crystal Mantis sliced a Tier 2 blood claw spider in half with a horizontal slash across. Tang Ying, however, spoke up at this moment, Little Fei, don't underestimate the demonic beasts that have been strangely invaded, even if they are already dead. Just the next second after Deng Ying finished speaking, the internal organs of this blood claw spider suddenly gushed out a fist-sized, black and slimy mass, much like a slug. And then jumped out, trying to find a loophole so that he could drill inside the body of the Phantom Crystal Mantis and subsequently control it. This thing is known to us as the black slimeworm, the product of a bizarre invasion that will burrow through the mouths, noses, eyes, and ears of demonic beasts or humans while controlling the other party. Don't look at the fact that this was only a grade 1 black slime insect, but it could control grade 2 demonic beasts, which was very terrifying. Normal physical attacks are useless against it, even if it's cut in half, both halves are still alive and extremely vital. Only to see the black slimeworm being swatted away before it could even get close to the Phantom Crystal Mantis. Against black slime balls, it's better to shoot the fly than to cut it. And then the Phantom Crystal Mantis used the Crystal Pillar skill to lock the black slimeworm firmly amongst the crystals. When the Crystal Pillar was smashed by the Phantom Crystal Mantis, the black slimeworm followed suit and transformed into dots of crystal light, which led to its complete death. This is all experience piled up with human lives, so Little Fei, you must be especially careful on the front lines. Chen Fei nodded heavily, got it Uncle Deng. His heavy ones were not black slimeworms, which were just early weird creatures, and Chen Fei knew the way to deal with them. But the ones that appeared later would only be more terrifying and more difficult to deal with. Even if you know its weaknesses, you can't always kill it. Uncle Deng, leave 2 half-crippled heads for me to try.
Chapter 6, Getting the Kill Value. Taming gave a start, not expecting Chen Fei to ask for this. Little Fei, are you sure? You've just contracted a beast pet not long ago, and you don't have strong real-world combat abilities. Even if these small first or second level demonic beasts stand and let you kill them, you won't necessarily be able to kill them. As hard as it sounds, that's the reality. Chen Fei didn't give up. Uncle Deng, with you by your side, safety is guaranteed. And I'm just trying it out to see how big the gap is between myself and these demonic beasts. Seeing that Chen Fei was insistent on this, Deng could not persuade him any further. He wasn't worried about safety, but about Chen Fei's confidence being knocked down. To put it bluntly, I'm afraid that a level 2 rank 10,000 poisonous compass can't even break the demonic beast's defense, and still want to kill the other party? Thinking about it, Taming still let the phantom crystal mantis beat this blood claw spider half to death and cut off 4 of its legs, causing its speed to plummet. Seeing this, Chen Fei began to let the 10,000 poisonous compass make its move. It was also at this moment that Taming, who stood at the side guarding at all times, saw a scene that made his scalp numb. Not just one 10,000 poisonous compass jumped off of Chen Fei, but dozens of them. They came out of the storage space of the sacred cannon, looking much like they had been summoned from the space of the imperial beasts. These dozens of small 10,000 poisonous parasites of level 1 rank 1 were hatched continuously by Xiaogu in the past 2 days, and it was not a momentary effort. Since Kogo has the infinite hatching trait of the bugs, why not make good use of it? They were only half the size of Xiaogu, and like fleas, they all hopped forward, not slowing down, and soon surrounded this half-crippled level 1, rank 7 blood claw spider. Some tried to enter through the mouth of the blood-clawed spider, others tried to enter through its wounds. If it was an entry-level skill, it wouldn't really be possible to parasitize successfully. But now that it was a skillful level skill, both the ability to break armor and others had been drastically improved. Fully 10 of them managed to parasitize, and they went down the guts, looking for hidden black slime worms. By the time the black slime balls reacted, it was too late, and the army surrounded them. The little 10,000 poisonous parasites continue to invade, attempting to parasitize even the black slime worms. However, the black slime worm was not injured, and its defense was extremely strong, far from an existence that the small 10,000 poisonous compass could invade. One got a little closer and was instantly wrapped in slime by the black slime worm, which then broke the connection. Get them to pull away. Absorb the aura with the silkworm first, while the venom attacks later. Currently, what Chen Fei lacked the most was strength, and absorbing the aura from them and turning it into his own was considered a good way to improve. As for the venom sprayed onto the black slimeworm, the effect was not obvious, its poison resistance was higher than expected. There was also the fact that the types of toxins accumulated by Koga were too small to form a lethal toxin. Xiaogu, blast. At Chen Fei's command, Xiaogu controlled the little 10,000 poisonous compass and then proceeded to self-destruct. Kill a level 1 blood claw spider and gain 5 kill points. Kill a level 1 black slimeworm and gain 5 kill points. Chen Fei. Wow, go on, it's only 5 o'clock. It was only at this moment that Chen Fei realized that acquiring the kill value was much more difficult than imagined. If he hadn't already been a cleric rank 2 in his previous life, how could he have accumulated 23,000 kill values in just half a day from the time he got his hands on the killing holy scripture to the time he died? Looks like the kill value will have to be more rationalized in the future. Taming, who was on the side, was also stunned when he saw the blood claw spider being blown into a bloody mess. Isn't it a level 1 hatchling? With this kind of attack power? Fei, what the hell did you just do? Chen Fei spread his hands. It's nothing, it's just to make the 9 small 10,000 poisonous parasites and the blood claw spider self-destruct. Dang. It's hard to hear your teeth. Regardless of whether it was a blood claw spider or a black slimeworm, even if it was a 6th and 7th rank existence, it was still only a 1st rank. How could it be possible to stop 9 level 1 beasts from blowing themselves up? Just people self-detonation is the last killer, used to die together. But you're so good that you used self-destruction to deal with 1 beast? Or as many as 9? More or less pompous, I guess. Should I call this little guy tough? Or should I say he's steady? Taming silently retracted the sentence he had just said. Not only could the 10,000 poison compass break defense, it was even a mobile bomb. He could think of Chen Fei's combat style in the future, and that was to blow himself up wherever he went. That scene, TBH. Uncle Tang, try that level 2, stage 1 rock armor scorpion. The rock armor scorpion is a possessor of the 3 elements of earth, gold, and poison, and is covered in wilderness stone armor. As strength and qualifications increase, the tougher the armor becomes. Of course, its disadvantage was that its movement speed was on the slow side, so much so that its qualifications were weaker than Tang Ying's Phantom Crystal Mantis. This time Deng Ying did not question it right away. It would be embarrassing if he was hit in the face again later. At the same time, he also wanted to see what methods Chen Fei would use to deal with this rock armor scorpion that had been pressed down by the crystal pillars and had lost its ability to move. Chen Fei quickly commanded, Xiaogu, attack both sides of the rock armor scorpion. Where the armor is weak on both sides is exactly where it falls short. But even if it was weak, it wasn't something that a small 10,000 poisonous parasites could touch. And so, the self-implosion was on again. The 5 small 10,000 poisonous parasites formed a circle, and then exploded themselves close to the side, blowing open a very, very small opening. For the small 10,000 poison compass, this small opening was enough, and a group of 10,000 poison compasses once again swarmed to the area, as it were. When Tang Ying saw the scene, he had an expression of "I'm sure it's like that, this kind of fighting style, it's too roguish, isn't it?" Xiaogu quickly transmitted a message, Chen Fei, the black slime worm inside is a level 1, 9th order, not yet level 2. Call the master. I don't. Chen Fei had a bit of a headache. The other people's imperial beasts were all called master. Why is this little coup so rebellious? Control the number of self-destructs, don't kill the black slime balls outright. Xiaogu made the rest of the small 10,000 poison compasses retreat, leaving only 6 small 10,000 poison compasses behind. After blowing itself up again, the black slime worm didn't die, but it was severely injured. The rock armor scorpion's external armor was unharmed, so it was obvious how hard the armor was. However, as hard as the exterior was, the organs inside were in pieces and not far from death. Ku parasitized the black slime worm while using body control afterwards. Corpse control proficiency was not high, not even entry level, still in the process of figuring things out. The first time, it failed quickly. It's fine, Xiaogu, there's still quite a bit of aura left from the nibbling just now. If it doesn't work, then we'll wait until we have enough aura to continue. After incessant attempts, he finally succeeded in controlling the corpse on the 24th time. This was supposed to be an experiment by Chen Fei, who wanted to see if the black slime worms produced after the bizarre invasion could be controlled. Now it seems feasible. Kill a level 2, first order rock armor scorpion and gain 20 kill points. A level 2, rank 1 demonic beast only has 20 points of kill value? If one wanted to raise the parasitic skill to the proficient level, one needed 10,000 kill value, which was equivalent to killing 500 second level demonic beasts. And Xiaogu was able to kill the rock armor scorpion because of Tang Ying's help, otherwise I'm afraid that he would only be killed. It's a long way to go. Tang Ying was also staring blankly at the small ancient in Chen Fei's hands. I can't believe he actually got it done? Even if he had his own help, it would still be a real first-class killing second-class If this were any other grade 1 demonic beasts to come over, they wouldn't be able to take the rock armor scorpion at all. It was at this moment that Tang Ying truly realized how terrifying Xiaogu was. After cleaning up the battlefield, Deng Ying took Chen Fei to report to the medical team. However, in the corner where Deng Ying didn't notice, a black slimy worm was rapidly rushing towards the mist. Chapter 7 Medical Unit 49. Deng Ying did not take Chen Fei directly to the medical department, but instead led him up to the city wall and pointed to the dense and grey misted forest in front of him. Further on, there's the Baiwa mountain range. 5 years ago, the western part of the continent had begun to be shrouded by the mists, and many humans had lost their lives to the mists, dying and fleeing. The mists just kept spreading, no one could stop them, even if a king-level powerhouse went in to explore, they all returned with serious injuries. Luckily, after a certain point, the mist stopped, but many strange and bizarre life forms were born, often triggering tides of beasts. Along the edge of the mists, mankind established 12 war zones, and the Baiwa mountain range was the 8th war zone. So Fei, don't be too curious about what's in the middle of the mist. Especially don't step halfway in until you've grown up. This was something Chen Fei understood even if Deng Ying didn't say it. Deng Ying might not know as much about the dangers in the mists as Chen Fei did. This is the medical team here, I'll have them check you in. Still, nothing is more important than your personal well-being. After a few instructions, Deng Ying left the medical department. You are Chen Fei? Sitting in front of Chen Fei was a woman with delicate features and a cold temperament. The black-rimmed glasses on her face make her look more elegant and mature. In his previous life, Chen Fei had seen this person, named Cheng Jingjing, the head of the medical department, and a Zonshur-level imperial beast master who was not yet 30 years old. Reporting, sir, I'm Chen Fei.
Chen Fei's aura, posture, and the way he spoke back did not look like a person who had just entered the army, which made Chen Jingjing look high. I thought it was just another military brat who got stiffed by his parents, but now it seems to have a passable attitude, at least better than those dangling guys. Back then, after Chen Fei recovered, he also entered the army, and he naturally knew that set of soldiers only too well. Tell me what your imperial beasts are capable of, so I can arrange for you to go. Since Deng Ying had already ordered it, Chang Jingjing was too lazy to ask too much. My beast pet can absorb all kinds of toxins. Oh, Chang Jingjing came to be a bit more energetic. There were more wood-type, light-type healing demonic beasts in the medical team, and larger wounds, or broken arms and legs were considered to be handled well. But this is the Baiwa mountain range, the paradise of all kinds of poisonous beasts, poison beast pets. Soldiers don't be too common. And there are some poisons that can't be solved by the wood and light systems. It's a lot of trouble. There were a total of 50 medical teams in Baiwa City, each with 20 people, yet there were only 48 poison therapists, which showed how precious they were. The poison system, after all, was normally used to kill people, not save them. Now that Chen Fei had come over, he could just fill a position. Alright, you can report to the medical team numbered 49. Chang Jingjing waved her hand, indicating that Chen Fei could leave. Chen Fei left with a military salute. While looking for the past, report, Minister Chang asked me to join Medical Team 49. Contrary to what one might expect, the leader of Medical Team 49 was a bald young man, not some stream of beauty, who was currently writing a report with his head down. Ability. Zhou Yan, like Chang Jingjing, asked about the demonic beast's ability as soon as he came. Here, competence trumps all. Chen Fei was succinct. Poison healer, Chen Fei. Pa. Performer Zhou's pen was slammed on the table by him. Damn it, I was just about to ask Minister Chang for someone, and you ended up here. It's damn fate. Chen Fei, right, welcome to Medical Team 49. This rough voice, this dirty exit, it's a completely different person from just now. Zhou Xian got up, and Chen Fei, who was 5'8", actually only reached Zhou Xian's shoulders. And then he patted Chen Fei's shoulder with his huge hand. Chen Fei felt a heaviness in his shoulders, a feeling that he was about to fall apart. Captain, are you sure it wasn't a combat unit before? Zhou Xian stroked his bald head and said curiously, how do you know about it? I did used to be a combat unit. Main defense system, strength system demonic beast, only the third beast pet in coincidence contracted the healing system which was transferred here. Treatment while still being able to take on the role of protecting the medical team. So just don't worry, I'll protect you guys from now on. Regardless of whether it was a medical team or a scouting team and other types of soldiers, one would need to be at least a high-level Imperial Beastmaster to hold the position of captain. Thank you, Captain, then. Chen Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. He preferred Zhou Yan's big-hearted personality. It wouldn't be too tiring to get along. Come on, I'll take you to meet the other members. The two soon arrived at Medical Room 49. Each medical team has its own dedicated medical room, with 2 rooms separated by 5 kilometers. Captain, I was just about to come to you. I just delivered a soldier who was stung by a phantom ant. Zhou Xian had just stepped into the medical room when he was stopped by a female physician. Chen Fei looked over. Lin Qi had a pretty face and was wearing a pill head, looking incomparably competent. Phantom cold ants? Zhou Xian's eyes were a bit gloomy. Lin Qi nodded heavily. The phantom cold ant is only a B-class beast. Its combat power isn't strong, but its cold poison is very overbearing. Those who are stung will feel the gradual coldness of their bodies and eventually freeze to death alive. It stands to reason that a fire healer would be better, but we don't have one. Wood, light doesn't do much against cold poison, so we'll have to send it to another medical room. I say you guys, can you save it? Hurry up and give an accurate answer. Can't such a common poison be cured? Sitting next to the patient was Su Kuei, the captain of Scouting Squad number 21, a senior Imperial Beast Master, his entire person looking anxious. Once again, I'm being looked down upon. However, Lin Qi was already immune to it, who made their squad lack everything. Zhou Yan pushed Chen Fei forward, introducing, the new poison healer, Chen Fei, will belong to our squad 49 from now on. Chen Fei, you go ahead and try it out. Lin Qi had seen Chen Fei from just now, but didn't take it seriously, not realizing that it was the poison healer they had been waiting for day and night. It's just that this guy looks a little too young to have graduated from college? Watching Chen Fei walk towards the patient, Lin Qi moved closer to Zhou Yan, then muttered in a low voice, Captain, is he really okay? At this moment, the fluctuation of spiritual energy on Chen Fei's body was clearly only a junior second-ranked beast master, so it was no wonder Lin Qi questioned it. Zhou Yan spread his hands. Honestly, I don't know.
Whether it will work or not is not up to me, it depends on whether Chen Fei has that ability. Lin Shi thought for a moment, but still persuaded, Captain, I advise you to prepare a vehicle, and if that doesn't work, hurry up and send the patient there. This would be a problem if something happened to us. My car is parked not far from here and I can drive over any time. Not only Lin Shi, even Zhou Yan felt suspended. After all, how strong could a beast pet be for a junior second-ranked beastmaster? Zhou Yan pulled out his car keys. How is Chen Fei? Can it be cured or not? If not, change the medical team. It's already done. Chen Fei replied indifferently, and was currently looking at Xiao Gu's state. Alright, right, that's fine, I'll go and drive over. Zhou Xin finished and was about to leave. But then suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Wait, what did you just say? Did I hear you right? Chen Fei said he cured it? Chapter 8 Kogu's Killing Madness. Hearing Zhou Yan ask again, Chen Fei then turned his head strangely. Yes, cured. A proficient level of nibbling, absorbing this cold poison would be a matter of minutes. Zhou Xian and Lin Shi froze at once, both seeing confusion in the other's eyes. We've only been talking for 2 or 3 minutes full time since just now, and then you're done? And cured? Lin Shi rushed forward and re-examined the patient. After a while, Lin Shi excitedly said, Alright, it's really alright, this is too fast. Zhou Xian was also in a trance as he listened to Lin Shi's self-talk. So you've picked up a treasure? Lin Shi was curious, how did you do that? This was clearly beyond the realm of a junior second-ranked beast swordsman. Chen Fei knew that he would have to face this problem sooner or later, and had long since thought of what to say. There are many types of toxins, categorized as a class of skin poisons, Class 2 blood poisoning, Class 3 neurotoxins, 4 types of elemental toxicity, 5 types of soul poison, 6 types of specific poisons. Each category is subdivided into 4 levels of poisons, with level 1 poisons being low poisons, level 2 poisons being high poisons, level 3 poisons being very high poisons, and level 4 poisons that have no antidote. And Class 1 Class 4 toxins, level 3 toxins and below, all my beast pets can heal them and have a skill proficiency level of skilled. Lin Shi instantly realized that the poison of the phantom cold ants belonged to the elemental poisons and was a level 2 poison, no wonder Chen Fei could treat it. And it's still a skillful level skill, so it makes sense that the healing would be faster. And so on. A first level second-ranked beast pet has a skill at the skillful level? Little genius. Both Zhou Yan and Xiao next to him realized this. Ordinary beast pets would not be able to learn skillful level skills until at least the second level, but geniuses could often break these laws. Chen Fei laughed and didn't say anything. He couldn't say that Xiao Gu already possessed an adept level silkworm, could he? That's not a surprise to say the least, it's a shock. Well, awesome Chen Fei. Zhou Yan was in a great mood. With such a powerful poison healer, they wouldn't have to keep pushing patients out in the future. It's time for Squad 49 to make a name for itself. As Sukue left with his comrades, Zhou Yan hooked up Chen Fei's shoulders. Go, we must go rub a meal tonight, and by the way, I'll introduce the gang to you. Chen Fei did not refuse. Familiarizing himself with the team members as well as their beast pets and abilities was a very important part of the process, which could greatly improve his chances of survival in the battlefield later on. This is Lieutenant Lin Shi, you've already met him. This is the strongest nurse on our team, Nangong Sha. As long as you still have a breath, she can hang you for half a day. This is Yang Xin, and the only healer on the team who doesn't have the talent of the Imperial Beasts, but he's put a lot of effort into martial arts, and his hand of rejuvenation technique is outstanding. When he heard martial arts, Chen Fei looked at Yang Xin twice more. It was true that Beastmaster was the main profession of the Sentinel continent, but not everyone possessed it. Thus came martial arts as an alternative, again requiring spiritual power as a base, and the enhancement was self-instructed. There were also a few powerful martial kings in the Royal Spirit continent, and an ordinary demon king wouldn't really be able to hold up after a single slash. The problem was that the inheritance of martial arts was limited and not as systematized as imperial beasts. Chen Fei pondered his chin. In fact, martial arts could be learned by himself. Others are on the side of the imperial beasts already have no other mind, money to learn extra martial arts. But it's not the same for yourself. No need to spend money on various evolution materials, enhancement materials, and bloodline materials for Kogu. Moreover, with the kill value, the feats that one cultivated could also increase their proficiency. Although the imperial beasts are strong, many imperial beastmasters are themselves brittle if they have martial arts to defend themselves, but it is also a good choice.
Only the martial arts are all relatively scarce, cannot be so good to obtain, need to be through the contribution value in exchange for the topography.
And the contribution value, naturally, is to make a certain contribution at the front line, such as fending off a wave of beasts.
Capture live samples of bizarre beings to facilitate military research.
Deep in the Misty Land, scouting for demonic beasts.
Even healing soldiers has a contribution value, just less. Now Chen Fei had accumulated 2 points of contribution value, but the most common level 1 martial arts required 200 points of contribution value, a long way to go.
In addition to this, there are numerous uses for the contribution value.
It could be exchanged for spiritual fruits, spiritual materials, blood of demonic beasts with higher qualifications, and even eggs of beast pets. Only the higher the qualification, the more contribution value is needed.
Into the night. Chen Fei was arranged to share a room with Yang Xin. Yang Xin ran to the training room to practice martial arts by himself in order not to disturb Chen Fei's sleep.
Chen Fei didn't stay idle either and summoned Xiaogu out. Xiaogu, share the vision and see what progress Gui has made. Ancient One was none other than the little 10,000 poisonous parasites that had successfully parasitized the black slimeworm during the day. As his vision was shared, Chen Fei saw that the black slimeworm parasitized by Gui was invading a Tier 1, rank 9 blood-devouring black serpent.
If it came to attack power, the black slimeworm was far inferior to the blood-devouring black serpent.
Once the black slimeworm entered the blood-devouring black serpent, then everything became different. Soon the black slimeworm managed to control the blood-devouring black snake. It can be this Ancient One has slowly familiarized himself with the characteristics of the black slimeworm.
So next, the hunt begins. The Baiyue mountain range is divided into an outer perimeter, a middle zone, and an inner perimeter. Most of the outer perimeter were first and second level demonic beasts. In the middle zone, third level demonic beasts dominate.
In the inner zone, there existed 4th level demon generals and 5th level demon kings.
The controlled blood-devouring black serpent was probable safe as long as it moved around the periphery.
Kill a level 1 phantom cold ant, kill value +5. Kill a level 1 blood claw spider for +5 kill value. Kill a level 1 black slimeworm for +5 kills. That's right, Gui wasn't slaughtering at random, but utilizing the characteristics of the black slimeworms to feel the presence of other black slimeworms, and then slaughtering them. When you come across one weaker than yourself, you just do it without saying a word. When you come across one that is better than you, hide as far away as you can. Just like that, even though Chen Fei was in the city of Baiyue, Gui had already killed like crazy. The kill value was building up bit by bit. And see how the other little tiny ancient ones are doing. Apart from Gui, the dozens of small 10,000 poisonous parasites at that time were all released to earn extra money. Only those little 10,000 poisonous compulsions were still a bit too weak, dead or injured, hardly a few survived. Only one was more fortunate and just happened to run into 2 level 2, stage 3 demonic beasts that were fighting over a red vermilion fruit. Taking advantage of the fact that they were both defeated, the little 10,000 poisonous compass successfully parasitized them. Although it didn't succeed in controlling the body, it could be hidden amongst the body of this thunder pupil ape. Chen Fei was a bit surprised. The thunder pupil ape is a demonic beast on the upper end of the A rank, mastering the power of lightning.
This little ancient. No, let us call it ancient too. Guer could take advantage of the opportunity to grow his body quickly.
No, we have to hurry up and improve our corpse control skill proficiency. If Guer can succeed in controlling the corpse, the demonic beasts killed by the thunder pupil ape will also be counted on little Gu, and then the kill value will be earned in a big way. At this moment, Chen Fei felt that contracting Xiao Gu was an incomparably correct choice. Watching the kill value keep +5. Chen Fei fell asleep.
Chapter 9. The Wicked Stuff. Wake up the next day.
The first thing Chen Fei did was check the kill value.
Current kill value balance, 480. Well, not bad, very powerful.
Slaughtering 96 level 1 mini-beasts in one night. By saving up a few days at this rate, Xiaogu and I will be able to raise our strength by several steps. Chen Fei felt more and more that the kill value was just like a cheating artifact, it was worthy of being a sacred text and did not disappoint.
Good morning, Lieutenant. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Lin Shi looked over and was a bit speechless. You two share the same dormitory, why is one in high spirits and the other sleepy-eyed?
Yang Xian deflated his mouth. He practiced until most of the night before going back. Someone had already slept like a pig, could he compare? By the way, I forgot to tell you.
Lin Shi looked at Chen Fei. Other than having patients or special things, the medical room is generally still quite spare. So it was time to cultivate and to upgrade the beast pet. You're only at primary 2 now, you're too weak, you don't even have the ability to defend yourself. Even if you want to follow the troops into the mists, you need to be at least an intermediate Imperial Beast Master. Obviously, Lin Shi was trying to urge Chen Fei to cultivate. It was almost as if he was saying, look at others, Yang Xian is working so hard, then look at you. Chen Fei awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. Understood, Vice Squad, I'll work hard. The entire morning was quite free, and Chen Fei had nothing to do, so he went to the library in Baiwei City and borrowed some books over. The complete book of poisonous insects and animals. Poisonous insects and beasts common in the Baiwei mountain range. The complete toxin portfolio. On the possibility of psychotoxins mutating into soul toxins. Read these books just for the toxic kiss skill. For example, the hell platypus mentioned in the book, 101 kinds of toxins existed in the flesh of this kind of demonic beast, and could be used in combination at will, forming neurotoxins, elemental toxins and so on, which was very amazing. But not all toxins can be mixed and matched at will. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to have some toxins that clash and are hardwired to be integrated together, but instead act as an antidote? After knowing what kind of poisonous beasts were in the Baiwei mountain range, he could send Gui forward to nibble away at them, and then feed some of them back to Xiaogu. Even toxins can build up while killing. Xiaogu huffed and puffed. Chen Fei, you're abusing my descendants, they're more cow and horse than cow and horse. This was something that Chen Fei could not argue. Xiaogu, if someone threatened your life, would you try to get stronger? Xiaogu didn't understand Chen Fei's sudden shift to this topic, but it still gave a serious answer. Of course I will, get stronger and go back to them up. Chen Fei nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad, Xiaogu, having this realization. And I'm facing the Demon King crisis right now, and need to get stronger quickly, even if I have to do whatever it takes. Kogu. These words gave Xiaogu a whole speechless. You're a junior beast master, which Demon King would think of dealing with you? Don't believe it, do you? Chen Fei asked with a smirk. Of course. Xiaogu didn't bring any hesitation at all. Chen Fei solemnly said, then let's make a bet. In 2 months, the medical team will have a major crisis. In half a year, there will be a small beast tide in the Baiwei mountain range. In a year's time, there will be a large beast tide in the Baiwei mountain range. If it is different from what I say, I will no longer treat your children and grandchildren harshly. But if it's anything like what I'm saying, you should know the extent of the horror behind it, shouldn't you? Xiaogu was silent. If it was really like what Chen Fei said, having problems at these points in time proved that Chen Fei had the ability to prophesy. That facing a Demon King crisis was also mostly true. After hesitating for a while, Xiaogu spoke, okay, I'll bet with you. Chen Fei knew that this bet, he was sure to win. These situations in Baiwei City occurred just as he came to Baiwei City to recuperate and recover from his own injury and withdrawal. Right now, Chen Fei has already begun to prepare for it, and utilizing it well, he will be able to earn a large number of killing values. When Lin Shi was idle, he would occasionally pay attention to the newcomers. She realized that Chen Fei really disliked cultivation, but he wasn't useless, at least he had a very strong sense of security. Those books were still necessary to read in Lin Shi's opinion. Even she felt that not only Chen Fei had to see it, but even the other team members had to see it as well. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you can fight 100 battles. Just as Lin Shi was fuming, a patient came over. At a glance, isn't that COQ from yesterday? Why is it you again? Lin Shi was somewhat speechless. Sukue let out a bitter smile. I didn't want to, but our scouting squad was surrounded by a swarm of phantom cold ants just as we entered the outskirts of the Baiyu mountain range. I don't know what kind of unethical contraption has nothing better to do than to mess with the lair of the phantom cold ant. Hearing this, Chen Fei silently closed the books, a little heartbroken. If he guessed correctly, it should be Gui's doing. Phantom cold ants, right? Come to me for treatment. Chen Fei waved at them. There were beast pets that were bitten, and there were imperial beast masters that were bitten, but with Xiaogu around, none of these cold poisons were a problem. After the cure, Chen Fei pulled out a small 10,000 poisonous parasites, which Chen Fei called Gusan. Wait, take this with you. Sukue and the others stopped and looked at Gusan in Chen Fei's palm. Is this your beast pet? Chen Fei nodded, sort of the offspring of my beast pet. With it, ordinary toxins shouldn't be too much of a problem for you guys. Sukue and the others instantly brightened up. their scouts had to enter the mountains every day, even if it was only the periphery. The probability of encountering poisonous insects and beasts was still very high. If such a little one who could detoxify the poison at any time existed, the safety was increased by several times. Thank you then. I used to say that your medical team is not powerful. I was wrong, your medical team is the best. Su Kuwei directly gave Chen Fei a thumbs up. I'm not done talking, I have conditions. Chen Fei's words caused Su Kuwei and the others' smiles to slowly disappear. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. What conditions do you say? If we can afford it, we will consider it. Su Kuwei reluctantly returned Gu-san. Chen Fei helplessly waved his hand. Don't have so much psychological pressure. This is the list of poisonous grasses and flowers that I have made, including the external characteristics and also the pictures. If you happen to come across these plants again in the future when you're conducting reconnaissance operations, just let Gu-san go up and take a couple of bites without delay. Of course, if you can bring it back, all the better. Chen Fei still admired these scouts who often went into the mist. It's really a great life that they've survived this long, and it's a good thing they can help out. As for this request of his own, it was just a passing thing for them, and I'm sure they wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, after Su Kuwei heard it, he thought he had heard it wrong. That's it? Chen Fei was a bit surprised by their reaction, right? Or what else do you want? Su Kuwei and the other scouts looked at each other for a few moments, both seeing relief in each other's eyes. Honestly, your request can't even be called a request, for us. It's just something that goes by the wayside. Don't worry, we'll take care of this. Lin Chi and Yang Xian's hearts were also much more comfortable, at least from the performance so far. Chen Fei's character was completely unproblematic, and even somewhat noble. In their eyes, this Gu-san was no different from the antidote pills given to Su Kuwei for free. Watching Su Kuwei and the others leave, Chen Fei rubbed his chin and thought. In this way, Gu-san was still safe with Su Kuwei and the others, and he could accumulate toxins, which was also a good route for growth. So what's next, and where do we go from here? Chapter 10, The Third Master. Half a month later. With the accumulation of kill values, Chen Fei had already raised his strength to a primary 7-ranked Imperial Beast Master, and Xiao Gu was a primary 7-ranked. It was worth mentioning that Chen Fei did not use the kill value on Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu's elevation was entirely due to Gu Yi's killing and Gu Er's nibbling away at the Thunder Pupil Ape's spiritual energy. If it wasn't for the fact that the strength of the beast pet was unable to surpass the strength of the Imperial Beast Master himself, otherwise Xiao Gu's rate of improvement might have been even faster. Current kill value balance, 2045. This half-month had passed, and both Poisonous Kiss and Corpse Control had also reached the entry level. Chen Fei then used this last 2000 kill value to increase the proficiency of these two skills. Poisonous Kiss, from entry-level mastery level. The number of toxins that can be released has been increased from 3 to 5, and the lethality of toxins has been substantially increased. Corpse Control, from entry-level mastery level. Beings below their own strength have a 70% success rate in controlling them. Up to 3 ranks above your own strength, control success rate 20%. Above the 5th order, the success rate is extremely low. Thunder Pupil Ape Level 2, Step 3, when Gu Er's strength rises to Level 1, Step 9, it's impossible to say that he will be able to control the corpse successfully. Other than that, there was another thing that made Chen Fei more excited, and that was that the blood-devouring black snake controlled by Ancient One had accumulated to its peak after many days of slaughter, be it in actual combat or otherwise, and a breakthrough was just a matter of time. The blood-devouring black snake of the 2nd level 1st rank, the objects that could be killed had also increased a lot. If one occasionally killed a few 2nd level demonic beasts, the income from the kill value was quite considerable. Xiao Gu, release this batch of tiny kudu. A batch of 5th and 6th order small 10,000 poisonous compasses would be able to defend themselves in the outskirts of the Baihui mountain range. At that time, no matter if it was parasitic or corpse control, as long as they could guarantee their own safety, it would be another constant stream of kill value income. Baihui mountain range. Su Kuwei was leading his squad through the outer perimeter at breakneck speed. Captain, there's a spectral ice fruit up ahead, which is extremely helpful to ice demonic beasts. COK raised his fist and signaled for everyone to stop. Do any of you need it? Everyone shook their heads no. Then take it back and exchange it for contribution value. All be careful, usually spirit plants have guardian beasts. Just as Su Kuwei finished speaking, a member of the team was bitten, and their entire body instantly went soft. Captain, it's a level 2, rank 5 ghost ice centipede. As soon as the ghost ice centipede scored a hit, it burrowed back into the ground, ready for a sneak attack. Su Kuwei hurriedly signaled for everyone to step back, the toxicity of the ghost eye centipede is stronger than the spectral cold ant. It's important to save little fish first, please third master. Gu-san was still in the middle of his sleep, and as a result, he was carried out from the special beast pet box. Third master, please step in and save little fish. At this time, Gu-san had just become the rightful physician of the 21st scouting team, saving them countless times, and was honored by them as Master-san. Gu-san jumped over, while then biting at the tiger's mouth of the little fish's palm, and immediately began to eat away at the toxin. 2 minutes passed and the toxin was driven out. Both COQ and the other members sked. This third master is powerful enough to be able to cure even the poison of a level 2 beast. From now on, we can walk horizontally in the outskirts of the Baiwa mountain range. Why do I get the feeling that third master's skills are more than just skillful level? You mean it's not realistic for a level 1 beast to have an adept level skill, right? Unheard of. Since Gu-san was not afraid of the ghost ice centipede's toxin, then this underworld ice fruit was a must. On this day, Team 21 was full of harvests, and everyone's backpacks were full. It made the other squads a bit incredulous and eye-rolling. Wang Ji, the captain of Squad 25 who was on better terms with Su Kuei, posted over. I say old Su, has your squad gotten lucky lately or something, always returning with a full load? And didn't you guys run to the medical office 3 days in front of you? It's been half a month and I haven't even seen you guys get hurt. When Su Kuei and his teammates heard this, they all hemmed and hawed, and they were indeed lucky. Hooking his finger, he motioned for Wang Ji to come closer. Old Wang, I'll only say this to you, so don't spread it around. There's a little genius in Med Bay 49. His beast pet is very impressive. You go and beg a third master to restrain all common toxins. Wang Ji glanced at Su Kuei's team members who all had a look of exactly like that, indicating that Su Kuei had not lied to him. That's fine, I'll check it out too, but what's the third master? Oh, it's this. Su Kuei placed Gu-san on his palm. Wang Ji took a look. Isn't this just a level 1, 6th rank 10,000 poisonous compass, how capable can it be? He felt that Su Kuei was exaggerating a bit. Seeing Wang Ji's questioning expression, Su Kuei didn't find it strange. At the very beginning, he also had this expression. Old Wang, that's only telling you this because he's on good terms with you. Don't look at the fact that Master San is only a level 1, he can even detoxify the poison of a level 2, 5th order ghost ice centipede, don't you dare believe it. Really? This time, Wang Ji was a bit surprised. Su Kuei asked back, do I have to lie to you? That's fine, I'll make a trip to. Sometime no, I'll make a trip now. Wang Ji was also a man of action and immediately found medical room 49. Hello, may I ask which healer Chen Fei is? Yang Xan, who was on reception, stared blankly before pointing at Chen Fei, who was buried in a pile of books. Hello, Chen Fei, I'm Wang Ji, the leader of Scout Team 25, and I'm here today to beg for a head of the third master. Chen Fei closed the book and looked at Wang Ji with a confused expression. What the hell is third master? Wang Ji gestured, just a tiny head of 10,000 poisonous compass. Only then did Chen Fei realize, you're talking about Gu-san. Yes. It was Su Kuei who introduced you here, wasn't it? Chen Fei asked again. Wang Ji nodded his head in agreement. Chen Fei's whole body leaned on the chair, and then rubbed his chin. It's not a big deal to lend another head out, but what good will this do me? With Su Kuei's help, Gu-san had pretty much organized the poisonous plants around him. There was no need to do repetitive work. After considering it, Chen Fei stood up. Team Wang, I can lend you a small 10,000 poisonous parasites, but... Wang Ji knew that the other party was going to make conditions, you say. Chen Fei was also no longer polite, as you know, with the small 10,000 poisonous compasses that were lent out, I wouldn't have been able to feed them some spirit fruits or something to boost their strength. My request is simple, while you feed your demonic beast, you can leave a bite or two for it. Just stay within your affordability. Or a demonic beast killed by you, if you have time, you can let it nibble away at the aura inside. Chen Fei's idea was very simple, that is, not through killing, yet he could use another safer, more secure way to absorb the aura. Upon hearing Chen Fei's request, Wang Ji not only did not feel any discomfort, but instead felt it was reasonable. Taking away someone's beast pet and not feeding them a mouthful of food, that's too much to say, isn't it? He patted his chest. Don't worry, as long as I have a bite to eat, I'll definitely save a bite for it as well. After receiving Wang Ji's assurance, Chen Fei gave a small 10,000 poisonous compass out. After that it continued to be buried in a pile of books. The Assassin's Book of Demonic Beasts. The most valuable assassin's skills. The strongest assassin beast in history. The Ancient Assassin's Animal Atlas.
Seeing that he was getting closer to the intermediate Imperial Beast Master, it was time for him to consider a second beast pet. Chapter 11, Alternative Ways of Being Famous. Since he was going for the ultimate offensive path, the second beast pet would have to make up for what Xiaogu didn't have. If the skills, traits overlap with Kogu, it doesn't make much sense. A more common skill for the assassin line. Concealment, hide your body like a ghost, and then close in on your enemy without a sound, killing them with a single blow. With increased proficiency, you may even be able to touch stealth. Shadow control, control shadows to assassinate, silent and bizarre. Illusion, before getting close to the enemy, it's also a good direction to use illusion to confuse and hard control the enemy for a second or two, and then kill them. As for the rarer skills, that's even weirder, attacking directly from the soul, cursing from a distance of thousands of miles, freezing time. The more domineering the skill, the more qualified the beast pet would need to be to learn it. For example, if a demonic beast that didn't have a time attribute, and you favored it to learn about freezing time, it would be impossible to learn it until it died. And demonic beasts that possessed the time attribute were all at least SS rank or above. After all, time is honored, space is king, fate is not out of the picture, and karma is king. However, there were thousands of demonic beasts, and it wasn't that easy to find the right one for you and the one that had an eye for you. Take one step at a time. After seeing the middle of the night, Chen Fei felt some back pain, so he went back to his room to sleep. Lying on his bed, he summoned the killing cannon out of habit. Current kill value balance, 1025. This discovery made Chen Fei sit up violently. If memory serves, the kill value was used by him until he only had 45 points left. However, after another day, this kill value went up by 980, this speed, it's a bit scary. After checking the source of the kill value, Gui contributed more than 400, the other small 10,000 poisonous parasites that had just been sent out were less than 200, and the remaining 300 or so actually came from the thunder pupil ape. Could it be that Guer had finally succeeded in controlling the corpse after many attempts? Ku, vision share. After the vision turned around, what appeared was the thunder pupil ape's perspective, indicating that Guer had indeed succeeded in controlling the corpse. The thunder pupil ape, on the other hand, was dealing with a level 2, stage 1 blood spur serpent, and surprisingly, it tore it directly into 2 pieces. This is too atrocious. Soon, a tier 1, 9th rank black slimeworm jumped out from the corpse of the blood thorn serpent, and the thunder pupil ape didn't even think about it, and directly blasted it into a slag with a thunder serving. Against the black slimeworms, the thunder system demon beasts were still very useful. Kill a level 2, first order bloodthorn serpent, kill value plus 20. Kill a level 1 black slimeworm, kill value plus 5. Another 25 points of kill value in, this thunder pupil ape was too powerful. Without much thought, Chen Fei extracted 1000 points of killing value out of it while boosting his strength. Beginner 8th rank Imperial Beast Master, just 11,000 kill points away from intermediate Imperial Beast Master. I'll be able to get another good night's sleep tonight. Old Wang, where did you get this 10,000 poisonous compulsion that works so well? Scout Squad number 60 was doing a mission when they were unfortunately surrounded. In the mists, sometimes the scariest thing isn't always the poisonous insects, snakes and scorpions, but the plants. Squad 60 then came across a plant called the 9 Fantasy Flower. Originally, the plant would have spewed hallucinogenic toxins at beings that came near in order to protect itself. But after the invasion of the mists, the 9 illusory flowers became different. The mist it spits out not only carries a hallucinogenic effect, but also a corrosive effect. One of the soldiers was accidentally caught in the path and was reduced to a puddle of blood. No longer daring to approach, yet unable to exit, the members of Scout Squad 60 stayed hard in place for the rest of the day. Fortunately, they ran into Wang Ji, who was on patrol. As soon as Wang Ji saw this situation, he immediately moved the 4th master. Chen Fei named it Gusi, but Wang Ji called it master, just like Su Kuei. The hallucinogenic effect belonged to neurotoxins, and the corrosive effect belonged to skin poisons, all of which were within the scope of the erosion of the 10,000 poisonous compass. Not to mention that these poisons were absorbed by Ancient 4, even the 9 illusion flowers that surrounded Scout Squad 60 were all chewed up by it. How could Yi Kai Xiong, the captain of Squad 60, not be moved and began to ask Wang Ji about this 10,000 poisonous compass? As soon as Wang Ji saw that the 4th master had been exposed, it was not a good idea to hide it, so he revealed the origin of the 4th master. And so, over the next few days, a terrible thing happened. The threshold of treatment room 49 was trampled right through. Hello, I'm looking for little brother Chen Fei. Hello, I'm looking for healer Chen Fei, which one is it? Hello, our scouting team number 12 would like to invite Brother Chen Fei to dinner. Yang Xian looked at the group after group of people rushing toward the medical room, and his scalp tingled a little.
But when they asked about the situation, they realized that they didn't come to see the doctor, they all came to see Chen Fei.
This confused him. Hasn't Chen Fei been in the medical room all this time and hasn't gone anywhere? How come he knows so many people? Next to him, Lin Qi also had a scrutinizing look. Does he have some special status? Or are his parents some powerful existence that has been exposed, so many people are running over to befriend him? Zhou Yan hadn't seen so many people since he took over this medical room for so long, and he was also in a state of shock. His parents can't really be some big shots, right? It should be possible. Lin Qi and Yang Xian weren't very sure. Wait, I remembered something.
Lin Qi's left hand was a palm, his right hand was a fist, and the two gently clapped together before he had a look of sudden realization. You guys still remember that Chen Fei once gave a small 10,000 poisonous compass, and since then, Sukuei's squad never came over again, but there have been other scouting squads coming over. Yang Xian was instantly enlightened by such a mention. Are you saying that the little 10,000 poisonous parasites were so useful that they made all these scouting squads come begging? That should be the case. Lin Qi felt that his guess was about right. After listening to the cause and effect, Zhou Yan felt a bit unbelievable. A level 1 10,000 poisonous compass can be sought after by so many people? Chen Fei's way of becoming famous is somewhat otherworldly. Who says it isn't? Lin Qi and Yang Xian followed and looked over, also astonished. No, Captain, look at the aura floating on Chen Fei's body. It seems to be. What is it? Zhou Shen looked over in confusion. This look was amazing, as he realized that Chen Fei's aura was floating, and had actually come to the 9th rank of beginner. From the time Chen Fei came over until now, it had only been 25 days in full. In less than a month's time, it has risen a full 7 steps. This speed, it's a bit scary. Zhou Shen let out a sigh of emotion. Lin Qi, you're really right, this guy is really a bit of a little genius. The record for the fastest strength increase in the Imperial Spirit continent was from a primary First Order Imperial Beast Master to an intermediate Imperial Beast Master in 22 days. Although Chen Fei was no match for the other party, this rate of improvement was still terrifying and far beyond normal. More people took 4 or 5 months, or even more than half a year or a year to rise to intermediate Imperial Beast Master. Even if some people stacked it with resources, it would take more than 2 months. In this comparison, Chen Fei's rate of improvement was very strong. There was no one more difficult to accept than Yang Xian. Doesn't this guy sleep every day as soon as he gets back? What's the point of trying so hard? Is it true that hard work can't surpass talent? Chapter 12, Head of the Department of Reconnaissance. After Xiaogu's strength had also risen to level 1, rank 9, Chen Fei began to shift his combat style. Nowadays, the first level 7th rank black slimeworms were no longer sufficient for Guyi's needs, they were too weak. But it can't be wasted, that is. Chen Fei let Guyi make a trip back to the city first. Team Zhou, I have an urgent matter I need to take care of. Having been here for almost a month, Chen Fei had yet to mention any requests to Zhou Yan, but instead, Squad 49's fame had risen a great deal because of Chen Fei. Now that Chen Fei had rarely opened his mouth, Zhou Yan also wanted to hear what he wanted to say. Team Zhou, my beast pet parasitized a black slimeworm, alive. I'd like to offer it to the military for research, I just don't know if there are any suitable holding vessels. Hearing Chen Fei's words, Zhou Yan was shocked. You said you captured a black slimeworm alive? Chen Fei nodded, exactly. Zhou Yan was incredibly surprised after hearing this. He pinched his eyebrows out of habit, as far as he knew. This kind of existence, the black slimeworm, is very tenacious, and even more so, it has the characteristic of immortality. As soon as they touch a human, they become bloodthirsty. Moreover, it would not bleed on its own, and its poison resistance was extremely strong, and it could not be controlled by using the demonic beast's anesthesia skill. Of course, there are restraining attributes: sleeping, hallucinogenic, soul, crystal system. These to barely capture it alive. Now that Chen Fei, a junior royal beast master, had actually captured one alive as well, this was the most incredible thing to Zhou Yan. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan patted Chen Fei's shoulder. Well done. However, the black slimeworm has already been captured by someone, so the contribution value for redemption isn't as high as it used to be, so you have to be prepared for that. As for the vessel, I'll ask the minister for one. Such things are still available. Chen Fei had a light smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Thank you, Captain. Then, it doesn't matter as to how much the contribution value is, a mosquito is still meat even if it's small. That's true, haha.
Zhou Yan laughed cheerfully before going to find Minister Cheng Jingjing. Knock knock. Come in.
Zhou Yan pushed open the door only to realize that there was another person in the room besides Cheng Jingjing. This man was tall, with a full beard that looked like countless horizontal and vertical silver needles, and looked rather serious on the surface. However, Zhou Yan knew that this person was actually quite nice to be around, and it was none other than the head of the reconnaissance department, Xie.
Minister Chang, Minister Xie. Cheng Jingjing and Xie stopped exchanging words before looking at Zhou Yan. What's the matter?
Zhou Xian is very dry, and directly explains his intentions clearly.
Cheng Jingjing tapped her fingers rhythmically on the desktop. It's this Chen Fei again, a junior beastmaster can cause so much trouble?
She had also been here for 3 or 4 years, and had never needed to be personally approached by the Minister of Scouting because of a junior Imperial Beastmaster. Even more so, he had never heard of a junior Imperial Beastmaster being able to capture black slime worms alive. Tell you what, Zhou Xian, you use my name to apply for a crystal box. Built from the mineral crystals of a rank 4 demonic beast, it was impossible for a rank 1 black slime worm to crash through. Also, have that Chen Fei come over here too.
Okay, Minister.
Zhou Xian gave a military salute and retreated. It wasn't until Zhou Yan left that Xie spoke again. Old Chang, it seems that your medical department has really picked up a treasure. Cheng Jingjing's face was dark. You're the one who's old, your whole family is old. My old lady, I'm not even married yet, how can I be old?
Thanks for looking. Listen to your own words. Are the spears not contradictory? Are they not conflicting?
As for how talented Chen Fei is, we still have to see him in person to be sure. It didn't take long for Chen Fei to push the door open.
Cheng Jingjing's attention was on Chen Fei's cultivation.
With her strength at the clan master level, it was still quite easy for her to see Chen Fei's strength. It was just this look that really gave her some pause. At this time, Chen Fei surprisingly already had a primary 9th rank, and it was still a very full kind. I'm afraid that breaking through to an intermediate Imperial Beast Master would just be a matter of these few days. When he had just arrived, Cheng Jingjing clearly remembered that he was only at beginner level 2.
After doing this math, this little guy's talent was even stronger than his own?
When Cheng Jingjing took 2 months to become an intermediate Royal Beast Master, she was already called a genius by her family.
Then this Chen Fei, isn't he the best of the geniuses?
It took a while for Cheng Jingjing to suppress the surprise in her heart before she spoke. Chen Fei, this Minister of Reconnaissance, Xie, he's looking for you for something.
Good day, Minister Xie.
This person Chen Fei knows something, and his parents have a great relationship. Strength is also extremely strong, once reached the peak of the Zongshi level, but unfortunately also died in the hands of the number 9 evil king.
Xie smiled brightly. I'm a person who has never been one to beat around the bush, so I'll just say what I have to say.
As far as I know, 23 of my 120 scouting squads have been equipped with your 10,000 poison compulsion. I'm sure your 10,000 poison compass does have some skills, otherwise they wouldn't have taken it so seriously.
Can you let Minister Chang and I see it as well?
Chen Fei didn't know what the two wanted to do, but letting Xiao Gu be completely exposed to the eyes of the two, that couldn't be done either. Seeing Chen Fei's hesitation, Xie once again spoke. Don't worry, we are not digging into the bottom of your beast pet, we just want to see its antidote to poison, just how strong it is. If it's appropriate, I'd like each scouting squad to be equipped with a wand poison compass. It was at this moment that Chen Fei realized where Xie was coming from. In the next second, he summoned the Ancient One, which was sufficient for this occasion. With the increase in strength, Gui's body had obviously grown a few points.
Xie and Cheng Jingjing could clearly feel a fury if any on their bodies.
Must not have done much killing in a while.
Xie snorted and had 2 poisonous demonic beasts brought in.
This one is a level 2, 7th ranked Red Lotus Inferno Butterfly, and a common demonic beast in the middle of the 100U mountain range. As for this one, it's a level 3, rank 1 ghost-faced poison spider, distributed at the junction between the middle zone and the inner perimeter of the Baiyue mountain range. After the introduction, Xia looked at Chen Fei. If your 10,000 poison compass can even cure the poison of these 2 heads, then it would be a very good aid to our scouting section. Chen Fei pretended to hesitate, and only after a while did he speak. Give it a try, I also want to know where Xiao Gu's limits are.
Alright. Xia's eyes lit up. He naturally hoped that Chen Fei wouldn't back down.
Under the control of the other soldiers, the Red Lotus Inferno Butterfly flapped its wings and scattered some tiny pollen-like particles. These particles were precisely the toxins of the Red Lotus Inflammation Butterfly. No matter if it was inhaled by demonic beasts or humans, their internal organs would experience a strong burning sensation, and if they were not treated in time, they would die from lack of water, belonging to the level 2 poison. Ancient One, start eating away at the inferno poison, but eat away a little slower and act a little tougher. Even now, Chen Fei didn't know where Xiao Gu's limits were. But he knew that this level 2 elemental poison was all just a small meaning to Xiao Gu, who possessed an adept level silkworm. Knowing that, Chen Fei still had to let Gui pretend for a bit, acting too relaxed, but rather a bit over-exaggerated. It took a full 10 minutes for Gui to eat up that little bit of inflammatory poison. This efficiency, to be honest, was not fast, in line with CSN and Chang Jingjing's mental expectations. After all, no matter how, this was a first-class beast. Even if it was strong, how strong could it be? Should we try the poison of this level 3 Ghostface poison spider again? Chen Fei waved his hand repeatedly before smiling bitterly. Don't bother Minister Xia, just now Xiao Gu told me that this Red Lotus Inferno butterfly is already at its limit. The poison of a 3rd level demonic beast, it's better not to touch it, it's across 2 big classes. After Chen Fei said this, the two of them then reacted. Yes. If this 10,000 poisonous compass can even cure the poison of a 3rd level beast, it is indeed across 2 levels and can only be described as terrifying. Chapter 13, Singing in Hades. Even though there was no way to cure the poison of a 3rd grade demonic beast, it still made Xia happy. Not bad, quite good. This 10,000 poison compass can cure the poison of a grade 2 beast when it's only grade 1 now. When it reaches level 2, won't it be able to cure level 3 poisons? That way, those soldiers of mine can go deep into the middle ground without having to circle around outside all day. Some scouting squads also go deeper into the middle ground, provided they bring toxic healers. But people have to cultivate too, they can't follow them around every day. Now Chen Fei's beast pet had opened Xia's eyes to the possibilities. Chen Fei, this 10,000 poisonous compass of yours should have the ability to split or reproduce. I'll reserve a batch first. Remember to equip all my squads with one when it gets to level 2. Before Chen Fei could open his mouth to speak, he was forcefully interrupted by Chang Jingjing. I say Xia-sun, this is too much for you. Getting my people to do work for you, and you don't come up with any favors? It turned out that Chang Jingjing was asking for favors for Chen Fei. Chen Fei was not good at opening this mouth, but she, Chang Jingjing, did not spoil the other party. Xia pressed his hand, signaling Chang Jingjing to calm down a bit. How could I not be prepared? But we still need to see what supplies Chen Fei needs. How could Chen Fei refuse such a good thing? I'm going to save up my contribution value to exchange for martial arts. Xiao Gu's growth, the current kill value is already enough, and martial arts is an important way for Chen Fei to improve himself and protect himself. Prioritize it. Xia Sen and Chang Jingjing glanced at Chen Fei in surprise, both not expecting this little guy to want to dual cultivate imperial beasts and martial arts. There are many such people, but more often than not they end up doing nothing. Chang Jingjing still opened her mouth and advised, Chen Fei, human energy is limited after all. If you are greedy for everything, the road ahead will be difficult. After all, he was his own soldier, and he was also a highly talented person. Chang Jingjing didn't want him to go astray. Chen Fei knew Chang Jingjing's good intentions, but he had his own plans. I know, Minister, but I still want to try. Chang Jingjing opened her mouth and finally said nothing. It's just that it's Chen Qingyun's son anyway. It's none of my business. Since Chen Fei had requested it, it would be good for Xia-sun to do it. I have 2 options. One is to rent a level 2 10,000 poisonous compass at 5 points of contribution value per month. If the strength of the parasite increases, the contribution value increases. Option 2, in addition to those above, I can utilize my personal authority to allow you to directly select a level 2 martial art. It was important to know that level 2 martial arts required at least 1,000 contribution points. Provided, that is, as long as you transfer to recon. Since Chen Fei's 10,000 poison compass was able to detoxify 2nd level poisons, it was highly likely that it could also kill 2nd level beasts. Possessing the ability to kill strongly over the level, ask any officer who doesn't want to cultivate it properly. Chang Jingjing's face directly blackened by an octave, even with a hint of fury, the kind that was ready to tear people apart at any time. Could you Xia-san, robbing my soldiers in front of me? Singing in Hades, you're number 1. Xia touched his nose in embarrassment. This was indeed unorthodox. But if Chen Fei could get into the scouting department, it would be more convenient to have the 10,000 poisonous compass to cooperate in the future, not to mention how convenient it would be. You can't restrict his freedom, let him choose. Chang Jingjing directly exploded, choose a fart, the soldiers under my mother, off your reconnaissance department has nothing to do. One more word and I'll blow you out. No, old Chung, you reason a little, okay? The two of them pinched each other like this, looking at Chen Fei in a daze. Especially Chang Jingjing, on the surface looks one quiet, one's fierce. I'm afraid that fierce men have to be afraid of 3 times. That. Chen Fei was tempted to interrupt them as he realized that without realizing it, the kill value had risen to 10,000 points, and he was still in a hurry to distribute it. Chang Jingjing and Xie Sun both looked over to hear what Chen Fei had to say. Chen Fei took a deep breath. I appreciate Minister Xie's favor. But I still prefer the Ministry of Healing a bit more, so I'll go with the first option. The scouting department was indeed a good place to frequent the Baiyue mountain range, earning kill values conveniently. But there are so many rules for scouting squads, with fixed scouting ranges, and even more fixed time periods to go out, and fixed time periods to come back in. Chen Fei didn't want to be bound by these rules even if he really wanted to enter the Baiyue mountain range later on. Chang Jingjing's face looked a lot better. Finally, it was not a waste of her bitter words. Xie could only say a dark sigh of pity. In that case, then the first option. It wasn't long before Xie got up to take his leave, leaving only Chang Jingjing and Chen Fei behind. Chen Fei, are you sure you want to practice martial arts at the same time? Chang Jingjing asked again in a serious tone. She still hoped that Chen Fei could consider it carefully. Chen Fei didn't hesitate and decisively reached, I want to study it for self-defense. Chang Jingjing fell silent as she habitually tapped on the table to think about the problem. Only after a while did Chang Jingjing speak, since Xie Sun used a level 2 martial art to dig you up, then I can't be too stingy either. Tell you what, using my personal authority, you can go pick a level 2 martial art. Once you realize that martial arts will hold you back, I hope you can stop in time. Chen Fei was overjoyed. Thank you, Minister. How could one not want this kind of benefit for nothing? Immediately afterward, Chen Fei quickly went into the middle of the martial arts collection and began to search for a suitable martial art for himself. Explosive Inflammation Finger, Grade 2 Fire Attribute Technique, with proficiency mentioned as flawless, can point a finger through a Grade 4 demon beast, and can even fight against a demon king. Remarks, can only be learned by those who possess the fire attribute. Thunder Battle Armor, Grade 2 Thunder Attribute Technique, at the time of its completion, one's body will be covered in thunder armor, which cannot be broken by an ordinary demon king. Note, requires the thunder attribute to learn. After a cursory glance, the martial arts are still very restrictive. Humans themselves possessed the thunder attribute, which was few and far between, so this thunder battle armor was basically unlearned. And even if one were to learn it, one would have to reach flawless level proficiency to spar with the demon king for a bit, which was too difficult. Some people could not cultivate it to the flawless level even after gathering their entire life's efforts. What's more, for Chen Fei, these martial arts were followed by a string of non-assassin lineage feats, attributes not possessed by the contracted person, and may not be boosted using kill value. It was even if the beast pet needed the assassin lineage, he himself needed to learn the assassin lineage technique. Sometimes it's just add up. There was no way around it. Chen Fei could only honestly go in search of the assassin lineage technique. Ghostly Shadow Steps, a level 2 assassin martial art that allows you to weave in and out of the shadows, approaching the opponent with great speed and stance, seeking to kill them with a single blow. The Illusory Sound Technique, capable of emitting psychedelic sound waves, causing people to briefly enter an illusory state before attacking and killing them. The Mist Concealment Technique, which utilizes the water vapor in heaven and earth to form a fog to conceal one's form and breath. Hidden Elemental Technique, practicing this technique, you can hide your cultivation and strength, allowing your enemies to misjudge you. Minor achievers can conceal their beast pet's scent, flavor, and killing aura. The great achievers could even conceal their own and their beast pet's forms. These 4 were the second-level assassin techniques that Chen Fei could see eye to eye with and did not overlap with Xiao Gu's abilities. The first book required the use of shadows, had significant limitations and drawbacks, and was eliminated without much consideration. In the future there is a definite need to go into the creepy mist, and then learn the misty hidden art, which clashes without much need. What gives Chen Fei a headache are the second and fourth books. Chapter 14 Intermediate Imperial Beast Master. Phantasmagoria majors in illusion, and illusion is a good choice of direction to go, no matter how useful it is in any situation. The hidden elemental technique wasn't bad either, whether it was concealing one's cultivation, or concealing one's killing aura and figure, it was perfect for a qualified assassin. Compared to the illusory sound technique, the hidden elemental technique would be simpler to begin with, it was just that it was more difficult to go further up the ladder. Other people might not be able to go any further after practicing to a small degree, but Chen Fei did not have that limitation. And to the point where you can cloak your form, there are still many limitations, but that's still cloaking. Who can resist the temptation that comes with stealth? Just pick it. After picking out the hidden elemental technique, Chen Fei incidentally spent 200 contribution value to exchange for the most ordinary space ring. Compared to the Holy Scripture, this was trash. The space inside was only 10 cubic meters in size, and you couldn't bring live animals. But there was always something to do, or else it wouldn't make sense to have so many things appear out of thin air, and then they quickly returned to the dormitory.
Current kill value balance, 10,200.
Without half a moment's hesitation, Chen Fei directly extracted 10,000 kill value and used it on himself. The moment the red light didn't enter Chen Fei's body, he felt that his vision was becoming clearer, and it seemed that the visual distance was further away.
Chen Fei.
Cultivation level is raised from primary 9th order Imperial Beast intermediate 1st order Imperial Beast Master.
Comparative advantage. 1. Unlock a new beast pet bit.
2. Physical resistance, speed, and strength are substantially increased. Note, Intermediate Sentinel requires 5,000 kill value per rank upgrade. Intermediate 9th Order Imperial Beastmaster Advanced 1st Order Imperial Beastmaster requires 50,000 kill value.
Chen Fei clenched his fist, feeling that his strength was much greater than before.
However, he wasn't a body refiner after all, and with his current physical strength, he could only go and fight with demonic beasts below level 1, rank 5.
A demonic beast of the same level could completely abuse Chen Fei himself.
For the second beast pet position, Chen Fei would need to make a good selection. The higher the qualification, the better, and save wasting kill value to upgrade. However, the priority now was to upgrade Xiao Gu to a level 2 beast.
Releasing Gui out of the city once again, while searching for Gu'er.
The Thunder Pupil Ape controlled by Gu'er had now risen to level 2, stage 5, and with its strong thunder skills, it was basically at the level of an overlord in the periphery. Totally have that strength to help Ancient One find a better parasitic object. This parasitic object Chen Fei did not want the body to be too large, but it needed to be strong enough.
That way you can always have it with you when you need it, and it's a good bodyguard. There it is. Level 2, 7th ranked Aqua Mantis.
At nighttime, its abdomen emits a turquoise, ghostly light, forming a ghostly face to frighten its enemies. In fact, the bioluminescent mantis was a rare light possessor in the Baiwa mountain range.
Can use light for attack, defense, and even healing, very versatile.
But when it is comprehensive, it also means that there is not too prominent side, so the qualification is also weaker than the Thunder Pupil Ape. Before the Thunder Pupil Ape could even get close, a thunderbolt came through the air, nearly roasting the bright light mantis on the outside. However, the bi-light mantis reacted quickly healing itself and covering itself with a multi-layered defensive light shield. At the sight of the Thunder Pupil Ape's massive body, the Aqua Light Mantis didn't show any weakness and flung out a light blade. The Thunder Pupil Ape's hardened flesh was unexpectedly cut out as well.
Roar!
The Thunder Pupil Ape was furious, pounding his chest to show his displeasure before he began a wild bombardment.
Wherever the two beasts went, countless weak demonic beasts suffered.
Kill a first level 5th order rock armor scorpion, plus 5 kill value. Killing a first level 6th order thorn spider gives plus 5 to the kill value.
That's fine.
Looking at the constantly rising kill value, Chen Fei was also very emotional. If it wasn't for the fact that the blue light mantis was 2 steps higher than the Thunder Pupil Ape, I'm afraid that it would have lost to the Thunder Pupil Ape. Now that the combat strength is about the same, it's all about grinding until whichever side can hold out. But don't forget that besides the Thunder Pupil Ape, Gui was also watching from the sidelines.
Just as the blue light mantis light shield ruptured, revealing the wounds in its flesh, Gui seized the opportunity and sprayed a poisonous liquid out. This venom is not simple.
After Chen Fei's research, it had fused the illusion poison of the psychedelic grass, the paralyzing compulsion poison of the phantom moon compound, as well as a number of 7 or 8 toxins to form a special kind of neurotoxin. Although it was only a level 2 poison and not very strong, it could create a certain illusion while paralyzing the flesh, and could completely hard control the opponent for a period of time. The downside is that it needs to come in contact with the wound, or enter through the mouth. This poison was very similar to the effects of the toxins of some mushrooms, thus it was called by Chen Fei, Mushroom One.
The blue light mantis completely failed to notice Gui's presence and accidentally fell into the path. The moment its body was paralyzed, it knew it was going to be cold.
As expected, the Thunder Pupil Ape knocked the bright mantis unconscious with a jumping explosive hammer. Fiorucci took this opportunity to parasitize just in time, and kept using his corpse control skills. Nay, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, and Gui had not succeeded in controlling the corpse even after he had used up his aura. Chen Fei wasn't in a hurry at least parasitizing within the aquamarine mantis, the aura that could be eaten up was even more sufficient than the Thunder Pupil Ape. In this way, Chen Fei did as he had done, letting the thunder pupillate lead the other small 10,000 poisonous compulsions to find the stronger demonic beasts and the black slimeworms one by one. Whether it was parasitism or corpse control, it could maximize the efficiency of strength enhancement. At the back, a large portion of the area that Su Kuei's squad patrolled and scouted had a large portion of the level 2 beasts parasitized or corpse controlled. It was only at this moment that Xiaogu truly realized how terrifying Chen Fei was. The way you're deploying it, I think in a while you could even just start a small beast wave, right? Hearing Xiaogu's words, Chen Fei's eyes revealed a ghostly starlight before revealing an unfathomable smile. Don't you think this is interesting? If anyone tries to deal with me, I'll directly pounce on them with an army of demonic beasts and see if they panic. Shameless. Insidious. Kogu was full of sighs, but such a master is very much to the liking. Why fight alone when you can fight in a group? Chen Fei's deployment completely made up for the shortcomings of the 10,000 poisonous compass in single combat. Besides, the 10,000 poisonous compass clan, had never taken the shameless route. If you can parasitize, why do you need to train yourself? At this moment, the 10,000 poisonous compass somewhat understood Chen Fei. Thanks for the compliment. Chen Fei smiled and accepted Xiaogu's contempt. If it was in his previous life, if someone had said this about himself, Chen Fei would have been furious. But in the present, he would only feel it as a compliment. What's wrong with sinister? What's wrong with shameless? The more despicable tactics that would allow him to quickly increase his strength, the more despicable tactics he could use. Taking advantage of the 10,000 poisonous parasites on the occasion of Chen Fei has changed his view. Chen Fei continued to explore with it in-depth discussion, so that each other more understanding of understanding. Night. Chen Fei began to hug and gnaw on the hidden yuan technique. In his previous life, he had also practiced a defensive martial art, and knew that the cultivation of martial arts required the introduction of aura into the place of the dantian first, which would then go from the dantian to the limbs and bones, forming a cycle. Some specific gong methods even had to unlock the acupoints on the human body, which was incredibly complicated. He didn't have much talent in martial arts, and he couldn't even make it to the mastery level of proficiency. Now with the assassin's cannon, there was no need to make it so complicated, just get started and leave the rest all to the kill value. In this way, he could have more time to train Xiaogu. Just when Chen Fei was interpreting the hidden yuan technique word by word, a phone call came over. Chapter 15, Return quickly. The murderer has been identified. Little Fei, there's a clue to what you asked us to look into. On the other end of the phone, it was none other than Chen Xingyun. Chen Fei sat up straight all of a sudden. There were only 3 things that he had asked Chen Xingyun to look into. One was the source of the 10,000 poisonous compulsions, and the other was the way that the floating dreams were sold. The last one, the first to betray humanity in the former celestial green city. It was called Listening to the Rain Dock, a high-class clubhouse. Although he didn't know if this Listening to the Rain Dock had anything to do with the Jiang Yi incident, Chen Fei still divided them together. Even if it really wasn't related, it would be good to clear out the hearing rain dock in advance. Dad, what have you found out? Chen Fei's tone carried some seriousness. Chen Xingyun slowly explained what he knew. Little Fei, we didn't find out much. After all, Floating Dream was a potion that had been banned more than a decade ago, and it was impossible for it to circulate in the market. The only thing left to circulate this item is the black market. My men did check out a bizarre presence on the black market, calling himself the Sower, who seems to have more contraband there. Sowers? Chen Fei had a questioning look on his face. He hadn't heard of this person's existence in his previous life. But it was also true that he had been in the army since he left Tianqing City with an injury, so it was normal for him not to know. And Chen Xingyun added, the Listening Rain Dock you asked me to look into has a complicated composition. There are quite a few dignitaries in there, and even some military personnel signing up for membership there. The person behind the scenes who can afford to open this kind of high-class club is definitely not simple, and should not be offended easily. I had also planned to withdraw the people back, but I unexpectedly found that the Sower had entered the hearing rain dock through the back door after disguising himself. At that moment, I felt that something wasn't quite right with this hearing rain dock. Chen Fei exhaled heavily. Sure enough, he ended up getting involved with the hearing rain dock. If one wants to take the plunge into the mists and become a betrayer, what is the most important thing one needs to do? Of course it's destroying, it's stifling genius, it's creating chaos. Following this line of thought, then strangling Jiang Yi would become inevitable. And he, Chen Fei, was only the most miserable and insignificant victim in this bureau.
The corner of Chen Fei's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. If there was one, let me guess, was there also a teacher who had once entered this listening rain dock? That's right. Chen Qingyun's affirmative reply came from the other end of the phone. The corners of Chen Fei's eyes rose slightly, and a cold light flashed. Is it Song Gong or Shuelei? Neither. This news made Chen Fei's face stiffen. Had he guessed wrong? If not those two, then who the hell else? Those were the only ones who could make Zhang Yi drink a floating dream without any defense. What information am I missing?
Chen Fei's brows knitted into a ball, his face revealing an unspeakable unwillingness and suppression. Sensing that Chen Fei was not in a very good mood, Chen Qingyun comforted, "Little Fei, don't worry, this sower has been under our surveillance. Sooner or later, he will reveal himself one day. In addition to telling you this today, I have good news for you. Jiang Nan was not only a king-level royal beast master, but also the president of the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. This time, you helped Jiang Yi escape, so you are also considered to have done the Jiang family a favor. That's why he promised to let you go to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce to pick any A-grade beast pet egg. A class beast pet eggs? How can this be good?" Only after hearing this did Chen Fei's face look a few points better. Anyway, his second beast pet bit was unlocked, so there was no harm in checking it out. Even if it doesn't fit your needs, then it's a good choice for mom and dad. If you can't, it's good to sell it to earn some spirit stones. The currency circulating in the Imperial Spirit Continent was spirit stones. After all, no matter if it was a beast master, a demonic beast or a martial artist, they all needed to draw aura from spirit stones. Spirit stones are further categorized into upper, middle and lower grades, as well as extreme spirit stones. One medium-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 lower-grade spirit stones, and the other categories were divided in order. An AB-grade beast pet could be sold for 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. An A-grade beast pet could be sold for 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As for S-class beast pets, they were usually only traded with top-grade spirit stones, or very high-grade spirit stones, and they were still the kind that had a price without a market. Now the Jiang family is going to give an A-class beast pet egg, little cutie. It's only then that you won't want it. I know, Dad, I'll be back in a couple days. Okay, be safe. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fei pinched his brow and had a bit of a headache. It's always so catching when things go off the expected path. That's just it, I don't want to think about it. Let's raise our strength first, only then can we respond to all changes with no change. After assigning Xiaogu a task, Chen Fei once again studied the hidden yuan technique. September 16th. The train has arrived at the station, please change carefully. As the door opened, Chen Fei walked into the compartment and found his seat to sit down. Another half a month had passed since Chen Qingyun's call. Chen Fei was almost ready before he set off on his return journey. A closer look revealed that the carriage was basically full of students. Students, this time when we go to participate in the 3 schools exchange tournament, our main opponent is still Tianqing Academy, so let's digest the information about our opponents first. There were a few powerful seedlings in their freshman class. Shangguan Shihua, an intermediate 3rd-ranked beast master, with 2 A-ranked beast pets that could attack and defend, very difficult to deal with. Chu Lai, intermediate 3rd-ranked beast royalist, also 2 A-ranked beast pets, but one of them was a thunder-attributed demonic beast with extremely high damage. The first person of freshman year, Su Kan, an intermediate 5th-rank Imperial Beast Master, had defeated all the people in his year group with only 1 Imperial Beast Master until now. No one knows what his second beast pet is yet. However, it's certain that his first beast pet was a grade A eagle tiger beast. The eagle tiger beast had the body and head of a tiger, but the sharp claws and wings of an eagle. A combination of elemental, flight, and sonic, all in one. In particular, the flight department dominated the sky and was very difficult to deal with. That teacher added a few more words: ordinary people are awakened at the age of 18, but there are some exceptions. This Su Chan had awakened early when he was still 2 months away from turning 18. Imperial Beast Masters who had awakened early all had an advantage in that they had been cultivating for a longer period of time than others. That eagle tiger beast was most likely just his second beast pet and not his main pet. So when it comes to exchange matches, remember to play hard with your opponent. When Chen Fei heard this, he didn't have the heart to continue. He had long since passed the age of such petty fights. However, it was only at this point that he understood the strength of the Imperial Beast Masters of the same grade. I didn't realize that the strongest ones were already at intermediate Imperial Beast Master level 5, this speed was really not slow. He himself was only an intermediate 3rd-ranked Imperial Beast Master under the constant enhancement of utilizing his kill value. If there was no sacred canon in place, it was hard to say whether Chen Fei would be able to sprint to intermediate Imperial Beastmaster right now. Opening his cell phone, Chen Fei saw a new message. Hurry back to Shanghai Academy. The murderer has been identified. Chapter 16, I was just passing by. Seeing the message from Chun Xingyun, Chen Fei sat up straight violently. Did you find the killer? This is too sudden, isn't it? I wanted to come straight home, but now it seems that I must make a trip to the Tianqing Academy. Half an hour later, the train arrived at the station. Chen Fei got off the bus with the crowd, and then took a step towards Shanghai Academy. Wait, that person isn't a student of our Thousand Peaks Academy, our deployment just now was heard by him. Lu Xiaohu pointed at Chen Fei in the front and back and gritted his teeth. The others also reacted and hurriedly went after them, surrounding Chen Fei. Classmate, are you a student of Shanghai Academy? Chen Fei was stunned for a moment, sort of. Except for a few days when school started, the rest of his time was spent on the front line, and his upbringing could be said to have had little to do with Mountain and Sea Academy. Lu Xiaohu narrowed his eyes and asked, we are students of Thousand Peaks Academy, I don't know which year you are in, can you show us the way? Chen Fei didn't doubt it, first years, the place you're going to should be in the west area's battlefield, turn left as you enter and pass a lake and you'll be there. Lu Xiaohu and the others had a look of determination after hearing this. You really are an undercover agent sent by the Mountain and Sea Academy, aren't you, to find out our strengths and deployments first, so you can go back and make arrangements, right? That's right, Mountain and Sea Academy is really good at calculating. You guys can't afford to lose. It's also true that in this 3-school exchange tournament, the winning side gets to represent Tianqing City in the 100 Cities competition, so you guys are doing everything you can. Chen Fei? What the hell? A 3-school exchange tournament? A 100 city contest? It's so complicated. What's it to me? You've got it all wrong, I just happened to be passing by, I didn't mean to listen to your speech. After saying that, Chen Fei turned around and wanted to leave, with no intention of staying. 7. Stop him. Lu Xiaohu and the others were still angry, and they would not rest until Chen Fei gave a statement. He then had a wood-type 7-star vine monster use its entanglement skill to leave Chen Fei behind. Suddenly, a burst of turquoise light flashed across Chen Fei's body, that was the light shield of the turquoise light mantis taking effect. Chen Fei's face darkened. These people are still getting an inch? The aquamarine mantis appeared out of thin air on Chen Fei's shoulder. The moment it came out, a smell of blood poured out, causing the approaching Lu Xiaohu and the others to freeze after it. This was a baleful aura that could only be left behind after killing an unknown number of living beings, and it was completely not something that a student like Lu Xiaohu could block. Without the need for Chen Fei's command, the aquamarine mantis first used the cage of light, and the light blade was then flung out as well. Nowadays, the aquamarine mantis had just come to the second level 8th rank. How could it be that the opponent's second level 3rd rank 7-star vine monster could touch the porcelain? It couldn't even dodge a cage past it, let alone a faster light blade. This was still Chen Fei letting the aquamarine mantis hold back, otherwise this strike could have directly caused the 7-star vine monster to be seriously injured. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, and by the time Lu Xiaohu and the others reacted, Chen Fei had already disappeared. How are you doing, 7? Lu Xiaohu crouched down to inspect the 7-star vine monster's injuries, but found traces of light-based healing on it. It must have been left by that bright mantis. This made Lu Xiaohu a few points of helplessness, but also with a few points of celebration. What are you all stopping here for? Tao Zhou, the lead teacher, rushed over with the second graders, only to find the group all huddled together. In response to Tao Zhou, there was a silence. Tao Zhou was screaming, "What is it that makes it so difficult for you guys to talk about?" Seeing that no one opened their mouths, Lu Xiaohu hardened his head. "Teacher Tao, just now there happened to be a first-year student of Shanghai Academy in our carriage. We were afraid that he would hear the deployment just now, so we tried to keep him behind. As a result, the other party summoned a level 2, Order 8 Bylight Mantis. The previous things were ignored by Tao Zhou until the second level 8th rank made Tao Zhou's eyes involuntarily flash a few times. He asked seriously, "Are you guys sure it's a level 2, Order 8? Okay." Everyone spoke in unison. "And where does this man's strength go?" "I don't know." Tao Boat. "You fought with others and you still don't know what they're capable of? Bunch of idiots. It's not really their fault." Chen Fei had long since raised the hidden Yuan technique to the skillful level. Even senior Imperial Beast Masters could not necessarily tell Chen Fei's cultivation, let alone these intermediate Imperial Beast Masters. This was just a small episode, but it left a few moments of gloom in the first years of Thousand Peaks Academy. The intermediate 5th ranked Su Cans gave them a headache, and now there was an intermediate 8th ranked Chen Fei.
Is there a need for such an exchange match to continue?
Chen Fei didn't have the time to pay attention to this group of people and rushed quickly to the school's reception room. Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xingyun, Zhang Yi and her father Zhang Nan were already here. As Chen Fei pushed his way in, the gazes of the crowd followed. The hidden Yuan technique was only at the skillful level, and could block the insights of a senior royal beast master's ground, but not a patriarchal royal beast master, let alone a king-level royal beast master, Zhang Nan. Chen Xingyun and Xia Zishue glanced at each other. Little Fei, this is already an intermediate-level imperial beast master?
The speed isn't slow.
The more talented Chen Fei was, the happier they were naturally.
Zhang Nan was also scrutinizing Chen Fei from afar, and he had a few curiosities about this lad.
After all, there weren't many people left who could make Zhang Yi hang on to her. Especially when Zhang Yi relayed Chen Fei's words in their entirety, Zhang Nan realized that Chen Fei was far more mature than someone his age. While Zhang Yi didn't dare to speculate the murderer towards the teacher, Chen Fei dared and was determined. As for Zhang Yi, when she saw Chen Fei again, she was a bit helpless. This guy finally appeared.
Since everyone is here, can a few of you state your intentions?
Sitting in the main seat was the principal of Mountain and Sea Academy, Su Shanhai. His hair was half white, and he was kind but with a touch of majesty.
Shanhai College was named after him.
Originally, he hadn't planned to show up, but since Zhang Nan had come, it would be somewhat unreasonable for him not to show up.
It's a long story, let's let old brother Chen speak. Zhang Nan threw his gaze at Chen Xingyun. Chen Xingyun wasn't polite either. Does the principal know about this place, Hearing Rain Dock?
Su Shanhai squinted his eyes to recall a bit before gently shaking his head, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. Seeing this, Chen Xingyun did not say anything more, but switched to another topic, giving the whole story of the incident of the floating dream.
There's even such a thing?
Su Shanhai was also surprised. The fact that someone was setting up his own students in his own school gave Su Shanhai the feeling of being slapped in the face. He wouldn't have even known about any of this if his parents hadn't come to him. After pondering for a moment, Su Shanhai sighed quietly. Since you guys came looking after a month or so, you must have gained something, right?
Chapter 17, Soul Torture.
Chen Xingyun solemnly said, with the strength of classmate Zhang Yi's advanced 5th rank, there aren't many people of her age who are her match.
Anyone who could do these things outside of her perception must not be a simple person.
That's why our suspicions are directed at none other than the teachers at Shanghai Academy. Not only that, but we made a point of investigating the source of the floating dream. It was found to be in the hands of a traitor named Sower. Speaking here, Chen Xingyun purposely paused to see if Su Shanhai had any special reactions. As usual, Su Shanhai's brows furrowed into a Chuan character without much reaction. Only after not being able to see anything did Chen Xingyun continue. This Sower is very special, to the point of being able to enter a high-class clubhouse like the Hearing Rain Dock. As far as I know, there are also quite a few teachers at Mountain and Sea Academy who are members of Hearing Rain Dock. Having said that, it was already quite clear, and Su Shanhai had already connected the causes and consequences in his head. The teacher of Shanghai Academy, who bought floating life from the Sower at listening to the Rain Dock, and later used it to design Zhang Yi. Su Shanhai was so angry that he smashed up the table. Which teacher did this? It's simply a disgrace to Shanghai Academy.
Tell me straight, old brother Chen, no matter who it is, I won't take half a side.
However, he heard Chen Xingyun veto. The only two teachers who contacted Ms. Zhang that night were Song Gong and Shui Lei. However, neither of these two ever entered the Hearing Rain Dock. I had someone check the relationships of the two teachers and found that no one close to them had any connection to Hearing Rain Dock.
Su Shanhai's expression was a bit stunned. Wait, why am I getting more and more confused the more I hear this? You mean that this matter was not done by the teachers of the Mountain and Sea Academy?
If not for the presence of so many people, Su Shanhai would have flatly and directly exploded. Feelings you round half a day, and the teachers of the Mountain and Sea Academy is not half a penny relationship, then you pull so much bull. Oh. Chen Fei, however, perked up his ears at this moment, knowing that the next step was the focus.
Sure enough, the next second verified his thoughts.
Chen Xingyun paused before continuing his narration. Although Mr. Song has nothing to do with listening to the Rain Dock, it was indeed his doing. These words could confuse both Chen Fei and Su Shanhai. Seeing their incomprehensible expressions, Chen Xingyun just faintly said, "Just let Mr. Song know." Su Shanhai made a direct call over to have Song Gong called over.
The slightly blonde and somewhat balding Song Gong arrived at the reception room and saw Chen Qingyun, Jiang Nan, and the others. He was only slightly stunned for a moment before he came to Su Shanhai with a big smile. "I wonder what the principal is looking for me for." Su Shanhai directly passed over with a mighty pressure. "Song Gong, what did you do on the day of the welcome party?"
Song Gong's smile remained unchanged. "That day, of course I was preparing for the party," Shuelei can testify.
Su Shanhai asked again, "Then Shuelei was by your side the entire time?" "That's not true." Song Bao answered truthfully. "In other words, you took advantage of Shuelei's absence and drugged student Jiang Yi." Song Gong's pupils dilated, a little stunned. "How can it be? I've never been a bright and open person. How could I possibly do this kind of unseemly thing?" Su Shanhai looked towards Chen Qingyun, signaling that the next matter would be left to them. This time, the one who walked out was Xia Zixue. Only to see her summon a level 4, stage 3 deer-type demonic beast. About the size of a normal deer, covered with patterns, the most eye-catching part is its antlers, which are twined with greenery and have colorful colored flowers. This was by far the best-looking demonic beast Chen Fei had ever seen, directly attracting the gaze of Jiang Yi next to him, who simply couldn't resist. Xia Zixue gently stroked the beast pet's head. "This is the flower fairy deer, which can recognize hearts. It senses whenever you lie." "Oh, exempt." Chen Fei directly gave Xia Zixue a thumbs up and shouted in his heart, "Old mom cowhide." The skill of being able to discern hearts and minds belongs to the support system. It doesn't do much in normal situations, but it's certainly the most applicable skill at the moment. Surprisingly, Song Gong remained very calm. "If you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door, so ask away." The atmosphere of the scene was instantly depressing for a few moments. Xia Zixue was also frowning, but things had come to a head and had to continue. "Let me ask you, on the day of the orientation party, did you drug Jiang Yi in the same way?" "No." "Did you put a ban on Jiang Yi?" "No." When several questions passed in a row, the flower fairy deer shook its head, proving that it was not lying. "It's starting to get a little tricky." Chen Fei's eyes were filled with gravity. The way things were going, they were already off the established track. Just as he was confused, Jiang Nan stood up. "It's better if I do it." When Xia Zixue saw that Jiang Nan was about to make a move, she put back the flower fairy deer. Only Jiang Nan summoned a demonic beast in the shape of a tiger, only that this demonic beast was burning with empty green flames on its periphery, making it too difficult to see its exact appearance. If Chen Fei hadn't guessed correctly, it was soul fire. With such a rare opportunity to get up close and personal with a rank 5 demon king, Chen Fei hurriedly flipped through the holy canon. Glittering soul beast. Strength, 5th level, 2nd order. Attributes, illusionist, soul, assassin. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Soul torture. People lie, memories lie, but souls don't lie. Proficiency, peak level. This skill causes irreversible damage to the person being used. Do not use it indiscriminately. 2. Soul shackles. Using invisible shackles to bind the souls of others, making them unable to act and torturing their souls. Proficiency, peak level. Chen Fei secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. The first feeling this message gave him was, so strong, so ridiculously strong. Every skill was an unsolvable existence. Was this a king-level powerhouse? Was this the battle power at the top of the continent? The second feeling is that I want it so bad. Being both soul and assassin, it fit perfectly with Chen Fei's contract criteria. While Chen Fei was still envious, Jiang Nan had already used soul torture on Song Gong. "Song Gong, let me ask you this, the night of the welcome party, did you poison Jiang Yi?" Down. Song Gong's soul, finally, fed back useful information. This caused Chen Fei, Jiang Yi to be a bit exhilarated. Is the truth finally coming back? Jiang Nan once again asked, "Why did you make a move against Jiang Yi and Chen Fei?" The words coming back from the soul were somewhat broken. "Break the path of genius. Our goal is Jiang Yi." Chen Fei was just dropping by, any other boy would have been fine. When he heard this, Chen Fei's teeth soured. "I already knew I was just going along for the ride, but you don't have to tell it." Instead, it was Jiang Yi on the side who was in the midst of endless dismay. The news fed back by Song Bao so far is surprisingly quite different from what Chen Fei has told us. Chapter 18 Listening to the Teachings of the Ancient Gods. Even Jiang Nan looked at Chen Fei a few more times. It was really the little guy's guess. The motivation is there, then the next thing is the source of the floating dream. So how did you get the floating dream?
When it came to this, Song Bao's expression was pained, as if something was tearing at his five senses.
Think it must be the negative damage from soul torture coming up. The floating dream was handed to me. Who? Chef. Everyone followed, the answer was too unexpected. Jiang Nan's brows furrowed along with him as he continued to pursue, which chef? I don't know. I've seen it for the first time too. Then why did he give you the floating dream? And who gave you the 1,000 poison compulsion? Also, what is your organization and who else is in it? He. Wei.
At this moment, Song Bao's soul was as bad as a computer going down, and nothing came out. Suddenly, Song Bao's soul shook for a moment, and then it unexpectedly cut off the control of the spotted soul beast in a hard way.
A wry smile suddenly appeared on Song Bao's face. Since you asked me in good faith, I'll be merciful and tell you.
We inhabit a zone where black and white are intertwined, gathering between chaos and order. We make a pilgrimage here to listen to the teachings of the ancient gods.
God says that all humans are evil and need arbitration. Ha 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 ha. An evil laugh drifted by. Do you believe me when I say I'm making this up?
The moment Song Bao finished speaking, empty cyan flames emerged from his body.
It was the soul burning itself out. But Song Bao was still smiling wryly as if he couldn't feel the pain. Jiang Nan's expression was obscure and uncertain before he sighed quietly, he's already dead.
Hearing this, a chill ran down the spine of everyone on the scene.
What kind of power was it that could control Song Bao's soul, cut off the connection with the glistening soul beast, and kill Song Bao in front of Jiang Nan, so that even Jiang Nan was too late to rescue him? What a fine thought.
No one's face was good at the scene, not afraid of a strong opponent, but afraid of facing the unknown. At this moment, it gave Chen Fei a feeling like a person stepping into the mist.
Everything is so helpless.
It wasn't until a while later that Jiang Nan was able to organize some of his thoughts. It's true that Song Gong is the murderer of the poison, but there's a good chance that he doesn't know that he's done this.
There are always special demonic beasts in this world that can control people's memories.
Song Bao had likely been hypnotized and subsequently hit with the skill, memory weaving.
So much so that Flower Fairy Deer can't tell right from wrong.
Because in Song Bao's memory, he hadn't done any of those things at all.
And that's why he can be so righteous.
Su Shanhai came to Song Bao and closed his eyes while having the body transported home. At the very least, his family needs to know what's going on. After transporting it away, Su Shanhai's expression remained ugly. After all, having something like this happen on his turf made him sit up a bit. Everyone, this force is very terrifying. Even the sovereign first-rank Song Bao was able to get hit, there must be a king-level royal beast master behind it. I would suggest that it would be better to eradicate it sooner rather than later, to prevent something more unpredictable from happening. Just as Su Shanhai finished this paragraph, a phone call came over. Chen Xingyun picked up the phone and turned on the speakerphone.
Report, we've attacked listening rain dock.
There's no one else in there except some of the clan sons who drink, a few officials, and some employees. Long after Song Gong's soul had admitted that he was the murderer, Chen Xingyun had his men move in. The result was obvious, and it was still a punt. Su Shanhai followed suit and fell silent. His offer was over before it had even begun. Seeing that the atmosphere was inexplicably depressing, Chen Fei tried to open his mouth. Dad and Mom, why are you guys so sure that the person who poisoned you is Song Gong and not someone else?
I can answer this one. Zhang Yi stepped forward. Remember the 1,000 poisonous parasites hidden in our hearts?
Of course I remember. Chen Fei had also asked Xiao Gu, but it was still an egg and had no impression of the outside world.
Is it different on the other end?
At that time, the 1,000 poisonous compass was only level 1, step 6, and its soul was still very weak, so it simply couldn't carry the soul torture of the glistening soul beast, and it would die directly. So for over a month, I kept cultivating the 1,000 poison compass until after the second level, when I tortured its soul.
Its results point to Mr. Song.
As expected, the strength of the compulsion that dealt with Jiang Yi was much higher, and by that time, it had long since become self-aware.
This 1,000 poison compass, too, has become a breach.
No, I should say the second break. The first break was fortunately the existence of the 1,000 poison compass, which allowed Chen Fei to contract. Otherwise the two families wouldn't be able to sit down together right now to pursue these matters. The many questions in Chen Fei's mind were solved quite a bit. He should have been happy, but his heart still sank.
The death of a Song Bao has unearthed an even more terrifying organization.
This gave Chen Fei the idea and urge to raise his strength as soon as possible.
Jiang Nan waved his hand. Alright, that's it for today, you two little ones just listen and don't make any noise to the public. You take Chen Fei to pick the beast pet eggs. A direct order of eviction. I'm sure the next words were not for Chen Fei and Jiang Yi to listen to. Road. The two went their separate ways, one unsure of how to speak, the other preoccupied. Why didn't you come to school this while? In the end, it was Jiang Yi who spoke first. Off to the front. Front line? Jiang Yi looked fiercely at Chen Fei. Her own senior imperial beast master had been stopped from trying to go. He's a newly awakened person who dares to go to the front line. Don't you want to die? Jiang Yi seemed to have thought of something. You're not going to District 8, are you? Chen Fei looked over suspiciously. Why would you guess that? It's simple, because of the 1,000 poisonous compass. Only the 100 Vietnam mountain range has an existence like the 1,000 poisonous compass. So you were there to investigate the 1,000 poisonous compulsions appearing in Tianqing City? Chen Fei fell silent. He had indeed missed this part of the process, and had Jiang Yi not reminded him, he would not have thought of it. In other words, this 1,000 poisonous compass was most likely provided by the people of Baiyu City. In other words, there are traitors in Baiyu City? This discovery caused Chen Fei to be more than a little wary. It is true that no place is absolutely safe, only strength is supreme. Chapter 19, When Did I Become a Bigot? As they walked, the two just happened to pass by the sparring area. Isn't that Sister Jiang? Who's the person next to her? He's Chen Fei from our class. He took a vacation within a few days of school starting. He is Chen Fei. Shouldn't the flower, Sister Jiang, have already been picked? Don't scare me, she's the goddess of my heart. As soon as the name came out, the vast majority of people looked over. It couldn't be helped, everyone still remembered that Jiang Yi had once gone to class 2 to look for Chen Fei. Now that we see the two talking and laughing, it's all too normal to think about it. And those from the Thousand Peaks Academy followed and looked over, and it didn't matter if they didn't look, they were shocked. Lu Xiaohu even blurted out, isn't that the one who possesses a grade 2, Order 8 bright mantis? Students at Shanghai Academy? Are you mistaken? Chen Fei is only a freshman, how could he have a demonic beast of such a high rank? You know even Big Brother Su Chan isn't that exaggerated. Lu Xiaohu glared at the other party, what the hell do you know? I fought with him at the school gate, how could I not know? Abused, to be precise. The moment Lu Xiaohu said this, everyone looked at Chen Fei differently. Is it really a second level 8th rank? Why does it feel so unreal? Just outrageous, if you do the math like that, it's even stronger than Big Brother Su Chan. No, where exactly is this Chen Fei? Lu Xiaohu. Thousand Peaks Academy students. It's fine if we at Thousand Peaks Academy don't know, but what's with you guys at Mountain and Sea Academy being so alarmed? At this moment, even Shangguan Shihua, Chu Lai, and these proud sons of heaven looked over. However, they realized how they could not see through Chen Fei's cultivation. There were only two possibilities for this situation, either Chen Fei's cultivation level was higher than theirs, or he was practicing a hidden technique. But how could an Imperial Beast Master have that much time to study martial arts? The former was more likely. In other words, what Lu Xiaohu said was most likely true. This caused the pupils of Shangguan Shihua and the others to shrink along with them. There's this hidden bigot in the first years? Oh, no wonder Sister Jiang only looks for Chen Fei. Because they are the same genius of geniuses. It all makes sense. Chen Fei didn't even know that just because he was walking together with Jiang Yi, he was recognized as a bigot. What could be more outrageous than that? Sure enough, invisible brainstorming is the deadliest. Just as they were discussing Chen Fei, another cry of alarm fell. Su Can's eagle tiger beast was actually knocked down. This is intermediate level 5 Su Chan, who's so fierce. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't someone from the Thousand Peaks Academy, but another one, called the Elemental Academy. This group of academies only accepted elemental system demonic beasts, which was a bit of a bias, and that was why they weren't looked at by the Thousand Peaks Academy. Now, it had actually risen out of nowhere, and even Su Can's usual beast pet was no match for it. The other party is actually an intermediate 6th rank. When did their school have such a strong Imperial Beast Master? What's going on? There's been a bit of an outrageous amount of geniuses these past 2 years. I've heard a saying that the more geniuses there are, the greater the disaster proves to be, and they were born in response to the calamity. Go, get out of there and stop being an alarmist. The people from Mountain and Sea Academy and Elemental Academy were still eating their melon, and the only ones who were injured were Thousand Peaks Academy. Lu Xiaohu revealed a bitter face. No, are we the weakest? The strongest is only at the 4th intermediate level, this pace is going to be ruined. The ring. Su Ken was not discouraged by the defeat of the Eagle Tiger Beast and remained calm because he still had his bottom card. Only to see a dragon-type demonic beast that was white with blue, with fleshy wings on its back and covered in ice armor appear in front of Su Ken, causing everyone to gasp again. With its 3-meter-tall figure, even Chen Fei and Jiang Yi were attracted to it. Frost Dragon Sub-Dragon Species. Strength, 2nd level, 5th order. Attributes, Elemental, Flight. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Arrow Rain, Ice Spirit arrows made up of countless extremely cold chi poured down like meteors. Proficiency, Skilled. 2. Barrier of Pure Ice, water vapor in the air condenses into a shield of ice crystals, which is most effective against fire attribute attacks. Proficiency, Skilled. Even if it's a sub-dragon, it's still a dragon. The minimum qualification is at least S grade. This Su Ken was by no means something that could be raised by an ordinary family. Coincidentally, the demonic beasts that faced each other happened to be fire attribute demonic beasts, and they were restrained to death, and directly lost the battle. Interesting, is that what makes it interesting? Tang Jian laughed out loud, having the pleasure of running into an opponent. The Elemental Academy students under the ring laughed out along with them. When Tang smiles, life and death are hard to predict, so it seems he's serious too. Among the students in the same grade, Tang has never lost. Immediately afterward, he saw Tang Jian summon a bird-like shape with blue and purple feathers and 3 long, beautiful tail feathers. Chen Fei looked over again. Purple Thunder Phoenix with rare Phoenix bloodline. Strength, 2nd level, 6th order. Attributes, Elemental, Flight. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Thunder Cage, constructs a cage woven of thunder and lightning, imprisoning the enemy within it. Proficiency, Skilled. 2. Thunder Snake Entanglement, stimulate the thunder element in the whole body, condense several giant snakes of pure lightning, and then attack the enemy. Proficiency, Skilled. This strength, it's not weaker than the Frost Dragon. Looks like there's a fight to be had. A dragon and a phoenix began to battle fiercely in the air. The 6 blue lightning snakes approached, but they were frozen by the cold ice from the Frost Dragon's mouth. However, the violet thunder phoenix was very obscene and actually secretly condensed a small white lightning snake, which was very inconspicuous, but its killing power exceeded that of the 6 giant lightning snakes. This small white snake circled around behind the Frost Dragon and slammed directly on top of the fleshy wings. Instantly, purple lightning wrapped around the dragon's body, especially where the fleshy wings were blackened by a large chunk, causing the dragon to fall from the air in pain. When he thought that the balance of victory was tilted towards Z Thunder Phoenix's side, a translucent ice silk net fell from the sky and covered Z Thunder Phoenix. This was the Frost Dragon's unique skill, Frostweave Web. The large, almost transparent net, however, contained extreme cold ice power, suppressing the purple Thunder Phoenix between them. The 2 giants fell to the ground, instantly sending up smoke and dust. I thought it was a toss-up, but it wasn't. The purple Thunder Phoenix actually didn't get injured, but instead used the lightning electromagnetic field in order to get closer to the giant dragon. Early on when the Frostweaver's net fell, the violet Thunder Phoenix also condensed a white thunder cage, and the 2 clashed against each other. It fell because it was caught by the impact of the collision. So it used this impact to approach the dragon as fast as it could. As soon as the lightning and electromagnetic fields opened, the Frost Dragon's defeat was already visible. But no one expected the Frost Dragon to actually fall under false pretenses as well. It was true that the fleshy wings were electrocuted, but in that instant, the dragon had condensed countless layers of ice shields, dispensing with a great deal of damage, and the remaining power of the lightning was not enough to seriously injure it. Therefore, the moment the purple Thunder Phoenix landed, the Frost Giant Dragon tore its way over, relying on its thick ice armor to engage the purple Thunder Phoenix in a melee battle. However, it was not expected that the purple Thunder Phoenix actually had a melee technique. Thus, the Frost Giant Dragon bit down on the neck of the violet Thunder Phoenix while it kept spitting out cold ice power. And the purple Thunder Phoenix's lightning electromagnetic field had been acting on the Frost Dragon. No one will let anyone. It's brilliant. It's really a twist. 2 lewd streamers, both actually pretended to be injured. Now well, when they could have flown, they had to fight in close combat. Now let's see which end lasts longer. As soon as the words left his mouth, the frost dragon fell straight down. With similar qualifications and skills, then it's all about who gets the go-ahead. If neither side has a head start advantage, it's a matter of strength. Frost Dragon Level 2, Order 5, Purple Thunder Phoenix Level 2, Order 6. An extra rank is an absolute advantage on occasions like this. Sukin opened his mouth, but nothing came out, and in the end, he only took the Frost Giant Dragon back into the Imperial Beast space to recuperate. He himself was somewhat discouraged, leaving only his forlorn back to stay at the corner. As for the Purple Thunder Phoenix chirping and hovering in the air, this was a ceremony belonging to the victor. None of the students from Mountain and Sea Academy were very willing either. Almost spelled the Violet Thunder Phoenix. Even if it's a draw, it's good, so that no matter if it's Shangguan Shihua or Chu Lai against someone else, there's no pressure. Yeah, who else can deal with this Tang Jin now? Wait, don't we still have Big Brother Chen Fei? What's with everyone's frustrated faces? Right, oh, isn't Big Brother Chen Fei here? Big Brother Chen Fei, go on, crush that Violet Thunder Phoenix. Yes, everything depends on you, Big Brother Chen Fei. Chen Fei? No, when did I become a bigot? I don't even know myself. Jiang Yi also followed and looked over. It seems that schoolmate is very famous among the freshmen. Chapter 20 Chen Fei Strikes. Chen Fei's head shook like a rattle. No, misunderstanding, everything is a misunderstanding. How can 1,000 poison compass be a match for a level 2, 6th order Purple Thunder Phoenix? Jiang Yi thought about it. It was impossible for the 1,000 poison compass to grow anywhere in a short period of time. After all, she had also cultivated it for more than a month and knew its qualifications and potential. So, she opened her mouth to relieve Chen Fei. Did you guys recognize the wrong person? But everyone shook their heads straight. That's right, it's this Chen Fei. Don't hide, summon your second level 8th rank Bright Mantis. That's right, it's already been seen, there's no point in hiding it. Chen Fei was helpless for a while. If it wasn't for Lu Xiaohu's sneak attack, the blue light mantis wouldn't have been exposed for protecting himself. At this time, Su Shanhai just happened to walk over. Yo, it's really lively. The second-year matchup has been a final victory for Mountain and Sea Academy. Just take another first-year matchup and we'll take the spot. Chen Fei glanced a few times at the second-year students in the back, who actually managed to take the match without Jiang Yi's participation. It looks like these seniors are pretty strong too. Just as Chen Fei was pondering, Su Shanhai's words changed. So Chen Fei, if you can take it, then go on, there is me to cover for you. Afraid of what? If you can't, there's the Jiang family. Su Shanhai nodded to the point. Chen Fei refused without even thinking. Sorry, principal, I can't do it. He was really not interested in this kind of small fight. There was always a feeling of adults bullying students. Su Shanhai wasn't in a hurry and smiled. A grade 2 Bodhi fruit. The Bodhi fruit could not increase the cultivation of demonic beasts, nor could it increase skill proficiency, but it could increase enlightenment. A skill that had been practiced for a long time just couldn't reach the entry level, and with the Bodhi fruit, there was a better chance of success. While grade 2 represents 50-year-old linden fruit and grade 3 100-year-old linden fruit. The higher the vintage, the better the results. Chen Fei still shook his head, but secretly extended 5 fingers. He was still moved. For one thing, there were only so many means of increasing strength, and it was nice to have an additional direction. Secondly, the aquamarine mantis had already been exposed, so there wasn't much point in hiding it any longer. In that case, it would be better to take down the Bodhi fruit first and enhance his strength. Su Shanhai's old face darkened. No, too much. You think Bodhi fruit is wholesale? 2, at the most. Chen Fei didn't say anything and silently raised 4 fingers. Jiang Yi slapped her forehead breathlessly. You guys just cut the price in public like that. You're not taking your opponents too seriously. No matter what, it was still an S-qualified Purple Thunder Phoenix, so Chen Fei was so sure that he could win. You little guy, you really don't see a rabbit in the hat. Fine, 3 is 3, but only if you win the Elemental Academy, or none of them. Su Shanhai pretended to be reluctant to give up, but he was actually quite happy inside. The moment Chen Xingyun and Jiang Nan came to his door, Su Shanhai had his people investigate Chen Fei at the first opportunity. It turned out that he was doing well in Baiwei City, and even fought with Thousand Peaks Academy in front of the school in the morning. No, it's complete abuse of the other side. How could he not be happy that the academy had gained such an additional little genius? As for the 3 second-grade Bodhi fruits, for someone who could afford to open the Mountain and Sea Academy, there was no shortage of such a small amount of resources. Don't worry, since you promised, you have to take it.
Chen Fei is very confident about this, because in the sacred code, there is a group of second-grade demonic beasts are snoring.
Tang Jian looked toward Chen Fei with a few moments of caution in his gaze.
He had heard a little bit of it just now. This guy's blue light mantis was very strong and had to be defended against. Although it was only an A-grade qualification, the strength was 2 orders higher, and it was really hard to judge whether it could be taken.
Chen Fei looked over. Do you want to continue to let the Violet Thunder Phoenix recover, or just start?
Rest.
Tang Jian was decisive.
He wasn't so cocky that he could outweed all geniuses, so why waste it when he had plenty of time to rest?
Okay, then hurry up.
Chen Fei had no choice but to sit down, and then he took out a copy of the complete book of Soul System Demonic Beasts and read it. After the Songbao incident, Chen Fei was deeply aware of the importance of the soul and had to defend against it. One even needed to get a Soul System Demon Beast to keep, or else one wouldn't know how to die in the future. The others all froze in unison when they saw Chen Fei's maneuver.
Is this the self-mastery of a genius?
People who are gifted aren't necessarily scary, but being gifted while working harder than others is quite scary.
When will this ability to learn anytime, anywhere transfer to me?
Even his opponent, Tang Jian, looked stunned. It was the first time he had seen someone so solid.
10 minutes later.
Under the treatment of the teachers of the Elemental Academy, the Violet Thunder Phoenix recovered to a great extent.
The crowd was energized. Was it finally going to start? Tang Jian came into the ring. Do you choose to fight alone, or together?
Chen Fei slowly closed the book. Let's go together, save time and trouble. Upon hearing this, Tang Jian directly summoned the Violet Thunder Phoenix and the Xianqi Fire Bat.
Chen Fei directly pulled out 2 demonic beasts from amongst the sacred texts. The crowd took a look, and sure enough, it was a level 2, 8th-ranked Aqua Mantis, and a level 2, 6th-ranked Thunder Pupil Ape. Although the Thunder Pupil Ape was also an A-grade qualification, the aura on its body was surprisingly not much weaker than the Violet Thunder Phoenix. After all, the Thunder Pupil Ape had grown up between life and death. After seeing the Thunder Pupil Ape, Tang Jian's face was green, really afraid of what was coming. His strongest beast pet was none other than the Purple Thunder Phoenix, but the Thunder Pupil Ape was also a Thunder Attribute Demon Beast, and in terms of thunder resistance, it wasn't to say it was extremely strong, but at least it wouldn't be too weak. Tang Jian had wanted to finish off the Thunder Pupil Ape in a short period of time, and then focus on dealing with the Aquamarine Mantis, but now it seemed to be a bit difficult. I like Mantis, start with a flashbang.
Chen Fei was just about to command the Aquamarine Mantis in battle when he was interrupted.
Wait.
Tao Zhou, the leader of Thousand Peaks Academy, and Du Xingjie, the leader of Elemental Academy, joined forces. Both of them were Zhongshe level powerhouses, and Chen Fei's hidden Yuan technique was nothing in front of the two of them. Tao Zhou looked at Su Shanhai. I've actually always had a question about how an intermediate 3rd-ranked Imperial Beast Master was able to control a 2nd-level 8th-ranked Aqua-like Mantis.
Or is this bright mantis not his own?
When Tao Zhou said this, the scene was in an uproar.
What? Big brother Chen Fei only has the strength of an intermediate 3rd rank, how is that possible?
It's common sense that the strength of a beast pet cannot exceed that of the Imperial Beastmaster himself. Even if there really is more, it's still feeding back to the Imperial Beastmaster, and ultimately, the strength is still flush, and there will never be a matter of a beast pet exceeding the Imperial Beastmaster.
So what's going on here?
Everyone looked at Chen Fei, all wanting to hear how he explained it. Chen Fei didn't panic at all. He guessed that this would happen the moment he stepped into the ring. I've already said that I'm not a big shot, I'm really only an intermediate 3rd rank, it's you guys who don't believe me.
As for this bright mantis and Thunder Pupil Ape are indeed not mine.
Rather, the dependents of my beast favorites. After saying that, Chen Fei allowed the Aquamarine Mantis to come to his side. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw a tiny parasitic insect crawling out of the flesh of the blue light mantis.
Chapter 21, What a ING talent. It's none other than Kuwaichi.
That's my beast pets, they're just parasites. At this moment, everyone had a feeling of sudden realization.
A level 2, 3rd order compass parasitizing a level 2, 8th order bright mantis?
That's really a lot of blood.
That's right, isn't this a pure waste?
The qualifications of this bright mantis are even stronger than this parasite.
Originally, I thought Chen Fei was a big shot to come, but I didn't realize it was cheating to come.
In that case, it seems that Chen Fei's future potential isn't as strong as Su Kan's.
When people understood Chen Fei's routine, they instantly lost interest in it. He is strong, and only for a short period of time. When everyone gets stronger in the future, Chen Fei will be slowly pulled apart. Tao Zhou sneered a few times before mocking. I thought that Mountain and Sea Academy had really produced a remarkable genius, but I didn't expect that it was just the generation that played smart. You guys are really doing everything you can to win. Su Shanhai still smiled as he responded, I don't think there's anything wrong with the aquamarine mantis and thunder pupil ape that Chen Fei parasitized with his skills. There doesn't seem to be anything within the rules that says you can't do that, does it? Using the rules wisely is part of strength, isn't it? Su Shanhai loved to see them gnashing their teeth and being unable to do anything about it. Tao Zhou's face was ironic. It's true that the rules were not touched, but what do you think is the point of doing this? When the 100 Cities competition starts in the spring of next year, do you think he'll be able to keep up with Tang Jian and keep up with Su Kan? After saying that, Tao Zhou bowed towards the sky. Please also make a decision, Lord City Lord. The 3 schools exchange tournament is off of Tianqing City, and City Lord Huangfu Mingfei is naturally observing it in secret. After Tao Zhou's voice fell, he saw that Huangfu Mingfei had already landed on the ring, standing with his arms folded, with a powerful pressure overflowing from his body. Its strength was also above Jiang Nan. Chen Fei also looked at Huangfu Mingfei. He was only middle-aged, but he looked very vicissitudes. His right eyebrow was disconnected, very recognizable. For, often, he is called the Lord of the City of Broken Brows. Huangfu Mingfei spoke coldly without a trace of emotion. Since it's within the rules, there's no problem. In the 100 Cities competition at that time, when people also use such tactics, is it possible that you won't be able to stop competing and just admit defeat? After Tao Zhou heard this, he opened his mouth but didn't know where to retort. Also, such tactics are dirty, but come tournament time, who's to say for sure they won't show up? Huangfu Mingfei continued, today's matter just gives you all a reminder that it's not the higher the qualification of the beast pet and the higher the cultivation level that makes it more powerful. That also depends on how the Sentinel is run. There were no longer a few cases of B-rank and C-rank demonic beasts killing S-rank demonic beasts. Go to the outside world more often and grow up, Tianqing City is still too small. After saying that, Huangfu Mingfei disappeared into thin air. Tianqing City was only a second-tier city. Comparing to those first-tier cities, it was indeed much worse. Su Shanhai was still smiling. Since Lord City Lord has said so, then the match will continue. This time, what else could Tao Zhou say? It was only that the Elemental Academy and also the Thousand Peaks Academy looked at Chen Fei with different eyes that wanted to knife him. If eyes could kill, then Chen Fei was afraid that he had already died countless times. The students of the Mountain and Sea Academy also looked at each other in disbelief. This really wasn't favorable. It's fortunate that Chen Fei is from our Mountain and Sea Academy, or else he must be cursed out. This tactic is indeed dirty, but I still support him in this moment. It's better than being hung by the Elemental Academy. A momentary hero is still a hero. Amidst everyone's discussion, the ring once again gave way to Chen Fei and Tang Jian. The match is officially on. The referee ordered and everyone shut up. However, Chen Fei spoke up at that moment. Wait a minute, now that the old story is out, there's nothing for me to hide. Come on out. Big guys. As Chen Fei's voice fell, those present saw a dozen more demonic beasts suddenly appear in the ring. Tier 2, 4th Order Rock Armor Scorpion. Level 2, 5th Order Cloud Swallowing Locust. Level 2, 6th Order Bitter Bird. Secondary 5th Order Phantom Panther. Level 2, 7th Order Purple Electricity 9 Heavenly Lions. Together with the Thunder Pupil Ape and the Blue Light Mantis, the entire 16 Level 2 demonic beasts stood in front of Tang Jian. This scene. Especially spectacular. Both freshmen and sophomore veterans had their mouths open. The shock brought about by the 16 demonic beasts was too great. Su Kan, Tang Jian, Shangwan Shihua, and the others all had their scalps tingling for a while. No, it still works like that? How can we still fight here? Just surrender directly. Whoever sees these 16 demonic beasts must not shake a little. Damn, what's wrong with watching my blood boil? I have the same idea as you, but I am craving for those 16 demonic beasts, the weakest of which is also a B rank. Just tell me if it's exasperating. You can't call this dirty, it's called taking the sea of beasts to the next level. The eyes of the students looking at Chen Fei changed once again. He's still the big man. But it's the kryptonite bigot. When a person does something to the best of their ability, it still draws amazement. Zhang Yi, however, looked at Chen Fei in a daze. She remembered that a month and a half ago, Chen Fei's beast pet was still a level 1, 2nd order thousand poisonous compass. What's with this big lineup now? That's an outrageous metamorphosis, isn't it?
Tao Zhou and Du Shengjia's faces were as black as charcoal, so they simply turned their faces to the side and didn't look. Su Shanhai's smile grew brighter and brighter, he was liking this little guy more and more. Even Huangfu Mingfei in the sky stumbled and almost fell off. Only after a long time did he hold his tongue. What a ing talent. The ring. Chen Fei beckoned, you can continue now. Tang Jian. His mind had been cursing madly for a long time. It's 2. I'm not sure I can even defeat the blue light mantis and thunder pupil ape, and now I'm being asked to take on 16 of them? Am I out of my mind or what? Tang Jian looked at Tao Zhou with some grudging eyes. If he hadn't come out and intervened, he wouldn't be in such a mess now. After a long time, Tang Jian sighed quietly, I admit defeat. And so the game ended in such a dramatic fashion. It's definitely not that Tang Jian isn't strong enough, it's that big brother Chen Fei has smashed money. I'll take 3 seconds of silence for Tang Jian. It feels like no matter which intermediate Imperial Beastmaster takes on big brother Chen Fei, the result will be the same. At this stage, he is an invincible existence. In their hearts, Chen Fei was indeed currently invincible. However, when Tang Jian, Sukan arrived at the advanced Imperial Beasts, Chen Fei's Beast Sea tactics would be useless. So what if there are more secondary beasts? A few tertiary beasts were enough to crush. Unless his cultivation speed could keep up with Tang Jian, Sukan, and continue to maintain the sea of third-level beasts' beast tactics. But is it possible? Not to mention the kryptonite issue, a B-ranked 10,000 poison compass can keep up with the cultivation speed of an S-ranked purple thunder phoenix? It's impossible to even think about it. In many people's minds, Chen Fei's potential was still no match for Tang Jian and Sukan. Walked it off, you guys carry on huh? After collecting the 16 beast pets, Chen Fei jumped down from the ring, and later came to Su Shanhai and pried away 3 Bodhi fruits before he was satisfied and left after Jiang Yi. The crowd looked at his departing figure and sobbed. Chapter 22 Heart of the Compulsion King. Right, this is for you, thank you for saving me that day. Jiang Yi handed over a box. Chen Fei twisted his head, what? Level 4 Compassion King's Heart. When he heard the Heart of the Compass King, Chen Fei paused violently, with a few moments of surprise in his expression. There are professions in this world that specialize in breeding parasites. Thousands of poisonous insects are put into a vessel and allowed to kill each other, and the one that wins at the end is the Compassion King. For this type of Compass King, the qualification was at least a grade and above. The 4th level Compassion King's Heart was what the dead demon general level Compass King had left behind. If it was a level 5 Compass King's Heart, i.e. the King of Kings, it was even more remarkable, and its value even exceeded that of an S-class beast pet. Aside from the kill value evolution, the level 4 Compass King's Heart could definitely allow Xiao Gu to go further. This is too expensive. The value of this Compass King's Heart was even more valuable than an A-grade beast pet egg. After all, the beast pet egg hadn't hatched yet, so who knew what it would look like after hatching? Whether or not it could grow to a 4th level demon general was still one thing. However, this Compassion King's Heart was already the heart of an authentic demon general. Originally, Jiang Yi was also hesitant to give away the heart of the Compassionate King. However, after the Song Gong incident, and the strength Chen Fei had just displayed, it made Jiang Yi turn this hesitation into certainty. Other than that, at least this investment makes sense. Jiang Yi smiled wryly, didn't you contract the 1,000 poison compass? This is the most necessary part of its evolutionary process, are you sure you don't need it? Besides, the heart of a level 4 Compass King is quite valuable in your eyes, but in my house it's just a useless decoration. Chen Fei. Listen, is that human talk? Isn't this proper Versailles literature? Or do you think that this great lady's innocence is not worth a compassionate king's heart? Saying so much was really just to get Chen Fei to accept it. I didn't mean that. Chen Fei scratched his ears a bit. But. Of course I know you didn't mean that. So feel free to take it, so that we won't owe each other anything. Are we even? Also good. That way you won't have to deal with her too much anymore. In Chen Fei's mind, Jiang Yi was still an untimely bomb. Having dodged this robbery, he still didn't know where the next one was. He had collected the heart of the Compassionate King, and the Holy Scripture paper once again appeared in front of him. The Heart of the Compassionate King. Quality, Grade 4. Source, Spider Compulsion. Function, has a certain chance to make the 10,000 poison compass evolve. Note, combined with 20,000 kill value to make up for the shortfall, it allows evolution to reach the flawless level. Going from a grade B qualification to a grade A qualification would have required 100,000 kill values, but now it had dropped to 20,000 because of the appearance of the 4th grade Compass King's Heart. Such a good thing to have a dozen more. In that case, thank you. Chen Fei's demeanor carried a bit of exuberance. And then he pretended to put it into the spatial ring in his hand, but in reality, he put it directly into the sacred code. It's safer to keep something so valuable in the canon. Evergreen Chamber of Commerce. What Chen Fei had come for was nothing more than this Chamber of Commerce's store in Tianqing City. In other cities, there are quite a few outlets. Miss, you're here. An old man with a somewhat stooped waist but meticulously dressed and hairstyled came out to greet him. Uncle Fu, I bought you some pear cakes. Jiang Yi handed the bag in her hand to the other party. Fine, thank you, miss. Fu Bo smiled and accepted it. Let's go to the 3rd floor together. After saying that, Uncle Fu led the way in front. Chen Fei looked all the way over. The 1st floor was filled with demonic beasts, the lowest quality was C grade, and there were quite a few A grade beasts as well. That's just what he saw, there was so much more that he didn't see. The 2nd floor is mainly spirit flowers and herbs for the evolution of demonic beasts, high-level bloodlines. It's all worth a lot of money. When he saw these, Chen Fei thought of the sacred code of killing. This kill value promotion method not only saves effort, it also saves money. Silently in his heart, he gave a nod to the killing canon. The 3rd floor is precisely a variety of beast pet eggs, divided by qualification, and all of them are stored in special hatching boxes. Jiang Yi pointed to the 2nd area, that's where the class A beast pet eggs are. Do you want to pick them yourself, or do you want Uncle Fu to introduce them to you? Chen Fei followed and looked over. There were 50 to 60 beast pet eggs placed in this area, which was already quite a lot. As for the 1st area next to it, only 3 were placed. Chen Fei asked curiously, this can't be an S-class beast pet egg, right? Jiang Yi didn't deny it, those are indeed S-class eggs, but they are all auxiliary demonic beast eggs. Seconds. No wonder it hasn't sold by now. Even S-ranked qualifications don't have very high combat power, and they're still dead expensive. And in the world of cannibalism, combat power means everything. Okay then, I'll just pick it out and see for myself first. It's better to be hands-on with this kind of thing. Qualifications are part of it, as are eyeballs. After Jiang Yi and Uncle Fu went aside to drink tea, Chen Fei began to slowly pick at it. Flame Phoenix Demon Beast Egg. Attributes, Elemental, Flight. Qualification, A. Potential, expected to be promoted to SS status. Remarks, possessing a trace of Phoenix bloodline, it can evolve in the direction of Phoenix, Basilisk, etc. This blue flame phoenix bird was also considered a potential stock, but it was a pity that it was of the elemental system and did not meet Chen Fei's contract requirements. Setting him down gently, he honestly looked in the direction of the assassins department. 9 Phantom Pythons Demon Beast Eggs. Attributes, Poison, Illusionist, Assassin. Qualification, A. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Remarks, proficient in poison and illusion, but with a more bulky body. Being physically large is sometimes the biggest drawback. To go extreme in the assassin line, you still need to be light and nimble, ready to hide and sneak up on you. And the poison lineage itself overlaps with Kogu. Never mind, next. Abyssal Butterfly Demon Beast Egg. Attributes, Poison, Illusionist, Assassin. Qualification, A. Potential, expected to be promoted to SS status. Note, proficient in poison and illusion, but rather brittle himself. Butterfly demonic beasts just didn't seem to be not brittle, and they didn't fly as fast as birds, so they were at a loss in that regard. After looking at them for a good half a day, Chen Fei realized that these assassin-type demonic beast eggs either overlapped with Xiao Gu's abilities, or they all had certain essential problems. After a moment's thought, he asked, are there any more besides the ones laid out here? Chapter 23 The Ghostly Dreaming Fox. Jiang Yi put down her teacup. Didn't find what you wanted? Chen Fei laughed bitterly, not really. Very high vision. Oh. Jiang Yi got up and waved towards Chen Fei, follow me. This time, Jiang Yi did not lead Chen Fei upwards, but instead came to the basement. Instead of a basement, it's more like a storage room. Jiang Yi turned on the lights here. Every day, a batch of demonic beast eggs will be shipped over, only they haven't had time to organize them yet. C to A grade eggs are all mixed together, most likely the one you picked is only a B grade egg. Still interested? Chen Fei didn't refuse. I'll take a look first. There's no rush to go back to the 3rd floor if you can't find a good one. Most of the day had passed, but Chen Fei was still not satisfied with what he had found. After all, some demonic beasts were born directly in the womb, and there was no such thing as a demonic beast egg. Those with eggs are basically birds, turtles, poisonous insects, snakes and ants, and many of these clash with Xiaogu. Suddenly, a blue with black demonic beast egg in the corner caught Chen Fei's attention. He jumped over and picked it up, realizing that the egg was heavier than the average egg. The surface of the shell is rough, more like a rock than an egg. It also has some unique patterns on it that look quite mysterious. Chen Fei summoned the Holy Canon to see if there was any record of this. Fossilized soul fox. Attributes: illusionist, soul, dream, assassin. Qualification: A. Potential: expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Remarks: the Phantom Soul Fox is an ancient special soul beast, extremely rare. The weakest Phantom Soul Fox should also be S rank. This beast is only a qualified because of its innate deficiencies, resulting in a shorter lifespan. It was later fossilized by the Great Sealing Technique, which sealed time and life, and formed a fossil under the flood of time. But as long as the seal can be lifted, the beast can wake up again. Special remarks: 100,000 kill values are needed to unseal the seal and make up for the innate deficiencies to be promoted to S rank. Chen Fei's mouth opened wide. This was the longest note he had ever read, bar none. It turned out to be a fossil that was formed after being sealed, only its appearance was too much like an egg, and that's why it was straight here. There were two things that most moved Chen Fei's heart. One is the property of the Phantom Soul Fox. The four attributes of illusion, soul, dream, and assassin in one, even Jiang Nan's glistening soul beast didn't have such an exaggerated attribute. The more attributes it has, the more skills it can learn. By that time, a single Phantom Soul Fox would be able to satisfy the three peculiar attribute skills of illusion, soul, and dream. It simply shouldn't be too strong. The second point is that a qualification requires millions of kill values. And awakening the Phantom Soul Fox and having it rise to S rank qualification only required 100,000 kill values. That's just too much money when you do the math. Looking again at the accompanying pictures on the Holy Canon, the size of the Phantom Dream Soul Fox was about the same size as a normal fox demonic beast. I had thought that, like the spotted soul beast, it was burning with empty green flames, so I couldn't see its appearance too well. Actually, that's not true. Instead, it is white fur with a long white tail. The only fur that is dark is on the face and feet. Unlike other foxes, he has two horns, the same color as his face, and strange lines running down his horns. It was very similar to the fossilized grain in Chen Fei's hand. Very handsome. It's decided that it's you. The appearance of the Phantom Soul Fox fulfilled all of Chen Fei's fantasies about soul-based demonic beasts, and even exceeded his expectations. Sister, that's it. When Chen Fei found Zhang Yi, he didn't act happy, but instead carried a bit of frustration. This would not be good if the other party could see the difference and would not give it to them. Zhang Yi took the fossil and looked at it before handing it to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu was an expert in this area, let him help you look at it. Chen Fei's heart thumped inwardly, secretly saying that it was not good. Fu Bo summoned a monkey-like demonic beast that was very pocketable, about the size of a squirrel monkey. Zhang Yi introduced, this is the Spirit Xian monkey, an auxiliary lineage demonic beast. Definitely not in terms of fighting, but it has a special skill, Pupil of Life. This skill can sense the lifeform in the demonic beast's egg and form a resonance, thus determining the approximate attributes and qualifications. There is even such a magical skill. It was also the first time Chen Fei had heard of it, and he felt a few more emotions. A layer of light green light appeared on the Ling Xian monkey's eyes before it shared its vision with Fu Bo. I can see that it's probably a fox-shaped demonic beast inside, and the qualifications are. Floating on the A rank side, it should be the soul and illusion departments. What Fu Bo said surprised Chen Fei to no end. This basically corresponded one by one with what the Holy Scripture had described. There really are countless capable people in this world, and no one should be underestimated. This fox demon's qualifications are not bad, but... Hearing that Fubuka was here, Chen Fei looked at him fiercely. It couldn't be that this Uncle Fu could tell where the Phantom Soul Fox came from? On the contrary, this little fox demon's vitality seems to be a bit weak. Even if it hatches out, there is a possibility that it may be innately deficient. Speaking of which, Ling Xian monkey withdrew his skills and Fu Bo followed suit by covering his eyes with a hot towel. It's a good skill to use, but it's a bit of a pain in the ass, and your eyes get sore after looking at it for a long time. By this point, Chen Fei could finally breathe a sigh of relief. What Fu Bo said was not bad at all. The only thing missing was that he did not see the origin of the Phantom Soul Fox.
If they knew it was an ancient demonic beast, I'm afraid they wouldn't let go so easily.
Jiang Yi looked at Chen Fei. Are you sure you want to choose this one and senior? It's hard to make up for an innate deficiency afterward.
Chen Fei nodded solemnly. That's it, I'll figure out what to do about the innate deficiency. But demonic beasts with a soul system and illusion system in one are too rare. Indeed. This point was not opposed by Jiang Yi. After all, his own dad's spotted soul beast only had these attributes. Alright then, it's yours. I'll give you a 20% discount when you come back to the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce sometime. The 8% discount was already the price of a regular member, and the two of them were considered to have experienced life and death together, so this discount was still available. Okay, then thank you, senior sister.
Without lingering, Chen Fei directly left the Evergreen Chamber of Commerce, already unable to wait to go back and upgrade Xiaogu. Only when he had just reached a more remote area, he was surrounded by several people.
You're Chen Fei?
The person who spoke carried a bit of a gangly flavor and was named Pocky.
Chen Fei took a look. The visitors were not good, so you guys are?
A few people didn't answer and directly summoned their beast pets.
8 second-grade beasts, 3 third-grade second-order commander-level demon beasts.
Asako spoke again, knowing that you can summon 16 level 2 beasts, so we weren't careless and invited a senior beast master. 3 level 3 beasts are more than enough to beat you up. Chen Fei sort of heard that these people didn't intend to take their own lives, so it would be good to deal with them. He hurriedly shouted, wait, if you guys can reveal some information, I can even stand and let you guys beat me up without summoning a beast pet. While speaking, Chen Fei secretly released a batch of small 10,000 poisonous compulsions.
Asako was a bit impatient. A word of advice, don't touch a woman you shouldn't. After saying that, Asako stopped talking nonsense and told them to do it.
Combined with the words of Asako, Chen Fei had already guessed a general.
Chapter 24 10,000 Poisonous Compulsion King.
The woman who can't be touched would be Jiang Yi. And the person who cared so much about Jiang Yi was in all probability Bai Yang. Putting aside these distracting thoughts, Chen Fei spoke quietly, it's a pity that you guys know nothing about my true strength. After a ringing finger, 36 level 2 demonic beasts appeared in front of Chen Fei. That's right, not 16 heads, but 36. Chen Fei is shy about his life. Therefore, he moved half of the second-grade demonic beasts that had already succeeded in controlling the corpses into the sacred cannon space. They're not strong enough, but they're better than the volume. More volume to make him feel more secure. It was also the moment these 36 demonic beasts appeared that the shield skill was used at the same time. Even if the 3 third-level beasts wanted to get close to Chen Fei, they would have to make some effort. Seeing these 36 secondary beasts, hemp directly numb, what about the promised 16 heads? There's something wrong with that pussy's information. Even that senior Imperial Beast Master had a dull look in his eyes. The 3 tertiary beasts were strong, but they would have to fight for a while against these 36 heads. Fighting until the end, exhausting your own beast pet to death, just to clean up a mid-level Imperial Beast Master? It's not worth it. However, how could Chen Fei only have these backhanders? While their gazes were still stuck on these second-level beasts, more than 100 lesser 10,000 poisonous compasses had already jumped out. After his strength was raised to the second level, Xiaogu was already able to hatch 5 bug eggs at once. Hatching a dozen times a day isn't too much of a problem. So these 100 or so heads were merely a part of the army of 10,000 poisonous parasites. Their target was not demonic beasts, but Imperial Beast Masters. Demonic beasts might be okay with poison resistance, but not Imperial Beast Masters. More than 110,000 poisonous compasses released poisonous gas at the same time. The scariest thing about this gas is that it has no color. When you smell something a little off in the air, congratulations, you've been hit. For this reason, Chen Fei named it Colorless Poison 1. Without defense, several people were struck and went limp. Only that senior Imperial Beast Master was holding onto the wall, barely still standing. You actually poisoned it. It's so dirty, isn't it? Yo, poison resistance is not bad. You should be thankful that this colorless poison 1 hasn't been molded yet, or else you guys wouldn't have gone as soft as you did. Chen Fei began to back away, with no intention of staying. Before you go, let me give you some more gifts. After Chen Fei finished speaking, he first put down some poison, which was not fatal, but was enough for them to lie down for a month or two, and suffer from itching every day. Then, the little 10,000 poisonous compulsions drilled into the flesh of these people and Imperial beasts, and thus parasitized and even controlled them. As long as they don't discover the existence of the little 10,000 poisonous compulsions, then they and their own imperial beasts will become Xiaogu's permanent aura ATMs. After returning home, Chen Fei carried Xiaogu out.
Why do you always wake me up when I'm sleeping? Kuo was raging. Egu, there's a wake-up call.
Chen Fei flicked it out of habit, and it turned out that it was his own fingers that hurt.
Damn, it's getting hard.
Xiaogu showed his teeth. It's not all because of you, letting me hatch. Every day after hatching a wave of no spirit, of course, sleepy. For this kind of cow and horse life, Xiaogu said he couldn't tolerate it at all. Chen Fei also knew that it was indeed working quite hard, and cupped it in his hand and comforted it. We are still weak, so we can only work hard for you.
No, I've got something good for you.
After saying that, Chen Fei took out the level 4 Compass King's heart. When Xiaogu took a look at the heart of the compassionate king, his eyes were glowing, and he quickly pounced on it, not being able to let go of it at all.
I want to eat, mine, all mine.
Seeing Xiaogu's monkey-like appearance, Chen Fei couldn't help but tease a little. Yours, all yours, I couldn't swallow this if it was given to me.
Immediately afterward, Chen Fei summoned the killing sacred cannon. Current kill value balance is 25010.
With so many level 2 beasts around, the kill value was rising at an amount of 2 to 3,000 per day, which was still fierce. Presenting 20,000 killing values, he directly punched them into Xiaogu's body, while urging, quickly eat the Compass King's heart. Chen Fei still chose the 5 directions of poison, devouring, compulsion, reproduction, and dominating the insect race. Xiaogu was like piggy eating ginseng fruit, swallowing it in 3 or 2 bites without tasting it at all. In the next second, a mysterious pattern extended across Xiaogu's body as a red light shone brightly on it.
It's hot. So hard. Koga kept rolling over on the table.
Seeing Xiaogu in this state, Chen Fei was also anxious for it.
Isn't it a flawless level of evolution? How come?
Chen Fei wanted to do something about it, but realized he couldn't do anything about it. This didn't get better until a minute had passed.
Koga's appearance changed once again.
There was no growth in size, after all, it belonged to the parasites, and when it got too big, it lost the point of sneaking up on the parasites. The whole body was covered with a layer of ebony black armor, and there were some mysterious lines on the armor, which were flowing with a dark golden light. The overall look was domineering, worthy of its appearance after evolving into a king compass.
Qualification upgrade, evolution from B qualification to a qualification.
The 10,000 poison compass evolved into the 10,000 poison compass king.
Comparative advantage. 1. All skill effects have been greatly improved. 2. The speed of absorbing toxins and auras is greatly increased, and toxin attacks are enhanced.
3. Breeding and hatching speed up and increase in numbers. For 10 special hatching parasites can be hatched to reproduce offspring for the king of 10,000 poisonous compulsions. The energy required for reproduction is the energy supply obtained from parasitism, cannibalism, and also the energy supply from spirit stones. 5. Have a certain degree of dominance over bugs that are below their strength. 6. As a result of fusing the heart of the Compass King of the Demon Spider Compass, the Silver Silk Entanglement skill entry level is acquired. Looking at Xiaogu's data, Chen Fei's entire body became hyperactive. This wave of reinforcement is quite powerful. After possessing 10 hatching compasses, Xiaogu no longer needed to painstakingly reproduce every day and was completely liberated. There was also this new Silver Silk Entanglement skill, which was entirely an ability unique to spider-type demonic beasts. Sort of a good control-type skill. Control then give poison, while parasitizing plus controlling the corpse. It's a set of processes that just don't go well. Also as a result, the direction of Koga's evolution has an additional 9th direction, control. This evolution was crucial for Xiaogu. Read the message from Kogu. Parasite, Eclipse, Corpse Control, and Poison Kiss are all at the proficient level. To go one step further, that would require at least 100,000 kill values. And A to S rank qualifications require millions of kill values. None of which can be accumulated in a short period of time. It's true that what's most lacking is the kill value. Chen Fei sighed before taking out the Phantom Soul Fox fossilized stone and placing it on the table. Next, then prioritize raising the power class. There's also the matter of saving up enough 100,000 kill values to revive the Phantom Soul Fox. Soul System, Dream System. This kind of weird ability has always made Chen Fei very scrupulous. Chapter 25 Dream Crisis. Late at night, all is quiet. The light red full moon in the sky looked a bit demonic. In the less populated part of Tianqing City, a grave stood under the moonlight.
The black soil and the black trees made the place seem even more ethereal. Such blackness continues to a church. The white walls give it such a holy look, and the flowery glass of the windows are arranged in an orderly fashion, forming mysterious patterns, like carriers of certain beliefs. Where the cemetery meets the church makes black and white so distinct. If Chen Fei had come here, he would have been reminded of the saying, "We inhabit a zone where black and white intertwine." The church, being purposely furnished with a round table, consisted of 5 persons seated around it. Sitting in the main seat was a man in a black cloak, covered in bandages, with only one eye showing. Known to those on the scene as the High Priest. "Arbiter, why did your execution fail?" His voice was sharp in its rasp. The Arbiter, as the High Priestess called him, wore a death mask, and his body was filled with a dark and heavy aura of death, as if he was a demon from hell. He was also a bit puzzled. "Everything went according to plan, I don't know which part of the process went wrong." His voice, without a trace of warmth. The man crouched in a chair and wearing a clown mask raised his hand. "I can testify that we watchers didn't find any part of the process wrong either." Is it possible that Zhang Nan is keeping a card on Zhang Yi? The scene fell silent once again. The High Priest tapped on the table, thoughtfully. After a long time, he spoke again. "If that bureau targeting Zhang Yi could have succeeded, hearing Raindock wouldn't have been terminated so early. It's just a matter of starting another one. Sowers, how's the medicine you've been working on coming along?" The crowd looked to the sewer, who was also the only one not wearing a mask. But we all know that this guy's face is all fake and could be replaced with another face the next second. If he wasn't sitting here at the moment, he wouldn't be found in the sea of people otherwise. The sewer took out 4 red pills and tossed them over. This pill is called the Spirit Gathering Pill. It can help the Imperial Beast Master to gather the aura of heaven and earth when practicing, and quickly increase his strength. However, it is addictive. And what's gathering over can be more than just spiritual chi, it may even be extraterrestrial evil chi. Hearing this, all 4 of them gave the sewer a thumbs up. "Very well, mass produce it, and let this spirit-gathering pill flow throughout the entire continent." Then, the High Priestess looked at the last person with a crying face mask. "Weaver, this is a fragment of your soul from the Lord. I hope you can become a king-level royal beast master sooner." The Weaver was already a clan level 6 Imperial Beast Master, not far from being a king-level Imperial Beast Master, and he was missing an opportunity. Now this opportunity has arrived. "Thank you, Lord, for your gift. High Priestess, I'll go back and shut down. But before the retreat, please allow me to utilize the power of the dream world to erase those geniuses." Listening to the Raindock was terminated, and the High Priestess carried a few moments of anger. While dream killings were never so bizarre, even if they were detected by Jiang Nan, it would be difficult to find the culprit. And using the clan master level to deal with 1 senior Imperial Beastmaster and 2 intermediate Imperial Beastmasters. That's a solid enough hand. The High Priest did not hesitate any longer. "May. So the subjects are Zhang Yi, Tang Jian, and Su Kan?" At that moment, the High Priest interjected, "+1 Chen Fei." The Weaver looked to the High Priestess, not quite understanding. The High Priest explained, "This Chen Fei is exactly the link in that bureau against Zhang Yi. Only that innings failed and was dodged by this Chen Fei. So is there a possibility that the one who helped Zhang Yi break the game is not necessarily Jiang Nan, but this Chen Fei?" The crowd felt that it was a bit pompous. How could a little guy who was only a junior first rank at that time break the toxicity of the floating dream? Can't completely rule it out though is all. The High Priestess continued, "Even if there's only a 0.0001% chance of that happening, that has to be obliterated." Robust. In the eyes of the crowd, the High Priest was steady as a rock. With a nod from the High Priestess, the Weavers began to move. A grayish-black, ghost-like, wolf-like figure appeared behind him, which could not be seen too clearly and truly. And then, he threw the 4 hairs handed over by the Watcher to his beast pet, the Heavenly Jedi Dream Beast. "Use the breath in your hair to start invading your dreams." The Chan family. Chen Fei was still in the middle of a deep sleep, but he was suddenly pulled into the middle of a dream. He himself naturally did not realize this and instinctively thought it was just an ordinary dream. In his dream, Chen Fei came to a gray area. Aside from the ashes floating non-stop in the sky, there were just an endless number of skeletons on the ground. This place, which Chen Fei would never be able to forget in his life, was the 9 Secrets Fierce Land among the 4 Great Fierce Lands. "So it's a nightmare," Chen Fei murmured. The 9 sepulchral fierce grounds were indeed his lifelong nightmare. After all, it was here that he died in his last lifetime. Just as Chen Fei was still thinking in place, a huge humanoid skeleton monster walked towards him.
Its paws were bigger than Chen Fei's entire person, and even though it was a dream, Chen Fei didn't want to be trampled to death like that. It took a few rolls before he managed to escape. Why is this dream so long? So clear? At this point he hadn't realized that his dreams were being artificially controlled. After the giant skeleton appeared, the skeletons on the ground began to tremble as well. And then it was slowly pieced together into a skeleton monster, a bone tiger, a bone bull, a bone snake. Thousands of bone beasts pounced towards Chen Fei. This was exactly what Chen Fei had experienced in his previous life, and it was exceptionally terrifying. If you don't run now, when will you? Spicy next door, it's just a dream, and you have to go through the great escape of your last life. Chen Fei remembered that at that time, there were more than 1,000 of them entering the 9 sepulchral fierce land, and as a result, they were killed by a large portion of these bone demons before they had gone very far. Because the weakest of them also has the strength of a 3rd-level beast, the most important thing is the amount of simply countless. I don't know how long I fled for, but the bone beasts behind me finally didn't catch up. Chen Fei gasped for air and began to look around. The ground was still full of animal bones, but blood-red flowers bloomed on top of them. This is exactly the second danger zone of the fierce land. Suddenly, Chen Fei realized that blood was dripping from his arm, probably from the escape route earlier. Only the dream was so real that he could feel a hint of blood. And so on. Chen Fei's entire body shook as he finally realized that something was wrong. Wake up, wake up! In reality, Chen Fei's entire body was shaking, just how could he not wake up? The man of 2 lifetimes was also greatly troubled at this moment. If he guessed correctly, someone was trying to utilize the dream world to obliterate himself. Xiaogu, who was sleeping on the side, also noticed that Chen Fei was out of sorts and hurriedly called out with his consciousness, Chen Fei, what's wrong with you? Chen Fei, answer me. However, Chen Fei did not give Xiaogu a single response. Kogo bounced back and forth, his eyes covered in anxiety. It seemed to think of something, and then violently took a sharp bite at the tiger's mouth of Chen Fei's arm, but found no toxin whatsoever. Chen Fei, nothing can happen to you. Even though the man was a bit of a dog, the way he did things, Kogo recognized. When he realized that Chen Fei was in danger, Xiaogu felt so incompetent for the first time. Chapter 26. There are also many types of dream killings. With average proficiency, one can only intervene in the dream world to fake it. Let the death in the dream world be the real death. When proficiency is high enough, it's not as simple as intervening, but you can change the dream at will. The worst thing is to keep the dream state in a constant loop, so that one's consciousness collapses and cannot return to the physical body, becoming a living dead person. Except that this ability is only available at least at the flawless level of proficiency or higher. For the moment, it seems that this crisis belongs to the forefront and can only be intervened in, not altered. It also means that the caster does not know what is in the middle of the dream. Otherwise, Chen Fei was afraid that he would have been killed by the dream long ago. But even so, this dream realm was still dangerous because Chen Fei was unable to summon a beast pet or the slaying sacred code. What to do? Since his rebirth, Chen Fei once again felt a strong sense of crisis. The blood on his arm caused the piston flower to start trembling, and then many spores floated out, which were like sharks sniffing blood and surging wildly. Run! No extra thoughts. Following the escape route from his previous life, Chen Fei ran all the way to the inner perimeter of the 9 sepulchre fierce land. You can't touch any of the thorny vines on the ground, except for the spores of the petunia flower. As soon as they touched it, it would awaken these nightmare demonic plants, and even if it was a 4th-level demonic beast that came over, it would be entangled in an instant, and then its blood would be sucked out of it. By the time Chen Fei rushed into the inner circle, he was already covered in wounds. Even when those spores floated over, Chen Fei just tried his best to dodge them, not daring to go near one of the bone temples in the center. Because this bone temple has a powerful guardian beast. Hidden Hollow Skeleton King. Possesses a special presence in the space, necromancy, and assassin disciplines. Even though it was only a 4th-level skeleton king, it was an unrivaled existence in the same rank. Back then, when they walked here, there were 61 men left in the 1,000-man brigade. One person with 4 demonic beasts, or 244, ended up being killed by it with only 9 left. What a horrible existence with 3 out of 61. Chen Fei used the hidden yuan technique to minimize his aura as much as possible, fearing that he would be discovered by the skeleton king. This won't work. Chen Fei's face was grave. If one stays trapped here, then the consciousness cannot return to the physical body either, and the question remains important. What to do? What else could I do? On the other side, Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, and Su Can also encountered a crisis at the same time. After all, Jiang Yi was a senior Imperial Beast Master and was still barely resisting. Tang Jian and Su Can were not so lucky. A little bit of blood had already trickled out of their 7 orifices. If it continued, it would be a small life. Bang! There was the sound of something breaking. Jiang Nan jolted awake from his bed. This was the soul mark he had placed on Jiang Yi. Once something bad happened to Jiang Yi, this seal would shatter on its own. Jiang Nan immediately came to Jiang Yi's room and found that she was already soaked with cold sweat. Dream skill. Who is it? And don't let me find it, or I'll set you on your ass. Jiang Nan quickly made a call out. Souls were his strong suit, but dreams were not, and outside help had to be brought in. Church. The high priestess glanced at the clock. 10 minutes have passed. Weaver, hold on tight. Those people from Jiang Nan aren't dry, so don't let even our home base be terminated by then. I got this. The monitor came next to the Weaver while summoning a black unicorn. Horse body, unicorn horn, dog ears, lion tail, unicorn feet. Earth-hidden unicorn, S-class qualification, possessing a trace of the bloodline of the divine beast Shimeji, with ears that can recognize truth and falsehood. This is also why the Imperial Beastmaster of the Jizo Unicorns is able to be the watchdog of this organization. In addition to the ability to spy, the Jizo Unicorn has a special skill increase. As a gray light poured onto the Weaver in the Heavens Jedi Dream Beast, he could feel that the ability of the dream interference skill had increased quite a bit, even allowing his beast pet to change the content of the dream by a fraction of a second. This excited the Weaver, and after this experience, it would definitely allow the Heavenly Jedi Dream Beast to touch the threshold of peak-level dreamscape abilities. It was also at this moment that Chen Fei realized that his dream world was beginning to stir. And then the ground began to shake, cracking violently and sinking continuously. This is too much, it doesn't give a damn. If you fall into these abysses, you can imagine the end. Chen Fei looked around. Only the Bone Temple seemed to be guarded by some mysterious force that did not move. On top of that, the entire murderous land had pretty much collapsed. This dilemma is nothing but despair. Is it possible to be reborn in less than 2 months and have to meet the King of Hell again? In addition to helplessness in Chen Fei's heart, there was also a full-blown anger. He had never actively provoked anyone, nor had he done anything to harm the world, so why did fate play such a trick on him? Looking at the looming Bone Temple, Chen Fei leapt forward. Even if you have to die with dignity. The moment he stepped into the Bone Temple, the hidden Sky Skeleton King in the corner woke up. It straightened up and arrived in front of Chen Fei in a shuttle, ready to deal him a fatal blow. Ha! Chen Fei just laughed to himself before closing his eyes, not intending to resist, nor could he. Only after a long time, Chen Fei did not feel any discomfort. He opened his eyes to see the Skeleton King's face close to his own. On you, you smell of your master. Chen Fei followed. What's going on? It didn't kill itself? He tried to ask, your master? My master, the owner of the killing sacred code. The Skeleton King simply said this before turning around and slowly coming to a chair next to the altar of the Bone Temple. Sitting in the chair was a human corpse. The hidden Sky Skeleton King took out an exquisite box from the corpse's hands and handed it to Chen Fei. Chen Fei at this moment understood the other party's meaning and opened the box. Inside was a suicide note. I, the Shadow Emperor, was assassinated by those closest to me, and all of my beast pets except Kung were killed in battle. Due to the hidden Sky Skeleton King's use of the great space-shifting technique, I was barely able to survive. However, I am writing this letter knowing that I do not have long to live. If you can read this letter, I would like to ask you to do 2 things. For one, take care of Shao Kong. It crossed the border to use the great spatial shifting technique before its strength regressed back to level 4. But the credentials themselves are strong enough to be an asset to you. Secondly, if you are strong enough in the future, please help me kill Emperor Xianyu. As for the sacred code of killing that I have on me, it can help you. The assassin line is just a required attribute of the contract, whether it's to improve strength, qualification or proficiency, it's all about the kill. Once you use the Holy Scripture, you need to spend your time in non-stop killing. You also need to suffer the karma that comes with killing. It is a law of heaven and earth that there is gain and there is loss. Toward the end, the handwriting became more and more scribbled and uninspired, and I feared that it was due to the fact that life was nearing its end. As for the Shadow Emperor's bones, the sacred code was long gone, having been contracted by Chen Fei. No wonder the hidden Hollow Skeleton King said that it had its familiar flavor on its body. It should be the Holy Scripture without a doubt.
Chen Fei sighed, not realizing that this time, it was still the sacred code that saved him. Just as Chen Fei wanted to sit on the ground and take a rest, the soul plate on the altar of the bone temple suddenly trembled, and then a voice that resonated through the heavens and earth came from the ground, scram. In an instant, the dream shattered and Chen Fei's consciousness returned to reality. Chapter 27, Returning to the Front. Chen Fei sat up violently from the bed, breathing heavily. Close, too close. It would be an understatement to say that lives are on the line. Crazy killing intent spread across Chen Fei's face, and every inch of his skin was filled with a solemn killing aura. Zhang Yi's game had already taken half of his life, and this time, it was trying to directly break his back. It's no longer a petty fight, it's a deep hatred. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely uproot this organization and set its bones to ashes. Chen Fei's eyes were filled with bloodlust. He never thought of himself as a good person, because in such an environment, good people don't live long. In the past, Xiaogu would have been frightened by Chen Fei in this state. Since the contract, Xiaogu hadn't been afraid anymore because it knew that Chen Fei's bloodthirsty intent was given to others, not himself. Chen Fei, how are you? What just happened? It scared the hell out of me. Quickly, Shaq. For the first time, Chen Fei found Xiaogu whose words were so dense, he couldn't help but feel his heart warm, and the fury in his body slowly retracted. Don't worry, I'm fine. Only after calming down did Chen Fei think about wiping the sweat from his body, but he realized that he seemed to be holding something in his hand. When I picked it up, it was the same suicide note from the dream. Wait, is this more than a dream? What was that last yell about? Could it be that the Nine Sepulchre Fierce Land has nothing to do with the Shadow Emperor? What realm is above a king-level beastmaster? String after string of questions made Chen Fei's head feel like mush, unable to make sense of his thoughts at all. The only thing he's awake for is telling himself he can't go back to sleep tonight, and he's going to make it through. Church! The weaver felt as if he had been struck in the head with a hammer, and blood flowed out from under his mask and penetrated his clothes. The figure of the heavenly Jedi dream beast also faded a few points with it, clearly having suffered a heavy blow. The high priest couldn't sit still any longer and stood straight up. What's going on? The sewer quickly pulled out a dark yellow pill and unmasked the weaver while shoving it into her mouth. Yes, it was a woman, and she was in her mid-30s. After slowing down for a while, the weaver leaned back in his chair wearily. The dream was forcibly broken, and this is the first time I have encountered this kind of situation. Either they've touched some taboo, or they have some kind of dream-type spirit weapon. Damn, I didn't end up taking out any of them. Chen Fei and Zhang Yi didn't have much to do, but Tang Jian and Su Ken were still seriously injured. Taboo? Spiritual weapons? Just 4 little things that have never traveled far, what taboo can they encounter? The high priest directly ruled out the taboo. It should be Jiang Nan or Su Shanhai who took out some kind of dream-type spirit weapon. Su Kan was none other than Su Shanhai's grandson. The Su family was a large family, so it wasn't surprising that they had any spirit weapons. And since Jiang Nan himself was a king-level royal beast master, it wouldn't be strange for him to have any strange encounters. The always silent arbiter spoke. The Zhongshe level strikes were already solid enough, but I didn't expect it to still fail. Looks like these little guys have pretty hard lives. Several people all thought of Zhang Yi at first. The 2 operations against her had ended in failure, so it looked like it would take a more meticulous plan to erase this genius. Weaver, you shouldn't show your face in the near future, recuperate and try to advance to king-level royal beast master earlier. This will further the strength of our organization. Understood, High Priestess. When it was said and done, the lights of the church followed. The round table also disappeared as if it had never been there, leaving only a few drops of still dry blood on the floor. But the next second, a weird thing that looks like a plant vine and an octopus tentacle reached out from the painting on the wall and erased the blood. September 17th, early morning. Chen Fei bid farewell to his parents and once again traveled to Baiyue City. He had wanted to rest at home for 2 more days to come, but last night's experience made his heart palpitate even now. He only had one thought now: get stronger. Only by being strong to a certain point can we get rid of all these crises. Before he left, he borrowed another stack of books that he can now continue to munch on. The complete book of dreaming skills. On the weirdness of the dream system. The dream system, when used properly, can kill without being seen. The most common dream-based skill is dream interference. Controlling the dream world and thus interfering with its environment, characters, demonic beasts, etc. to achieve the purpose of killing.
There are also more bizarre skills, such as dream torture, for when you can't pry your enemy's mouth open in reality, and soul torture isn't available. It is then possible to utilize the dream world and recast the dream setting and characters to confide in themselves. Doom Dream Whisper, through the constant suggestion of dreams, which then affects the target's real life. Dream Projection, a skill that briefly projects exaggerated and horrifying dreams into the real world for the purpose of intimidation. When proficiency is high, it is even possible to briefly materialize beings from the dream world. However, if the protoform is too strong, it can be sensed. When he saw this, Chen Fei pondered. Was that roar last night because the forbidden beings beneath the bone temple sensed this dream, and so shattered it with a roar? It's not unlikely if you think about it that way. Although it was a bit risky, it had to be said that this dream projection worked quite well. If the hidden Sky Skeleton King were to be projected out during a battle, wouldn't that be a crunchy, messy kill? Well, that's a skill that must be learned. Before the Phantom Soul Fox had even come out of the seal, Chen Fei had already arranged a whole bunch of skills for it, and with the 3 Bodhi fruits, it wasn't too much of a problem. Kogut sked twice, I can feel it coming out as laborious as well. Chen Fei helplessly spread his hands, I also want to indenture you guys and then travel all over the continent and enjoy a free and easy life. But look, do others give us a chance? Xiaogu gave a domineering wave, wait for my hatching compulsion to hatch an army of 10,000 poisonous parasites to press the enemy to death at the bottom. The corner of Chen Fei's mouth twitched, you started floating after becoming the 10,000 poison compass king? What's this army of yours going to do when people kill you from the dream world later? Coco's movements froze, as if that was really true. Then it's better for the little fox to come out quickly and guard my soul as well as the dream realm so that I will be invincible. Chen Fei squeezed again, then if the hidden Sky Skeleton King pulls you into the middle of another space and then squeezes you out, what do you think? Shu Ku. Chen Fei, can you be any more of a spoilsport? Chen Fei lightly mocked, it has to be possible, a divine beast with time skills, traveling through the long river of history and wiping out your parents, do you think you can still exist? Or the strange beings of the life faculty that shorten your lifespan to a month, do you cry? And the dark beings, stripping you of all senses and leaving you in perpetual solitude and fear, do you panic? Chen Fei was talking excitedly, but Xiaogu was pale, stop, enough is enough. I know it's wrong. Hot damn next door, there are actually so many beings in this world that can take my life. No, Chen Fei hurry up and give me the kill value, I become stronger, I want to become stronger. After Xiaogu stirred things up like this, Chen Fei's mood followed suit. With such a living treasure around, at least life is not lonely. By the time Chen Fei arrived at Baiwa City, it was already mid-afternoon. Before they even got close to Medical Room 49, they realized that it was overcrowded and blood was flowing all over the place. Quick, light healers stop the bleeding first. The wood healer will see if he can put the broken arm back together. Chen Fei's 10,000 poisonous compass, drug addiction, speed. The whole scene was a mess. Outside, Zhu Kuei and Wang Ji were squatting on the ground, frowning and smoking cigarettes. Chen Fei hurriedly approached, what's going on? The 2 men looked up, saw that it was Chen Fei, and threw their cigarettes aside, while they got up and stomped a few feet. Little Fei is back. With the 3rd master we dared to wander into the middle ground. I just don't know what's going on today, the demonic beasts over there are like crazy, as soon as they see people, they attack without saying a word. It wouldn't have been anything, we're all used to it. But this one is different. When he said this, Zhu Kuei paused, with a few palpitations on his face. Instead, Wang Ji opened his mouth, in addition to the frenzied demonic beasts, we felt the entire ground shaking, and then something suddenly drilled out and yanked our teammates, along with the beast pets, into the ground. Chapter 28 Earth-Splitting Demon Worm. It wasn't until later, when we used our earth skills to force it out of the ground, that we realized it was a giant worm. Its length is close to 20 meters, more than a meter thick, and its strength is immense. Although it was also a tertiary beast, its physical resistance and elemental resistance were extremely strong. Even the lightning attack, which had always been unfavorable, had only left a gash. That gash healed quickly again later in the day. Neither of our squads could do anything about it, so we had to retreat. Wang Ji's words gave Chen Fei a rough outline. He asked again, are there any other characteristics besides worm-like? Wang Ji thought for a moment, its head has 3 pairs of eyes, and its mouth can be split into 4 flaps, with the end of each flap resembling a hook. As soon as you capture your prey, you don't let go, and then you pull it straight into the ground. Hearing this, Chen Fei already knew what that was. That was the Rift Demon Worm,
and the dependence of the evil king number 9. Thinking of this, Chen Fei raised a reminder: for a demonic beast that stays underground all year round, its 3 pairs of eyes are just for show. Generally speaking, these types of demonic beasts relied on scent, sound, movement and heat to sense everything around them. If you can lure it out into the open and block its path, you should be able to deal with. Chen Fei stopped here and did not continue. Everyone is not a cutie pie, a little goes a long way. Since rift devil worms had no eyesight, they could be hunted for this weakness. Su Kuei emotionally patted Chen Fei's shoulder. If only I had brought you along at that time, I wouldn't have to be in such a mess. Old Wang, it's true that you still need to read more. Look at Chen Fei hugging a book every day, this doesn't need to be on. Wang Ji was also very agreeable. Yes, it seems that in the future, when I am free, I will have to borrow some books to read. The two of them attributed Chen Fei's proposal to knowledge from books, which in turn saved Chen Fei a lot of trouble. He followed it to look at a gray, cloudy Baihui mountain range, his heart clouded over. In his previous life, he had only heard of the great name of the earth-splitting demon worm 3 years later, and at that time, it was already a demon king-level existence, with a body of up to 100 meters, directly destroying a city. And that was just the 9th evil king's dependence. It was hard to imagine how strong a true evil king could be. I didn't expect it to show up so early already, so does that mean that the other dependents or the evil king have also been out for a long time? Only the strength is not yet at its peak and hidden? Thinking of this, Chen Fei's sense of urgency grew a few points stronger. After chatting with the two, Chen Fei went to the medical room to help. There wasn't much he could do to help a little. At night, Chen Fei secretly released the 36-second level beasts out of the city. In the front, he was a bit intolerant, picking only the demonic beasts controlled by the black slime worms to kill. However, after experiencing the dream crisis, and the sudden appearance of the earth-splitting demon worm, Chen Fei's thoughts changed. Since those demonic beasts were in the midst of the mist, they were already a knife of the mist, the kind that could explode at any time. Even if they weren't controlled by black slime worms, they could be controlled by other evil beasts. Instead of that, they should be slaughtered early in the morning. It was impossible to say that the ones who were slaughtered were likely to be some of the demon kings who would become famous in the future. In order to stay alive, Chen Fei decided to be a little more ruthless. Ko, give the order, so that Tiny Ko doesn't need to stare at the black slime worms to kill them anymore. Everything in the mists can be killed. Oh yeah, what happened to the 10 hatching parasites? Chen Fei placed it in the middle of an area of the sacred code space. Xiaogu sensed, 1 hatching compass can hatch 100 small 10,000 poison compass kings in a day, which means that 1,000 of them can be hatched in a day. Since they were hatched by a hatching compulsion, their strengths are all at level 2, first order here. 1,000 heads. This data could have shocked even Chen Fei severely. If this is saved for 10 days, it won't be 10,000 heads. These 10,000 little 10,000 poisonous compulsion kings directly surrounded the Rift Earth demon worm. Even if they couldn't kill it, they could at least tear open an opening, right? What an exaggerated statistic. What an exciting statistic. Ku, this batch is released first today. Don't rush to kill, but look for demonic beasts that are a bit stronger to parasitize. If these 1,000 small 10,000 poisonous compass kings could be transformed into 100 demonic beasts of around level 2, step 5, that would definitely be worth enough as well. Moreover, hatching compasses could hatch in a steady stream, and with the increase in strength and skill proficiency, the number of hatchings would only increase and become more terrifying. Kill a level 2, second order lion scorpion demon, kill value plus 20. Kill a level 2, third order purple pupil silver snake, kill value plus 20. Kill a level 2 fifth order frost demon bull, kill value plus 30. Ha! This was the first time Chen Fei had seen a kill value over 20. That is to say, the higher the class, the higher the kill value gained. Upon careful calculation, the kill value had increased by close to 800 points in an hour's time, which was definitely a very terrifying figure. After hatching to a certain extent, the army of 10,000 poisonous compulsion king up, this data will also keep stacking up. Day 2. Su Kuei led his squad on a routine reconnaissance, and as soon as they entered the outermost part of the mountain range, a few of them smelled the dense and strong odor of blood, causing their brows to furrow. There were also countless corpses of demonic beasts, and even Su Kuei felt a few moments of suffocation and discomfort. Captain, it looks like a mad massacre has taken place here, with corpses all over the place. Even the nests of the phantom cold ants, which we normally avoid, have been smashed clean. What kind of monster carries out such crazy killings? The player's questions were not answered by Su Kuei, and this was the first time he had found out about this situation.
Sukue told his team members to wait in place while he himself led the speed demonic beasts and quickly traveled through the outer zone to check out the entire area. It was indeed, as the crew said, a mountain of corpses. This caused Sukue to stare in disbelief. This wasn't the same as an incoming wave of beasts. Whenever a wave of beasts came, the outskirts would be unusually quiet, so quiet that even the sound of flying birds spreading their wings could not be heard. The vast majority of the demonic beasts were gathered in one place, ready to surprise at any time. And this situation today was more like a certain demonic beast killing in order to increase its strength. Having slaughtered such a large area, it was hard to imagine to what extent this demonic beast had grown. Anyway, he, a senior Imperial Beast Master, would never be able to make it to this point. That is to say, there is likely to be a rank 4 demonic beast here. After returning to his teammates, Sukue quickly gave orders, immediately report to the scouting department that there are suspected traces of a large number of level 3 and 4 beasts infesting the area, and have all scouting squads be careful. At the same time, let the Border Defense Department of Bayue City be careful and keep an eye on the movements of the Bayue mountain range at all times. Let's hope nothing major happens. Chapter 29 5-Colored Divine Stone Flower. That day, message after message was sent out from the scouting department, and everyone was running for fear of something big happening. However, the originator had only just woken up from his nap and stretched. Current kill value balance is 12600. Well, not bad. 12,000 extra kill values in one night, very powerful. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei extracted 10,000 kill values to use on himself and Xiao Gu. The cultivation level broke through at a rapid pace. After thinking about it, it was also a problem to increase strength too quickly. It was too easy to be detected. What awaited Chen Fei in the future would most likely be sliced up and studied. In that case, it seemed that the proficiency of the hidden elemental technique must be brought up a little further. At the moment, it should at least be to the point where it could not be detected by a Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster. Chen Fei, there are only 12 days left before the 2-month period you mentioned. Xiao Gu poked Chen Fei's cheek to remind him. Of course I remember. How could Chen Fei forget the bet with Xiao Gu? The 2-month period is exactly when the bloodshed in the medical room occurred. The Chen Fei of his previous life wasn't at the scene, he only knew that in medical room 16, the entire medical squad was all dead. Not only that, even a few squads from the scouting squad followed suit. Before and after, a total of 7 or 8 squad members died in that incident, which was horrifying. Let's go to medical room 16 for observation. After making up his mind, Chen Fei wanted to go and explore first. Just before he could leave the door of the medical room, he happened to run into Su Kuei and Wang Ji. Old Wang, is there really nothing at all in the area you scouted? There really isn't, why would I lie to you? Wang Ji had a helpless look on his face. This question had been asked by Su Kuei countless times. Su Kuei rubbed his head, so what the hell, just the area we scouted, there was a large-scale death of demonic beasts, making me report upwards in a hurry. Chen Fei twisted his head to the side so that they wouldn't see his embarrassment. If the guess was right, this was again the work of the little 10,000 poison compound kings. However, their conversation also allowed Chen Fei to get a very important piece of information. Large-scale demonic beast deaths would attract the attention of the scouting team. Then, if he had slaughtered all the peripheral demonic beasts in the area corresponding to medical room 16, I wonder if he could have avoided the bloodshed this time? Say it and do it. Kogu sends a message to its offspring, moving towards medical room 16. Moving all the way, slaughtering all the way. Chen Fei, Minister Xia asked us to ask how the matter of the 10,000 poison compass is going. The purpose of Su Kuei and Wang Ji's trip was precisely for the 120 heads of level 2 10,000 poisonous compasses that Chen Fei had promised. Here, treat them kindly. When 120 small level 2, stage 1 10,000 poison compound kings appeared in front of Su Kuei and Wang Ji. Both of their eyes widened. Wow, go on, Chen Fei, you're an intermediate level Imperial Beast Master now? The two's exclamations of surprise did not attract the attention of Zhou Yan, Lin Qi and the others, as they had long since finished being surprised. Especially Yang Xin, who looked like he had seen a ghost. He also determined at that moment that talent was going to outweigh effort. Chen Fei waved his hand, stay low, stay low. After a few words of communication, they headed for medical room 16. Medical room 16. It was only when Chen Fei arrived here that he realized that there were only 2 medics in the entire medical room. He nonetheless walked towards one of the curly-haired youths. Hello, where's your captain? How come it's just the 2 of you? Ji Tairong lazily replied, the captain has gone into the mountains. Do you want to see a doctor or what?
Into the mountains? Entering the mountain at this time had to make Chen Fei have some special thoughts. No, I'm looking for your captain for something, so did he say when he'd be back? Ji Tairong shook his head. That's not true, he only said that he went into the mountains to look for beast pet evolution materials. Hearing this, Chen Fei always felt that something was not quite right. It's fine for a medical squad leader to go into the mountains to look for evolutionary materials, why would he bring his team members with him? After thinking about it, Chen Fei pulled out a few lower-grade spirit stones and stuffed them into Ji Tairong's hand. What kind of evolutionary materials are they looking for, so secretive? Ji Tairong did not move to put it away, his movements were very stealthy. And then whispered, I heard that 5-colored divine stoneflowers appeared in the mountains. You know, this thing is so valuable that many medical and scouting squads went forward to fight for it. The 5-colored divine stoneflower? Chen Fei did not have an impression of this kind of spirit flower, and could only summon the Holy Scripture. 5-color sacred stoneflower. Qualification, grade as spiritual plant. Introduction, this flower only blooms on top of 5-colored soil. The 5 petals represent the 5 systems of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Purpose, combined with the corresponding materials, it has a chance to make the elemental demonic beast evolve. Demonic beasts after evolution have a chance of awakening a new elemental lineage. In addition, there were also 6 colored flowers and 7 colored flowers. With each additional petal, the qualification would be raised by 1 level, and the chances of awakening a new element would be greatly increased. Remarks, the 5-colored soil is also a rare spiritual soil, don't waste it. After reading the information about the 5-colored divine stoneflower, even Chen Fei was quite moved. Elemental lineage demonic beasts were too common, but they were usually single lineage, or double lineage, and there were rarely any elemental demonic beasts with 3 lineages and above. If one really reached 3 more elements because of the 5-colored divine stoneflower, that would be quite something. Even if it's not an S-class qualification, it's a very close one. In that case, it's understandable that even the medical team is involved. If it's so precious, why don't you go? Ji Tairong looked at Chen Fei with a speechless face. Whether this 5-color divine stoneflower is real or fake is still one thing. What am I going to do to make it work? And I'm not the one to take any benefits. And look at me again, intermediate 7th level healer. What am I going to do in the mountains? To die? Chen Fei looked at this Ji Tairong twice more, very self-aware. At least he wouldn't be swept away by the 5-colored divine stoneflower. One last question, where did the news of the 5-colored divine stoneflower come from? This question, Ji Tairong was also unclear. I only know that this news came out of nowhere, and it's unknown exactly from whom it came out. It didn't take long for Chen Fei to leave, but there was always a feeling that something wasn't quite right. For one, the 5-colored divine stoneflower was too rare and precious, and it required 5-colored soil to cultivate it. But where does this Baiwe mountain range get the 5-colored earth? Secondly, the timing is not quite right, it's too close to the point at which the bloodshed broke out. Third, the news came out of nowhere, but it was limited. Surprisingly, only these teams knew about it, and no one else knew about it. There's a problem. There's a big problem in there. Xiaogu, pick a few speed-type corpse controlling demonic beasts and quickly head to the area of Medical Room 16 to look for signs of these teams. Feel free to share your vision over at the first sign of movement. Since he had sensed the problem, Chen Fei naturally would not let it go. Just this search is a few days past. Chapter 30, Deep Inside the Inner Circle? September 23rd. There had been no sign of Medical Team 16, so Chen Fei had no choice but to focus his attention on strength enhancement. In order to hide his cultivation as much as possible, Chen Fei prioritized giving the kill value to the hidden elemental technique. Proficiency level of hidden elemental technique, from skillful level proficient level. Advantages that come from upgrading. 1. In addition to cultivation, you can also hide your breath and killing aura. 2. In addition to hiding yourself, you can also hide your beast pet. Note, below cleric rank 5, cultivation concealment cannot be probed. Sovereign rank 5 was indeed a watershed. Cheng Jingjing was still at sovereign rank 3 while Xiesun was at sovereign rank 4. As long as they displayed their strength at the intermediate 3 rank, they could avoid the gazes of many people. Then in one breath, he raised his strength to intermediate 9th rank, and his kill value bottomed out again. Having arrived here, Chen Fei had no intention of continuing to raise his cultivation level. One was to wait for Xiaogu to ascend to the 2nd level 9th rank, and the other was to save up 100,000 kill values. It was also time for the Phantom Soul Fox to come out. Chen Fei, our large force has arrived at the area that Medical Team 16 is responsible for. Xiaogu directly burrowed into the middle of the lower-grade spirit stone, enjoying the abundant spiritual qi.
After a few days of shifting, the 10,000 Poison Compound King's large army cleared their way through and finally arrived at this area.
Chen Fei nodded. Continue the slaughter, no need to stop.
See if you can alert Med Squad 16, which is in charge of this area, and Scout Teams 86 and 87.
It's been 5 days, and it's amazing that Medical Team 16 hasn't returned yet. If someone reported it up, there would definitely be a dereliction of duty. With an attitude like that, it's no wonder the bloodshed broke out here first.
Suddenly, Xiaogu burst out of the spirit stone. Chen Fei, the advance troops have discovered a group of people. This advance force was none other than the speedy demonic beasts that Chen Fei had asked Xiaogu to send out to find Medical Team 16. Chen Fei sat up straight. Share the vision over.
Vision connections.
Chen Fei then saw a group of people fleeing frantically. Some were without an arm, some were in rags, some had broken legs and had to be carried all the way by their teammates. These people were covered in dust, their hair was disheveled, and their clothes were tattered and torn, making them look wretched. Chen Fei noticed the insignia on them. They were Medical Squads number 15 and number 16, and Scouting Squads number 86, number 87, and number 88. With a full complement, there would be at least 50 people, but now it looks like there are only about 20 people left. Surprisingly, more than half of the soldiers were folded in it. Taking another look around, they were in a position where the middle ground met the inner perimeter.
How dare they? How dare you go deep into the inner circle? Even a patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster like Chang Jingjing and Xie Sun didn't dare to take half a step in awe. Even when a king-level Royal Beastmaster came over, he was hovering one step at a time.
Chen Fei finally realized how serious this bloodshed was. There are black slime worms on the outer perimeter, cracked earth magic worms in the middle ground, and who knows what thousand other weird and wacky things are on the inner perimeter.
Without hesitation, Chen Fei directly knocked on Chang Jingjing's office door.
When things came to this point, it was no longer something that he, an intermediate Imperial Beast Master, could do as he pleased.
Come in. What are you doing here?
Chang Jingjing was still quite satisfied with Chen Fei's cultivation speed, at least she wasn't slowed down by martial arts.
But this guy has always been unfazed by changes. Why is he in such a hurry today?
Minister, my Imperial beasts have the ability to hatch, you know that. So for a while now I've released a group out of the city to go forward and grow up on their own in the Baihui Mountains. As a result, just now, my beast pet spotted a group of several squads fleeing for their lives from the inner circle. Chen Fei quickly went over the cause and effect and mentioned a mouthful of 5-colored divine stoneflowers. Cheng Jingjing's brows knit tightly, her face was ugly. These guys, who gave them the guts to go deeper into the inner perimeter?
Don't you want to lose your life for the 5-colored divine stoneflower?
She led Chen Fei and quickly rushed to medical room number 16, still cursing and swearing along the way, hearing Chen Fei's ears getting calloused.
Ji Tyrone looked at the black-faced Cheng Jingjing coming over, instantly panicked. Minister of the Ministry. Greeted by Cheng Jingjing's tirade of abuse and saliva, Department of Afarta Minister, you still put me in the eyes, do not? Did I make it a rule that the most any member of the medical team can go is to the center, not deep into the inner perimeter? Also, members of the medical team who are away for more than 2 days for any reason must take a leave of absence. It's been 5 days and you didn't report it? If Chen Fei hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. You people deserve to die out there.
Ji Tyrone was on the verge of burying his head into the ground. This was indeed something they had done wrong and could not defend. The more Cheng Jingjing said, the more angry she became, and directly punched on the table. The tabletop was whacked out a hole by her. This made both Chen Fei and Ji Tyrone gulp fearfully.
So mean.
This Cheng Jingjing should have a power-type demonic beast and can be added to humans, and over time, Cheng Jingjing also has a certain power attribute. If this punch had hit him, he would have spit out several large mouthfuls of blood.
After venting, Cheng Jingjing also calmed down a bit. Chen Fei, where have they arrived?
Chen Fei quickly reported his position, just past the middle zone, and now he has entered the periphery.
Yes.
Cheng Jingjing directly picked up her cell phone and made a call out. Hey, old Xing, have your people closed the city gates? There will be a couple of squads coming back later, so remember not to let them enter the city and arrange for them to go to the temporary observation house first. Also, tell your people not to get too close either, so they don't get contaminated or parasitized by anything unclean. On the other end of the phone, it was Baihui City, the Minister of City Defense, Xing Xiaoshan, whose cultivation was straight up to the 8th rank of the Zhongshe level, and he was the first line of defense of Baihui City. Normally, the king-level royal beast masters were not in charge. and the only time they appeared was during a major accident or a beast tide. Xing Xiaoshan seldom heard Cheng Jingjing's tone so serious. What's the matter? Is it that serious? It's okay if you don't say it. As soon as you say it, Cheng Jingjing came to be angry. Numbnuts, this group of little guys even penetrated deep into the inner circle. Do you think it's serious or not? Xing Xiaoshan had gotten used to Cheng Jingjing's scolding tone and didn't think anything of it. Instead, it was the deeper penetration into the inner circle that horrified him. Because of his left eye, which was blinded by entering the inner circle, he now had to wear an eye patch all year round. If he, a patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster, was still like this, how could these squads possibly have a good outcome? Okay, I know, I'll make the arrangements. You and Xia Sun better come over here too. There is more to it than meets the eye, and it must be closely guarded. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Jingjing was ready to head to the temporary observation house. He was stopped by Qin Fei. Minister, bring me alone. And then, he quickly explained, I can have my beast pet go into the temporary observation house as well, while sharing the view to everyone. This will prevent anyone from engaging them head-on. Chen Fei's proposal made it hard for Cheng Jingjing to refuse. Okay, you come along. Chapter 31, Weird Moss. It wasn't long before a group of people from Team 16 finally escaped from the 100U mountain range. Open the gates, open the gates. We have crews that need to be rescued, open the gates quickly. The captain of medical squad number 16, Chu Chongxin, was anxious. Not only were his team members injured, even his lover was poisoned by the exterminating mad ants. With their squad's resources, there was no way to detoxify this toxin, and a higher-ranked poison healer was needed. The guards on the gates didn't open the door and said solemnly, "Excuse me, we've been informed that a few of you are requested to move to the temporary observation house." The temporary observation house was outside the city, between the city walls and the Baiyue mountain range, facing the danger of demonic beasts attacking at any time. In Chu Chongxin's heart, it was like a bolt from the blue, and he unwillingly said in a loud voice, "Are you guys abandoning us? What exactly have we done wrong?" There were many who were sent to temporary observation houses, but those who didn't walk out dead had to shed a layer of skin. The guard said expressionlessly, "Sorry, this is Minister Xing's order, we must carry it out." Chu Chongxin was still thinking of arguing on the basis of reason, but he was pulled by the people around him. Forget it, maybe our entry into the inner perimeter has been discovered, or else we wouldn't be waiting in such a tight formation. But Chu Chongxin opened his mouth and finally swallowed back the words that reached his throat. With no other choice, he could only request, "We can go to the safe house, but please also send over a poison healer, who must be able to detoxify the extinguishing mad ants." The guard spoke again, "It's on its way, coming soon." Having no choice but to lead the crowd to the temporary observation house. Instead of a house, it's an enlarged version of a crystal box. It was still constructed from the skills of the 4th level crystal system. Only this big crystal box is divided into 3 layers. The inner layer divides the room, the middle layer serves as a reinforcement, and the outer layer blocks light and protects privacy. Cheng Jingjing, Xie Sen, Xing Xiaoshan and Chen Fei had long been waiting in front of the monitoring room, watching Chu Chongxin and the others enter. Only after all, through the screen, breath, symptoms, toxins, etc. can't be confirmed. Cheng Jingjing looked at Chen Fei. "When your beast pet was a level 1, it could detoxify level 2 beasts, and now that it has become a level 2 beast as well, can it detoxify level 3 exterminating mad ant?" Chen Fei pretended to think before giving an unclear answer a little later. "Try it, I don't know if it will work." "Go on, and by the way, ask your beast pet to share its vision over," Cheng Jingjing commanded. After receiving the order, hundreds of small king poisonous compulsion kings jumped out from Chen Fei's body, looking at the several people's dense phobia was about to release. Xia couldn't help but ask, "Chen Fei, just how many offspring has your 10,000 poison compass hatched?" There's about 10,000 heads." This question was really difficult for Chen Fei. He didn't know exactly how many heads had hatched, he could only say many, many. Upon hearing this data, the 3 patriarch-level bigwigs were all astonished. With 10,000 heads crushing through, any intermediate royal beast master would have to be buried, right? You're a bit of a pervert with this hatching speed. This had already exceeded the hatching speed possessed by a B-class beast, and Xia had to be skeptical. Chen Fei just faintly said, "Some opportunity, right now my beast pet is a grade A 10,000 poison compass king." He only wanted to hide the matter of his cultivation rising too quickly. As for the matter of his qualifications, he didn't intend to hide it. It wouldn't be a bad thing to have these bigwigs realize his potential sooner rather than later, and he'd need a certain amount of resources tilted in his favor. After knowing that it was the compulsion king, Xia did not ask any further questions.
Just secretly said a pity, for why this kind of talent is not under their own hands. Chang Jingjing also secretly put this matter down, have to watch a little more closely, or do not know which day will be CS and this old man pry away. Shen Fei didn't have the time to care about the minds of these few people, his heart was on Chu Chongqing and the others. In his previous life, Chu Rebirth didn't die in the Baihui mountain range, but in the middle of the medical room, which meant that something else terrible had happened in it. As the tiny cooks entered, the view was shared over. The first thing Chen Fei had to do was to first let the tiny ancient ones detoxify Chu Chongqing and the others. The weakest world-destroying frenzy ant possessed A-class qualifications, while the queen even possessed S-class qualifications. What Chu Rebirth and the others encountered was none other than the third level 5-7 ranked exterminating mad ant swarm. One was enough to pose a threat to them, let alone a group. Even a rank 4 demon general wouldn't dare to easily get into a hard fight with this swarm of world-destroying frenzied ants. Not to mention the fact that these exterminating mad ants possessed super strong blood toxins that were affiliated with level 3 poison. It triggers blood degeneration, necrotic lesions, inhibition of paralyzed cardiovascular and respiratory centers. Untreated, death is certain. Chu Chongqing didn't recognize the little 10,000 poison compass king and immediately summoned his beast pet, preparing for battle. After spending a few days in the Baihui mountain range, he was getting a little winded. The scouting squad stopped him. This is a beast pet sent by poison healer Chen Fei, one of our own. Chu Chongqing then breathed a sigh of relief, but still didn't take the beast pet back. The poison of the exterminating mad ant wasn't too difficult for Xiao Gu, only that Chen Fei still had him pressed down on his healing speed. While being treated, Chang Jingjing's voice came through the surveillance. Tell me, what exactly happened and why did you guys go deeper into the inner perimeter? A group of people looked at me and I looked at you, but they didn't know how to explain it. I'll do the talking. Chu Chongqing put away his beast pet, while sitting down in dishevelment. After organizing his words for a moment before speaking, I heard that a 5-colored divine stoneflower appeared in the middle of the 100 Voyage mountain range, and all 5 of our squads couldn't resist the temptation to go and seek the treasure. We'll just take a skeleton crew and go around the middle ground, still not much of a problem. On the first day, we searched during the day, found a safe area to rest at night, and all was well. On the second day, we really did find the 5-colored divine stoneflower. It was also at that moment that everything became different. The group's faces were still filled with palpitations as they spoke. Chang Jingjing and the others didn't interrupt, letting them finish their words slowly. We found a total of 5 5-color divine stoneflowers, and this discovery made us greatly happy. A squad will share one plant and there will be no conflict. However, when we carefully approached the 5-colored divine stoneflower, the surroundings followed and changed. This is the time when we realize that it's just a mirage. Mirage is originally a natural geographic refraction phenomenon, but there are some demonic beasts that can naturally manipulate this phenomenon. This type of skill was actually one of the illusionary techniques, with a lower killing power, but a more realistic environment that was hard to distinguish from the real thing. Chu Chongqing continued, when we realized it was a fake, we tried to retreat at the first opportunity. But it was too late. The moss on the ground began to wriggle as if it had come to life, and spread out in a large area, coming towards us. At that time, Xiao Yuan was the closest and was accidentally touched by this moss. After only a few seconds, one started rolling around on the ground over and over, screaming. Our medical team started using all sorts of light and wood skills, all to no avail. But before he could scream a few times, Jen could no longer open his mouth, for he had become one with the moss. It seemed to become a feeder for the moss, and more moss continued to multiply from him. Where have we ever seen this before? All we can do is run as fast as we can. Chapter 32 Number 8 Evil King, Sewing Skill. This moss, I've come across it. The one who spoke was Xing Xiaoshan. Cheng Jingjing and the others followed to look over, and they heard Xing Xiaoshan continue. That time, I chased that fugitive and broke into the Baihui mountain range alone. But before I could get to the inner perimeter, I ran into this moss. I watched with my own eyes as the advanced 9th-ranked Imperial Beast Master was devoured by the moss just like that, without the ability to struggle at all. Xing Xiaoshan's words caused the people present to stare. The advanced 9th rank could even devour it, so there was no chance of Chu Rebirth and the others being alive when they encountered this thing. It was true that the greatest fear was not how strong the enemy was, but this unknown enemy. After everyone digested for a while, Chang Jingjing signaled Chu Chongqing to continue. The weird, bloodthirsty moss blocked our retreat, and we had no choice but to dodge toward a place where there was no moss. But we soon discovered a fatal problem. We had lost our way. We seemed to have inadvertently wandered into a fantasy world where no matter how far we ran, our surroundings were exactly the same. That's when we were sure we'd hit a ghostly wall. Mirages can occur, and it doesn't seem strange to run into a ghostly wall. It was only that Chen Fei felt that this was too much of a coincidence. It just so happens that where there are 5 colored sacred stoneflowers there is moss, and it just so happens that where there is moss there is also a ghostly wall. How it sounds is a trap. I don't know how long it took before we escaped this haunted wall, and the bad thing is, we actually broke into the inner circle without realizing it. Level 4 demonic beasts walked all over the place there, and occasionally, the hissing roars of a level 5 demon king could be heard. The scariest part is that it's filled with many unknown creatures. A monster with a human body but a red lantern on its head. A tree demon that can walk, but has a human face on its trunk. The scariest part was the faces, which turned out to be our own, each one distorted beyond recognition. There was also a normal Capricorn lion, but next to it was the head of an additional leopard, and the head of an ape. A storm demon serpent, but with bat flesh wings and the tail of a poisonous scorpion. Everything looks weird as hell. We were really scared, and we didn't have time to take a closer look, so we took off running. It was just a matter of running and realizing that there were fewer and fewer teammates. The whole 42 until we were finally left with 18, and all of them were injured to varying degrees. When he said this, Chu Chongqing's face clearly still had a few moments of palpitations and a few moments of collapse on it. Chang Jingjing and Xie looked at Xing Xiaoshan, but saw Xing Xiaoshan shake his head. The last time I entered the inner circle was already a year ago. What's changed inside now, I don't know. Xing Xiaoshan was unclear, but Chen Fei was pondering. In his previous life, he had heard a mouthful or two, and it seemed that Evil King number 8 among the 10 evil kings could sew up demonic beasts. Stitching 2 or several unrelated demonic beasts together results in the strength of that mutated demonic beast, increasing substantially and retaining the characteristics of each one. Pretty spooky. According to Chu Rebirth's description, it is likely that the bizarre creatures he saw are all the test subjects of this evil king. I didn't expect this evil king to come out so soon, and now he should be in the middle of building up his strength. Just thinking about it made Chen Fei's heart clog up. He was eager to try out what he knew, so that Chang Jingjing, Xing Xiaoshan and the others would be more alert. But he didn't know where to start, and had no way to explain how he knew this. You can't say you're born again, can you? After considering for a long time, Chen Fei still swallowed those words back. And so on. If you let the little tiny cooks go deeper into the inner perimeter and then share their vision. Isn't what they see for themselves the best evidence? Strength, what one lacks now is still strength. If they wanted the tiny ancients to go deeper into the inner circle, they would have to be at least a 3rd level high level. And there had to be an existence like the phantom soul fox that could break through illusions. Otherwise the strength is strong, but only in the illusion of spinning, the actual effect is equal to 0. While several people were pondering, the tiny ancients had already cleared the toxins from the world-destroying mad ants. And then he began to watch a few people for anything wrong with them. With the vision shared by Kogu, they could sense that all 18 of them had a pretty low aura. There was also a woman named Ling Ling who was in a coma and didn't know when she would wake up. Other than that, it's hard to see anything else. Chang Jingjing moved closer to the microphone. You all know, at least stay in the temporary observation house for half a month. I will have people send you food every day. If there's nothing wrong with any of you in half a month, you'll be released again. When things came to this point, Xu Chongqing and the others resigned themselves to their fate. One can only hope that nothing else happens in this half of the month. Afterward, Chang Jingjing looked at Chen Fei. This time, you deserve a 3rd-class merit. If you hadn't realized it early, the consequences would have been quite severe when the group entered the city. Do you guys have any opinions? Chang Jingjing said this to Xie Sen and Xing Xiaoshan. Both of them shook their heads, and they also recognized Chen Fei's credit. The fear is not that all these people will die, but that they will bring back something they shouldn't. That's when it really takes human lives to fill them. Chen Fei was not overjoyed by a 3rd-class merit. He always felt that things were not so simple. After returning to the dormitory, Chen Fei tossed and turned but could not sleep. The suspected sighting of Evil King number 8 had him by the throat. Not being able to sleep anyway, Chen Fei asked Xiao Gu to share his vision over. At this moment there is already a group of advanced troops heading for the middle ground. The middle ground is littered with tertiary beasts, yet it's not completely devoid of opportunity. Gui controlled the bioluminescent mantis and led a group of tiny goo to the dark place. Smaller size is better for sting operations here instead. A level 3, first order raging lotus flame butterfly. This butterfly is an evolved version of the Red Lotus Inferno butterfly, with grade A qualifications. Its inflammatory poison had risen from a level 2 poison to a level 3 poison, and even if it wasn't inhaled into the lungs, just on the surface of the skin would cause a strong burning sensation, which would then allow layer upon layer of burning, right down to the bone marrow. The Raging Lotus Inferno butterflies also possessed quite a few fire skills and all traveled in groups of 3 or 5, making them one of the more dangerous existences in the middle ground. The biggest drawback was still a weak body, and this, in turn, became Gui's only chance. The thousands of small 10,000 poisonous compound kings were already prepared, just waiting for Chen Fei to give the order. As the angry lotus flame butterfly approached, Xiaogu's command came out, "Little ones, use silver silk twist together." The spectacle was particularly spectacular when thousands of cobwebs flew out, and enough to make one's head spin. If Tang Jian's Violet Thunder Phoenix were to face these thousands of spider webs, it would only be dazed. Sometimes quantitative changes can cause qualitative changes. Not to mention that at this point, the silver silk entanglement skill was already at the proficient level. Level 2 beasts are hard to break free, and level 3 beasts take some time. But being stuck by these more than 1,000 spider webs at the same time, how can the angry lotus flame butterfly break free so quickly? Chapter 33, A Strange Change Arises Again. 3 large cocoons soon appeared on the ground. The Raging Lotus Inferno butterfly categorically wouldn't sit back and wait for death, using the Red Lotus Bloom skill to form a red lotus flower around it, scorching hot. Not only did this lotus flower have some defense, it could also burn everything around it. I'm afraid that half a minute's time would be enough to break free, leaving little time for Gui. And Gui had only one role to play, which was to drag these 3 cocoons to quickly fly towards the periphery. If they fought in place, they were afraid of attracting more Raging Lotus flame butterflies. The little 10,000 poison compound kings naturally wouldn't stop there, and they quickly launched a second attack on the 3 cocoons. That's poison. Poison is their specialty, and Mushroom 1 launches first. Paralyzed plus hallucination combo that can be stalled for a second longer is a second longer. Immediately followed by the second poison. This second poison is Vermin 1. This copy of poison gathered all the venoms of poisonous insects, scorpions, snakes, poisonous spiders, and other demonic beasts that Xiaogu currently had access to, and mixed them together. And it's not a random mix, as long as the toxicity is similar and not mutually exclusive. Eventually a mix of 779 of these toxins were picked out from the mix. This toxin bug number 1, upon appearance, is a level 3 blood poison, neurotoxin. Poison person's whole body meridians as if by countless poisonous spider filaments tightly entangled, the body cannot move. Immediately afterward, the toxin would gradually erode the body functions, causing the person or demonic beast to feel extreme pain and eventually die due to obstructed breathing and heartbeat. The Raging Lotus Inferno butterfly had the red lotus added to its body, so it wasn't necessarily possible to kill it, but what Chen Fei wanted was also just the effect of the meridian entanglement to continue to stall for time. After that there's Nightmare number 1. This poison is extracted from a variety of rare plants. When poisoned, one is plunged into an endless nightmare. The fear, pain, etc. experienced in the dream state will gradually erode their mind until their consciousness collapses and they wait for death to come. With the constant accumulation of toxins, Xiaogu's toxic kiss also became terrifying. Coupled with the previous, colorless one, with 4 sets of poisons going down, all the defenseless demonic beasts would have to suffer. Besides, by the time the effects of these toxins had passed, the tiny cooks could have already stored up a second batch of cobwebs that could be unleashed again. Just like that, this whole set of process came down, and the 3-headed angry lotus flame butterfly was controlled to the point of skepticism. If the previous Xiaogu was borrowing from second-level demonic beasts such as the aquamarine mantis and the thunder pupil ape in order to be so strong. Now then, Xiaogu's army had become a faction of its own, and it was not even a problem to kill strongly across levels. After all, how many people under the sky could breed 5 second-level beast pets with proficiency-level skills? After the 3 angry lotus flame butterflies arrived at the territory of the thunder pupil ape, bright mantis, and other beasts, they were greeted with a burst of hammers. Just like that, 2 angry lotus flame butterflies were captured alive, and one had been poisoned to death in the middle of the process. Kill a level 3, first-order angry lotus inferno butterfly, kill value plus 100. With 100 kill points added directly to it, a tertiary beast can be too flavorful. This kills a 1,000 heads, 100,000 kill values arrive, and the phantom soul fox can come out. However, Chen Fei wouldn't do that. Killing these 2 angry lotus flame butterflies directly certainly didn't smell any better than parasitizing them. While they are at their weakest, parasite plus control corpse over. Controlling them wasn't the same as having the battle power of 2 tertiary beasts.
And then, using their battle power, coupled with the superb control of the Shogu army, they pulled the tertiary beasts over in waves. Although the process was incredibly tedious, it wasn't long before it was an army of tertiary beasts. Using this army again to slaughter third-level beasts would definitely be more efficient. What Chen Fei needed was always just time. Give him enough time, even if he only has Xiaogu, a beast pet, he can control half of the Baihui mountain range. Time went by and soon it was the end of September. It was business as usual at the temporary observation house, and nothing special had happened. Not only was Chu Chongxiang himself relieved, even Chang Jingjing, Xing Xiaoshan, and the others followed suit. It would be nice for things to go in a good direction. The most unwanted accident, however, happened. Boo! Boo! A few loud bangs came from the side of the makeshift observation house. Chang Jingjing's several people immediately came to the city wall, but found that the entire observation house was pushed away from its original position. The outermost crystal shield had shattered, and cracks appeared in the remaining 2 layers. The people inside were intact for the moment, just all terrified. A large hole was left where the original temporary observation house had been. Based on this size, it should be left by the Rift Earth Demon Worm. Xing Xiaoshan had the Imperial Beastmaster of the Earth Demon Beasts quickly fill up the hole, while he himself then summoned his beast pet. Chen Fei was not familiar with Xing Xiaoshan and looked over curiously. 9 turns of the Crystal Snake. Strength, 4th level, 8th step. Attributes, crystalline, flesh and tank, strength. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Crystal manipulation, the ability to control the or matter in the earth to form a wide range of killing crystal skills. Proficiency, peak level. 2. Crystal shuttle, you can utilize crystalline substances to shuttle or instantly move. Proficiency, proficient level. Due to lack of proficiency, it can currently only be used 3 times a day. Seeing this crystal shuttle, Chen Fei realized why Xing Xiaoshan was able to escape from the inner perimeter of the Baihui mountain range. If utilized well, it's equivalent to a normal time travel skill, and escape is unbeatable. Immediately after that, he saw the 9-turn crystal snake controlling the crystal or under the ground, condensing it into a crystal pillar, first sealing the entrance of the cave, and then protecting the rest around the observation house. Prevent earth-boring demonic beasts like the cracking demon worm from destroying the crystal house again. Chang Jingjing also summoned her own beast pet. Greenwood Spirit Monkey. Strength, 4th level, 3rd order. Attributes, elemental, auxiliary, healing. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Life restoration, can draw on the wood life force to heal other living beings. Proficiency, peak level. 2. Close to nature, you can communicate with plants within a certain range. Proficiency, proficient level. As the Greenwood Spirit Ape made a throwing motion, a handful of seeds were thrown around the temporary observation house. Immediately after that, these seeds quickly grew green shoots and quickly grew into small green trees over 2 meters tall. A piece of these green trees swayed, and green points of light floated up, which then entered the observation house and floated into Chu Chongxin and the others. In an instant, Chu Chongxin and the others' minds instantly calmed down, and the injuries on their bodies were mostly healed as well. This was the difference between S rank and A rank. The Greenwood Spirit Ape could heal groups from a distance, while his own mom's human-faced spirit flower could only heal from a close distance. I thought it was over, but I didn't realize that the change was coming again. Chapter 34 Black Slime Worm Evolution. Without the interference of the Rift Devil Worms, the temporary house was safe for the time being. Shu Rebirth and the others followed suit and breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Ling, what's wrong with you? Ling, don't scare me. An urgent call woke up the newly relieved Chu Chongxin. He hurriedly leaned over and found that Ling, the girl who had been lying unawakened, had suddenly awakened. And the first thing she did when she woke up, instead of asking where this was or what was wrong with her, she covered her stomach and started rolling from side to side. It hurts, ah. I have something in my stomach. Don't drill, I beg you, don't drill. Chu Chongxin had an indescribably hard time watching Ling cry in pain, even taking her own head and hitting it against the floor. Rushing to summon his beast pet to heal her. But he had forgotten that the Greenwood Spirit Ape was still out there, and the healing ability of a 4th-level beast was no better than his? The Greenwood Spirit Ape couldn't even cure it, so what right did Chu Rebirth have? Chu Chongxin, what's going on?
Seeing the temporary house in chaos, Chang Jingjing hurriedly asked. However, before Chu Chongsheng could respond, something terrible happened. Ling Ling's body suddenly tensed up, and then her stomach burst open. Blood, shredded flesh, and broken organs sprayed everything around them. The bed. Ground. On other people's clothes. The face of Chu rebirth. The girls on the scene could no longer help but shriek, the fearful voices seeming as if they could tear through the entire makeshift house. The others who were still calm also backed away, not daring to approach at all. Vomit. Even Chu Chongxian held onto the wall and dry heaved a few times. This kind of bloodshed was something he had never seen before, even if he was a medical team leader. From Chen Fei, Chang Jingjing's, and their perspectives, they only saw an area of the transparent temporary house suddenly blush red. And then this blood slowly flowed down the crystal walls. A few people's hearts stuttered, something was still wrong. Chen Fei had Xiaogu share his vision out at the first opportunity, and several people were able to see what was happening inside. When they saw such a bloody scene, their stomachs were also upset. Something crawled out of Ling Ling. The girl who spoke, Ding Si, had been the closest, and when she saw the scene, she held back the trembling in her heart and ran out of the room at breakneck speed. Chu Chongxin looked over and it turned out to be a black slime worm. No wonder Ling Ling died tragically, so it was all this guy's doing. Indignant, Chu Chongxin began to let his beast pet attack him. However, the black slime worm was even more fragile than expected and shattered in a single hit. That's right. It's like China falling from a great height, it just shatters. What's scary is that it crumbles with regularity, forming small black slime balls the size of a sesame seed. And then it floated in mid-air, slowly filling the room. The first one to react was Din's. She pushed open the door of her room and ran out, and then came to the big door of the temporary house and kept flapping, "Let me out, Minister, let me out, there are countless black slimy worms in here. I don't want to die the same way as Ling Ling." The others followed. "Minister, open the door, wait for those black slime balls to float over." "Minister, please, do you really want to see us killed alive by black slime balls?" At this time, Chang Jingjing had a gloomy face. She wanted to save, but she couldn't. If it was an ordinary black slime worm, it would be fine, but this time they messed with it. It was the evolution of the black slime worm. Black Slime Worm King. Chen Fei flipped through the sacred codex and saw the relevant information. Black Slime Worm King, not the original. Strength, level 3, order 8. Attributes, poison, life, assassin. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Spore proliferation. The body can split into countless spores, and as long as one spore survives, it will never truly die. It can be used for escape or for parasitism. Proficiency, proficient level. 2. No wonder that the moment Chu Rebirth attacked the Black Slime Insect King, it would shatter into 1,000 spores, so it was its special skill. These spores are like dandelions that float in the wind, and once the temporary house is opened, these spores will float out. It doesn't even need to enter through the mouth, just land on top of the skin and these spores can parasitize. And then after a period of fermentation, it formed a complete whole, after which it was broken out like Ling Ling. So Chang Jingjing didn't dare to gamble. She didn't know if the spores would float into the city. Even if only one spore floated in, the consequences would be devastating. It was only at this moment that Chen Fei truly understood how serious the bloodshed in his previous life had been. No wonder 7 or 8 teams had died. What was even more terrifying was that the Black Slime Worm King in front of him had grown from just one of its spores. I'm afraid the main body is still deep in the Baihui mountain range. This allowed Chen Fei to calm down for a few moments. Currently, Xiaogu was strong at the same rank, but not stronger than the Black Slime Worm King. At least under the same rank, this spore proliferation Xiaogu has no way to solve it. If you have the chance, make sure to upgrade Koga to S rank. While Chang Jingjing, Xing Xiaoshan hesitated, Ding Si and the others had already been infected by all of them. Their eyes no longer had light, even the whites of their eyes turned black. Suddenly, Ting Si raised his head bizarrely and stared at Chang Jingjing's direction without letting go. You humans are really cold-blooded. You could have saved your own companions, but you died and didn't do it, and just watched them get slaughtered by me? Ha ha ha. It was obvious that besides the Black Slime Worm King, there was also a terrifying monster hidden that could manipulate people's hearts. Under the rendering of its voice, Chen Fei realized that the eyes of the surrounding soldiers had obviously changed when they saw Chang Jingjing, Xing Xiaoshan, and the others. Disappointment, grief, hate. It was a wave of mixed emotions. Yeah. If you don't save Dins and the others this time, you can also not save them next time. After all, they were just the lowest of soldiers. They hope that even if they die, they will die honorably, not in such a suffocating way. When he thought of this, cold sweat began to break out on Chen Fei's forehead. It's nakedly phallic. If Cheng Jingjing and the others hadn't not saved Ding Si and Chu Chongxin, the soldiers would have definitely had a problem with them, and they would have gotten the reputation of seeing death and saving lives. But if you save it, the danger will only magnify infinitely. Once something happened in the city, Cheng Jingjing and the others would still be scolded. This is holding them over the fire. If they really got their way, then the morale of Baihui City would be seriously damaged. Xing Shashan could have had the 9 turns crystal snake crush the temporary observation house with one hand. But the problem was, the Black Slime Worm King preferred not to parasitize Chu Chongxin, just to make him struggle and let him be seen by all the guards on the city walls. Do it! Xia Se gritted his teeth. If we don't do it, the consequences will only get worse. Xing Shashan was also of the same mindset, so he was prepared to let the 9-turn crystal snake deal them a fatal blow. However, before he could do so, he saw the makeshift observation house buried in a grayish-purple color. The parasitized people went limp one after the other. And it was the tiny little cooks who had been staying in the makeshift house that had set off the poison. They fiercely looked at Chen Fei, but saw that the other party looked over as well, parasitized by the spores of the Black Slime Worm King. They are hopeless. As for that Chu rebirth, keep it, it's still useful. Xing Shashan? What did you find out? Chapter 35, Human Terracotta Warriors. Chen Fei stared at Chu Chongxin and slowly opened his mouth. This purple poisonous fog is a level 3 nerve, blood poison. He was talking about none other than Viper 1. Even 3rd level beasts are not necessarily resistant to this toxin without defense. But Chu rebirth, a human, resisted. Chen Fei bit the word human very hard. Xing Shashan, Cheng Jingjing, and the others looked at each other and all heard something unusual in it. Without further questioning, Xing Shashan had the 9-turn crystal snake detain Chu Chongxin out and lock him in another crystal box. And then the entire temporary observation house was allowed to crystallize, as the crystals shattered. Whether it was the spores of the Black Slime Bug King or Ting Si and the others who followed suit, they all transformed into dots of starlight. But some black ebony powder remained, picked up one by the little ancient ones. Chu Chongxin angrily slapped the crystal box. Minister, why are you guys so vicious? Among them are my lovers, my brothers, my comrades. Do you all just euthanize them without seeing if they have a chance to be saved? Then are you going to obliterate me as well? Come on. Wipe me out so I can be reunited with them. His trembling shoulders and helpless look revealed his grief, and his voice almost broke with tears. The soldiers on the city walls were sympathizing with Chu Chongxin's ordeal, while at the same time becoming even more disappointed in Xing Shashan and the others. He's lying. The sudden sound made Cheng Jingjing and the others turn their heads. It was no one else but Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xingyun, who had left the front line for a long time. And besides Xia Jishue was the flower fairy deer that could recognize hearts. Chen Fei just nodded at them and didn't say much. He didn't want to expose the relationship between the two parties. Old Xia, you guys are finally back. Cheng Jingjing instantly relaxed a few points. Xia Jishue's combat power wasn't high, but her auxiliary beast pet was quite useful, doubling as the head of logistics and torture. You have to realize that a lot of times, fighting a war is all about logistics. Let's settle this guy underneath first. Xia Jishue knew that now was not the time to catch up. Chu rebirth, let me ask you, why are you crying on the outside but laughing on the inside? The moment Xia Jishue's words came out, it caused Chu Chongxin to freeze up a bit. You killed my comrades and now you want to insult my innocence? Chu rebirth was filled with grief and anger. The guards empathized hard. This is too much, slaughtering someone's squad and putting a charge on them. Is this the game of the powers that be? Hearing this, Chen Xingyun frowned and summoned a demonic beast in bat form without saying a word. But with 6 ears and green eyes, it looks very special. 6-eared pure sound bat. Strength, 4th level, 5th order. Attributes, sonic, flight. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Sonic Blast Shock, can send out a special sonic attack that disrupts or damages the enemy's nervous system. Proficiency, proficient level. 2. Sonic Barrier, creates a sonic barrier that resists sonic attacks as well as defends against a portion of physical damage and elemental damage. Proficiency, proficient level.
In addition to using sonic attacks, the six-eared clear sound bat also possesses extremely sharp hearing, capable of hearing extremely subtle sounds, including the heartbeat and breathing of its prey. Because of this, Chen Xingyun was attached to the tracking department, combining the functions of tracking and surveillance. As soon as the six-eared clear sound bat appeared, it constructed a sonic barrier, preventing Chu Rebirth's cries from affecting the guards again. Use sonic resonance immediately afterward to remove the sonic influence on these guards, thus restoring their normal minds. It turned out that the guards had been tricked without realizing it. They touched their faces. What just happened to me? When I heard Chu Shige's cries, I felt my heart clogged up and wanted to go and comfort them, but now I surprisingly don't feel that way anymore. It turns out that I've all been attacked by a sonic type skill without even realizing it. So this Chu Rebirth is? Seeing that the guards' minds were restored, Xu Chongxin didn't bother to pretend. The news I got was that the two of you were not in Baiwa City. I didn't expect you guys to come back in such a timely manner. Xia Zishue chortled, you're not Xu Chongxin, who the hell are you? Guess, let's see if you can guess, ha ha ha. Laughing and smiling, Xu Chongxin suddenly froze his entire body. That's right, it's solidified. It solidified into a human figurine, only with a creepy smile still on its face. This smile was familiar to both Chen Fei and Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xingyun. It was the same eerie smile that Song Gong Gong had before his death. Chen Fei let a small 10,000 poison compass king drill into it, and the result shocked him severely. It's surprisingly empty inside, which means that what has been communicating with us is just a human skin. No wonder the spores of the Black Slime King didn't parasitize. No wonder the poisonous smoke doesn't do anything to him. Something so bizarre and inexplicable caused Chen Fei to get goosebumps straight away. This Chu Rebirth was a human figurine from the beginning? Or did the Black Slime King appear before becoming a human figurine? One question lingered in Chen Fei's mind. The faces of Chen Xingyun, Cheng Jingjing, and the others weren't any better. 5 Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmasters were present, but they were hard-pressed not to see anything unusual about the other party. A lot of things in the world after Mistfall are just too unbelievable. Everywhere is so bizarre that common sense can no longer sustain them on their journey. All disperse, do what you need to do. Xing Xiaoshan waved his hand and told the others to return to their posts. These guards no longer had the disappointment they felt just now, but instead, because of the matter of Chu Rebirth's human figurines, each of them had chills in their hearts. There was only one thought left in their minds, not to enter the Baiwa Mountains if they could. In the conference room, the 5 ministers plus 1 Chen Fei were all in a state of speechlessness. Although things have come to an end, it brings up so many questions. It wasn't until a long time ago that Cheng Jingjing opened her mouth. Old Xia, didn't you guys say you'd be back in 2 days? How come you arrived today? Xia Zishue looked at Chen Fei. My son asked me to come over earlier, saying that something has happened. Your son is also in Baiwa City? Xing Xiaoshan and Xia Xia were at a loss. Only Cheng Jingjing crossed her legs. Not only is he in Baiwa City, but he's right in front of your eyes. Xia Sen and Xing Xiaoshan fiercely stared at Chen Fei. Chen Fei. Chen Qingyun. So that's how it is. Chen Fei just nervously rubbed the back of his head and didn't say anything. Cheng Jingjing also followed and looked over. This time, Chen Fei has made a great achievement. Originally, he was just given a 3rd degree, but now it doesn't seem quite enough, at least a 2nd degree. Xing Xiaoshan concurred, not bad. If he hadn't realized it early and allowed Xu Chongxin's group to enter the city, the Black Slime Worm King spores would have spread everywhere. It won't work out so well then. And it's likely to plant a spy like Chu Shige in. Close, too close. Chen Xingyun didn't realize that there was still Chen Fei in this, and while he was happy for him, he couldn't help but open his mouth and say, the second-rate merit can be given, but it's kept secret. The others quickly understood what Chen Xingyun meant. Guns hitting heads, he was not wanting Chen Fei to be too conspicuous. Alright, it's decided, so on to the second thing. Xing Xiaoshan stood up and turned on the conference room's projector. It shows all the photos from this event. How much do you guys think is true and how much is false about Chu Rebirth mistakenly entering the inner circle before? Chapter 36 Selling Demonic Beasts. Xia Xia voiced his guess, half true, half false, or else Ding Si and the others should have retorted long ago. Cheng Jingjing went on smoothly. The most feared thing is this kind of half-true and half-false information. Regardless, it's true that the inner circle has changed dramatically. The cracked earth demon worm, the black slimy worm king, and the unknown thing that can turn people into human figurines. These changes are not good. So gentlemen, the next few days will be harder. How long did this meeting talk around the event, as well as setting some new rules? The main prevention of unexpected accidents in the Baiwe Mountains, as well as reducing the mortality rate of soldiers. After leaving the conference room, Xiaogu jumped onto Chen Fei's shoulder and said heavily, "It's really true that you've hit the nail on the head, something big has really happened. I didn't expect that in the end those people from Chu Rebirth would still be unable to escape death." At this moment, Xiaogu had begun to believe that Chen Fei was being chased by the Demon King. It seemed that the only way to get out of this perilous situation was to work hard and become stronger, in order to get Chen Fei and himself out of this perilous situation. Chen Fei also brought a few emotions. Yes, the last person was not saved. He had already informed Cheng Jingjing in advance, and even called his parents back in advance, but the results still didn't change anything. This inner circle is not so different from hell. There was also that smile at the end that reminded Chen Fei of how he was almost killed in the dream world. He had originally suspected that the matter of the 5-colored divine stoneflower wasn't that simple, and now it seemed that this incident most likely had the figure of this organization in it as well. A bunch of beasts who treat human life like grass, don't let me catch them. Chen Fei's fists clenched and creaked. There is no such thing as hatred without a cause, only grievances with a cause. That's right, Ku, show me what you found. Original. When the 9-turn crystal snake crushed the black slime insect king's spores, something remained and was collected by Xiaogu. Spores crystallized powder. Among tens of thousands of spores, only 1 or 2 crystallized powders can be produced. Due to insufficient numbers, it is not possible for the companions to learn the spore diffusion skill. Oh, wow! Surprisingly, this was the skill that Chen Fei's heart was stirred when he saw it for the first time. This means that when the number is enough, you can let Koga learn this skill. What an absolute escape weapon! Well, this one wasn't completely unproductive. This discovery alone was enough for Chen Fei to spend so much effort. As for the subsequent crystallized powder, he had already thought of a way to obtain it. After, Chen Fei continued to frantically raise his strength. The kill value had been saved up to 90,000 over the past week or so. With the last 10,000 kill value, Chen Fei was prepared to take care of it without sleep or rest. Xiaogu's cultivation level slowly followed suit, and was at the strength of the 7th rank of the 2nd level. The qualifications and potential of the aquamarine mantis and the thunder pupil ape were both still good, but they clearly could no longer catch up with Chen Fei's pace. Under this bout of contact, Chen Fei also had a certain amount of affection for them. Killing was definitely not an option, but he also didn't release them back to the Baiwe mountain range. If they continued to be allowed to stay in the Baiwe mountain range, sooner or later they would be annihilated in it. Think about it. Chen Fei found Su Kuei and Wang Ji, both of whom were old acquaintances and had something to say. Elder brother Chen Fei, what is it that you are looking for us today? The two of them were still quite thankful to Chen Fei because of the 3rd and 4th masters, and were basically at their beck and call. Chen Fei went straight to the point. It's like this, brother Su, brother Wang, I have a batch of demonic beasts to offer here, you guys see if you need them. Su Kuei and Wang Ji glanced at each other, neither knowing what kind of medicine Chen Fei was selling in this gourd. They didn't jump to conclusions too early though. After all, there was something about the little guy that was always so unexpected. Only to see Chen Fei directly move out some of the demonic beasts in the sacred cannon space. Due to having been controlled by Kogu, it leaves a certain stigma. After spending some more time with Chen Fei, their wildness was suppressed a lot. At least they wouldn't bite at the sight of people, instead they started to get close to humans. The two Su Kuei who were originally talking and laughing were directly dumbfounded. Level 2, Grade 8, a qualified by Light Mantis. Level 2, 6th rank, a qualified Thunder Pupil Ape. Hiss. The two men sucked in a hard breath of air. Did the oldest brother empty any of the chambers of commerce? Of the 20 demonic beasts that Chen Fei had moved out, 12 of them were Grade A qualified, so it was no wonder that the two were surprised. Do you two old men have your eye on any? Su Kuei and Wang Ji's eyes were shining brightly, and it was obvious that they had a fancy, but they never opened their mouths. What are the concerns of the two older brothers? Su Kuei scratched his head, then helplessly said, Older brother, I won't lie to you, I rather like this thunder pupil ape, but I can't help but be shy. Wang Ji nodded along. They weren't like Chen Fei who had the sacred canon of killing and could increase their strength with the killing value. Not only were there spirit stones for his own cultivation, but he also needed to prepare all sorts of evolutionary materials for his beast pet, evolve his bloodline, and so on. The money spent on subsequent cultivation is more than the money spent on buying the beast in the first place. The one Chen Fei took out, however, was already a grade 2 beast, and the price was categorically higher.
To the market, each head would have to exceed 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei sort of understood the concerns of the two, but his initial purpose was not to run after spirit stones either. Two old brothers, I am also entrusted by someone who, as for him, is more hopeful that these beast pets can find suitable masters who can cherish them and guard them. As for the price, the two of you can rest assured that you will be given a 20% discount, and you can deliver it with the contribution value, and even allow installment payments. Well, roughly 600 points of contribution value can be traded away for a B rank beast, and 2000 points of contribution value in A rank beast. Of course, this is just the initial price, and I can go a little cheaper since I have such a good relationship with the two oldest brothers. Chen Fei hadn't thought of giving it away for nothing. First of all, he also needed resources, especially contribution points, which were quite good. Secondly, this was kidnapped by Koga with great effort. Even if it was a no-brainer, then at least the labor hours should be paid for. In the end, the demonic beasts that were given out for free were not necessarily dared to be used by others, and they were not necessarily cherished as they were not bought with their own money. Instead of that, I'd like to make some extra money along the way. For a captain level like them, 2,000 contribution points to find someone to scrape together was still available. The two thought about it for a while. The price was really not high, and it would be a lie to say that they weren't impressed. Su Kuei patted his chest. Xing Lao Di, your price is so favorable, I won't be pretentious. I have 1,200 contribution points in my hand, plus 500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. What do you think? When converted, it was just about 800,000 medium-grade spirit stones, so of course Chen Fei had no problem with it. Only for Chen Fei to return another 20,000 medium-grade spirit stones back. Brother Su, for this 20,000, you have someone check to see if there are any other problems. If there is a problem, come to me promptly. After all, after being controlled by Koga for so long, it was not guaranteed that there would be intellectual problems or damage to the soul, so it was still necessary to check it out. Even if Chen Fei didn't say anything, Su Kuei would have sent it for inspection. It turned out to be only a slight injury to the soul, not a problem, and it would soon recover. With that, with the quality and price guaranteed, Su Kuei and Wang Ji didn't mind introducing them to their teammates or other squads. It didn't take long for the demonic beasts in the sacred cannon space to be sold out. Chen Fei was also a bit dumbfounded after accumulating so much wealth for the first time. A total of 3,800 contribution points and tens of millions of medium-grade spirit stones. And, there is still a portion of the contribution points from the army side yet to be settled. These were only sold at 20% off, so it's hard to imagine how much those big chambers of commerce actually made. With these 3,800 points of contribution value, Chen Fei rushed into the exchange area, hoping to find some good things. Chapter 37 The ghostly dreaming soul fox comes into being. Come to the redemption area. Chen Fei first looked for materials that could make Xiaogu evolve. Having already eaten a compassion king's heart, another one would have almost no effect, pure and simple waste. Queen bee crystallizing. Quality, grade 5. Source, crystallized heart of the cloud wasp queen, a level 5 demon king. Function, has a certain chance to make the king of all poisonous compulsions evolve. Note, combined with 600,000 kill value to make up for the shortfall, it allows evolution to reach the flawless level. The Cloud Mist Queen Bee herself was only a nearest rank existence, and even though she was a level 5 demon king in her lifetime, she was still quite a bit short of wanting Xiaogu to evolve, which was why she needed to make up for it with 600,000 kill values. Furthermore, this one Queen Bee's heart cost a full 4,000 points of contribution value, which wasn't that much of a need for the current Chen Fei and Xiaogu. Celestial Crystal Bloodline. Quality, grade 5. Source, the bloodline of a 4th level demon general, the Sky Crystal and King. Function, has a certain chance to make the king of all poisonous compulsions evolve. Note, combined with 400,000 kill value to make up for the shortfall, it allows evolution to reach the flawless level. Although the Heavenly Crystal Ant King was only a Class 4 demon general, its qualification was Class S, which instead helped Xiaogu evolve even more. It's just that it requires a bit too much contribution value. The whole 5,000 points. Even Chen Fei, who had a huge amount of money, was a bit shy. That's just it, just list it as one of the targets first, and then come back to redeem it when the subsequent contribution value is more. Evolutionary materials were not found, so let's take a look at the feats. Since the continent's martial arts system was not well developed, it was simply divided into 1 to 4 levels of martial arts. Grade 4 martial arts were quite rare, there were only a few in total. Grade 3 martial arts were already the highest grade of martial arts that a normal person could access. And each book costs around 3,000 contribution points.
However, looking all the way through, there were only 2 assassin line martial arts, 1 poison line, and 1 illusion line. It overlapped with the abilities of Kogu and the Phantom Soul Fox, and it was tasteless to eat and discard. After wandering around for a long time, he ended up spending 600 contribution points for a mushroom.
Giantized mushrooms.
Quality, Grade 4. Introduction, a magical plant in nature that can freely transform its body size. Function, has a chance to give Kogu the Megatron Eye skill, or to give the Silver Silk Twist skill Megatron Eyes. Note, in conjunction with the 100,000 kill value to make up for the shortfall, it allows Ko to gain the Mega Eye skill. Combined with 10,000 kill points to make up for the shortfall, it allows the Silver Wire Entanglement skill to gain immensity.
Giving Kogu access to the Megatronization skill isn't very necessary.
It's more fragile on its own, and when it's giganticized, it doesn't expose more of its flaws.
Moreover, after giganticization, going back to parasitize always felt like something was wrong, while also detaching itself from the nature of the assassin lineage of demonic beasts. But making the Silver Wire Entanglement skill huge makes it necessary.
Ku, eat it. While Xiaogu nibbled on the mushrooms, Chen Fei extracted 10,000 kill values to make up for the lack of giantized mushrooms.
Silver Wire Twisting mutated. Skill proficiency, mastery level.
Increased skill effect, after spraying a spider web, you can control the size of the web at will.
Current maximum macroing multiplier, 4x. Note, once multiplication is selected, it cannot be reduced, and the process is irreversible.
The multiplier can be increased as the proficiency level increases. This success rate is greatly increased when Kogu sprays a spider web over at the enemy, which the opponent thinks they can dodge, but the web suddenly becomes 4 times larger by surprise.
The current Xiaogu was definitely more powerful than before. With the mutated Silver Silk Entanglement skill, Xiaogu was fully capable of hunting higher-level demonic beasts.
As soon as the vision was shared, Chen Fei spotted a level 3, Stage 3 Ghost King Duck. Ghost King Duck qualified, but has S-qualified potential in one area.
For example, poison resistance.
It was able to survive in this region of the Baiyue mountain range precisely because of its superb poison resistance and because it fed on poisonous insects, snakes and ants. It can be said that it is born to be the nemesis of this type of poisonous insects.
However, what it encountered today were extraordinary little tiny kooks.
Hundreds of cobwebs passed by, and the Ghost King Duck nearly scorned them before preparing to use the woods, the terrain, and its athletic stance to quickly avoid them.
Spider Web Mega.
What made the Ghost King Duck's heart alarmed was that these spider webs suddenly became 4 times larger, and at this time, each of them was at 4 meters in diameter, so large that it was perverted. Ghost King Duck tried to hide, but didn't know where to hide. At this moment it knew it had been gullible, but it was too late. Together with the other controlled level 3 stage 1 demonic beasts surrounding them, it was useless even if the Ghost King Duck's poison resistance was strong. As the Ghost King Duck was knocked out, Gui quickly drilled into its flesh. Due to the somewhat large gap in strength between the two sides, it was only parasitic, and it hadn't been able to control the corpse yet, but regardless, it was great progress. Guer's luck had always been good, and at this point, he had already managed to control a level 3, second-order ghostly phantom bee. Ordinary ghostly phantom bees were only A rank qualified, and only the queen bee was S rank qualified. But the A qualification is also enough for it to run rushshot over the middle ground. Only because it was fast enough to be considered a ghost. There weren't many demonic beasts that could catch up with it in the middle ground. The only shame is that it boosts speed and sheds defense and attack. If its attacks were a bit stronger, it wouldn't be just A-ranked. In this way, a total of 68 level 3 low-grade demonic beasts were controlled under the mutated Silver Silk Entanglement's surprise attack. These 68 heads were enough to frantically hunt second-grade high-level demonic beasts, as well as third-grade low-level demonic beasts. Kill a second-level 9th-order bloodstained spider, kill value plus 50. Kill a second-level 9th-order ghost hatchet demon, kill value plus 50. Kill a level 3, first-order thunder spider, kill value plus 100. The accumulation of kill value was many times faster than at the very beginning, and it was also something that made Chen Fei more pleased at the moment. A few days later, finally saved up 100,000 kill values. Chen Fei jumped directly into the middle of the storage space of the sacred Codex. Inside, it was bright white, only so white that there was no other color. The great sealing technique of the Phantom Soul Fox was, after all, reserved from ancient times, and Chen Fei didn't dare to casually unseal it in a corner of the city. This would be unattractive if it moved too much. He hauled up 100,000 kill values and the brightest red light ever smashed into the sealed fossilized stone.
In an instant, the fossilized stone began to shake, while several cracks appeared.
Shu Weihua's vermilion red light burst out from the crack, directly reflecting red in the storage space. Chen Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that he was unsealed here, or else something would really have happened.
Waited a few more moments. The cracks grew bigger and bigger, and then they turned into pieces and fell all over the ground. Only a subtle and incomparable pattern of the Dipper's 7-star pattern remained. Immediately afterward, this Big Dipper was broken apart inch by inch, revealing a phantom soul fox with white hair like snow, 2 horns on top of its head, and only the size of an ordinary cat. It also seemed to have a vertical pupil in the center of its 2 eyes. Chen Fei's gaze was instantly attracted by the phantom soul fox, which was surprisingly much more stunning than the picture. Soul fox. Strength, 2nd level, 1st order. Attributes, soul, illusion, dream, assassin. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Soul stripping, can temporarily shock the soul of the target of the attack out of the physical body, causing it to lose control of the physical body. Proficiency, skill level. Due to low proficiency, the current stripping effect is only 0.2 seconds. 2. Phantom doppelganger, you can create a doppelganger that is exactly like yourself by using illusion, and it has 50% killing power. Proficiency, skill level. Due to low proficiency, only 1 doppelganger can be created at the moment. The higher the proficiency, the more doppelgangers can be created and the closer they are to their own strength. 3. Dream projection, you can briefly project things from your dreams into the real world. Proficiency, skilled level. Due to low proficiency, it can currently only project beings no more than 3 ranks above its own strength, and exists for 30 seconds. Looking at the phantom soul fox's message, Chen Fei was too shocked to speak. Worthy of being an ancient strange beast, this is too remarkable. Every skill was out of Chen Fei's expectation. He had studied dream projection, it was a very strong ability, only that there were very few demonic beasts that could learn this skill. Phantom splitting is not quite the same as regular creating illusions. But one thing that was certain was that the rarity of this skill wasn't much worse than dream projection. Especially when proficiency comes up and 7 or 8 phantom soul foxes appear, which one to fight? As for soul stripping, this was the most powerful skill Chen Fei had seen so far. Shocking the enemy's soul directly out of his body? It's just not too outrageous, is it? What would happen if you learned another soul binding skill to tie up a soul that was shaken out of its body, so that the soul couldn't return to its physical body for a minute or 2? Or learn a soul technique that's a bit more powerful and blast the souls that vibrate out, wouldn't the physical body just collapse? It's outrageous to think about. The more Chen Fei looked at the Ghost Dream Soul Fox, the more he felt like, when he wanted to get close to hold, the Ghost Dream Soul Fox just opened his eyes. Chapter 38 Soul Stripping. After the Phantom Soul Fox saw Chen Fei, it tried to support its body and take a few steps back. Nay, the years of sealing had caused it to be unable to fully control its body for the time being. Chen Fei naturally saw the guardedness of the Phantom Soul Fox and did not approach any closer, instead using his consciousness to communicate with it. Little one, your seal has been lifted, and you've been cured of your innate deficiencies. It's a big world out there, I'll carry you? The dreaming soul fox was only wary and did not detect Chen Fei's malice. Instead, there was a scent of closeness about him. The dreaming soul fox was healed by the Holy Code, and the imprint of the Holy Code existed on its body. And Chen Fei had originally contracted the sacred canon, which was what gave the Phantom Soul Fox a feeling of closeness. With a movement of their consciousness, both Chen Fei and the Phantom Soul Fox arrived in the middle of the dormitory. The Phantom Soul Fox looked around, still not its familiar surroundings, and looked a little disappointed. How much time has passed since the time I sealed it? This question was difficult for Chen Fei to answer. After all, the ancient times were so far away, who knew exactly how many years? All he could give was a ballpark figure. 1,000,000 years should have passed. Upon hearing this news, the Pixie Dream Soul Fox's pupils dilated violently. How much? 1,000,000 years? Does my family still exist? After the shock, its expression became despondent. Chen Fei could probably guess what it was thinking and comforted. Your Phantom Dream Soul Fox clan still exists in the world, only it is already quite rare. If you are willing to follow me, when you are strong, we can go search for your Phantom Soul Fox clan together. But now it is facing a huge crisis, and it is hard to say whether it will survive the havoc. Provided we all survive. Chen Fei did not want to deceive the Phantom Soul Fox. The most important part of building a relationship was honesty and not deceiving. The dreaming Soul Fox could sense Chen Fei's goodwill, but it still needed time to think about it. You can't walk right now, so I'll carry you out and see? The dreaming soul fox stared into Chen Fei's eyes and finally nodded gently. Chen Fei cupped the phantom soul fox before holding it in his arms, gently caressing its fur. The dreamy soul fox only felt that Chen Fei's arms were warm, giving it a sense of solidity. Come to the top of the wall. Phantom soul fox looked at the foggy Baiwa mountain range, and the Baiwa city behind it, the soldiers who talked and laughed, the beasts and pets who were fighting against the drills, and the vehicles that had never been seen before. Everything gave it an unfamiliar and overwhelming feeling. It was as if he was out of place in the world. The only thing that was somewhat familiar was the human who was holding him. Will you really take me to find my people? Chen Fei lowered his head and laughed softly. If we are all still alive after the Great Tribulation, we will accompany you to find your clan. After saying that, Chen Fei bit through his finger, and then gathered his aura and carved an arcane purple 3-star spirit formation in the void, with the word, oath, in the formation. This is the oath formation, which has similarities to the contract formation and is a required course in school. Once the oath array is set up, heaven and earth will witness it together, and those who repent will be sanctioned by heaven and earth. For the only promise of heaven and earth that can be trusted. When she saw this oath formation appear, the heart of the phantom soul fox trembled lightly. This human wasn't lying to himself, he would accompany him to find his people. Without any further hesitation, the phantom soul fox stretched out its paw with difficulty before placing it on top of the oath formation. In an instant, the purple glow was great, and the oath was made. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei once again carved the formation of contract. From then on, the phantom soul fox became Chen Fei's second beast pet. Dream. White fur. I'll call you Dream White from now on. As a result, the phantom soul fox looked disgusted. I have my own name, called Shikuju. And I'm a female, what a dreamy white, how awful. A capitalized embarrassment appeared on Chen Fei's face. Well, you had your own name, say it earlier. Ruler Jade gave Chen Fei a blank look. You didn't ask either. Alright, Shikuyu is still a good name for you. Ruler Jade grew up living with the clan and it was normal to have her own name. Unlike Xiaogu who came out of the egg and was inside Chen Fei's body. Then Ruler Jade, you should go back to the Imperial Beast space to recover first, it can help you control your body faster inside. Yes. Original. After Chen Fei elevated to Intermediate Imperial Beast Master, an additional doorway would come out. Each Imperial Beast would have its own specialized resting area. But somehow, the killing cannon hardened the second doorway, and the two pools merged into one. Ruler Jade could see the killing sacrament and Xiaogu soaking in the pool. Oh right, Ruler Jade, that little parasite is my first beast pet, called Xiaogu, you guys get to know each other first. Ruler Jade looked at Xiaogu, while then stifled a word, so ugly. Kogo? No, what did I do? It immediately retorted, we were originally from different clans, our vision is naturally different, I am now in the 1000 Poisonous Compass clan but I am dominant and extraordinary, right? However, Ruler Jade still had the same word, so ugly. Shu-ku. It's impossible to talk about this day. The cannon on the side was trembling up and down, and I think he was laughing his ass off. Ha 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 ha. Even Chen Fei didn't hold back his laughter. Koga had a black face. Excessive. Ruler Jade's new arrival like this is fine, but Chen Fei, and Brother Sacred Cannon, what do you guys mean? Chen Fei compared it to the fact that in terms of face value, the Ruler Jade was noble and elegant. And Kogu bar. Ugly is ugly, anyway, from now on, Shakyu, you have to call me Big Brother. Ruler Jade despised Xiaogu, on what grounds? With a greeting, dozens of tiny gu appeared behind him, just by the fact that I have many descendants. The Ruler Jade was expressionless, but a burst of light surged through the lines on its horn, and Xiaogu's soul was blasted out. Just floating above the pool, looking at his own flesh, and then moments later being pulled back. It was only a short 0.2 seconds, but Kogo had already experienced what it meant to be helpless. The moment its soul was blasted away, it really felt like it couldn't do anything. Was this the ancient strange beast phantom dream soul fox that had been spotted by Chen Fei? Kogo put away his small-mindedness and no longer felt that more volume could crush everything. What's more, Ruler Jade's soul stripping was only at the skillful level, and it was only second level, first rank in strength. What would be the effect if both were boosted? Chen Fei, who had been paying attention to Ruler Jade, was also startled. I didn't expect Ruler Jade to be so strong that it even blasted away the small ancient souls of the second level 7th rank, this was too domineering. Are all S-class qualifications this mysterious? When he looked at Ruler Jade again, it was already paralyzed in the middle of the pool with a somewhat pained expression. Chen Fei hurriedly asked, "Ruler Jade, are you alright?" Ruler Jade's weak voice came, "It's fine. Soul stripping is my Phantom Soul Fox's racial secret skill, and it's basically impossible for other races to learn it. Currently I can use it across up to 7 orders. Only after crossing the steps, it would bring a certain amount of backlash. Don't worry, it'll be fine after a while." Secret racial techniques? These words were quite unfamiliar to Chen Fei. After pacifying Ruler Jade, Chen Fei ran to Baiwei City's bookstore to look for information about racial secret techniques. Chapter 39 Shikuyu's Skill Choice. Racial secret techniques cannot be obtained by a powerful race. Legend has it that the secret racial techniques have something to do with the first generation. Some races are born with some special techniques that don't need to be learned later in life, namely racial techniques. After checking for a long time, there were only a few words of information about the racial secret techniques. Among these messages, there was no clear indication of how the racial secret techniques were cultivated and how they were created. There was no way around it, so Chen Fei could only put it down for the time being. And then borrowed books on the 3 faculties of soul, dream, and illusion. Just to complement the skills that Shikuju currently has and to refine the combo tactics. In response to soul stripping, Chen Fei found the soul prison seal skill. After shocking the soul out of his physical body, he quickly used the soul prison seal to lock the other party's soul in the middle of the dark alien space prison. The higher the proficiency, the longer the captivity. There is another skill, soul slash. On the soul that had been shaken out, a cut was made, and even if the original owner didn't die, his vitality would be greatly injured. As proficiency increases, it becomes possible to release more knives at the same time. On top of that, learn the soul guardian skill. In case Chen Fei or Xiao Gu was attacked by the soul, by activating this skill in time, the damage received can be reduced. There was also the soul torture, demonstrated by the spotted soul beast at that time, which also made Chen Fei quite moved. As for dream skills, just learn the simple dream interference first, as well as dream barrier, which focuses on guarding. Illusionist skills must learn mirror flower water moon. This skill can create an illusion that is just like the real thing. Like flowers in the mirror, the moon in the water, beautiful but with illusion, indistinguishable from the real. The more proficient you are, the more realistic the environment becomes, and the harder it is to be kamikaze. Being able to create illusions, it was only natural to learn the illusion-breaking reincarnation skill that lifted illusions as well. Some illusions do not consist of a simple layer of environment, but maybe 2, 3, or even 5 or 6 layers. This is the time to use this skill to parse the most primitive illusion building points so that they can be broken. As for the assassin line, Shikuju was unable to use abilities such as poison, parasitism, and corpse control like Kogu. One had to learn skills like sneaking, camouflage, and concealment in the assassin lineage to facilitate a smoother time during sneak attacks. These 10 or so skills made Chen Fei's head spin just thinking about it. That's not a lot of kill value to spend in the future. The only thing that pleased Chen Fei was Ruling Jade's talent. With multiple skills, Ruler Jade had only used 2 Bodhi fruits, and the rest were made by his own comprehension. At this point, Ruler Jade was going to be stronger than Kogu. After all, it was an S-rank qualification no matter what. When it came to realm advancement, Ruler Jade was far inferior to Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu could constantly improve himself through parasitic cannibalism, and Ruler Jade's talents seemed to be given to all 3 lines, with slow improvement. There really is no such thing as perfection in this world. Fortunately, Chen Fei still had the sacred canon of slaying, which made up for the deficiency of the Ruler Jade. Otherwise, not to mention the realm, the 10 or so skills alone would be difficult enough. Tianqing City, Black Market. Old Jia, I found you at last. My phone got a few more points closer before asking in a low voice, is today's spirit gathering pill in stock? Old Jia revealed a mouthful of big black teeth, yes, of course. My phone rubbed his hands together excitedly, quick, give me 10 of them. With regards to the spirit gathering pill, my phone had become completely addicted. He had been stuck at advanced 9th Order Imperial Beast Master for 3 or 4 years, and there had been no sign of a breakthrough. A while ago, I heard someone introduce the spirit gathering pill, saying that it has miraculous effects. Holding a trace of curiosity, my phone bought a try. The results led him surprise. The realm actually has a sign of loose effect, do not mention how excited. It was that this spirit gathering pill was a little pricey. One actually cost 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones. 10 bottles of a bottle is still cheaper, charging him 29,800 middle-grade spirit stones. My Fong had already bought 3 bottles before and after, and feeling that a breakthrough was imminent, he rushed over to buy another bottle. As long as he broke through to the Sovereign Beastmaster level, then the future was going to be much better. Old Jia, however, smiled and said, "You also know the medicinal effects of the spirit gathering pill, and everyone is rushing to get it. Moreover, this Dan was not officially recognized and was heavily checked, leading to a serious shortage of subsequent supply. So you get it." My Fong is also a human savant. How could he not hear old Jia's meaning? His face darkened and said, "Say, how much did it go up this time?" Old Jia revealed his big black teeth and smiled, "Not much, just a 3-fold increase." After hearing this, my Fong, "The whole person is not good, there you do business like this, why don't you go to Rabah?" Old Jia did not get angry, still smiling, "I am just robbing you love to buy or not, there are plenty of people to buy. It's just so direct and unobtrusive." My Fong was so angry that he jumped to his feet, but what could he do? He couldn't just grab it hard, could he? The point is that a few days ago, a Zhongsher level 2nd ranked Imperial Beastmaster tried to rob old Jia hard, and as a result, his 4 beast pets were taken care of by one of his own beast pets. The strength should not be too horrible. What could he, a senior Beastmaster, do to the other party? But this was too expensive. A bottle of spirit gathering pill was quite enough for him to buy a grade B demon beast egg. There was no choice but to bite the bullet and buy it for the sake of breaking the boundary. My Phone could only bite the bullet and buy it. After he left, old Ja put away his stall, but later, when he came to no one's place, he flicked his hand on his face and changed his face, even his big black teeth disappeared. The long streets of the black market were soon filled with a bearded seller. Chapter 40, War Drum Master. Mid-October. McFunnels locked himself in his room and welded the door shut. Although he had already become a Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster, he didn't dare to go out for half a step. Because a bizarre aura, if nothing else, had appeared on him. If it was noticed by someone with higher strength, they would realize that the aura was the same as the monster in the mist. This discovery made my Phone shocked, but more than anything, he was helpless and didn't dare to make a sound at all. "I'm afraid that I'll be obliterated as an evil creature as soon as I leave the house." Suddenly, a human shadow appeared in the room. Only the shadow seemed to have 2 extra masses of something different on him. Boo! It took the soft drumming sound to make my Phone realize that the 2 clusters of shadows were, in fact, the shadows of the drums. "Who are you?" My Phone summoned his beast pet and went on full alert. Boo! There was no answer from the other side, and another drumbeat appeared. "Moonpaw Light Beast, use Illumination of Light." The opponent appeared as a shadow after all, so use a light skill to dispel the opponent's shadow. What alarmed McFung was, under the Illumination of Light, that shadow surprisingly still existed. In other words, it wasn't a shadow system skill. In that case, there exists the possibility that one has fallen into an illusion without realizing it. The shadow, which was nothing more than a part of the illusion, was such that the light skill could not break it. He had no choice but to let his Xianyu illusion butterfly lay down a multi-layered illusion barrier. To his dismay, the drums still came in. My Phone had a feeling that his strength and ability to control beasts had long been figured out. Subsequently, boom boom boom. The drums are getting denser and faster. My Phone instantly noticed that something was wrong with his body. The evil chi that was originally scattered on his body was actually gathering at the heart at this moment. He had reason to believe that if the drumming continued, his heart would surely be squeezed out by the evil aura. "Stop, stop, stop, what the hell are you trying to do?" McFung no longer wanted to know who the other person was, only that they could stop. However, the other party remained silent and continued to beat the drum. At that moment, the evil chi began to surge, as if 1,000 ants were tearing at his heart. My Phone was simply unable to resist this bizarre and invisible attack, covering his chest and rolling around. Immediately after that, the evil aura spread out violently, from the scalp to the toes, every bone, every inch of skin, every drop of blood, and every cell was suffering great pain. McFung's body is twisted out of shape. "Stop it, I'll agree to whatever you want." As soon as the words left his mouth, all the pain disappeared in an instant. Instead, McFung was soaked as if he had just come out of the water. His head went blank, leaving his body mechanically gasping for air. At that moment, the other finally spoke, his voice husky, "Remember this feeling, and this promise. Your body, and your soul, already belong to me. Don't think of betrayal or you'll enjoy torture from hell. Practice hard. I'll see you again. Remember, my name is War Drummer." After saying that, the shadow slowly faded until it disappeared completely.
If it wasn't for the pain that still existed in my Fang's body, he would have thought he was hallucinating. After slowing down for a while, my phone leaned against the wall and picked up the fruit knife, aiming it at his heart, but hesitated to make a move. Death is the easiest. But the fear of death is the most insurmountable. Finally, he threw the knife aside while holding his head and crying. Failure to pass this hurdle would mean that afterward, he would be at the mercy of others and would have to betray the human race. Not only my phone, not only Celestial Green City. Similar incidents have occurred in multiple places, just no one knows about them. Either you are controlled or you die. The most frightening thing is that those who died were hollowed out and left with only a skin. And then continued to live eerily as if nothing had happened. And some were put into some greenish-colored, thin, soft worms like leeches. Immediately after, the dead flesh unexpectedly opened his eyes. Bayou City. After more than a month of hard work, Chen Fei had finally saved up enough kill value. Withdraw 50,000 kill value to use on yourself. Chen Fei. Cultivation level up, from Intermediate 9th Order Imperial Beast Advanced 1st Order Imperial Beast Master. Comparative advantage. 1. Unlock a new beast pet bit. 2. Body resistance, speed, strength, speed of absorbing aura, etc. are greatly increased. Note, Senior Imperial Beastmaster requires 50,000 kill value per rank to advance. Advanced 9th Order Imperial Beastmaster Sectarian 1st Order Imperial Beastmaster requires 500,000 kill value. And then, the strength of Kogu and Ruler Jade was also raised to level 3, stage 1. These were the days when Ruler Jade was the most clueless. Without doing anything on his own, his strength surged up, and breaking through was as simple as drinking water. Can't it be that after a million years everyone cultivates like this? Chapter 41, Into the Mist. Looking at the two tertiary beasts in front of him, Chen Fei was invigorated. From the beginning of the awakening until now, not quite 4 months had passed. The strength of himself and his beast pet, however, had developed by leaps and bounds. This progress, which has finished off the previous life, is awesome to think about. Clenching his fist, Chen Fei began to consider the way forward and the choice of his third favorite. Poison, parasitism, incubation, souls, illusions, dreams all. The third head, what demonic beast would have to be contracted to make up for the shortfall? Time, space-type demonic beasts, Chen Fei's heart naturally moved. But there aren't many of them on the entire continent, so they're hard to come by. Seal system demonic beasts are not bad, sealing speed, sealing movement, sealing soul, and then a little more powerful, sealing the sky and locking the earth to seal time and space. If one could acquire the great sealing technique, one could simply walk across the board at the same rank. It's just that the idea is beautiful and the reality is bone-chilling. The rarity of seal system demonic beasts was even rarer than the pure-blood dragons. Headache. After going to the beast pet shop in Bayou City, he didn't find a suitable demonic beast for himself. It's just a matter of chance. Forced cannot be forced, some things still depend on fate. Since they had all reached Senior Imperial Beast Master, it was also time to take Ruler Jade to a real battle. The best option was the Bayou mountain range, which was shrouded in mist in front of us. But before you go into the mountains, you have to make some preparations anyhow. Enough food, drinks, plus some protective gear. Go directly to the contribution value exchange area. A second-class merit still has many benefits besides increasing the honor of the military. The most realistic thing was to harvest 600 points of contribution value, which finally came to Chen Fei's hands after a few days of the process. Adding the previous gains brings it back to 3,800 contribution points. The second thing was that with this second-class merit, as long as one became a Senior Imperial Beast Master, one could prioritize applying for the position of captain. After only a moment's consideration, Chen Fei gave up his application. One wanted to devote himself fully to the cultivation of beast pets. The other is the Imperial Beast attribute. All beast pets are assassin lineage also means that now or in the future, he is more suited to be a lone wolf. This is the only way to maximize the attributes and also mobility of the assassin line. Why fight when you can sneak attack? Why waste your energy if you can poison? Chen Fei's purpose was clear, he only wanted what would keep him alive. After the Dream Crisis incident, Chen Qingyun purchased some life-preserving items from Jiangnan. Guardian dreams, souls, are all disposable items, but at least in the short term there is no need to think about safety in this area. The next thing to prepare for is a frontal resistance to damage to save your life. Crystal Shield, worth 200 contribution points. Created by a level 4, Order 8, 9 turns Crystal Snake. When encountering danger, crush the crystal key to form a crystal shield that can resist the majority of physical attacks, elemental attacks, etc. from level 4 beasts for 30 seconds.
Remarks: disposable consumables. The 9 turns of the crystalline serpent? Isn't that Xing Xiaoshan's beast pet?
Oh, so that's how he earns his contribution value. As long as someone redeemed the crystal shield, he would receive a certain amount of contribution value.
It's so cocky. Is it possible to imitate it yourself?
Ruler Jade possessed soul, dream, and illusion, so no matter which aspect it was, it had great promise. Xiaogu earns kill value, and Ruler Jade earns contribution value.
Perfect match. Sonic Barrier, worth 200 contribution points.
Created by a 4-stage, 5-step, 6-eared clear bat. When used, it can block the attacks of Sonic demonic beasts up to 4th level, 7th rank.
Remarks: disposable items. Oh ho, a 6-eared bat? Isn't this Dad's demonic beast? What's the need to buy? Just ask him for it.
In the end, Chen Fei exchanged a crystal shield, a thunder shield, and an ice shield, spending 600 contribution values.
Took 3 more sonic barriers from Chun Xingyun, and took some life-preserving potions from Xia Zixue, healing potions.
After making sufficient preparations, Chen Fei took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and used the hidden Yuan technique to conceal his body's aura as he traveled to the Baiyue mountain range. The hidden elemental technique is still good, but it's a bit pricey as it takes 100,000 kill values to raise it to peak level. After entering the periphery, Chen Fei summoned Xiaogu as well as Ruler Jade while slowly rushing to the center.
The demonic beasts in the periphery were too weak to even qualify to give Ruler Jade practice.
At the same time, Chen Fei had Xiaogu mobilize an army of corpse controllers. With the mutated silver silk winding, it was often possible to capture some demonic beasts with higher strength.
Those currently under control are 2 level 3, 5th order demonic beasts, 12 level 3, 4th order demonic beasts, 36 level 3, 3rd order demonic beasts.
There were even more of the 3rd level 2nd order and 1st order, and Chen Fei didn't even bother to count them. This army of demonic beasts going out was enough to sweep away a large number of high-level Imperial Beast Masters. As for a genius character like Jiang Yi, the current Chen Fei was not sure that he could beat it. According to Jiang Yi's family lineage, it was assumed that her beast pet was at least S rank. The most feared were those S rank beasts with rare skills, and sometimes numbers didn't always have an advantage over them.
Tackle the thief. Once Kogu is under control, it's cool.
When he reached the junction of the inner and middle zones, Chen Fei only made a small detour here, not daring to go continuously deeper.
The Chu rebirth is still fresh in my mind, so it's good to take it easy.
As he walked, Chen Fei suddenly stopped. The ground in front of him was soft. Upon closer inspection, the dirt was very wet and there were even some puddles of water.
If I'm not mistaken, this would be swampy terrain.
In this world, any swampy land should not be easily involved. Besides the constantly sinking ground, the most terrifying thing was the demonic beasts hiding underneath, full of unknowns.
Xiaogu, have Gu'er control the ghostly phantom bee to come over. With its speed, even if there really is something in the swamp, it should be in time to escape. The ghostly phantom bee could have restrained the sound of its vibrating wings, but at this time, it deliberately made a noise and flew around the swamp a few times before stopping. After waiting a while, there didn't seem to be much movement. And so on. Ripples appear on the water beach.
The swamp then shuddered, and a behemoth leapt out of the swamp.
It was a crocodile-type demonic beast with spikes on its back and head. Chapter 42: Shikuyu vs. Poison Scale Giant Crocodile. Poisonous Scaled Crocodile. Strength, Level 3, Step 6. Attributes: Poison, Flesh, Strength. Qualification: A. Potential: expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills: 1. Brute Rush. Go into a rushing state that is hard to interrupt and boosts your speed and attack power by a certain amount. Proficiency: Mastery level. 2. Energy Increase. Can absorb some of the enemy's physical damage, elemental damage, and become its own energy. Proficiency: Mastery level. 3. Megamorphosis. Can perform a certain number of times of flesh megamorphosis. Proficiency: Skilled. The poison scale giant crocodile itself had thick skin and flesh, and it could also absorb damage from its opponents, so once it charged over after it was giganticized, no matter if it was Chen Fei or Ruler Jade, they would all be sent flying. There is no other downfall. Only, how could Chen Fei let the poisonous scale giant crocodile have this opportunity? Make the first move. Shikuyu, it's time for your show.
Ruler Jade nodded gravely before a soul stripping went over and shook the soul of the poison scale giant crocodile out of its physical body. At this time, soul stripping had been raised to the proficient level.
Control time from 0.2s 0.5s.
Can use this skill beyond 8th level, but it also brings a corresponding weakness backlash. There is no limit to the use of this for beings below their own strength. However, the super rank can only be used 3 times a day, and after that, one's soul will be damaged. This world is fair, the more powerful the ability, the more constraints it carries. The poison scale giant crocodile's figure froze, directly from the state of leaping out followed by falling onto the swamp. And then, Ruler Jade wildly slammed 3 skills out: Soul Prison Seal, Soul Slash, and Mirror Flower Water Moon. The soul of the poison scale giant crocodile was first trapped in a shadowy cage, and then it was sliced several times. Its soul weakened for a few moments with the naked eye, followed by being pulled into the illusion. Even if the poison scale giant crocodile's soul returned to its physical body, it would not be able to come to its senses immediately. Who knew that Ruler Jade again didn't stop and used dream projection again? The biggest advantage of the Ruler Jade was that it was a demonic beast from the ancient era, and who knows what types of demonic beasts there were in that era. No, Ruler Jade directly projected a level 3, 3-stage subsystem heavenly crystal giant dragon. This was already the limit of proficient level dream projection, which could project an existence that exceeded one's own strength by 2 orders. If Chen Fei hadn't recognized it correctly, this was an SS grade qualification existence. Those with this qualification were only seen by Chen Fei in the hidden Sky Skeleton King. This heavenly crystal giant dragon was also nonchalant, slashing furiously at the poison scale giant crocodile. Crystal blade piercing, gather a huge and sharp cluster of crystal piercing needles and blast them from the sky at the poisonous scale giant crocodile. Thunder crystal, wrap the poison scale giant crocodile in a crystal first, while releasing thunder later. This entire process down the line, Chen Fei could smell a hint of roasted meat. Also in an even more terrifying skill, blood crystal seal. This skill can directly crystallize the blood of the poison scale giant crocodile, making it unable to circulate its blood in dying. Only the heavenly crystal giant dragon was a projection after all, and just after making this skill, it dissipated due to a lack of aura. Otherwise, the poison scale giant crocodile could have really been screwed over by the heavenly crystal giant dragon just like that. It was worthy of being an SS ranked qualification, and every skill was extremely dominating. It wasn't until the poison scale giant crocodile awoke that its first thought was to run. It's horrible. The incomparably strong soul system skill, and the sky crystal giant dragon that crushed the same level. The poison scale giant crocodile was almost scared out of its wits. After a lifetime of crisscrossing the swamp, I never thought I would encounter such a terrifying being. How could Xiaogu let it escape? Even without Chen Fei's arrangement, it had already laid down the means for the ancient 1 and 2, as well as thousands of spider webs, which were definitely enough for the poisonous scale giant crocodile to drink a pot. Chen Fei's attention was on Ruler Jade instead. At this time, its aura was 1 out of 10, and it had also suffered the weak backlash of soul stripping, lying in Chen Fei's arms and not wanting to move at all. Chen Fei gently knocked Ruler Jade's head and said seriously, "Now you know you're tired, right? Letting you make a move didn't let you use all your cards. If you fail to subdue the enemy in the first place, then the next one to die is yourself." Ruler Jade did not retort and could not retort. If Chen Fei and Xiaogu were not there, when the poison scale giant crocodile came back to its senses, it could easily ravage its weakened self. Ow, Ruler Jade's voice had a hint of frustration in it. Am I stupid and weak? Noticing Ruler Jade's mood, Chen Fei gently stroked its head. I didn't remind you of anything just now, I just wanted to see how you fought as well as your combat prowess. In hindsight, Shikuyu was super awesome then. You're fighting over the ranks, and with a leap of 5 ranks, and being able to hard control the poison scale giant crocodile for such a long period of time and beat it until it's scared, that's quite a handful. But the next time you fight, pay attention to the ways and means. The reason why a bottom card is to kill in one blow. It is needed to be used out only at the right time. And that, in turn, is the point of us coming out into the real world. It's so that you can use your abilities more skillfully and know where the limits of each one are. Take for example, dream projection. You projected the sky crystal dragon this time, can you project it again next time? If you suddenly project a weak head, wouldn't you be punking yourself? Each of Ruler Jade's skills had a depth level killing power, but not a depth level ability to utilize combat. Next, Chen Fei would need to target this point with some hard special training. Ruler Jade, besides familiarizing yourself with the limits of each skill, one thing you have to learn is to work together.
Koga's skill isn't as strong as yours, but it just wins in volume. There are 1 or 200 level 3 beasts here for you to drive, why would you need to make such a mess of yourself? Xiaogu's Silver Silk Entanglement skill, which could cross-stage control, what it lacked was that 1 or 2 seconds to give it control. Your soul skills and illusion skills are able to interfere with the poison scale giant crocodile in the shortest amount of time. Doesn't that give Kogu a time lag? Wouldn't it be a wonderful thing to come back to the cluster at this time of year? Under the influence of Chen Fei and Xiaogu's sinister and rogue fighting styles, Ruler Yu nodded thoughtfully. It was really listening. And put it into action in the near future. In this way, Chen Fei would stay for 2 days every time he entered the 100-yu mountain range before returning to the city on the 3rd day. After a day's rest, continue into the mountains with the Ruler Jade. While training Ruler Jade, Chen Fei was also thinking about how to make the 2 beasts work together more effectively. The tacit understanding between 1 person and 2 beasts is increasing dramatically, and their strength is growing by leaps and bounds. Boom boom! Chen Fei had just stepped into the outskirts of the Baiyue mountain range when he heard the sound of trees collapsing, and this was definitely more than just one. I think there must be some large demonic beasts fighting. He hurriedly put on his mask, while quietly hiding his breath and quietly approaching. It is worth mentioning that over these days, Chen Fei has used the 100,000 kill value he saved on top of the enhancement of the hidden Yuan technique. Chapter 43 First Encounter with the Earth-Splitting Demon Worm. Proficiency level of hidden elemental technique, from proficient level peak level. Advantages that come from upgrading. 1. Hide cultivation, breath, and killing aura, and drastically reduce the sense of existence. 2. When used, a miniature boundary will be formed around the body. This boundary can be blended with the surrounding environment. Standing still, it can form a certain stealth effect. Note, cultivation below King rank 5 cannot probe the skills hidden at the peak level. The current invisibility effect, like that of a chameleon, takes advantage of the fact that the skin contains an abundance of pigment cells that can contract and expand under the control of the nervous system, thus changing the color of the skin. Chen Fei naturally did not have the ability of a chameleon, but this layer of miniature boundary had such an effect. The prerequisite is that you can't move, and if you do, you'll be exposed. It's still a bit of a cockamamie at the moment, but in certain specific situations, it's akin to a miracle skill. Following the direction of the battle, Chen Fei realized that they had come all the way from the forest to an open area. 3, 2, 1, the demon worms are showing their heads, now. With Su Kuei's command. The soil, which had been relatively loose, suddenly hardened into stone. This was an earth demonic beast utilizing the Xianshi dungeon skill to petrify the soil for a short period of time. Not only that, the ice demon beasts of Wangji's squad also added a layer of ice seal on the petrified soil. A final layer of crystal sealing was added. Under such reinforcement, even an existence such as the earth-splitting demon insect could not immediately break free. Chen Fei, who had stayed in the tree, finally had the time to get a good look at the split earth demon worm. Although they are worms, they have an armored substance on the outside that is as solid as a rock. Each eye was the size of a faceplate, but it was a bit lifeless, which had to do with spending years in the ground. The area of the mouthpiece could split into 4 pieces, dripping with a pale green viscous liquid that looked somewhat revolting. Riftworm's 2nd generation. Strength, level 3, order 8. Attributes, elemental, meat, poison, life. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Brute Rush, go into a rushing state that is hard to interrupt and boosts your speed and attack power by a certain amount. Proficiency, mastery level. 2. Breakage and Rebirth, the powerful life force of the riftworm gives it the power to be like an earthworm, even if it is broken in 2, both parts can become new life. Proficiency, mastery level. The higher the proficiency, the faster the recovery. When he saw the information about the earth-splitting demon worm, Chen Fei was also shocked along with it. The behemoth in front of him turned out to be only a 2nd-generation bug. And the 2nd-generation bug was already S-rank qualified and possessed the attributes of all 4 systems. What about the generation bugs? And what kind of horrible existence? No wonder in the previous world a grown-up rift demon worm could crush a city, so it was possessing such a powerful attribute. Illusionist demonic beast stall for time. Everyone else, attack the parts of the demon worm that are frozen. The lack of preparation last time resulted in Su Kuei and Wangji being caught off guard. This time, he was fully prepared and used the explosive fire and thunder systems to attack an opening first.
and then utilizing the wood type, wither, skill, it drastically weakened the recovery speed of the Rift Demon Worm. At the same time, the ice skill was utilized to freeze the flowing blood, followed by allowing the sharpest gold skills to keep expanding the wound. With preparation, even the most common 5 elements elemental skills could heavily damage the Rift Demon Worm. The part of its torso that was exposed to the ground was split in two, and green blood flowed all over the ground. Everyone cheered as they looked at the demon worm lying on the ground and cracking. Yoo-hoo, finally added up. Jin-si, we finally avenged you. Then again, this thing is pretty strong, I'm surprised it took 2 squads to bring it down. Chen Fei couldn't help but nod appreciatively when he saw their maneuvers. Shikuyu-si, that's a match. Almost every beast pet only sent out 1 or 2 attacks, which had an excellent effect under the 5 complementary elements. Moreover, each beast pet only consumes some aura, and the remaining aura can always be used to deal with unexpected situations without putting themselves in danger. This was also the reason why Chen Fei tried to avoid duplicate attributes when selecting his beast pets, so that he could form a more effective match and a stronger fighting force. Chen Fei had wanted to leave just like that, but he saw 2 people from Sukuei's squad walking towards the flesh of the Rift Demon Worm, seemingly wanting to take a closer look at the Rift Demon Worm to see if there were any crystals or something else that could be mined. Guer, quickly control the ghostly phantom beyond. The Rift Earth Demon Worm possessed the ability to regenerate itself from a severed body, and this severed body was just a section that the Rift Earth Demon Worm had discarded, but it didn't mean that this section of severed body wasn't a threat. It's not completely dead yet. The ghostly phantom wasp rushed towards the duo at top speed, and it slammed them out of the way. Sukuei, Wang Ji, and the others reacted by immediately entering a state of alert while commanding their beast pets to attack the ghostly phantom at any time. Before they could strike, they saw the ghostly phantom use multiple wind blades on the Rift Demon Worm's mouthparts. This severed body of the Rift Devil Worm knew it couldn't fit, so it could only get up and dodge. Seeing that the earth-splitting demon worm had made a move, Chen Fei told the ghostly phantom to come back right away, a hint would suffice. In this way, it was believed that Su Kuei and the others would soon be able to master the abilities of the earth-splitting demon worm. Su Kuei and Wang Ji then realized that the ghostly phantom wasp was not trying to attack them, but was saving them. This demonic worm is still alive, everyone prepare to fight. You can't even die like this, your life is really hard. In that case, let's beat it into a puddle, I don't believe it's still alive. Just as they were preparing for the second wave of attack, a sudden change occurred. The ground began to tremble, and then another earth-splitting demon insect appeared, and instead of attacking Su Kuei and the others, it yanked the severed body into the ground. And then hide, ready to sneak up on you. Su Kuei and the others were already familiar with the fighting style of the Rift Earth Demon Worm, so they weren't too nervous. What made their scalps numb were the demonic beasts that were stalled in the sky. No, it would be better to say creatures, rather than creepy beings. The body of a lion, but with a lion's head, a leopard's head, an ape's head, and a pair of fleshy wings on his back. Not only that, but it has 2 tails, one of a scorpion and one of a snake's head. It's like the product of a patchwork, and it looks weird as hell. Fallen 3-headed monster suture. Strength, 3rd level, 9th order. Attributes, elemental, wind, flight, poison, sonic, auxiliary. Qualification, S. The original qualification was Grade A, forcibly upgraded to Grade S as a result of the stitching. Potential, after stitching, the qualification itself cannot be raised unless new elements continue to be stitched in. Note, suture bodies all have short lifespans, and strength gains come slower than normal. However, 1 skill from each stitched demon beast can be retained. And, this suture has 3 times the original aura. Skills. Seeing this information, Chen Fei's entire body trembled, and even more so, he couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. Chapter 40 for the terrifying suture. Unsurprisingly, this fallen 3-headed monster was indeed a stitch. In this case, it seems that the 8th Evil King has already come out and is now practicing with 3rd-level demonic beasts. Moreover, this fallen 3-headed monster was almost identical to what Chu Shigenabu had said before he was born. It meant that Chu Chongxin had not only entered the inner perimeter, but had probably even encountered something else before bringing about his demise. What was even more unbelievable to Chen Fei was the attributes after the stitching. It was even if he had been forcibly promoted from an A rank qualification to an S rank, but he also possessed 6 lineage attributes and tripled his spiritual power. Even, it had 5 extra skills in addition to its native skills. This is horrible. The feeling given to Chen Fei was like the boss monsters he encountered while painting the map in the game.
This was still only a third-level beast. It was impossible to imagine how perverted a stitched-up fourth-level beast, or even a king-level beast would be. No wonder it only took the 10 evil kings in the previous world to overwhelm humanity. Sure enough, one head is scarier than the other. Ow, roar. Several lion roars came from high above. This was the first wave of the fallen three-headed monster's attack, sonic intimidation, used by the center lion head. This skill intimidates beings of its own strength and below, causing fear, slowed thinking, and other negative states. Sukue and Wang Ji, whose strengths were the highest among the two squads and who had suffered the least, hurriedly yelled out. "Wake up, all of you, don't let the lion's roar get you down." Subsequently, Wang Ji had his beast pet use the soundwave barrier to first eliminate the interference of the sound waves on his own people. However, they still underestimated this fallen three-headed monster. The soundwave attack was just a small test, and it had more moves it hadn't used. Only a circle of purple light emerged around the fallen three-headed monster. Sukue recognized it at a glance and was shocked. No good, it's an increased type skill. The next wave is likely to be a big move, rack shield, speed. The next scene, however, caused Sukue's eyes to nearly glaze over. A second purple circle of light appeared around the fallen three-headed monster. Secondary increase? What the hell is this thing? How can it be so horrible? Quickly, use your skills to interrupt this monster from brewing. Red, blue, white, and purple. Colorful skills slammed into the fallen three-headed monster, only to see a wind shield appear around it. To everyone's great surprise, a single wind escape blocked everyone's attacks. This meant that after the second increase, the monster's strength was infinitely close to that of a rank 4 demon general. Otherwise it would be impossible to block so many skills with a single wind escape. Retreat! Sukue and Wang Ji were very reluctant, but besides the fallen three-headed monster, there was also a Rift Earth demon worm lurking in the shadows. If you don't leave now, you may not be able to leave later. Only, the fallen three-headed monster had no intention of giving them a chance. Enhanced, Sonic Intimidation. Enhanced version, Whirlwind Strangle. Enhanced version, Poisonous Fog in the Sky. Enhanced version, Rain of Golden Arrows. For enhanced killing moves came over in a row, causing Sukue and the others to be shocked. Ah, that's too sick, isn't it? No. Is it so full of aura? Sukue and the others didn't know that the fallen three-headed monster possessed a triple aura, or else they would have inevitably chosen to run for their lives the first second they saw the fallen three-headed monster. Looking at this wide range of poison and also the rain of arrows coming over, escaping was impossible and would only leave the back to the enemy. Set up the shield. There was no choice but to meet the attack in the most helpless way possible. Shenfei knew that now was not the time to watch from the sidelines and hurriedly instructed Ruler Jade and also Xiaogu to help. He himself stopped talking, wanting to see the effects of this bout of training. Only the vertical pupil of Ruler Jade split open a slit before glaring at the fallen three-headed monster. First, a mirror flower water moon went over. No matter if it could interrupt the fallen three-headed monster from casting a skill, at least it distracted it for a bit. In turn, Kogo commanded the 1,000 little tiny Kogus to use the first wave of Silver Silk Entanglement on the fallen three-headed monsters in the sky. Make the spiderweb instantly quadruple in size in close proximity. The two skills did distract the fallen three-headed monster for a moment. But unfortunately, the fallen three-headed monster was too much stronger than Ruler Jade, and Mirror Flower Watermoon didn't even manage to fight for 0.1 seconds. And the cobwebs were all violently torn apart by the wind barrier. Despite the mega effect, the process of the spiderweb spraying towards the sky would itself greatly weaken the attack. Combined with the 8-step difference itself, the spiderweb's toughness is less than impressive. Neither attack was too effective, but it tried out part of the bottom of the fallen three-headed monster. This scene naturally did not escape the sight of Sukue and the others. I don't know which big brother is present, but please give me a hand to interrupt that monster's skill casting, and I will be grateful. This was not the time for bravado. An existence that could control so many spider webs was by no means an ordinary person. Shenfei purposely spoke back in a hoarse voice. I can only buy you a second at most, the rest is up to you. Sukue was overjoyed. 1 second was enough to do a lot of things. Thanks a lot, we're squads 21 and 25 in recon, look us up when you get there. COQ left his message as a sign of good faith. Shenfei didn't speak again, but looked at Ruler Jade and Xiaogu. 1 second, can we fight for it? Koga jumped onto Ruler Jade's head and patted his chest. It has to be possible. Ruler Jade gave a disgusted blank look, and if it wasn't at a critical moment, it would definitely throw Xiaogu down. Chen Fei thought for a moment and spoke, "That's right, Ruler Jade, share the field of vision with me." Contacting the suture body for the first time, Chen Fei was still quite curious about it, such a strange existence, and the soul was like this? Little ones, illusion type and soul type skills, put as many as you can. Among the group of demonic beasts controlled by Xiaogu, there were naturally these two types of trickster skills. Only, the numbers are rather sparse, adding up to only 7 heads. It was evident how rare these two lineage demonic beasts were. 7 would be enough though, they were just feints meant only to cause some disruption to the fallen 3-headed monster. Even if the disruption time for each skill is less than 0.1 seconds. Articulating on top of that, was Shikuju's soul stripping. Crossing the 8th order is just about the maximum limit for Shikuyu. Only the lines on the ruler's jade horns began to emerge with a luster. This shimmering light, if any, enveloped the fallen 3-headed monster and forcibly stripped its soul out. Unlike normal demonic beasts, the fallen 3-headed monster possessed 6 souls, only that each of them was quite weak, rather than being as solid as normal demonic beasts. Chen Fei also did not expect to discover the weakness of the fallen 3-headed monster between missteps. But it's not surprising when you think about it. Stitching 6 types of demonic beasts together and forcibly raising their qualifications must have caused some damage. To gain means to lose. Without the need for Chen Fei's command, after using soul stripping, Ruler Jade utilized soul slashing to attack the lion soul in the very center of the fallen 3-headed monster. Chen Fei also stares closely over. Chapter 45 Fish Stolen? When the soul knife cut on the lion's soul, it was accompanied by the violent struggles of the 6 souls. Flesh is sewn together and the soul is bound accordingly. It's a one-shot deal. Ruler Jade's attack finally interrupted the fallen 3-headed monster's attack, creating close to 2 seconds of retreat time for Su Kuei and the others. "Thanks, big brother, we'll withdraw first." When the sound came over, Su Kuei and the others had already used their acceleration skills and ran out of sight. Chen Fei watched them leave, before allowing Ruler Jade to return to the Imperial Beast space to rest, while he himself retreated back into the shadows. The current him was no match for the fallen 3-headed monster, and it would be unwise to linger any longer. Only the fallen 3-headed monster, which had lost its target, was left behind, constantly roaring wildly in the air. The cave! This place was originally the territory of a 3rd-level beast, and it was now occupied by Chen Fei. After making a cozy nest, a fire was roasted, and some ashes of 4th-level beasts were sprinkled at the entrance of the cave, which would prevent the vast majority of low-level demonic beasts from intruding in. Share the vision. This time the view Koga shared over was more specific, dark with a slight glow when traveling through it. Not because it's at night, but because it's underground. As early as the moment the severed body of the earth-splitting demon worm escaped, Chen Fei had instructed Xiaogu to send the night-sniffing rats to track it down. Night sniffers are not combat-oriented, but are quite good at scent tracking, and have night vision. This allows them to travel freely even underground. The night-sniffing mouse finally found the broken body of the earth-splitting demon worm as it quietly curled up, recovering from its injuries. Chen Fei picked up the map of the Baihui mountain range, which was divided into 60 areas, each of which was patrolled by 2 scouting squads in shifts. The inner perimeter is called A, the middle zone is B, and the outer perimeter is C. Their current location, for the junction of the B48 and C48 districts. Chen Fei picked up a pen and ruler, report the position. Xiaogu contacted the tiny Xiaogu in the middle of the night-sniffing rat's body, and then estimated, it's about 30 kilometers northwest of us. Chen Fei quickly circled a location on the map, the junction of Area A36 and Area B36. In other words, the broken body of the Rift Devil Worm is at the edge of the inner perimeter. This location, the current Chen Fei didn't dare to go deeper, his little life was important. It seems that we can only find a way to lure it out. Chen Fei couldn't defeat the fallen 3-headed monster, but he wanted to practice with the earth-splitting demon worm. The Rift Devil Worm is mainly tenacious in life, and its skills aren't too strong. The most important thing was that it was too large, and in Chen Fei's eyes, this was its most fatal flaw, perfectly suited for a small-sized demonic beast like Xiaogu to sneak attack. Goo! The rumbling of his stomach sounded, and Chen Fei remembered that he hadn't eaten for most of the day. Remove a treated vanilla rabbit from the cannon space. This rabbit's favorite food is a variety of herbs, and over time, its meat contains the scent of these herbs, making it perfect for barbecuing. Add some salt and pepper and it's an excellent meal. Ruler Jade, it's time to eat. Ruler Jade was quite a bit bigger than Xiaogu, but it didn't eat much, 2 rabbit legs were enough. On the contrary, it was Xiaogu, a pure foodie, a whole head of rabbits wasn't enough for him to eat. Luckily, the sacred cannon space was large enough, coupled with the fact that he had earned enough spirit stones a while ago. Chen Fei did not need to worry about this aspect of food at all. Immediately after that, he saw Chen Fei take out 5 2-catty-sized earth spirit fish. This kind of fish lives in the underground spiritual spring all year round, and its flesh contains rich spiritual qi. Fish meat is delicate and mellow, with excellent flavor, definitely a fine gourmet raw material. The head and tail of the fish is used for stew, and the body of the fish is used for grilling, the flavor, absolutely tempting. Even Ruler Jade, who was already full, couldn't help but take another one. Chen Fei, I want more, I want more. Xiaogu had already finished nibbling 2 of them, but he wasn't full yet. Chen Fei looked helpless. Xiaogu with the eclipse skill was too difficult to deal with. Nope, the remaining 2 are mine. What if this nibbling is elevated to devouring? Mustn't eat his own family out of house and home. When Chen Fei didn't agree, Xiaogu begged to Ruler Jade's side. Ruler Jade, you see that you can't eat it either, so why don't you give me half of this one? Ruler Jade didn't even lift her head and pushed the drooling Xiaogu away with a claw. Move away, you're interfering with my meal. Xiaogu was in tears. You guys think I want to, but I really didn't eat enough. With the smallest body and the largest meal, who is it going to talk to? After Chen Fei drank the bowl of soup, he was actually already 8 points full. Forget about it, the rest of that earth spirit fish would be given to Xiaogu. It's just that he reached out and molded. Huh? Where's the fish? No, it was obviously still roasting there just now. Chen Fei instantly got goosebumps. Enemy attack, alert! Ruler Jade instantly threw away the uneaten grilled fish while later coming to Chen Fei's side, while Xiaogu directly jumped onto Chen Fei's shoulder. The 1 man and 2 beasts were tense and ready to strike at any time. Just waited for a while and nothing moved. Chen Fei, aren't you making too much of a fuss? The children and grandchildren out there have stated that nothing has passed by. Xiaogu looked towards Chen Fei, who had a tight face. No, my fish have been stolen, something has obviously been here. Chen Fei's words gave both Ruler Jade and Xiaogu a creepy feeling. They were just a meter or so away from that last grilled fish, and it was surprising that they hadn't noticed anything when they were so close. That's too scary, isn't it? Why don't you try roasting another one, Chen Fei? Chen Fei instantly understood what Xiaogu meant, taking another one as bait to see if the fish would still be stolen. Say it and do it. Chen Fei also purposely sprinkled some more spices to see how it went. And then in passing, he used the hidden yuan technique to hide himself and the 2 beasts. Suddenly, there was a flutter of flame, and the 1 man and the 2 beasts set their minds to the fact that something should be coming. Chen Fei instructed, Ruler Jade, be ready to strike at any time, use soul stripping, directly, don't hide your skills at this time. Roger that. Next. There was a stirring of shadows near the roasted fish, and black claws quickly pierced through the shadows, taking the roasted fish and then quickly retracting. That speed was so fast that it took the breath away from 1 person and 2 beasts. The moment Ruler Jade went from reacting to having to cast a skill, the claw had already disappeared. Chen Fei and the 2 beasts seemed to have been pressed the pause button, and both froze a bit. That speed, no one else. Luckily, it's only a 3rd level beast. If I'm not mistaken, that would be a cat's paw, right? There were very few cat-type demonic beasts in the 100 Voyage mountain range, and it was quite a coincidence that they could run into them. Since the cat demon disappeared too quickly, Chen Fei only caught a glimpse of the words level 3, grade 1 before it had already disappeared. But for a level 3 stage 1 to have this speed and the ability to shadow manipulate, it should be a rather rare demonic beast, right? Chen Fei took out a few more earth spirit fish. I don't believe there's no way to catch you. Chapter 46 Cat Demons. This time, Chen Fei raised the grill higher and purposely avoided the shadows. If this cat demon wanted to reach the earth spirit fish, he had to leave the shadow. In doing so, it left them with an opportunity. Hey! See if you still fall for it. Ko grinned like a villain. Chen Fei bounced Xiaogu, don't steal my words. Shakuyu. Could these 2 be any more childish? Brush. After a gust of wind, the fish that was hanging in mid-air was gone again. 1 man, 2 animals. Completely different from what was imagined, that black cat didn't burrow out from the shadow, but made an opening from the top of the hole, jumped down, and then left with the help of the earth. The 1 man and 2 beasts stared at the ground, not seeing the movement above them at all. Too much, right? A cat demon will shadow sneak, even so, will also be earth escape? Hey, I really don't believe in that.
Chen Fei once again took out an earth spirit fish, and while he was roasting the fish, he had Xiaogu seal up all the walls above the cave entrance and around it with spider webs to isolate the cat demon's ability to control the earth. And then he continued to stare deathly at the shadow, not believing that he wouldn't be able to catch it this time. This cat demon didn't disappoint them either. The shadows were a churning mess, and one man and two beasts brought up their gods. The next second, a spider's web flew out of the shadow, which in turn wrapped around the fish and quickly pulled it back into the middle of the shadow. Chen Fei. Shu Ku. Shakuyu. One man and two beasts were winded in place. It's too hard to judge. Collective freakout. What the hell is this? Shadow, assassin, and elemental, the attributes are already quite complex. It turns out a cat can still release spider webs. That's outrageous, isn't it? What if I have an urge to hit someone right now? It's getting out of control. Directly opposite the cave entrance, a black cat squatted on a tree happily nibbling on an earth spirit fish while looking at the one person and two beasts in the cave with their hands in the air. The thought crossed my mind, what could possibly be wrong with these three? You're so happy to have your fish stolen? After eating, the black cat licked up his fur, even more delicious and elegant. Chen Fei was sort of done with this black cat, and he wouldn't sleep until he caught it tonight. Keep grilling the fish, keep luring. Fourth. When neither one person nor two beasts reacted, the fire on the pyre suddenly turned into a flying bird and flew out with a bite of roasted fish. One man, two animals. Fire control? Two of the 5 attributes have already appeared, no wonder. Chen Fei could hardly imagine what kind of demonic beast would be worthy of such outrageous attributes. Fifth. Chen Fei asked Xiaogu to use a spider web to seal up the hole as well. He wanted to see what else this cat demon could do. No surprises, still a surprise. The still unfinished soup turned into a small snake that took the grilled fish in its mouth and burrowed into the ground. 3 of the 5 elements appear. The more the cat demon displayed, the more shocked Chen Fei became, and the more curious he became about it. Sixth. Chen Fei put the soup away. What else could it do? This time, the black cat appears in a more unexpected way. From the shadows burrowed out, not just one black cat, but 6, making Chen Fei and the two beasts unable to distinguish between the real and the fake. Taking advantage of such confusion, the black cat once again stole the grilled fish. However, this time, Chen Fei finally got a good look at the other party. It was pitch black all over, not much different from a normal cat. The only point of difference is its eyes. Heavy purple pupils. Since ancient times, all heavy pupils are not extraordinary fetuses. After seeing these eyes, Chen Fei no longer dwelled on the attributes of this black cat. After all, it's a heavy pupil. What's wrong with being a little special? Forget it, go to sleep. In fact, Chen Fei has one last way. To poison. The toxins of kogu can be put into the grilled fish, as well as the eggs of kogu's worms. However, what Chen Fei was considering was that if this black cat also had the skill of detoxifying the poison, and it still escaped, would it come over to steal the fish again next time? It had to be said that the black cat's superior attributes made Chen Fei's heart move hard. Therefore, he didn't want to take things too far. As long as this black cat was good at grilling fish, he still had a chance. Early the next morning, Chen Fei walked out of the cave and felt that the mist was getting thicker and thicker, and he could only see within 50 meters with his naked eyes. I don't know if it was the morning or something else. Let's go, and meet the earth-splitting demon worm for a while. Chen Fei led the two beasts while the two beasts led 1,000 troops straight to Area B36. The earth-splitting demon worm relied on scent and movement to hunt for food, Tsukue and the others utilized this, so naturally Chen Fei could as well. The first thing that comes to mind is the smell of blood. Xiaogu, have them hunt some demonic beasts over, ones that are big enough and have enough blood. It didn't take long before this meadow was piled high with the corpses of cattle-type demonic beasts, horse-type demonic beasts, and other beasts. The blood began to seep into the ground. It was unknown if it could attract the cracked earth demon worms, but it had already attracted a large group of carnivorous demonic beasts. Chen Fei watched from afar and had no intention of chasing these demonic beasts away. Having movement is more proof that it's not bait. This wait was the passage of a morning. There was no shadow of the rift devil worm in sight, but instead, this kill value kept going up. Grill a fish. While filling his stomach, Chen Fei also wanted to test if this black cat was around. Sure enough, it didn't take long for one of the grilled fish to be missing.
This caused Chen Fei to not be able to help but enjoy himself a bit, chasing from area B48 to area B36 just to steal a grilled fish. This black cat was definitely a foodie without a doubt. Chen Fei squatted down and was just about to serve the soup when he noticed a ripple in the pot. Finally! Not having the time to care about the black cat, Chen Fei quickly approached the pile of demonic beast corpses with Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade. The demonic beasts that were still stealing corpses just a moment ago had pretty much fled, leaving only a few birds of prey still pecking away. Boo! The earth-splitting demon worm violently drilled out from, and then dragged the bull demon's corpse in one bite and disappeared into the ground. Level 3, Step 7, not the same head as yesterday. A few minutes later, the rift devil worm reappeared. Shikuyu, it's now. Ruler Jade had been preparing for a long time and used soul stripping the moment the rift earth demon worm appeared. As expected, the larger flesh body just wasn't as agile as the black cat, giving Ruler Jade enough time to lock on. The split earth demon insect's soul was instantly blasted away, and its flesh followed and softened. Immediately after that, soul slash followed and flung out, weakening its soul power. Then use soul prison seal to drag his soul into the middle of the dark space to stall for time. At the moment Ruler Jade released her skills, Xiao Gu had long since followed, first the tens of thousands of heads of Xiao Gu used, silver silk entanglement, and then poisoned. Whether it works or not, the 4 strongest toxins currently in Kogwa's arsenal go down first. It also had the hundreds of third-level demonic beasts controlled by Xiao Gu attack a point of the Rift Earth Demon Worm while doing so. It all happened in a flash. Before the Rift Devil Worm could react, it had already been sliced into 2 pieces. The forest in the distance scared out some flying birds. Chen Fei knew that it was the fallen 3-headed monster was on its way. Chapter 47, What the hell is this training? I'm not going. Perhaps it was because the current Rift Devil Worms weren't strong enough, so the fallen 3-headed monster became their protector. Whenever something happened to the Rift Earth Demon Worm, it would be the first to arrive. It was already too late for Chen Fei to thwart the earth-splitting demon worm. But the purpose of the trip was achieved. His initial intention was to see if the battle power of Ruler Jade and Xiao Gu could deal with a Rift Earth demon insect that had yet to develop. Today it seems feasible. Within the same level, the Rift Devil Worm could not pose much of a threat to the 2 beasts. This gave Chen Fei a clearer understanding of the strength of the 2 beasts as well as the evil beasts in the mists. Retreat! Without any lingering, Chen Fei quickly left the scene with the 2 beasts. But before he left a big gift for the Rift Devil Worm. Thousands of tiny little ancient heads burrowed through the broken body of the Rift Devil Worm. Chen Fei believed that if there were so many tiny goo, there would always be a few that could be successfully parasitized, right? After parasitizing, and constantly using body control, there was always a chance to control this earth-splitting demon worm. If that doesn't work, then raise the proficiency in controlling corpses. After controlling it successfully, it kept cultivating this cracked earth demon worm, making it stronger and stronger until finally, contacting the mother worm, or even the evil king. This was a part of the infiltration plan that Chen Fei had drawn up, and there was no room for error. With the evil king invading the back of the human race and Chen Fei diving into the mists, it all depended on who was faster. After leaving this place, Chen Fei also went straight back to the city. The black cat looked at the towering walls, thoughtfully, licked the fur on its paws, turned and disappeared into the shadows. Boss, I want earth spirit fish, the more the better. Chen Fei returned to the city, just in case he disappeared for too long to attract attention. And then there's the fact that it's for this earth spirit fish. 100 medium-grade spirit stones for 1 strip, not cheap. But it can't help that it's delicious and you can grow a handful of auras after eating it. That purchase was 300 bars, and in addition to eating them for himself and the 2 beasts, he was able to take out some of them to continue tempting the black cat. A little later, Chen Fei once again walked into the book depository. There was always some presence beyond his knowledge, and he couldn't afford not to check it out. The Book of Heavy-Pupiled Demonic Beasts. The Incredibility of the Heavy-Pupiled Demon Beast. Attributes of a demonic beast with heavy pupils. After rummaging for quite some time, Chen Fei realized the terrifying and rare nature of the heavy-pupiled demon beast. In the Heavy-Pupiled Demonic Beasts book, only 189 types of demonic beasts had been recorded from ancient times to the present day, and it could be hundreds, or even thousands of years before one could appear. However, Chen Fei did not find the figure of that black cat amongst the 189 species of demonic beasts. In other words, this black cat is beyond the realm of the historical record and undiscovered presence. The rarity of this is comparable to Shakajutsu. As for the attributes a heavy pupil could possess, it was a bit exaggerated. Elemental is just the lowest end, it may also involve the soul, illusion, life, mind, or even the more profound ceiling, confinement, time, space. There is a passage in the book. Those with heavy pupils are all the favorites of heaven and earth, either kings or saints, either great good or great evil. They can discern the hearts of people, know misfortune and fortune, observe chi and luck, and peer into the heavens, but only they cannot see through themselves. Though born in a holy womb, it is difficult to end up in a good place. For some reason, what Chen Fei remembered when he saw this was the Shadow Emperor's words. It is the law of heaven and earth that there is gain and there is loss. As for the fact that it was difficult to have a good end, Chen Fei didn't care. It's hard to say whether he can get past the immediate hurdle, but what does he care about the future? This black cat, Chen Fei will continue to fight. Just as Chen Fei was about to return to his dormitory, he received a letter. Hello, Mr. Chen Fei, I am the chief instructor and leader of Shanghai College for the 100 Cities competition. Students are also expected to be able to return to school for up to 2 months of special training. To be stronger for the 100 City competition at the end of January next year. The 100 Cities competition? In Chen Fei's memory, this competition was considered to be one of the grandest competitions in the Great Summer Country. A total of 162 cities are participating in this competition. It's used to select talent, as well as allocate city resources. The winning team is also said to have free S-rank demonic beasts and demonic beast eggs to collect. But so what? Can that kind of leftover demonic beast be as strong as Ruler Jade? Can it be as strong as that cat demon with heavy pupils? Instead of going through the trouble of competing just to get an S-ranked pet, it would be better to take down the cat demon earlier and harvest the kill value along the way. Without much consideration, Chen Fei rejected the other party, and then began to observe the whereabouts of the Rift Earth Demon Worm. Mountain and Sea College. Chief Instructor Sun Bao looked at the 19 people in front of him and frowned. There's one more person missing. Well, it's the same Chen Fei who's only had a few days of classes. Even Jiang Yi, the daughter of a level 3, 7-ranked King Royal Beastmaster, had come to intensive training. This Chen Fei was a bit arrogant. This matter of intensive training was personally arranged by the city lord Huangfu Mingfei, and Sun Gang did not dare to be careless. These 2 months of intensive training are to understand the characteristics and limits of each student so that they can better adjust in the competition. Moreover, I heard that this Chen Fei's main pet was only a B grade 10,000 poisonous compass, and that he even took a crooked path in the early stages. That's just it, if he doesn't show up for the entirety of the set, then he'll have to be placed on standby. Not only Sunbarge, Jiang Yi, Su Kan and the others were also searching for Chen Fei's figure in the crowd. There's even Tang Jian. Because of his strength and potential, he was arranged by Huangfu Mingfei to go to Shanghai Academy. The Chen Fei at this moment was not in the school, but his legend was circulating in the school, touching the hearts of many people. In the church, the high priest opened another session. That round table went from 5 to 6 people. The one who came behind was none other than the war drummer. The high priest knocked on the table. Weaver, with the Lord's soul fragment, you should be close to a king-level Imperial Beastmaster. The Weaver nodded, it should be ready in another month or 2. As soon as possible, at least raise it before the 100 Cities competition so that we can do a big wave. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at the high priest. This is going to be done to the contestants of the 100 Cities competition? Ha 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 ha. The high priest smiled very brightly. The 100 Cities competition gathers geniuses from all cities. Targeting them is always more fun than targeting Jiang Yi, right? Everyone else smiled and agreed, except for the arbiter, who remained icy. High priestess, why do we always have to do all this thievery? Can't we be more direct? Instead of speaking, the high priest stood up and pulled a clean handkerchief from his pocket while wiping the painting on the wall. The painting is a triangular pattern of lines with a single eye in the center. After rubbing it in, the high priest stood with his hands folded. Arbiter, let me ask you this, how many years of history does mankind have? The arbiter mused, a few million years, according to history. The high priestess nodded before continuing, that's right, with a history of millions of years, don't they have some heritage? With our current strength, we're undoubtedly hitting a stone with an egg. Only the day the Lord awakens will be our new birth. Chapter 48, Heavy Pupilling Cat. End of November. Calculating the time, Chen Fei had stayed in the Baiwa mountain range for another month. Nowadays, Chen Fei's strength was that of a senior second-ranked Imperial Beastmaster, while Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade were both third-ranked second-ranked. This time, they hadn't used their kill value, and had purely relied on the boosts they had gotten from actual battles and the drawing of spirit stones. Of course, the balance of the kill value is 354,000. It looks like a lot, but it's not really enough at all. By the time he reached Senior Imperial Beast Master, 50,000 kill value was required for each rank, which was a real lot. After considering it for a while, Chen Fei still planned to use spirit stones to slowly cultivate. Put that kill value somewhere more useful. For example, the increase in Xiaogu's qualifications, the leap from a rank to S rank, could definitely raise Xiaogu to another level. Celestial Crystal Bloodline, 5,000 contribution points. He still had 3,200 points of contribution value in his hand, so he should still have it if he looked for Chun Qingyun to get it together. If you can't, spend spirit stones to buy it. As for the kill value, it's a matter of saving up for a few more days, soon. The fish is ready! Chen Fei yelled. This cry was not only spoken to Ruler Jade and Xiaogu, but also to the black cat not far away. After all the seduction over the past month or so, both sides had gotten used to each other's presence. As soon as Chen Fei entered the Baihui mountain range, the black cat followed not far behind. After Chen Fei grilled the fish, he would also throw one or two out. After a long time, the black cat no longer hid itself, but instead just plopped down on a tree not far from Chen Fei and nibbled on a grilled fish. Heavy Pupil Ink Cat Mutant. Strength, Level 3, Step 1. Attributes, Replica, Assassin. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Unique skills. Mirror of duplication, for those whose strength exceeds their own by 9 ranks or less, as long as they touch the opponent's flesh, they will have a chance to duplicate their next skill. Proficiency, proficient level. Remarks, only 1 skill can be copied per demonic beast. Only 6 skills are currently copied due to strength limitation reasons. And has a certain success rate. The more advanced the skill, the lower the copy success rate. Strength, qualification, and skill proficiency can all be increased to improve the success rate of replication. Copying skills. 1. Shadow Sneak. You can blend yourself into the shadow to sneak and sneak attack. Proficiency, proficient level. 2. Fire Control. Can coalesce flames into any form and thus manipulate them remotely. Proficiency, skilled level. 3. Tudo. Note, if you switch the copy skill, the skill proficiency will start over from the entry level. Upon seeing the Heavy Pupil Ink Cat's information, Chen Fei finally understood why it could possess so many attribute skills. Turns out it was all copied. What was true was that the Heavy Pupil Ink Cat only had 1, Mirror of Reproduction, skill. But don't underestimate this skill, it's a godsend when used well. As long as the success rate was high enough, it could copy any skill with any attribute. Whether it was an elemental skill, a trickster skill, or an invincible technique like time or space, it was possible to copy it down. The Heavy Pupil was worthy of being the favorite of heaven and earth. It was simply a dream divine skill with too much growth value. How about following me? I'll make sure you eat and drink well in the future. Chen Fei used his consciousness to relay his words. This was the first time Chen Fei had communicated with the Heavy Pupiled Ink Cat head-on, deeply afraid of scaring it away. The Heavy Pupil Ink Cat just glanced at Chen Fei and didn't say anything before lying down and starting to huff and puff. Chen Fei had no choice but to eat the grilled fish in silence. But he wasn't in a hurry. As long as the Heavy Pupil Ink Cat continued to follow him, then he still had a chance. Chen Fei. Xiaogu suddenly called out to Chen Fei. Chen Fei followed and looked over. What's wrong? Ancient 7 has successfully controlled that earth-splitting demon worm. Give it a go. Xiaogu's words made Chen Fei directly throw away the grilled fish. Eating anything at the moment didn't feel appetizing. Quick, vision share over. As the vision shared, it appeared in the middle of a huge basin. This basin is exactly the inner area of the Baihui mountain range. Due to the low terrain, even without the creepy intrusion, it was foggy. It was relatively humid, and even sunlight was difficult to penetrate, living many level 4 and level 5 demonic beasts of this environment. This earth-cracking devil worm didn't enter the center point of the inner perimeter, it was just the edge, and according to Xiaogu's predicted bearing, it should be in the A16 area. In front of it, a number of bizarre presences were standing in a mortar and pestle. In addition to the fallen 3-headed monster, there is also a humanoid monster with a long red lantern for a head. A goat-headed, humanoid monster with a giant scythe. And leopards with 6 heads. Among these, the fallen 3-headed monster was instead the weakest, and the others all had the strength of a rank 4 demon general.
The most terrifying thing was that they were feared to have the same godly skills and attributes as the fallen three-headed monster. If they attacked the city at the same time, it wouldn't be possible to hold out with just a few people from Xing Xiaoshan. Without hesitation, Chen Fei directly dialed Chen Xingyun's phone. "Dad, I have an urgent matter, quickly gather Minister Chang Jingjing, Minister Xia and the others over."
This matter is even more serious than the Chu rebirth incident. Worse than the Chu rebirth incident?
Where did Chen Xingyun dare to delay? He immediately invited the ministers.
"Chen Fei, everyone is here, go ahead." "Okay, now I'll have the compulsion in Minister Chen's hand share the vision to everyone."
As Chen Fei's words fell, the figures of the fallen three-headed monster and other beasts appeared before the crowd. There were a whole 10 heads, and each one's aura was incomparably powerful, weighing down a few people who couldn't catch their breath. Chang Jingjing said in a deep voice, "In that case, it seems that what Chu Chongxin described that day was all true."
Xia's attention was on that earth-splitting demon worm king.
That body, at least 70 to 80 meters level, far more exaggerated than what Su Kuei and Wang Ji squad reported. Xing Xiaoshan's face twitched a few times, a rare expression of anger appearing on his face. "That goat monster with the scythe is the very same guy who took my left eye. It can manipulate hearts and souls and make me do it to myself. If it wasn't for the 9 turns crystal snake carrying me back through the shuttle, I'm afraid I would have already died." Everyone's faces were quite ugly. This was just the tip of the iceberg in the inner circle, and it was already so terrifying.
What kind of terrifying existence will their king be?
When they wanted to continue observing, the earth-splitting demon worm had already burrowed into the ground and was in darkness. Chen Fei's voice came again. "Ministers, according to Chu Chongxin's description, I let my beast pets penetrate deep into area S16, and as a result, I saw these. And the three-headed monster that old brother Su Kuei encountered, I looked it up. It should be an extremely rare, biotic stitch skill. It was possible to hard-stitch multiple demonic beasts together, forcibly raise their qualifications, and have 2 or 3 times more aura than the original. The price is a lower lifespan and a relatively weak soul."
Chen Fei did not continue. This information was already enough.
His purpose was just to make the several ministers and his own dad and mom a little more vigilant.
Don't go back to the old ways of your previous life. Chapter 49, a special illusion constructed by Shako Jade.
As the phone hung up, Chang Jingjing, Xia and Xing Xiaoshan stared at Mr. and Mrs. Chen Xingyun without letting go. Seeing that both of them were a bit numb, they hurriedly spoke. "If you guys have something to say, just say it, don't look like this."
Xia took Xing Xiaoshan's shoulder. "Old Chen, how did you raise this son? Teach me."
Xing Xiaoshan also had an envious expression on his face. "Compared to that brat in my house, Chen Fei is far too excellent. This discovery is at least another third, if not a second, honor." Chang Jingjing was once again impressed with Chen Fei. Chen Fei is truly utilizing the hatching ability of the 10,000 poison compound king to the extreme.
Thousands and thousands of heads run toward the inner circle, and one always succeeds.
Now it seems that he's not only suited to the medical department, but quite well suited to the scouting department as well. Without mentioning this, Xia Sun was chagrined. "That's why I've long asked you to let me have Chen Fei, but you didn't want to." Chang Jingjing didn't give Xia Sun a good face. "Why should I give it to you? But he doesn't want to go, I didn't force him."
The two argued again.
Only the more they fought, the happier Chen Xingyun and Xia Zishue would be.
Who doesn't want their children to be able to become successful?
Originally, they felt that Chen Fei's contracted 10,000 poison compass was very average, but now it seemed that it truly responded to that statement.
There was no weakest demonic beast, only the weakest beast royalty.
Xing Xiaoshan stopped the two. "Alright you two, both of you, cut the crap. The priority should be to think about how to face and prevent it." Cheng Jingjing and Xie Sun were merely trying to mobilize the depressing atmosphere, and now that they were brought up again by Xing Xiaoshan, they could only follow suit and get serious.
Xie Sun sat down with a big grin. "What else?" "Recruiting. We can't expect the 5 of us to fight off those monsters, can we?"
However, Cheng Jingjing snorted coldly. "A group of people who are greedy and afraid of death, they are all afraid of being swallowed up by the mists. The ones who were going to come would have come long ago. Back then, at the beginning of the descent of the mists, when the 12 war zones had yet to be established, there were batch after batch of deaths of sovereign-level royal beastmasters, and even king-level royal beastmasters had died quite a lot. So, many people were afraid of being killed, hiding in the back and not daring to show themselves, relying on the residual influence of their fathers, and continuously amassing wealth to promote themselves. There were fewer and fewer experts who chose to be stationed in the 12 war zones.
A few people got into a discussion about this. It's always good to know some of the enemy's details to be on guard. In the following days, Chen Fei was still shuttling back and forth between the Baiyue mountain range and Baiyue city. The fish is gone. The whole 300 groundling fish, dried out in a month, is really ruthless. He had no choice but to pull out some rabbit and chicken instead. He, Xiaogu, and Shikuju were nibbling quite nicely, but the heavy-pupiled ink cat not far away had a disgusted look on its face. It seems that it is only interested in fish. It didn't take long before it disappeared from Chen Fei's view. That's gone? Chen Fei had thought that this bout of feeding would establish a certain emotional foundation with the heavy-pupil ink cat, but as it turned out, it seemed that this little guy was just craving for fish. It made his heart more than a little uncomfortable. Forget it, some things can't be forced after all, it's better to prioritize improving strength. Current kill value balance, 389,000. Still 11k to go, work a little harder and you can save today. As for the contribution points, Chen Fei had asked Chen Qingyan for 1,000 points, and spent hundreds of thousands of medium-grade spirit stones himself to exchange the last 800 points. When we go back today, we will be able to make Xiao Gu evolve again. Let's go and get to work, try to see if you can take out a level 3, rank 5 demonic beast today. That's a level 3, rank 4 dazzling serpent, so in addition to the venom, beware of its pupil technique. Once struck, it would be in a stun state, and then be pulled into the illusionary realm, which was also considered a very distinctive demonic beast. However, its talents are all in its eyes, and its flesh has relatively poor defense. Chen Fei read the message of the dazzling snake to Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade, and then stood aside without commanding, allowing the two beasts to play freely. Ruler Jade was already quite familiar with the various skills, and now all he had to develop was combat acumen. Chen Fei tried not to interfere if he could. Unless it came to a life and death situation, he would recall Ruler Jade back to the Imperial Beast space to rest and recover. So as to simulate a more realistic environment for killing in the field, increasing bloodshed while also forming a certain combat intuition. Unlike before, the current Ruler Jade didn't use soul stripping right off the bat. This skill was indeed strong, but it also consumed a lot, and every time it was used, it would consume 1/5 of Ruler Jade's aura. The biggest drawback is the lack of range. That's why Ruler Jade changed her fighting style and opened the way with Mirror Flower Water Moon. Ruler Jade also has the advantage of an ancient presence. The illusions constructed by others could be some kind of corpse mountain or skyscraping catastrophe. It may also be that it pulls them back to the past that they most regret, least want to remember, or most want to return to in a situation like this one. But Shikuyu is different. It builds a spiritual plantation from the past. The 5-colored divine stoneflower was nothing in there, and there was also the dragon's ambergris grass that could obtain a trace of true dragon bloodline. Sacred virtue bamboo that helps to break through bottlenecks. Find the dowsing wood that belongs to your dowsing heart. There is a chance to obtain the golden cicada clothing fruit for the golden cicada dismantling skill, as well as the supreme purifying water that can wash the physical body and soul and increase the probability of evolution. Because Shikuju has actually experienced it, it not only builds the picture, but even mimics the divinity and aura of the plant. Who wouldn't be mesmerized by looking at such a mouth-watering spiritual garden? Even the dazzling snake, which knew a bit of illusion itself, was caught. There was no need to delay for too long, even 1 second, 0.5 seconds was enough time for Xiao Gu to make his move. Silver wire entanglement, plus the various toxins, it was already enough for the dazzling snake to drink a pot of water. It didn't take long for the dazzling snake to fall to the ground. And it had only used one skill, Venom Spray, from the beginning to the end, and its strongest pupil skill hadn't even had a chance to be used before it buckled. Chen Fei couldn't help but nod appreciatively. Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade's cooperation was becoming more and more seamless, and they had reached a point where they were comfortable in utilizing their auras. Every battle is fought in the most provincial way. If you can sneak up on someone, never fight them hard. If you can poison, you will never be soft. This is what the assassin line should be. It was getting late. The light could no longer shine into this mist, except in the cave, where Chen Fei did not dare to start a fire. Together the fire will definitely attract many unknown beings. Since the kill value had also been saved up to 400,000, there was no need to linger here, so he directly returned to the city. However, before going back, Chen Fei still stopped and observed, never seeing the figure of the heavy pupil ink cat. It seems one really didn't have a destiny with the heavy pupil ink cat, I guess. Laughing to himself a few times, Chen Fei prepared to rush towards the city. But at this very moment, the heavy pupiled ink cat appeared, and its mouth was holding a fish larger than its body. Chapter 50, The Third Favorite. The moment he saw the heavy pupiled ink cat, Chen Fei was clearly stunned. Turns out it didn't go away. Turns out it went hunting on its own. All the upsets of the heart were cleared away in this moment. The heavily pupilized ink cat threw the finch snapper on the ground, then pointed with a paw. Chen Fei probably guessed its meaning. You want me to roast it? The heavily pupilized ink cat nodded heavily, with a hint of harumph at the corner of its mouth, but it quickly wiped it away to maintain its elegance. Alright, we won't go back tonight. Chen Fei dragged the fish to the edge of the river and started cleaning it, before dragging it into the hole to roast it. It looks busy, but inside it's joyful. Looking at the heavy pupiled ink cat that was eating deliciously, Chen Fei slowly approached and attempted to stroke its silky fur. But unexpectedly, the heavy pupiled ink cat raised its head and just stared straight at him. The scene was awkward for a while. Other than those big crises, Chen Fei swore his heart had never beat so fast. I am just double-checking that you would like to join the extended family? The heavy pupil ink cat still didn't answer, lowering its head and continuing to gnaw on the fish. Chen Fei rubbed the back of his head in annoyance, helpless. Regardless of whether it was Xiaogu or Ruler Jade, as long as they were willing to open their mouths and communicate, Chen Fei would be able to prescribe the right medicine. But this heavy pupiled ink cat didn't say a word, instead it was the trickiest. Chen Fei resentfully withdrew his hand and prepared to go back to his position to sleep. At that very moment, a voice appeared in his head. You have a strong purple aura about you, and that's what has always attracted me. Chen Fei turned his head violently, and the heavy pupiled ink cat finally spoke. It was only its words that Chen Fei didn't quite understand. On second thought, those with heavy pupils can know misfortune, observe qi and fortune, and peer into the heavens. Could it be that the purple energy represents one's qi? When you think about it, you really don't have bad luck. In the desperate times of the bizarre invasion, one can still find the killing cannon and live again. How many people have such luck? Immediately after that, I heard the heavy pupiled ink cat continue. I've been observing you guys for more than a month, and I've found that the speed of your ascension is mind-boggling to this meow. And I, who need just that kind of boost in speed, I want my revenge. Hearing this, Chen Fei was instead not in a hurry. He wanted to hear the story of the heavy pupiled ink cat. The object of your vengeance would have something to do with your past, wouldn't it? The heavy pupiled ink cat licked its paw before continuing with the opening. That's right. I don't have heavy pupils, I'm just an ordinary cat demon. With low strength and insufficient qualifications, they can't get by in the human world, and they can't even mix it up when they go into the forest. On that day, I was really hungry and wanted to eat something to fill my stomach even if there was no meat. It just so happened that I came across a purple demonic fruit with a subtle and incomparable pattern. It was so delicious and flavorful that I couldn't contain it any longer and devoured it in one bite. The moment I finished eating, my stomach was full, but my body was on the verge of exploding, especially my eyes. I felt blind, gray, and unable to see anything. When I woke up again, I was lying in the arms of a human. I couldn't see her, but I could smell that she had a different jasmine scent, light and nice. Every time I smell it, I can sleep through the night. Every day after that, she had her beast pet heal my wounds with healing skills. At that moment, I really felt like I had met an angel. It must have been God's plan for me to meet her. When I recover, I'm going to repay her. I'm going to become her beast pet. Heavy pupiled ink cats either don't speak or they speak at length. Chen Fei could tell that this matter had been hidden in its heart for a long time. As wonderful as it sounds, the story ends, most likely, in tragedy. After a month or two, my body had fully recovered, even my eyes were showing signs of recovery. When I woke up again, the world in front of me was different. Brighter and more colorful. I also finally got a good look at the human. She was beautiful, the prettiest person I'd ever seen, and she smiled with dimples and was very touching. She was a little surprised to see my heavy pupils and looked up the information for me. According to my description, she found a spiritual fruit called the creation heavy pupil fruit. It's what gave me the heavy pupils I have today. When I suggested that I wanted to contract her, she readily agreed. So we were ready to go home and then we started the contract. Speaking of which, the heavy pupiled ink cat's eyes were dripping with longing, with resentment and hatred. Just on the way back, a gray mist descended and there were screams and blood everywhere. She took me on a hiding trip, but she still encountered a monster. It was a humanoid demonic beast with 6 pairs of feathered wings. She spat out one word when she saw the other, 6-winged angel. At that moment, I saw despair on her face. In the next second, that 6-winged angel swung his sword towards us. She fell into a pool of blood and slowly closed her eyes. No matter how much I scream, I can't wake it up. After the resignation and grief, only endless sorrow remained. Chen Fei didn't know where to comfort it, so he could only stroke its fur as a sign of comfort. And then took a deep breath. The six-winged angel you speak of, does it not have a head? The heavy-pupiled ink cat looked up sharply with a surprised expression. How did you know? Could it be that you also escaped from the mists? Chen Fei smiled bitterly. I don't just know, it still owes me a life. That's right, the one who sniped at Chen Fei in the 9 sepulchral fierce lands was none other than Evil King number 6, the Headless Angel. All the more reason to join forces since we have a common goal of revenge. Chen Fei directly carved out an oath formation. As long as the heavy pupil ink cat enters into a contract with me, I'll use my best efforts to help it decapitate the Headless Angel. Oaths are made. Does that reassure you? After saying that, Chen Fei carved the contract formation, only waiting for the heavy pupil ink cat to conclude it. The pupils of the heavy pupiled ink cat flickered continuously, and it could observe qi, as well as discern the hearts of people. It could feel Chen Fei's heart, sincere and incomparable, without a trace of impurity. Sincerity, the best must have. The heavy pupiled ink cat chose the contract. The contract was successful. Thus, the heavy pupil ink cat became Chen Fei's third beast pet. Do you have a name of your own? The embarrassment of naming Ruler Jade last time was still fresh in Chen Fei's mind. This time he learned his lesson, and instead of taking it blindly, he asked first. Yes, she always called me Dark Cloud because I was dark looking. Dark Clouds. Well, that's not bad either. Hello Dark Cloud, to formally introduce myself, my name is Chen Fei. My name is Shikuyu. My name is Ku, remember to call me Big Brother. The Dark Cloud, like Shikuyu at the time, gave it a look of contempt. Xiaogu instantly exploded. Well, it has no hair. Alright, one by one, you're all underestimating me, aren't you? It's time to show you my army of 10,000 poison compound kings. At Xiaogu's command, several hundred tertiary beasts surged over. Not only that, there were tens of thousands of hidden second-generation parasites showing their faces, surrounding Chen Fei and the others with dozens of circles inside and outside. There were even countless bug eggs in the sacred cannon space that had yet to hatch. Even Dark Cloud, who had heavy pupils in his body, was scalp-numb and shocked to the extreme. At this moment, it realizes the content of Xiaogu's big brother. One bug, worth 1,000 armies. Chapter 51 Xiaogu re-evolves. After returning to Baiyue City, Chen Fei first ran to the contribution point exchange area and exchanged the Heavenly Crystal Bloodline. The Heavenly Crystal Bloodline was considered one of the top bloodlines in the stone lineage. Regardless of whether it was Xing Shashan's 9-turn crystal snake or Ruler Jade once projecting a Heavenly Crystal giant dragon, they all displayed uncommon characteristics and abilities. Now that Xiaogu was allowed to devour this bloodline, there was no telling what kind of changes it would cause, and Chen Fei was filled with anticipation. This evolution can be from poison, devouring, compulsion, reproduction, domination of insectoids, strengthening of flesh, speed, perception, and control. Pick 6 out of 9 categories. There's nothing to pick on, just do what you did before and add a control. Little Gu, swallow the bloodline of the Heavenly Crystal and King. And then, Chen Fei detained 400,000 points of killing value and struck a brain into Xiaogu's body. Instantly, there was a great deal of light. As soon as Chen Fei saw that something was wrong, he immediately transferred it into the sacred cannon space. This time, the commotion was no less than that of Ruler Jade. After all, it was an evolution from a rank qualification to S-rank qualification anyhow, and the life level would reach its first leap. Gu. Xiaogu rolled over in pain as its flesh seemed to be disintegrated and then reorganized. The cycle was repeated over and over again after that, and had surpassed the pain that the vast majority of flesh could deliver. Both Ruler Jade and Dark Cloud were a bit freaked out. With such an evolutionary process, Chen Fei could not play any supporting role and could only rely on Xiaogu himself. And Xiaogu, arguably the most death-fearing fellow present, how could he allow himself to die like this? Its obsession with staying alive can't be stopped by a single evolution. Finally, the light passed, revealing the new face of Kogu. The shape hasn't changed much, but there's an extra pair of wings. Since then, Kogu has been able to fly freely. The whole body was covered with crystal-like armor just like the 9-turns crystal snake. Only the armor of the 9-turned crystal serpent was a shiny diamond color, while Xiaogu's crystal armor was darker. Not only did Chen Fei not feel ugly, he even felt perfect. Since you're going to be a competent assassin, it's not like you're giving yourself a hard time by making yourself shiny. Instead, it was this appearance that allowed them to walk in the dark without being noticed. Qualification upgrade, evolution from a qualification to S qualification. The King of 10,000 Poisonous Compulsions evolved into the King of Plutonic Crystal Compulsions. Comparative advantage. 1. All skill effects have been greatly improved. 2. 10 special hatching parasites feed back to evolve into hatching bug mothers. The amount that can be hatched in a day is from 100 heads 1,000 heads. The prerequisite is that the silkworm's aura, spirit stone aura, etc., have enough energy to reach the hatching extreme. 3. The second generation of worms hatched from the hatchling mother will also have the ability to hatch up to 1 head a day. 4. As a result of fusing the bloodline of the celestial crystal Ant King, gain the Ant King's wings. Attributes changed, new crystal system, flight system. 5. Acquire the crystal system skill of the Sky Crystal Ant King. Gravity Crystal entry level. It had to be said that Xiao Gu's evolution this time was simply too powerful. It goes from double to quadruple attributes, which means it can learn more skills. It's not even a problem to have extra Ant King's wings, but there's even an extra skill. Gravity Crystal, a crystal with a gravity field can be constructed. Once activated, the gravity field is immediately released and does not disappear until the energy within the crystal is exhausted. This crystal is withdrawn and can continue to be used for replenishment of energy. Note, due to low skill proficiency, the current gravity multiplier is 2x. Crystal energy duration, 10 seconds. Chen Fei's eyes glowed. This skill was definitely not weak. Having a gravity field was nothing, quite a few demonic beasts possessed them, but they were usually released with themselves as the center. This skill is strong on flexibility. Enemies can be lured to a specific area and the crystals can then be remotely controlled to trigger a gravity field. It was simply an excellent skill for ambushes, and would definitely allow Ko to go further and further in the business of assassination. In addition to Gravity Crystal, Chen Fei planned to arrange for Xiao Gu to learn a few more crystal system skills. Crystal Shuttle, an escape skill currently comparable to shadow stalking. And the G Crystal Shuttle was more than just escaping by itself, it could also take the Imperial Beastmaster with it. Must learn. I just don't know if Xiao Gu's perception can learn it. Looks like I'll have to go prepare some more Bodhi fruits. Crystal Shield, Crystal Manipulation, Crystal Arrow Rain, these are the more common crystal-based skills, relatively easy to learn, but endlessly useful. Kogu vibrated his wings and tried to fly, but fell as soon as he could. But it was not discouraged, and under constant attempts it finally rose trembling. The flight was erratic and the trajectory was touchy, but it flew anyway. Even Ruler Jade and Dark Cloud were slightly envious. Chen Fei, I'm flying, haha. I'll take you guys flying later. At this moment, Xiao Gu felt that the bug life had reached its peak. Looking at such an excited Xiao Gu, Chen Fei was also infected, and the matter of Evil King number 6 was temporarily left behind. As for the flight department, Xiao Gu's Ant King's wings were very small, not enough to be able to flap its wings and create storms or use feather-type attack skills like other bird-type demonic beasts. Since that's the case, then learn the skill that speeds up flight, Flowing Illusion. This skill allows for secondary acceleration, and the higher the proficiency, the more able you are to hide your form. Combined with Chen Fei's hidden Yuan technique, the stealth was greatly improved, allowing Xiao Gu to approach the enemy without a sound. Looking at Kogu, who was constantly tossing around in the air, and Shikuyu and Dark Cloud, who were licking their paws. For a moment, Chen Fei's bravado surged. 3 S-class beast pets, such a configuration had already surpassed countless people and even stood at the absolute top. In his previous life, he wasn't even worthy of lifting his current self's shoes. Wait for it, headless angel, give me a little more time and we'll see if you die or I live. Knock knock. Chen Fei knocked on the door of Chen Xingyun's room. Chen Xingyun glared at him. Just to be clear, I don't have any more contribution value. Chen Fei hemmed and hawed and laughed, not knowing what embarrassment meant at all. Am I that kind of person? I came here this time to see the 6-eared clear sound bat. Dad's beast pet is simply awesome. Being praised so much by his son, Chen Xingyun still had a few moments of satisfaction. What old man doesn't want his son to worship him? Chen Xingyun summoned the 6-eared clear sound bat. Dad, what's the strongest and best skill for the sonic department? With regards to this aspect, Chen Xingyun had really studied it. Sonic Blast Shockwave, Sonic Blade Storm, Sonic Barrier. These are relatively common sonic system skills that normal sonic system demonic beasts can learn.
However, some soundwave skills were special, such as the withering soundwave, where the soundwave carried the aura of death and could weaken the opponent's life force, and this skill was relatively bizarre. As for the stronger ones, such as ultrasonic wave, when the proficiency is high enough to emit sound waves that humans, and even demonic beasts, can't hear, which is equivalent to being silent and shapeless, it's naturally strong. While Chen Qingyun was speaking eloquently, Chen Fei took advantage of his inattention and secretly summoned the dark cloud, allowing it to touch the six-eared cleansing bat while it began to copy the skill. This is the real purpose of Chen Fei's trip. Chapter 52 Dark Cloud Skill. Since he had such a powerful skill as Mirror of Reproduction, how could he waste it? Dark Cloud's fire control, earth escape, and the like were just more basic elemental skills. It's fine if it's fine, it's hardly useful for bigger occasions except to escape. Take fire control, for example. It's not like the dark clouds themselves have the fire element and don't produce fire. So where does the fire come from? You can only get it from your surroundings. If it's okay to be in a volcano or lava or something like that in a battle situation, but in a river or lake or something like that, wouldn't that be cool? The limitations are too great. It's entirely possible to replace it with a skill that's a bit more powerful, or makes up for the lack of Kogu and Shikuyu. Thinking about it, the sonic system is exactly the most lacking part of the current Beast Pet team. Successful duplication, obtaining Sonic Crush entry level. Sonic Crush crushes and jumbles sound waves, and after accumulating a certain amount of energy, releases it to attack the enemy's eardrums. In mild cases, hearing is lost for a short period of time. In severe cases, it can be crippling. Note, as this is currently only an entry-level proficiency, it can only be used against beings below their own strength. How could Chen Fei not expect the soundwave skill that Dark Cloud had copied over to be this? Specifically targeting only the eardrums is a bit limiting, but utilized well, it can definitely catch the enemy off guard. May stay. Since only one skill could be copied per head, Chen Fei targeted Xia Jishu as Beast Pet. That's right, it's a healing skill. Generally speaking, assassin-type demonic beasts were not linked to the healing system at all. The presence of dark clouds makes up for this. Successful duplication, obtaining star healing entry level. Healing of the stars draws energy from the stars to heal the injured. As a result, the skill can boost its healing effect by 20% when used at night. Note, due to low proficiency, only wounds are currently treated. As proficiency increases, it can also heal the mind, spirit, and soul. This skill was within Chen Fei's expectations, but this nighttime ability to boost the healing effect was a pleasant surprise. Going with the specialized assassination department, the best time to sneak up on them is, of course, at night. Just like that, following the example of the dark clouds, the skills of the dark clouds were changed drastically. All of them were replaced except shadow stalking, which remained. One more, shadow bind, and one more, sonic barrier. The last skill is more specific and goes in the support department. Ruler Jade and Koga don't have weak skills, but overall, they lack one-hit wonders. It occurred to Chen Fei that the fallen three-headed monster could apply 2 buffs to itself, so why didn't they learn about it? Seal of increase, several seals can be condensed and struck into the object that needs to be increased, stimulating the seals when needed. Boosts the power of the next hit skill by 10%. Note, the increase effect increases with proficiency. At this point, the skills of the 3 beasts have been molded, the rest is to use and improve proficiency. At the end of December, the year is drawing to a close. The streets are decorated with lights and the number of stalls is increasing day by day. There was laughter everywhere as children ran around in their new clothes. With such a joyous atmosphere, people briefly put the matter of the mists out of their minds and enjoyed the moment. Without realizing it, underneath such joy, waves have long been rising. Church. Above the round table, a rare 6 glasses of red wine were set. Let's raise a glass tonight to congratulate the weaver on his successful ascension to the rank of King Imperial Beastmaster. A few people took shallow sips. The high priest continued, there is also good news. Lord, there have been signs of recovery. Soon after that, the first wave of tests were made against the humans. Several others were in high spirits. Praise the Lord. Finally, I've waited for this day, I've held it in long enough. Is my revenge about to be avenged? Humanity, the day of removal has finally arrived. The high priest pressed his hand, signaling them to calm down. Don't get excited, it's just a little test wave. As for lurking, it's time for us to make a move. The high priest began to give orders. War drummer, remember to deliver the message to each of the exiles.
Those under their control have a uniform name, exiles.
Watchers, continue to monitor all the clans of the king-level royal beastmasters. The more complete the information the better.
Arbiter, after the meeting is over, you can head to Imperial City, and someone will meet you there. The Weaver, utilizing energy to erase the people on this list.
And the Sower, add this to the Polyjuice pill. In the High Priest's hand was a grayish-brown irregular object.
This is the Crystal of Plague, ground up and put into the Spirit Gathering pill.
Remember not to eat it by mistake, or you too will become a carrier of the plague. The Sower took it carefully and removed a box from his spatial ring to put it in before stowing it amongst the rings.
In that case, I'll be waiting for good news from everyone.
After the meeting was over, the five quietly retired, leaving only the High Priest in the middle of the church. He bowed his head to the painting in the church. Lord, everything is ready, just waiting for your array. The mural trembled for a moment, and then several tentacles appeared, each tugging on an extremely high-grade spirit stone.
Above the spirit stone, countless arcane patterns were engraved.
Each of them flowed with great fluidity, forming a pattern that the High Priestess did not recognize.
Exquisite and absolutely beautiful.
A whisper came from the High Priest's ear. There are 3 types of array discs, so I hope you can make good use of them. There is also this evil beast bestowed upon you, which will be of great help to you.
A monstrous demonic beast with a human body and spider underbelly appeared in front of the High Priest.
This is the Puppet Spider Woman, S-rank qualification, combining the devouring, puppet, poison, and assassin systems. It could continuously devour humans or demonic beasts and increase its strength. The most important thing is its puppetry art, which can help you control disobedient little ones. The High Priest's eyes glowed. He had never heard of such an existence as a puppet spider girl.
But listening to the other side's description, it definitely wasn't weak. Especially with a rare attribute like the golem line, it could completely solve one's many troubles. I thank the Lord for his gift, and I will live up to his expectations.
The tentacles slowly retracted into the mural as if they had never been there.
Chapter 53: Exterminating the Fallen Three-Headed Monster.
Baiwa Mountain Range. Chen Fei crouched on the tree and looked at the pile of corpses below. The cultivation fluctuation in his body was that of an advanced 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master.
The 3 demonic beasts were all at level 3, step 4. Not long after, Chen Fei felt the entire tree vibrate. Coming!
As soon as Chen Fei's words fell, the 3 beast pets beside him all raised their heads. Immediately after that, he saw the Rift Devil Worm break out of the ground. This one was already at the 3rd level, 9th rank, and its aura was a few points stronger than the ones it had originally seen. Then, a flash of dark light flashed through Kogu's flesh, and the 6 gravity crystals that were buried around him were instantly illuminated. As proficiency rises to the adept level, the crystals unleash 6x gravity. The Rift Devil Worm was directly smashed on the ground without any defense. The 6x gravity slowed the Rift Worm's writhing quite a bit, but not enough to keep it from moving. But let's not forget that there's more than just Kogu and Ruler Jade now, an extra Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud directly threw out 2 skills, the first being a sonic skill, Sonic Shatter. The Rift Devil Worm's eyes were bad, and targeting its eyes was useless. But attacking its sense of hearing would be quite useful, and a proficient level, Sonic Shatter, going over would be enough to instantly deafen it. This is a short period of time, only 3 seconds. The second skill is a support system, Seal of Increase. Long before the battle began, Dark Cloud had imprinted Ruler Jade in Xiao Gu as well as himself. When the need arises, the increase seal can always be enabled. This time, the effect of the increase was given to Kogu. Due to the proficiency level, it could increase the power of Xiao Gu's next strike by 50%. Only Xiao Gu controlled the crystal elements within his body, and then condensed a rain of crystal arrows. Each crystal was in the form of a bipyramidal cone, which was 2 meters high. The abilities once used by the Heavenly Crystal Giant Dragon could also be used by Xiao Gu. It was only that the crystals condensed by Xiao Gu were not as huge and appalling as the Heavenly Crystal Giant Dragon. With Xiao Gu's wave, endless crystals fell down, striking directly at the earth-splitting demon insects on the ground. Let's not forget that the Rift Devil Worm is now in the middle of a 6x gravity field. When the crystals naturally fell, they themselves generated a downward force, and then after being pulled by the 6x gravity field, the power of the arrow rain doubled several times over again. Previously, it could only threaten the life of a level 3 6th rank demonic beast, but now after 2 increases, it directly threatened the life of a level 3 9th rank demonic beast. The Rift Devil Worm naturally sensed the danger and prepared to use its defensive skills.
This time it was necessary for Ruler Jade to intervene. Soul stripping went over and hard interrupted the Rift Demon Worm's skill release. Ruler Jade's grasp of timing was incredibly precise. The training over the past 2 months or so has done wonders. Boom, 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 boom. The rain of crystal arrows continuously bombarded the body of the Rift Demon Worm, as well as the surrounding land. Every time a crystal fell, a large pit appeared. Even if the Rift Earth Demon Worm had thick skin and flesh, it could not hold up to such a powerful rain of arrows. The other part of the Rift Devil Worm in the mud sensed the danger and could only give up the part exposed on the ground, choosing to run for its life. Until the crystals all fell, the originally empty grassland had now turned into a small pond with a diameter of 20 or so meters. And the flesh of the earth-splitting demon worm was tattered and torn. Even with the break and regenerate skill, it was useless, and it couldn't die anymore. This crystal combination skill had just become the most rigid combination skill among the 3 beasts. Seeing the completely dead Rift Earth demon insect, Chen Fei could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it really ate up this half of the Rift Worm, and only with 3 beasts, not relying on other controlled tertiary beasts. If the number 9 Evil King's dependents were so difficult to deal with, how powerful would the Evil King himself have to be? It's simply unimaginable. Chen Fei only knows that he has a long, long way to go to grow up. Roar! A few animal roars came from the distance, and if he wasn't wrong, it should be the fallen 3-headed monster arriving. When he saw it a few days ago, Chen Fei had noticed that the aura on that guy's body was very unstable, so he must have been about to break through to a 4th-level beast. Level 3 is so difficult to deal with, level 4 is bound to be another level up. Looking at the 3 beasts, with the addition of the dark clouds, it might be possible to fight. Ku, get your children and grandchildren up in the air. As Xiaogu evolved, its children and grandchildren were also given a corresponding counter-improvement. With one head flapping its wings, it was simply not too luxurious. The fallen 3-headed monster instantly went berserk when it saw the already dead half of the Rift Demon Worm. A lion's roar represented its anger. At the same time, it uses the echoes of the lion's roar to recognize the living beings around it. Although the concealed Yuan technique could hide his breath and killing aura, Chen Fei himself was a real being and could not be avoided, and was soon discovered by the fallen 3-headed monster. Thus, after the increase, the sonic intimidation, cyclone strangulation, poisonous mist in the sky, rain of golden arrows, and other skills smashed crazily in the direction of Chen Fei, with the intention of not stopping until Chen Fei was killed. If in the past, Chen Fei could only do one thing, and that was to flee. But it was different now. Kogo had crystal shuttle, and could always shift his position as soon as the skill smashed over. At the moment of transfer, Chen Fei commanded, Xiaogu, gravity field release. The tiny ancients that ascended into the air were brazen, adding a thick layer of crystal and shields to themselves and flying towards the fallen 3-headed monster with their gravity crystals in their clutches. Halfway through the rush, Dark Cloud added, Sonic Barrier, to them, greatly reducing the damage from the sonic attack. They barely made it to the fallen 3-headed monster under the staggering, and Xiaogu took the opportunity to invoke the gravity field. Under the crushing force of 6 times gravity, the fallen 3-headed monster couldn't fly at all and could only keep falling. The hardest thing to deal with in the flight department is flight. As long as it was allowed to fall to the ground, Chen Fei would have a way to break its wings. The crystal's energy was also just about used up the moment the fallen 3-headed monster hit the ground. But it wants to go, and it's not going to. Dark Cloud gave himself the increased skill while throwing out Shadow Binding. The shadows on the ground formed a chain, locking the fallen 3-headed monster so that it could not move for a short period of time. You can only control the action, not the fallen 3-headed monster's ability to cast skills. And due to cross-class combat, it would only last 2 seconds at most. However, for Kogu and Ruler Jade, it was completely enough. Xiaogu issued a command, causing the hundreds of tiny Xiaogu in the sky to condense a rain of crystal arrows at the same time. Without the increase of the dark clouds, the power is greatly reduced and can only be piled on with volume. Dark Cloud, on the other hand, gave the increase effect to Soul Slash after Ruler Jade used Soul Stripping. The difference in strength between the two sides had gone from a difference of 8 ranks to a difference of 5 ranks, and coupled with the effect of the increase, the soul blade that was made could truly injure the fallen 3-headed monster. When that slash went down, the soul of the fallen 3-headed monster, whose soul was already weak, instantly stagnated. In particular, the soul of the lion's head that was targeted was dull, as if it would shatter away at the slightest touch.
When the multiple souls slowed down, the first thing they did was not to use defensive techniques, but to fight for the sovereignty of their physical bodies, completely disregarding the countless crystal stone arrows raining from the sky. Chen Fei looked at this scene, pondering, itself a monster of different beings being forcibly stitched together. It is difficult to constitute an essential unity, and it is not surprising that this would happen. I just don't know what kind of light the 8th Evil King stitching skill proficiency will be after it's increased. Regardless of the future, at least for the current fallen 3-headed monster, Chen Fei could hold it. Crystal drop. The fallen 3-headed monster is extinguished. P.S. Happy 4th of July to everyone. Chapter 54, Pursued. Kogo, Shikuyu, and Dark Cloud, well done. The death of the fallen 3-headed monster once again proved the strength and potential of the 3 beasts. Under the same rank, the current 3 beasts could completely touch the dependence of the 10 great evil kings. Chen Fei, who was in a good mood, came to the corpse of the fallen 3-headed monster and prepared to reclaim it. Although it is only the original stitching monster, it also possesses high research value. Put in the hands of a professional, you can even spot some of the ends of the sewing skills. Only. The moment Chen Fei approached, he realized that the stomach of the fallen 3-headed monster was bulging, frightening Chen Fei so much that he hastily retreated a few steps back and had Xiaogu stack a layer of crystal shield. It didn't take long for Chen Fei to see what came out of the broken belly. It's not a black slimy worm, nor is it any evil beast or the like, but it's the moss that Chu Chongxin once said. At that moment, Chen Fei's scalp went numb, and without even thinking, he spread his feet and ran wildly. The senior 9th-ranked Imperial Beast Master had been eaten alive. How could he, a 4th-ranked one, still carry it? They gnawed on the corpses of the fallen 3-headed monsters at an extremely fast speed. It seemed that he didn't want Chen Fei to take it away for research. Brush. These mosses were moving faster than expected. They spread out over a large area, wrapping up the stones, wrapping up the trees. A glance over, dozens of meters in a circle is full of densely packed green imps crawling, scaring Chen Fei's soul is almost lost. That's a lot of breeding going on, isn't it? Bloodthirsty moss doppelganger. Strength, level 4, step 2. Attributes, elemental, devourer, life, demon plant. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Bloodthirsty reproduction. As long as it touches the blood of living beings, the moss can reproduce quickly. The stronger the bloodline of a living being, the faster it reproduces. Proficiency, mastery level. 2. Moss seed. A moss seed can be planted within the flesh of a living being, and once the living being dies, the seed can sprout, and then borrow the blood and aura of the corpse to rapidly reproduce offspring. Proficiency, mastery level. Note, with the exception of the first-generation body, the second-generation body loses its vitality quickly without the sustenance of blood. Without timely sustenance, they will die within a month. Before death it produces several seeds which are later planted in the living being for a second revival. Chen Fei looked at Moss's message as he fled, and the more he looked, the more he was afraid. To summarize one thing, bloodthirsty moss has almost unlimited vitality as long as there is blood. In some ways, it was even more terrifying than the Black Slimeworm King. It's hard to imagine what kind of turmoil this moss coming into town would cause. What's more, this was only the second-generation body. What kind of terrifying existence would the first-generation body be? Chen Fei suddenly felt that even if he did not need the 10 evil kings to take action, these dependents would be enough to destroy half of the continent. Ku, release the poison. Mushroom 1, colorless 1. The multiple toxins went down and didn't disturb the mosses, and even their speed didn't half diminish. It seems that the poison system is of little use to them. It was also true that, after all, they were of the demon plant lineage and did not have a respiratory system like demonic beasts, and the toxins would have a hard time interfering with them. Let's see if we need to look into toxins that deal with the demon plant family later. Sonic? It doesn't really work either, it's not like they need ears. Soul stripping, targeted single beasts. For this kind of group beasts, exhausting Ruler Jade to death would be useless. Ruler Jade could be considered to have run into an opponent, the 3 major bizarre skills, all of which were ineffective at the moment. Dark Cloud skills, too, don't play much of a role. Even if the fire control technique was still in place, without a particularly powerful fire source, it was still useless. Ku, the ice crystal barrier is look. Xiaogu quickly coalesced the crystal box and threw it back. The crystal box covered a portion of the moss, and under Ku's control, the crystal box annihilated. Groups of beasts together are invincible, but separating each unit is relatively weak.
Hopper then has the strength of a level 4 second rank, but each unit Moss does not even necessarily have the strength and defense of a level 4 beast. So after the crystals were annihilated, a portion of the trapped Moss died. If Xiaogu was on the same level as him, he could certainly be completely destroyed. Only, the crystal box covers only a part of it, unless this crystal box is big enough to cover all the Moss. That would require at least the strength of a king-level Imperial Beast Master. In that case, the three beasts currently had no way of taking bloodthirsty Moss. Run away! One person and three beasts utilized Crystal Shuttle to go straight back to the city. Chen Fei had Xiaogu set up a few locations: the dormitory, the crystal pendulum in Chen Xingyun's room, and a storage space for the sacred texts. Whenever something comes up, you can just shuttle to these three places. The storage space of the sacred codex is undoubtedly the safest, but it has one characteristic: where you go in, you come out. It wouldn't be cool if the bloodthirsty Mosses surrounded the place and didn't leave. Upon returning to the dormitory, the one man and three beasts sat on the ground breathing heavily. Chen Fei, that thing is too insurmountable. Xiaogu was very upset that they only had the chance to run away when they were the same S-class existence. The same goes for Dark Cloud and Ruler Jade. Especially Dark Cloud, a bloodthirsty Moss couldn't do anything to it, so wouldn't it be even more powerless against a headless angel? Chen Fei wiped his sweat before comforting. Don't be discouraged, there is a strength gap between you. Against demonic beasts with lower qualifications, you can fight over the level, but for an existence with the same level of qualifications, is it hard to believe that you still want to go over the level? It was only after Chen Fei said this that the three beasts reacted. It's roar, we're only rank 3, rank 4, and it's already rank 4, rank 2, there's indeed an unbridgeable gap in strength. Seeing that they were in a better mood, Chen Fei continued to analyze. There are no absolutely invincible skills in the world, and there exists a phasing. In fact, against the existence of the demon plant system, the elemental system was better used instead. How can it still be a murderer after a fire? This Moss needs blood for sustenance, and if you seal it into another space, it will naturally die without the need for you to do anything. We are now unbeatable because there are no restraining attributes. Furthermore, it was strong, and it didn't still let us escape. The three beasts all looked at Chen Fei. This logic has no problem. Shouldn't you be glad to have escaped from the hands of a level 4 bloodthirsty Moss? It's amazing how they try to fight back. It seemed that this bout of overpowering kills had given them the illusion that they were strong. Being chased by bloodthirsty Moss this time wasn't a bad thing, rather it was a blow to the head. Let the three beasts more clearly recognize their own strengths and weaknesses, but also let them know the truth that there is a man outside of man, and there is a heaven outside of heaven. To grow more humbly in the future. Report, Area C-48 is unusually quiet, large demonic beasts are nowhere to be seen. Report, Squad 102 has encountered a level 4 demonic beast in Sector B-56. Report, a large number of bird demonic beasts are flying in fright in C2 area. Report, a strong pungent odor has been detected in Area B-44, it is suspected that a cloudflame skunk beast has been frightened by a high-level demonic beast. Xia Sun looked at these reports with a sad face. Chapter 55. Going by these reports, the odds are that it's a sign of a coming wave of the beast. Sound the alarm. It didn't take long for a sharp, piercing, cyclical, repetitive alarm to sound. Chen Fei, who had just returned to the city not long ago, raised his head violently and looked towards the towering city wall. 3 minutes later, another alarm sounded. 2 alarms, precursors to the coming of the beast. Chen Fei's expression gradually became grave. Counting the time, it seemed that it was not far away from the half-yearly period when the beast tide would come. Looks like a little more preparation is in order. It wasn't long before Chen Fei received the message to convene the merge and rushed to the treatment room. Zhou Yan stood in front of the main entrance with his hands behind his back. Everyone's here, right? Here we go. Okay, so I'll make it short. 2 sirens, we all know what that means. I will now read the instructions above. First, no one is allowed to leave the city. Secondly, the medical team was divided into 2 shifts, one to the city walls to be on standby at all times, and the other to produce healing potions, auxiliary potions, and so on as a backup. Third, Chen Fei, you have no other means of treatment, go straight to the front line. Yes. Dark Cloud had healing of the stars, but Chen Fei wouldn't say it. He couldn't wait to be able to stay at the front line all day. In his previous life, he could only stay in Chen Xingyun's room and listen to the explosions going on outside, but he was unable to help in any way. The kind of waiting that you can only do anxiously is so helpless. This time, Chen Fei would not miss it. Certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to harvest kill values. As they passed, the streets became more crowded. Everyone is in a hurry, everyone has a post that belongs to them, and they all have their own things to do. On top of the city wall, where a soldier was originally arranged to stand guard every 50 meters, there was now one for 5 meters. And there was a group of soldiers in the lounge at all times. Earth Sentinels on command, Earth Trap Technique. That was Xing Xiaoshan deploying the battle zone beyond the city walls. Utilizing an Earth Demonic Beast, a deep ditch was dug out, while some means were arranged in the ditch, and finally a thin layer of soil was covered. This is the second line of defense. The first line of defense laid a poison ring as early as the edge of the Bacchus Mountains. There will be a third and fourth course after that. A little more preparation in the early part of the process can lead to a little more certainty in the later part of the process. Chen Fei didn't dare to be idle either. Xiaogu, tell your children and grandchildren to stop targeting high-grade demonic beasts. From now on, slaughter demonic beasts below level 3, Order 4. After ascending to S-rank quality, there was basically no enemy within the same rank in the outer and middle areas of the Baiyue mountain range. Those with higher strength can be killed, but it's too much of a waste of time. What Chen Fei wanted was to accumulate kill values as fast as possible. Also, the third-generation bugs in the cannon, spread out across the board and dispersed to all regions, don't just stay in C48, C49. With 1,000 hatching a day, that's another 30,000 second-generation worms over the course of a month. A batch has been released earlier, and today there are 10,000 heads left. And these 10,000 heads were used by Chen Fei to hatch the third generation of worms. One second-generation worm can hatch one third-generation worm, which is 10,000 third-generation worms in a day. It's been hatching for a full 10 days now, that's 100,000 third-generation worms. Even if the strength of this third-generation bug was slightly inferior to the second-generation bug, with only a strength of level 3, first order. But that's still 100,000 S-class beasts. That amount would be enough to cleanse half the periphery and even push up the middle ground. Now, Chen Fei released all of these 100,000 third-generation worms, leaving only these 10,000 second-level worms to continue hatching. Kill a second-level 5th-order red essence sneak, kill value plus 30. Kill a second-level 9th-order recluse turtle, kill value plus 50. Kill third-level 1st-order ghost firebug, kill value plus 100. Regardless of whether it was a level 1, level 2, or level 3 beast, the compulsion army scattered crystals wherever they went. Since the bloodthirsty moss could rely on blood to grow, Chen Fei had Xiaogu not even leave it a corpse. On that day, more than 40,000 kill values were accumulated in one day. But not enough. Chen Fei felt that it was far from enough. He needed more and more. Even if he didn't improve his strength, he needed to improve his skill proficiency. However, as early as a few months ago, when the army of parasites began to enter the Baiyue mountain range, they had never stopped killing. Chen Fei's rate of strength increase was already fast enough, so fast that it was frightening. Even Tang Jian and Su Can had only just managed to reach senior first-ranked Imperial Beastmaster with all the resources they had piled up. And the strength isn't very consistent. This was still referring to strength alone. Many of their beast pet skills were still stuck at the skillful level, whereas Chen Fei had dozens of skills, and as a result, every one of them was at the proficient level. Even if Tang Jian and Su Can were given another 3 months, they wouldn't be able to catch up with Chen Fei's current progress. Not to mention that after a few days had passed, Chen Fei was prepared to give the skills of his beast pets another boost in proficiency. The most useful skills to use when facing a wave of beasts are group attack skills. Ruler Jade's soul skills are all single attack skills, so rule them out first. Dreams and illusions are not too useful in such occasions, they can only assist, they can't be killed, ruled out. Dark Cloud's current skill set is on the support side, so let's rule it out first. The one who fits the bill still has to be Kogu. The crystal skills, the poison skills, were all group attack skills that could be put to greater use. Crystal and arrow rain proficiency, from proficient level peak level. Advantages that come from upgrading. 1. The size of the crystals was raised from 2 meters in height to 4 meters in height. 2. The number of crystals has been raised from 100 to 500, and each crystal is surrounded by 10 smaller crystals. 3. Each crystal can be given other attributes. Energy with high explosive attributes such as fire, lightning, and poison can be injected into the crystals. Remarks: after raising to the peak level, it can inflict fatal wounds on beings within 5 ranks of its own strength, and above 5 ranks of its own strength. Without using protection skills, it also has a chance to inflict fatal wounds. Not bad for a peak level skill. The lethality caused by a 4-meter high crystal falling from a high altitude was definitely bomb level. Even a level 4 beast wouldn't dare to carry it recklessly without using protection skills, right? You can even add toxins to create a secondary attack that is simply not too vicious. Proficiency in Poisonous Kiss, from proficient level peak level. Advantages that come from upgrading. 1. The range of the poisonous fog is expanded. 2. The number of toxins that can be released has increased from 8 to 12. 3. It can condense the seed of poison and suppress the toxin into the seed, which can be detonated at any time. 4. The 2 toxins can be purified to make them ultra-highly toxic. Remarks: ultra-virulent poisons are in between virulent poisons and insoluble poisons. Normal healing skills, detoxification skills can't be broken. The first few advantages are not much of a surprise. It wasn't until the 4th advantage that Chen Fei's eyes went wide. Super toxic. I can't believe there's such a thing. Between level 3 and level 4 poison, I'm afraid that Xiao Gu's Eclipse skill can't absorb it, right? Can't even begin to describe it as scary. Instead, it's an absolute killer. It was worthy of being a pinnacle level skill, and it was worthy of being a proficiency that even a level 4 beast would find it hard to possess. That's 200,000 kill value, well spent. For this beast tide, Chen Fei finally has a certain power of resistance. Chapter 56, The Beast Tide Attacks. At night, Chen Fei had just laid down when he felt the bed vibrating. First it was very light, and then it became more and more violent. Immediately afterward the sirens sounded. 3 sounds, signifying that the tide of beasts is truly upon us. In my previous life it was in the daytime, but this time it's actually at night. Has something changed? Chen Fei's brow furrowed into a Sichuan character. Not being able to think too much, Chen Fei rushed to the city wall at the first opportunity. In the middle of the Baiyue mountain range, the masterminds are gathered. The scythe goat monster looked towards the city wall. This wall is too much of an obstacle. When will we topple it? By the way, Lantern, wasn't the attack originally supposed to be in daylight 2 days later, but how come it's been moved up? The lantern monster Jijia made a few noises. Then you'll have to ask the Insect King. The Black Slime Insect King looked over. In the past few days, I've noticed that there are beings that have been continuously slaughtering the demonic beasts in the Baiyue mountain range. To date, thousands of my offspring have died. If we continue to wait like this, the demonic beasts will all be slaughtered. How can we trigger a beast tide? The goat monster's expression was a bit playful. It's surprising that there's still so much fun to be had. Which guy is so bold? It can't be the guy who slaughtered the 3-headed monster, right? The escape was so fast that even the moss couldn't catch up. Alright, I'll cut the crap. Now I'll assign the tasks. The one who spoke was the old tree that bore the human-faced fruit and was their wise man, called the boss by the goat monster and the others. You commanded, boss. The face spirit ghost tree rolled up a few pieces of paper with its vines. This is a message that has been sent out from Baiyue City. The humans have set up a total of 4 lines of defense that can greatly deplete our viable forces. So Bug King, send your children and grandchildren over first, blow yourself up, whatever, and dismantle those poison bomb traps first. As you wish. From the group of demonic beasts, a group of 2nd-level demonic beasts rushed out. This level was just cannon fodder in a frontal battlefield. At the moment, it's working wonders. That's pathfinding. Pretend to be the first wave of attack, but in reality, you're there to trigger the first line of poison defense. When the purple, green, and red poisonous mist began to drift away, the soldiers on the city walls were naturally able to notice it, and the alarm sounded. Light sentinel, flare. Bang, 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 bang. Countless balls of light rose into the air at extreme speeds before illuminating the open space in front of the city wall. I only saw the poisonous fog fill the sky, but I didn't see many corpses, nor did I see any demonic beasts rushing out of the poisonous fog, which seemed a bit bizarre. Xing Xiaoshan came to Chen Fei's side. Little Fei, your beast pet offspring should still be in the middle of the Baiyue mountain range, right? Chen Fei nodded. I'll share my vision with you. Vision link. Xing Xiaoshan's entire face pulled down when he saw that the ones that touched the poisonous mist were only a group of 2nd-grade small beasts. It seems that the enemy exists wise this time, actually knowing to clear the mines first. This made Xing Xiaoshan serious for a few moments. Such a beast tide went beyond the past. It was no longer a mindless attack, but rather, it began to fight with intelligence. While Xing Xiaoshan was still surprised, the ground suddenly rumbled as if something was traveling through the land. Rift devil worms. This was the first thing Chen Fei could think of. Sure enough, the next second, a behemoth leapt up from the ground, and then quickly burrowed back into the ground as if it were a fish swimming on the surface of the water. Xing Xiaoshan lost sight of it before he could do anything. Immediately after that, the second deep ditch defense line was touched off and explosions resounded throughout the battlefield. The means buried in the middle of the deep ditch was triggered. It was a magical fruit called the crystal durian. The shell of this durian was as hard as the crystals of a crystal-based demonic beast, and it would burst open when it was pressed. The spikes on it would at the same time scatter in all directions from the impact of the explosion. This was a self-protection mechanism of the crystalline durian, and now that it was being used as a weapon by humans, defenselessly, it could even kill a level 3 beast, and was definitely considered a weapon of mass destruction. However, the bad thing was that this earth-splitting demon worm was a rank 4 beast, and it was also the most thick-skinned fellow. Keep crushing the crystalline durians to detonate them early. Second line of defense, pawn. Xing Xiaoshan and Chen Fei were already completely certain that this beast tide had turned sour. It was no longer as simple as simply fending off a wave of beasts, it was more like two armies facing each other. And with this state of affairs, it also means more casualties. The facing spirit ghost tree looked at the ruined second line of defense and laughed twice. The real war, fight. Several of you, all of you go and pick your own opponents as well. With a command from the facing spirit ghost tree, the real beast tide rose. A group of second and third level beasts charged towards the city walls with red eyes. A look at the past, simply cannot see the end. A dense peace, like a black torrent swept, as if to swallow everything. Smoke and dust instantly rose from the ground, and with the rapid, chaotic footsteps, it was as if they were facing a tsunami on the beach. What was even more frightening was the densely packed poisonous insects in the sky, like black clouds pressing down on a city, with the illusion of being unstoppable. Xing Xiaoshan and Xie's eyes were filled with gravity among them. The guards on the city wall, however, clenched their hands. They were literally trembling. Such a scene was too appalling. They don't want to stay a moment if they can help it. The problem is, behind them, is the city of Baiwe. There were still countless residents in the city. If they fled, then who would fend them off? Chen Fei, is this what you call a small beast tide? Xiaogu looked at the scene in front of him and had the urge to fight his way back to his home. It had thought that its 100,000-strong army was already invincible. Who knew that the scene in front of him would completely shock Xiaogu? It's more than 100,000. You can't say that without millions and millions of dollars. And this was even just the small beast tide that Chen Fei had said? Chen Fei helplessly spread his hands. It's really just a small beast tide. You don't see that the mainstay of the demonic beasts are the tertiary beasts. If there's a big beast tide, level 3 is just the bottom of the barrel, and more level 4 beasts and even level 5 demon kings will appear by then. When Chen Fei grew up in his previous life, it was already 5 years later. At that time, mankind had already entered the darkest period, and the so-called beast wave was no longer rare. It was because the demonic beasts in the mists and the main human army were about to fight their way out. There are only the clan-level Imperial Beast Masters left, and the king-level Imperial Beast Masters are circling around, miserable. So this beast tide was also the first time that Chen Fei had truly faced it. Colorless 1 poison ready. The first line of defense was extinguished, but this army of 100,000 parasites could be another line of defense. The hidden army of 10,000 poisonous parasites all showed their heads at this moment, and then released colorless and tasteless toxins. There is also a portion that rises into the air to release poison, targeting those flying venomous insects. Those demonic beasts had just stepped out of the Baiwe mountain range when they fell to the ground one by one, foaming at the mouth and dying on the spot. The poisonous insects in the sky also spilled down one after another, losing their lives after landing. The facing spirit ghost tree looked at this scene, and the many faces on the tree frowned at the same time. Hasn't the first poison mist defense line already been triggered? What's going on? Chapter 57. Is this the terror of the generation body? Not only was it the facing spirit ghost tree, even Xing Xiaoshan and the others had puzzled faces. They were waiting for the beasts to come a little closer and get into attack range. And they ended up dying on their own before they even got close? The facing spirit ghost tree suspects that the humans still have a backhand, while Xing Xiaoshan worries that they're playing tricks. Both sides are jealous of the other. Only Chen Fei knew that it was the colorless 1 poison taking effect. Because now the colorless 1 poison was no longer a level 3 poison, but an overriding super poison. Second level beasts were directly killed in seconds, and some third level beasts with weaker poison resistance couldn't carry it.
And during the beast tide, demonic beasts and poisonous insects all gathered together, thus creating this scene of falling dumplings and opening a gap hard.
Of course, that's only part of the defense. The total defense line is so long that even a million third-generation bugs coming through wouldn't help. The power of one person is ultimately limited. The real big battle will still be triggered. All Chen Fei could do was to let Xiao Gu pounce with all his might. Killing one more head will reduce the casualties by 1 point. As the beasts approached, the third and fourth lines of defense worked some, but the effect was not obvious, and they were all pretty much destroyed by the rift devil worms. All generals listened to the order to release the sky technique. The sky skill is just a command in the army, not a proprietary skill. It includes, but is not limited to, explosive fire rain, crystal arrow rain, cold ice arrow rain, gold blade arrow rain, and other such group attacking ranged skills that rain arrows of various attributes from the sky. Ordinary people wouldn't necessarily let their beast pets learn this kind of swarming skill, but soldiers, they must learn it. This was the simplest and at the same time the most effective sky technique to resist the beast tide. Ku, you come along too. It's only by incorporating various skills that Koga's skills don't look out of place. Koga sent out a command for all the third-generation bugs to follow. Thus, an incredible scene occurred. By all rights, it should have been an orange rain of fire and a white rain of ice taking up the entire sky. Fire and ice are more common, and other systems such as gold are relatively rare. But at this moment, a third distinct color block appeared above the sky. Not metallic colors, but shiny diamonds. In the end, there were more and more of these, crystal and arrow rains, and they were even on the verge of catching up with the number of fire rains. Even Xing Xiaoshan looked stunned. No, when did the crystal system demonic beasts become so rotten? How come I don't know? The face spirit ghost tree, the goat monster, and the black slime insect king were also stunned. Humans have this kind of heritage? It can't be. A blindfold, right? With this kind of heritage, we would have been killed and fled everywhere a few years ago? Is it possible that humans have been vigorously hatching crystal-type demonic beasts these past few years? Face Spirit Ghost Tree's brows furrowed, and it didn't let go again. Split Ground Demon Worm King, we have to rely on you to help out in this wave, or else these second and third level small beasts will suffer. Good. A dull sound rang in their ears, followed by hundreds of giant rift demon worms burrowing out of the ground. Each head was 30 to 40 meters long, and all of them had at least the strength of a third level 8th rank. They stood in front of the wave of beasts, and the aftermath was the use of the defensive skill of solid as a rock. The beasts behind them all used defensive skills as well. Watching this scene, Chen Fei only smiled faintly. It seems that they still don't know how that half of the split earth demon worm died. Ku, have the third generation bugs ready to trigger the gravity field. The various sky techniques were also brewing about as well. Release. With a command, fire rain, ice rain, gold rain, poison rain, and crystal rain poured down crazily. At this moment, the sky was directly illuminated. The crystals condensed out by the third generation of parasites were quite a bit smaller than the ones condensed out by Xiaogu, and there weren't as many of them. But wins with enough third generation bugs. What's more, the current, crystal arrow rain, had the killing power of a peak level skill. This means that every third generation bug possesses the strength to cross over. Gravity field, invoke. As the crystals fell, the peak level killing power, combined with 6 times gravity, even if the 3 generations of bugs were only level 3, step 1, the killing power of the crystals could threaten level 3, step 6, or even higher demonic beasts. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of crystal stones falling to the ground, the sound of ice arrows shattering, the explosion of fireballs. And the screams of demonic beasts are all mixed together. At this moment, Chen Fei felt that the entire world was incredibly noisy. It had never been this noisy before. Nothing could be heard but a bombardment. When the countless crystals fell, even this group of earth-splitting demon insects could only maintain it with difficulty. The group of demonic beasts that were at their rear, once they were not protected, it was the end of a pulverized body. There was no possibility of redundancy. At a glance, one could already see the blood slowly staining the earth red. That's not all. Let's not forget that the triple worms can be injected with toxins in their crystals. This time the poison is toxin number 1, and the second toxin to be upgraded to a super virulent poison. As the crystals shattered, the toxins burst forth, and the power was revealed. Under the attack of the poisonous mist, another swath of demonic beasts died.
The largest gap was opened in the area enveloped by the 3 generations of bugs, even if other areas were needed to support them. The facing spirit ghost tree could never sit back and ignore it. Earth-splitting demon worm king, you'll be the one to carry it directly. Yes. In the next second, the earth in front of Chen Fei began to tumble for a while. The ground was hardened and arched up, and then a huge thing broke through the ground. It is even longer than the second generation of rift devil worms, up to 70 meters, and is also more powerful and domineering than the second generation of worms. The body was not only heavily armored, but also covered in barbs. King of the Earthworms Generation 1. Strength, 4th level, 6th step. Attributes, elemental, flesh, poison, life, magnetism. Qualification, SS. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Magnetic shield, can change the magnetic field around the bug king to form a shield that is immune to normal elemental attacks and normal physical attacks. Proficiency, mastery level. 2. Life recovery, as long as you haven't actually damaged the core of the bug king, even if only a piece of flesh is left, it can slowly recover. Proficiency, mastery level. The higher the proficiency, the faster the recovery. Unsurprisingly, the generation body was indeed SS qualified. If anything, the information on the second generation body of the Rift Earth Demon Worm had already surprised Chen Fei. The attributes and abilities of that generation of worms directly caused Chen Fei to despair. Magnetic properties, quite rare. It's so immune to normal elemental and physical damage, who would dare to believe it? There was also that, life recovery, as long as the core wasn't destroyed, it could be recovered indefinitely, which was too perverted and outrageous. Is this the terror of the generational body? It's just ridiculously strong. Right now, Chen Fei was completely convinced that the Rift Earth Demon Worm King had the potential to destroy a city. With the appearance of the Rift Earth Demon Worm King, it also marks this war, to begin to intervene in the battle between the Patriarch-level Imperial Beast Masters and the 4th-level beasts. Chapter 58. Although the Sky technique was strong, it was not long-lasting, and this kind of large group attack skill required quite a lot of aura and attribute power. To coalesce the next wave of Sky technique attacks again, one would have to wait at least 2 to 3 minutes later. And this time of year really ushered in the onslaught of the beasts. The first to approach were still the poisonous insects in the sky. The human side can use Sky techniques, and naturally the swarms of venomous insects can as well, with poisonous fog and venom. A brain sprayed over, and the city walls were covered in poisonous mist of various colors. Nibble. This situation could not be avoided, so Chen Fei could only let Xiao Gu and the 3 generations of insects absorb as much as they could. On the human side, casualties were still inevitable. Not all senior Imperial Beastmasters had the superb combat strength and poison resistance that Chen Fei had. Not to mention the even weaker intermediate Imperial Beastmasters. Quickly, drag him into the treatment room. Where are Chen Fei's parasites? It needs to be detoxified immediately. Don't throw away the broken arm, I have a way to heal it. The healing team comes into play at this moment. Suddenly, a roar resounded through the clouds. Luan Feng, use the great wind to blow this fog away from me. Cheng Jingjing let her 9-star wind Luan flap its wings and gather the power of the wind, while then using wind dispersion to blow these poisonous mist post beasts over. At the critical moment, it was still necessary to rely on the Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster to save the day. Otherwise, on the human side, I'm afraid it wouldn't be as simple as a few deaths. Jia. Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster has finally made his move. All the faces on the facing spirit ghost tree scoffed together. If memory serves, this one is the human minister of healing. Misty Wind Drug Lord, you go and meet her. Poison versus healing, interesting. An eagle-type demonic beast flew up, riding the wind and weaving extremely fast to approach. Fresh wire. A voice of consciousness reached Cheng Jingjing's mind. Human, follow me to the side, I'm sure you don't want to fight here either, right? It's true that Cheng Jingjing didn't want to. Fighting here, even the aftermath of a skill could injure one of their own. Go! Along with the 9-star Wind Luan, Cheng Jingjing traveled to another battlefield with the Misty Wind Poison Lord. After they disappeared, the scythe-carrying goat monster stood coldly holding its arms in midair. It knew that someone would come to stop it. Xing Xiaoshan sighed quietly, I'll do it, old rival. Like Cheng Jingjing, they traveled to another battlefield. Roar! A dragon roar appeared, causing the morale of the beast pets on top of the city walls to weaken by 3 points.
From the sub-dragon lineage, the dragon roar of the scorching prison sonic dragon, a being that specializes in sonic skills. Six-eared clear sound bat, sonic barrier. Giving the guards a sonic barrier, Chen Xingyun knew it was his turn to fight. Watching Chen Xingyun and the scorching prison sonic dragon disappear into thin air, Chen Fei had no reason to be worried. Fortunately, however, Chen Xingyun was not the one who was in trouble during this beast tide, otherwise Chen Fei was bound to make some preparations beforehand. As Chen Xingyun left, strange beings with red lanterns on their heads and human bodies underneath appeared. Scourge of the Lantern Monster. Strength, 4th level, 5th order. Attributes, Ghost, Curse, Summoning. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Ghost General Summoning. You can summon the ghosts and monsters of hell for your drive. The higher the proficiency, the stronger the summoned being. Proficiency, Mastery level. 2. Curse of Eternal Night. The cursed person will be plunged into a dark prison, unable to hear any sound or see anything. Proficiency, Mastery level. Current proficiency curses last up to 1 second. The higher the proficiency, the longer the curse. Chen Fei's first feeling after reading it, weird, too weird. The curse line, the summoning line he had heard of. Only this ghost system was unheard of by Chen Fei. This guy, he definitely doesn't belong on this continent. Cheng Jingjing, Chen Xingyun Xing Xiaoshan all went out. Xie Zhixue favored the auxiliary system, and was categorically unable to fight. The one person left on the bright side, that would be Xia Sun. Chen Fei hurriedly transmitted his voice to Xie Sen, Minister Xia, be careful of this monster, it's likely to be a ghost, curse lineage possessor. When Xia Se heard this, he visibly paused for a moment before looking deeply at Chen Fei. Thanks a lot, with this information from you, I know what to do. Xia Sin and the Scourge Lantern Monster also found another battlefield. Ha. There are no experts in the city this time, right? The facing spirit ghost tree looked at the towering city wall, but didn't think it was that hard to break through. Go ahead, 6-headed demon leopard, Xian tiger skeleton, and green shadow hairstiff. The 6-headed demonic leopard was a stitched body with 6 heads directly sewn on, and its qualifications were still at S rank, but its strength was at rank 4, step 5, and with the aura that was many times that of the other rank 4 beasts, it was another difficult bone to gnaw on. Xin, who has a trace of the white tiger's bloodline, S-class existence, in front of him for the skeleton body, I think it must be the side of the face of the spirit ghost tree utilized some secret technique to control it, but also make it more necromantic system attributes, extremely difficult to deal with. The final green shadow hairstiff, a rare being of the zombie lineage. Grade 1 purple stiff, Grade 2 black and white stiff, Grade 3 green stiff, Grade 4 hairy stiff, Grade 5 flying stiff. And the green shadow hairstiffs were corresponding to level 4 beasts, and the most terrifying thing about this particular existence was that they weren't afraid of pain. It was impossible to deal with it without a patriarch-level beast royalist coming over. The moment these 3 heads stepped into the battlefield, a wave of despair ran through everyone. The ministers have already left, who's going to stop these 3 level 4 beasts? How come the mists always abound with such strange and weird things? Zombies and skeletons again, are there going to be some more demons and angels in the future? Is that the point? The point is who's going to hold them back. Tang Ying and some other generals who were about to step into the Zhongshu level were ready to strike at any time. They didn't know how long they could hold out, but they couldn't just watch them slaughter their own soldiers. Sorry, I'm late. Before the person arrives, the voice arrives first. Chen Fei froze, he always felt that this voice was somewhat familiar. In the next instant, a figure arrived beside Chen Fei. Little fellow, we meet again. Chen Fei twisted his head and looked, surprised out loud, Principal, why are you here? After asking this question, Chen Fei felt like a bit of an idiot. He had shared the vision of the facing spirit ghost tree and other monsters to Xing Xiaoshan and the others a while ago, so how could they not make some preparations? And Tianqing City was closer to Baiyue City and had more acquaintances, so it was categorically a priority to turn to Tianqing City. Su Shanhai smiled brightly, little fellow, surprisingly not coming to the special training. Never mind, we'll talk about it later, now let's get to work. Although he wasn't a king-level Imperial Beast Master, he was at least a veteran clan master-level Imperial Beast Master, and he was still more than capable of facing these 4th-level beasts. You. Alright, talking about you, old turtle with green hair, don't go fight with me. Su Shanhai taunted the green shadow flying stiff and left. In the next moment, another silhouette arrived on top of the city wall. My family's Jianer asked me to bring a message, when will we fight again? Looking at this kindly inch-headed uncle, Chen Fei said he didn't recognize I'm Tang Jian's father. Oh. Chen Fei was a bit impressed. Sorry, your son may still not be my opponent. Ha ha ha. Tang Siyuan laughed out loud. You little guy, crazy enough? Let's talk later, I'm going to meet them too. Those 6 ugly heads, come with me.
Neither Tang Siyuan nor Su Shanhai were polite to them.
The last one to come, Chen Fei also recognized, it was clearly the Zheng family's Uncle Fu.
Fubo simply nodded at Chen Fei and lured the Xian tiger skeleton away. In this way, the battlefield has temporarily regained its balance.
Chapter 59 The Sacred Golden Bee King.
Chen Fei was somewhat fortunate that he had reminded Xing Xiaoshan and the others in time to prepare early, or else this battle was bound to be a bitter one. On the other side, the facing spirit ghost tree was trembling with anger. Where did these sect-level Imperial Beast Masters appear from? There's no such thing as these guys on the profile. It crushed the border map to smithereens. The thing wasn't much use at the moment.
Moss, Black Slime King, it's your show.
What Su Shanhai and the others lured away was merely a weaker existence among them.
Currently, the strongest ones were undoubtedly the bloodthirsty Moss and the Black Slimeworm King.
Their bizarre skills and vitality scares even the facing spirit ghost tree. The moment bloodthirsty Moss struck out, the first time it took over the blood in the battlefield. Pieces of moss spread extremely fast, and wherever it went, flesh and blood turned into skeletons. Every war was a tonic for bloodthirsty moss. Chen Fei looked at the rapidly spreading moss, scornful and at the same time with 10,000 helplessness. One's own strength might stand out among people of the same age, but to catch up with the older generation was something that would be impossible in a short period of time. He knew that he had to stop this bloodthirsty moss from sucking blood, or else it would raise a monster comparable to the 10 evil kings. However, the strength did not allow it, so it could only watch as the bloodthirsty moss became more and more powerful. In addition to the moss, another swarm of flying insects swept across the sky. Denging hurriedly commanded his army to bring them down. While the flying insects were knocked down, there were some tiny black dots floating with the wind above the city wall. It was the spores of the Black Slime King. These spores took advantage of the chaotic battlefield, as well as the dim and bright light, to sneak in silently.
Aw, my stomach. Go away and get out of my body. The crowd was in a state of chaos, and even many demonic beasts jumped up and down. The spores of the Black Slime King worked. It was only then that people really realized that the most frightening thing to come out of the mists were not those monsters with strong single combat abilities. Rather, it's this weird creature that invades the human body silently and reproduces rapidly. They are, in fact, the real biochemical weapons. Have the 3rd generation bugs used their crystallization skills to seal the black slime bug spores. To Chen Fei's despair, the spores easily penetrated the crystal box. It was only at this time that Chen Fei realized that these spores were not those of the 2nd generation Black Slime Bug King, but the 1st generation Bug King. King Black Sticky Worms Generation 1. Strength, 4th level, 7th step. Attributes, Poison, Life, Assassin, Devourer. Qualification, SS. Potential, expected to be promoted to Immortal Beast. Skills. 1. Spore proliferation. The body can split into countless spores, and as long as one spore survives, it will never truly die. Proficiency, proficient level. All of the spores that have spread out so far are at least level 4, rank 3. 2. Life devouring. It can devour the life force and spiritual energy of the living being it is hosting, and then feed back to the mother body, thus enhancing the mother body's strength. Proficiency, mastery level. Seeing the information about the generation bug, Chen Fei truly understood how powerful it was. Each tiny spore had the strength of a level 4 beast, so it was no wonder that the crystal box of the small ancient 3 generation bugs couldn't hold these spores back. It was also because of his understanding of Xiaogu's eating skill that Chen Fei was very wary of this life devouring. This meant that as long as the Black Slime Bug King generation of bugs didn't die in the middle of the process, becoming a 5th level Demon King was a sure thing. Devouring, on the other hand, is the evolutionary equivalent of nibbling. Even without the aid of the killing value from the Killing Holy Dictionary, the Black Slime Worm King's generation of worms' rate of improvement was still swift and incomparable. It was hard to imagine how far the bloodthirsty Moss and Black Slime Worm King could grow after this beast died. What makes Chen Fei care is that the opportunity to obtain the spore crystallization powder has finally come. Just in the nick of time, there was a buzzing sound. The sounds were getting closer and denser. Immediately after that, thousands of bee-type demonic beasts appeared. They quickly approached the spores of the Black Slime King, which turn to gold the moment they touch. The bee demon then made a point, and these gold instantly transformed into a golden flash, and along with these spores, they also dissipated into the heavens and earth. Sacred Golden Queen Bee Second Generation. Strength, 5th level, 2nd order. Attributes, elemental wind, gold, and light elements coexist, flight, assassin. Qualification, SS. Potential, generation body is expected to be promoted to immortal beast. Skills. 1. Turning stones into gold. As long as a living being is touched, it will have a certain chance of being golden. Proficiency, peak level. Can currently threaten beings up to 5th level, 5th order. 2. Wind healing, blowing through with a soft wind, healing the physical body and restoring injuries in aura. Proficiency, mastery level. No wonder it was possible to easily dissolve spore diffusion, so it was the 5th level demon king that had appeared. Just after reading the sacred Golden Bee King's message, Chen Fei felt a gentle breeze float by, and his entire spirit was greatly energized. Looking around again, the injuries that had been invaded by the Black Slime King's spores had largely stopped. And then is slowly recovering. At this time, once the figure stood in midair, Chen Fei followed and looked over. It was no one else but Jiang Nan. It was also right that Fu Bo had come, so Jiang Nan naturally knew about the situation in the 8th district. It was no wonder that an existence like the Sacred Gold Bee King had suddenly appeared. Sacred Gold, a relatively special existence in the gold system. There are levels of poison, and naturally there is a distinction between gold. Grade 1 common gold, platinum, etc. Grade 2 more ductile basalt gold, or more rigid amethyst gold, etc. Level 3 has special properties that can be extracted from other substances such as dragon scale gold, 5 elements gold, and star meteor gold. Level 4 would be exotic gold, each of which was a unique existence in heaven and earth, and could not be extracted, only fused. For example, the time flow gold that can affect the time around you. Can be as agile as water, and can quickly heal injuries of the bijou green gold. And, holy gold, it's exactly 4 levels of gold. Among the metals, it carries the attribute of holy light, the nemesis of all evil demons and ghosts. This was also why the Sacred Golden Bee King could be ranked as an SS grade qualification. Jiang Nan and the Sacred Gold Bee King stood in midair like this, but they pressed down on all living beings. Standing up in the air, this is an ability only possessed by a king-grade Imperial Beast Master. Great, with a king-level Royal Beast Master around, there's always a backbone. This time, let's see how arrogant these evil devils and ghosts can still be. Chapter 60 The Beast Tide Retreats. When the facing spirit ghost tree saw Jiang Nan, who was standing in the air, multiple people's faces turned green with anger. He meow, it's not even a problem that a few additional sovereign-level Royal Beastmasters have come, but there's even a king-level Royal Beastmaster? It's too much. Looking at the rear, the facing spirit ghost tree was considering whether or not to wake up those demon kings. That's just it, all of you, back off. The face spirit ghost tree sent out a command, and the goat monster, the black slime bug king, and so on, one by one, retreated back into the mist. The bloodthirsty moss that still remained on the battle line quickly devoured all the blood before attaching itself to the Rift Earth Demon Worm King and drilling into the ground to disappear. The beasts on the scene finally came to their senses at this moment, realizing the prancing Jiang Nan and starting to flee in all directions. The tide of beasts just like that, receded because of Jiang Nan's appearance. Afterwards, several Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmasters returned to the city one by one. Old Xing, are you alright? Cheng Jingjing saw that Xing Xiaoshan's left arm was dripping blood and his entire face looked pale, so she hurriedly summoned the Greenwood Spirit Ape to treat him. Xing Xiaoshan shook his head. I haven't seen you for a year. I didn't expect that the way of the soul has improved again. I almost fell into the way. Cheng Jingjing looked at the others. What about you guys? But who else is injured? The master-level Imperial Beastmasters are now the higher-end battle force of the human race, and one person can withstand hundreds or thousands of high-level Imperial Beastmasters, so there is no room for error. The others all shook their heads, indicating that they were not injured. Only Xiesin flung his arms out and cursed, "Numbnuts, you guys don't know how annoying that lantern monster is. I can actually summon hellish ghost soldiers to fight against them, and the power of curses, I almost folded there." Whether it was Cheng Jingjing or Chen Xinyun, or anyone else, all of them had means of mutual restraint with their enemies. The only thing that Xie said about this ghost lineage made everyone present carry a few moments of gravity. In order to break the heavy atmosphere, Su Shanhai and Fu Bo each moved out a body. It was the Xianhu skeleton and the green shadow hairstiff. These two were, after all, dead creatures, controlled by necromantic skills, and were not as spiritual as they had been in life, whether in terms of combat thinking or resilience. The other existences weren't as easy to deal with, and even if they summoned 4 favorites at the same time to answer the battle, they were only able to fight to a draw. It was evident how powerful these evil beasts were. It's okay to have beheaded 2 heads, this battle isn't a loss. No loss, my ass, there are more and more powerful existences in the mists, and the humans have only so many living forces, sooner or later they will be dragged down. The words chilled the room once again. Xia scratched his head, feeling like he was the king of the cold. Chen Xinyun didn't refute, he supported Xia's point of view. Old Xia is right, the beast tide receded so quickly this time because of King Zhang's assistance. Otherwise, there is still a battle to be fought. So doing the math, we actually lost. We exposed more power. Yet we still know nothing about the enemy, about the level 5 beasts. After a few more conversations, a few people dispersed. Either aiding the wounded or cleaning up the battlefield, killing the undead Black Slime King spores one by one and preventing any of them from drifting into the city. Deep in the Baiwe mountain range, the Goat Monster, Lantern Monster, Face Spirit Ghost Tree, Black Slime Worm King, Bloodthirsty Moss, and Cracked Earth Demon Worm King surrounded them. In fact, it is the 6 of them that are the core of the level 4 evil beasts, the others are either stitched up, controlled, or summoned by the dead. Several beasts silently watched as the Face Spirit Ghost Tree helped sew up the head of the 6-headed demonic leopard that had been knocked off. Couldn't help but be envious. The sewing skill the king bestowed on the boss is really good. It's a shame it's been so long since I've seen the king, or I'd like to beg for some fun. I'm trying to get Wang to help me stitch up the other control faculties, or else I'll still let that Xing Xiaoshan get away with just his soul power. The Facial Spirit Ghost Tree looked over at the group after it was stitched up. Moss, Black Slimebug King, how was the harvest this time? Is it enough to elevate you to Demon King? Bloodthirsty Moss sighed, it's still a bit short, the blood of low-level demonic beasts is also enough, what I'm lacking now is the high-level goods. If I can let me suck the blood of Xing Xiaoshan, Chen Xinyun, and those people, as well as their beast pets, I should be almost there. The Black Slimeworm King did likewise, I'm just a little short of some stronger and more qualified life force. The Facing Spirit Ghost Tree pondered for a while before speaking, that king-level royal beast master shouldn't have left that early, and it's unlikely that he'll come back to induce a wave of beasts. In this case, you guys go to the next war zone to pick up some bargains and come back after you've promoted to Demon King. Original. This time, the beast tide was not really attacking Baiwa City, but preparing blood food for the bloodthirsty Moss and Black Slimeworm King. No matter if it was a demonic beast or a human, it could be their sustenance. The truth is so cruel and unforgiving. As for Goat, Lantern, and Rift, you guys hold on to something too. When everyone was promoted to Demon King, that was when the real onslaught on Baiwa City was launched. Don't keep the king waiting too long. After the 8th district unleashed a beast tide, the other 11 districts also unleashed small beast tides one after another. But only the 8th district was the best prepared and suffered the fewest casualties. The worst was in the 2nd district, where more than half of the soldiers died, and 3 of the clan-level Imperial Beast Masters died as well. The whole city was directly paralyzed and needed a follow-up force to replenish it. However, with such a serious incident, how many Patriarch-level Imperial Beastmasters would dare to risk death to defend the city? I could go, but my daughter is only 6, so let me at least stay with her through her childhood. No go, if the sky collapses, there's a tall man to hold it, wouldn't it be more useful to have a king-level Imperial Beastmaster guard the city? I'll go, I'm all alone and unattached anyway. In most people's eyes, defending a city means dancing on the tip of a sword and losing your life at any time. This moment is a battle between selfishness and courage. Adding fuel to the fire was the fact that the same power that was hiding behind the human race made its move. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and Jiang Yi were assassinated again. Jiang Yi retreated in one piece, but the other 2 were a bit miserable and were once again seriously injured. Tang Siyuan and Su Shanhai were furious. Su Shanhai slapped up the table with force, we're on the front line for the sake of guarding the living beings, but as a result, they stabbed us in the back? Stabbing our descendants and grandchildren. This they are the same human beings still do? It's not even as good as. Tang Siyuan didn't calm down either, this is a threat, a naked threat. They dare to target our families as long as we dare to come to support them. A bunch of heartless bastards, sooner or later I'll burn them to the ground. Even Jiang Nan, who was always calm and collected, had a gloomy face. Even though he knew of such a clear and heartless conspiracy, he still couldn't control his inner rage. They can lay down their lives for humanity, but they will never allow anyone to stab them in the back.
Mobilize all your connections, all your forces, and investigate thoroughly.
Chapter 61 Million Killing Value. On that day, the frontline powers united to initiate a proclamation. The human rear needs to give us an explanation on the front lines. Or else go on a collective strike and die together. Why are they only allowed to target my family? And not allow us to abandon the front lines? Do we have a duty, or do we have an obligation to nail it? The attitude is clear. In the past you could do nothing, you could not want to cause trouble, you could turn a blind eye. But this time, the powerhouses on the front lines need a result. If the matter is not handled satisfactorily, then we will all part ways, and the big deal is that we will each live our own lives. It has come to a point where those who do not act and are only greedy for enjoyment in affairs have finally realized the seriousness of the matter. Without these people continuing to guard the city, how could they cultivate without fear? Then give them an explanation. It's not so simple to let go when all departments stop what they're doing just to investigate thoroughly. The major cities underwent an unbelievably strong, unbelievably bloody purge. Anyone who has bought the spirit-gathering pill will be locked up first, regardless of whether they have made a mistake or not. Anyone who has had contact with the Sours is arrested, regardless of whether they have connections or not. Where? It is better to catch a mistake than to let it go. In Tianqing City, the most infiltrated is the school, is the major high-class clubs, the Imperial Beast Club. At Mount Holyoke College alone, 21 teachers were arrested. This sends chills down the spine of many parents. Schools are places where the best of mankind are trained, but even such places cannot withstand infiltration. What the hell else is safe? What's even more frightening is that several of those arrested were transformed into human figurines. Some were devoured by the bugs and died. And some had their hearts exploded by evil. Make the deposition process tough as hell. It was also at this moment that people realized how horrible the environment they were in was. An era where everyone is at risk has truly begun. In the church, there were only 4 people left on the round table. The Arbiter and Weaver have traveled to the Imperial City. Watcher, report for duty. The High Priestess's duct-taped face showed no emotion at all. The Watcher organized his words. The number of exiles who were captured by the military's detection, and those we purposely exposed, reached 80%. The remaining 20% are the cream of the crop of humans to be driven. That's right. The ones who were sent to assassinate Jiang Yi and the others were the weaker ones among the controlled humans. Let them act as a smokescreen so as to paralyze the officials before discarding them. The High Priest clapped his hands. Very good, there is actually 20% left, more than I thought. This round of thorough investigations has kept official nerves on edge. The moment they think they've made all the arrests is also the moment they let their guard down. At that point, it will undoubtedly be the perfect time for us to strike. The High Priestess played a golden trick. He wanted to utilize it in such a way that it would then be broken up into smaller pieces and lurk wherever each needed to go. By the way, Sower, they seem to be quite interested in you. Find a replacement and throw it out. That's easy. Today's Sower is actually disguised as a little girl, and he can change not only the shape of his face, but even his height. With such an ability, it was no wonder that he could easily get rid of the layers of tracing. Very well then, may the great plan come to fruition. After the beast tide receded, Chen Fei finally had the time to check the kill value. Current kill value balance, 976,000. Chen Fei's eyes steeply even propped up wide, unbelievable light flickering in them. This was definitely the first time he had ever seen so much kill value. Close to 1 million. And this is just a small beast wave. But think about it. After colorless poison number 1 became a super dramatic poison, the poisonous insects, snakes, and ants that the pit had killed had not been in the tens of thousands, but at least in the thousands. At 10,000 level 2 beasts, that was 200,000 to 300,000 kill value. The number of demonic beasts that were killed by the crystal and arrow rain was also countless. 976k doesn't seem like as much as I thought it would when you really do the math. He knew that bloodthirsty Moss had gotten, most likely, more than him. This close to 1 million kill value made Chen Fei start to have a headache. How should it be distributed for the best? The qualification goes from a rank to S rank and requires 1 million kill values. But the 3 beasts were all S rank now, and to upgrade to SS rank qualification, what was needed was 10 million kill values, which was impossible to save up in a short period of time. The rest is strength and skill proficiency. Having tasted the powerful flavor brought about by the 2 peak level skills, Chen Fei could not forget about it.
But trying to raise 3 beasts to a 4th level beast in one breath was impossible. In the end, a compromise was made and 400,000 kill value was taken out, and 1 person and 3 beasts were each raised by 2 ranks. Chen Fei Senior 6th ranked Imperial Beast Master, 3 beasts 3rd level 6th ranked. The rest can improve the proficiency of 5 skills. It was enough for Dark Cloud to raise just 1 skill, which was Mirror of Reproduction. Mirror of Reproduction proficiency, from proficient level pinnacle level. Advantages that come from upgrading. 1. Increase the replication success rate by 10%. 2. 3 new copy skill bits added. An extra 3 skill bits can turn the power of the Dark Cloud upwards again. Although Chen Fei hated the evil beasts in the mist, he had to admit that some of the guy's skills were truly perverted. It was like, for example, the Black Slime King's Spore Diffusion, which was excellent whether it was used for killing or parasitizing. Just trying to copy skills from them is never easy. At least the strength aspect of it wouldn't pass muster. Next up is the Shikuyu. There was no hesitation, it had to be soul stripping. This skill can be considered the core of Shikuju, and the rest of the soul techniques are used around it. Proficiency in soul stripping, from proficient level peak level. Advantages that come from upgrading. 1. Control time from 0.5 S1s. 2. You can use the skill beyond the 9th rank, but it will also bring a corresponding weakness backlash. 3. The aura to use this skill is drastically reduced. There are no restrictions on beings below their own strength. For beings exceeding their own strength, it can only be used 6 times a day, and after that, 1 soul will be damaged. The control time is increased to 1 second. Don't underestimate this second, a duel between masters, often a second can decide the winner. As for dreams and illusions, they don't seem to need to come in handy much at the moment, so keep them for now. And then look at Kogu. Chen Fei knew it best. It's safe to say that all the skills are carefully crafted by him. Formerly prepared for getting kill value, now built for killing power. But the acquisition of kill value is old money, and it should never be lost, and it should even be stronger than before. Parasite proficiency, from proficient level pinnacle level. Advantages that come from upgrading. 1. Can parasitize beings up to 9 ranks beyond its own strength. The more orders beyond the principal, the lower the chance of success. 2. 10 more hatchling mothers can be bred. The amount that can be hatched in a day is from 1,000 heads 1,200 heads. Chen Fei's eyes were instantly lit up. Chapter 62, I'm done pretending, I'll show my cards. 10 more hatching mothers and up to 200 more second-generation worms per head. That means 24,000 second-generation worms can hatch in a day. Although the reproduction speed is not as exaggerated as the bloodthirsty moss, the strength is that the second-generation worms have a much longer lifespan than the moss. Chen Fei had an intention: first save up a few 100,000 second-generation worms, then let these second-generation worms reproduce third-generation worms. Hundreds of thousands of third-generation worms hatch in a day. Hiss. It's scary enough to think about. Wouldn't it be a mini-bug apocalypse if it was actually practiced? Sure enough, there's nothing wrong with letting Koga go down the volume path. With the remaining 200,000 or so kill values, Chen Fei was a bit hesitant to main point control, escape, or nibble away at the power. After half a day of thinking about it, the more I think about it, the more I get tangled up in it. After all, it's still not enough kill value. If there were enough of them to raise all the skills to peak level, where would it be so much trouble? Chen Fei, the minister wants you to go there. Zhou Xian's voice interrupted Chen Fei's thoughts. Okay, right away. Knock knock. Chen Fei knocked on the door of the office, and as a result, once he entered, apart from Jiang Nan, all 8 Patriarch-level Imperial Beast Masters were here. This scene, why is it a little creepy? Before he even opened his mouth, he told Cheng Jingjing to ask questions first, and he was even quite serious. Chen Fei, why don't you tell me truthfully, what exactly are the qualifications of your beast pet? Don't hide it, you can't escape our eyes with those little maneuvers of yours. Chen Fei was not bluffed. How to say it is also a person of 2 lives. If even this determination is not there, that is not a slap in the face of the reincarnationists? Minister, my beast pet is just a grade qualification, it's not like you haven't seen it before. His tone and expression were so calm, not a ripple in sight, as if he was speaking as if it were true. The others couldn't hold it in any longer and just burst out laughing. I didn't know, I thought the little guy was honest. In this world, honest people would have been eaten clean long ago. That's just it, it's good to know to hide yourself. Tang Siyuan cursed, damn,
I've never won a bet with you, old Su. Su Shanhai gave a belly laugh. I told you earlier, this little guy is the master of not seeing the rabbit, you just don't believe me. At that time, if I hadn't given 3 Bodhi fruits, he wouldn't have even bothered to get on the field to fight your son. There's more to this? Looking at the few people who were suddenly smiling brightly, Chen Fei was dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? And your own mom and dad don't even give a hint? Ahem. Xia pretended to cough a few times, then carried out a 3rd-generation parasite out. This parasite had fallen into a deep sleep, and was obviously placed under means, causing Xiaogu to not be able to sense it. I saw this on my way back from fighting that lantern monster and tackled one back in passing. Honestly, I've never seen this variety of compulsion. But it looks too much like your 10,000 poison compound king, and it's actually helping the humans kill the beasts. The first thing I thought of was you. It seems like you're the only one who contracted the 1,000 poison compass thing. There was one thing to say, the 1,000 poisonous compass really wasn't strong, it was even weak, it was a low-end parasite that not many people could look at. It was only somehow cultivated by Chen Fei to the king of 10,000 poisonous compulsions that he had some mind-blowing abilities. The moment he saw the 3rd-generation bug appear, Chen Fei knew that Xiaogu had been exposed. However, it was also true that 100,000 3rd-generation bugs were fighting against the beast swarm, and it was more than normal for them to be discovered. Alright, I'll lay my cards on the table, this is indeed my beast pet, the Underworld Crystal Compass King, S-Class qualification. It evolved from eating the bloodline of the Sky Crystal and King. Chen Fei's exchange of the Heavenly Crystal bloodline was known as soon as he found out about it, and he simply couldn't hide it. The people present had actually guessed it, but when Chen Fei himself admitted it, there was still a sense of amazement. Xing Xiaoshan sighed, back then, I thought that I had gone through a great deal of effort in order to make the 9-turn Shen snake have a crystal bloodline. And I was already clan level at the time. Can't compare at all. You're also just now. Xing Xiaoshan's voice came to an abrupt end as he realized that he couldn't even see through Chen Fei's strength. Chen Fei instantly understood Xing Xiaoshan's point of surprise, and then withdrew a portion of the hidden elemental technique, displaying the appearance of a person who had just broken through to an advanced first-ranked Imperial Beast Master. This rate of improvement wasn't as fast as Su Kan and Tang Jian, but it wasn't too slow either. It can be hidden, but it doesn't need to be much. Disguising yourself as an ordinary genius was enough, so that you could gain enough access and resources. As for showcasing yourself as a Jedi demon? That won't be necessary. He didn't want to be watched every day like Zhang Yi. Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhishua rubbed their eyes, this was a senior Imperial Beast Master? They still wanted to find some time to properly cultivate Chen Fei, but it turned out that he himself had already raised his strength to a senior Imperial Beast Master, and even his beast pet had been raised to an S-rank qualification after multiple evolutions. What's there to teach with a skill like that? Fei has surpassed the young US. Forget it, it's better to let it go, he'll naturally come to us if he needs to. The two had given up on the idea of preaching. Since the child is so gifted, they don't have to draw a blank. Chen Fei's path was left to his own devices, they only needed to support and protect him. S-Class Heavenly Crystal Bloodline plus Senior Beast Royalist, you have to cultivate it properly, you can't bury it. Xia patted his chest, don't worry. With such talent, plus these 2 second-class merits, Chen Fei is considered the seed of our 8th district. Once promoted to military seed, there would be a certain amount of resources tilted to help him or her raise his or her strength to a sovereign-level Imperial Beastmaster sooner. This would also relieve the pressure on the front line. Shang Jingjing added, these things are good for us to know, so don't announce them to the outside world. Also, erase things like Chen Fei's exchange of the Heavenly Crystal bloodline, and don't let him be exposed to the enemy's eyes. It's still the same as before, obscene development. This time it was Su Shanhai's turn to scratch his ears, but I still want to send him to participate in the 100 Cities competition. At his age, it's too bad he missed the stage. The others rarely interjected and seemed to recognize Su Shanhai's statement. Chen Fei, on the contrary, did not have any knowledge in this regard. At this time in his previous life, he was still in the middle of recuperation and didn't participate in the 100 Cities competition. Moreover, this was the last 100 Cities competition, and since then, it had been too late to resist the evil beasts in the mists, so how could one even think of organizing such a competition? He couldn't help but ask, what's so special about the 100 Cities competition? Of course there is. Su Shanhai affirmed. On the surface, the 100 Cities competition is selecting geniuses and allocating resources, but this is only a group competition. There are also the more important singles matches. The top 100 first-year students in the single-player tournament, and the top 100 second-year students, could enter the Spirit Mansion's secret realm to seize resources. Minister Chang Jingjing Chang, how do you think you got here at such a young age as a patriarch-level beast royalist? Minister Xing Xiaoshan is in the same class as your parents, but his strength is a great deal more than that. On what basis? Relying on this Spirit Mansion's secret realm. Chapter 63, Suspicious Characters Found. The secret realm of the Spirit Mansion? This was something that Chen Fei really didn't know. He hadn't even participated in the 100 Cities competition, much less knew about something like the Spirit Mansion's secret realm. Su Shanhai continued, in previous years, Tianqing City could only be considered medium, but this year is different. Among the second graders are Yi Jiang, daughter of King Jiang, and Zhu Junxia, daughter of King Xia. Among the first-year students were Tang Jian and Su Chan. If we add Chen Fei to the mix, along with its army of parasites, I don't think the outcome is really easy to say. This past 2 years, Tianqing City had indeed seen a batch of genius characters that were more powerful than ever before. Chen Xingyun and Xia Zhixue had only raised their strength to senior Imperial Beast Masters near the end of their first year. Whereas Tang Jian, Su Kan, and Chen Fei had raised their strength to senior Imperial Beast Masters within half a year. This speed was enough to crush them in the past. That's why both he and Xia Zhixue didn't speak out to retort. Hearing this, Chen Fei wondered one thing: why can only first-year, second-year students participate? Su Shanhai smiled and explained, it's simple, it's still because of the Spirit Mansion's secret realm. There are 3 conditions for participating in this secret world. 1. With a strength of senior Imperial Beast Master and below. 2nd, the age must not exceed 20 years. 3rd, the number shall not exceed 200. You can't awaken until you're 18, and 3rd graders are already 21. Even if they did arrange for 3rd-year students to compete, there was no way for them to enter the Spirit Mansion's secret realm. After thinking about it, Chen Fei spoke once more. Last question, what is in the Spirit Mansion mystic realm? Su Shanhai shook his head. I can't answer you on this question because I haven't entered it either. That's why even though I'm over 60 years old, I'm still stuck at the sovereign-level Imperial Beast Master. As strength increases, human lifespan increases correspondingly. A patriarch-level Imperial Beastmaster possesses a lifespan of roughly 150 years. A king-level Imperial Beastmaster has an even longer lifespan, up to 200 years. Su Shanhai could only be considered middle-aged at that age. Chen Fei and the others looked at Cheng Jingjing and Xing Xiaoshan. The 2 men looked at me and I looked at you, signaling the other to speak. It's not like I can't say it. Cheng Jingjing's nature was more boyish, and she hated procrastination and indecisiveness when doing things. The Spirit Mansion mystic realm is huge, and when everyone goes in, they'll be separated, so each has their own opportunities. I asked others, some people encountered spiritual plant gardens, some people found some heavenly treasures suitable for the evolution of beast pets. There are also some people who mistakenly entered the illusionary realm, and when they came out again, their strength went up by a. The only thing that was the same was that a huge mansion could eventually be seen. Many of the martial arts on the market are taken from among the mansion. There are also some more common Dan formulas, rarer bloodlines, and so on, all obtained from this mansion. Some have speculated that it might have been an ancient Geta clan, or a Big Brother's address. Why, exactly, is unclear. Saying that, Chen Fei could be interested. Another heavenly material and spiritual plant, martial arts and so on, it was indeed quite tempting. If he could find something suitable for the growth of the 3 beasts and combine it with the kill value to make up for the shortfall, he could completely shorten the growth cycle of the 3 beasts. Chen Fei admitted that his heart was moved. Su Shanhai patted Chen Fei's shoulder. Think about it yourself, if you want to go back to the school in the middle of January and head to Imperial City with the others. The position, which has always belonged to you, is even something I can personally fund with some extra resources. Before coming to Baihui City, Su Shanhai just felt that it was a bit of a pity if Chen Fei didn't go. However, after knowing about Chen Fei's army of 3rd-generation parasites, Su Shanhai was not of the same mind. Dig in and dig him out too. Such an army of parasites could definitely crush a large group of people above the ring. Alright then, that's it for today. Minister Xing is still bothering you to send us back. Earlier, Xing Xiaoshan had placed the crystals in Tianqing City to make it convenient for Su Shanhai, Tang Xiyuan, and the others to be able to support them at any time. This distance, too, was well and truly the furthest distance that the 9-turn crystal snake could currently control. As Su Shanhai and the others left, Chen Fei inquired about his parents' opinions. Dad and Mom, do you think I should go? Chen Xingyun let out a light laugh. There is no should or shouldn't, there is only want or not. Whether you go or not, we won't stop you. Your life is up to you, and as long as you don't go down the wrong path, we're all for it. Aha! Chen Fei nodded vigorously. Chen Xingyun and Xia Zixue didn't teach him much about the imperial beasts. But it gave him a good family atmosphere, something he has always cherished. Oh right. Chen Xingyun slapped his head and suddenly remembered something. I have a soul seal here for you. Chen Fei looked down. The aura of the soul seal in Chen Xingyun's hand was somewhat familiar. King Kong Nam Kang's? That's right. We'll value him into your body later, and at the first sign of danger, King Jiangnan will be able to sense it immediately. And this mark can also defuse one attack from a king-level Imperial Beastmaster for you. Of course, there's nothing that can be done for those whose strength exceeds that of the Ginger King himself. Chen Fei was a bit surprised. This thing was quite expensive, but it was far stronger than those disposable crystal shields, and he didn't expect Jiangnan to give himself a copy. Thanks, Dad. Sure enough, it still has to be your own dad. Chen Xingyun nodded slightly. There's no need to thank me, it's your strength and the talent of your beast pet that showed King Jiang. Let him have the heart to cherish his talent and escort you on your journey. So don't forget people's kindness when you get a chance in the future. I will. Needless to say, Chen Fei knew what to do. And Chen Fei knew that his parents should have paid some price, they just didn't mention it. Since they didn't say anything, Chen Fei didn't want to break the ice. All Chen Fei could do was to protect them in the future. Let them escape the clutches of the evil king of the nine. After the beast died, the Baiyue mountain range returned to its usual calm. It was just this calmness, like a monster with its bloody mouth open, waiting for its prey to come in on its own and swallow it in one gulp. Even Chen Fei didn't dare to step into the middle zone easily, only daring to maneuver around the periphery. He couldn't enter, but an army of 100,000 third-generation bugs could totally enter. Chen Fei found a suspicious guy. Xiaogu's voice interrupted Chen Fei's thoughts. What suspicious guy? Chapter 64 Slavery Pupil. Xiaogu promptly shared the screen to Chen Fei. Since the number of third-generation bugs is large enough, I have arranged for third-generation bugs to be stationed in all 60 districts. There were a total of 36 squads patrolling the periphery just now, but one of them quietly let their beast pet go. And that beast pet ran all the way towards the middle ground, or even the inner perimeter. The strangest thing was that the demonic beasts encountered along the way avoided it. So I had the third-generation bugs follow it. Among the vision that Xiaogu shared over, Chen Fei saw a speed-type demonic beast, the blasted wind-letter lizard. This lizard-type demonic beast's body was not big, just a little bigger than a palm, but it was extremely fast and stealthy. What's more amazing is that its stomach is like a space ring, in which you can store a certain amount of things. It became one of the best intelligence transfer information demonic beasts in the old times before cell phones. The downside is having speed and giving up attack and defense. Later, because cell phones began to become popular, the blast letter lizard slowly lost its original market. I didn't expect to find such a little guy today. Xiaogu stops it. While the first time it is poisoned, don't let it pass the message to the Imperial Beastmaster. After coming to Baiyue City for so long, Chen Fei had also been trying to dig out the traitors here. Just clueless as to where to start. Now that he had this opportunity, how could he let it go? Moreover, this head of Blast Wind Letter Lizard is only an A-grade qualification, a small guy of the 3rd level 2 stage. It is not too difficult to deal with for the current small ancient. No, even the 3rd generation of worms. After capturing the Blizzard Letter Lizard alive, he utilized the crystal teleportation skill to quickly send it to Chen Fei's side. Let a 2nd generation bug parasitize first as insurance. At this point, the parasite skill was already at peak level proficiency, not to mention a level 3 rank 2, even a fainted level 4 rank 2 demonic beast would have a certain success rate. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei commanded, Dark Cloud, use the pupil of enslavement. After Dark Cloud had 3 more skill slots, Chen Fei had the 3 generation bug look for demonic beasts suitable for copying skills in the Baiyue mountain range. It had really found one, named Bane Pupil Demon. The Baneful Pupil Demon was definitely one of the demonic beasts that the scouting team didn't want to encounter. They are not foxes or cats, the category of beaver demons, with 6 tails, but only 1 eye. The scariest thing was their skills, which were either mind-based or pupil-based. And the pupil art itself is something that can't be touched by the naked eye, and it's extremely dangerous to not even know when you've been hit. The skills copied by Dark Cloud are Pupil of enslavement, used to manipulate your opponent's consciousness and actions to become your slave. Note, this skill can only be mastered by those with alien pupils. Dark Cloud himself possessed heavy pupils, and learning this skill was a no-brainer. Coupled with the use of kill value, it was raised to the proficient level in one fell swoop. Enslaved pupil, there was no way to eat away at the opponent's aura like Kogu did. It's also not like controlling a corpse and taking direct charge of the other person's physical body. The blizzard letter lizard itself is not harmed, its mind is not controlled, and even if it is released back to its owner, it will not be aware of anything wrong. Only one thing, from now on, under the heavy pupils of the Dark Clouds, it would not be able to create a trace of resistance, nor would it be able to reveal any information about Chen Fei. Dark Cloud, asked to see what this guy is hiding in his stomach. At Dark Cloud's inquiry, the blasted letter lizard's stomach squirmed before opening its mouth wide and removing its contents. Perhaps it was packed in a mahogany box because it was afraid of getting the slobber of the blizzard letter lizard. It's just that this fetch is several boxes. Chen Fei opened the one closest to him, and inside were several drawings. The content of the drawing was exactly the map of the 4 lines of defense when the beast tide came. Only these drawings were not yet perfected, nor were they specifically labeled with the particulars of each line of defense, and would have been the first few editions of the drawings. One moment. Chen Fei thought a lot. No wonder the beast tide this time was so strange, even letting the level 2 demonic beasts take the lead first. It turns out that they were the ones who already knew about the existence of the poisonous fog defense. Second box. Inside was the information on Shu Rebirth as well as his crew. Shu Rebirth was specially marked with a point. This person is more greedy and used to use his team members as bait just to obtain heavenly materials and treasures, which can be utilized. The more Chen Fei looked at it, the cooler his heart became, and the more angry he became. He had long suspected that someone had deliberately revealed the news of the 5-colored divine stoneflower, and now it seemed that it should be this person without a doubt. Third box. Inside was not paper, not information or anything like that, but a kind of geomantic treasure called earth-heavy sticky sand. Metallic properties are available in 1-4 levels, as is sand. Ground-heavy clayey sand is between class 3 and 4. The terrible thing about this sand is that it can act like a swamp and make living beings sink deep into it. Moreover, this sand comes with gravity attribute. The combination of multiple gravity and the stickiness of the swamp is a nightmare for the enemy. Once fused by a sand attribute demon beast, as long as there was enough spiritual power, it could infinitely release earth-heavy sticky sand. Although he didn't know where this thing came from, its origin must not be simple. No matter how he thought about it, it wasn't something that a high-level Imperial Beast Master could possess. The biggest possibility, a gift from the mist. So much so that it will make his heart sing, and become a traitor. After considering it for a moment, Chen Fei took a small portion of it, perhaps he would use it later. The last box, with an extra, latest news, label on it. Inside was still a drawing that recorded the layout of the borders of Baiwa City. Instantly, Chen Fei was drenched in cold sweat. It's not even enough to sell the 4 lines of defense, but now they're even selling the border maps. I'm afraid this man has gone mad. No wonder the city of Baiwei in his previous life was like papier-mâché, collapsing at the slightest touch of the enemy. Turns out it's long gone to the assholes. Fine thoughts. Chen Fei took some pictures and put this drawing away while putting all 4 boxes back. This was the only way to create the illusion that the blizzard letter lizard had already met up with those monsters. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei stroked Dark Cloud's furry head. Dark Cloud, ask again, who is its owner? Meow. Dark Cloud answered in enjoyment. Meow. Its owner is called Chao Gan. Hear this. Chen Fei's hand froze directly, full of incredulity, and then slowly, mechanically turned his head. Who are you talking about? Just Chao Gan. When he confirmed it once more, it was as if a missile had blasted straight into Chen Fei's brain. It made his eyes freeze and he forgot to breathe. Chao Gan. What a familiar name, what a familiar figure. What surfaced in Chen Fei's mind was a 1-armed king-level royal beastmaster with high cheekbones, a face like pale gold, and a gaze like that of a falcon. This person was none other than Chen Fei's top boss after his rise to power in his previous life. Chen Fei can't sit still any longer. Chapter 65 Traveling to the Imperial City. Kogu, share the image of the master of the blizzard letter lizard with me. In the middle of his vision, Chen Fei saw a man in his 30s, wearing a black combat uniform. Both of his arms were still sound, and this point did not match Chen Fei's impression of a 1-armed man. However, when Chen Fei took a good look at his face, the entire group fell silent. This slightly younger face overlapped with the one from memory.
In that instant, Chen Fei finally came to his senses.
No wonder.
No wonder such a secret thing as entering the 9th sepulchral fierce land back then was known to the 6th evil king, and it was also directly blocked at the entrance of the fierce land. No wonder whatever I did in my previous life failed in the end. It turns out that there is such a high-level traitor in existence. This discovery made Chen Fei hit the bottom of his heart with a chill. For a moment, his faith simply collapsed. Xiao Gan was only an advanced 8th ranked royal beastmaster now, and could be said to be nowhere near a king-ranked royal beastmaster. But with the gift of those existences in the mists, he would be able to become a king-level royal beastmaster in just a few years.
It's really scary. However, Chen Fei did not find any connection between Xiao Gan and the Jiang Yi incident.
Otherwise, with the old and new grudges added together, Chen Fei would have to screw him over right away no matter what he said. Taking a deep breath, Chen Fei stuffed the blizzard letter lizard back into the crystal and teleported back into the middle of the Baiwei mountain range.
Ku, in almost another half hour, release this blasted letter lizard. That should make the timing about right.
Chen Fei suppressed the urge to slaughter the other party immediately.
Now that we've locked down Xiao Gan,
it's a long time coming. It didn't take long for several ministers to gather again.
Is this Chen Fei discovering something again?
Old Chen, this son of yours is bullish, simply good at underground work. Every time we're called over it's a big deal, I'm getting a little scared.
Several people could be said to be growing more and more attached to Chen Fei. Here we go, tell us what's going on this time.
Seeing Chen Fei come in, it was only then that the few people realized that his face was terribly gloomy, a complete different person from the one who usually put a smile on his face.
Chen Fei didn't have any unnecessary greetings and directly projected the pictures he had taken.
The atmosphere, which had just been one of jokes and laughter, was now dead silent.
Their expressions were no different from Chen Fei's.
The most hated are not god-like opponents, but hateful people who have turned their backs on the faith.
Xia Sun gritted his teeth and said, "Where did these photos come from?" After all, it was a soldier under his own hand, so how could Xia be comfortable?
Chen Fei once again shared his vision over, timing it just right to coincide with the time when the blizzard letter lizard was retrieved by Xiao Gan.
Blasted letter lizard, I'm sure you all recognize it. I captured it alive and gutted it.
As much as the several people hated to admit it, Chen Fei had no need to lie at all. Chen Fei continued to speak, I did it all without the knowledge of the blasted wind faith lizard, without alerting Xiao Gan. That is, now we know about him and he doesn't know he's been exposed.
After that, you can always keep an eye on him and even send him some fake messages when needed.
Kill the lurker, and the other side will send another undercover agent. But make use of the lurker, and there's no telling what a miracle it could be.
Chen Fei didn't want to kill him outright, and other than that, he wanted to fish for other lurkers.
The large city of Baiwei could not have only one traitor, Xiao Gan. The compulsion lurking in the body of the blistering letter lizard becomes a crucial part. Xing Xiaoshan agreed, this is a good idea, it can be adopted.
Xia's face remained dark and he squeezed out hard, then let's keep him alive for now and see what else this Xiao Gan can do.
Right, there's also this, Chen Fei cupped Ancient One in the palm of his hand.
This is the Ancient One, I left it here when I went to the 100 Cities competition.
You can have it share its vision at any time, and the parasites lurking in the Baiwei mountain range are at its command. These 100,000 three generations of bugs, Chen Fei did not think of taking them away, after all, amongst the sacred canon space, there was a lot more fresh blood.
Have you decided? Chen Qingyun seriously inquired once more. Chen Fei nodded seriously, decided. Not long ago, he did hesitate.
But after this incident because of Xiao Gan, he figured it out. It was a given that the future human race would be infiltrated into a sieve.
Chen Fei couldn't stop it and was powerless to do so.
Moreover, all of these people would be like Xiao Gan, who was gifted by the mists and received various heavenly materials and treasures to improve themselves at an extremely fast rate. If Chen Fei didn't go for more resources, it was still a bit hard to say if he would be able to overpower them in the future. Now all he can do is to fight for every chance to strengthen himself, and then press these guys who are with the mists and gifted by the mists to rub on the ground. Chen Qingyun gently patted his shoulder, alright, if you've decided to do it, I'll get you some more life-preserving things when the time comes, and have that old thing Su Shanhai watch over you a bit.
It's good to break in.
The feeling Chen Fei gave him now was that he was too stable.
What's with the complete lack of youthful drive and being more stable than you are? Xia took over the Ancient One and placed it most appropriately in the scouting department.
At the same time, he asked curiously,
how many parasites are there in the Baiwa mountain range now? Chen Fei didn't hide it, 100,000, scattered around the outer and middle of the Baiwa mountain range. Thanks for looking. Mr. and Mrs. Chun Qingyun. Others. 100,000 parasites. That's a bit strong for hatching. No wonder so many things were discovered by Chen Fei first. It was not surprising that so many eyes existed. Mountain and Sea College in mid-January. 4 giant polar shadow eagles landed at the entrance of the school. Each of them is about 10 meters long, and humans look small standing at their feet. These 4 polar shadow eagles were precisely the flying demonic beasts that they had taken to the 100 cities competition this time, and their speed was several times faster than the train. 9 first graders and 10 second graders have been gathered. The person leading the group this time was none other than their instructor, Sunbroke, a king-grade first-order royal beast master. There were also 3 patriarchal teachers, one of whom was none other than my foam. His strength was as if he was already at the 4th rank of the sovereign level. This rate of improvement, it could not be said to be fast. Sun Gang clapped his hands. All right everyone, get on the backs of the polar shadow eagles. Each teacher will take 5 students each. Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, Sukan, and Xie Zhujun, you 4 follow me. These guys were a bit unlucky, always being targeted. Sun Bao, as the escort of this competition, naturally had to take more care of them. Principal Su, let's get ready to depart then. Sun Gang patted the neck of the polar shadow eagle, signaling it to prepare for takeoff. Wait, Instructor Sun, there's still one more person who hasn't arrived. Su Shanhai stopped them. Chapter 66 Crystal Reorganization. Wait, Chen Fei is almost here. Su Shanhai's words caused Sunbarge to narrow his eyes. If memory serves, it's the kid who didn't show up for training. Sun Gang didn't say anything. After all, Chen Fei's spot had been arranged from the beginning. He just wanted to see what was so great about this person who had been hung up on by Su Shanhai. It was only when Chen Fei arrived that he realized that he had a notable aura on him, and was already at level 3, step 1. This speed wasn't slow, and it was just below Tang Jian and Su Kan. It was a bit stronger than Shangguan Shihua and the others, so it was no wonder that he had been missed by Su Shanhai. In response, Sun Bao did not say anything more. The world is such that it is much more tolerant of those who have strength and talent. As soon as Chen Fei arrived, he realized that quite a few gazes had been cast on him. Jiang Yi, Tang Jian, and the others naturally didn't need to say much. Even a number of people among the second years followed and looked over. One gaze in particular was different. It was abhorrence. Chen Fei met that gaze. Oh, so it's an aspen. It's not surprising then, that guy always thought he was related to Kang Yi. Glancing at it, Chen Fei didn't pay much attention to it. Half a year ago, he could only watch Poplar's back. Now, Chen Fei was no longer afraid of him. With a bunch of peak-level skills in hand, what could a few more Baiyangs do to him? Alright, prepare to depart. After Su Shanhai finished speaking, he himself stepped onto the extreme shadow eagle. After all, he was the head of a school. How could he be absent on such a large occasion? The polar shadow eagle released a wind shield, enveloping the crowd in it, before flying towards Imperial City at an extremely fast speed. Chen Fei sat in the polar shadow eagle driven by Sunbarge and realized that they were all old acquaintances. Chen Fei, you finally showed up. Let's do another fight sometime. Tang Jian was already stupidly excited. The last time he was oppressed by 16 second-level beasts was still fresh in his mind. How to get back in the game? Let's talk about it when we have the chance. Chen Fei just coped with this, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with Jiang Yi, he sat himself down. It wasn't long before Xiaogu's consciousness came through. The crystallized powder of the black slime insect king spores that were crushed by the sacred gold bee king was too loose, and it's finally almost sorted out, so I'll have Guer and the others use the crystals to teleport into the middle of the sacred cannon space. Subsequently, Chen Fei took it out of the sacred cannon space. Spores crystallize. Quality, grade 5. Source, crystallized powder is left behind after the death of the king black slimeball's one generation of body spores. Millions of spores die before you get sesame-sized crystals. Function, there is a certain chance that the underworld crystal compass king will comprehend a special skill. Note, in conjunction with the 100,000 kill value to make up for the shortfall, there is a certain probability of generating a mutation. After the Chu rebirth incident, Chen Fei had discovered this, and after spending so much time, it had finally arrived. Xiaogu, go into the sacred cannon space while eating it. At the same time, Chen Fei extracted 100,000 kill value to Xiaogu. Successful comprehension, new skill, crystal reorganization. Crystal reorganization. The user's body can split into countless crystals, each of which has the ability to parasitize and eat away. As long as one crystal survives, it will never truly die. Split crystals can be reorganized again, and can even be combined with second-generation and third-generation bugs to form a differently molded physical body. Like building blocks and Legos, each single element is unchanging, but the combination is ever-changing. Current level of ability to split, size of a green bean. Proficiency, entry level. Note, the higher the proficiency, the more crystals can be split and the smaller the crystals will be. Chen Fei directly allocated the kill value over to raise the skill to the proficient level. Degree of splitting, from the size of a green bean the size of a sesame seed the size of a midge. Midges are only about 2 mm long and can be easily overlooked if you don't pay attention. If Crystal Shuttle was a long-distance teleportation divine skill, then Crystal Reorganization definitely belonged to Xiao Gu's own escape divine skill. Unless there was a demonic beast with special abilities, or a being whose level was much higher than Xiao Gu's, don't think about completely exterminating Xiao Gu. With this ability, when Xiao Gu's strength is raised to about the same level as the Black Sticky Worm King, he may be able to fight hard head-on. Just as Chen Fei was studying Xiao Gu's skills, the sky suddenly clouded over. Everyone looked up and it turned out to be a huge object flying above them, blocking out the sun. Chen Fei followed suit and looked over. It was a whale-type demonic beast that was several hundred meters long, with 2 pairs of wings, one long and one short. Quadruple Whiplash. Strength, 5th level, 8th order. Attributes, Devouring, Flight, Chaos. Qualification, SS. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. Surprisingly, he had the strength of a 5th level 8th rank. This was the existence that Chen Fei had seen so far, whose strength could be compared to that of a headless angel. It was only that it didn't meddle in the matter of the mists, or else it would definitely be a great help to the humans. Sun Gang's words followed, "Don't be alarmed, everyone." This was the only 4-winged whale Kuan known to the continent, possessing some Kuan Peng bloodline. Flying in the air all year round, never landing, loving peace and sometimes interacting with passing flying beasts. There were once people who wanted to make a contract with it, but they were all rejected by it. It says the only thing it will do in this life is fly away from this world. How difficult it is to fly away from this heaven and earth. There are still beings from ancient times who can do it. By now, it had been more than 100,000 years since the matter of a living being ascending had been heard of. During the period there were also eschatology, the disappearance of aura theory and other speculations, but in the end they could not be proved, and it was not settled. Duh. From its mouth comes a low, majestic voice that travels far and wide, silencing all spirits. And then with a flutter of his wings, he disappeared in front of Chen Fei and the others. The speed of the polar shadow eagle was fast enough, but it couldn't even see the shadow of the 4-winged whale Kuan. Extremely scary. One day later, the crowd finally arrived at Imperial City. Due to the air ban, the crowd had to hitchhike. What they saw and heard along the way was new to the group. The Imperial City was worthy of being the center of the Great Summer Country, and it was far superior to Tianqing City in every aspect. Other than that, SS-class beast pets that could not be seen at all in Tianqing City could occasionally be seen here by 1 or 2 heads. Sun Gang led them forward to sign in and draw lots, while assigning them a bit of accommodation. Everyone is free tonight. We'll meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. to work on the status of our opponents in the group stage. Everyone dispersed. Some go in search of good food, some go to a flowery place to relax. Chen Fei, on the other hand, went to store for beast pets alone. Not to pick a 4th favorite, it's still a bit early. He just wanted to go and see if there were any heavenly materials suitable for the 3 beasts to enhance. Beast Soul Fruit. Quality, Grade 4. It can enhance the soul power of any soul-based demonic beast below a 5th level Demon King, and enhance the ability to comprehend soul-based skills. Asking price, 1,200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Water of spiritual roots. Quality, Grade 5. It can enhance the enlightenment of humans, demonic beasts, and other beings. 1 drop of spiritual root water is equivalent to 1 300-year grade Bodhi fruit. Asking price, 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei felt his pockets, having thought that 10 million medium-grade spirit stones was already a huge amount of money. But when he saw these heavenly treasures, he realized how poor he was. Suddenly, an old object attracted Chen Fei. Chapter 67, Have a bet?
The old object is a carving, and from the looks of it, is quite old.
Chen Fei, this statue's chi isn't quite right.
Dark Cloud, who was lying in Chen Fei's arms, transmitted a realization over. With the two remaining replica skill bits of Dark Cloud, Chen Fei first had it replicate, camouflage, and quicksand technique. The camouflage is used to hide its heavy pupils and appear to outsiders as just a normal cat demon, lest others miss it. The quicksand technique is designed to fuse ground heavy sticky sand into another base card. And Dark Cloud's heavy pupils were already able to view chi, relying on this to discover a hint of what was going on. A statue of a nine-tailed sacred fox carved from the Tree of Stars. At night, you can gather a large amount of aura to enhance the speed of cultivation. Price, 1,500,000 medium-grade spirit stones. The Tree of Stars was supposed to have a dark blue gas in the eyes of the dark clouds. However, in this kind of chi, there is a purple chi mixed in. The biggest possibility is that there is something hidden within this statue. The Tree of Stars itself is quite rare, and its value is equivalent to a 200-year-old Bodhi fruit. What kind of thing deserves to be covered by such an expensive Tree of Stars? Looking left and right, I couldn't see a single thing. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fei still decided to buy it. Crystals could be earned again if they were gone, but some chances were missed for life.
Boss, pack this for me.
Boss Liang Bing saw the fetching statue and immediately voiced out, "This customer has good eyesight, this is the new good goods today. If you don't take a look again if there is anything you like, I'll count some discounts for you."
Then I'll take another look.
Chen Fei was in no hurry to go back, so there was no harm in taking a look more. Just wandering around for 2 or 3 times, there's nothing I want too much anymore. He and the 3 beasts mostly relied on kill values to improve, and many heavenly materials were not just needed. What was scarcer was still the materials needed for evolution. After all, going from S rank SS rank, costing 10 million kill values, one didn't know how long it would take to save up. When Chen Fei came to the front desk and prepared to settle the bill, he found a line of people surrounding the boss. "Boss, just sell this to us, we can pay an extra 200,000 medium-grade spirit stones. My brother's demonic beast desperately needs a breakthrough from the star tree so that it can deal with the 100 cities competition the day after tomorrow."
Anyway, the other guy hasn't paid yet, so wouldn't it be good for you to make more?
Liang Bing was in a difficult situation. If he did this, he would be smashing his own signboard. There's a first come, first served in everything, and this is what that customer saw first, so if you wanted to, you can negotiate with him.
Liang Bing kicked the ball to Chen Fei.
Only then did Chen Fei understand what was going on, so he was looking at the statue.
Shen Lin came to Chen Fei. "Hello, can you let us have this statue? We can give you a certain amount of payment."
"Sorry, can't make it."
Chen Fei refused. How could something that could be seen by Dark Cloud be ordinary?
A fat man next to him came over and whispered, "Brother Lin, it's confirmed without a doubt that the treasure chi that the treasure-seeking rats sniffed out came from this statue. The treasure-hunting mouse belonged to the existence of the 5 dregs of war, but no one could underestimate its treasure-hunting ability. It's also because of its special abilities that it's all on the verge of being caught and exterminated." Shen Lin was considered to be blessed to have a treasure-hunting mouse. It often utilizes its ability to find latent treasures, while later earning the difference in price and accumulating resources to enhance its own strength. So don't look at Shen Lin as a first-year student, but he already had the strength of a senior 3rd-ranked beast master, and was above Tang Jian and Su Kan. "Can't we really discuss it, or we can trade you with other spiritual treasures?"
Chen Fei shook his head once again.
The more urgently the other party wanted this statue, the more uncomplicated it was.
"Boss, pay up."
"Okay, let's give you a 9.8% discount, a total of 1,470,000 medium-grade spirit stones." Chen Fei carried the statue past the crowd and left straight away.
But he didn't want a few people to catch up anyway. The first sentence Shen Lin came up with was, "How about a betting match?" Chen Fei blinked, unsure.
Shen Lin explained, "Imperial City does not allow the private use of beast pets to fight, violators will be driven out of the city."
But there are always conflicts between people, hence the term gambling and fighting.
You can go to the officially set up betting tables to fight against each other, or you can fight to the death. To be clear, we've got our eye on this statue. Chen Fei smiled. He didn't hate this kind of people who had something to say straight out. The most annoying thing was the kind of guys who secretly sneak attacks.
There are gambling fights in Imperial City, but there's no rule that anyone who comes to the appointment has to agree, right? Besides, you're an advanced 3rd-ranked beast master and I'm only advanced 1st-ranked, do you think I'm stupid?
In order to get Chen Fei to agree, Shen Lin naturally couldn't do it himself, this is my classmate Chun Yunha, a senior first-ranked royal beast master like you. By him betting against you, and that the spiritual treasure we pledge is the Maro grass. The Morina grass is a highly poisonous thing when used alone. A drop of juice can poison a level 3 beast to death, and even a level 4 beast with a lower poison resistance can carry it. However, when used with other spirits, it possesses an excellent healing effect, with the degree of healing being above that of a proficient level healing skill. There were also many effects, not counting the stuff inside the Tree of Stars. The value of Morina was a bit higher. Shenlin stayed close and added in a low voice, I'm sure you know that there may be something else among the Tree of Stars.
If you can know it, we can know it. You don't want to be missed all the time, do you? If you are willing to take the bet, then we can make an oath that no matter if we win or lose, we will never mention this matter to others in the future, and we will not trouble you again.
Shenlin was right about one thing, Shenfei really didn't want to be missed all the time. One more thing, one of the pieces of information on Morina given by the Holy Scripture reads, Morina can be combined with colorless 1 poison, plus 50,000 kill points for a fusion boost to form an unsolvable poison.
Remarks, this insoluble poison is only for level 4 demonic beasts.
The utility against a 5th level demon king is greatly reduced. Colorless poison 1, which was already a super toxin, played a great role in the midst of the beast tide. If it was upgraded to an unsolvable poison, the horror must go without saying.
Okay, I'll take it. Chapter 68 I bet on myself to win. The group arrived at the gambling arena.
There are a total of 10 battle platforms here, and each one is overcrowded underneath.
In addition to having something hilarious to watch, you can also place your bets. Let's go to the notary.
Shenlin walked ahead and found a notary public of the 6th rank of the sovereign, Huaming.
Yo, Shenlin is here.
Huaming teased. Shenfei at this moment realized that Shenlin was a regular customer here. Uncle Hua, please also be a notary, this is Muriko, I'm going to bet with him on the Tree of Stars statue. Huaming didn't refuse, good deal, old rules, 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones notary fee per person. These 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones were actually for life preservation, and once there was any danger in the battle, Huaming would be the first to step in and save his opponent.
Shenfei also paid the notary fee with alacrity. Okay, when combat stage 10 is over, it's your turn.
Just as Huaming finished speaking, someone immediately yelled, it's open, Chang Yunha of the Fox Squad versus the cat-hugging little brother.
Odds, Chang Yunha 0.1, little brother 8. The people next to him couldn't help but laugh. Chang Yunha is only 0.1 odds?
That's too worthless, isn't it? It can't be helped, the Fox Squad is considered the local snake here, and this Chang Yunha is the second in command in the squad.
21 wins in 21 battles in the gambling arena is considered unrivaled at the same level. Oh, is this Chang Yunha this strong?
Sure, just read on.
Shenfei just listened quietly and didn't make a sound.
After listening to an overview, Silence pulled out a stash of 2 million medium-grade spirit stones from the sacred cannon space. This organizer bag had some spatial properties, of course it was not as good as a spatial ring, but it was more versatile. Otherwise 2 million spirit stones could be piled up into a small mountain, not a good deal.
I bet on myself. A little gambling goes a long way. With odds this high, it's a shame not to participate a bit. The dealer froze for a moment, then looked up and asked again, are you sure?
Sure as well as sure.
Everyone else was a bit staggered as well. This is indeed a fat goat, no wonder it was looked upon by the Fox Squad.
Let's just be afraid that it's the kind of fat sheep that people are stupid and have too much money, and they dare to spend such a large amount of money betting on themselves to win before they can figure out Chang Yunha's strength.
Maybe people have it in them?
A group of people were talking, but none of them favored Shenfei. It was mainly Chang Yunha's fame and strength that was there.
Field 10 is empty, you two can go.
After Huaming finished speaking, Shenfei and Chang Yunha came onto the safety zones at both ends of the ring. Just then, I heard Huaming add, this is just a betting arena, not a life and death arena, so both of you should not leave the safety zone so that you won't be affected by the beast pet skills. Gambling fights can be categorized into single beast battles or group beast battles, and both sides will negotiate the arrangements. After Huaming finished speaking, Chang Yunha's voice came out, single beast combat until all 3 heads are defeated is the end, is that possible? His imperial beasts didn't have many control skills, which wasn't conducive to group beast combat.
May.
Shenfei did not object. Chang Yunha also didn't talk any more nonsense and directly summoned his beast pet.
Misty. Strength, level 3, step 1. Attributes: poison, assassin, mist. Qualification: A. Potential: expected to be promoted to SS status. Skills: Chen Fei looked at this fog sneak a few more times, but it was actually an entity-less demonic beast. The entire body was assembled from a mass of gray mist. There were no internal organs, blood those, and could convert the form of the body at will, belonging to a special existence in the demon world, relatively rare. The audience below the stage began a cacophony of voices. Here it comes, Chung Yunha's most frequently summoned Misty Sneak. It has a peculiar way of fighting. Directly a cloud of mist floats over and envelopes the opponent's beast pet, while toxins, mist ghost arrows, and other things are flung out in a brainstorm. Due to its lack of entity, many demonic beasts are poisoned before they can do any damage to it. I wonder what demonic beast this little brother will use to fight against. Huh, what's he doing? Chen Fei didn't summon the imperial beast right away. Instead, he carried out a chair from the sacred cannon space, and then carried out a cup of milk tea made from gusher tea and Tushan cow's milk. This milk tea clears away the day's fatigue and adds a small amount of aura, making it a must-have for traveling. Chen Fei's appearance was not at all like he had come to bet on a fight, but instead, it was more like he was watching a play. Regardless of the strength first, this one is really pushing it. I didn't know that. I thought it was one of the big boys who came to bet on the fight. It'll be fun to lose later. Let's see if he can still pretend. A ringing finger. A ghost king duck ran out of the cannon space, also at level 3, rank 1, and did not take advantage of the realm. Only the ghost king duck used the toxin absorption skill at the first opportunity. While others avoided being enveloped by the fog, the ghost king duck rushed into the fog on his own. The people on the stage were speechless for a while. Just charge right in? I've seen reckless, but never this reckless. It looks like the winner of the first round is already decided. However, the imagined situation of winning in seconds didn't happen. Instead, Misty Sneak's fog was disappearing bit by bit before revealing the ghost king duck inside. Hiccup. At this point it burped. Just because there's no entity doesn't mean there's no nemesis. The ghost king duck's super strong poison resistance, even the small ancient ultra toxin couldn't kill it, unless it was an unsolvable poison after it had been upgraded. The poison of Misty Sneak was only worthy of tickling it. And then the mist was sucked into his stomach one bite at a time, simply not too brutal. With no other choice, Chung Yunha could only take the Misty Sneak back into the Imperial Beast space. If it drags on any longer, I'm afraid something will happen. Defeated. The invincible Misty Sneak surprisingly lost. What was unacceptable to the spectators who had placed their bets was that Misty Sneak had lost too easily and too thoroughly. Even Shinlin was confused for a while. When had the fog sneak become this weak? Restraint. It must be the attribute restraint. Chang Yunha at this moment had to re-examine Chen Fei. Originally thought it was a small fat sheep. Now it seems to be the goat devil monster that swallows people. In 21 sparring matches, it's the first time I've lost so quickly in the first round. Next, I'm going to get serious. With a wave of Chang Yunha's hand, a behemoth appeared in front of him, a 9-meter-long elephant-like demonic beast with peculiar lightning patterns on its forehead, ears, and nose. There were also electric arcs flickering on his body at all times. Thundering War Elephant. Strength, level 3, step 1. Attributes, thunder, flesh, healing. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. Holy. Seeing the Thunder War Elephant's information, even Chen Fei had to admit the toughness of this fellow. Thunder attribute even, it's still a combination of meat tan and healing. With meat and output, the average Aaron can't even mess with it, right? Without hesitation, Chen Fei put away the Ghost King duck. This little guy's poison resistance was strong, but against the lightning that restrained all evil spirits, it didn't stand a chance of winning. Everyone turned their gazes towards Chen Fei, speculating on what kind of beast pet he would summon in his second head. Is it possible to fight the Thunder War Elephant, or just admit defeat? Chapter 69 Obsidian Rhinoceros. Thunder attribute demonic beasts were strong, but not without a restraining attribute. Psychic, soul, dream. Something like this more bizarre ability. However, under the same rank, this kind of demonic beast wants to take down the Thundering War Elephant with meat tan plus recovery in one fell swoop, and it is not that easy. In addition to this, there are non-conductive wind elemental systems, rock systems, etc., which can also pose a threat. The group of guys who were sleeping on their backs in the sacred cannon space were really not many who could deal with the Thunder War Elephant. And all of them are over level 3, step 1 in strength. Sorry, the guy I summoned might be a little strong. As Chen Fei's words fell, a rhinoceros clan demonic beast that was even larger than the Thunder War elephant appeared. Up to 11 meters long, its body is made of hard rock and its head has a pair of sharp horns that seem to pierce through all obstacles. The limbs are thick and powerful, and the back is high, as if carrying a small mountain. Obsidian Rhinoceros. Strength, 3rd level, 3rd order. Attributes, rock, flesh, sonic. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. Obsidian is at the 3rd level of the rock hierarchy. Hardness and sharpness were just its general attributes, and the most important thing was that it could absorb the energy of an enemy's attack for its own use and return it back. The obsidian giant rhinoceros was one of the few S-class demonic beasts hosted by the 2nd generation worm. Having a total of 6 heads, all of which had extremely strong attributes, even Chen Fei's heart was moved, and so he cultivated them as the 2nd echelon. At that time, it took a lot of effort for the 2nd generation companions to take down the obsidian giant rhinoceros. If it was one-on-one, it couldn't really be done, it couldn't even break the other party's defense. In the end, it was only with the help of Ruler Jade and Dark Cloud that he succeeded. When Xin Lin saw the strength of the obsidian giant rhinoceros, his entire body was bad. Uncle Hua, I request a pause. The opponent's imperial beast is over level 3, step 1, and I have reason to suspect that it does not belong to this person's beast pet. Hua Ming accepted Xin Lin's request, reasonable doubt, suspend the bet. Then he looked at Chen Fei, this little brother, can you tell us the origin of this obsidian giant rhinoceros so that the betting can be made fairer? Chen Fei nodded, of course, this beast is a dependent of my beast pet, controlled by the corpse control skill. When he finished speaking, his palms cupped the 3rd generation of compost. Only the newly born 3rd generation of parasites were at such a low level of strength, the 2nd generation of worms were at least at level 3 and 4 and upwards. Hua Ming himself couldn't tell the difference, so he invited an appraiser from the scene who specialized in demonic beast evolution and skills. It is their job to address similar situations. 2 minutes passed. The appraiser raised his hand, the appraisal is correct, this obsidian giant rhinoceros does indeed belong to the dependents of this parasite. Hua Ming nodded his head in understanding and waved his hand, there are no problems with the program, the betting continues to begin. Whether it was Xin Lin or Chang Yunhe directly cracked. No, it can still be played like that? A 3rd level 1st order compulsion controlling a 3rd level 3rd order obsidian rhinoceros? Don't be so outrageous. The audience on stage almost went crazy too. This guy is too trenchant, isn't he? The S-class obsidian giant rhinoceros is only worthy of being used as a familiars? If I had an obsidian giant rhinoceros, I would definitely offer it up as an ancestor. It's outrageous ing giving outrageous. Sure enough, I can't understand the world of the rich. Looking at the huge obsidian giant rhinoceros, Chang Yunhe clenched his teeth, his attributes were once again restrained, and his strength was still weaker than the other party, it was very, very difficult to defeat it head-on. So the only way left to play against each other is to utilize the field. Pushing the obsidian giant rhinoceros off the battle stage counts as a victory. Thunder War Elephant, fight with all your might. Only a thick layer of red armor covered its circumference, and another layer of thunder covered the armor. This was the result of using the defense skill and the thunderbolt skill at the same time. It showed that Chang Yunhe's conditioning of the Thunder War Elephant was still quite good. What was even more exciting was that the Thunder War Elephant was using brute impact in such a state. Using all 3 skills at the same time required sufficient proficiency as well as a sufficiently delicate mind in addition to sufficient aura. I didn't expect this huge body to hide a delicate heart. No wonder Chang Yunhe could win 21 battles and 21 victories, this move alone was enough to defeat a large number of opponents of the same rank. The audience also held their breath, could such a strong 3 skills released at the same time defeat the obsidian rhinoceros or pose a threat? Especially those who had placed bets, their hands were covered in cold sweat at the moment. Unfortunately, attribute suppression is not just talk. Looking at the Thunder War Elephant that charged over, the obsidian giant rhinoceros first stumped with its big foot. Several obsidian stone pillars blocked before the Thunder War Elephant, followed by the use of the Meat Tantrum system skill, immovable as mountain. The obsidian giant rhinoceros stood still while rocks continued to emerge from the ground, first wrapping around its legs and then quickly covering its entire body, leaving only its mountain-like back. To outsiders, the obsidian giant rhinoceros at this moment had truly turned into a mountain. Visualize the skill, immovable as a mountain. Boom, there was a loud bang. A cloud of smoke rose from the field. Some stretched their necks, others stood on tiptoe to try to see more clearly. One more chapter later. Chapter 70, A Fortune-Sending Child? When the smoke cleared, it revealed the scene. The stone pillars in front of the obsidian giant rhinoceros all shattered apart, and even the obsidian rock that covered its body fell off in pieces. Only, the obsidian giant rhinoceros didn't seem to be in any serious trouble. Lightning could not play much of a role for the obsidian rhinoceros in the end, it only needed to block the armor in the charge. Plus, with 2 more orders of strength, it's not at all weak. What was hard to bear was instead the Thunder War elephant, staggering and bumping around like a drunk. How could the obsidian giant rhinoceros let go of such a good opportunity, first letting out a rhinoceros roar, the soundwave attack coming first, and then use its horns to launch a fierce charge? At the same time, the energy absorbed earlier was attached to such a punch. It creates a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect. With equal qualifications, the 2 extra steps become a crushing factor. The Thunder War elephant didn't fall to the ground with a bang, but it was pushed off the battle stage step by step without resistance. Obsidian Rhinoceros, win. Huaming stopped the force of the obsidian giant rhinoceros attack while declaring Chen Fei the winner. The audience at the bottom was confused. Lost, the ever-victorious General Thunder War elephant actually lost. This obsidian giant rhinoceros is too strong. What other beast pet at the same rank can beat it? This is almost invincible. Zhang Yunhe didn't lose unjustly. Despite all the reluctance, Zhang Yunhe still spoke up, I admit defeat. The sound came out as if it drained all his strength. He also had a third favorite with good qualifications, but it wasn't strong enough to surpass the Thunder War elephant. There's no point in offering up a fool's errand for a surefire loss. Those who placed the bets looked at the tickets in their hands and cried without tears. What about the promised victory of Chang Yunhe? They're all liars. Chen Fei put away the chair, suddenly feeling a bit bored, with a feeling of bullying a small child. After receiving the marrow grass from Huaming's hand, he also collected the 16 million medium-grade spirit stones back. It's so fragrant. The dealer on the other side is in real pain. The spirit stones that had been wagered didn't even add up to enough to pay Chen Fei, and they had to be taken out of their own pockets. It's literally killing him half the time. There's no way around it. It's impossible not to give it. There were so many people staring at the scene, and after all, it was an official gambling arena opened by Imperial City. If he didn't give it, he would be approached the next day. After giving the marrow grass to Little Gu to eat, Chen Fei prepared to leave this place. But he didn't want Xinlin to stick up again as if he were a dog-skin plaster. Wait, I'm going to make another bet with you. Hearing the sound, the people around them looked over. Hey, there's something lively to watch again. Since you have the strength of a level 3-step, do you dare to fight with me? Zhang Yunhe couldn't beat Chen Fei, he lost on corpse control, but when had he, Xinlin, ever suffered a loss, and he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if he didn't get this back. Chen Fei was lazy, uninteresting, really uninteresting. However, I didn't expect Xinlin to pull out his own chips. I've long since realized that you've been searching for soul-based spiritual treasures. I have a piece of soul-suppressing iron in my hand that's worth no less than the Sunluo grass, so what, bet or not? Soul-sinking iron. Quality, grade 4. It had an innate suppressive effect on the soul, suitable for refining spirit treasures that suppress the soul. Remarks, combined with 100,000 kill value, extracting the soul-suppressing iron's soul-suppressing effect will allow the soul prison seal skill to be improved. Oh. There's more of this good stuff? Chen Fei looked at Xinlin a few more times. Other than that, he had a lot of good things. It's too much to not take something as good as this. Since he's prepared to be a money giver, let him be. Pretending to hesitate before speaking, I really couldn't refuse, so I took it. I do have one request though, only group beast battles. Chen Fei just didn't want to waste time before proposing this restriction. However, in Xinlin's opinion, the other party did not have certainty before they dared not fight a single beast. In this way, it gave Xinlin a few more points of confidence. Fine, as you say. Uncle Hua, please be a witness again. Huaming took the spirit stone with a grin on his face. Good deal. How could he refuse such a good thing? Come on, the betting board is up, odds 1:1. After the lesson of the last time, the bookmakers have learned their lesson and don't dare to make the odds too big. Who knew if Chen Fei still had any more cards? If he summoned an even more outrageous imperial beast later, then he wouldn't be able to pay back even if he sold himself. I bet Shinlin wins, there's no reason for this guy to lose. That's right, 2S ranked beasts, the first year ace of the Imperial City's Spirit River Academy. How is this going to lose? Spirit River Academy is strong? That's not true, it can only be ranked third in Imperial City, yet it already surpasses the vast majority of academies. Level 3, Step 3 is indeed very strong. Only after they had all placed their bets did Chen Fei walk over with a smile. I earned some just now, so I'll take all of this out for a bet now. It's not a loss if I lose anyway. Well, 10 bags in total, 20 million medium-grade spirit stones, bet on myself to win. These 20 million medium-grade spirit stones were already his entire fortune. The dealer's head spun for a moment. Again? He always had a bad feeling about it, but he went hard next. There was no reason why he wouldn't take the bets that others had placed. Otherwise this reputation will be ruined. Huoming's voice rang out at the right time. Venue 8 is empty, both of you, come on stage. The rules are still the same, so I won't repeat them. Since it was a group beast battle, Shinlin had no reservations and summoned the 3 beasts. First, there was an A-qualified fragrant fox beast. This beast has a rare scent line. It can control odors, change the smell in the air, thus making the demonic beast's internal organs uncomfortable, and even other abilities such as sex hormone disorders. If not for the fact that they are more fragile and are a bit on the auxiliary side, they could otherwise go straight for S-rank qualifications. The second head, Yang Yen Jiaolong. Chapter 71 Kryptonian Big Brother. The second head, the Yang Yen Jiaolong. Yang Yen Jiaolong. Strength, 3rd level, 3rd order. Attributes, elemental, flight, sonic. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. The dragon, possessing a small amount of true dragon bloodline, can transform into a true dragon only after crossing the dragon gate. Even the most ordinary true dragons start at SS rank. Current qualifications, comparable to Yalong, but with slightly higher potential than Yalong. The third head, the Ghost Curse Raven. Ghost Curse Crow. Strength, 3rd level, 3rd order. Attributes, Curse, Flying, Assassin. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. Rarely seen cursed demonic beasts, these types of demonic beasts are famous for their weirdness. It is possible to immobilize an enemy without them realizing it, or to disrupt their consciousness, generate emotions such as despair, fear, and pain. It even jinxes the other person and gives them nightmares. This ghost spell crow was different, it possessed a Curse of Silence skill. Proficient level of proficiency prevents the opponent from releasing any skill for 1 second. With Shikuju's Soul Stripping, belongs to the same single attack, but strong incomparable, absolute assassin divine skill. If not for the fact that the ghost spell crow had already recognized its master, otherwise Chen Fei would have really considered whether or not to make it the 4th pet. Your turn. Confidence comes from strength. Shinlin believed that with a top-quality beast pet like his, it surpassed the vast majority of people. Chen Fei's obsidian giant rhinoceros was clearly not enough to be looked at, and if he didn't have any other beast pets, then he would just wait to be crushed. 1A and double S, worthy of being the first-year chief of Spirit River Academy. We can always win this time. If I can still lose at this, I'll drink chili water upside down. Chen Fei sucked a mouthful of milk tea, the chair was too lazy to move out, he was sure it would be over soon. With a flick of the wrist, dozens of tertiary beasts appeared before him. Level 3, 2nd Order Heavenly Fire Beast. Level 3, 2nd Order Cloud Dipper Elephant. Level 3, 3rd Order Cold Moon Beast. Tier 3, Order 3 Thorn May Tiger. Tier 3, Order 4 Phantom Bird. Tertiary 4th Order Jail Scorpion Salon. There was a sudden silence and a pin drop. Even the gambling ring next door was affected by this place, stopping their hands one after another while their eyes were filled with stupefaction. Looking at the group of beasts that crowded the betting ring, even Huoming, who was accustomed to seeing the world, couldn't say anything. It's so damn outrageous. Whose beast pet controls a bunch of B and A qualified 3rd level beasts as familiars? It's even S-rated. Should it be so flashy? The people on the stage finally reacted. A whole 49 level 3 beasts, does his family run a beast pet store? I originally thought the obsidian giant rhinoceros was outrageous enough, but I was wrong, so wrong. I always thought that this person was pretending, but they really have the ability to pretend. Ha ha ha, this betting board has hit the water again.
Chang Yunha froze in place. He had always been pretentious. Apart from Shenlin, there was no one of his age that he could recognize. But today, his three views were directly shattered. He suddenly had the feeling of sitting on a well and watching the sky, thinking that even if the geniuses in this world were more powerful, they would be just like Shenlin. But now, an advanced first-rank Imperial beast had shattered his perceptions, and then blended them together and shattered them completely. When he goes out again in the future, he'll flip out with anyone who says he's a genius again. As for the rightful owner, Shenlin, the moment remained in a state of speechlessness. His so-called group beast battle was his own three beast pets against each other, not dozens of dependents. Although, seems like, also belongs to the strength of the individual. But, it's a pain in the ass. 3 heads versus 49 heads? There were even some demonic beasts that were already rank 3 and 5. Farting. It was flooded with skill piles before the fight even started. I recognize your strength and I can admit defeat, but I'm still not convinced. Can you use more serious means and have a real match with me? As the first-year chief of Spirit River Academy, when had he, Shenlin, ever been so stifled? He could lose, but he wouldn't allow it to be this ugly. Chen Fei was silent for a moment, and then he put back this 49 head, as you wish. Buzz. Shenlin only heard a sound of wings flapping. Subsequently, head after head of third-generation parasites flew out from the sacred cannon space. There were more and more, densely packed, filling up the entire top of the bedding ring. At a glance, the eyes couldn't even penetrate through this insect layer. If those 49 third-level beasts just now had already caused Shenlin and the crowd to suck in a breath of cold air. That now. Shocked straight to numbness. They feel like their worldview has been turned upside down. The bugs themselves were very capable of reproducing, and the bug cultivators had always been terrifying existences. But they also lose energy and resources that the average person cannot afford to provide for. The tens of thousands of level 3, stage 1 companions that had appeared today truly bore witness to Chen Fei's power. I know that bug cultivation is strong, but it's not this outrageous or else everyone would just go cultivate bugs. The reason why it's outrageous must be that this big guy is willing to throw money at it. That's right, I'm afraid this would have to cost a few 100 million medium-grade spirit stones to cultivate to this size, right? It's terrifying to think about. This is the first time I've really seen what it means to be a Kryptonian player. Shenlin, in his numbness, put away the 3 beasts. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but he simply couldn't. If these tens of thousands of parasites were a grade qualified, they might still be able to put up a fight. The problem was that these parasites were all clear S rank, or the stronger crystal system parasites. How? How do you fight? Might as well take on those 49ers just now, at least they won't lose so badly. The most fine-tuned thing about this is that it's only one of the family's favorites. What about the other 2 imperial beasts? What kind of terrifying existence would they be? The moment he put away his beast pet, it also meant admitting defeat. There's nothing to say when you're not as skilled as you are. Shenlin handed the soul-suppressing iron to Huaming and left with Chang Yunha and the others without looking back. Everyone else sighed. It's not that Shenlin isn't strong enough, it's that his opponent is too perverted. Whoever that was just there, drinking chili water upside down, step forward. That's it, Snappy. After receiving the soul-suppressing iron and 40 million medium-grade spirit stones, Chen Fei asked towards the crowd. Anyone else want to bet on a fight? Anyone 3 or 4 steps above me will do. The audience, in speechlessness, sent Chen Fei a blank stare. Chapter 72. After returning to the hotel, Chen Fei summoned Ruler Jade at the first opportunity while extracting 100,000 kill value. Soul Prison Seal Fusion Soul Suppression Effect. Soul Cage. It can pull the enemy's soul into the darkness of the cage. Moreover, a giant mountain of souls would appear in the middle of the cage, suppressing the enemy's soul. In a light case, it can make their 3 souls unstable. In the heaviest case, the soul can be dispersed. Proficiency, Mastery Level. Note, current proficiency can be imprisoned for 1 second. The soul suppression effect is effective on level 3, order 9 and below demonic beasts. The new skills after the fusion of the soul subduing iron have not only control attributes, but also attack attributes. Even this attack was not weaker than Soul Slash. How could such an awesome skill be upgraded to peak level? Withdrawing 100,000 kill value again, Chen Fei realized that the kill value balance was only a little over 200,000, which was still too little.
Peak level, soul-suppressing cage, the control time grows to 2 seconds, and the attack power is a direct threat to 4th level first-order beings.
When Ruler Jade's strength increased, it would be able to target stronger beings.
Oh yeah, and the Tree of Stars statue.
Being so pestered by Shenlin, Shenfei was about to forget the most important thing. Being cautious, he still brought the statue to the canonized space.
Ku, coalesce the crystal blade and slowly slice through it, gently, don't damage what's inside. Koga first sliced a thin layer and didn't find anything special. And the cutting continues.
It took most of the chipping to realize that the inside was only the size of a tiny marble, and the outside was full of marvelous veins.
It looks a lot like a fossilized sealing ruler jade. It's hard to believe that it's another sealing object. Utilizing sacred scripture for identification. Breathing soil sealed. Quality, grade 6. A kind of spiritual soil between heaven and earth, which could grow infinitely as long as it absorbed enough aura.
Spiritual plants planted on resting soil can accelerate growth.
When the resting soil expands to a certain level, it will feed back the aura and increase the density of the aura. Remarks, 100,000 kill value is required to unseal the seal. Surprisingly, it's a level 6 thing. It's been a long time coming. It was interesting to see a spiritual soil that could grow indefinitely by absorbing aura. But it doesn't seem to be of much use, does it? Other than the earth demonic beasts, other demonic beasts couldn't fuse either. Rubbing his chin, Shenfei fell into deep thought.
Suddenly, his eyes were attracted to the third generation of parasites in the sacred canon space, as well as the third great beast captured from the Baihui mountain range. The use of the kill value, Shenfei would only use it on himself and the 3 beasts.
So what's the deal with these guys?
I don't know how long it will take to make them self-improve.
If the aura density of the canonical space is raised, will it allow them to accelerate their growth? After making up his mind, Shenfei planned to do an experiment first. First, the seal is lifted, and then 1 cubic kilometer of space is detained in the canonical space, and a basin is taken to contain the resting soil and placed in the center. Then go buy a few dozen pots of yuan linggrass and place them around it.
The yuan linggrass had only one function, which was to exhale aura in a constant stream, and although the rate was not high, it was not expensive.
Get some more touring dragon carp and a culture tank. Its effects are similar to those of the yuan linggrass.
Then sprinkle the wood shavings of the Tree of Stars around.
In this way, the yuan linggrass as well as the aura exhaled by the spirit-spitting dragon carp could be gathered over.
Everything is ready, and it will take time to see how it turns out.
This night's toss was not to be earned. Tired of tossing and turning, Shenfei hugged the 3 beasts and entered dreamland.
But do not know that the outside world, a teenager to dominate dozens of third-level beasts, has begun to slowly ferment.
The next day, the crowd is gathered in the middle of the conference room. Have you heard that Shenlin, the first-year chief of Lingchuan, was defeated by an unknown young man, and he was also challenged by a step-over? Tang Jian spoke in a colorful manner, as if he was there. Sukan interjected, one person controlling dozens of tertiary-level beasts, how is this technique somewhat familiar?
When Tang Jian heard this, he followed suit.
It's not just familiarity, it's a memory that can't be erased.
Everyone followed Tang Jian to look at Shenfei and realized that the guy was drowsy.
I can't help it, I tossed and turned until too late yesterday and didn't have much energy.
Tang Jian narrowed his eyes, it shouldn't be him. He had only just broken through to Senior Beastmaster not long ago, and he had that ability to capture a level 3 beast? And it was rumored that the man's S-rank obsidian giant rhinoceros was just a dependent. You guys say, this guy Shenfei is willing to let the obsidian giant rhinoceros become a dependent?
Sukan nodded along, in that case, that shouldn't be Shenfei.
S-class demonic beasts are still quite rare in Tianqing City, and there's no one who would be willing to spoil them like that. Even by himself, with the support of Su Shanhai's resources, he only had 2 S-class beasts. Others, harder. Still want to say something, Sunbroke then walked in with a stack of information, dark circles under the eyes quite heavy, obviously stayed up all night.
Send these out. Now we'll get to the results of the draw.
There were 162 cities in total, but for those who actually participated, there were 320 colleges.
In the case of Empire City, 3 schools are participating. Unfortunately, the 10th division we were in ran into Spirit River Academy. Chapter 73 AD rank cat demon that no one wants on the side of the main road? There are 32 teams in each division that will be split into 4 teams. And then take the top of the group for the subsequent battle for first place in the division.
We didn't have very good luck with the signing and were in the same group as Lingchuan College.
That means the third one will run into.
Su Kan and Tang Jian's entire body was bad when they heard about Spirit River Academy.
It's ing karma. We were just discussing it and now we're bumping into it.
The point was that both of them had a headache against Chun Yunha, let alone Shun Lin.
Really not sure at all.
Sun Gang also rubbed his brow with a headache, which was the biggest reason why he hadn't gotten much sleep all night. At this time, Tang Jian asked, "Coach, the first and second grades must be playing separately.
So if the first grade loses and the second grade wins, how do you determine the winner?"
That's a good question. Sunbreak said as he turned on the projector and pointed at something on the screen. The tournament is played on a point system, with 8 points awarded to the first team, 7 points to the second team, and so on.
If the second grade wins first place in their group, they get 8 points.
If the first grade wins fifth place in their group, they get 4 points, making a total of 12 points. The winner is determined by points at the end.
That's why the focus against Raikawa Academy will probably have to be on the sophomores.
As for you first years, the odds are that you are no match for Lingchuan Academy, so give up tactically. Go study another academy, take second or third in your group, and maybe even make a run at first in your group. Tang Jian and the others were very reluctant, but after dwelling on it, they had to admit that what Sun Gang had said was the best way.
Sunbreak understood the meaning of their entanglement and needed time to come to terms with it.
Alright, let me talk about the rough range of the opponent's strength and the subsequent deployment arrangements.
This meeting lasted all the way until 2 p.m.
After that, Sun Gang took them to familiarize themselves with the venue for tomorrow's match. What made Chen Fei quite surprised was that the venue for the 10th region was actually at the gambling arena that he had gone to yesterday.
The stakes arena has been temporarily requisitioned because of the limited space available.
Now to finalize the list of first years on the field. The first, Tang Jian, advanced second rank, main attack. Second, Su Chan, advanced second order, main attack. Third, Shangguan Shihua, advanced first rank, main ice system. Fourth, Koksai Feng, intermediate ninth order, main healing, control. Fifth place. In this fifth place, Sun Bung hesitated for a long time. He didn't know Chen Fei at all, and it was debatable what the level was. But then again, he's the fourth guy among the current first years to break through to Senior Imperial Beastmaster. This made Sun Gang very conflicted, leaving such a war power unused was more or less a waste. Fifth place, Chen Fei, advanced first rank. In the end, Sun Gang decided to put Chen Fei on the field. The opponent in the first match was relatively weak, so Sun Gang just took this time to observe Chen Fei.
If it doesn't work, replace it immediately in the second game.
Okay, for the rest of the day, you guys are on your own to grind it out. Especially Chen Fei, you're not familiar with everyone, so it's even more important for you to rub it in.
Got it, Coach Sun?
Chen Fei nodded his head and agreed, he would still do what needed to be done.
Su Shanhai in the back nodded in relief.
He had long since seen that Sun Gang didn't like Chen Fei very much. But in the face of right and wrong, Sun Bao is still very reliable. If he made a choice that was unfavorable to the game, then Su Shanhai would definitely intervene. This distribution, today, is quite reasonable. Let's see what kind of surprises these kids can give next. Chen Fei, I haven't seen any of your other beast pets, why don't you introduce them? After Tang Jian finished speaking, the other three looked over curiously. Chen Fei held up the dark cloud in his arms, this is one of the heads. The four of them looked and looked, but they couldn't see what species of demonic beast it was.
Seemingly, it resembles the D-rank cat demon that no one wants on the main road?
Tang Jian scratched his head, it's better if you introduce yourself. Chen Fei laughed a few times inwardly, it's weird that you guys can recognize it. With the double combination of Dark Cloud's camouflage technique plus the hidden Yuan technique, even a king-level Imperial Beast Master would not necessarily be able to see it. It's called Dark Cloud, and it has the shadow, sand, and sonic systems, so I'm sure it can make up for some of the team's attributes. A few people nodded their heads fiercely. There are no shadow or sand systems, as it happens.
What about the other end?
The other end was the Shikuju, but Chen Fei didn't want it to make an appearance. Although Ruler Jade was an ancient strange beast, its appearance was too recognizable.
However, anyone who had done some research on ancient demonic beasts would have no difficulty recognizing them. He then released one of the 6 S-class demonic beasts controlled by the second-generation bugs from the sacred canon space. Ape-like, blue-violet fur, especially on the top of his head, is long and flowing. The body was also covered with a layer of thunder armor, and there were lightning patterns on the armor. Combined with its blue-violet eyes, it looks handsome. Thunder Pupil 8 King. Strength, Level 3, Step 6. Attributes, Elemental including lightning and fire, healing, illusionist. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. The illusionist line, like the soul line, is one of the rarer classes. It included the physical body getting bigger and smaller, as well as a short period of time to transform into the appearance of other demonic beasts. Quite a special class of properties. However, due to the short duration of the illusion, it could not be retained for a long period of time like the disguise technique, or else Chen Fei would have let Dark Cloud copy it over. As for the Thunder Pupil 8 King, his strength had always been at the 3rd level 6 stage, only to be hidden by Chen Fei utilizing the hidden Yuan technique. To an outsider, it only looks like level 3, order 1. Cannot Chen Fei, this Thunder Pupil 8 King of yours is highly qualified. Chapter 74, Are you kidding me? They didn't know how powerful the Dark Clouds were, but the Thunder Pupil 8 King still knew. With dual attributes of lightning and fire, and a certain healing ability, and the ability to multiply flesh, it was simply a dream beast pet. Tang Jian had never dared to underestimate Chen Fei, and now that this Thunder Pupil 8 King had appeared, it made him feel even more that this fellow was unfathomable. If Chen Fei can hold off that Sheng Yunhe, the two of us will go and deal with Shen Lin, we might be able to fight. Because of Chen Fei's giving, several people's confidence increased greatly, and then began to grind. Night. While waiting for the crowd to rest, Chen Fei entered the sacred cannon space and came to the location of the resting soil. The scene in front of him was a bit out of Chen Fei's expectation. The original handful of resting soil has now formed a surprisingly thick layer of more than 20 centimeters. After a slight measurement, it had an area of more than 30 square meters on the surface, even encompassing dozens of Yuan Ling grasses within it. And the Yuan Ling grass planted on the resting soil had grown a hair taller in just one day. The most incredible thing was that there was a Yuan Ling grass that self-evolved into an Xian Ling grass. The spitting effect of the Xian Ling grass was more than 6 times that of the Yuan Ling grass, and its value was directly elevated. This is the resting soil wonder, it's too strong. Without any hesitation, Chen Fei went straight to the spiritual treasure shop to start stocking up. All heavenly materials and treasures related to spitting out spirits and gathering spirits are bought and purchased. Chen Fei wanted to use the fastest speed possible to make the resting soil spread out this 1 square kilometer of space. We'll see what happens when it feeds back the aura or something else. This tossing and turning was late into the night again. The next day when he got up, he was still in a sleepy state, and was dragged hard by Tang Jian to the competition venue of the 10th region. It's only 8 a.m. and the place is already at capacity. If it weren't for the airban, some people would even fly up in the sky on their beast pets to watch. Bai West City. Chen Xingyun, Xia Zhixue, Xing Xiaoshan and the others were gathered around the big screen getting high on melon seeds. Displayed on the big screen was none other than the live feed of the 10th region. Hello everyone, I'm the host of the 10th region, Sang Ziliang, and I'd like to invite the 32 teams participating in the tournament to enter. Not only them, but also Zhou Yan, Yang Xian, and a group of people who were on better terms with Chen Fei were also concerned. Shang Jingjing, didn't you never watch the 100 Cities competition? Why are you so active today? It's up to you. Shang Jingjing was still as grumpy as ever. Can't I watch my own soldiers, old lady? She also glanced at Xia Xin twice with amusement. Xia was speechless. This is still fooling around? No, when Chen Fei comes back, he has to be abducted into my scouting department. Xing Xiaoshan smiled and shook his head. These two people have the disease of one day without pinching will die. It's time to start the game, are you two watching? Coming. Race stage. The first match was against Yan Huang Academy. The greatest feature of the Yan Huang Academy was that it recruited talents from the main fire system. The fire attribute element can be considered one of the most common elements. It was because it was common that there were more complete systems of cultivation and evolution, and a number of supreme beings appeared. Sure. More also means roles. As soon as a foreign fire appeared, it would be snatched by many parties. So much so that out of the 15 imperial beasts of the Yan Huang Academy, only one possessed a true foreign flame. The others were either earth flames or special flames that were artificially fused, and the rest could only rely on the demonic beast's own beast fire. Su Chan, your frost giant dragon is the best choice to deal with that fire brilliant bird that possesses a foreign fire. You'll be the lead in this one, and we'll be the support. A squad needed one person to specialize in commanding battles, and Tang Jian was that person. Okay. Su Chan let the frost dragon meet the battle. Tang Jian continued, everyone else, control first, then attack the controlled demonic beasts.
Chen Fei, doesn't your dark cloud have a sand control system to control the group of demonic beasts on the ground first? I'll have the Jade Forest Rock Beast shield you first. The Jade Forest Rock Beast was another of Tang Jian's S-class beast pets.
Yuli Knight is on the same level as Obsidian, which mainly absorbs energy to fight back. And Jade Forest Rock is a special ore that is jadeized after the death of a demonic beast with the bloodline of a Qilin.
It possessed the wind attribute during its lifetime, so much so that the Jade Forest Rock preserved its properties. When using Rock Shield, a layer of Wind Shield is added in front of the shield. The presence of a double shield greatly reduces the probability of injury. At that moment, Chen Fei softly answered good. He then commanded, Dark Cloud, give the quicksand technique an increase effect first. After the seal of increase is used, Dark Cloud's claws touch the ground. Immediately afterward, the ground began to wriggle as if it was alive and began to sink continuously. Originally, the quicksand technique had already been raised to peak level by Chen Fei, and with the effect of the seal of increase, it directly exploded. The quicksand didn't just occupy a small area, but the entire ground of the battle platform was sanded, and even the beast pets on his side were affected.
Tang Jian? Sun Broad? Audience?
Tang Jian directly freaked out. Letting you use the quicksand technique didn't let you even attack your own people. After all, Sun Gang was a king-level royal beast master with a more venomous vision, and he noticed something was wrong at the first moment. A skill that could quicksand the entire playing field, something a level 3 beast could do? Are you kidding me? This is something that even a rank 4 early-stage demonic beast wouldn't necessarily be able to do alright. The host also noticed the scene and uttered in shock, oh my god, what the hell is going on? The entire battle platform is quicksand and indistinguishable from the enemy. What the hell is going on here? Chapter 75 Terrifying Quicksand Technique. Seeing the situation on the field, Chen Fei realized that he had played a big game, shouldn't have added the increase effect. He hurriedly instructed Dark Cloud to be more restrained, or at least his side's beast pets couldn't move. Sun breaks in, and the hosts and audience are drawn over to watch the quicksand. The attack range is adequate, how effective is the control? Apart from the 4 flying demonic beasts on the opposite side, the other 11 were all caught in the quicksand. The scariest thing was that no matter if it was a tank system, a speed system, an elemental system, etc., it couldn't break free of its bonds. Peak level quicksand has a stickiness similar to silver wire entanglement, and 8 times gravity in addition to its ability to constantly sink. It was just like a power that could not be resisted by a level 3 beginner demonic beast. Even if a level 3 7th or 8th rank came over, they would not necessarily be able to break free. And so the appalling scene occurred. A commonplace, quicksand technique went over and directly engulfed 11 demonic beasts from the other side, disrupting all of their deployment, as well as their rhythm. The host hurriedly shouted, it's foreign sand, earth-heavy sticky sand. The combination of gravity and sticky quicksand is so terrifying that it's hard to break free under the same level. The moderator's knowledge of the situation brought both sides to a brief moment of silence. Especially the students of Yin Huang Academy had a lifeless look on their faces. Is there any point in continuing this? What a fart, one move to destroy 11 beasts, and then another move to destroy them all, right? Take this frost dragon down and admit defeat. Their morale was half gone. After all, 4 versus 14 is not a win any way you look at it. Tang Jian and Suk and several people stared at Chen Fei with burning eyes. This is the power of a level 3 first order? Beat them to death. On the stands, the corners of Xin Lin's and Chang Yunha's mouths twitched. It's true that the picture style becomes different once it comes to this Chen Fei. This guy is a real pit bull. I seriously doubt that he's some old demon reborn, otherwise how could he have this ability to crush his peers? Rebirth like this is too nebulous. The biggest possibility is that people are willing to throw money at it, and good things like ground-heavy sticky sand can be gotten with a strong background. The 2 men ended up attributing their conclusions to kryptonite. But come to think of it, such a foreign sand, even if it was sold, it would only be auctioned. In the end, it was bound to be a fight to the death, and without tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones, and millions of extreme spirit stones, it was impossible to take it. Its value far exceeded that of an S-class hatchling. Sun Gang knew very well that none of Tang Jian's 4 had sand demonic beasts, so the only possibility was Chen Fei. He finally realized why Su Shanhai had such a high regard for Chen Fei. With a hand like that in place, it's enough to sweep a bunch of people away.
Sun Gang began to change his mind about Chen Fei. As long as the strength Chen Fei showed was strong enough, what was wrong with him being a bit arrogant? It's true that others are humble, but can humility defeat an opponent? Humility can destroy 11 beasts in one move? If he had this strength, he would definitely be more arrogant than him. It was correct that the fire-brilliant bird possessed a foreign fire, and it was already quite strong to be able to sling 3 or 4 beasts at the same level, and it was impossible to push 14 beasts across the board. Shanghai Academy, win. This ending, long ago, was predetermined. As for the sophomore race, it was an easy win as well. Zhang Yi wasn't even on the field yet, a Xiaozhu Jun and a Bai Yan were enough for the other side to drink a pot. Principal's seat. Boss Su, this year's student population is good, every single one of them is a good seedling. That's right, we must serve a big dinner tonight. Su Shanhai smiled cheerfully, okay, order whatever you want tonight, full banquet of spirit beasts, full banquet of spirit plants, I'll pay for it. He was originally from a military background as well, and sitting next to him, several of them were soldiers he had led before. It was only that Mountain and Sea Academy had not been able to walk out of the group stage for years, which made it depressed and disgraced. It's the first time we've had a race as crushing as this year's, so how could we not be happy? Feng Jianan in the back snorted coldly, it's not just a win, why are you so happy? Feng Jianan was none other than the principal of Lingchuan College, who had once had some friction with Su Shanhai, and the two had always been at odds. Su Shanhai was still smiling, I admit that I couldn't beat your Lingchuan Academy in previous years. But this year is different, my Mountain and Sea School has no reason to lose to you. All his confidence came from Chen Fei. That army of 100,000 parasites is still remembered fondly. Feng Jianan was even more upset, don't think that a ground-heavy sticky sand can take care of everything, my school Shenlin is not a vegetarian either. Su Shanhai remained unhurried, yes, no vegetarianism, just a few more pairs of meat, and as a result, he was crossed over the day before yesterday. When it came to being clever, Su Shanhai had never lost. You. Feng Jianan was so angry that his face turned green, but he couldn't retort. Who let Shenlin's indisputable contraption have nothing to do with going to some gambling arena? Well, now it's reverse famous. It didn't take long for the first round to end and the 16-8 tournament to begin. Yamahai Academy vs UJA. Ling Qianshan, Ping Liang. U5 on. Unlike the previous game, Wujiang Academy had replaced 2 alternates up there just to counter Wu Yun's quicksand technique. Reducing the number of land demonic beasts and increasing the number of flying demonic beasts, the attributes were mutually exclusive, so that the quicksand technique would not be broken. Just like Yan Huang Academy, the strength of the 5 people on the other side were all senior Imperial Beast Masters and another 15 Beast full. And Mountain and Sea Academy is still 14 beasts. Chen Fei, does your compulsion have the ability to control other demonic beasts like before? Tang Jian subconsciously asked before setting up his tactics. He always felt that he knew nothing about Chen Fei's strength. This guy has no idea how much more he's hiding. Chapter 76 Contracted a demon? Chen Fei didn't deny it, of course there is, but there's no need to use it at the moment. Since they're trying to use the flight department to take control, I have a way to bring them down. Several people looked over, you have an idea? Of course. Chen Fei gently beckoned, and 10 or so third-generation parasites appeared. At that moment, the referee just shouted, the match is officially underway. Go on, little ones. Under the concealment of the aura of the hidden elemental technique, the third-generation companions quickly approached the other party's flying demonic beast. In the process of approaching, there were still a few that were discovered by the other party's flying demonic beasts, but Tang Jian's Jade Forest Rock beasts had long ago put a shield on them, and coupled with their own crystal shield, resisting 1 or 2 strikes was still enough. That time difference would be enough for the third generation of parasites to do a lot of things. First order of business, a quick release of super toxins. Chen Fei didn't let it directly release the unsolvable poison, or else these imperial beasts would have to die, there was no second scenario. After releasing the toxin, the 3 generations of companions simultaneously pulled out the gravity crystals that had been prepared long ago while triggering the gravity field. Peak level gravity fields can be up to 8 times gravity. Without specialized training in this kind of environment, the only result is to fall to the ground as the original fallen 3-headed monster did. The flying demonic beasts would lose their original advantage once they crashed to the ground, and with the interference of the toxins, Tang Jian and the others only needed to beat up the fallen chickens. The ending was obvious, Shanghai Academy, win. There were already quite a few people in the audience who were paying attention to this team.
What's the origin of this mountain and sea academy? The skills are all this overbearing. Ripping all flying demonic beasts directly to the ground in one breath, too ruthless. I didn't even see what was going on before the game was over, proper crushing innings. His Shinlin and Shine Yuna couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. A dozen parasites would have that kind of killing power. How terrifying were the tens of thousands of parasites they saw at that time? Who could have imagined that there was a large nest of such powerful parasites if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Tang Jian's few people were dumbfounded as they looked numbly at Chen Fei. You're not knocking them down, you're just rubbing them against the ground. I feel like you're good enough alone for this game. Also, your compulsion should be S rank, right? Chen Fei didn't admit it or refute it. But Tang Jian's few people already had it in their minds. In other words, this guy now has 3 S rank beast pets? Hiss. Tang Jian slapped his head with a headache. I was originally thinking of finding you for a fight, but now it seems that I was too ungrateful. He knew that Chen Fei's most terrifying beast sea tactics hadn't been used yet, and once it appeared, it would definitely be a frightening situation. Suddenly, Tang Jian's eyes widened. Could it be that the guy who defeated Shinlin was Chen Fei? He'd ruled it out at first to begin with. However, as Chen Fei displayed more and more things, Tang Jian felt more and more likely that it was Chen Fei. Mountain and Sea College Rest Area. Sun Gang was once again impressed with Chen Fei. He had thought that Tang Jian and Su Ken were the strongest in this session, but now it seemed that the strongest was actually this Chen Fei. It was a beautifully played hand of compulsion that even in his youth he could not resist. The moment the third generation of parasites appeared, Jiang Yi's eyes had been on Chen Fei. She had only given Chen Fei a compulsion king's heart, and as a result, Chen Fei had hardened the qualification of the compulsion to S rank. You know that it was only a B-class beast when she saw it at the very beginning, and now it was already S-class. This skill was so good that even she was ashamed of herself. The way Bai Yan looked at Chen Fei went from hostile to scornful. If Chen Fei was still stuck at the level of the imperial beasts from the last 3 schools exchange tournament, then Bai Yang would not have placed him in his eyes. But this moment is different. The higher Chen Fei's talent is, the more he doesn't want to let it get close to Jiang Yi. In order to secure the victory, in this match, Yui Kong finally got in the ring. Chen Fei followed suit and looked over to see how King Zhang's daughter would behave. However, he saw that Jiang Yi had only summoned 2 beast pets out, both of which were S-ranked qualifications. It was worth mentioning that both beasts were already level 3, rank 9. The first imperial beast was a spotted soul beast like King Jiang. With King Jiang around, Jiang Yi could take many fewer detours. If King Jiang's glistening soul beast was also at the 3rd level 9 stage, it really wouldn't necessarily be a match for this one in front of him. This was because its soul chain skill was already at its peak level. Of course, only this one skill was at the peak level, and all the others were still at the proficient level. At this point of proficiency, Chen Fei was unrivaled. The second demonic beast was still rare, a humanoid demonic beast with a scarlet-colored body. There are demonic horns on his head, a tail with a scythe at one end, and a pair of fleshy wings on his back. As for the shape of the face, it was similar to that of a human girl, born with a seductive intent. Scarlet Devil. Strength, 3rd level, 9th order. Attributes, elemental, demonic, summoning. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Demon summoning. Powerful beings from the demonic realm can be summoned through sacrifices. Proficiency, peak level. Remarks, can be sacrificed for aura, lifespan, life, heavenly treasures. The more valuable the sacrifice, the more terrifying the summoned being. Due to their current strength and proficiency, the summoned demons are up to 4th level, 5th rank, and exist for a very short period of time. 2. Darkness invades. Gathering the demonic attributes of the body to form a dark field, thus depriving the 5 senses and even life. Proficiency, mastery level. Note, of course proficiency deprives vision, hearing, and smell, and lasts for 3 seconds per use. 3. How could Chen Fei not expect that Jiang Yi had contracted a demon? Chapter 77, We Admit Defeat. Demons, never good, can never be harnessed by the average person. It is more of a deed of the poor and the wicked, and their disposition is to be more closely akin to that of the devil. As for Jiang Yi, someone with the presence of a vast and righteous spirit in her body would go so far as to contract a demon. What do you think? The world, it's a little upside down. It's a sense of contrast that's overpowering. The Crimson Demon was seen sacrificing half of its aura while summoning a 4th level, 2nd rank necromantic, devouring, and elemental skeleton demon. The skeleton demon was in the shape of a minotaur, standing over 4 meters tall and holding a large skeleton axe. It just stood still, the black flames permeating its body as if it was going to burn everything around it. Instead of heat, it brings endless cold. This is the evil spirit Cold Fire, which belongs to one of the 4 in flames, possessing the ability to freeze for thousands of miles, but the beings that are frozen are not frozen to death, but are burned alive. The ability to be so icy is so defensible. Coupled with the super strength of a rank 4, step 2, the skeleton demon was in a state of invincibility at this moment. The peak level, Soul Chain, played a supporting role, strongly controlling the opponent's Imperial Beast, causing the skeleton demon to turn into ice sculptures wherever it went. Last game was a crushing inning for the first years, this is a desperate inning for the second years. It's not even a problem to run into such a perverted person like Chen Fei, but now he ran into a Jiang Yi. The students of Wujiang Academy cleared their faces with nothing but bitterness. It's not that they're not strong, it's that their opponents are outrageous. Strong to take this win and prepare for the 8-4 game. And this one, officially against Lingchuan Academy. Feng Jianan crossed his legs in triumph. Su Shanhai, it seems that your team can only go so far, and it's up to our school to put an end to it. Chen Fei was strong, but Shenlin wasn't a vegetarian either. Ghost Spell Crow's Spell of Silence went over, and it was sure to catch the opponent off guard. As for the strength that Zhang Yi was currently displaying, Feng Jianan did not place it in his eyes yet. Being able to summon super-ranked demons was certainly strong, but it wasn't like there was no one in the second year of Spirit River Academy. Su Shanhai was already too lazy and childish to fight a war of words with the other party. We'll see what happens later. The other side. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others were all staring in disbelief. They had heard about the might of Spirit River Academy, the first roadblock of this competition. It's up to this one to keep going. Seeing them in this state, Sun breaks out of his normal state, no longer a harsh expression, but instead smiled and comforted. It's fine, just try your best, besides, there are still second years in. The purpose of entering a competition is not just for resources. It's more important to connect with people your own age. Only when you have touched with others can you test yourself and know your shortcomings so that you can work on strengthening yourself. The crowd was thoughtful. This was indeed not the time to give up. Whatever the outcome, you won't know until you fought it. And these, in turn, will be the lessons they learn as they progress. Gathering up their emotions, Tang Jian's few people stepped onto the competition field with heavy steps. Just go all out. At this moment, their fighting spirit was at its peak. However, what was waiting was Shenlin's words. We concede. Tang Jian? Sun Broad? Audience? What the heck, did I hear it right? Spirit River Academy took the initiative to admit defeat? Is there something shady going on here? I think there is. Mountain and Sea Academy has so many people with good strength, but it's not to the point where Spirit River Academy will directly admit defeat. It's too boring to admit defeat before even fighting. The fighting spirit that Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others had managed to accumulate with great difficulty now followed Shenlin's words in a torrent. Until now they still can't figure out what's going on. Suddenly, Tang Jian saw Chen Fei's indifferent expression. Wait, this guy doesn't know ahead of time, does he? If this guy is the one who defeated Shenlin, then everything makes sense. But is it really possible? Shenlin's admission of defeat caught everyone off guard. The person who was the most enraged and irritated was undoubtedly Feng Jianan. He slammed away the stool and was going to point at Shenlin's nose and start cursing, but there were too many people around him, so he could only try to suppress his temperament. Shenlin, do you know what you're doing? It's not like you to chicken out before the fight, I need an explanation. Shenlin, Chang Yunha, and the others had bitter faces. Why wouldn't they want to have a good fight? The problem was that they had no resistance at all. Shenlin arched his hand at Chen Fei. Big brother, you shouldn't hide, show our principal your true strength, save us from being scolded. Everyone looked in the direction of Shenlin's arch and spotted the cat-hugging teenager. The appearance was clean and soft, but the eyes were as dark as an abyss. If I remember correctly, it's the same student who destroyed 11 Imperial beasts with a single, quicksand technique, isn't it? Yes, that's him. Chen Fei also did not think that Shenlin, who had been mentioned in the mouth by Sunbarge and Tang Jian and others, was the money delivery boy. Mostly, he was too sleepy the last 2 days, which caused him to doze off and not listen to anything. Chen Fei is a bit greedy for Shenlin's pocket, but so many people are there, it is not good to extort, so let's do it in a different way. Last time you left so quickly I didn't get a good look at what your ghost spell raven looked like.
Can you summon it so I can touch it twice? Shenlin's first instinct was that this guy was unsettled. But come to think of it, they were already stronger than they were, so there was no need to hit the ghost curse crow, right? So, Shenlin asked again, let you touch it twice, and you'll agree to my request? Chen Fei quickly nodded, may. Everyone was confused by their conversation. Hate this kind of riddler. It wasn't until the next second, when 49 tertiary beasts suddenly appeared on the playing field, that they realized everything. Chapter 78 Chen Fei has a serious illness? Level 3, Order 3, Phantom Sea Spider. Level 3, Order 4, Iceblade Deer Demon. Level 3, Order 5, Thunderbolt Pipeworm. A total of 49 heads. Oh my god, this can't be the one that defeated Shenlin a few days ago. I guess it must be him, or else who else could get so many tertiary beasts at once? No wonder Shenlin admitted defeat, that makes sense. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others stared blankly at the figure in front of them. Zhang Yi, Bai Yang, and the others in the audience followed suit. That dead memory is reawakened at this moment. That time, someone had used 16 level 2 beasts to force Tang Jian to admit defeat. This time, he rocked the house with 49 tertiary beasts. The Mountain and Sea Academy students squatting in the livestream instantly exploded. Coming, it's Big Brother Chen Fei's Beast Sea tactics. It's so dear to see again. This guy is even more terrifying than before, even if he has more numbers, his strength is still so strong. What else can Shenlin do if he doesn't admit defeat? Feng Jianan finally knew why Shenlin was uncharacteristic, so it turned out that he had long been defeated in the hands of Shanghai Academy. Luckily, he still thought that Shenlin could win over them. Thinking again of the boast he had just made, a mouthful of old blood almost spewed out. At this time, Su Shanhai gently added, I'm sorry, Principal Feng, it seems that our Shanghai Academy is slightly better now. The other principals around them laughed heartily, laughing at Feng Jianan's face which was as black as charcoal. And then it goes from black to pale. No good, the principal's back breath is gone. Quickly! Get to the treatment room. Even Sun Barge had to suck in a breath of cold air. This Chen Fei was hiding such a card? 49 tertiary beasts that could absolutely kill it in the first year tournament. Sure enough, people can't be judged by appearances. In his mind, Chen Fei's status at this moment was only below Jiang Yi. As for Chen Fei, with a lewd face, he hugged the dark cloud and stroked the ghostly spell raven, even as his mouth chanted something over and over again. Looking at Shenlin, he was flustered for a while, always feeling that Chen Fei was going to do something strange to his imperial beast. What's this guy's weird fetish? How is Dark Cloud? What skills did he copy? Niao, Curse of Despair, which affects battle power by plunging one into despair. Change it for a change. Curses that affect moods are not considered weak and can be used in many situations, especially when torturing enemies. Ruler Jade already had soul torture, so there was no need to take it in again. Niao, what about Illusion Curse? Curse of Phantasmagoria causes the target to see visions of great horror, thus plunging them into madness and fear. The principle is the same as the illusionary demonic beasts, and then change. Niao, this is Spell of Silence. Chen Fei's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he smiled wickedly, that's it, copy it, and then replace Shadow Binding. Shadow Binding is a bizarre control ability. But there is also no small limitation, a fear of light skills, without shadow, your proficiency is no longer useful. Besides, it was only binding the opponent's physical body, and they could still use their skills. Furthermore, Quicksand Technique is also a control technique, and with ground heavy sticky sand, it is far more powerful than Shadow Bind. Spell of Silence was different, it directly silenced the opponent's skills, more domineering and direct. After the great accomplishment, Chen Fei directly left, leaving only the ghostly Spellcrow with scattered feathers dazed in place. Master, I'm not pure anymore, I've been touched all over by cat. Hearing the ghost Spellcrow's complaint, Shenlin's goosebumps fell to the ground. This guy, Chen Fei, definitely has a special fetish. It's true that all geniuses carry a bit of a big disease. After Chen Fei went down, it was the sophomore battle's turn. The second-year students of Lingchuan Academy were indeed not vegetarians, forcing Mai Yang and Xia Zhujun to go all out. However, it still didn't force out Jiang Yi's third beast pet. On this one, Jiang Yi sacrificed some medium-grade spirit stones, as well as all of the Crimson Demon's aura, and summoned the level 4, stage 4 Blood-Eyed Demon.
There were a total of 36 blood-red eyes growing on the blood-eyed demon's body, and the face only had a single eye with a bizarre mosquito pattern eyeball. The exterior looks to make more than a little uncomfortable. But it was above the skeleton demon. When 36 eyes turned at the same time, the illusion field was activated. Being strong enough, the other party's imperial beasts were all enveloped in one breath. The end is horrible. Spirit River Academy's defeat also began with this move. Tang Jian and Sukan couldn't help but feel envious. What a strong crimson demon, to think that you can summon a Super 4 ranked demon exalt. Sister Jiang Yi deserves to be the second-year chief, she's too strong. I'm afraid that ordinary clan master rank 1, rank 2 imperial beast masters aren't necessarily her opponents. Chen Fei nodded along. This crimson demon's summoning lineage was indeed quite insurmountable. No wonder even demons were still contracted by Jiang Yi. At this time, Sukan lowered his voice. I heard Grandpa say that senior sister Jiang Yi suppressed her strength in order to enter the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm, or else she could have long ago broken through to a Zongshire-level Imperial Beast Master. Hiss. There was an intake of breath around them. Even Chen Fei was secretly shocked. This was the kind of talent that Jiang Yi should have. In her previous life, if she hadn't been targeted, she would have definitely been a king-level Royal Beast Master in the future, and one that was super strong. Seeing Jiang Yi who was walking towards him, Chen Fei smiled and opened his mouth. Senior sister, this crimson demon is also too handsome. Can I get a closer look? Ginger yippee. This guy, not right. Chapter 79, Confronting the Bug Cultivator. Jiang Yi remembered what Chen Fei did to the ghost spell crow in front, and always felt that he was a little sick. I can't help but respond carefully. What do you want? Without giving me a reason, there's no door. She felt the same way as Shenlin. It was better to be on guard. Seeing the other party's cautious appearance, Chen Fei scratched his head. Could it be that Jiang Yi could see what he was up to? Sister, it's the first time I've seen a demon. It's not like I'm curious. Just out of curiosity? Chen Fei nodded heavily. If you're curious, just go to the largest Imperial Beast Exchange Center in Imperial City. You'll always run into it. Jiang Yi directly dismissed him, saying that she wouldn't let Chen Fei touch it. Chen Fei, who ate the closed door, returned to his seat and looked at Tang Jian and Sukan next to him. You. Before Chen Fei could finish speaking, Tang Jian and Sukan hurriedly interrupted. Can't be done. No way. Don't even think about it. Chen Fei. I'm not even done talking. The quarterfinals of the tournament have been crowned, along with a valuable break. Even if a person didn't need to eat, a beast pet wouldn't be able to carry such a burst of skills. The vast majority of Imperial beasts had bottomed out their auras and needed time to recover. Sun Gang hurriedly took this time to come over and say a few words. You've all worked hard, and it's been quite hard to get this far. That's where the Mountain and Sea Academy of the past stops. But this time, with you guys, I'm sure it can go far. Here's what I have to say about my 4-2 opponent, Ansonia Ridge College. From Sun Trespasser's mouth, Chen Fei and the others learned about the origin of the Anshanling Academy. It is located in the southwestern part of Daxia, near the primeval forest. The terrain there is complex, with canyon cliffs everywhere, and you can fall into the abyss if you're not careful. It can be said that their learning conditions are very difficult. But that's also why they have a perseverance and affinity for nature that the average person doesn't have. So much so that this group of school students possessed quite a few wood-type demonic beasts and even demonic plants. It's not as if no one is contracted to a demon plant, just relatively few. In contrast to demonic beasts, the speed shortcoming of demonic plants was too obvious. But that doesn't mean that the demon plant is weak. Without speed, then control and defense will be used to make up for it. Take for example, the S-ranked spirit-devouring demon willow who was the first-year head of Anjin Ridge Academy. It has countless willow branches that can form shields, and also just attack and control. Even their willow branches possessed the ability to absorb aura, and once they were bound and didn't break free in time, they would have to be retrieved from the Imperial Beast space because their aura had bottomed out. Even if the displacement was slow, it was still a scary presence. In addition to the chief, there's a creepy guy who wears a cape and sunglasses all the time. He was an actual bug cultivator, unlike Chen Fei who only had one compulsion, but all 3 beasts were bugs. It's hard to say who has more and who has less if you're really comparing numbers. That's the general picture of what's going on at Anjin Ridge Academy. Whether it's first or second year, it's going to be a tough battle. By the time the 4-2 tournament rolled around, there were no weak players. Win, and that's the top 2 in the division. For a final championship match.
First in the division, competing for 1/10th place. Second in the division, competing for 11/20th place. Shanghai Academy vs Anchiling Academy, the match officially begins. With the referee's order, each side summoned their own imperial beasts. Duan Mujie took off his sunglasses with a strange smile at the corner of his mouth. The one across the street, I heard that you're also an insect cultivator, so let's the two of us play alone? No problem. Chen Fei did not refuse. It was so hard to come across a real bug cultivator, and he wanted to see what strength the other party had. But before that, he pulled out the 49 tertiary beasts and went to help Tang Zhen deal with the spirit-devouring demon willow. However, he heard Duan Mujie spill out a laugh. Brother, you're looking down on me too much. Your imperial beasts can be parasitically controlled, so why can't mine? Only to see that Duan Mujie had also thrown out a batch of tertiary level beasts to the tune of 60, which was more than Chen Fei's, but would be relatively weaker. Most of them are here at level 3, step 3, step 4. Unlike Chen Fei, who has quite a few heads of 3rd level 5th order. One side has quality, one side has quantity, and it's not that far off when it comes to a real fight. So both of them collected the batch of tertiary beasts. There's no need to waste energy since the fight is about the same. Because of the operation of the two, the atmosphere of the scene was instantly pulled up a notch. Wow, go on, bug cultivators that can grow up are really just like being open. But how many of them actually get up? If you're not a Kryptonian big shot, don't play this business. That said, it's rare to see insect cultivators duke it out, so I can get a long look today. Since the corpse control, tertiary beast swarms weren't useful anymore, it could only be bugs against bugs. Two kinds of tiny bugs kept crawling out from Duan Mujie's body. One is a black creeper, the qualified black frost spider. The strength of the swarms were all at level 3, rank 1, which meant that the females were at least around level 3, rank 3. They primarily utilize spider webs to play control and assist. The other is a brown flying insect that looks like a dead leaf and can hide itself better if it is in the middle of the forest. Leaf Miner 2nd generation. Strength, level 3, step 1. Attributes, elemental, poison, spirit, assassin. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. This worm can not only parasitize and control, but also draw the life force from its body, thus forming the energy it needs for itself. Somewhat similar to the direction Kogu is going. The last one is more specific. Chapter 80, Invalid? Invalid? Still invalid. This one was different from the previous two and was not one of those small individual demonic insects. Instead, they were large individual demonic insects, each of which could reach over 2 meters tall. The shape was similar to a unicorn fairy look-alike, but it had 3 horns and was covered in a bronze-like luster. Its thick armor also represents its hardness and difficulty. Because of their size, they are bound in numbers accordingly. What Duan Mujie could currently summon was only 20 heads. Bronze Beetles 2nd generation. Strength, level 3, step 1. Attributes, elemental, tank, life, healing. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. Even if it is tanky, it also comes with life and healing, a proper absolute defense beetle. Duan Mujie's cultivation route was clear: tank bugs, control bugs, and attack bugs, forming a relatively complete system. Such a jack-of-all-trades system will come in handy no matter what scene you're dealing with. Then they saw 20 bronze beetles in the forefront, a few thousand black frost spiders in the back, and a few thousand deadleaf cicada insects flying in midair. This formation is just like fighting a war. When Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others saw this scene, their cerebellum shriveled for a moment. Densely packed with bugs flying all over the place, the intensive phobia was forced out. Chen Fei, I'll leave him to you, we'll deal with the others. Other than perverts like Chen Fei, the others didn't want to face Duan Mujie at all. Just leave it to me, you guys hang in there. Originally, it was thought that Tuanjia's bugs were large enough and strong enough. However, after seeing such a lineup, Chen Fei instead lost interest. The 3 types of bugs combined are only a little over 10,000 heads, which isn't much. The strength was only at level 3, first rank, and as for skill proficiency, it was even weaker. There are no peak level skills, most are at the proficient level, and there are even 1 or 2 skillful levels. However, it was also true that even Jiang Yi's imperial beasts only had 1 or 2 peak level skills, so how could the first year Duan Mujie have them? Not everyone has extras like Chen Fei. Only when he waved his big hand, thousands of 3rd generation parasites flew out. The first thing they do when they fly out is split into 3 rows. The first row set up a crystal shield, and the second row brewed a crystalline arrow rain for a fierce blast. The third row is always there to aid in the response. Naturally, Duan Mujie could not let Chen Fei have his way, and first a wave of poisonous mist tried to pass. As a result, an ineffective attack. These poisonous mists are not enough for the 3 generations of worms to eat. Duan Mujie didn't expect this move to work. After all, they were all insects, and their poison resistance was definitely not weak. So a piece of spiderweb wrapped around and over, trying to knock down the flying 3rd-generation parasites. What surprised Duan Mujie was that the other party was using the same tactics, and that the other party's spiderweb could suddenly become larger. This is outrageous. The black frost spider didn't get the job done, but instead, the dead leaf cicada insect got a few ripples. When he reached this point, Tuanjia put away his smile. Control, poison are ineffective, and trying to penetrate the opponent's crystal shield to parasitize is not very realistic. It's getting a little tricky. So, try this trick? Withered leaf cicada worm's undercard skill, Tremor Wave. Utilizing powerful spiritual energy to create an invisible shockwave of tremors. This psychic shockwave can bypass physical shields and in turn launch a violent blast. Shoo, it finally worked. Seeing that the first row of 3rd-generation parasites had been blown to pieces, Duan Mujie clenched his fist fiercely and raised his eyebrows. Looks like your crystal compulsion can't carry this blow from me. Chen Fei remained calm. Your move is indeed good. It was also the first time he had encountered this type of skill, and he had no way to deal with it for the time being. Even tried to get Dark Cloud to replicate it and gripe about it. Hearing the praise from Chen Fei, Duan Mujie was still quite flattered. However, he heard Chen Fei's words turn. But it's not easy for you to hurt them. Duan Mujie raised his eyebrows. Could it be that the other party still had a way to crack it? Next. It was then that those shattered parasites unexpectedly began to reorganize themselves. That's right. After receiving the shockwave, the 3rd-generation parasite didn't carry it and its flesh was broken apart. But scattering didn't mean death, and the crystal reorganization skill obtained from the Black Slimeworm King's side came into play in a big way. Seeing this scene, Duan Mujie's eyeballs were about to fall to the ground. And the ability to do so? That's too much of a bummer. In other words, the Tremor Wave attack is still ineffective. Not to mention him, even the crowd of sovereign and king-level Imperial Beastmasters were amazed by this skill. They know that this skill means great vitality and unlimited possibilities. At this moment, Chen Fei's status had risen another level in Sun Barge's mind. As for Su Shanhai, he saw something more. The Black Slimeworm King only appeared in the 8th district, but it made those who knew about it quite fearful. That bizarre spore ability was simply undefendable, and no one in Baiwa City could stop it except Xing Xiaoshan's 9 turns Crystal Snake. The fact that the last rank 4 beast had forced out the Ginger King in a hard way said a lot in itself. And Xiaogu's crystal reorganization skill made Su Shanhai feel a familiar flavor. If Chen Fei was allowed to grow up faster, then he would definitely be the greatest weapon to fend off the Black Slime Insect King. In Su Shanhai's mind, Chen Fei needed to be better trained. At that thought, he picked up his cell phone and left the audience. The playing field. Duan Mujie could no longer maintain his previous calmness. Especially when the rain of crystalline arrows from the 3rd generation of parasites was brewing. The densely packed crystal arrows in the sky were simply desperate. Not to mention Duan Mujie, even the other few people from the Shunling Academy had their scalps tingling, their eyes whiter than copper bells. Destroy. Chapter 81 Jiang Yi's 3rd favorite. As the crystal arrows fell in large swathes, Duan Mujie hurriedly had the 20 bronze beetles turn on their shields to block them. At the same time, all sorts of healing skills slammed madly onto themselves. The spirit-devouring demon Willow did likewise, not bothering with Tang Jian and their imperial beasts any longer, instead using its shield to guard its companions' imperial beasts with all its might. Even so, it couldn't carry peak-level crystal arrows. Boom, 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 boom. After a crash, smoke rolled over the grounds and didn't clear until long after. Everyone was shocked when the inside was revealed. Those 20 bronze beetles were retrieved by Duan Mujie with 8 of them. Other than that, all that's left is a pile of broken body parts. Duan Mujie almost cried out. Cultivating a bronze beetle requires nearly 1 million medium-grade spirit stones. This wave directly took out Duan Mujie's 10 million medium-grade spirit stones. It caused him pain to even breathe.
As for the branches of the spirit-devouring demon willow, surprisingly, there were not a few left, they were all smashed off.
Properly seriously injured and incapable of fighting again.
Although the imperial beasts under the protection of the spirit-devouring demon willow didn't have any major problems, one could tell that they were shivering a bit. This was because half of the crystal arrows were still floating in the sky. It was just a match. Chen Fei didn't intend to come down hard, just half as hard. Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Another move to defeat the enemy, this guy Chen Fei, what has he been through in these half a year or so? Could it be that the front lines can make people grow up this fast? Not really, my cousin who came back from the front line is not much better than me, the key still depends on the individual. The front line can be a better experience for others. But for Chen Fei, it was a resource mecca.
Shanghai Academy, win. After the rain of crystal arrows, and Xinling Academy directly conceded defeat. The mains are gone and there's no reason to continue. Soon it was the turn of the sophomore battle. This one, much tougher than expected. The first seat of the second year of Anjin Ridge Academy summoned an SS-ranked Ice Crystal Overlord Turtle. Turtle-type demonic beasts themselves are heavy on defense, and under the same rank, they are basically one of the most defensive demonic beasts. And this Overlord Turtle even possessed an Ice Crystal bloodline, once again strengthening the power of defense. So much so that even the 4th-level demons summoned by the Crimson Demon couldn't break through the Ice Crystal Buster Turtle's defense. This level of tanking is nothing short of desperate. If Zhang Yi couldn't do anything about it, the others could do even less. However, the opponent's heavy defense and greatly reduced attack power made it unrealistic to take down the Mountain and Sea Academy in one go. So a fierce battle started. However, the balance of victory had always been in the absolute defense of Anjin Ling Academy. Zhang Yi wants to win, instead she can't stall. Come out, Crane.
She finally summoned her third favorite. Its appearance appeared to be similar to that of a normal crane-type demonic beast, but the feathers of this crane were much more beautiful. Especially the wing part with 7 colors. The red hair on top of his head was long and flowing and fairy-like.
Cranes in the sky.
Strength, 3rd level, 9th order.
Attributes, elemental, imprisonment, sonic, flight. Qualification, SS.
Potential, expected to be promoted to immortal beast.
Skills. 1. Energy confinement.
Imprison the skill energy released by the target for a short period of time.
Unreleased skills are sealed and cannot be released. Proficiency, peak level.
Note, of course proficiency is only available for elemental skills, sonic skills, and mental skills.
For the soul system, the space system, the time system, and the reincarnation system. Cannot be confined.
And, the highest current proficiency can only imprison the skills of beings below 4th level, 5th rank, for up to 2 seconds.
2. Perceived confinement.
Blocks the target's ability to perceive things around them, and can isolate the communication of consciousness between the Imperial Beast and the Imperial Beast Master.
Proficiency, mastery level. Note, current proficiency can only imprison for 3 seconds. 3. Immortal Crane Clear Sound.
The special call of the crane contains healing powers and also calms the mind and relieves pain.
Proficiency, mastery level.
Note, this is a group healing spell, which is generally effective for the physical body and more effective for the mind.
Surprisingly, it's a forbidden system.
The first time Chen Fei looked over, he was attracted by these words.
Below the sealing system is the confinement system.
Sealing heaven and earth, sealing the wheel of time and space, belongs to the first tier with the space system and so on. The confinement system is slightly weaker and can confine a certain amount of space and time, but it is more limited and belongs to the second tier. Even so, the forbidden system was still one of the attributes that was impossible for regular people to get. Zhang Yi was able to contract this cloud immortal crane, so I'm sure it was only by relying on King Zhang that she was able to get it.
Zip.
Tang Jian seemed to hear the sound of sucking in saliva and looked over in the direction of the sound, but it turned out to be Chen Fei who was constantly swallowing his saliva. His gaze was fixed dead center on the cloud immortal crane. When he thought about Chen Fei's fetish again, Tang Jian had goosebumps. This guy, I'm afraid he's got his eye on senior sister Zhang's cloud crane.
That's right.
Chen Fei was indeed looking at forbidden skills, and any of them would be of great use. Energy imprisonment, not only does it imprison the energy of the skill, but it also seals off the use of the skill, it's too damn strong.
Perception imprisonment, against the Rift Demon Worm, was absolutely the best choice.
It even seals the communication of consciousness between Imperial beasts and Imperial masters, definitely an excellent ability to assassinate Imperial masters. If Dark Cloud could replicate one of them, they could all take Dark Cloud to the next level. By then, the Dark Clouds, although only S-class qualifications, have SS-class attribute skills. Still thinking about it, Shen Fei was attracted to the battle, which has come to a white-hot stage. Chapter 82: The Terrifying Dragon Academy. Zhang Yi had been waiting for the moment when the opponent's formation had a break, and then instructing Cloud Immortal Crane to use energy imprisonment. The target, naturally, was the Heavenly Crystal Bastard Turtle. The sudden confinement prevented the Heavenly Crystal Bastard Turtle from mobilizing its aura, and the Heavenly Crystal shield on its body as well as its tanking skills directly disappeared. For a moment, it froze in place. This time, it gave Mountain and Sea Academy a chance. If the Heavenly Crystal Bastard Turtle couldn't chew it down, then it would target other Imperial beasts. Without the guardianship of the Heavenly Crystal Fighter Turtle, one could push all the way across the border. Until the end, there were still 5 demonic beasts left in Mountain and Sea Academy, while there was only 1 Heavenly Crystal Bastard Turtle left in Anchenling Academy. 5-on-1, slow grinding can definitely nullify it. Shanghai Academy, win, go to the final 2. Good, well done. Su Shanhai directly roared out all the depressed anger he had been feeling for the past few years. Entering the top 2, which meant the top 20 of the 100 cities competition, how could Su Shanhai not be excited? Old brothers, add another course of monkey wine tonight and don't get drunk. Everyone else's eyes glazed over. Well, I haven't tasted monkey wine in years. That's a precious product, 1 million upper-grade spirit stones to get a caddy, only a thigh like Boss Su can afford to drink it. I can't, my mouth is watering. Monkey wine is brewed by the Prison Flame Monkey Clan, and from time to time, they will exchange monkey wine with humans for some heavenly treasures. Only they who were not afraid of the temperature of the magma dared to go deeper to pick the main ingredient of the monkey's wine, the Earth's Heartfire lotus fruit. This fruit comes with a burning sensation, so much so that it produces monkey wine, which is quite strong and quite strong enough. Drinking this wine could also grow the aura in the body and raise the flame resistance. It was simply a rare treasure. After bragging a bit, Su Shanhai came to the Mountain and Sea Academy rest area. Good job everyone, join me for a big meal tonight. There's still the battle for first place in the division in the afternoon, so don't put too much pressure on it, just do your best and we've got the top 20 locked up early anyway. Su Shanhai really thought it was enough. It was not easy for a small city like Tianqing City to get this far. But it's hard to go any higher. It was true that Zhang Yi was the daughter of King Jiang, but King Jiang was only a king rank 2 royal beast master. After this kind of competition, the last thing that was lacking was a king-level royal beast master. Some people's parents were even king-level royal beast masters, winning at the starting line at birth. The resources they gave would only be more than King Jiang. There is something even scarier, the lineage. The accumulation of one person, King Jiang, can be compared to the accumulation of dozens of generations of others? It's not impossible, but it's too hard. So, in the middle of the Region 2 battle, Shanghai Academy met the previous top 10 team, Dragon Academy. The only condition to be able to enter this school was that one must possess a dragon-type demonic beast. It doesn't matter if it's an ogre, a sub-dragon, or a true dragon. When it came to the battle for the first place in the tournament, there was no need to hide any longer, and the Dragon Academy revealed all of its cards. Appearing in front of Chen Fei were 2 super strong giant dragons. An SS-class chaotic purple dragon, a level 3, order 4 sub-dragon species. It possessed the rare chaos lineage, and this lineage represented the ability to learn the 10 major elemental skills. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness and ice. The rich skill combinations brought about by the 10 elements caused Tang Jian, Su Kan, and the others to despair. The other head was a level 3, 4th order true dragon, the flying heavy dragon. Clad in silver gray scale armor, the dragon's horns shimmered with metallic light, and his body exuded an aura of nobility and majesty. This dragon didn't have many attributes, other than the wind, rain, and gold elements. The most outstanding one was the gravity attribute. It was the favorite of the gravity attribute from birth, as if it was born to master the power of the rules of gravity. You can switch the gravity on any object or being at will, and you can also control the gravity within your own domain. Even Chen Fei had a headache when he encountered the flying heavy dragon. Dark Cloud's quicksand technique and Kogu's gravity crystal were directly ineffective. Even the crystal arrows falling from the sky became harmless. The flying third-generation parasites, in turn, were bound and could not fly at all.
As for using poison, it didn't have much effect. After all, there was still a chaotic purple dragon around, which could be used to blow away the poisonous mist with wind or purify the toxins with light. Kobu's usual abilities are restrained. Tricky, pretty tricky. The only thing that can be restrained is the ruler jade. Only, Chen Fei didn't think about exposing the ruler jade and chose to admit defeat. Already in the top 20, no one would say anything if they lost, rather it would seem normal. If Chen Fei could defeat the Giant Dragon Academy, then this dark horse would be too dark and it would be hard not to want to attract attention. As for the sophomore tournament, Mountain and Sea Academy didn't take it either. While Jiang Yi was certainly strong, Xia Zhujun and Bai Yang were quite a bit worse, and the other two players were even worse. But the strength of the Giant Dragon Academy was quite average, each at least at the level of Xia Zhujun, and there were two more that could touch base with Jiang Yi. Under such strength, even Jiang Yi was powerless. In the end, Dragon Academy took the first place in the group and Mountain and Sea Academy took the second place in the group. Going into tomorrow's title match. For Shanghai Academy, it didn't matter if they tried hard tomorrow, win or lose, they would at least be in the top 20. As for Chen Fei, he had only come to gain a long insight into the level of the various heavenly prides. After all, the only thing he really cared about was the Spirit Mansion's secret realm. Cheers! Cheers! How could one miss a celebration banquet invited by Su Shanhai? Halfway through the meal, Chen Fei was suddenly called out by Su Shanhai. Chapter 83 Human War God. Su Shanhai handed Chen Fei a spatial ring. As I said in the beginning, as long as you participate in the competition, I will personally give you a batch of resources. You're giving it to me because of Mountain and Sea Academy's achievements, right? Chen Fei teased a little. Su Shanhai blew his beard and glared. How can that be? I, Su Shanhai, am such a person? But then again, are you hiding something else? Chen Fei imitated his tone. How can that be? As you can see, my imperial beasts, all of them were restrained by those two dragon beasts. Thinking of those two SS-grade qualified dragon beasts, Su Shanhai was also powerless. Other seeded academies coming over wouldn't necessarily be able to beat them, let alone them. That's just it, forget about that for now, I'll introduce you to someone. In front of Chen Fei, a silhouette suddenly appeared. A head of long silver hair, clad in a green long shirt, looks very elegant, eyes sharp with a bit of kindness, there is a kind of return to basics. Let me introduce, this is my boss, Tuoba Ziyuan, do you recognize him? Chen Fei stared blankly at the person in front of him, how could he not recognize him? At the beginning of the Bazaar invasion, the absolute king-level Imperial Beast Master who saved the two war zones with one man's strength, the possessor of a spatial system demonic beast. And that's just for now. In the future, Tuoba Ziyuan was still one of the main forces to resist the 10 evil kings from marching in again. It was also the human war god who had died with the third evil king. It was said to be the same, but it was actually because the third evil king was also the main space system. Tuoba Ziyuan fought with him from the Imperial Spirit Continent to another space, after which one person and one beast disappeared into the Imperial Spirit Continent and never returned. Otherwise, if Tuoba Ziyuan was still around, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be that simple for the 10 evil kings to continue their advance. The legend of Tuoba Ziyuan, Chen Fei had only heard it from other people's mouths, but he didn't expect to see a real person today. And it's quite amazing that the so-called god of war looks so jaded on the outside. For a moment, the monkey wine was mostly gone. How about the boss? I told you he knew. In front of others, Su Shanhai had always been a big brother. But in front of Tuoba Ziyuan, he just became a naive little soldier. You're really right. Then, Tuoba Ziyuan looked at Chen Fei. Xiao Su told me that your talent is not weaker than Jiang Nan's daughter, but it is a pity that there is no king-level royal beast master to cultivate you. But that's because he thought that with the strength you displayed in the 100 cities competition, it was far from enough and inferior to Jiang Nan's daughter. Su Shanhai hurriedly added, Chen Fei, don't hide anything at this time. Didn't you come to the competition for resources? Now the boss can help you. Just you are talkative. Tuoba Ziyuan scolded with a laugh. Su Shanhai smiled twice and didn't open his mouth again. Chen Fei didn't open his mouth right away, but was weighing the pros and cons. With the sacred canon of slaying in place, the resources of a king-grade imperial beast master were just icing on the cake. Would it be worth it to expose all of yourself to gain Topaz Ziyuan's approval? While Chen Fei was hesitating, Tuoba Ziyuan could see something. Little Su, it seems that this little guy doesn't really trust you and I. Well, since you have no interest in this matter, it ends here. But it's fate to meet each other, so I'll give you something. As Tuoba Ziyuan's voice fell, his person disappeared with him. Only a small quadrangular box was left floating in mid-air. Space barrier 1 time.
When encountering a danger that cannot be resolved, this item can be crushed and a spatial barrier will be formed, which can stop most of the attacks from level 5, step 5 beings.
Space, time, and ceiling systems are excluded. Chen Fei. Ugh. You've missed a great opportunity.
In fact, the boss has long since seen that the Thunder Pupil Ape King is just a control thing for the compulsion. And your cat demon, not just any cat demon, but with rare heavy pupils. He just wants to see your third favorite as a way to determine your true potential.
As a result, you are good, nothing to say, nothing to mention, people naturally feel boring. Su Shanhai was so angry that he jumped to his feet and hated it. Tuoba Ziyuan had always been alone, with no heir and no disciple.
If Chen Fei could be taken in by him, it would not be a bad thing.
Now it looks like it's fizzled out. Chen Fei did not respond, except for silence. Pity? Maybe there are, but not many. If there was no killing cannon, then he would do everything he could to get it.
That's just it, that's it, drink. Su Shanhai is so depressed, how can he be comfortable without going back to pour a few big mouthfuls of monkey wine?
Thank you, Principal. Although the matter didn't come to fruition, Su Shanhai's goodwill was appreciated by Chen Fei.
It was also at this time that Chen Fei realized why Su Shanhai, who was only a Zongshi level Imperial Beast Master, was able to keep 10,000 fortune. It turns out that there is such a big man behind it, who dares to move on. After that, everyone's attention was on the championship match in the 100 Cities competition. Various SS-grade qualified demonic beasts appeared frequently. Confinement, demonic beast possession, skill fusion, mirror image bounce, puppet control.
The variety of abilities is dazzling. A big battle with an undercard like this could be more exciting than a regional.
In the end, the first place was won by Imperial City Tai Ching Academy.
Second place went to the Dark Horse, Van Zant Academy from a second-tier city.
Their Imperial beasts are all quite special, dark, demonic, necromantic, zombie.
Chen Fei even saw the ghost system. Strangely enough, this school literally has a collection of all dark attribute Imperial beasts.
In third place, it was none other than Chiron Academy. And Mount Holyoke College came in at number 16, setting a new record.
The benefit gained was that one person could pick an S-rank beast pet egg.
As for the 10th place team picks an S-ranked hatchling, along with a copy of the Heavenly Treasure. There were additional rewards for the top 3, as to what they were, Chen Fei did not know. Arriving at the Imperial City's Beast Pet Egg Cultivation Center, Chen Fei looked past the densely packed S-Class Beast Pet Eggs, which amounted to 4,000 to 5,000 of them.
Even the SS Beast Pet Eggs, there were hundreds of them.
Even S-Class Beast Pet Eggs were rare as hell in Tianqing City, but they were stored in piles here.
The gap between first-tier and second-tier cities is really hard to cross.
One person has only one chance to make a selection, and after registration is complete, no further changes can be made.
Chen Fei went straight to the Assassin Beast Pet Egg.
Chapter 84. The individual competition begins. Chen Fei went straight to the Assassin System Beast Pet Egg. Non-ass Assassin System, look at it, is useless, cannot contract. Just looking at it for a while, the Beast Pet Eggs are still too restrictive, and most of them overlap with the abilities of the 3 beasts. Of course, those better Beast Pet Eggs could have been picked over long ago. In the end, Chen Fei picked a Beast Pet Egg that possessed the Chaos lineage, which he didn't use himself but could give to his parents.
A Chaos lineage existence definitely had more potential than those Imperial beasts they had now.
The conclusion of this matter also officially ushers in the individual competition.
However, the individual tournament is not openly advertised to the public and will not be shown through the live stream.
So much so that Chen Fei didn't know there was such a thing. And, the individual tournament is not a simple ring match.
Location of the competition, in the Artificial Mysteries.
The conditions for participating in this individual competition shall not exceed 20 years of age, and the strength is at least that of a senior Imperial Beast Master.
All those attending, come to me for a space token.
When you can encounter unavoidable danger, remember to crush this token and he can teleport you out. Special note, you may rob each other of resources, but you may not maliciously kill each other. There are only so many young people with more talent, and the bigwigs behind it don't want them killing each other over a small gain. Their future lies in fighting the mist, not dying at the hands of their own people. The rules of the final match are simple. No matter who you meet in it, either run or kick him out of the secret world, it's that simple.
When there are 100 people left in the secret realm, those 100 people are the winners. Simple and brutal indeed, completely simulating wilderness survival. The only difference is that you can't kill people. Okay, now the first years and second years will each enter a secret area. The second year is quite a bit stronger, and the likelihood of putting them together is that there aren't many first years left and they have to be separated. You 3, pay attention to safety, chance is not as important as life, and at the first sign of trouble, withdraw at any time. Only Chen Fei, Tang Jian, and Su Ken were the first year students of Shanghai Academy. The others were not strong enough and went in for nothing. Su Shanhai said again, and Chen Fei, if you meet the two of them, remember to help out some. Got it, principal. Chen Fei agreed. As everyone entered the secret realm, the number of people was displayed on a large screen in the outside world. Year 1, 966. Second year, 2680. And there were many level 5Bs wearing cameras flying into it, tracking everyone and giving real-time feedback on the images and situation. The first thing Chen Fei did after entering was to summon Xiao Gu and Wu Yun while surveying his surroundings. Looking around, in the middle of a dense forest, there was even the sound of demonic beasts howling. No one else could be seen around, so they must have been dispersed. With a flick of his hand, tens of thousands of third-generation compotes flew out. In this environment, the third generation of parasites could completely become Xiao Gu's eyes, probing the surrounding. Part of it lifts off, part of it spreads out in all directions. Just the moment he had ascended into the air, Chen Fei heard a flapping sound, followed by a flock of blood-feathered birds appearing and attacking the third generation of parasites. The blood-feathered bird is most fond of insects, and the lineup of third-generation parasites is a bit large to draw them in. What Chen Fei didn't expect was that the first group of demonic beasts he encountered here were already of the third level, fourth rank, and I'm afraid that many people wouldn't be able to cope with them. No wonder it was said that the secret realm carried a few dangers. It doesn't allow killing, but it doesn't say you can't kill demonic beasts. Clear the field. This group of blood-feathered birds thought they could have a meat feast, but they didn't expect to run into a tough opponent and be abused in minutes. More than 100 heads all destroyed. Then, Chen Fei pushed all the way over, no matter if it was a demonic beast, a spirit plant, or a human being, not a single one was spared. Chen Fei, there's a man 2 kilometers northeast. Then let's go. Been in for about half an hour and finally ran into someone. Chen Fei used the hidden yuan technique while quietly approaching. The other party was found to be wrestling with a level 3, Order 5 iron-armored bear. And the ironclad bear was protecting a plant, the tortoise peony. This is a succulent spirit plant, which is somewhat useful for tank-type and defense-type demonic beasts. While they were engaged in battle, Chen Fei had Wu Yun use Shadow Sneak to sneak over to the turtle peony and pluck it off before quickly leaving. Stealing? It's an old trade for Dark Cloud. After Chen Fei obtained the tortoise armor peony, he threw it into the resting soil space. Planted with the help of the second generation of compotes and shikuyu inside. The current him was under the watchful eyes of others, and it was not good to leave this secret realm. The iron-armored bear realized that the tortoise armor oyster was gone in the blink of an eye, his eyes flushed red and he went straight into a frenzy. Slapping fiercely towards the earth, the ground directly cracked a few large cracks, which was evident of its great strength. It wasn't easy for Chen Feng's 3 beasts to take down the iron-armored bear, but now that they ran into the frenzied iron-armored bear, their entire faces turned green. Damn it, which damn little thief, don't let me run into him. Chen Fei just sat on the tree high on melon seeds and watched the show, waiting for them to fight until they were almost done, then it would not be too late to make a move. After 5 minutes, Chen Feng finally crippled the iron-armored bear. There was no more tortoise armor peony, so the iron armor bear's heart and other things were taken as compensation. And then he quickly left, not daring to linger in the same place for fear that the little thief who had stolen the tortoise-shell peony was watching from the sidelines. One could only say that Chen Feng still couldn't let go of this opportunity. Otherwise, he should have just gotten rid of the iron-armored bear and left, instead of trying to take what it had on it. No, even if Chen Fei didn't make a move, someone had quietly arrived. Without saying a word, it's a sneak attack. Chen Feng's 3 beasts had already gone through a big battle, and their condition was still recovering, so they came across Mu Xiang sneaking in from the back, and they were simply no match for him. Under bitterness, he had to crush the token and leave, while Mu Xiang took the opportunity to harvest the iron-armored bear. Robbery, you're surrounded, bring out the goodies you harvested in the middle of the secret realm. Mu Xiang turned back in a hurry, and he saw an image that he could not forget in this life. Behind one man stood hundreds of third-level beasts, and dense, endless parasites. Chapter 85 Cast the Evil Beast. Outside. The group's teeth soured when they saw the lineup behind Chen Fei. Dig it, I always thought 49 heads was the limit for this guy, I didn't realize he was hiding a hand? Anyone who encounters these hundreds of third-level beasts would have to cry, right? Just outrageous, is this guy addicted to kryptonite? Su Shanhai had a look of determination when he saw these tertiary beasts. It's two. This little guy is so damn good at hiding, no one can really force out his cards. I'm afraid that these 100 tertiary beasts aren't necessarily his bottom card, right? This thing. It was really guessed correctly by Su Shanhai. 49 level 3 beasts? That was when Kogu had just raised his strength to level 3, step 1. Nowadays, Xiao Gu is at the 3rd level, 7th rank. Controlling hundreds of 3rd level 5th rank or below demonic beasts was simply not too easy. Among the sacred canon space, there even existed a batch of 3rd level 8th and 9th ranked demonic beasts, only that they were not released. If Chen Fei wanted to, he could even break into the sophomore tournament. The secret world. Mu Xiang was directly numb as he watched the scene. It's damn good luck to run into a Kryptonian bigot right out of the gate. Chen Fei's kryptonite reputation had already spread amongst the first-year students a long time ago. Mu Xiang smiled bitterly, "Big brother, let's make a deal. I'll give you everything I harvested, then you let me off the hook, how about it?" Chen Fei hugged his arms and smiled, "That depends on whether your harvest gives or not." He was ready to be a bandit. Opening his spatial ring, Mu Xiang took out a box which contained a purple frost jade stone. Purple frost jade stones were common, and there was some frost power present among the jade, but not much. Unless the jade could age a little longer and become purple frost chalcedony, it would be worth at least 1,000,000 medium-grade spirit stones. "You've been in here for half an hour, and this is the you've got going on?" After Mu Xiang heard this, he became even more bitter. "Big brother, not everyone has your kryptonite." Chen Fei instantly lost interest. "Alright, take it back, and then will I help you leave, or will you leave on your own?" Mu Xiang surrendered with both hands. "I'll go by myself, I won't trouble Big brother to do it." After saying that, he crushed the token and left. Chen Fei looked towards the dying iron-armored bear. "Parasite it. Anyways, it's a level 3, rank 5, so I'll take it first." The dark cloud then gave it a healing spell. Thus, the people in the outside world saw a terrible scene. A living, breathing iron-armored bear joined Chen Fei's army of tertiary beasts. Is it so simple for him to control a demonic beast? I finally realized where his army of tertiary beasts came from. There's no need to buy them at all, just pick up the ready-made ones. That is to say, the secret realm has become his paradise instead? Heaven didn't count, but it did allow Chen Fei to accumulate kill values. Just like that, the number of people swept through, in the midst of extremely rapid reduction. 921. 845. 633. When the number of people was down to 600, the Imperial City Lord commanded, "Shrink the area of the artificial secret realm to make it easier for them to run into each other. And, drop the evil beasts." This batch of evil beasts were all captured alive from various war zones, and were secondarily utilized after research. Not everyone is like Chen Fei, who was on the front lines a few days after school started. The vast majority of first years are still hothouse flowers, and it's time to meet the blood. As for the first-year students, other than Chen Fei, the other strongest ones were only at the 3rd level 4th rank. The batch of evil beasts that were cast were all specially selected, and their strengths were all between level 3, order 5, and level 3, order 7. This forces them to fight with all their might, and once they take it lightly, they will likely lose more than just a place in the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm, or even their lives. Huafeng from the South Heavy Academy saw a fruit glowing with a bright red light from afar. It was definitely a spirit fruit without a doubt. Tell your beast pet to be careful and on guard while you start picking. When he had just touched the red fruit, he was teleported outside the secret realm. Huafeng was dumbfounded. "It's over so quickly? The top 100 are already out?" The people around them, however, shook and explained, "No, there are still 569 people, but they merely sensed that you were in danger and helped you crush the token to teleport you out." "How can there be danger? I was just about to pick the spirit fruit, where is the danger?" Huafeng was filled with disbelief, feeling like he had missed out on a billion. I knew he didn't believe it. Someone saved the image. On the screen, a dozen hardened tentacles violently buckled from the ground as Huafeng was teleported out. It's like a trapping device that closes quickly when it hits a critical point. If Huafeng hadn't been teleported out, then he would have become a pile of broken meat at this moment.
Then a giant monster that looked like a sea-pan car starfish crawled up from the ground. Those tentacles, the very tentacles of the starfish, carried suction cups on the back and many spikes on the front, the sides like sharp steel blades. One could say that almost the whole body is a weapon. Huafeng clearly saw that the red fruit was not a real spirit fruit, but rather a tongue that the monster spat out to tempt its prey. And he was actually standing on top of the monster's mouth without realizing it. In an instant, his back went cold, and a cold sweat began to break out furiously on his forehead, and he could no longer say anything in retort. Still alive, thank God. The one Huafeng encountered was hunting the Sand King Star, one of the evil beasts of the 3rd District. Shangguan Hanyu of Shushan Academy encounters a bamboo ghost, one of the evil beasts of the 6th District. It can take the form of a bamboo forest and launch a fierce attack when someone breaks in. Its bamboo is not just any bamboo, but an exotic bamboo. It can be stretched or shortened, hard as gold or soft as silk. Those thousands of bamboos that could become weapons at the same time were terrifying on the end. Even if Shangguan Hanyu possessed a tank system demonic beast, he couldn't block such an attack, and in the end, he could only helplessly crush the token. Just like that, either they found out the end and escaped it the first time, or they were forced out of the secret realm by the evil beasts, in the midst of drastically shrinking in numbers. There were only a handful of people who were able to take on the evil beast head-on. Also let people who have not been on the battlefield, for the first time so intuitively feel the terrible place of the evil beasts, almost not much resistance. The other side. Chen Fei was picking a batch of Xian Ling grass when he suddenly felt a tremor in the ground and hurriedly got up, jumping to the tree as fast as he could. In the next second, the area where Chen Fei was just now, a 4-handed, 4-legged humanoid monster drilled out. Chapter 86, the picture style has been taken off course. This monster has a flattened head that forms a fan shape, much like the head of a maturing leech vortex, and is covered in a slimy mess that looks rather strange. At the same time, it held a chain in each of its 4 hands, but the ends of the chains were missing. 4-chained vortex. Strength, level 3, step 6. Attributes, elemental, soul, poison, life. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Chain of darkness. Being caught in chains, one is plunged into the midst of infinite darkness and thus deprived of sight and hearing. Proficiency, mastery level. 2. Chain of souls. Being caught in chains, the soul will first be frozen and then roasted by fire, experiencing a soul of ice and fire. Proficiency, mastery level. 3. Chain of poison. When caught in chains, the spikes on the chains inject poisonous seeds. The poisoned person will grow blood lotuses all over their body, sucking the life out of them until the host dies. Proficiency, mastery level. This 4-chained vortex beast, exactly 1 chain and 1 skill, 1 chain is even more bizarre than the other. Meanwhile, the slime of the 4-chained vortex beast was not all useless, but made its flesh slippery as a loach, easily breaking free of the demonic beast's physical restraints. It even acts as a restorative, allowing severed limbs to be quickly revived. After all, its attack is all in the 4 chains, and nothing is missing. If it was anyone else against a 4-chained vortex beast, it would be at the absolute nightmare level. It doesn't play melee with you, just sneaking up from a distance and flinging the chain is enough. But it was now up against Chen Fei. Everyone, if you dare to sneak up on me, let him taste the joy of what it means to be surrounded. The people outside the secret realm heard Chen Fei's words and all of them couldn't help but laugh a little. Whenever it comes to Chen Fei, the picture always changes abruptly. It was too late for others to escape, but he wanted to go bully the other side instead. Just dashing. Looking at the more than 100 third-level beasts that had suddenly surrounded them, as well as the densely packed parasites, even the bloodthirsty 4-chained vortex beasts were visibly frozen for a moment. The 4 invincible chains were now soft and paralyzed on the ground. There's a skeptical gleam in his eye. %. $hashtag, percent at 34% hashtag. Xiaogu translated, Chen Fei, it scolded you, saying that you are not a human being, you are a pervert, bullying the beast. Chen Fei. Instantly, his veins rippled, you're the one who's not a human being, your family is full of perverts. I'll bully you so what? Hit me if you can. Bite me. Give it to me. Beat it to death. You're welcome. Whoever is polite will be roasted tonight. The people outside the secret world were once again happy. The big guy is trying to make me laugh. Those people who were just teleported out, for a moment, made me think that the evil beasts were invincible.
It wasn't until this 4-chain vortex beast's chain went soft that I realized that they can be afraid. I kind of realized that all the fear is just because there's not enough firepower, not enough strength. Look, like Big Brother Chen Fei, just crush and be done with it. Even those military bigwigs in the outside world were a bit teary-eyed. It was meant to be a lesson for these newcomers. As a result, the painting style seemed to have been successfully brought off by Chen Fei. In the eyes of these newcomers, why fight alone when you can fight in a group? Against these evil beasts, is it possible that we still need to talk about benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and faith? After beating the 4-chain vortex beast severely, Chen Fei incidentally allowed the second-generation worm to parasitize it. How about a peak-level skill that is unbeatable? The eyes of the people outside almost fell out. So strong? Even an evil beast of the 3rd level and 6th rank can be parasitized. Worship the big guy. The big man is really getting invincible. With this lineup, whoever meets him will cry. That's right. Xin Lin had cried. No matter who he encountered, Xin Lin could at least run even if he was undefeated. But when it came to this pervert, Chen Fei, there was really no place to run to. Alas, what a coincidence, Mr. Shen. It's a coincidence. One side is happy, one side is crying. Chen Fei hooked onto the other's shoulder. Don't be so frustrated, it's not like I'm here to beat you up, I've been looking for you for a long time. Xin Lin turned his head sideways. Looking for me for what? For some reason, there was always a feeling of ill will. Don't you have a treasure-hunting mouse? How about a little cooperation? You do the searching, I'll do the driving. In terms of fighting, among the first-year students, Chen Fei had never been afraid of anyone. However, in terms of finding treasures, Chen Fei was far inferior to the treasure-hunting mouse. If you're going into the secret realm anyway, you'll have to find something good anyways. It seems like it's not impossible. Shen Lin also came to a bit of spirit. It turned out that he didn't have any problems finding the treasure alone, but now that he had dropped the evil beast, there was no telling what kind of thing would be killed halfway through. But having Chen Fei on the sidelines to participate in the escort was different. Even the evil beasts had to take it easy when they came over. How do you divide it? Shen Lin asked. Chen Fei gestured. Look, you're only responsible for treasure hunting, I'll do all the fighting, I'm the most expendable. So you're 1 and I'm 9, it makes sense. Shen Lin. You come to all the ING fights? It's obviously the 100 or so 3rd level beasts that are charging, right? What's it to you? Of course, all of this was just Xin Lin spitting in his heart. It's useless to have a high force value without the ability to hunt for treasure, so 50-50. Xin Lin didn't want to take advantage, but he didn't want to lose either. Chen Fei shook his head. No, that's not how it works. You see, it's still in my hands to decide whether you stay or go. After leaving the secret realm, it seems that your treasure-hunting mouse is of no use, right? Xin Lin's face darkened. It was too much, this was a naked threat. He had to take a step back. I'm 4 and you're 6, that's always okay. 2-8. Xin Lin straightened his neck. Chen Fei, there's no such thing as doing business like this. Of course you have to cut the price to do business. Xin Lin was completely defeated and finally chose a 3-7 split. With the treasure-hunting mouse around, the ability to scavenge was indeed much stronger. Half of the mountain was cleared by the two of them, completely forgetting the original purpose. The Imperial City Lord's veins rippled. What the hell are these two? I let you guys come to compete, I didn't let you woolgather. Good man, you're still addicted to gripping, aren't you? Come on people, drop level 3, 8 rank evil beasts for me, I'd like to see what else these two are capable of. Chapter 87 4-Winged Skymoth Beast. The treasure hunter mouse who was walking ahead of him suddenly burst with excitement. Chen Fei inquired, what's wrong with it? Xin Lin explained, every time it gets this excited, it means that a supreme treasure has appeared. The last time I looked like this, it was because of the Tree of Stars statue in your hand. Oh. Last time it was a grade 6 resting soil, can we still have such a good thing this time? Thinking of this, Chen Fei became interested. Go over there and see what it is. The two quickly approached among them, and soon came to the entrance of a cave, which was so well hidden that it could not be seen at all without a close look. When the staff saw this, they immediately reported over. City Lord, that is one of the secret realm's aura-providing devices, and it was found by these two little guys. The City Lord's face darkened. Then what are you waiting for? Drop the evil beasts. Yes. Chen Fei and his two men were just about to go in and explore when they noticed a rustling in the dense forest next to them, as if something was rapidly shuttling over. Retreat! Chen Fei shouted and scattered in a hurry. In the next moment, a strange being appeared. Humanoid evil beasts with deep, cold eyes, 2 tentacles on their heads and 2 pairs of moth-like wings. It was covered with a yellow pollen-like substance and some pustules, which gave a feeling of discomfort. 4-winged moth beast. Strength, level 3, order 8. Attributes, elemental, auxiliary, poison, flight. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. The moment he saw the 4-winged heavenly moth beast, Chen Fei had a sense of familiarity. It is no other than the headless angel of the evil king's dependents. I didn't expect to meet in this life on such an occasion. Very well, let's charge some interest then. Chen Fei was full of wariness. However, Xinlin on the side was shivering. Chen Fei, I'll cheer you on from the back. After saying that, he slipped out of sight. Chen Fei ignored Xinlin. It is good to slip away, so as not to get in the way. At this moment, the 4-winged heavenly moth beast vibrated its wings and the yellow dust on its body spread out. Chen Fei had long dealt with this kind of guy and knew that the dust had a sleeping effect, so he hurriedly asked Xiaogu to put a crystal shield on himself, while letting the wind demonic beast blow the dust away. Ku, put the 3rd generation bug on. It was true that the 3rd generation of parasites had the numerical advantage, but the 4-winged heavenly moth beasts were no slouches either. Small holes suddenly appeared in the pustules on its body, and one tiny moth after another burrowed out. In this way the little moths are similar to Koga's 3rd generation bugs, possessing a portion of the strength of the main body. Dark Cloud, this is the headless angel's dependent, know what to do. Dark Cloud's eyes flashed with hatred as he listened. Meow erase. There's no rush, later I'll summon Shikuju in half-phase and use your silence skill with it. Meow Roger. Half-phase summoning means that instead of summoning the entire body of the Imperial Beast, a hole is made in the Imperial Beast's space so that the Imperial Beast inside can see out. Chen Fei was waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to avoid the cameras and fit the offense. The 3rd generation of parasites quickly stuck to the tiny moths. 2 underpowered one-on-one, not necessarily an opponent, but wins in volume. 5 tri-generation bugs against 1 small moth is not enough, then 10, 20. In the middle of the sacred cannon space, there were already more than 100,000 troops. The same trick was then repeated, blocking the air above with gravity and the ground with quicksand magic. However, this 4-winged heavenly moth beast unexpectedly swapped positions with one of the small moths, skillfully avoiding these 2 layers of blockade. This was none other than the 4-winged heavenly moth beast's unique auxiliary skill, Flesh Shift. Physical transfer. Branding can be applied to offspring with the same bloodline. After activating the branding, one's own flesh can be exchanged physically with one's offspring. Proficiency, Mastery level. Note, this skill is an auxiliary skill unique to the bug race and cannot be learned by other races. The maximum transfer distance for the current proficiency is 1 kilometer, and the brand needs to be reapplied after use. This skill can be called a treasure skill to escape. The reason why it is not a divine skill is because there are more restrictions. One needs bug offspring and the other is shifting too close. If there was a transfer distance of 10 to 20 kilometers, it would be basically impossible to capture the 4-winged heavenly moth beast alive. Even so, it's still pretty tough. With such a sudden shift, Ruler Jade couldn't even see the 4-winged sky moth beast, let alone attack. Chen Fei needs to create an opportunity. When the people in the outside world saw the ability of the 4-winged heavenly moth beast, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. While Lo a heavenly master, this ability is also too perverted, right? Direct exchange of flesh, this who can top ah. Look guys, it's not just big brother Chen Fei who has stumbled upon this, there's also Ilay from the Giant Dragon Academy, and Nangong Xingqian from the Taiching Academy. Ilay was none other than the Flying Heavy Dragon's Royal Beast Master. Nangong Xingqian was the first-year head of Taiching Academy, and was also currently recognized as the #1 person in the first year. After a King-grade Royal Beast Master like Ilay and Jiang Yi, there was only 1 SS-grade Royal Beast and 2 S-grade. Nangong Xingqian, on the other hand, had 2 SS-grade Imperial Beasts, crushing everyone in terms of qualifications. The one Ilay bumped into was a level 3, rank 6, 4-winged heavenly moth beast. The one Nangong Xingqian encountered was a level 3, step 7. Chen Fei, on the other hand, was up against a 3rd level 8th rank. Other people were not good at recognizing the strength of these 4-winged sky moth beasts through the screen. But the Lord of Imperial City knew his way around. He held his arms and watched the action as to who would beat their respective opponents. One more chapter later. Chapter 88 The Lycanthropic Nangong Xingqian. 3 big battles, quickly fought. Helay's flying heavy dragon was worthy of being SS grade, its gravity alteration, not only targeting the physical body, but applying a gravity brand on the soul. Regardless of how the 4-winged heavenly moth beast shifted its physical body, as long as the soul brand remained, the flying heavy dragon could change the gravity on it and restrict its flight. At this point, it was much more subtle than the quicksand technique, and also the gravity crystal, bringing out the power of the SS class without a doubt. But that didn't mean he could take the 4-winged heavenly moth beast at will. Although it couldn't fly, it could still transfer flesh and still had countless offspring. Even if Helay had the assistance of the other 2 beasts, it wouldn't be easy to take them down for a while. As for Nangong Xingqian, it was even more intense. His 2 SS-ranked beast pets were the Red Spirit Divine Crow and the Thunder Purple Lin. The Red Spirit Divine Crow possessed the Golden Crow bloodline, and its Burning Sky Red Flame hadn't yet reached the level of the Golden Crow Divine Flame, but it ranked 18th among the foreign flames. Though it may not burn all things, it is hardly a natural enemy. The Thunder Violet Lin has the bloodline of a Qilin and can walk on clouds. It grasped the 9 heavenly purple thunder, stronger than ordinary lightning, and if it could go further, it would be the 9 heavenly divine thunder. And the 9 heavenly divine thunder is a type of heavenly punishment thunder. This shows the power of the 9 heavenly purple thunder. The Burning Sky Red Flame and the 9 heavenly purple thunder were both things that restrained evil demons and ghosts, and they had a great suppressive power over the 4-winged heavenly moth beast. The poisonous pollen attack of the 4-winged heavenly moth beast was directly burned clean by the Burning Sky Red Flame, and even those small moths were burned to ashes as soon as they approached. The 9 heavenly purple thunder even chased the 4-winged heavenly moth beast everywhere, forcing it to use flesh transfer multiple times. The people in the outside world exclaimed, "Worthy of being Nangong Xingqian, the 2 SS-class demonic beasts are too damn strong." Helay is still fighting back and forth, but Nangong Xingqian is directly chasing after his opponent. It's too awesome. But it doesn't seem like it's that fast for the Red Spirit Divine Crow and the Thunder Purple Lin to want to take down this monster directly. It's mainly that, flesh transfer, that's too difficult. The crowd thought that Nangong Xingqian could easily take the other party down when the scene suddenly changed. Bear. The 4-winged heavenly moth beast let out a long whistle. Then he saw the group of small moths flying towards Nangong Xingqian without a second thought. Tackle the thief. The 4-winged heavenly moth beast was quite intelligent as it dodged the thunder while commanding the little moths to attack the Imperial Beast Master. As long as the Imperial Beast Master died, then the attacks of these 2 beasts would naturally be dissolved. Nangong Xingqian had prepared for this, and in addition to the Red Spirit Divine Crow's flame shield, there was also an S-ranked Jiuli Demon Turtle. This turtle is of the same ancient bloodline as Ruler Jade. Only Ruler Jade's bloodline was more pure, and the 9 Dawn Demon Turtle was already very thin after many generations of reproduction. Even so, it was the same as Ruler Jade. It had also awakened the racial secret skill, Shield of the 9 Dawns. When this shield is used, a gray demonic turtle silhouette visible to the naked eye can appear, which can withstand the majority of elemental attacks, physical attacks, mental attacks, and so on. Its degree of defense was also above the obsidian giant rhinoceros, immovable as a mountain. Because of this, Nangong Xingqian dared to let the Red Spirit Divine Crow and Thunder Violet Lin leave his side. But it was also because of this confidence that Nangong Xingqian suffered a dark loss. Those little moths weren't attacking aimlessly, but the moment they were close to Nangong Xingqian and hadn't yet been consumed by the flames, blew himself up. 1 or 2 self-destructs can't break the Shield of the 9 Dawns. The problem was that the explosion effect caused by thousands of moths blowing themselves up at the same time was terrifying. Boom! The loud bang. It exploded to the point that the hearts of those in the outside world all seized up at the same time. This is the number 1 person in the first year of the bright side, so we can't just die hastily, can we? Too ruthless, self-destructing at the same time, that's the most terrifying killing move of the insect race, isn't it? That's right, compared to self-detonation, what crystals, what poisonous mist, what parasites are all weak. Nangong Xingqian hasn't been teleported out. Does that mean he's not in too much danger yet? When the smoke cleared, the crowd finally saw what was inside. The 9 Dawn Demon Turtle's breath was shriveled, and even its shell was cracked. However, the figure of Nangong Xingqian was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't until the Jiuli Demon Turtle moved away, revealing the deep pit underneath, that he discovered Nangong Xingqian, who was squatting in the pit and gasping for air. His clothes were broken, blood was dripping from his arms, and there was blood at the corners of his mouth that hadn't been wiped clean. If it wasn't for the fact that at the last moment, he was in a hurry and made the 9-dan demon turtle quickly drill a hole, I'm afraid that Nangongxingshan would be lying down right now. After being messed with by the 4-winged heavenly moth beast like this, Nangongxingshan began to be restrained, not daring to let the other 2 beasts run too far. It wasn't like he hadn't killed demonic beasts higher than 3rd rank, he just never expected this 4-winged sky moth beast to be so difficult to deal with. For a moment, there was no way to break the enemy. The 4-winged heavenly moth beast had a hard time getting close to Nangongxingshan after having defenses in place, and the 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. As strong as Nangongxingshan is in such a sorry state, this monster is too strong, isn't it? If this was me going in there, I wouldn't know how I'd die. I just want to know, such a terrifying evil beast, if he lay in Nangongxingshan can't handle it, who else can it be? And big brother Chen Fei. Most of the people look towards Chen Fei's battle screen. All want to see he lay in Nangongxingshan cannot handle the 4-winged heavenly moth beast, Chen Fei whether it can. I was reading some reviews today and someone said that they're suppressing the main character's combat power. I just have to ask, is it really pressed? Isn't it enough to drive all the way? However, they reason that the protagonist isn't nearly as good as the war drummer or the sower. It's hard for the author to understand the brain circuits of these people. The protagonist has only just awakened not long ago and is already invincible at the same level. If he could just crush the war drummer master and the others, then there would be no need to write about his growth path, just push him all the way across the board. That's called invincible writing. Chapter 89 Do unto others as they would have them do unto you. Once the quicksand technique and gravity crystal were ineffective against the 4-winged heavenly moth beasts, Chen Fei released all of the 100 or so tertiary level beasts to chase after them, while he himself fought and retreated. The result of this was that Chen Fei himself had no demonic beasts to guard him. The people in the outside world once again seized their hearts as they saw this 4-winged heavenly moth beast adopt the same combat style. 1,000 or so small moths rushed over, quickly blowing themselves up the moment they got close to Chen Fei. Exploding themselves again, these types of monsters are too ruthless. I wonder if big brother Chen Fei is alright? It has to be tough, it's a life and death struggle, not a race ahead. When you encounter an evil beast, it's either you die or I live, and a holy mother's heart will only get you killed. Big brother Chen Fei wasn't teleported out, does that mean he's fine too? Just as they were still waiting for the smoke to clear, they heard a second explosion in the frame. Everyone was a little confused as to what caused this second explosion. They all kept their eyes open, trying to see what was going on inside. When the smoke and dust all cleared, the crowd could only see a 4-winged heavenly moth beast kneeling on the ground, with 2 tentacles broken, its 4 wings blown up to the point that only one was left, and its body in tatters, nearly dead. What the hell is going on? What's the excitement I'm missing? Did anyone see clearly how big brother Chen Fei did it? This is too awesome. Here, there just happened to be another camera that caught it. Original. Chen Fei was intentionally sending out the tertiary beasts, pretending to leave a crack that he had no demonic beasts to guard him. At the moment before the little moth blew itself up, Chen Fei utilized Crystal Shuttle to transfer to another place. And the place where it appeared happened to be behind the 4-winged heavenly moth beast. The 4-winged heavenly moth beast saw that Chen Fei had been blown up, so it slowed down, wanting to take a look at the follow-up. And that, in turn, gave Dark Cloud and Ruler Jade their chance. At the same time, it was also utilizing the crystal transfer, and the time it took for the camera to capture Chen Fei's image again was enough for Ruler Jade to strike. Everything was calculated, just waiting for the 4-winged sky moth beast to take the bait. Dark Cloud's spell of silence went first in order to prevent the 4-winged sky moth beast from using flesh transfer. The latter, quicksand technique, is replenished to immobilize the flesh. Immediately after that, Ruler Jade's soul stripping came out strongly, blasting the soul of the 4-winged heavenly moth beast out. Soul sinking cage was then thrown out. After these 2 moves, Ruler Jade retracted once again, and the camera just managed to catch Chen Fei. The 4-winged heavenly moth beast was hard controlled by Ruler Jade for a few seconds, enough for Chen Fei to make a move. Several 3rd level 6th and 7th rank parasitic demonic beasts were dispatched by Chen Fei to surround the 4-winged heavenly moth beast. They're both B-rated and wouldn't hurt too much if they blew themselves up. Feeling that it wasn't enough, Chen Fei added 1,000 3rd-generation parasites. The crowd saw Chen Fei in the picture raise his middle finger towards the 4-winged heavenly moth beast. It's not polite to come and go. A command. The demonic beasts and parasites surrounding the 4-winged heavenly moth beast exploded themselves. This was the entire process by which those outside heard the second explosion. The dark clouds were then seen giving the four-winged heavenly moth beast one last blow, completely smashing its flesh. The people in the outside world were directly excited. It's so handsome, and it has to be Big Brother Chen-Fei. Use the way of others to cure others. You moths can blow themselves up, so can Big Brother Chen-Fei's compulsion. It's only an existence like the bug race with a superabundance of offspring that dares to blow itself up like that. That must be, you let the red spirit divine crow try blowing itself up one, it mustn't be heartbreaking. That's why it's better to have kryptonite or to raise worms. Other than that, this self-explosion is unbeatable. Listening to the sound of their discussion, the military bigwigs once again had egg on their face. This style of painting is being taken more and more off course. Self-explosion is a last resort, not for every battle. Hello. The Imperial City Lord was speechless for a long time as he watched the image of the four-winged heavenly moth beast dying. He has a much higher vision than the average person. As soon as the four-winged heavenly moth beast moved, he could tell that Chen-Fei had used some other means, only that he hadn't captured it, and it had been well concealed by Chen-Fei. However, Nangong Xingchen wasn't able to take down the level 3, grade 7 four-winged sky moth beast. Chen-Fei, however, had strongly finished off the level 3, order 8 four-winged heavenly moth beast. This comparison already says a lot. Even more, this little guy might be hiding more tricks. Sure enough, Little Su didn't lie to me, this little guy is even more capable of hiding than imagined. That's right. The Lord of Imperial City was none other than the human war god, Tuoba Ziyuan. He had been following the 100 Cities competition, and of course, he knew about Chen-Fei's situation. Especially after receiving Su Shanhai's call, he took some interest in Chen-Fei. Today's four-winged heavenly moth beast was actually a trial and test that he had purposely arranged. It was only then that it so happened to be Nangong Xingchen, He and Chen-Fei. As a result, it was clear that Chen-Fei's fighting process was more seasoned and one of the most unfathomable. According to Tuoba Ziyuan's observation, Chen-Fei's imperial beasts probably possessed peak-level skills. But he's only in first grade, and it's been 8 months since his awakening. This talent, this potential, all caused Tuoba Ziyuan to be surprised and certain, indeed worth cultivating. Just as Tuoba Ziyuan was still thinking about it, he was suddenly called out by someone under his hand. City Lord Tuoba, that Chen-Fei entered the Aura Device Cave. Tuoba Ziyuan glanced at it and faintly said, "Let him go, and by the way, intercept the footage inside and don't broadcast it to the public." Anyway, there's still a level 4, rank 1 guardian beast there, so if Chen-Fei can get the Aura device in this situation, what's the harm in giving it to him? After thinking about it, Tuoba Ziyuan once again commanded. There's one more thing, the four-winged heavenly moth beast that the public claimed Chen-Fei had encountered was only of the 3rd level, 6th rank. If word gets out, I'll be personally held accountable. The Secret World. Chen-Fei let the 3rd generation of parasites explore the path first, and then slowly went deeper into the middle of the cave. Along the way, nothing too special was found. It wasn't until the end that you realized there was an underground pool of water there. The water in the pool was not ordinary water, but rather earth spirit crystal dew. It contains rich spiritual chi, and at the same time can help water demonic beasts to accelerate their cultivation speed, as well as have a certain chance to improve their qualifications. But that's not all. The most important thing was that there was a crystal object as bright as a shooting star suspended above the pool. Innate spirit crystals. Quality, grade 5. When you feed spirit stones, spirit grasses, spirit objects, etc., you will be able to return 10 times the amount of aura. For example, if you feed a medium-grade spirit stone, after 24 hours, you can return the aura of a top-grade spirit stone. Note, regardless of feeding any spirit, only the aura is returned at the end. Feed it to a certain level and it can be metamorphosed into a grade 6 innate spiritual source and returned 100-fold. Chen-Fei's mouth was watering, there was actually such a good thing? This innate spirit crystal with the resting soil is simply a perfect match. Not bad for a treasure-hunting mouse to find such goodies. Dark Cloud, do it! How can you go back empty-handed when you're all the way here? However, before the dark clouds could do anything, a strange-looking being emerged from the pool. Its body silhouette resembles that of an elegant woman, but not similar. It has a head similar to a monkshood jellyfish with a transparent air sac filled with a light blue liquid. The airbags are gorgeous with thin veins and blue and white stripes around them. The main body resembles that of a mermaid, but without the scales. Several jellyfish-like tentacles grow on either side of the main body, with slender tentacles covered in purple stinging velvet. Prickly velvet water spirit. Strength, 4th level, 1st order. Attributes: elemental, poison, natural, auxiliary. Qualification: S. Potential: expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. Chapter 90 Learned from Xiaosu? Skills. 1. Vacuum extraction. The air inside can be drained to create a vacuum within a certain range. Proficiency: mastery level. Note, not to be studied by non-naturalists. Current proficiency can extract a space 10m times 10m times 10m in size. 2. Anti-gravity. Allows you to reverse gravity within a certain range, preventing your enemy from adapting to their current state and attacking later. Proficiency: mastery level. Note, not to be studied by non-naturalists. Current proficiency can change the gravity of space by 10m times 10m times 10m. 3. Looking at Prickly Velvet Water Spirit's ability, Chen Fei was a bit startled. A demonic beast that he casually stumbled upon had such a terrifying strength, and it also possessed a natural system attribute. Those who possessed this attribute were the favorites of heaven and earth, and could not only manipulate the elements of water, earth, wood, stone, air, and gravity that were common in nature, but could also change and create. Vacuum extraction and anti-gravity were a variant of the nature-based skills. But such a variant is an extremely terrifying existence. Imagine how desperate it must be when you're still fighting and suddenly the air around you is drained so clean that you can't even breathe. Also realizing this, Chen Fei hastily retreated a few steps back. Xiao Gu, use crystal shuttle at any time. He didn't want to die in a place like this for no reason, that would be too wrong. At the same time, Chen Fei noticed one thing: since he entered this cave, those king bees did not follow him in. Guess there's something here that can't be photographed. However, this also gave Chen Fei the opportunity. At least here, there was no need to hide his strength. The ruler Jade was also summoned by him. On the other side, Tuoba Ziyuan couldn't see Chen Fei's picture, but he wasn't too worried either. After all, Chen Fei had a spatial barrier given by himself on his body, so even if he was not defeated by the spiny velvet water spirit, he would be able to protect himself. If he really used the spatial barrier, then he would go over to save him again and see if the spiny velvet water spirit could expose all of Chen Fei's cards. While Tuoba Ziyuan was playing his little game, the spiny velvet water spirit had already launched an attack on Chen Fei. Only to see its tentacles floating up, Chen Fei and the three beasts' bodies suddenly lost their center of gravity before falling uncontrollably in midair. That sense of security from the earth was gone in this moment. Anti-gravity, when it's really too counterintuitive. Then came vacuum extraction. Draining all the air from the side, that sense of suffocation and powerlessness instantly wrapped around the whole body. Fortunately, one person and three beasts used the crystal to shuttle out in the next second, otherwise the taste, don't be too sour. Chen Fei, who had tried it once, didn't want to try it a second time, it was too terrifying. Ruler Jade, soul stripping, maximum power. Prickly Velvet Water Spirit is truly unbeatable up to a certain point. But this invincibility did not include the soul, which could be said to be the weakness of the vast majority of living beings. The peak level, soul stripping, on the other hand, could be used completely over the level. Even if he let the ruler Jade weaken for a period of time, Chen Fei had to get his hands on the innate spirit crystals, which were of great significance to the subsequent development of the resting soil. It was also at the moment when the soul of the prickly velvet water spirit was blasted out that a voice rang out from the artificial mystic realm. The first 100 slots have been confirmed and will be transmitted out in 5 seconds. 5. 4. 3. Chen Fei secretly screamed that it was not good, there was not enough time. No, last ditch. In the next moment, all 100 people were teleported above the square. Chen Fei first checked the sacred cannon space before he patted his chest with relief. Fortunately, the innate spirit crystals arrived. The organizer's voice came out: this individual tournament is over, and the top 100 players from the first and second years will gather here in 2 days. After returning to the Mountain and Sea Academy team, Su Shanhai and Sun Barge began to count the number of people. There are just 2 finalists in first grade, Chen Fei and Tang Jian. Suchin came up short, but where he could last another 2 minutes, there was hope. The second-year finalists are Yui Jiang and Bai Yang. Xia Zhujun, like Su Kan, was not lacking in strength, but just a little short of luck. In response, Su Shanhai was already quite happy. Not bad, it's already quite good for Shanghai Academy to have 4 finalists. In past years there have been only 1 or 2, if any. Sun Gang then said, alright, you 4 take a good rest in the next 2 days, tomorrow I will talk to you about the precautions to be taken when entering the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm. As for the others,
pack up your things and get ready to go back to Tianqing City. The 100 Cities competition has officially come to an end, with some people rejoicing and others saddened. As for Chen Fei, he was not in the mood to care about others at all, and after entering his room, he opened the sacred code space. Artificial mysteries. As the crowd was teleported out, the staff quickly realized that the aura concentration was lower than usual. The greatest possibility was that the innate spirit crystals had been taken. Receiving the report from his men, Tuoba Ziyuan merely nodded and disappeared in the next second. The staff had already seen it and knew that he had utilized Space Shuttle to directly enter the secret realm. When Tuoba Ziyuan arrived at the cave, the scene in front of him made his eyes almost fall out. The innate spirit crystals were definitely gone, and he had been psychologically prepared for this. But what was truly missing was more than just innate spirit crystals. It was as if the place had been shoveled, and the entirety of that puddle of earth spirit crystal dew had been scooped up. Even the precious and incomparable spiny velvet water spirit was nowhere to be seen. Only after a long time did Tuoba Ziyuan let out a ghostly cry. Did you learn this goose-stepping stench from Su? Chapter 91 New Skills of Dark Cloud. In the space of the sacred texts, Chen Fei additionally detained a piece of space, which contained none other than the innate spirit crystals, the earth spirit crystal dew, and the prickly velvet water spirit. At that time, it was already too late to think much about it, as Chen Fei directly used the holy scripture to scoop up a piece of space, as much as he could. Luckily, he dug in what he wanted. It just didn't occur to me that even this prickly velvet water spirit had gotten in on the act. Now he didn't dare to directly put the prickly velvet water spirit into the resting soil space, which was destroyed by it. The efforts of these days would be wasted. Looking at the appearance of the spiny velvet water spirit showing its teeth to itself through the air, Chen Fei also had a headache. What should be done for the best? After considering it for a moment, Chen Fei summoned the three beasts, ready to prepare for a great battle. And then opened up that space of the prickly velvet water spirit. As expected, the spiny velvet water spirit used rain of water arrows on them at the first opportunity. The water arrows of the level 4 beast still hurt quite a bit, and even Xiaogu's crystal shield could be pierced through. However, this is canon space. Everything inside is up to Chen Fei. By adding another spatial barrier between the prickly velvet water spirit and them, the prickly velvet water spirit's attacks would not be able to touch Chen Fei and the others at all. Conversely, the skills of the three beasts can damage the spiny velvet water spirit. So it became a one-sided beating. Prickly velvet water spirit was so angry that her tentacles fluttered about, at #%@. Koga once again acted as a translator. Chen Fei, it says you can be a little more shameless as a human being? Chen Fei laughed. Of course, shamelessness is one of my few virtues. Upon hearing Xiaogu's reply, the prickly velvet water spirit almost fainted in anger. Solely directly paralyzed on the ground, to kill or die, as you wish. Seeing the spiny velvet water spirit in this state, Chen Fei was amused, and then utilized his consciousness to speak with him. I won't hurt you or detain you. If you want to leave, I can release you to the artificial secret realm, where there are still crystals left behind by Xiaogu, so you can shuttle back at any time. Only, the earth spirit crystal dew as well as the innate spirit crystal cannot be returned to you. Prickly velvet water spirit looked up, her eyes revealing some intent. Chen Fei continued, of course, you can also choose to stay in this space, which is actually equivalent to living in a different place. Come with me and take you to see the resting pure land before you make a decision. The outside world, Chen Fei could not sway, but the resting soil space, he could build it at will. Whether it is made into a blessed land or a pure land, there is no problem at all. The spiny velvet water spirit considered for a moment. Anyway, people are the chopping board, I am the fish meat, I can't win even if I fight, I can't escape even if I flee, so I just go and see it. When it stepped into the resting soil space, the sight before it stunned it. The density of aura here was surprisingly comparable to that in the artificial secret realm. At this point, the resting soil was already as big as a soccer field and began to slowly feed back, changing the density of aura. The aura density at this time was equivalent to 1.5 times that of the outside world. And part of the area of the resting soil was used by Chen Fei to plant spiritual plants and flowers. And in the feedback of the resting soil, many spiritual plants had evolved. There was even a pond dug to feed the spitting dragon carp exclusively. What surprised the prickly velvet water spirit the most was not these heavenly treasures. Rather, it was the demonic beasts that lived in this space. Different kinds of demonic beasts could actually coexist peacefully here, even if they couldn't do so in the artificial secret realm. Immediately afterward, he saw Chen Fei replacing the water in that pond with Earth Spirit Crystal Dew, and then bringing the innate spirit crystals to the top. What was even more exaggerated was that Chen Fei directly shelled out millions of medium-grade spirit stones to feed to the innate spirit crystal. In this way, this time tomorrow will spit out millions of top-grade spirit stones of aura. It's hard to imagine how far the resting place could become by then. The only thing that was certain was that because of the innate spirit crystals put in, the resting soil was gradually growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even the prickly velvet water spirits saw the malleability of the place. Although it was only a prototype today, the future held infinite possibilities, and the potential was definitely greater than an artificial secret realm. It was no wonder that Chen Fei dared to call it the resting Pure Land. Only after that was done did Chen Fei look at the prickly velvet water spirit, so if you want to leave, I can always send you back. But see, the prickly velvet water spirit directly jumped into the earth spirit crystal dew, and then grunt a few times, before emerging from the head. You took my shelter and you want to kick me out? No way. This earth spirit crystal dew belongs to me. I'll go wherever it goes. Chen Fei hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything. This was exactly the scene he was happy to see. Prickly velvet water spirit SS great attribute, rare nature system, even if you can't contract it yourself, you're still happy to keep it. If in the future it was willing to contract with its own old mom, that would be great, and it could be a little more secure. Only, they need to get to the king-level Imperial Beast Master before they can contract the 5th beast pet. The road is still long. Prickly velvet water spirit officially moved into the resting space, but how can it be free to move in? I'll also have to charge some interest. Dark Cloud, copy the skill. It took a total of 11 copies, draining the Dark Cloud aura before copying the Vacuum Extraction skill. And then replaced Sonic Shatter. This skill targets the enemy's sense of hearing. The limitations are still a bit big, not as dominant and terrifying as Vacuum Extraction. As for the kill value, the 100,000 troops of 3rd generation bugs far away in the Bayue mountain range were still trying to earn it. Extracting 200,000 or so kill values to Dark Cloud, raising both Vacuum Extraction and Spell of Silence to peak level. The duration of silence boosted to 3 seconds. The range of Vacuum Extraction has been increased to 20m times 20m times 20m, and the extraction time is only 2 seconds. In this way, these two pinnacle level techniques would become Dark Cloud's new base cards. Only the kill value bottomed out again, so hard. Above the familiar round table, the High Priest, the Sower, and others rejoined again. The 100 Cities competition has ended, and the next moment is for these geniuses to enter the Spirit Mansion's secret realm. And that, in turn, is our best chance to get our hands on it. Chapter 92, Gambling on Stones. The next day. Aside from the 4 Chen Fei and Sun Shuang who stayed behind, Su Shanhai took the others and rode on the Polar Shadow Eagle back to Tianqing City. Before leaving, Su Shanhai handed them a storage ring with some spirit stones and food and such, enough for those who stayed behind. Sun Gang also began to give the 4 of them a small taste. The Spirit Mansion secret realm, I also had the honor of entering it once. The resources in there are, indeed, very rich. But you should know that opportunities and crises have always existed at the same time. Inside was an undisturbed enclosed space, which meant that the space token didn't work. You can only go in through the entrance and you can only come out through the entrance. The dangers encountered during this period could not be helped in any way by people from the outside world. There have been some geniuses who died in previous years, so it's still the same thing. Ensuring your safety is the first priority. Afterward, Sun Chong spoke about some of the things he knew, including some of the secret realm's phantom zones, trial zones, and spirit plantations. It was only that everyone went in at a different location, and even Sun Barge only knew part of it. Okay, that's about it. The rest of the time, you guys are free to arrange. Don't play too crazy, prepare more life preservation stuff. After the dismissal, Zhang Yi and Bai Yang left separately. Tang Jian looked at Chen Fei. Do you have any arrangements yet? Chen Fei spread his hands to show that he didn't. So we'll go shopping together at the spirit treasure shop or something? For some reason, Tang Jian's proposal was the first thing that made Chen Fei think of this Shenlin fellow. Not to mention, their treasure hunting mice are really good. First was the resting soil, and then the spirit crystals, both of which were top quality spirits. At that exact moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. When he opened it, it was no one else but Shenlin. Chen Fei was also a bit surprised. When it really came to what he wanted. Why are you here? Shenlin brought up some food. Of course I came specifically to find you, big brother. Looking for me? Chen Fei was a bit unsure. Shenlin didn't intend to beat around the bush either.
then I'll make it clear that I'm here to look for Big Brother to cooperate with. Cooperation? That's right, similar to the cooperation within the artificial mysteries. I'll release the treasure-hunting rats to find the heavenly treasures, while you're in charge of the battle. After all, when the time comes, we'll be up against more than just guardian beasts and whatnot, while dealing with the snatch from the sophomores. Shenlin was right, in a closed space like the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm where outsiders could not intervene, it also meant that there were no rules. And at that time, first-year students are often at a disadvantage. This has resulted in first-year students from previous years seeking to work together. Chen Fei pondered for a moment. Of course there's no problem with cooperation, but the problem is that it won't be easy to find each other if we're spread out in the middle of the secret realm, right? That's natural. Shenlin did not deny it. Instead, he saw him summon the fragrant fox beast in the next second. But don't forget that my scented fox beast is a scent-based existence. As long as you carry my specially made scented pouch, within 10 miles, my scented fox beasts will be able to sense it. Chen Fei had forgotten that Shenlin still had such an auxiliary fellow in existence, and now it seemed to have played a big role. Chen Fei's thoughts also used this to open up. Wow, go on, I forgot about the wonderful use of compulsion. He carried out 2 heads of parasites, and they were second-generation parasites hatched by Xiaogu himself. Only then was it closest to Xiaogu's bloodline and had a stronger sensing ability. And then handed 1 head to Shenlin and Tang Jian. You guys keep this compulsion, as long as it's not too far away from me and nothing else interferes, you'll be able to sense it. Shenlin's eyes brightened slightly. This is good. I'm afraid that when I go in, the odor will be disturbed. Now with the extra compulsion, it's double insurance. Next it was time to eat and agree on the details. That's right Shenlin, you're familiar with Imperial City, where are the places to earn spirit stones quickly? Shenlin was not at all surprised that Chen Fei would come up with this idea. With all the sick parasites he's raising, he must not drop money on them. Chen Fei was indeed short of spirit stones, firstly to purchase heavenly materials and treasures, and secondly for the resting soil space. That's totally a big gold-swallowing beast, but an investment now that will definitely pay off big in the future. A more compliant one would be a gambling ring, but only if someone bets with you. Chen Fei shook his head and dismissed this option. Is there anything else? Shenlin was a bit hesitant, not knowing whether to say it or not. Say what you have to say, don't swallow. Then I'll say it ha. Shenlin he first opened the cell phone interface. Look for yourself, the largest ore store in Imperial City. Ores from all over the country were collected. These are take no prisoners ores and are not opened easily. Some ores have ancient demon beast eggs in them, some are heavenly treasures, some are ancient objects, and some are corpses. Of course, there are some that are cut open and there's nothing there. So, an activity was born at this time. Gambling on stones. Spending a certain amount of spirit stones, and then obtaining the qualification to open a mine from the seller, and what was obtained, all belonged to the buyer. This store is the most reputable gambling store in Imperial City, and I haven't heard of this matter of someone industrializing a mine. Some black-hearted stores would first take out the inside of the spirit ore and pass it off as good, and then use special means to restore the spirit ore, and this kind of ore would be known as man-made ore. That's why the water in the business of gambling on stones is so deep. Chen Fei was a little confused. Don't you have a treasure hunting mouse? It's only logical that you can find good things, right? Chapter 93, the show begins. Shenlin let out a bitter smile. I tried it long ago, it doesn't work. Treasure hunting rats are finding heavenly treasures in the mountain wilderness for miles around. But there are good things in every spirit mine here, and it will just drool in front of each one, making it hard to find the best one. If not, Shenlin would have gone to take advantage of it. Chen Fei thought for a moment. The treasure hunting mouse didn't work, so he wondered if the dark cloud would work. Let's go, there's no harm in checking it out, there might even be something to be gained. The 3 of them were all action-oriented, and they made their way to the gambling casino, only to find that they didn't even have a place to lay their heads. This place is overcrowded every day. Shenlin lamented. Chen Fei and Tang Jian didn't find it strange. Gambling, it's addictive. Once you've opened something good once, you look forward to the second and third time, and then you get more and more addicted. Chen Fei didn't strike right away, but instead hugged the dark clouds and walked around for a bit. Manager Zhaoyu stood on the stage and shouted a few times, everyone, a total of 3,680 pieces of spirit ore arrived today, first come first served Also, no one has still touched these 10 pieces of town shop spirit ore. I wonder if someone can give us a long look today. The town store spirit mine? Chen Fei looked towards Shenlin, and the other party pointed to the 2-meter-tall spirit mine behind Zhaoyu and explained.
It's those 10 large spirit mines, each with strong aura fluctuations, priced at 10 million top-grade spirit stones. Its high price has quelled the vast majority of people. On top of that, it's still because of its poor stability. Someone once opened an SS-ranked beast pet egg from it. 10 million upper-grade spirit stones could never buy a SS-grade beast, a big profit. Of course, there were also people who only opened a few Xianling grasses and lost money to their grandmothers. So much so that these big spirit mines are generally not touched by people. Both expressed understanding, gambling stone, gambling is not its uncertainty. Meow, several of those boulders are filled with purple aura. Before Chen Fei could ask Wu Yun spoke first on his own. It seems that this town store spirit mine is indeed something. But 10 million top-grade spirit stones and 100 million middle-grade spirit stones is really a lot. The current Chen Fei couldn't get so many spirit stones, so it was better to start with small ores first. Meow, this one has most of the blue chi and only some of the purple. At the prompting of the dark clouds, Chen Fei noticed a monstrous piece of ore. Not big, presenting an L shape, uneven, at a glance is not a hidden goods. People who have seen it all shook their heads and gave up. Asking price, 2 million medium-grade spirit stones. The selling price was also several $100,000 lower compared to other spirit mines because of the poor selling quality. Chen Fei didn't immediately get his hands on it, but instead looked to see if the holy cannon was recognizable. The results were obvious, no. It was blocked by rock formations, revealing no useful information. Watching Chen Fei keep staring at this piece, Shenlin couldn't help but wonder, you don't want to buy this piece, do you? Take my word for it, this sells so poorly it opens up, and even if there is something there, it's not very big. Chen Fei didn't listen and retorted, heavenly material treasures aren't measured in terms of greatness, but rather quality. Quantity without quality, and more is nothing. After saying that, Chen Fei picked up this piece of ore while asking Tang Jian to pick up the one next to it as well. That one was even smaller, but had a regular shape and was of a very correct color, and was priced at 1.6 million medium-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei is just using this piece as a front. It couldn't be that all the ores opened up good things, that shopkeeper would never continue to sell him ores. Watching the two men carry the ore to the open stone, the others made way. Yo, still a fledgling, picking the two ugliest spirit mines. What do you know, look at this face, obviously still a student, not much big money, that's why I came here to wrestle a little. No, you've all got it wrong, this is the favorite to win this year's 100 Cities competition, a very powerful bug cultivator, where's the kryptonite big brother? Oh ho, bug cultivator, interesting, big brother, these two spirit mines aren't enough, right? A few more. People who crowd the quarry don't necessarily want to gamble, sometimes it's fun to watch others open stones. It's just like opening a blind box, no one knows what's inside, and it fully satisfies the desire to explore. Chen Fei managed to squeeze through the crowd, I want to open these two spirit mines. The mine cutter looked at it, together with the cutting labor fee, it's a total of 3.7 million medium-grade spirit stones, payment first before the stone can be opened. Chen Fei directly gave out spirit stones without batting an eye. The money was won from the stakes anyway. But in the eyes of the audience, the more it sits, the more it becomes known as Krypton's big brother. The little one cuts this one first. At Chen Fei's command, the mine cutter instructed his demonic beast, the knife ghost mantis, to make his move. The knife ghost mantis utilized its two-handed blade to quickly cut through the rocky skin of the spirit mine. Jade-like minerals appeared after the epidermis was cut. Blade ghost mantis continued to do so until the layer of jade was emptied cleanly. A walnut-sized kernel was revealed at this point. The mine cutter handed it to Chen Fei, who opened it himself. The others either came over or stood on tiptoe just to see what was inside. Chen Fei gently opened it, revealing what was inside. It was a bead-like object, crystal clear and glowing blue-white. The crowd took a look and shook their heads. It's not a moonlight bead, possessing a faint light element in it, it's not too useful. That's only a little over 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones all told, it's a loss. Still too young to understand the essence of stone gambling. Shenlin and Tang Jian also brought a few moments of pity, such a good skin, and the result was opened with this. Sure enough, you never know what's inside until you cut it open. Cut the second piece. The crowd looked at the monstrous spirit mine and did not look at it favorably. On the contrary, Chen Fei is full of confidence, the good show begins. Chapter 94-9 Heavenly Wisdom Willow. Sword Ghost Mantis still chipped away at the skin first, only to find that only one part of the inside was jadeized, while the other part was just plain rock.
cut right through the rock layers and continue cutting through the jade. This time, it was nothing like earlier. The jade object had just been chipped halfway when the crowd sensed the aura of thunder and lightning. Possessing the thunder and lightning attribute, I'm afraid the item this time is not simple. The lad's lucky to get a good deal on the second one. I've seen this spirit mine a long time ago. I always thought it wouldn't produce anything. I didn't expect to look away. As the final cut fell, the contents revealed their true colors. It was a piece of deadwood that looked charred and black. Judging by the lines on the body, it looked more like it had been struck by lightning. Everyone was a little dumbfounded. I thought it was some kind of lightning attribute spirit treasure, but I didn't realize it was just a branch that was struck by lightning. I told you, this monstrous rock doesn't ship. Losing both of them, it looks like this young man is not very lucky. It's a wind direction that shifts rather quickly. Chen Fei picked it up and observed it for a moment. The purple chi that Wu Yun was talking about shouldn't be simple. Suddenly, he found a glimpse of a well-hidden chute where the deadwood had split. The information about this deadwood finally appeared before his eyes. 9 days to Gautama Ryu in Nirvana. Attributes: Elemental, Life, Yin-Yang, Auxiliary. Qualification: SS. Potential: expected to be promoted to Immortal Plant. Remarks: this willow had encountered a thunderbolt, and then, unable to defeat the thunderbolt, preserved its own vitality in this withered wood. After countless years, sprouting again. To encounter a thunder tribulation, wouldn't that be an existence that was about to ascend? Unfortunately, it didn't hold up and had to start over. Could it get back to the top if you nurtured it yourself? Thinking of this, Chen Fei directly put the deadwood into the resting soil space. After all, it's 2 million mid-grade spirit stones. Take it back as a pendant. Everyone else kind of admired Chen Fei's optimism. Yes, don't be discouraged, young man. Think of it as spending money to learn a lesson. Big brother still open it? The so-called no is good. Maybe you can open something good in the next one. Chen Fei let out a laugh. Must open. I'm not going back until I open a good one today. Manager Zhao Yu also saw the atmosphere over here. Not only did he not ruin it, instead he gave some drinks to Chen Fei's few people and told them to eat and drink well and open more stones. He loves it when such wealthy white guys come to gamble on stones. What they didn't know was that Chen Fei had gotten a bit of a sweet tooth and was even more impatient than they were. Meow, this one has a faint orange-red glow. And the orange-red glow? Dark cloud. How many colors are there in the chi you observe, and what do they represent? Dark Cloud couldn't say much about that. After all, it could only figure out such things on its own. Meow, the chi I can see is roughly divided into gray, green, blue, orange, red, and purple. Gray chi, I only see it in ordinary people. None of them have the sentinel talent. The purple color is the most qualified. Currently the people who can see purple chi, one is you, one is Tuoba Ziyuan, and the others, what with Jiang Yi and Nangong Xingchen, are all just orange-red. According to the ordering of the dark clouds, the first spirit or that had just been cut off was green. The moonlight beads that are opened are just average. As for the deadwood, it naturally didn't have much potential, but after all, it was left by the 5th level 9th rank, so it belonged to the blue gas. That one shoot, on the other hand, was the newborn of the 9 heavens enlightenment willow, which possessed infinite potential and was worthy of purple chi. Meow, by the way, there's another kind of chi, in black color. I've only seen it on headless angels. I don't know what it represents. Dark clouds do not know. Chen Fei is even more unlikely to know, can only wait for the future to understand. You said this oval spirit or is orange-red, right? Then take it first. Afterwards, Chen Fei asked Tang Jian and Shen Lin, one of them to hold one at random, and he would pay for it. It's easier to cover your tracks by alternating between the real and the imaginary in this way. Tang Jian embraced a green chi spirit mine, opened out for the purple haze stone, can absorb the heaven and earth chi, and then turned into spiritual liquid for cultivation. It was only that this transformation rate was extremely slow, and it was not as good as directly using spirit stones to cultivate. Shin Lin's for the blue gas spirit mine, open the shark teardrops, can be used for treatment and other uses. The price is about 3 million middle grade spirit stones, earn some sum. In the eyes of others, though, the 4 so far are still a loss and won't attract much attention. Cut this one for me too. The crowd saw Chen Fei come holding an oval-shaped spirit ore, whose shape resembled an egg. But often the more egg like the spirit mine, the less eggs it opens. This one costs 3.2 million medium-grade spirit stones. This young man is really rich. Can you not be rich, opening 5 in one breath, so trenchant? If this one doesn't have any more goodies, he's going to lose his ass. Chen Fei laughed in his heart. It was impossible to lose money. The 9 heavenly enlightenment willow alone is worth 1 SS demon beast egg, earning a fortune. With the knife ghost mantis after peeling, orange-red gas spirit ore will also reveal its true colors. Chapter 95 Earth Emperor's Green Flame. Halfway through the chipping, a strong scent of flames came out. It drew the attention of someone at the gambling place. Zhao Yu also rushed over right away before commanding, "Close the space of the gambling arena and don't let this flame escape," while inviting in the demonic flame fire dragon. Powerful flames possessed a certain degree of spiritual intelligence, and if there was no relative control means, it would be easy to let them escape, which was a scene that no one wanted to see. The Devil Flame Fire Dragon and the Xian Ice Phoenix, which were the 5th-level shopkeeping beasts of the gambling casino, could also suppress the flames and ice crystals that were opened at any time. Knife Ghost Mantis also became cautious, slashing more lightly than ever, afraid of not paying attention and being injured by the flames. Before the last few cuts could be made, the green flames burned the jade object to a crisp, and then it lifted straight up into the air, ready to leave. Only the owner of this place had long ago invited someone to place a spatial confinement, where it was so easy to escape. The demonic flame fire dragon then detained the flames as soon as it could. However, this flame was not willing to be captured, and gathered a large amount of fire element from the air before exploding out in one fell swoop. In an instant, greenish-green flames filled the entire gambling arena, and those tables, chairs, benches, and whatnot directly burned clean. Only the crowd and the spirit mine were unharmed as they were protected under the fire shield by the demonic flame fire dragon. But the scorching heat made everyone's sweat pour out, and they avoided it again and again. The fact that a newborn flame could freeze for so long with a rank 5 beast was enough to prove how powerful it was. It was also fortunate that it was a newborn flame that hadn't really grown up yet and had no power after it, or else the consequences would have been severe. The huge flames became smaller and smaller until they finally turned into green-colored fire, controlled by the demonic flame fire dragon in the heart of its claws. Zhao Yu's voice came along with it. "Congratulations to this customer for opening the top-quality goods. If I am not mistaken about the fire, this fire should be the Earth Emperor's green fire." A flame condensed from the corpse of the Earth Emperor fired Qilin. Above the beast fire and below the exotic fire, it is between the 3rd and 4th levels. Of course, if there are other flames to feed on subsequently, it's not unlikely that one will be promoted to a foreign flame. Zhao Yu hadn't read it wrong, and it was roughly similar to the description of the killing sacred cannon. The people at the scene were all surprised. It's actually the Earth Emperor's green flame. This thing is something. The foreign fire is the same price as a SS-ranked beast pet. And a beast fire between level 3 and level 4, that is, between an S-rank and SS beast pet, is worth at least 6 to 7 million top-grade spirit stones. 3.2 million mid-grade spirit stones open for 7 million top-grade spirit stones, a direct 20-something-fold increase. Not only is this one a Kryptonian bigot, but he's also a European bigot. The vast majority of people cast envious glances. The feeling of opening the top-grade goods in 5 spirit mines was too good. What was lost was all gained back in this moment. Zhao Yu's voice came again. "This little brother, our subterranean dragon spirit mining shop is sincerely accepting this fire seed with an offer of 8 million upper-grade spirit stones. Or you can store it at our subterranean chamber of commerce headquarters and auction it off with tomorrow's shipment. Of course, you can choose to save it yourself." The subterranean chamber of commerce was one of the largest chambers in the country, and its scale was far above Jiangnan's evergreen chamber of commerce. Earth Emperor Green Flame was certainly good, but that was exclusive to fire demonic beasts, and Chen Fei could not use any of these 3 beasts at the moment. Besides, how could it be that simple to feed a beast fire into an alien fire? For Chen Fei, it was even more of a struggle. Without much hesitation, Chen Fei directly spoke, "Then exchange 8 million top-grade spirit stones." With 8 million top-grade spirit stones, Chen Fei would have enough capital to continue mining. Zhao Yu was overjoyed. All right, little brother is quick. I'll immediately send someone to prepare the spirit stones." When it came to the auction house, this Earth Emperor Green Flame was likely to fetch 10 million upper-grade spirit stones, so of course Zhao Yu was happy. However, he heard Chen Fei waved his hand. "There's no hurry, manager, I have to continue looking at the stones. The money for the next stone opening will be deducted from it." Zhao Yu was even more delighted. "That's certainly no problem, go ahead." Hearing Chen Fei's words, Tang Jian and Shen Lin both came over. "Chen Fei, take it for what it's worth. These 8 million top-grade spirit stones are enough for you to use for a long time." "That's right, 9 out of 10 bets on a stone are lost. Winning for a moment doesn't mean you can win for a lifetime." Chen Fei knew the good intentions of the two and patted their shoulders. Don't worry, I know what's in my heart. When have you guys ever seen me do something I'm not sure of? He winked purposefully toward the two. Shenlin immediately understood, you mean? Before he could say anything, Tang Jian covered his mouth with one hand. Chen Fei also made a silent gesture. Don't be shocked, just bury it in your heart, no need to say it. Shenlin nodded heavily, with a lot of shock still hidden in his eyes. Alright, keep looking at the stone. This time, Chen Fei directly jumped away from the small spirit mines, and the goodies were almost emptied by Chen Fei. His eyes, fixed on the medium-sized spirit mines, each of which was more than a meter tall and sold in the range of 1 million top-grade spirit stones to 2 million top-grade spirit stones, which could not be played with by the average person. If it wasn't for the 8 million top-grade spirit stones from the Earth Emperor's green flame, Chen Fei wouldn't have dared to set his sights on this place. Interesting, this big brother seems to be making a move towards medium-sized spirit mines. I'd like to see what other good things can be opened from a medium-sized spirit mine. Chen Fei strolled around with Wu Yun in his arms. How is it, Wu Yun? Are there any more top-quality goods? Dark Cloud nodded. Meow, there are a few orange-red chi and one light purple chi. That's good. There's purple gas again, so that can be something to look forward to. Chen Fei didn't go straight to that spirit ore, but rather turned around 7 times and touched it for a long time before arriving beside this spirit ore. Ready to be picked up along with the other one next to it. Right at this moment, a rough voice came out. Wait, I also have my eye on this spirit mine. Chapter 96 Spirit Mine Gambling. The crowd looked around at the sound of a slightly built man in his 30s. The body was dressed in expensive things, the kind that were trenchant at a glance. Only his face was a little pale, obviously a sign of overindulgence. If it isn't Yuan Kong of the Yuan clan. I didn't expect him to come over today. This is the real big man. Chen Fei and Tang Jian came a little closer to Shenlin. What's this one's origin? The surprise in Shenlin's eyes hadn't completely faded, and now it reappeared. This is the young proprietor of the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce, and there is naturally a competitive relationship with the Subterranean Dragon Chamber of Commerce. That's why both sides often send people to each other's gambling casinos to get something going. I didn't expect Yuan Kong himself to come over today. Yuan Kong's purpose was simple, digging out the top quality goods from this store, then the remaining spirit mines, naturally, would be ruined. The other side can only get a new batch of goods in right away, or I'm afraid I'll have to close down in the next few days. The moment Zhao Yu saw Yuan Kong, his face directly darkened, but he couldn't kick him out. He was just the manager, not the proprietor of the Subterranean Chamber of Commerce. This little brother, how about letting me have this spirit mine? As soon as Yuan Kong arrived, he set his eyes on the spirit mine at Chen Fei's feet. If it was other spirit mines, then it didn't matter to Chen Fei and it wouldn't hurt to give way. But this piece has a faint purple aura. Even if it is not as good as the 9 Heavenly Enlightenment Willow, it will not be too much worse. There's no way to let anything be said. Sorry, can't make it. Chen Fei shouldered the spirit ore and prepared to go and open the stone. Yuan Kong also froze for a moment. There was even someone talking to him like that? He asked unexpectedly, you don't know who I am? Chen Fei shook his head. I'm here to gamble on stones, and I'm not interested in who you are. Yuan Kong scared twice. Interesting, really interesting. I ran into something new when I went out today. Since we're all stone gamblers, I'm not going to bully anyone. Zhao Yu, when two people look at a stone at the same time, what should they do? Zhao Yu originally didn't want to pay any attention to Yuan Kong, but now that he was named, he had no choice but to come forward. There is a rule in the quarry that when two people have their eyes on a stone at the same time and are not humble to each other, the ownership of the stone can be decided in the form of a betting fight. A capitalized speechlessness appeared on Chen Fei's face. How is it that there is talk of gambling fights everywhere in this imperial city? Not being able to fight in public, though, betting on fights does become the best solution. Unlike last time, the gambling fight at the stone quarry was, of course, based on spirit mines. Each person picks 3 spirit mines of the same level each. Whoever opens the stone to harvest more in total wins. Moreover, the 3 spirit mine harvests involved in the betting match would ultimately go to the winner. How about it, do you dare to have a betting match with me? Yuan Kong stared at Chen Fei with a smirk. He really hoped that the other party would be able to follow. After all, there were not many people who dared to gamble with him anymore. Chen Fei sighed. It seemed like there was no escape. Since there was no way to avoid it, it would be better to have a fight. Then let's bet. Yuan Kong clapped his hands excitedly. Good. It seems that I've come to the right place today. I haven't even gambled with anyone for most of the year. Then Zhao Yu, I'll ask you to be a witness in this one.
Zhao Yu helplessly took over. Alright then, for this one, the medium-sized spirit mine will be used as the betting grade of the stone.
You have 10 minutes to pick your spirit ore.
After 10 minutes, no more spirit mines may be changed.
The betting will now begin.
As Zhao Yu's words fell, an imperial beast, the Narayan guinea pig, jumped out from Yu Wenkong's arms. A guinea pig-like mold, not very large, with a rock-like dorsal fin growing on its back.
As suspected, this beast possesses the rock and magnetic field systems.
It has a special skill, magnetic field probing. It can transmit a magnetic field to the Earth, and from the feedback of the magnetic field, it can obtain the approximate location of the celestial treasures.
Nowadays, the same magnetic field could be utilized to probe what was in the spirit mine, and then feedback the mold, size, shape, etc., and then let the Imperial Beast Master judge what was in it. That's why the knowledge base of the Imperial Beast Master is also quite a crucial part of the process. This Song Rock guinea pig was the first time Yu Wenkong had brought it over, causing the subterranean spirit mining store to not have a prohibition in this regard. After knowing the abilities of the Song Rock guinea pig, Chen Fei did not pay much attention to it.
It's not bad at all, and it's already considered over the top within the stakes field. But not as much as a treasure hunting mouse, much less a dark cloud. The 3 spirit ores were quickly selected, and the 2 men had them transported to the cutting table respectively.
You first or me first?
Yu Wenkong remained cheerful.
Seeing as you're so sure of yourself, you first then. Chen Fei was afraid that if he started first, the other party would be intimidated.
The customers all gathered around to watch the show. In their eyes, spirit mine gambling could be more interesting than Imperial Beast battles. The only one who became the busiest of all was the Knife Ghost Mantis, a lifelong cowboy and horseman. The first spirit mine quickly revealed itself to be a beast pet egg. Based on the shape, energy, and amount of feedback from the sounding rock guinea pig, Yu Wenkong locked onto the spirit mine at the first opportunity.
Because it's not just one, it's a litter.
S-Class Star Devouring Rock Armor Beast pet eggs, 5 of them, worth 6 million upper-grade spirit stones. As Zhao Yu announced its value, the audience couldn't help but gasp in surprise.
Worthy of Yu Wenkong, the door is open.
I'm afraid that if this trend continues, one will be more powerful than the other.
I wonder if that little brother can hold his own. Chapter 97. Did Dark Cloud look away? Under the attention of the crowd, the second spirit mine took shape.
Before it was even fully opened, an icy cold aura swept through the entire spirit mining field. Some people tightened their clothing, still feeling the cold, and then began to shiver.
Zhao Yu hurriedly ordered down, "It's an ice crystal type spirit, quickly take the relative measures."
First it was beast fire, now it was ice crystal, and today's gambling stone field was quite lively. Subsequently, a pink ice crystal broke through the jade object, and like the Earth Emperor's green flame, it chose to break through the air. It was only a pity that it ended up in the same way as the Earth Emperor's green flame. This time, Zhao Yu failed to recognize this ice crystal and could only call in the spiritual treasure research master in the spirit mining store Kong Simiao. "This object is rather special. If I haven't seen it before, it should be the corpse of a cold soul ice shark in the ocean, which gradually formed ice crystals after years of evolution. For unknown reasons, this ice crystal came to land and was in a special and cold environment. It finally sucked up all the icy cold power there before it slowly formed into its current form.
It should be an unrecorded ice crystal, one step away from foreign ice."
The crowd smacked their lips at these words. Close to the existence of foreign ice, which means it's worth at least 10 million top-grade spirit stones.
Cow, 2 in a row have opened the door wide. Is this the strength of Yu Wenkong? There's a third one. I wonder if it'll be more exciting.
The crowd looked at the third one and realized that when it was cut, it was 2 ivory tusks. The ivory was covered with densely packed Tang Yun patterns, which looked exquisite and incomparable, and there was a faint blue light flowing from it. Kong Simiao was the first to come around, and her entire body was about to plop down. The excited look was like an alcoholic smelling a year's worth of rare wine.
Good.
This is the ivory tusk of the Tang Yun mammoth, the ancient level 5 demon king. Of great historical and research interest. Not only that, before it died, it injected its own energy, comprehension and whatnot into the ivory, which is the heritage of their clan. That is to say, the person who obtains this ivory is perfectly capable of allowing his or her imperial beast to learn some of the Tang Yun mammoth's skills from it in its lifetime. Other than that, at least this ivory exists the art of multiplication, otherwise it can't be 4 or 5 meters long ivory, and now it's less than 1 meter. Of course, having the right attributes to learn it is a waste otherwise. The skills of an ancient level 5 demon king, that was definitely a rarity.
Its rarity was not even weaker than the pink ice crystal just now. Final offer, 12 million top-grade spirit stones.
Yuan Kong's 3 spirit mines yielded a total of 28 million top-grade spirit stones. Tisk, TSK, for million top-grade spirit stones opening 28 million top-grade spirit stones, this money is too good. It's true that it's good money, but it depends on the person, and not everyone has that. Now it's up to that little brother to see if his total amount of spirit mines can surpass Yuan Kong's.
I'm afraid that's difficult. UQ Khan has 3 openings and 3 centers, and that little brother doesn't have that ability yet. This time, all the pressure was undoubtedly given to Chen Fei.
No one looked at him favorably, even Xinlin and Tang Jian were sweating for him. Although he knew that Chen Fei also had a cheater, he just didn't know if this level of cheating could surpass Yuan Kong.
Open up.
Only Chen Fei himself believed in himself. No, I should say he believes in dark clouds.
Yuan Kong's spirit mine hadn't even been cut out completely, and the aura had already begun to gush out.
But all of Chen Fei's spirit mines only had a thin layer of jade material left, and there still wasn't much aura surging.
Most likely, waste mines. Xinlin anxiously pulled up a handful of hair and whispered, "Didn't Chen Fei say he had a solution? What's going on now?"
Tang Jian shook his head helplessly. "I don't know, I haven't been in contact with Chen Fei for very long. Just know that this guy is a dog and loves to hide his bottom." "So what you're saying is that he still has his cards?"
"Read on to find out."
The jade object was finally cut, and it was different from everything in the past, as people directly opened beast pet eggs, either as heavenly treasures. And Chen Fei directly opened a superb spirit stone. And there were no special patterns on the surface of the extremely high-grade spirit stone, not like a formation disc or inheritance or anything like that. Yuan Kong directly laughed out loud. Interesting, a spirit mine worth 1 million top-grade spirit stones, and as a result, you hardened a very high-grade spirit stone.
This isn't supposed to be a comfort food, is it? Ha ha ha.
The others also looked at each other in disbelief. This kind of spirit ore was indeed quite rare, and they did not expect it to be encountered by Chen Fei.
It's very much like you don't open anything and then you're given a consolation prize. This little brother's luck is too bad. How could he even meet this? Even if something else opens up, it's better than this. It's a shame. This spirit ore is a bust. There are still 2 left. It's a bit hard for little brother to win against Yuan Kong.
Chen Fei scratched his head. The orange-red chi spirit mine the Dark Cloud had picked should not be so simple. He believed that the Dark Clouds, in all likelihood, hid something inside. Thinking of this, Chen Fei directly shattered the extreme spirit stone to see if there was anything else. It was a pity that Chen Fei still couldn't find anything special after rummaging through it for half a day.
Could it be that Dark Cloud had really looked away? Chapter 98, Ask Mr. Kohn to estimate the price again.
The extremely high-grade spirit stone with nothing in it caused Chen Fei to fall into self-doubt. When others saw Chen Fei like this, they thought that his confidence had been shattered.
A few TSK tisks expressed pity. Even Tang Jian and Xinlin didn't know where to take comfort.
Suddenly, Xiao Gu's voice came from Chen Fei's mind. "Chen Fei, I've sensed the insect race's aura."
"Are you sure?"
Chen Fei's mind, which had just sunk, immediately became active again. "That's right, we bugs all have special smells amongst ourselves, except this one I've never smelled before."
With Xiao Gu's affirmation, Chen Fei quickly acted.
"We'll just cut relatively large pieces of spirit or rock skin, one by one to pick up and observe, not let the knife ghost mantis to cut a few more cuts." This moment of Chen Fei was a sign of struggle in Yuan Kong's eyes, which made Yuan Kong feel a bit bored. What he wished for more was for Chen Fei to have the strength to confront him a bit. The feeling of being a chess rival was only comfortable, not a crushing game. "Don't waste your time, nothing good can be opened inside those little lumps." Being uninterested, Yuan Kong naturally wanted to end it early. As a result, one could hear Chen Fei suddenly call out, "Finally!" Everyone else followed Chen Fei's words and realized that he was holding a piece of amber that was only the size of a pistachio. When Kong Simiao saw the amber in Chen Fei's hand, he surrounded him at the first time. He was good at this and was most interested in this kind of thing. He held up the amber while he looked into the light. Inside were 3 insect-like creatures, only the size of an ordinary mosquito, but built more like dragonflies. The entire body is made up of ice crystals and has a translucent light blue color. Soon after, Kong Simiao's surprised voice came out. "This is a 3-turn frost demon compass from before the ancient times." The crowd all looked puzzled. They had not heard of this name. "Elder Kong, what is so powerful about this 3-turn frost demon compass?"
"That's a lot." Kong Simiao organized his words before speaking eloquently.
The 3 revolutions of the 3rd revolution's frost demon compass isn't taken just because it sounds good. Rather, it possesses the ability to metamorphose 3 times itself. They are conditioned for metamorphosis, which is easier than evolution.
And on the 3rd metamorphosis, it could reach at least SS rank.
The 3-headed parasite in this amber is already at S rank, which means it has at least one more chance to metamorphose. Hiss. After Kong Simya finished speaking, a sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard. In other words, all 3 of these parasites have a chance to be upgraded to SS grade qualifications. Wow, go on, then this is much more precious than an S-rank beast pet egg. That's right, the beast pet egg must first hatch first, it's nothing if it doesn't. At this time, Yuan Kong interjected, are you guys thinking less about one issue? These parasites have existed in the middle of amber for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, and they're still alive? The crowd sniffed and calmed down afterward. That's right. Amber doesn't form in a day or two, and I'm afraid that those 3rd-turn frost demon compasses would have died through and through long ago. No, they are all still alive. Chen Fei's affirmative tone came out. The crowd looked over to hear what he would explain.
Chen Fei took the amber that Kong Simya handed over.
It is well known that amber is generally a compound made from the resin of the pine plant, which condenses over years of burial in the ground. Generally speaking, there are no living things in amber. But there are some possibilities that exist, such as someone purposely sealing certain beings into it. Or a being crawls in on its own and seals itself. But even so, very few beings have been able to survive such a long history. Like the ruler jade, it's too rare. Chen Fei continued, in addition to the characteristics of the 3rd-turn frost demon compass, there is another characteristic. When they encounter a natural enemy, they choose to seal themselves, sealing their breath and sealing their life. So this amber's 3-turn frost demon compasses could very well have crawled in on their own, and if that's the case, then there's still a possibility of them surviving. Kong Simyo had studied it for most of his life, but the 3rd-turning frost demon compass was too far away from now, and much of the information had been buried in the long river of history.
So there was something he wasn't sure about, and he vainly asked for advice. According to you, what would it take to wake them up? Chen Fei let out a light laugh, simple. And then he looked at Yuan Kong, can I borrow that pink ice crystal?
Yuan Kong waved his hand, feel free. He also wanted to see what Chen Fei could get up to.
Chen Fei simply brought the amber close to the pink ice crystal while remaining still. 1 minute over. The parasites in the middle of the amber began to move.
Chen Fei gave an explanation at the right time. The 3rd-turning frost demon compass is most fond of icy cold environments, and those ice crystals with special attributes are even more beloved. When they had sealed themselves, the only way left, other than waking up on their own, was to use the ice crystals to attract them. That's why I'm bothering Manager Zhao to help tackle them.
Good point. Zhao, you promised.
Shortly after, 2 3rd-turn frost demon compasses drilled out from amongst the amber, and then flew straight towards the pink ice crystal next to them. Only before they could pounce, they were tackled and locked in the middle of the crystal box.
Chen Fei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally a good result. Now please ask Elder Khan to estimate the price again. How much is the level 3, 2nd order wild 3rd-turn frost demon compass worth? Chapter 99, I'm going to open a town store spirit mine.
Faced with Chen Fei's questions, Kong Simya straightened them out one by one. A parasite that has already reached the 3rd level and 2nd rank is naturally more expensive than a beast pet egg that hasn't hatched out yet. Coupled with the fact that these 3rd-turn frost demon compasses still had 1 metamorphosis left, they had defeated many S-class beasts. So a head of parasites is worth more than 3.5 million top-grade spirit stones. Plus the remaining research value of this already dead parasite. Quotable, 8 million top-grade spirit stones. Chen Fei opening his stone is really a twist. But it's a good thing he insisted, or he really would have missed the amber. Who knew it wasn't among the jade stuff, but in the rocky epidermis? In other words, for the first spirit mine, Chen Fei was slightly better.
Interesting.
Yuan Kong took out a stool carved from a dragon bone from his space ring and sat down while stroking the guinea pig's head. Quite interestedly, he looked at Chen Fei's other 2 spirit mines.
The second one wasn't as convoluted and quickly opened up a gourd. The gourd contained the true Phoenix Nirvana liquid. The essence left behind when the water attribute Phoenix Nirvana was definitely a crucial spiritual item for S-class bird demonic beasts. Final offer, 9 million top-grade spirit stones. So far, it won Yuan Kong 1 million top-grade spirit stones. It's all about the last spirit mine.
This one, on the other hand, was the one with the most obvious orange-red aura among the medium-sized spirit mines. As the knife ghost mantis sliced and dissected, a mighty pressure roared out, shaking the crowd backward and shocking Yu Kong to the point where he almost didn't sit still. The shock caused both the demonic flame fire dragon and the Xian ice phoenix to be unable to take off into the air and only landed on the ground. They actually felt the suppression from their bloodline in it. How terrifying a demonic beast would it have to have such a suppressive power? Wow, go on, what is this thing? I've never felt such a strong killing chance in my life. This kind of fury, it's almost condensed into substance, isn't it? You guys, the sword ghost mantis hasn't even made a move yet, and that layer of jade is slowly being torn apart. Before the crowd could react, two beast teeth flew out of them, while releasing monstrous fury, terrifyingly incomparable. This is the saber teeth of the ancient thunderjacking saber-toothed tiger. Kong Si Miao's shocked voice immediately spread throughout the scene. What ensued was that everyone's jaws were about to drop to the floor, struggling to believe what they were hearing. This was because this thunderjack saber-toothed tiger was not an ordinary demonic beast, but rather an existence with SSS grade qualifications. The lightning it had mastered was not ordinary lightning, but a true lightning of heavenly punishment. The weakest was at a level like 9 heavenly thunder. The moment the two saber teeth were suspended in midair, coalescing a faint shadow of a robber thunder saber-toothed tiger. And this shadowy figure was facing the dark clouds in Chen Fei's arms. It seemed to travel through time and space to come to grips with the dark clouds. The dark clouds loomed large. In its eyes, the saber-toothed tiger in front of it was nothing more than a piece of chi, not much of a threat. Who knew that the thunderjacking saber-toothed tiger let out a hiss and rushed all of its baleful energy towards the dark clouds? Even Chen Fei was affected by the waves. The entire person's face turned pale and fell back a few steps. The dark cloud was also enraged, a headless angel more terrifying than this it dared to look at, let alone a pair of dead things. It utilized the purple aura condensed by its heavy pupils and glared back fiercely. In an instant, the vapors dimmed by a few moments. Fortunately, the other party was only a dead thing, otherwise even if Dark Cloud had heavy pupils it wouldn't necessarily work. Roar! The silhouette roared towards the sky, and then slowly faded away, leaving only the two saber teeth suspended in front of the Dark Cloud. Usually this kind of performance is meant to be a sign of approval. It seems that little brother's cat demon is not simple. Kong Si Miao was the first to react. How said the oldest being in here, used to seeing big scenes. Kong Si Miao didn't bother to delve into the secrets of the dark clouds, and turned to say in a loud voice, the saber teeth of the robbing thunder saber-toothed tiger can be used for the evolution of cat-type and tiger-type demonic beasts. Due to the fact that it was a rare SSS-class demonic beast in its own right, it had great potential for excavation. It would have been worth at least 20 million upper-grade spirit stones, but since it had just been recognized, those who used it subsequently would encounter quite a bit of trouble, so it would drop a certain price. Even so, it's still worth 15 million top-grade spirit stones. Zhao Yu picked up on Kong Si Miao's words. Since Elder Kong has already made an offer, then this little brother's 3 spirit ores add up to a total of 32 million upper-grade spirit stones. This little brother wins. This statement was met with sighs of relief. Yuan Kang is already so powerful, and in the end he even lost. Gambling stones really are the most immeasurable things. One can only say that this little brother's luck is too unbelievable. While the crowd was heatedly discussing, Yuan Kang clapped his hands. Good, 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 today is very interesting. There are not many people who can make me, Yuan Kang, lose, and you, little brother, are one of them. Since it's a betting match, then these 3 items and this 1 spirit mine belong to you. Yuan Kang did not get furious because he lost the betting match. Instead, he held admiration for Chen Fei. Being able to become the young proprietor of the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce is no cutie pie. A black cat that can make even the robbing thunder saber-toothed tiger recognize it, is not a thing of the pool. And how could Chen Fei, who was the owner of the black cat, be as simple as it seemed on the surface? This kind of person can make good friends. Who wants to make enemies, that is asking for trouble. Yuan Kang then spoke again. Anyway, my capital is only 4 million upper-grade spirit stones, but I've opened all the good goods of these medium-sized spirit mines. No loss at all. It was then that the crowd reacted to Yuan Kang's initial purpose, which was originally to smash the scene. The process is more convoluted, but the result is the same. Whoever picks medium-sized spirit mines now is a cutie. After all the good stuff was already in Chen Fei's hands, and this batch of medium-sized spirit mines was considered a waste. Yuan Kang's words were nothing short of murderous. Zhao Yu's face changed wildly, obscure, but more than anything, he was helpless. Who made both of these two so perverted? Yuan Kang was in a good mood and packed up his things to leave, but he heard Chen Fei open his mouth towards Zhao Yu. Manager Zhao, except for this saber-toothed tiger tooth which is not for sale, the other 5 pieces are all pledged to your store. The spirit stones that are converted into them, I'm going to use them to open town store spirit mines. Even Yuan Kong stopped hard when he heard Chen Fei's words. Chapter 110 Ambush Killing Formation. I'm going to open a town store spirit mine. When these words came out, everyone looked violently at Chen Fei, not expecting him to have this idea. It's too bold. It's so bold. It's so intriguing. Yuan Kong, who was about to leave, came back and then pulled out the dragon bone chair and continued to look at it. How could you miss such a wonderful scene? Even the manager, Zhao Yu, was slightly surprised by Chen Fei's bold words. I didn't expect that the town store spirit mine, which no one had touched for a long time, would finally have someone getting their hands on it. Zhao Yu spoke in a loud voice to, come on people, bring out the 10 pieces of shopkeeper's spirit or to supply Mr. Chen with a selection. The 5 pieces just now were valued at 45 million upper-grade spirit stones, plus the ones left in front of them, totaling 50 million upper-grade spirit stones. It's equivalent to Mr. Chen being able to open 5 township spirit mines. Zhao Yu's title for Chen Fei had changed again and again, and now he was directly addressed as Mr. Chen. It is a recognition of his gambling prowess and his financial strength. Wow, go on, you can open 5 of them, that's equivalent to having half the chance, that's no problem at all to open 1 or 2 good things. That's right, there's a high probability that this will produce an extreme spiritual treasure. Is it hard to witness a miracle today? Although they were not the ones who opened the mine, they couldn't help but rub their fists together as if they were the protagonists of the day. The crowd was attracted to the Jindian spirit ore and had already forgotten that Chen Fei still had an unopened ore in his hands. It was that light violet ore, a spirit mine. Since this was the case, Chen Fei directly received it into the sacred canon space. The 9 heavily gnosis willow was only charred and unrecognized, but this piece was not. It's better to wait until you have some free time to open it up slowly. Dark Cloud, which pieces of purple vapor are you talking about? Dark Cloud looked at it for a few moments before raising his little paw. Meow, block 2, block 6, and block 9. It's only $3. Chen Fei had thought that there were several pieces to come, but now it seemed that 50 million top-grade spirit stones was still too much to bet on. Since that's the case, let's open 4 of them and redeem the remaining 10 million top-grade spirit stones to redeem the 3rd turn Frost Demon Compass. The Tangyan Mammoth belonged to the tank lineage of demonic beasts, and did not have much use in Chen Fei's assassin lineage. An S-ranked rock beast pet egg is not as strong as an obsidian giant rhinoceros. As for the pink ice crystal and nirvana liquid, the odds were that they wouldn't be used either. It was only the potential of the 3rd turn Frost Demon Compass that could make Chen Fei's heart flutter a bit. He wasn't planning on contracting it though, just using it as an alternative, or grooming it as a second tier. After all, it overlaps quite a bit with Kogu's abilities. After making up his mind, Chen Fei began to feign hesitation as he walked back and forth in front of the 10 spirit mines. Open this one first. This one is an orange-red gas for starters. Zhao Yu responded, alright, then as Mr. Chen said, let's start with this shopkeeper's spirit mine. Invite the Sword Ghost Mantis King over. The material of the town store spirit ore was much harder, and with the ability of the Sword Ghost Mantis, it could only slowly polish it, rather than directly cut through it. So the evolution of the Sword Ghost Mantis was brought in. The Blade Ghost Mantis King has a more ferocious and handsome appearance, with tentacles and terminal horns on its head that are as noble as a crown. Under its sharp claw blades, the skin and jade objects of the town store spirit mine were as brittle as tofu. A log was soon opened. Kong Si Miao recognized it with just a glance. This is the immortal soul wood, which has many benefits above nourishing the soul and strengthening it. A more important point was that with the right approach, it could enhance the power of the soul skills of soul lineage demonic beasts. Of course, it was only a cut, not a complete immortal soul tree, and was a disposable consumable. And it only worked for some lower-ranked soul demonic beasts, and was of little use to a 5th-level demon king, otherwise it would be worth more. It's also considered a good spirit treasure, worth 6 million upper-grade spirit stones. Everyone else gave a dark cry of regret. The first spirit mine, a loss of 4 million upper-grade spirit stones. Normal, it's said to be a town store spirit mine, but it's actually just a relatively high probability of 1 or 2% for a good mine. Don't underestimate the 10% or 20%, it represents a higher ceiling. I wonder if little brother will continue, or stop in time. For others, Chen Fei was losing money.
But for Chen Fei, this immortal soul could be even more powerful than the Earth Emperor's green fire and the pink ice crystal. Ruler Jade itself lacked the strength to land a single blow. If this immortal soul was used on top of the soul-suppressing cage, it would certainly greatly increase the power of suppression. Thinking of this, Chen Fei's mood was still quite wonderful, and he directly received it into the sacred canon space. Then, it was the turn of the real purple breath town store spirit mine. Then, in order, start with the second spirit mine first. As the knife ghost mantis king sliced down, that surge of aura did not appear. In full view of everyone, another extremely high-grade spirit stone was actually cut out, and it was also the kind without any engraved lines on the surface. Not to mention Chen Fei, even the others were a bit frantic. The town store spirit mine opened up just one extremely high-grade spirit stone. This is too pitiful. Is it possible that there is some kind of amber or something in there, like last time? Unlikely. The knife ghost mantis king was sliced so thinly that it didn't show any part of it at all. Chen Fei just couldn't believe it. Could the purple chi spirit mine still be as simple as just an extremely high-grade spirit stone? It wasn't until Chen Fei picked up this extreme spirit stone that he realized something uncomplicated. It existed array patterns, only that these patterns appeared translucent and were almost invisible. If not for Chen Fei being so close, he would not have been able to discover them at all. And it didn't know what special technique had been used to engrave the formation pattern in the spirit stone, as if it was born with it, and it was divine. He himself is even more caught up in a special circumstance. The killing machine could be felt in multiple directions, and no matter where Chen Fei turned, that killing machine was still directed at it, as if there was no dead angle in 360 degrees. When it tried to take a step, it realized that a large area of poisonous mist was madly surging towards it, and a large number of concealed weapons were also caught in the mist. Before Chen Fei could really react, his consciousness returned to reality. Obviously, he hadn't dodged the attack and had already died once in the middle of this particular environment. At this moment, information about this extremely high-grade spirit stone appeared before Chen Fei's eyes. 10 ambush formation stones. Formation stones inscribed by formation masters can be used by future generations to learn formations. Just by injecting aura, you can activate the special formation environment in it. No real killing power, only for comprehension. This formation stone has, among other things, multiple proficiencies in the 10-sided ambush formation. Entry-level formation, an assassination killing formation composed of 6 directions from up and down, east and west, north and south, forming a closed space to encircle the enemy, gradually weakening the enemy's strength and taking their lives. Skillful level formation, increased to 36 directions in the Big Dipper. Proficient level formation, increased to Earthquake 72 direction. Peak level formation, increased to the Astral 108 direction. Flawless grade formation, 360 degrees without a dead angle. Note, belongs to the assassination formation and can be learned. And can be used in combination with the abilities of the Imperial Beasts. Seeing the information of this formation stone, Chen Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 101, Divine Art? Formation. It could be considered quite rare in this world, not to mention that it was an assassination formation that was famous in ancient times. What was even more amazing was that it could actually be used in conjunction with the Sentinel Beast's ability. If you spread out the formation and then add Shikugio's element of illusion, add Kogu's toxin, and add Dark Cloud's various abilities. Gee, it makes my head spin just thinking about it. Most importantly, this formation could be learned by Chen Fei, and he could use the kill value to increase his proficiency. This meant that in the future, Chen Fei would no longer only be able to rely on the Imperial Beasts to fight, he himself possessed a certain amount of fighting ability. Even if this ability can only play a supporting role, it is still better than doing nothing. Worthy of being a purple spirit mine, the things that were opened were different. Similarly, Chen Fei directly put it into the sacred canon space, not giving Kong Simiao a chance to explore it at all. With his insight, he would definitely be able to recognize the wonders of this formation, and it wouldn't be so good to get out of it then. Thus, Chen Fei could only put on a frustrated look and spat out, "Manager Zhao, how come your town store spirit mine is even more pitiful than a small or medium-sized spirit mine?" Zhao Yu laughed inwardly, finally earning this kid a fortune, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. Mr. Chen jokes, gambling stone, always have to earn and lose, no one is always winning general. Maybe Mr. Chen's next one will open a gem. Chen Fei pretended to be unwilling, then by your good advice, open this one for me. Seeing Chen Fei's gambling look, Zhao Yu was in a good mood. Only this kid is distracted enough to make more mistakes.
Yuan Kang, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. According to Chen Fei's vision, since he was able to navigate through medium-sized spirit mines with ease, it didn't make sense that he would lose in a row on the town store spirit mines. It's hard to believe that he's holding back a big one. With such curiosity, Yuan Kang patiently read on. As the spirit ore was chipped thinner and thinner, one could see through the jade object that there was something not so small hidden within it, and the aura was surging. It's hard to believe that you're really holding back a big move. Until the final slash fell and what appeared was a crystal box, and within the box was a well-preserved male corpse. Dressed in ancient garb with long hair, he was clearly not from this era. You see, he has a red box padded under his head. With this person's reminder, the crowd realized this thing and became a bit curious for a moment. But no matter how anxious they were, it wouldn't help. After all, the one who could make the call was Chen Fei. Instead, Chen Fei looked at Kong Simiao. Elder Kong, should we open the crystal box in this situation? He really didn't have much experience with this sort of thing, so it would be a good idea to ask someone older. Kong Simiao was silent for a moment before speaking. It's up to you whether you open it or not. But my personal advice is to try to preserve this body intact even if we have to take that red box. It holds a lot of historical research significance. Chen Fei nodded. I understand, everyone back off a bit. He then commanded, Dark Cloud, vacuum extraction. First, let a vacuum form around the periphery of the crystal box, and after shattering the box and removing the box, then let Kogu reconstruct a new crystal box. In this way, the body is kept in a vacuum. Kong Simiao's eyes became different when he looked at Chen Fei. Mr. Chen's hand is powerful, it's too suitable for the archaeological world. I wonder if Mr. Chen is interested in joining the archaeological team? Chen Fei? So sudden? If it were a time of peace, the archaeological team would indeed be a respectable profession, not now. I'm sorry, Elder Kong, I don't aspire to this. Kong Simiao sniffed and had to stop. Still, he reminded, everyone back off a bit, it's better to be careful when you don't know what's in the box. As the crowd backed away, the cut miner instructed Knife Ghost Mantis to open it up. Knife Ghost Mantis almost went on strike. One by one, you hide far away and then leave all the danger to me? It could be a little more doggy. Thump. The box was easily opened. Not as orally compelling as one might expect. And there was no danger to come. Inside was just plain lying a jade slip. Jade slips served a similar purpose as extreme spirit stones. However, it was even more structurally solid than an extremely high-quality spirit stone, and in addition to inscribing array discs, it would leave behind some kind of inheritance or martial arts. Seeing the complicated ground patterns carved on this jade sketch, it must be something real. Chen Fei carefully invaded his consciousness into it. Small strands of consciousness, ready to be cut off at the first sign of danger. However, there was no such thing as danger, and Chen Fei even found a martial arts inheritance within it, the Imperial Spirit Art. The message that comes through is this. Demonic beasts were born with incredibly powerful flesh, while the human race was weak. But God has closed a door for the human race and opened one at the same time. Humans can awaken special Imperial Beast talents, Imperial Thunder, Imperial Wind, and Imperial Soul. And has the most terrifying trait of all, which is the ability to keep drilling and learning. But there will always be those who are unable to awaken any talent and are at the bottom of the food chain. A mighty man took pity on all living beings and researched a special martial art. Using the soul of a demonic beast as the foundation and the blood of a demonic beast as the guide, the shackles of the human body were opened so that they could draw on the aura of the heavens and the earth for their own use, just like the demonic beasts. The stronger the demonic beast's soul, the more potential it had. Of course, the more dangerous it is during that process of fusion. After being able to draw on aura, even without other talents, one could better cultivate martial arts to strengthen oneself. And this copy of the Sentinel art has a relatively complete cultivation process. At the highest level, it can go straight to the king level. It could be said that this martial art was not just as simple as a martial art, it was a very important introduction for mortals to cross over into cultivators. That's divine magic for a mortal. The more he looked at it, the more Chen Fei felt that this martial art was of extraordinary significance, and at the same time, a question arose. Such an important martial art was not passed down. What happened in ancient times? In the eyes of the crowd. At this moment, Chen Fei, some mental trance, are guessing what incredible things he actually saw. Chapter 102, Cultivation for All? Zhao Yu hurriedly commanded, Elder Kong, you should also take a look at what is in it to make Mr. Chen so surprised. Kong Simiao did not push back, he himself was interested in these heavenly treasures, history and culture.
Maybe there is something remarkable recorded in this.
When Chen Fei saw Kong Si Miao approaching, he handed over the jade slip, not thinking to hide it. The thing was divine to mortals and afforded the purple in the eyes of the dark clouds. However, for Chen Fei, who possessed the talent of the sentinel beasts, it was more of a chicken rib. When Kong Si Miao finished reading the Imperial Spirit technique, the entire person unconsciously sucked in a cold breath, with an expression that was generally the same as Chen Fei's. From shock to dismay to skepticism. It was even more unbelievable that Kong Si Miao, who had always been unperturbed by changes, would have such an expression. It wasn't until a long time later that Kong Si Miao spat out a sentence, "This is a great creation for the human race." Others? It's fine if you don't say it, but it goes straight to the heights of the human race? No, it's just a piece of jade slip. Is it so exaggerated? Is it possible that there is some heaven-defying inheritance hidden amongst this jade slip? Elder Kong, don't be appetizing, quickly tell us what's going on. It was only after the crowd's urging that Kong Si Miao pressed her hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Within this jade slip, there is a legacy called the Imperial Spirit technique. Using the souls of demonic beasts as a base and blood as a guide, they recast human flesh and break the shackles, thus drawing on the aura of heaven and earth to become cultivators. It has no threshold, only the danger that exists at the moment the soul enters the body. Does everyone know what that means? Everyone else shook their heads. Kong Si Miao took a deep breath before speaking in a loud voice. This means that mortals who do not have the talent for imperial beasts and are unable to draw on spiritual chi will be able to learn this soul-saving technique. Thus, the era of universal cultivation is reached. Cultivation for all. When this statement came out, it was like a super tsunami, causing everyone's hearts and minds to be shaken. However, anyone with a bit of brain could detect the extraordinary nature of this jade slip. That's the cornerstone that makes the human race strong. Yuan Kong was also shocked by the contents of this jade slip, while his mind turned quickly. Businessmen seek profit. This jade slip allowed him to see no small business opportunity. He hurriedly spoke, "Mr. Chen, do you want to cooperate with my Quicksand Chamber of Commerce for a hand?" Granting the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce the right to sell the Imperial Spirit technique, when the time comes, for every copy sold, the split will be 64, 4 for you and 6 for the Chamber of Commerce. No, even 70-30% will do, and the price can be negotiated. Yuan Kong's words caused Zhao Yu's face to change drastically, not expecting the other party's mind to turn so quickly. I, the Subterranean Dragon Chamber of Commerce, am even more sincere, and will buy the right to sell this Imperial Spirit technique with 30 million top-grade spirit stones, and will be able to follow up with the same 70-30 split. With such a large base of mortals, there was no fear of not making any money, and 30 million top-grade spirit stones would quickly pay back the capital. The most important thing now was to increase Chen Fei's good impression, leaving the jade slip behind first. As for the follow-up, let the president of the Subterranean Chamber of Commerce have a headache. Also after he finished, sigh. TSK, this 30 million top-grade spirit stones for the right to sell is already enough to top the 3 town store spirit mines just now. It's worthy of being a town store spirit mine, either it doesn't produce anything, or it's a big open door, and it's directly a divine-grade martial art. This little brother is already invincible. This draw from the Imperial Spirit technique alone is enough to make him rich for the rest of his life. A billionaire is not a dream. Naturally, Yuan Kong wouldn't give up this opportunity to the Subterranean Dragon Chamber of Commerce, so he began to argue with Zhao Yu, bickering red in the face. Zhao Yu even directly dialed the phone number of the president of the Subterranean Dragon Chamber of Commerce. After the other party knew, he commanded, "Well done, stabilize this Mr. Chen, I'll be the first to arrive. If this comes to fruition, I'll give you a promotion." Seeing how shameless the other party was, Yuan Kong quickly dialed his own dad's phone. "Dad, come to the Subterranean Spirit Mining Store quickly, there is a big deal that is comparable to a SSS-level beast pet." When Yuan Kai heard that, an SSS-ranked beast comparable to one that would be hard to come by in 1,000 years? That's more like it. Get here first thing. The more Tang Jian and Shen Lin listened, the more speechless they became. They were still students and still had a long way to go. And Chen Fei had already reached the point where he didn't need to think about spirit stones. It's a human comparison that only exasperates people. Shen Lin couldn't help but lament, "I finally realized why people in your school like to call him Big Brother. Because everything he does is outrageous. Now he's a real big shot. I'm afraid that in the future, anyone who meets will have to call out Mr. Chen. Gee." However, even more emotional was Tang Jian. "I thought that my efforts for a while could narrow the gap between the two sides, but how could I not realize that the gap was getting wider and wider? It's so big that it's hard to cross. Looking at the two Yuan Kong who were constantly arguing, Chen Fei had a headache and hurriedly interrupted them. Both of you, don't argue for now, this can be talked about slowly. But for now, I want to open another town store spirit mine. Yuan Kong and Xiaoyu both stopped. Also, now the two men's dispute cannot decide the jade slip to stay or go, it is better to see Chen Fei first open the stone. Chapter 103 Life Crystals. The color of the last spirit ore was a few shades darker than the others, like the night sky, with bits of starlight shining in it. But the more radiant the spirit mine was, the more no one dared to open it. Usually most of the stuff in this kind of spirit mine is related to meteorite iron. The meteorite iron was also divided into 3, 6, 9 grades, and most of them were used to make spiritual weapons, and there were even some that could not be cut manually at all. This is what causes a good portion of all meteorite iron to not sell for a good price. I just don't know if this is the case with this spirit mine. As the knife ghost Mantis King went down slash by slash, just after chipping away at the rocky epidermis and preparing to cut through the jade object, one of the most powerful auras ever gushed out crazily. And then it swept through the entire spirit mining store, and then after that spread to the streets. Even the people walking were startled by the sudden surge of powerful auras. Afterward, this aura did not stop and directly rose up to the sky, forming a faint aura beam visible to the naked eye. This scene caused the subterranean chamber's president, who was on his way, to be dismayed. This isn't the direction of my spirit mining store, what the hell is going on? Damn it! That guy Xiaoyu Cowl. Didn't have reported it all at once. Go, 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 go. Yuan Kai, the president of the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce, was equally shocked. This is the SSS beast that my son said is comparable to an SSS beast? The commotion was too damn big, it felt like some absolute great demon had come out of the world. Come on, speed me up. As this beam of light shot up into the sky, the entire imperial city stopped to watch, having not seen such a great commotion in years. The last time it was this time of year was when the mists invaded. Naturally, Tuoba Ziyuan was also concerned about the situation here and let out a broken curse, which asshole is messing around blindly. Afterwards, his figure disappeared, weaving directly in the direction of the beam of light. High up in the sky, there was also a figure flying rapidly towards this place. Spirit Mining Store. Some people actually had a breakthrough under this aura, and hurriedly found a corner to break through. Even Chen Fei had a vague feeling of a breakthrough, it was really because this aura was too much. The jade object simply couldn't carry the aura, and it shattered apart, revealing what was inside. It was a round bead with the color of a late-night starry sky. Life Crystals of Qingdian Xian Kuan. Quality, Grade 6. Source, for SSS Grade Qingdian Xian Kuan, a Demon King crystallization of Level 5, Step 9, with a complete inheritance hidden within. Role, the vast majority of the Kuan clan's inheritance is only suitable for the Kuan clan. The devouring faculty contained therein can allow the Stygian Compass King's eating skill to metamorphose. Surprisingly, it was the inheritance of the SSS class Qingdian Xian Kuan. Moreover, the degree of completeness of its inheritance was above the saber teeth of the hijacking thunder saber-toothed tiger. In the next moment after Chen Fei had just finished reading the message, a pressure so powerful that people could not lift their heads up descended from the sky. Immediately after that, the ceiling of the spirit mining store began to crumble and fall. Fortunately, there were 2 level 5 demon kings present, turning these falling debris into pieces. The crowd followed and looked up to find a huge object landing right under the spirit mining store. Everyone winced. If this fell straight down, they would definitely be crushed into meat cakes. The spectators, who had always been talkative, couldn't even say a word at this moment, completely dumbfounded. Chen Fei also looked at the 4-winged whale Kuan with a surprised expression. What about the promise that it would never hit the ground? It's a lie. It's all a lie. If it wasn't mistaken, it should have come for the crystallization of the green underworld Xian Kuan. Having this crystal in place will likely make it go further. When passersby saw the 4-winged whale Kuan, their mouths were open so wide that they could completely stuff an egg. The first thing that followed was leaving the range of the 4-winged whale Kuan's pressure. Otherwise, if it really snapped, it wouldn't even be able to escape. The 2 presidents who had just arrived were nearly scared to death, others might just be holding curiosity about the 4-winged whale Kuan. But they knew that this was a powerful existence of the 5th level 8th rank, and there wouldn't be many people in the entire imperial city who could deal with it. Duh! A kunai resounded throughout the imperial city. The king-level imperial beast masters who were practicing appeared in droves and rose into the air.
Tuoba Ziyuan also arrived at this moment, first blocking off the surrounding space, not allowing anyone to take half a step closer before standing in front of the four-winged whale Kuan. "What is the matter for which you have come?" Tuoba Ziyuan asked while standing ready for the sublime illusion butterfly hidden in the void to strike. "Transfer the four-winged whale Kuan to another dimension. I have come for the sake of my clan's legacy, not to find trouble with humans." The consciousness of the four-winged whale Kuan was transmitted into Tuoba Ziyuan's mind. At the same time, he was relieved that he wasn't looking for trouble, just as well, or he would have to destroy half the city. Tuoba Ziyuan looked downwards and instantly noticed the green underworld Xian Kuan crystals that were emitting powerful energy. And standing in front of crystallization was none other than Chen Fei. This little guy, what's he doing here? It's not possible that the really big commotion was caused by this guy, is it? With a flash, Tuoba Ziyuan arrived in front of Chen Fei. "Tell us what the situation is." Chen Fei was succinct. "I came here to gamble on a stone, and then I opened the Kuan clan's life crystals." Tuoba Ziyuan's face darkened a few points. Sure enough, it's this little guy. The talent is strong, but the ability to screw things up isn't weak either. Tuoba Ziyuan grabbed Chen Fei's shoulder with one hand, and captured the crystallization of the green underworld Xian Kuan with the other to come in front of the four-winged whale Kuan. "Tell me what you two are going to do about it." Chapter 104, Continuing to Gather Wool. It's very simple, I only need my clan's demon crystals. The four-winged whale Kuan was very clear about his intentions. Tuoba Ziyuan explained to the four-winged whale Kuan, "At present, this demon crystal belongs to this young man, and he has to agree to it." Then he looked at Chen Fei. "So what do you think?" In front of the two bigwigs, Chen Fei looked very small at this moment. But even if it's small, the rights and interests that should be fought for still have to be fought for. SSS grade Qingdian Xian Kuan, the life crystal of a rank 5, 9th order demon king with a complete inheritance. I don't think I need to say more about its value. I just want to know what good it would do me to give it to you. The Tuoba Ziyuan on the side was a bit nonplussed. It was such a valuable life crystal. It was not too much to describe it as being worth a lot of money, even he was a bit moved. It was no wonder that the four-winged whale Kuan would break the custom and land. Hearing this, the four-winged whale Kuan also fell silent. It was only attracted by the aura that rose up to the sky, and in its haze, it perceived that it might be the life crystals of the Kuan race. It just didn't occur to me that it was actually a Qingdian Xian Kuan. That was an even more powerful existence than their four-winged whale Kuan. It could totally use this one crystal to go further. And because of that, it is valuable beyond imagination. After a long period of silence, the four-winged whale Kuan broke the deadlock. "This is the most valuable thing I have on me." When it finished, it spit a bunch of stuff out. The Earth's fiendish magic stone. Star meteorite iron. Dragon scale fruit. The illusion breaking beads. They're all grade 4 and 5 heavenly treasures. Among these things, the individual pieces are not as good as the life crystals, but they are by no means weak. You pick 3 to go. In the meantime, I will inflict the brand of my people on you. This brand can protect you 3 times, as long as your strength is below the 5th level, 6th rank, and not the strongest attributes such as time or space. And, if I were nearby and knew you were in danger, I would have gone to help. This is my utmost sincerity. It had to be said that the conditions given by the four-winged whale Kuan were quite good. Even Tuoba Ziyuan was a bit envious. This was the equivalent of having an additional level 5, step 8 guardian beast. It was simply too good to be true. As for Chen Fei, he was also ruthlessly moved. Heavenly materials and treasures not to mention, these 3 life-preserving brandings were already something that others could not even beg for. However, he didn't agree right away, but instead made another request. "In addition to that, I also want 3 drops of your heart's blood, so that my beast pet can go further." The Kuan race all possessed the devouring lineage attribute. The Qingdian Xian Kuan had it, and so did the four-winged whale Kuan. The heart blood of a four-winged whale Kuan can also help Xiaogu's Eclipse evolve. In this way, not only did Chen Fei not lose money, he even made a big profit. Although it was difficult to contain the heart's blood, 3 drops was not much for a four-winged whale Kuan and was completely acceptable. Deal. Deal. After everything was done, Chen Fei suddenly came up with, "Big brother, I haven't met a powerful being like you, can I touch you?" Four-winged whale Kuan? Takumi Ziyuan? What kind of weird fetish is this? However, the four-winged whale Kuan did not care. Touching it would not lose a few pieces of meat. Of course the two of them didn't know that Chen Fei had started wool gathering again. Meow, life devouring, skill. Change. With the heart blood of the four-winged whale Koan, serve and eat, could be morphed into devour, and in this way it would be repeated. Meow wears 9 heavenly oceans? Change again. Flight type skills were only a boost for Dark Cloud, but not the best choice. Meow the opponent is too strong, and the aura used to duplicate is too much, only enough for one last time. This one is Yin Yang increase. The one man and one cat saw fit not to touch the four-winged whale Koan again for fear of the other party's revulsion. Afterwards, the four-winged whale Koan rushed up into the sky and quickly disappeared before their eyes. Yin Yang increase. Koan-type demonic beasts not only mastered the power of devouring, but there were also some that mastered the power of Yin and Yang. The seal of Yin and Yang could be struck into the augmented being, and it could be stimulated at any time. When activated, the Yin and Yang forces reverse each other and will enhance the power of a particular skill. Current proficiency, entry level. May increase the power of the next hit skill by 50%. Chen Fei's heart was directly capitalized. A 50% increase in power at entry level, that's just too damn scary, isn't it? This would be at least a 100% boost if it went to a peak level skill. The horror of it can be imagined. Worthy of being a four-winged whale Koan, worthy of being a level 5, 8th order demon king, there was not a single simple skill. Without any hesitation, Chen Fei had Dark Cloud replace the seal of increase. Suddenly, Chen Fei turned his gaze to Tuoba Ziyuan, Big Brother War God. I've never seen a space system demonic beast before, can you let me touch it twice? This would not be heaven-defying if Dark Cloud could replicate space-based skills. When Tuoba Ziyuan saw Chen Fei's anxious gaze and combined it with what Chen Fei had done in the artificial mystic realm, he knew that this guy was definitely not holding back any good farts. Get lost, there's a whole lot of things to take care of, I don't have time to play with you. After saying that, Tuoba Ziyuan brought Chen Fei to the ground. He then gathered everyone on the scene. You have been called here for one thing only, not a word of what happened today is to be said to the public. It's not that I don't believe in you. For the sake of stability, you all made the heaven and earth oath. Let's just pretend that nothing happened today. At the same time, I will specifically have someone place a layer of restraints on you, so that if someone employs soul torture, mind detection, or memory stealing on you, you will be the first to know, in order to keep you safe. What Tuoba Ziyuan said, they all understood and knew that it was for their good, so they naturally wouldn't refuse. It's just a shame that you won't be able to go out and blow awesome with this later. As for you kid, come with me. Before Chen Fei could agree, he was forcefully dragged into the artificial secret realm by Tuoba Ziyuan. The location where it appeared was exactly where the prickly velvet water spirit had stayed. Do you have the prickly velvet water spirit? Chen Fei knew that this matter could not escape Tuoba Ziyuan's pursuit, so he had no choice but to admit, that's right, it is indeed here with me, do you need me to put it back? Tuoba Ziyuan waved his hand, that's not necessary. After saying that, he seemed to have remembered something, and his entire body fell into silence. Only after a while did Tuoba Ziyuan speak, the thorny velvet water spirit is my son's favorite imperial beast, and now that it is in your hands, it will not be buried. I hope you can take good care of it. Chen Fei had recalled that Su Shanhai had said that Tuoba Ziyuan had no offspring. What's with having a son now? What about your son? Tuoba Ziyuan raised his head to look at the sky, avoiding Chen Fei's line of sight, not wanting his forlorn look to be detected by the other party. My son and daughter-in-law, traveling around the world with their children, who knew they'd run into the mist. Tuoba Ziyuan did not continue, but Chen Fei already understood everything. He was a human god of war, but at the same time, he was also a miserable commoner. Sorry. Chen Fei knew he had talked too much. Okay, if it's okay, you can leave. Chen Fei indeed had nothing else to do and was about to leave when he paused again. Wait, there's one thing that needs to fall into place. Hearing Chen Fei in such a solemn tone, Tuoba Ziyuan looked over curiously, what? Chen Fei held out the jade sketch. This is the Imperial Spirit technique, which can help mortals on the path of cultivation. A short sentence, but it makes the heart of Tuoba Ziyuan ripple. Chapter 105 Dark Cloud Evolution, Transitional Thunder. Chen Fei handed over the jade slip. Both the Subterranean Dragon Chamber of Commerce and the Quicksand Chamber of Commerce wanted the right to sell this Imperial Spirit technique, but I didn't give it. I think it's better to leave it to the military. For one thing, the price you said won't be too outrageous after all, the sale is to mortals, who don't have much of a fortune themselves. Secondly, you can utilize the Sentinel arts to raise a special army too. Tuoba Ziyuan held the jade slip and was a little lost in thought for a moment. He actually saw a bit of human righteousness in one of his students. No wonder Su Shanhai held it in the highest esteem. There is talent, ability, and the heart of a human race. Ask any leader who doesn't love a little guy like that. He read the Imperial Spirit technique twice, and after confirming the wonders of this feat, he patted Chen Fei's shoulder with relief. Good boy, as much as you like to screw up, what you screw up is good. I'll take this jade slip, and when the time comes, I'll utilize the military's official website to sell it. Charging only 1 million lower grade spirit stones was really not expensive, as this would be the first grade 5 martial art in the Imperial Spirit continent. Meanwhile, the military splits all the revenue with you 50-50. After all, it's not easy to raise an army, so please understand. However, I will apply for you for extraordinary merit, above first-class merit, which is useful in many ways. Also requesting 30k plus contribution points to make up for it, and I'll personally add another 20k contribution value. On top of that, I'll apply for another 60% off contribution value redemption for you. Feasible? Fine. Chen Fei did not refuse. No matter how much spirit stones there were, you couldn't necessarily buy good heavenly treasures. The good things were all controlled by the major chambers of commerce. It's only the next best thing, or something you don't know the purpose of, that you put up for sale. But the army was different. There would be more, better quality heavenly treasures, or beast pets. As long as you have enough contribution points, you might even be able to exchange for space or seal-type demonic beasts. Seeing Chen Fei agree, Tuoba Ziyuan was very pleased. When Su Shanhai recommended it, Tuoba Ziyuan was only somewhat interested in Chen Fei. But now, he did have a hint of a mind to take on a disciple. Only thinking about his son's matter, Tuoba Ziyuan suppressed this thought again. But it's not impossible to give some resources to help it grow, right? These are for you. 2 items appeared in Tuoba Ziyuan's hands. I know from the others that your cat demon is recognized by the Thunderjack saber-toothed tiger, but it's still missing something if it wants to evolve. It just so happens that I still have a Chemojack stone in my hand, which can boost the probability of evolution. What about this one? It's a SS grade Dream Compulsion Core. I don't know if it will help your compulsion. Chen Fei stared blankly at the 2 objects before looking up and asking, what are you? Tuoba Ziyuan smiled. Didn't Xiaosu say that you don't have the resources of a king-level Imperial Beast Master? So now there is. If you need anything else in the future, you can come to me. At this moment, Chen Fei had a lot of thoughts. He never thought that one day, he would also be seen by a king-level royal beast master. What's more, it didn't occur to him that this person was actually a human war god. Thinking again of the seamless self in his previous life, Chen Fei was overwhelmed with emotion. After that, Tuoba Ziyuan instructed Chen Fei for a few sentences before letting him leave. After leaving the artificial secret realm, Chen Fei began to take stock of today's harvest. It's no longer enough to describe it as rewarding, it's more appropriate to describe it as horrifying. Before and after, 100 million top-grade spirit stones wouldn't even be able to buy these things. The first thing Chen Fei did was to insert the 9 Heavens Enlightenment Willow into the middle of the resting soil and water some Earth Spirit Crystal Dew. As for what follows, that's up to it. He then took out the saber teeth of the hijacking Thunder Saber-Tooth Tiger, as well as the hijacking transformation stone given by Tuoba Ziyuan, and a few other things. If it was only Sabertooth, it would require 1 million kill values to help it evolve perfectly. With the chemojacking stone, the kill value was reduced to 500,000. Only now, Chen Fei was so poor that he didn't even have 500,000 kill value. If not for the 100,000 parasites in the Baiyue mountain range that are still in the middle of a frantic fight, not to mention 500,000, I'm afraid that there are not even more than 100,000 now. Thus, Chen Fei walked to the contribution value exchange area, and Topaz Ziyuan's 20,000 contribution value was already enough for him to use for a while. Pair that with something from a redemption to lower the use of kill value to 100k. Dark Cloud, the evolution may be painful later, so make sure you hang in there. Meow, what's a little pain for revenge? Okay, let's get started then. Chen Fei raised the killing value, and the red light did not directly disappear into the body of the Dark Cloud, but wrapped around the saber teeth, extracting the essence and heritage of the saber teeth before it disappeared into the body of the Dark Cloud. Moment. Above the Dark Cloud of flesh, there was a blue-violet light flowing. Meow. Ow. It was as if the blue-violet lightning was going to tear it apart. The sound of agony hovered throughout the canonized space. The other demonic beasts were resonated by the sound, as if the pain was in themselves. What Chen Fei didn't know was that as the dark clouds evolved, the outside world changed along with them. The clouds in the sky became strange. First layer after layer of dark clouds lay together, and then they formed a swirling vortex. Pedestrians on the street were startled by the sight. Holy, which big guy is going to cross the threshold? Hurry up and run, you want to be struck by lightning? It's worth it to make a trip to Imperial City to even see a thunder tribulation. The various king-level Imperial Beast Masters were once again awakened. First the four-winged whale Kuan fell, and then the thunder tribulation. Today is really a big event frequently. Even the High Priest and the others who were lurking in the shadows were surprised. It was also the first time they had seen such a situation, and they were more or less nonchalant. Among the human race, there is actually an existence that has crossed the threshold. Isn't it only possible to cross the tribulation at the peak of a king grade 9th ranked Imperial Beast Master? According to the information I have, there shouldn't be anyone who has reached this realm, right? Is it possible that it's one of those old monsters that don't come out of the world? Then I don't know. If there really is such a strong person, then we have to be on guard. The High Priestess donned her clothes. Come on, let's go check it out too. At this moment, all parties were out in force. As for Tuoba Ziyuan, he had always been in the sky above where Chen Fei lived. The first thing he thought of the moment the robbery cloud appeared was Chen Fei's cat demon evolution. Is this kid so reckless? He doesn't check the information properly. Don't you know that if you want to control the lightning of a calamity, you have to be struck by it first? If the physical body couldn't carry the lightning, then how could it control the lightning? In the space of the Holy Scripture, Chen Fei and Dark Cloud were suddenly thrown out by the Holy Canon. That's a first. While he was still in a daze, he spotted the robbery cloud in the sky and was scared out of his wits. What about the promised perfect evolution? Why do we still need to cross the tribulation? While he was surprised, Takumi Ziyuan then transferred him and also Dark Cloud to the hill outside the city. He doesn't want the city he governs to be lost to the robber's thunder. Chapter 106. This is Chen Fei's true strength? Tuoba Ziyuan even overlapped the spatial barrier where Chen Fei and Dark Cloud were located by a few layers, preventing prying eyes from outsiders. As to whether or not it would be shattered by the robbing thunder, that was unknown. Even Tuoba Ziyuan was panicking as it was the first time he had come into contact with the robbing thunder. Kid, why don't you stay away from that cat demon? Do you want to be struck by lightning together? The flesh of demonic beasts was too much stronger than that of humans, and with Chen Fei's current flesh, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to carry it for even a single moment. Ao Chen Fei, take ruler Jade and Xiao Gu and stay away, don't get caught in my wave. Chen Fei is still worried. Such a big battle, 2 lifetimes have never experienced. Oh, come on. While driving away Chen Fei, Wu Yan felt that his flesh was in the midst of constant recasting. Like a hammer, it continuously pounded on the reddish sword embryo, which then became more and more solid. Not only that, the Dark Cloud's originally small body was now growing larger. Although it didn't have the ancient thunderjacking saber-toothed tiger's more than 10-meter-long body, it had reached more than 3 meters at the moment. Still covered in black fur, but with a more powerful and domineering face. The 2 canine teeth above the corners of his mouth followed suit, and although they were not as exaggerated as a saber-toothed tiger, they added a bit of majesty to Dark Cloud in an invisible way. Its heavy purple pupils, which were now mixed with blue-white, became even more sparkling. Roar! The original catcall was transformed into a tiger's roar at this moment. Only the Dark Cloud's tail curled and firmly tethered to Chen Fei before flinging him out. It had sensed that the robbing thunder was coming. Dark Cloud, hang in there, I still have 3 times the shield of a 4-winged whale Kuan here, I won't let anything happen to you. Chen Fei was always prepared to use the shield of the 4-winged whale Kuan, even if it was all used up at once, he would not allow anything to happen to the Dark Clouds. Right at the moment Chen Fei's words had fallen, the first lightning bolt fell. It was bluish-purple in color, bull-thick, like a thunder god's hammer that rushed down from the sky and ruthlessly smashed above the Dark Clouds. Chen Fei and the 2 beasts in the distance, all of them thumped inwardly. That kind of might, too terrifying, directly smashed out a deep pit. It was a while before Dark Cloud climbed out of the pit, his legs and feet shaking a bit, but it didn't look like there was much going on. At the same time, a bluish-purple lightning mark was added to Dark Cloud's body. Tuoba Ziyuan came to Chen Fei's side, preventing him from scampering out. He hadn't experienced a lightning tribulation, but he had once studied some of them. The first one, Violet Heavenly Divine Thunder, although it's the weakest tribulation thunder, it's not to be underestimated. That blue-based mark that appeared on your Imperial Beast also means that you can control the Violet Heavenly Thunder in the future. Chen Fei hurriedly asked, how many robberies and thunderbolts do we normally have to go through? Tuoba Ziyuan couldn't give a clear answer either. I only know that the stronger the talent, the more lightning tribulations one experiences.
It is generally divided into 3, 6, and 9 channels. As for how many passes your Imperial Beast will go through, I'm not sure about that. But, by my guess, at least 6 ways up. After all, it's a heavy pupil no matter what, so how can it be simple? Chen Fei's heart thumped inwardly. Yes, Wu Yun was a heavy pupil possessor, how could his talent be weak? In the next moment, another calamity thunderbolt fell. Unlike the one just now, this one appeared white and carried a divine aura. The pure world white thunder, belonging to the thunder of purity, is not particularly threatening to normal living beings, but it has a natural restraint against evil demons and Chon, and against things that are filthy and dirty. After Tuoba Ziyuan saw the dark clouds absorbing the pure world white thunder, he felt more and more that investing in Chen Fei was the right thing to do. When this dark cloud grows, it will naturally restrain the evil beasts in the mists. After brewing, the third robotic thunderstorm poured down. This one appeared black and carried the aura of death. Surprisingly, it's the extinction black thunder. This thunder not only targets the physical body but also the soul. It's not that simple. Listening to Tuoba Ziyuan lament, Chen Fei let Ruler Jade strike at the first opportunity. Ruler Jade, Soul Guardian. A large soul bell appeared above the dark cloud, guarding it. Koga followed suit, laying down a crystal barrier on top of the dark clouds. Only then did Tuoba Ziyuan have the opportunity to observe Chen Fei's third Imperial Beast up close. Head with 2 horns, long and unusual stripes, fox-like. After rummaging through his mind for a long time, he never found any information on the corresponding demonic beast. It wasn't until the moment Ruler Jade used the skill and the vertical pupil on his head followed suit and opened up that Tuoba Ziyuan reacted violently. Ancient Phantom Soul Fox. How is that possible? Shouldn't this tribe have disappeared into history? Tuoba Ziyuan then looked at Wu Yun, who possessed heavy pupils, and Xiao Gu, who possessed the heavenly crystal bloodline. The qualifications of these 3 beasts are all quite strong. If the Dark Cloud evolved successfully, it would be 1 SS rank and 2 S ranks with full potential. No. Tuoba Ziyuan found an even more terrifying scene. Under the extinction black thunder, Dark Cloud could no longer conserve his strength and used the earth-heavy sticky sand with all his might to resist the calamity thunder. And the aura on Dark Cloud's body was level 3, order 7. In other words, Chen Fei was at least an advanced 7th ranked beast ruler. This discovery caused even Tuoba Ziyuan, who was as steady as a mountain in the face of a 4-winged whale Kuan, to suck in a breath of cold air. It turned out that this was Chen Fei's true strength. Has there ever been a first-year student in history who reached the advanced 7th ranked beast master? Hardly. What's more, there are still 3 months to go before the end of your first-year career. After 3 months, I'm sure Chen Fei has already advanced to the 9th rank, right? In other words, Chen Fei had caught up with the strength of a second year despite being a first year. It was no longer as simple as a genius, but a demon, an absolute great demon. Outrageous. Cursing darkly, Tuoba Ziyuan told the sublime illusion butterfly to set up a few more layers of spatial barriers. Not only that, but a few more layers of illusions were set up. No one is allowed to get close, much less pry. At the same time, his consciousness transmitted directly to the 4-winged whale Kuan in the sky above. Brother Kuan, keep an eye on it, don't let the small and petty people get close. No problem. The 4-winged whale Kuan didn't go far, and it had felt it the moment the tribulation thunder appeared. And with the 5th level 8th rank, it was highly likely that it would also be able to take on the robbing thunder in the near future after the life crystals of the green underworld Shin Kuan. Observing the dark cloud crossing the tribulation at this moment would also be of no small benefit to it. As for Chen Fei, it had originally promised to help out some. As the extinction black thunder smashed down, Xiaogu's crystal barrier and Ruler Jade's soul clock were just like paper mache and shattered in response. Ground heavy sticky sand doesn't help much either. The dark clouds were once again slammed into the pit. Only, this time it was nowhere near as easy as the previous 2, with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth and color hanging from his body. The most tormenting black thunder strikes above the soul, leaving dark clouds struggling and rolling in the dirt. The 4-winged whale Kuan above the sky wanted to help with the treatment, but was stopped by Tuoba Ziyuan. No. Neither you nor I can intervene, or we will also be targeted by the lightning of the calamity. The only ones who can intervene are Chen Fei and its imperial beasts, who are one in themselves. Upon hearing this, the 4-winged whale Kuan gave up. Only, even without the help of the 4-winged whale Kuan, the injuries on Wu Yun's body were in the process of getting better. Original. At the moment the robbing thunder fell, the dark clouds added the effect of yin and yang increase to healing of the stars. Chapter 107 Dark Cloud, the roasted fish is here. Under the increase, the healing effect was enhanced by a few points, which allowed Dark Cloud to recover quickly. However, the sky's robbery cloud didn't dissipate and was still brewing up the robbery thunder. Chen Fei's heart sank. Sure enough, Tuoba Ziyuan had gotten it right, the dark clouds would have to cross at least 6 robberies. He could only hope that the robbing thunder behind him would not be so terrifying. On the other hand, the High Priestess and the others had only arrived at the foot of the mountain now because Chen Fei had been suddenly transferred. But it was clearly right at the foot of the hill, and it was dead wrong to see what was going on up there. The war drummer beat a drum while listening with his side ear. The drums didn't travel through, but bounced back. There should be something blocking the front. It's Tuoba Ziyuan. The High Priestess thought of this person at the first moment. This person possesses a spatial system demonic beast and cannot be defeated at this stage. He was a human who even the Lord had praised for his good talent. Otherwise, we wouldn't need to run to a small city like Tianqing City to develop our power. The crowd realized that the High Priestess was so scornful of this Tuoba Ziyuan. Again, War Drummer asked, so what now? The High Priest was silent for a moment before spitting out one word, wait. These illusions of Tuoba Ziyuan are warnings that if we enter rashly, we will likely be detected. It's not good for our follow-up. No one in the crowd objected, and the High Priestess was as steady as ever. Follow the course he has laid out and very little goes wrong. Sky. After brewing, the 4th robotic thunderbolt finally fell. The color of this thunder was different again, red, like a flame. This one is the Red Lotus Karmic Thunder, the thunder against sinners. The more innocent killings committed, the easier it is to be targeted by this thunder. If your Imperial Beast doesn't create too many innocent killings, you don't need to be afraid of this thunder. With the popularization of Tuoba Ziyuan, Chen Fei was relieved. That is to say, the robber's lightning actually removes the negative things from the transmigrant. The less negative things there are, the easier it will be to cross the lightning. Tuoba Ziyuan gave an approving cry. According to the information I have viewed, that is indeed the case. So for the 4-winged whale koan that flies at the end of the white clouds all year round and does not compete with the world, it's instead easier to pass through the robotic thunder. These words, in fact, were purposely said by Tuoba Ziyuan to the 4-winged whale koan. As for us, in this chaotic world, we can only kill to prove our way. Chen Fei nodded heavily. This meant that when he crossed the tribulation in the future, he would definitely run into this tribulation thunder again. But that's all in the future. It's useless to think so much now if you can carry the 10 evil kings. The 5th thunder, a grey robbing thunder. This is the purgatory heart demon thunder, which is visualized by the heart demons, filled with all kinds of temptations, or into the midst of visions of the past. If one has too great an obsession in his heart, or one who had made an oath of heaven and earth and didn't keep it, and other such cases, he will be seriously injured by this robbing thunder. Just after Tuoba Ziyuan finished speaking, Chen Fei's throat lifted again. Dark clouds can be quite an obsession, and I wonder if I'll be able to get through it peacefully. However, before the two of them could react, the 6th robbing thunderbolt had already fallen. Its intervals are shorter than ever before. This is the red dust robbery thunder. Any living being has its own bonds or kinship or love. And some become regrets, hatred. These are more unfavorable for crossing this robbery. It seems that your Imperial Beast obsession is very deep, and your obsession is like a demon. That's what caused these 2 robberies to fall back to back. Lying on the ground, Dark Cloud did go into the middle of a memory. The 6-winged headless angel was blocking its front with a heavy sword. And at that moment it was held in someone's arms. It was the familiar scent of jasmine. The Dark Cloud looked up, and wasn't that of the very person it had wanted to follow. But the next moment, it was thrown out by this person. Meow no. The moment she was thrown into the sewer, Dark Cloud saw the girl fall into a pool of blood once again. Soon the scene is replayed, ad infinitum. The Thunderbolt was utilizing this obsession, this regret, to completely shatter Dark Cloud's heart once and for all. And then later, Dark Cloud was in the middle of a white space with nothing but a dead tree. No, I should say it doesn't want to have anything. It was afraid to face it, it was afraid to see that girl fall in front of it again. I just want to be alone under that dead tree for the rest of my life. So sometimes the robberies of the inner world are a few degrees more terrifying than the robberies of the physical body. Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud. Wake up, Dark Clouds. Chen Fei and Ruler Jade and Xiaogu kept sending their voices over with their consciousness. Even if there was only the slightest possibility of help, they would not give up. You forget, Dark Cloud, we haven't defeated the Headless Angel together. Wu Yun, this big brother will not allow you to die before me. Dark Cloud, you promised to come with me to find my people. The sprawling Dark Cloud suddenly raised its head. It seems, someone called me? Dark Cloud. Another bang. Dark Cloud stood up and spun around, finding nothing. The dead tree behind it, however, had actually begun to sprout. There were finally other colors in this white space. These little buds slowly grew and then turned into bubbles. On the bubble, there are some images in it. Kogu, Ruler Jade, lock onto that black cat for me. This black cat even knows how to hide in the earth? Dark Cloud couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched the woeful appearance of the one man and two beasts trying to tackle it. They're so stupid. Dark Cloud, the grilled fish is here. Dark Cloud, use quicksand technique. Dark Cloud, look at that stone with the purple aura. Dark Cloud, I will take you and tear that Headless Angel apart. As if touching a keyword, Dark Cloud finally recalled it. Turns out, there's more to its world than just the girl. Now it had Chen Fei, as well as Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade. The bubbles on the tree all shattered at this moment, and it grew into a huge tree. Green grass and flowers continued to grow on the ground, creating a prairie. A milky white silhouette landed behind Dark Cloud and softly bellowed, Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud stiffened. That's such a familiar sound. Looking back, who else could it be but the girl? She knelt down and stroked Dark Cloud's head. Dark Cloud, I never blamed you, you don't need to blame yourself. I can't walk you down the road ahead. But someone else took my place, didn't they? Laughing twice, the girl continued, don't carry all this hate, it's too tiring, just live well. The moment she said it, the girl went up in smoke. The white space also shattered apart at this moment. Dark Cloud opened his eyes, but couldn't control his tears. Roar. A painfully loud tiger whistle. Meow. A released catcall. The Dark Cloud's massive body followed and shrunk to its most primitive form. Only 6 lightning marks appeared on his back. The robbery clouds in the sky also began to slowly dissipate. Chen Fei patted his chest, there was a scare, fortunately fortunate. Just when both he and Tuoba Ziyuan felt that it was over, the silhouette of the hijacking thunder saber-toothed tiger suddenly appeared on the body of Dark Cloud. Roar! It let out a roar towards the sky. And as if enraged, the robber cloud actually coalesced again. The 7th lightning is about to fall. Chapter 108, Xiao Gu's strongest strike. Chen Fei's entire body was bad. What the hell is this saber-toothed tiger up to? Tuoba Ziyuan pondered. The hijacking thunder saber-toothed tiger is an SSS-class super-powerful existence and has mastered the hijacking thunder. By definition, they were one of the demonic beasts that had the most hope of transcending and ascending. But for some reason, every time at the moment when he was closest to ascension, he either died unexpectedly and violently or suddenly disappeared. As a result, for so long, there was no record of a hijacked thunder saber-toothed tiger ascending. They are categorically, i.e., unwilling, and that is why they roar towards the sky. Chen Fei didn't expect the thunderjacking saber-toothed tiger to have such a past. But yes, after all, it was before the ancient times, and it was normal for him not to know about it. At this time, the robbery cloud was finished brewing, and the 7th robbery thunderbolt fell. That was quite a scary scene. It was clearly a sonic robbing thunder, but it coalesced into a large palm visible to the naked eye and descended from the sky. It was as if it was the wrath of the heavens that wanted to slap the Dark Clouds to death. Naturally, Dark Cloud resisted and gave sonic barrier an increase. But it's useless. It breaks at the touch. Dark Cloud was directly slapped to the point where his internal organs ruptured and blood sprayed about. The most terrifying thing was that the thunder of sound waves hadn't ended yet, as 2 more palms fell. In Dark Cloud's current situation, he wouldn't be able to hold out. Without further delay, Chen Fei hurriedly crushed the shield of the 4-winged whale Kuan. As long as it protects the Dark Clouds, it's not a waste. The High Priest and the others at the foot of the mountain were also shocked. Is this the terrifying extent of the robbing thunder? It's simply driving people to their deaths. A sonic thunderbolt visible to the naked eye, just how condensed does it have to be to do that? There were still more SSS-class demonic beasts in ancient times, and after they ascended, the offspring left behind became weaker and weaker, either with defective bloodlines. The SSS-class beasts all had a hard time getting through the robotic thunder, let alone the current offspring. The High Priestess was pondering,
always feeling that there was something strange about this crossing. It would be reasonable to say that the Ascension Tribulation would have to be a much bigger spectacle than the current one. But if it wasn't the Ascension Tribulation, what kind of demonic beast could cause a Thunder Tribulation? Never heard of it. At this moment, the high priest felt that he was in a cocoon of information. This unknowable information made it hard for him. It is also a form of resistance in the face of the unknown. The shield of the four-winged whale Kuan played a great effect. The two big soundwave thunder only managed to break this shield. After all, this was only a calamity lightning for third-level beasts, not fifth level. However, it was also because of this move that made the robber cloud even more furious. The gray-black robbery cloud became even darker and more lurid, as if the entire sky was about to tear apart. Tuoba Ziyuan hurriedly stopped it. Chenfei, you can't use the shield of the four-winged whale Kuan anymore, it doesn't belong to your power, and it will only make the next robber thunder even more violent. Transitioning, in the end, is a test of the transmigrator himself, and it's not good for external forces to interfere. Chenfei sniffed and had no choice but to put away the branding of the four-winged whale Kuan. I just hate that I'm not strong enough to be so passive in everything. At this moment, Chenfei's desire for strength surpassed that of the past. The eighth robotic thunderbolt roared down. This thunderbolt was not in the form of a common lightning bolt, but took on the appearance of the four divine beasts: Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xianwu. They are made of golden-colored lightning bolts that represent the will of the heavens. Tuoba Ziyuan could not help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. This is the four-elephant judgment robbery thunder. There was a sense of judgment in the lightning that did not allow for resistance or questioning. Perhaps it was because of the saber-toothed tiger's roar, and the four-winged whale Kuan's shield that attracted this calamity lightning. Tuoba Ziyuan still had some words he couldn't bear to finish. Rumor has it that many demonic beasts that ascended to cross the tribulation in the ancient times fell on this thunder tribulation. He didn't say it and didn't dare to say it for fear of affecting Chenfei. However, even if Tuoba Ziyuan didn't say anything, Chenfei could still feel the terrifying nature of this lightning bolt. The four divine beasts were all beings above the SSS, and even if they were just of the same rank, it would be difficult for the dark clouds to hold out at this moment. Not to mention four heads appearing at once. What's the point of this? Xiaogu, I'm afraid I'll have to make your descendants bleed heavily this time. Xiaogu instantly understood what Chenfei meant, and although he was heartbroken, he couldn't care less at this time. Under its command, group after group of third-generation parasites flew out from within the sacred cannon space. After a period of accumulation, the second generation of parasites had reached over 100,000 heads at this point. In other words, 100,000 third-generation parasites can be hatched in a day. Provided, of course, that the aura was sufficient to support it. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of densely packed third-generation bugs were crowding out this space, as if they could suck a person dry in an instant. All that has been accumulated over these days is here. They are not present to stack crystal barriers for dark clouds, that doesn't have much effect. Instead, using crystal reorganization, each of the third-generation parasites was reduced to zero, and then several thousand of them were reorganized into a spider web. On top of each spider web, there were multiple crystals attached. These crystals, infused with the full energy of the three generations of parasites. Afterwards, they rushed towards the four divine beasts without a fight. Before the four divine beasts could make a move, the bugs below had already begun to provoke. Can this be tolerated? Feeling their dignity offended, they roared back down. Explosion. The moment the spiderweb stuck to the four divine beasts' thunderbolt void, Chenfei chose to let them self-destruct. This is the strongest and most powerful attack Kogo has made so far. The self-detonation also detonated the energy of those crystals. Boom. Boom. 100,000 or so third-generation compasses surrounding a divine beast to self-detonate, the commotion it triggered would naturally not be too small. That explosion resounded through the heavens and earth. The high priest and others at the foot of the mountain felt like they were going deaf. Even the people in the city were startled by the loud noise. The high priest in front of him still felt that the aura of the thunderbolt wasn't enough. But the explosion knocked his suspicions out of him. Other than a fifth-level demon king, third-level beasts and fourth-level beasts could cause such a commotion? No way. Absolutely not. If it was truly the Ascension Tribulation, the High Priestess was relieved instead. After all, in this case, one either fell or ascended, there were no more redundancies. This one will not affect your rhythm. Tuoba Ziyuan also froze and looked at Chen Fei. This kid even had such a bottom card. With the energy triggered by this explosion, demonic beasts below level 4, step 5, wouldn't be able to carry it at all. Even demonic beasts with a higher strength, even if they didn't die, they would have to shed a layer of skin. I'm afraid that only a class 5 beast can remain intact. Coupled with the explosion of the 4 divine beast silhouettes, even the dimensional illusion butterfly spatial barrier was shattered by a layer. The lightning tribulation of a rank 3 beast had shattered the spatial barrier of a rank 5 demon king? This made Tuoba Ziyuan's heart unable to calm down for a long time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that there was such a demon in this world. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became. Tuoba Ziyuan asked the sublime illusion butterfly to set up a few more layers of spatial barriers, even summoning all of his imperial beasts just to shield his surroundings from any prying eyes. He was going to press that possibility completely. The high priestess acted steadily, and Topaz Ziyuan was by no means bad. Look at the dark clouds again. Although he was caught in the blast, he was not seriously injured. Meow, thank you, big brother Ku. Xiaogu gave an arrogant cry. You've called me big brother, how could I let you die in front of me? In truth, its heart was dripping blood, hundreds of thousands of offspring. One hit clear. But now is not the time to be sentimental. The hijacking clouds are still brewing and there is a final blow. Chapter 109 SSS Class Dark Cloud. The last lightning bolt was also the one that Chen Fei feared the most. Hundreds of thousands of third-generation compasses had been emptied, and the shield of the 4-winged whale Kuan and the space barrier of Tuoba Ziyuan could not be used, so what else could he use? Could it be that the second-generation parasites that had accumulated for so long should also be emptied? The lightning does not consider Chen Fei's feelings, and the non-stop rotating lightning cloud is already brewing. The last of the robbing thunderbolts fell. There wasn't a great deal of noise, and it wasn't as exaggerated as the 4-elephant judgment robbery thunder, showing brown thunderbolts, like leaves, gently drifting down. But more and more, it gives the impression of an approaching storm. This lightning bolt, I don't recognize it. The previous robberies in lightning, Tuoba Ziyuan all knew something from the ancient records. But this was the first time he had seen lightning of this color, even the ancient books had never mentioned it. Is it good or bad? Is it for the flesh, the soul, or the mind? Not a word about it. I only know that when this robbing thunder falls, it is silent and passes directly through the crystal barrier, the earth heavy sticky sand, and the soul big bell. All the means of defense were directly skipped by it. I'm afraid that even the self-detonation of the second-generation bugs couldn't stop half of it. Seeing this scene, even Tuoba Ziyuan held his breath and stared at it dead on. This can no longer be described as bizarre. Rather, it was horrible to the core. Avoid everything and hit the target straight on. There's a more powerful lightning bolt than this? Even Tuoba Ziyuan wondered if the dimensional illusion butterfly spatial barrier would be able to block it. Thinking about it, he wouldn't dare try it. Otherwise, if the thunderbolt set its sights on him later, it would be too late to cry. Just at this time of urgency, Dark Cloud sensed an extreme crisis. It's like being locked in, you can't avoid it no matter what. At this moment, it could only harden its head. But also at this very moment, layers of shadows appeared on Dark Cloud. It wasn't just the silhouette of a thunderjacking saber-toothed tiger, but a bunch of them. Roar! Roar! It was as if they had traveled through time and space, bringing with them unwillingness and anger, only to step on this robotic thunder. Afterwards, it collided with this brown robotic thunder. Just a moment. The power of the will of the robber thunder saber-toothed tiger then weakened, and then dissipated into the heavens and earth. Only the leading saber-toothed tiger looked back at the dark clouds twice before biting down on the robbing thunder. The lightning slowly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead of being happy, Dark Cloud sensed from the actions of the thunderjack saber-toothed tiger pathos. Yes, they are questioning the heavens in this way. Why did the heavens give up on their clan of thunderjack saber-toothed tigers? If not, why not let them ascend? It's just a shame that they still don't get answers. The eclipsed robotic thunderbolt ended up bombarding the dark clouds. The original silky hair disappeared, leaving only a scorched black patch. Its appearance was generally the same as the 9 heavenly wisdom willow. The robbery clouds in the sky finally dispersed. Chen Fei and the 2 beasts rushed to Dark Cloud's side at the first opportunity. Tuoba Ziyuan also hurriedly had his imperial beasts use their healing skills. It was only the Dark Cloud's injuries were left by the robbing cloud, and normal healing skills couldn't have any effect. "Yuryu, how are you?"
Chen Fei and the two beasts were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, running around in circles.
Next moment,
streams of light began to emanate from the dark cloud, and the brownish robotic lightning traveled through its body, and then, Chen Fei felt a full of vitality.
the charred blackness on Dark Cloud's body fell off piece by piece, revealing flesh that carried 9 thunderbolts.
At the same time, its ears were covered with black lines on its canine teeth, mysterious and incomparable. Moreover, under the double boost of the robbing thunder and evolution, the energy in Dark Cloud surpassed the previous and needed to break through upwards. It was only that the Imperial Beast was unable to surpass the strength of an Imperial Beast Master, preventing it from making a smooth breakthrough. Thus, the Dark Clouds poured this power into Chen Fei, Xiaogu, and Ruler Yu's bodies.
This is feeding back.
Under the Qingdian Xian Kuan's life crystals washing over him, Chen Fei was originally on the verge of breaking the boundary. All the reasons now added up to make the breakthrough of 1 person and 3 beasts, a watery one. Chen Fei Senior 8th ranked Imperial Beast Master, 3 beasts 3rd level 8th ranked.
Tuoba Ziyuan was staggered. The feedback of the robbing thunder is just strong.
Wait a minute, this rate of improvement, it's already catching up with the sophomores. Hiss. On the other hand, Chen Fei read up on Dark Cloud's message.
Heavy Pupil Thunderjack Tiger. Strength, Level 3, Order 8. Attributes, Replica, Assassin, Elemental. Qualification, SSS. Potential, expected to be promoted to Divine Beast. Skills. 1. Mirror of Reproduction. Proficiency, Peak Level. 2. Control of Lightning.
It can condense its own thunder element, or the thunder element in nature, to trigger a lightning attack, or form a lightning barrier.
Proficiency, Entry Level. Remarks, current proficiency, can use 9 heavenly thunder and pure white thunder.
The higher the proficiency, the more imprinted rubber rays can be controlled. And due to their own low strength, the power of the lightning triggered was relatively small, and could not be compared to a real heavenly tribulation. The only way to get closer to the apocalypse is to be stronger. Chen Fei read the message and directly capitalized. Nandong Xingchen's thunderous violet Lin that hadn't yet mastered the heist lightning was already SS ranked, and the dark cloud that had mastered the heist lightning was surely even more powerful.
I just didn't expect to cross directly from S rank to SSS rank. This is too damn strong.
There's also the line about potential, it's expected to be promoted to Divine Beast. Seeing these words, Chen Fei was even more unable to suppress the excitement in his heart.
Above the SSS grade qualifications were the Immortal Beasts, and only after that were the Divine Beasts.
The potential of the Dark Clouds, which had already come to the class of Divine Beasts, was enough to illustrate the strong point of the robbing thunder. This was the first time he had seen an Imperial Beast with such high potential.
The Sublime Phantom Butterfly might be there too, just that Takumi Ziyuan wouldn't let him see it.
Tuoba Ziyuan also came a few points closer, and under looking and looking, he finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Chen Fei,
This is SSS level now?
Chen Fei had no intention of concealing Tuoba Ziyuan, who had been guarding him when he crossed the tribulation.
Yes, my first SSS class Imperial Beast. Outrageous. At this moment, Tuoba Ziyuan was on the verge of doubting life.
It had taken him decades to raise the Sublime Illusion Butterfly to SSS rank, and how long had it been for Chen Fei?
It's less than a year full time. It's horrible.
Thinking about the Robber Thunder just now, if it was 6 Robber Thunders, the Dark Cloud should have stayed at SS rank, but it was definitely stronger than a normal SS rank.
But the Robbing Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger hardwired 3 more.
This inadvertently enhances the qualifications of the Dark Clouds. Only after a long time did Tuoba Ziyuan have to exclaim, it's worthy of being a Robbing Thunder.
If you don't make it, you die. When you're over it, you're new. Chapter 110, Draw a Circle to Curse You. After this thunderbolt, Chen Fei's status in Tuoba Ziyuan's heart had risen another level.
This could very well be the little guy who could surpass himself in the future.
Thinking about this, Tuoba Ziyuan's mood was quite good.
There is still hope for the world when there is a successor.
Afterwards, Tuoba Ziyuan had the Imperial Beasts erase all traces of this place.
As for those spatial barriers and the illusions, he hadn't thought of removing them so early.
Staying can be used as bait to see what people desperately want to explore. Then he might as well check these people out.
Then, he looked at Chen Fei.
Your qualifications are rare in ancient times. I realized that even I can't teach you much. At one time I was thinking about taking you on as a disciple. Now that I think about it, it's a bit of a mongrel. You no longer need anyone to pave the way for your future. Just go at your own pace. Perhaps you can surprise everyone. After thinking about it, Tuoba Ziyuan took out a Ocolorito stone. A grayish, almost faded red. This is my personal private transmission stone with the markings of the sublime phantom butterfly on it. As long as I'm within its teleportation range, I'll be the first to arrive. Thank you, teacher. Chen Fei had seen everything that Tuoba Ziyuan had done for him in the past few days. Especially when Tuoba Ziyuan still didn't forget to take care of Chen Fei's emotions under the thunderbolt. Chen Fei had then recognized the other party. People and people are all mutual. Tuoba Ziyuan's kind of lifting up intention for his juniors, how could Chen Fei not feel it? So this teacher, he said from the bottom of his heart. Tuoba Ziyuan's heart paused for a moment, as if it hadn't been touched for a long time. He emotionally patted Chen Fei on the shoulder. I'm already old, and I have to rely on you young people to support me in the future. Hopefully, I'll see the day you grow up in my lifetime. Definitely. Chen Fei nodded heavily. Today you helped me to cross the threshold. In the future with the evil king of the third that fate, I will also go all out. After returning to his room, Chen Fei hugged the three beasts and lay on the bed, not wanting to move at all. There were too many things that happened today, another gambling, and a robbery, and it was simply too much to digest in a moment. Especially the crossing, which came so suddenly that there was no psychological construction at all. Even now, his insides had been jolting wildly. Dark Cloud, didn't you turn into a big tiger in front of you? How come you've turned into a kitten now? The Dark Cloud was paralyzed like a water droplet. It was the most tired one. Meow, I can switch back and forth between the two forms. Oh. That's great. Usually nothing to do with the cat form, convenient to jerk the cat, when fighting, the tiger form, fierce and domineering, but also can bluff the opponent, wonderful wonderful wonderful. Meow, I think I'm so strong now that I can totally hang 10 kogo? It's getting closer to the headless angel. When Xiao Gu heard this, he directly exploded. No, it doesn't have hair. What do you mean? I've become a war unit? Good for you, Dark Cloud. I remember you calling me Big Brother not too long ago. Dark Cloud raised his head. I am now SSS, and you are only a tiny S rank. So, of course, I'm the boss. Xiao Gu is not convinced at all. Don't forget, my millions of compulsion army explodes itself at the same time. You 1T survive. Speaking of which, both Dark Cloud and Chen Fei couldn't help but have hundreds of thousands of third-generation insects explode the four divine beasts' thunder void in their minds. If this really met a 4 divine beast of the same rank, I don't know if it could be beaten. On the side, Ruler Jade let out a teasing cry. What's the point? I'll crush your soul before they can blow themselves up. Xiao Gu became even more angry. Shock you, how come even you are tearing me down? Ruler Jade faintly said, because you are too able to fool around. Blitz. Properly stormed. Koba's insides were crying. Immediately after that, it used crystal reorganization and formed an egg. Ruler Jade, I'm going to draw a circle to curse you. Ruler Jade was still high-strung, childish. Chen Fei looked at the playful three beasts, his mood relaxing along with them. With them around, Chen Fei believed that he could go farther in the future. Even if he has to face the mist together, he will not be afraid. And so on. It seems that there is still a light purple gas spirit mine that has not been opened. It suddenly occurred to me that there was more to it. Chen Fei then brought the three beasts to the middle of the sacred cannon space. Slowly cut by Koga using a crystal blade, its cutting speed is far slower than that of the knife ghost mantis. It wasn't until ages later that the contents were revealed. It was a palm-sized key to something that opened nowhere. But the material of this key was surprisingly carved from the main trunk of the reincarnation fur. When it comes to the word reincarnation, it can't be simple. Thinking of this, Chen Fei put it into a box to keep it properly. And then he began to recuperate his energy, waiting for the Spirit Mansion's secret realm the day after tomorrow. By the way, take this time to study the 10 ambush killing formation. Foothills. The group of high priests were still waiting for an outcome. It was just that after waiting for most of the day, the environmental and spatial barriers were never removed. War Drummer mentioned, going hard? No. The high priest hurriedly stopped the other party. Tuoba Ziyuan isn't as simple as you think. Once the space barrier is touched, he is able to immediately use space shuttle to transfer over. He's fishing. If we enter at this moment, we'll be fooled. Unless, of course, any of you are confident that you can beat his SSS rank space demon beast? Everyone else kept their mouths shut. Each SSS class was a unique existence. Not to mention it's still a space system, where it's so easy to deal with. Withdraw. Somewhat unwillingly, somewhat helplessly, the High Priestess still made this choice, holding back for a while to plan better. 2 days later, the period when the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm was officially opened. The large group arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Instead of an entrance, it was more like a crack in space. Tuoba Ziyuan stood in front with his hands behind his back. I'm sure the leaders have already said pretty much everything inside, so I won't repeat the details here. I'll just say one thing: avoid killing your own people. Your talents are among the top of the human race, and your future lies in fighting against the evil beasts in the mists, not in the civil unrest of the human race. With that said, the rest is up to you. With a wave of Tuoba Ziyuan's hand, 200 people entered through the spatial rift at the same time. The moment Chen Fei went in, like an artificial secret realm, he directly summoned the third-generation compass. Due to the large enough number of second-generation parasites, and spending a few million more top-grade spirit stones, 100,000 third-generation parasites could be hatched in a day. Chen Fei's projected army of 1 million bugs was no longer a dream. Let these third-generation parasites spread out and look for Tang Jian, Shenlin, and Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's strength wasn't weak, so if she could meet in the secret realm, she could reduce the number of people coveting her. That was why the day before he came in, Chen Fei specifically handed Jiang Yi a second-generation parasite. It was then that Chen Fei began to observe his surroundings. Unlike the artificial secret realm, the fog here was bigger and the aura was more abundant. Its aura density was more than 3 times that of the outside world. Even if you didn't have to do anything, just practicing in place for a week, the progress wouldn't be too bad. Only, Chen Fei, who can be promoted with killing value, is destined to be idle. Chapter 111, Senior is really cruel. When Chen Fei began to observe the surroundings, he realized that the front possessed 10 pools of water. Sun Gang didn't mention this place. Instead, it was Tuoba Ziyuan who mentioned it to him. After all, how is it also a human war god, grasping far more information than Sun Barge? According to what Tuoba Ziyuan mentioned, the 10 pools here corresponded to the 10 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness and ice. Not for absorption, but for forging the body and increasing the resistance of the 10 elements. Since it was so wonderfully useful, how could Chen Fei let it go? He intended to take some of each and put them into the sacred space for the subsequent 3 beasts to bathe in. Just before he could do so, he saw a pair of round eyes appear on the water. It wasn't until one of them jumped out of the water that Chen Fei got a good look at them. It is shaped like a frog, but has a number of sharp horns on its head and is covered in scales, as well as a tail that resembles a unicorn's tail. Seeing this image, the first thing that came to Chen Fei's mind was the 4th son of the 9 sons of the dragon, Puan. Before Chen Fei could react, the 2 gills of this group of dragon blood horn frogs bulged out, and after that, moo! Moo! Horn frogs making cow calls? Did the horn frog split or did the cow cheat? Is it hard to believe that this is where bullfrogs come from? Chen Fei at first found their cow calls somewhat novel. But slowly it became clear that something was wrong. Their voices grew louder and louder, deafening like bells and thunder. What was even more outrageous was that Xiaogu's crystal barrier and Dark Cloud sonic barrier were directly blown away, and Chen Fei and the 3 beasts were not able to stand still, but were actually blown away hard. However, these horned frogs had no intention of killing them. It was more like they wanted to drive them away. Blah blah blah. Chen Fei got up from the ground with a lot of sand around his mouth. What the hell is this? He finally couldn't resist using the Holy Scripture to take a look at these horned frogs. Dragon's blood horned frogs Pope's offspring. Strength, 3rd level, 9th order. Attributes, elemental, sonic, auxiliary. Qualification, S. Potential, expected to advance to SSS level qualification. Skills. 1. Sound wave impact. It can emit a loud ringing sound like a bell, creating a strong and powerful sonic impact. When multiple dragon-blooded horned frogs use this ability together, a wave of sound can be created. The power is far more than 7 times that of a single individual. Proficiency, mastery level. 2. It turns out that, together, the multiples can form a wave of sound. No wonder a frog was heard. The crystal barrier was no big deal, but listening to a burst of frogs, it was instantly blown apart. Dark Cloud, why don't we try out your robotic thunderbolt and see what kind of power it has? Meow, I was just about to try that. The old dark cloud was excited, and it held great expectations for its new abilities. All that was seen was Dark Cloud lifting his claws, and then gently dropping them. Several blue thunderbolts fell from the sky. The 9 heavenly divine lightning smashed directly into the middle of the 10 water pools, and the electric current tumbled wildly within the water pools. It didn't take long for the dragon blood-horn frogs in the waterhole to float up, belly up. It was only that they had been soaking in the thunder pool for years, and their lightning resistance was not bad, they were only electrocuted and did not die out completely. 1 man and 3 beasts froze at this scene. It was just a single strike, and it didn't use its full power, and it was still the weakest 9 heavenly thunder. And then that's it? The lightning is really terrifying. But think about it. What's a kaboom? It was an existence that even a 5th level top-tier demon king was afraid of, and these dragon blood-horn frogs were only 1 rank higher than Wu Yun, so they could completely hang on to them. Let's go, collect this water of forging body and just continue on our way. Quack! As Chen Fei approached, another froggy sound appeared. Only this one was thicker, stronger, and more powerful. The one that appeared afterward was none other than the king of the dragon blood-horn frog, level 4, rank 1. Chen Fei had expected a big battle, but he saw the Horn Frog King directly plop down. Quack, Lord Shang Envoy, we were wrong to have rushed Lord Shang Envoy, this is the Chaos Bead, please laugh at it and let my clan go. The voice in his head made Chen Fei pause. What does the Lord Upper Ambassador mean? Croak, mastering the robbing thunder, for the messenger of heaven, naturally, is the Lord Upper Messenger. Well. So understand And what is this Chaos Bead? Quack, the 10 pools of water in front of you were formed precisely because of the overflow of energy from the Chaos Pearl. So then it seems that this Chaos Bead is a treasure without compromise. Okay, I'll take it. Chen Fei was just about to let the 3rd generation of compasses fetch it when he sensed a crisis. In the next second, an ice crystal froze them all. A treasure this good is not for first years like you to get your hands on. The person who came was none other than Huang Jun, a second-year student of Luo High Academy, who had been attracted by soundwave impact just now. The strength belonged to the middle of the range, not reaching the level of Jiang Yi. He gave a light touch to the ice sculpture, and it shattered and came to pieces. Elder is really cruel, how dare he not leave us a way out? If it's just frozen, it doesn't die, it naturally melts away when the time comes. But destroying the ice sculpture, that's up for grabs. In contrast, Chen Fei would not be merciful. Huang Jun was shocked when he heard Chen Fei's words, how could you possibly be fine? He couldn't figure it out at all. What he had sneaked up on was only a first-year student, so how could the other party have escaped? What he didn't realize was that as early as the moment he approached, he was scouted by the 3rd generation of parasites in the sky. Chen Fei did not move, only using the crystal transfer the moment Huang Jun attacked towards himself. The only thing that's frozen is the air. Huang Jun said as he had his imperial beasts prepare for a killing move, just as he was about to make his move. The air around him was suddenly drained, and he couldn't even breathe, nor could his voice come out. Since Chen Fei had spoken out, it meant that he had already made his move. Why else would you talk to him? It's a waste of time. Huang Jun wasn't without any defense, it was just that this ability to suddenly drain the air was the first time he had encountered it. There's no defense against it. In front of the crisis, Huang Jun forced himself to calm down, and his current physical strength reached that of a grade 3 beginner demon beast. Even in a vacuum environment, he could hold out for a minute without dying, and he didn't believe that this vacuum environment could last that long. At the same time, he had his imperial beasts attack the vacuum barrier while he did so. It's only right that a first-year student's skills aren't hard to crack. That's right. Huang Jun really fell into the trap, not because of the strength of the weak, but the information is not equal, is the bone of that conceit. To the very beginning, Huang Jun didn't think that Chen Fei, a first-year student, could be that powerful. Never thought of him as a peer-level opponent either. Of course Chen Fei would not be foolish enough to watch Huang Jun make a move to crack the vacuum barrier. It's not like it's turn-based. At the moment of sneak attack, has long been laid out a chain of killing moves. Chapter 112, Steady as an Old Dog. Vacuum extraction was only the first skill, followed by 9 heavenly thunder straight strikes. Even the dragon blood-horn frog couldn't hold out, but Huang Jun, a human, could hold out? After chopping, it wasn't just letting it go, Chen Fei wouldn't make Huang Jun's mistake, but continued to let Xiaogu release the poison. It's not polite at all, it's just straight up unresolved poison.
In the 100 Cities competition, Xiao Gu was very restrained and did not use this poison.
But in the midst of this rule-free environment, there are no limits. Until the spatial environment disappears, until the poisonous fog dissipates.
The man and the three beasts had all collapsed to the ground, unresponsive.
Well, Gu make up for it. Without mending, it's easy to give the enemy a chance to flip the game. Gu roger that.
With a few swishes, one person and three beasts were frozen by the crystals, which then shattered and became a starburst.
At this point, Chen Fei still intended to verify the wave.
The best way to verify is to see if the kill value has increased. Kill advanced 9th order human, kill value plus 150.
Oh, it's kinda less.
This kill value is really hard to save.
But you can be sure to kill each other completely. The process is silky smooth and steady as an old dog. Chen Fei, this is for you.
When Xiao Gu returned, he picked up Jun Huang's spatial ring in passing. Huang Jun had died, and the ban on this space ring was naturally lifted. When Chen Fei took a look, there were a ton of household items and not many real heavenly materials.
So poor.
It was better than nothing, so Chen Fei put it away smoothly. Quite as expected of Lord Shang Envoy, he is just strong, this human is really a death wish. Chen Fei smiled as he received the chaos bead. You're also less likely to pat yourself on the back. Now that this chaos pearl is in my hands, it's useless for you to guard these 10 pools. Sooner or later, the energy of this pool will run out.
How about, is there somewhere else to go?
The Horned Frog King shook its head. It had no other place to go for the time being.
Chen Fei continued, how about this, you hang out with me? Croak?
The Horned Frog King cocked his head, not understanding what Chen Fei meant. Then he saw Chen Fei tear open a piece of space and beckon towards it. The Horned Frog King knew that he couldn't fight, so he could only follow him in. What came to be was none other than the resting space. Chen Fei incidentally collected 10 pools of water into this, while throwing the chaos bead in the center and letting it continue to renew the pool's energy. The pool is still there, it's just a different place to live.
How about that, may I?
The Horned Frog King was still surveying the surroundings, and it could sense that it was full of vigor. Thick, spiritual soil, a variety of spiritual plants, and a constant supply of aura, as well as the small willow sapling next to it.
That exuberance was the only thing it had ever seen in its life. Here, it seems to be fine.
Most importantly, from now on, they will have a relationship with the Lord Ambassador, which will be of great benefit to their future development.
Quack, I thank Lord Upper Ambassador for my clan.
Chen Fei waved his hand. Alright, then go get ready, I'll give you 10 minutes.
10 minutes later. Chen Fei selected a direction and headed toward the spiritual plantation mentioned by Tuoba Ziyuan. Outside.
The high priest looked at the time. At this point, they have already entered the secret realm.
Do it!
As the high priestess gave the order, the weaver, the war drummer, and one of the bugmasters moved together.
Prohibition, undo.
With the passing of this sound, some of the second-year students in the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm underwent a drastic change. In particular, the second-place winner of the 100 Cities competition, the head of the Van Mountain Academy, Sikong Jinhai, as well as the second person, LV Kai, were suddenly shaken.
An evil aura emerged from them.
At the same time, a parasite worked its way up from the Dantian, and then took control of their brain and gave a command.
Kill. Kill every human you come across. Dong Gang was the only second-year student from True One Academy to enter the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm.
He knew he was isolated and not strong enough, so he planned to just keep living. He avoided many people along the way, but only failed to avoid Sikong Jinhai.
This is all my harvest, all of it is yours, just please can you let me go? Sikong Jinhai just nodded slightly. Dong Gang sighed in relief, put down his things, and then left.
Just before he could get very far, he was bound by chains. Just as he was about to turn back, he was struck by a ghostly fire that burned his soul and killed him beyond death.
Sikong Jinhai nodded slightly, not meaning to let him go, but determined to be human, killable. Just like that, the Spirit Mansion's secret realm staged a massacre. Chen Fei, who was still rushing along, didn't know about this, and at the moment, he was checking the kill value. After 2 days of accumulation, as well as today's kills, the kill value had once again reached over 100,000 points. Without hesitation, Chen Fei directly used it on top of Dark Cloud's Heist Thunder Mastery. Proficiency jumps from entry level, right up to peak level. There were also 6 more karmic thunderbolts that could be grasped: the world-destroying black thunder, the red lotus karmic fire thunder, the purgatory heart demon thunder, the red dust karmic thunder, the sonic karmic thunder, and the 4-elephant judgment karmic thunder.
The only thing that could be mastered was the last robbing thunder, which required flawless level proficiency. Among them, the 4-elephants judgment heist thunder consumed the most spiritual energy, and with Dark Cloud's current spiritual energy storage, it could be emptied after one use. The other robbing thunderbolts were also quite consuming of aura, and the current Dark Clouds could only be used at a leisurely pace.
Of course, the effect of such a large aura output was also terrifying. Demonic beasts below rank 4, step 2 without lightning resistance were basically killed in one hit.
Nowadays, Dark Cloud can casually accomplish the feat of killing over the level.
It could make Xiao Gu and Ruler Jade envious to the point of envy. Gu Chenfei, I want to get to SSS rank 2, I want to crush everything too. Chenfei smiled and knocked Xiao Gu, your self-created, spider web self-explosion, isn't it strong enough? It's completely comparable to the 4-elephants judgmental robbery thunder.
Xiao Gu beamed, but that would require hundreds of thousands of my children and grandchildren, and how much time it would cost.
And it only takes a few seconds for the Dark Clouds to coalesce. The difference is obvious.
When Chenfei thought about it, it was really true. It seems that Xiao Gu also has a bit of brain.
Okay, this trip to the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm, priority will be given to you and Ruler Jade. Meow, feel free.
Dark Cloud didn't have much of an idea, it was SSS ranked, so he'd give them a bit of a chance to catch up with him. There was no one else but Chenfei and the 3 beasts who could improve their strength while chatting and hurrying.
Phew, finally.
In front of Chenfei's eyes, there was a large area of spiritual plants, and any one of them was at level 4 or higher.
9 suns purple bamboo.
7 colored divine stoneflowers.
Fairy bone aloe. Zhu yen mushroom. Watching Chenfei's mouth water.
However, these spirit plants were not that easy to obtain, as could be seen from Helei's state.
Not really. Brother He, what a coincidence.
Helei also recognized Chenfei and reminded, don't easily cross into this spirit plant garden, there is a level 4, 9th order demon plant guarding it, no one can come.
Chenfei was a bit puzzled, since you can't beat them, why are you still surrounding here?
Helei pointed to a tree hole in front of him.
Chapter 113, The Trial Space.
See that hole in the tree, inside is a special challenge space. If you can achieve its rating, you will receive a corresponding reward.
There's more of that, so you're still here just to try a couple more times? That's right. Helei didn't deny it.
Chenfei did not recklessly enter the tree hole, but first dispatched a 3rd-generation parasite in to see if it was as Helei had said. After all, people's hearts are separated from their stomachs, and Chenfei doesn't dare to gullibly trust other people's words. The information fed back by the 3rd generation of compotes was generally the same as what Helei had said.
Chenfei was about to go in and give it a try, only for Helei to beat him to it. I'll give it one last try.
After saying that, Helei directly broke into the middle of the tree hole space. Chenfei was not in a hurry, he wanted to see what the situation was again. After about 10 minutes had passed, Helei was thrown out of the tree hole. At the same time, he also held a 1,000-year-old stone vine in his hand, which was greatly beneficial to rock-based demonic beasts. Helei put it into his spatial ring at the first time, while not looking back, he left the scene at breakneck speed. Helei left so quickly that Chenfei smacked his lips a little, but he also knew that he was afraid of being targeted. After all, he was only a first-year student. Since he was fine and productive, why wouldn't he be fine himself?
It looks like it's possible to break in.
However, before going in, Chenfei had arranged some means to save himself from being surrounded when he came out.
1 entry.
Chenfei first saw a stone tablet standing in front of him.
It has quite a bit of information on it. First place, Shangwan Leifeng, 19 years old. Potential rating, SSS Tier 27. Number 33, Nangong Xingxian, 19 years old. Potential rating, SS plus Tier 24.
Number 34, Yui Kong, 20 years old.
Potential rating, SS plus Tier 24.
42nd, Helei, 19 years old.
Potential rating, SS Tier 21.
Nangong Xingxian and Zhang Yi were also up there, indicating that they had already visited the Spirit Plant Garden. It just didn't occur to me that as strong as Nangong Xingxian and Zhang Yi, they couldn't even reach the SSS level.
Nope. How are the two men rated when they are different ages and strengths? With questions in mind, Chenfei prepared to enter the true trial space.
Only to be stopped and asked to enter his name and age before he could enter. Instead of using his real name, Chen Fei wrote 2 random words, Mountain Ghost. This was the code name he used in his previous life when he cooperated with the army in various operations. Age, 19 years. Subsequently, the trial space never stopped Chen Fei again. Upon entering, he found himself in front of 3 classes silver-winged ice wolves, whose strengths were all at level 3, step 8. It turned out to be a phantom demonic beast that could sense the strength of the trialist and then arrange a phantom demonic beast of relative strength. That seems like a fair trial. Xiaogu didn't even bother to make a move, only letting the 3rd generation compound do the work for him, and then shattered the illusion of these 3 wolf demons. Tier 2, 6 silver-winged ice wolves. Tier 3, 9 silver-winged ice wolves. It was only when they reached the 4th level that there was a change, 1 S-rank golden horned beast, 1 A-rank thunder pupil ape, and 1 A-rank fire scorpion spider. Collect the 3 explosive attribute phantom beasts of fire, thunder, and gold. Only, it's still the 3rd generation of compulsion waved off with no difficulty at all. The 3 heads on Tier 7 are all S-rank phantom beasts. Tier 10, 3 S-qualified, level 3, 9th order fantasy beasts. But even when they reached level 3, step 9, the 3 beasts were still too lazy to make a move, and the crystal arrow rain of the 3rd generation of compasses was enough to crush them. With a horizontal push, Chen Fei finally arrived at the 21st floor where he was intercepted. Tier 21, 2 SS qualified, 1 SSS qualified, level 4, 1st rank demonic beasts. Not only had this crossed over, but there was even an SSS qualified phantom beast. With this kind of intensity, no wonder he was stopped here, it seems not unreasonable. Dark Cloud, try the power of the other robotic thunderbolts. At this level, Chen Fei was always interested. Moreover, he discovered a phenomenon that with every layer of trial space, the aura and state would be refilled. This means that each layer can be used at full strength. Since this was the case, this was the best testing point for the robbing thunder. As the dark clouds drained the last drop of aura, the thunderous silhouettes of the 4 divine beasts appeared in the sky. Since it was a pinnacle level skill, the strength of these thunder void shadows had heftily reached rank 4, step 2. The 3 phantom beasts on the opposite side directly wilted. They were just illusions, yes, but they were still suppressed by the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. Bloodline unbeatable, qualifications unbeatable, strength unbeatable, what's left for this fight? Besides, the 4 divine beasts void is a 4th level 2nd rank, yes, but the skills played out. A 4th level 5th rank SS beast wouldn't necessarily be able to carry it. This is the strongest frontal killing power of Dark Cloud at the moment. Suddenly, Chen Fei realized a problem. The others were defeated by all 3 beasts together, while on their side, a dark cloud crushed them. This seems like a bit of an exaggeration. With regards to the strength of the 3 beasts, Chen Fei had a clearer perception. Let's continue then and see which floor we can break into. Dark Cloud, meow, go for it. Kogu, goo him. Ruler Jade, you've lost your quality. Chen Fei let out a smile, he also wanted to know where the limits of the 3 beasts were. Tier 24, 2 heads of SSS qualification, 4 levels of 1st rank. An SS qualified, 4th level, 2nd order. Nangong Xingchen and Jiang Yi were defeated at this level. Although the phantom beasts didn't have much intelligence and fought by instinct, the 2 SSS ranked qualification phantom beasts were indeed not comparable to the current stage of Nangong Xingchen. But that still doesn't stop the dark clouds. Level 27, also a level that is currently reachable on the tablet leaderboard, but not broken through. 3 SSS qualified, level 4, 2nd order fantasy beasts. With the addition of cross-leveling, that works out to be at least 5 steps across. Such intensity can only be described as terrifying. With the way things have been going in recent years, no one has even made it this far before the age of 20. So most likely, this Shangguan Leifeng was not from this era. Or rather, not from this continent. While Chen Fei was pondering, the dark clouds had already pierced through them. Go on then. Tier 32, 3 SSS qualified, 4th level, 3rd order fantasy beasts. Dark clouds plus 3 generations of compulsion will take care of it. Tier 36, 1 immortal beast qualification, 2 SSS qualifications, both tier 4, 4th level fantasy beasts. Seal the sky unicorn. Strength, 4th level, 4th step. Attributes, seal, elemental, flight. Qualification, immortal beast. Potential, expected to be promoted to divine beast. Skills. 1. Spiritual sealing. It can be used against a particular being to seal its aura so that it cannot use its skills. Proficiency, mastery level.
Note, under this proficiency, it can be sealed for a period of 3 seconds. 2. Space seal. It can seal off a designated certain space. No living being's physical body, visible skills, etc. can pass through. Proficiency, peak level. Note, under this proficiency and strength, you can seal a space of 50 m times 50 m times 50 m. This is the terror of a pure-blood unicorn? Chapter 114 Great Battle with the Heaven-Sealing Qilin. Chen Fei was stunned by the message from the Heaven-Sealing Qilin. Immortal beast qualification exists. Live long and prosper. However, this has a lot to do with its sealing system. It could directly seal space and restrain all visible skills, which was too terrifying. Currently, among Chen Fei's 3 beasts, only Ruler Jade Soul and Illusion were able to restrain some of them. The Dark Cloud's lightning, in a way, really doesn't always break this space. After all, it's the visible thunderbolt, except for the last thunderbolt. Moreover, the other party was still a 4th level 4th ranked existence. This battle looks like it's going to be all out. Ku, get the bug grandchildren up in the air and block off the sky above. Chen Fei had already tried it. Even if the parasites blew themselves up, they would be refreshed in the same way when they reached the next level. It means that the mechanism of this trial is to simulate the current strongest state. Since this was the case, Chen Fei asked Xiaogu to pull out the 2nd generation bugs and the 3rd generation bugs together, using the gravity crystals, to block their ability to fly first. Ruler Jade, use soul stripping, and directly attack the heaven-sealing unicorn. However, before Ruler Jade could make a move, he realized that he couldn't gather any aura at all and received a mental whack. Ruler Jade was groggy and didn't recover that quickly. There was only one scenario in which this meant that Ruler Jade had been hit with spiritual seal. It seemed that the sealed Sky Qilin knew his weaknesses very well, which was why he dumped his skills on Ruler Jade in the first place. At the same time, the other SSS beast used a mental attack. This was the first time that Ruler Jade had been crushed before he even made a move. Chen Fei even marveled at the speed of the sealing Sky Qilin's skill usage. It's as if there is no need for a process, it comes with the thought. It seems that the 3 beasts need to be exercised in the future. The Ruler Jade had no effect in a short period of time, so Chen Fei turned his thoughts to the Dark Clouds. Dark Cloud used the yin-yang increase on top of the 4 Elephant Judgment Heist Thunder. The Dark Cloud's aura was drained once again, but the effect was remarkable. After the increase, the 4 Divine Beasts Heist Thunder Flesh Void came to level 4, step 3. Even the eyes of the heaven-sealing Qilin flashed with a trace of scorn. However, it was just a hint, and in the next moment, the heaven-sealing Qilin used the space seal on top of the 4 Divine Beasts silhouettes. The 4 Divine Beasts void was solid lightning, just enough to be grammed. The next thing to look at was how much energy was left after the 4 Divine Beasts broke out of the space blockade. However, with the 2 strong skills thrown out by the heaven-sealing Qilin, it must have consumed a lot of its aura. Chen Fei didn't believe that it could still continuously block the aura of the Ruler Jade. Seemingly seeing through Chen Fei's intentions, the heaven-sealing Qilin disappeared in a flash and hid into the clouds. Use the clouds to avoid the lock of the Shakajutsu. I have to say, it's a brilliant move. Are you guys done yet? Come help me, I can't carry it anymore. Xiaogu's voice reached the resonance channel that Chen Fei had established with the 3 beasts. As soon as anyone uses their psychic sense, the remaining few will be able to receive it. As it turned out, Chen Fei's ploy was to have Dark Cloud and Ruler Jade fight against the heaven-sealing Qilin, while Xiaogu and the army of compulsive insects faced off against the other 2 SSS-ranked phantom beasts. Who knew that the 2-headed ones were also quite impressive? One mastered the summoning system and brought in a swarm of moon bats. These bats had extremely high poison resistance and fed on flying insects themselves. The parasites were simply the most delicious food for them. And that's exactly what put Kogu in a difficult situation. At this point, Ruler Jade had finally recovered, though it couldn't target the sealed Sky Unicorn. But it was still possible to take down the 2 SSS rank phantom beasts that were in the way first. It didn't use soul stripping in the first place, but phantom split. In the midst of every battle, either Xiaogu was killed in seconds, Dark Cloud was killed in seconds, or he was killed in seconds by a soul skill. So much so that Ruler Jade had almost forgotten about this ability. The current Phantom Doppelganger can create 3 doppelgangers and has 60% of the main body's attack power. Ruler Jade told the 2 doppelgangers to use their soul skills at full strength to target those 2 SSS beasts. The other end used up all its energy and used Dream Projection to project a powerful presence. As for Ruler Jade herself, she had been holding the soul stripping in her hand, ready to deal with the heaven-sealing Qilin. This was the only skill that could restrike the heaven-sealing Qilin, and it should never be wasted. Just like Zhongkue, instead of coming out of the hook, it's more scary. With the addition of the ruler Jade doppelganger, Xiaogu could finally take a breath. But it is not enough to maintain the current situation. Xiaogu, self-destruct wave. Gu Roger that. The third-generation parasites circled around the moon spirit bat, while all the second-generation parasites once again formed a crystal net and stuck to the two SSS beasts. Come on, art is explosions. Under the loud noise, the two phantom beasts became even more illusory and would disappear at any moment. If they didn't have the strength of a level 4, 4th rank, they wouldn't have been able to carry this wave. Dark Cloud, how's it going? Meowit can induce 1 Calamity Lightning, but not enough to induce the 4 Elephant Calamity Thunder. Phantom beasts didn't have energy to replenish, but Chen Fei possessed a large amount of spirit stones that could help replenish Dark Cloud's aura. That's one more advantage they have. It's okay, it's enough. If only he could use the last lightning bolt now, even the heaven-sealing Qilin wouldn't have a chance to run away. That ability to penetrate all sorts of barriers and seals was so amazing. Dark Clouds, now. After the two SSS beasts ate a wave of self-detonation, they naturally had a fearful mind. Even if they are phantoms, they are afraid of another wave. Self-immolation, that's a fear that goes deep into the soul. One side chased and one side dodged, which gave Xiaogu a chance. Driving them into the gravity field and limiting their flight, this time, Dark Cloud's Purgatory Heart Demon Robbery Thunder could fall. The Purgatory Heart Demon Heavens and Red Dust Heavens were different from all the other heavens, they were targeting the mind, and even the sealing ability of the heaven-sealing Qilin couldn't block them. The two phantom beasts' heart demons? That is, they know they are dead. This demon is enough for them to not be able to walk away from it for a short period of time. Next, just let the 3 generations of bugs blow themselves up and take them away. Originally everything was well calculated. Who knew that the heaven-sealing unicorn would suddenly appear? This time, it sealed 2 SSS beasts. They can't get out, but the outside world can't hurt them either. Using the space seal as a shield was also a good choice. The Dark Cloud aura bottoms out, and the swarm dies with the moonbat. That leaves Ruler Jade. I am not sure that Shakyu also waited for a moment for a long time. Soul stripping, soul suppression cage, soul slashing. With the 3 major soul system skills flung over, even the heaven-sealing Qilin would have to have a headache. After all, Ruler Jade's soul stripping could be used across 9 ranks. The 4 divine beasts' shadows just happened to break through the spatial seal at this moment. However, the robbing thunder shadow was quite dull and couldn't withstand the tossing and turning, and instead of doing so, it would be better to explode another wave of itself. Die with those 2 SSS ranked beasts. The 4 divine beasts' void was gone, the insect swarm was gone, and the aura was gone. All the dependencies are almost gone. It was the first time they had ever fought so far. If the heaven-sealing Qilin still has any strength left, then the ones who lose will probably be them. Chapter 115, a skill that makes Chen Fei's heart beat like a flame. After going through the suppression of the soul-suppressing mountain, the figure of the heaven-sealing Qilin was becoming more and more deflated, in a state where it was about to disappear, but had not completely disappeared. 10 Ambush Formation, Rise. During these 2 days of sleeplessness, Chen Fei had only researched some of the big formation skins, and could barely run entry-level formations. He was not very enlightened in martial arts, but he had some talent in formations. Perhaps it was because he had received the killing sacred canon and implemented the way of killing that made his gains in this formation surpass other martial arts. Taking advantage of the fact that the heaven-sealing Qilin was being rigidly controlled by Ruler Jade, Chen Fei had already asked Xiaogu to place the array disc around it before invoking it. Stopping the heaven-sealing Qilin from 6 directions, up and down, southeast and northwest. Xiaogu, release the unresolved poison first. Raining crystals with arrows above, dream projections, and heavy sticky sand on the ground below. In the 4 directions of southeast, west, north, and west, pull out all those controlled tertiary beasts, as well as the 10 female parasites. One last fight. Even the 10 hatching mother parasites were used. Chen Fei had truly moved everything he could control. All that fell at the end was, explode. Past the 36th floor of the trial, are we going to the next floor? Looking at the few words that appeared on the canopy, Chen Fei and the 3 beasts were paralyzed on the ground. Chen Fei hadn't even expected that just the entry-level 10 ambush formation had drained all of his aura to the point that his arms and legs were a bit weak.
The three beasts were the same, especially when Dark Cloud used earth-heavy sticky sand. It was the third time it had drained its aura, and it almost fainted. Using everything he could, he finally sent the sealed sky unicorn away. This fellow was so strong that other than Ruler Jade's soul technique, other means were almost useless against it. Go to the next level. Chen Fei just wanted to go and see what the situation was on the next floor while recovering his condition. Tier 37, 2 Immortal Beast Qualifications, 1 SSS Qualification, Level 4, 4th Order Demonic Beast. A heaven-sealing Qilin and another demonic beast with the appearance of a white cat and a body smaller than a dark cloud. 2 small horns grew on his head and shone with a faint golden light. A pair of white wings, shimmering with a slight sheen, as if cloaked in a layer of silver frost. Looking at the harmless appearance, but in fact has a unique attribute. Brahma's jade-faced beaver. Strength, 4th level, 4th step. Attributes, imagination, elemental, flight, auxiliary. Qualification, immortal beast. Potential, expected to be promoted to divine beast. Skills. 1. Imagination comes true. As long as the aura is sufficient, the beings, weapons, and natural disasters that are imagined in the mind and do not exist in reality can be 1 by 1. Proficiency, peak level. Note, at this proficiency, imagined strange beings cannot exceed a maximum of 4th level, 8th order. And the more powerful the being, the shorter the time of existence. 2. Zip. Chen Fei swallowed his saliva fiercely. This attribute is too loved. Imagination comes true. This skill, it's just fantastic. Ruler Jades, Dream Projection, and Crimson Demons, Demon Summoning, are random summons. There's no way to know what the summoning will be. But the Imagine Come True skill was completely different, allowing one to imagine simulating any demonic beast they had ever seen. It is a controlled summoning. This meant that in the middle of a battle, one could always simulate a demonic beast that suppressed the opponent's attributes. Let's say Shikuyu's soul technique is stronger. The Brahma jade-faced beaver could perfectly imagine a zombie-like monster that wasn't afraid of soul techniques. The flesh is not broken, but there is no soul. For a monster without a soul technique is useless even if it is powerful. Or imagine a demonic beast that also possessed a soul system to block Ruler Jade's attack. When the Ruler Jade was restrained, the heaven-sealing Qilin was free of any restraints. Even the Brahma jade-faced beaver could create non-existent beings, reaching the point of creating something out of nothing. For something that never existed, even the killing sacred canon had no record of it, nor was there any way to deal with it. From this perspective, the Brahma jade-faced beaver was considered one of the nemesis of the killing sacred canon. Of course, the Brahma jade-faced beaver wasn't without weaknesses. An imagined being, it was difficult to control the extent of the use of aura. Sometimes imagining out the existence is so powerful that it directly drains one's aura and causes one to be in danger. There is also the point that the flesh is weak and has no overpowering means of strong killing other than imagined beings. If all of these could be perfected, then the Brahma jade-faced beaver was not far from being a divine beast. What Chen Fei really had his heart set on was actually the Imagine Coming True skill. It was just a pity that the other party was a phantom beast and not an entity. Otherwise, Chen Fei would have had to get Dark Cloud to make a copy of whatever he said. Fighting to the death in the secret realm wouldn't necessarily be as rewarding as this. Pity. Quite a shame. Quit the trial. A heaven-sealing Qilin was on the verge of not being able to handle it, and then a Brahma jade face ravens. One didn't need to think about it to know the end. Exiting the trial space, Chen Fei reappeared before the stone monument. The ranking on the stone tablet also changed. First place, Mountain Ghost, 19 years old. Potential rating, Transcendence Tier 37. Transcendence? What kind of rating is it when SSS is followed by Transcendence? Chen Fei was in the space of the tree cave and did not know what was going on in the outside world. At the same moment he exited the trial, a red beam of light shot up into the sky from the most mysterious one in the Spirit Mansion mysteries. It attracted everyone's attention. It was the first time I had seen such a phenomenon. Those leaders didn't mention it. No one knows what it's about. But they all rush over there at the first opportunity, suspecting that a heavy treasure has come out. And then look at Chen Fei. Got a jade token after having a rating. It has the word Wan on it. A line also appeared on the stone tablet at that moment. Transcendentalists can take a jade token to the spiritual plantation to pick 3 spiritual plants at will. 3 plants. Still picking at random. Well, good. At least it's much better than Hell.
In the next second, Chen Fei appeared in the middle of the spirit plant garden. To be precise, it appeared in front of that level 4, 9th rank demonic plant. It was a demonic plant that possessed the appearance of a radish, and its tentacles were its weapons. Only, this radish demonic plant was only a little over a meter tall. What was truly terrifying was the 2-meter-tall radish demon plant in the back. It was at least at the level of a demon king, only to fall into a deep sleep. Chen Fei didn't dare to disturb, even if he had the space screen of Tuoba Ziyuan and the shield of the 4-winged whale Kuan, he didn't dare to mess around. The radish demon plant took one look at the jade token and threw it back, at the same time using his spiritual sense to transmit a sentence over, "Keep this token well." After saying that, the radish demonic plant drilled into the ground and disappeared. Chen Fei didn't know what the other party's words meant, but he still followed the other party's words and did so, first entering the token into the sacred canon space. Subsequently, Chen Fei began to observe the surrounding spiritual plants, 3A, that have to be properly picked. Chapter 116, Fishing? Since they could be picked at random and there was no circle to choose from, then Chen Fei naturally picked towards the good ones. In the entire spirit plant garden, there were countless grade 4 spirit plants, and dozens of grade 5 spirit plants, but only 5 grade 6 spirit plants. Separately. 1. Sycamore wood. When the sycamore wood grows to the sycamore god tree, it can attract a pure-blooded phoenix to inhabit it. 2. Frost cedar. Between its branches and leaves, covered with snowflakes that never melt, its branches can be used to forge spiritual weapons, and its leaves can be used as sharp arrows. The most wonderful thing about the fruit was that it allowed the living soul to comprehend the frost domain, which was even more powerful than absolute zero. Within its domain, it is even possible to do so by freezing time and space. But only one fruit is produced in 1,000 years, and now that fruit is about to ripen. 3. Fantasy peach tree. The flowers blossom like a dream, and can lure living beings into an illusion so that they can be controlled and the life essence from them can be sucked out to bear fruit. The peaches it bears can enhance the power and proficiency of illusion and dream system skills, making their illusions and dreams more realistic. Or comprehend a stronger phantasmagoria skill. Today, there are 2 fruits on the peach tree. 4. Dragon vein god camphor. Where the tree is planted, it will slowly gather dragon energy and form a dragon vein. Every dragon vein is rich in spirit stones. But it takes more than 1,000 years to form a complete dragon vein. 5. Amethyst stardust. It was extremely helpful for rock and crystal type demonic beasts. Each spiritual plant has its own unique and powerful attributes. With only 3 plants to choose from, Chen Fei's first plant ruled out the dragon vein divine camphor. It's not that it's bad. If planted in the middle of the resting soil space, it could also form a dragon vein, thus having a constant supply of spirit stones. However, the time needed was as long as 1,000 years, and the current Chen Fei could not afford to consume more weight. The second exclusion is sycamore wood. The phoenix had almost no assassin system attributes, and it wouldn't be of much significance to Chen Fei. It was a good choice then, as Chen Fei moved the illusory dream peach tree and the frost snow pine into the resting soil space. The moment he had just dug out the amethyst star Rue, he was teleported out by an irresistible huge force. The result was the same as He Lei, who was thrown out by the hole in the tree. Why so grumpy? Chen Fei cursed. Brother Bai, look, why is the spirit plant in his hand? Surprisingly, it glitters so brightly. Bai Yang squinted his eyes for a while. I seem to have heard from my elders that this flower is called the amethyst star Rue. It is precious and incomparable, and you may not be able to see a single plant in 10,000 years. It could allow unusual crystal-based demonic beasts to go one step further and master the power of the purple Xian crystal. Although the purple Xian crystal was not up to the level of a grade 4 exotic crystal, it was above a grade 3 special attribute crystal. Its hardness was only average on a grade 3 crystal, and the most important thing was its active attribute. The appearance of a demonic beast made up of purple metaphysical crystals can be endowed with activity, and for a short period of time, it can help the controller charge into battle. It's actually the equivalent of a golem crystal. After hearing this, Chen Fei raised the amethyst star Rue in his hand. Worthy of being the White King's direct grandson, he understands so much. How about that, you want to grab it? At the same time, he also noticed Bai Yang's strength, which was already at the first stage of the zone sure rank. What's going on? Didn't they say that the secret realm can only be entered by high-level beast masters? Nope, it doesn't say you can't break through after you come in. In other words, it was very likely that Zhang Yi and the other second-year students who could break through had broken through to the sovereign level. If so, then Shenlin and Tang Jian, I'm afraid it's a bit tricky.
Thinking of this, Chen Fei felt the need to find these two earlier. Still, let's address the matter at hand. Xiaogu let out a joyful sigh. Chen Fei, do you consider this fishing for law enforcement? Chen Fei shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, I've already formed a liang with him a long time ago, do you think he'll let me go? Also. Sure enough, Chen Fei hadn't guessed wrong. The next second after he finished speaking, Bai Yang let out a grim smile. Sometimes you really have to believe in heaven's destiny. I've always wanted to meet you in the middle of the secret realm so I could catch up with you. Chen Fei pretended to be confused. I'm not familiar with Senior. I don't know what Senior wants to catch up with me. Oh, could it be Sister Kong? When it came to Jiang Yi, Bai Yang's face clouded a few more points. Now that you've said that, I'll let you die knowing that she's not for you to get your hands on. Fong Chen on, finish him off. Okay Lo, that's easy. Fong Chen was Bai Yang's new junior brother in the Imperial City these days, and it was because of the hidden secret treasure given by Bai Yang that Fong Chen was able to hide in the top 100. In fact, he had just broken through to the advanced 9th rank, and his breath had yet to completely stabilize. With this kind of strength, he was completely hung up by Jiang Yi. Chen Fei put away the amethyst star Rui and let out a playful laugh. So Senior, are you sure you want to make a move on me? Bai Yang looked at Chen Fei as if he was looking at an idiot. Fong Chen, hurry up and cut the crap. Instead, he saw Chen Fei wave his hand. If I never touch you again, then I wish you good morning, good afternoon, and good night in hell as well. After saying that, Chen Fei had already utilized Crystal Shuttle to leave the place. Crystal shuttling, which was one of the means he had set up. At the same time, the 10-square ambush formation rose. Even if the aura is drained, so what, Chen Fei will have to extinguish these seedlings that want to kill himself. Xiaogu, Wu Yun, and Ruler Jade, just like the simulation in the trial space, them all. Unlike the battle with the heaven-sealing Qilin, there were not many follow-up means left. However, here, there were many means, and there was no need to directly use the 4-elephant judgment robbery thunder. The same, crystal arrow rain, above and, quicksand spell, below. The eastern unsolvable poison, the southern phantasmagoria. 9 heavenly thunder in the west, and 3 generations of parasites in the north. In the middle of the big formation, vacuum extraction. With such an arrangement, the heaven-sealing Qilin was crying, not to mention Fong Chen and Bai Yang. Blast! After a loud bang, the scene was dusty. Chen Fei, however, did not unload his defense as others might be able to kill him with a single blow. But Poplar is different. Chen Fei had Tuoba Ziyuan's spatial barrier, the shield of the 4-winged whale Kuan, and Jiangnan's soul guardian. Bai Yang could naturally have the guardian object of his own family's king-level royal beast master. King-level offspring, none of them are good to kill. It's also why the high priest prefers to do it in secret. Only in this way would it not attract a king-level royal beastmaster, and it would be even less likely to be discovered. Chen Fei, 3 kilometers at 9 o'clock. The 3rd generation of parasites had already spread out long ago, and even if Bai Yang escaped, it would be difficult for him to run far. At that moment, Poplar was holding onto a large tree and breathing heavily. The hijacked expression on his face quickly turned into disbelief. How can this be? How can this be? Isn't this Chen Fei just a first-year student? How is it possible to have a 3rd-level 8th-rank Imperial beast? Also, the power of these skills is even comparable to a 4th-level beast. Especially that 9 heavenly thunder, it almost scared the piss out of Bai Yang. That's ING lightning. Luckily, he sniffed the moment of crisis and directly crushed the Talisman of Shadow Escape, given by the family, a life-preserving talisman refined for a level 5 Shadow System Demon King. However, Fong Chen was not so lucky and had already been struck down in place by the lightning of the calamity. 2 of his Imperial beasts were down as well, with 1 guarding next to him. Chen Fei is not in a hurry to catch up with Bai Yang, but first make up. Chapter 117 invites you to die. Chen Fei followed Xiaogu and once again utilized crystal shuttling back to before the tree hole, and then in a swift manner, he caused the dark clouds to strike down the world-destroying black thunder, destroying Fong Chen's demonic beast that was still awake as well. In the end, Kogo makes up for it and destroys the body. For those who wanted to kill themselves, Chen Fei did not have any psychological burden to kill them. The other side. After Bai Yang doubted life, the first thing he thought of was to escape as far away as possible. I don't know what kind of elixir that guy Chen Fei ate to increase his strength so fast. Or he's been taken over by some old demon? If so, that makes sense. Damn it, off the mountain cow, possessed. The leaving mountain bull possessed the possession skill, which allowed it to transfer a portion of its own abilities, as well as a portion of its abilities, to the Imperial Beastmaster. Bai Yang had allowed it to possess him in order to use the demonic beast's speed to get out of here in a hurry. However, under the watchful eye of the third-generation companions, Chen Fei and the three beasts could use the crystals to transfer over at any time.
Senior Bai Yang, we meet again.
Bai Yang paused in his steps, gloomy. The last thing he wanted to happen, still happened.
Chen Fei, how about a discussion?
I have the Demon King's shadow escape. You can't kill me. Instead of fighting like this, why don't we stop here?
Don't miss the subsequent treasure hunt because of this. And, I can promise to never trouble you again.
This time, Chen Fei looked at Bai Yang as if he was looking at an idiot.
Senior is joking. If it's true that I can't kill you, why do you need to dilly-dally with me here?
The shadow escape is powerful, but ultimately it's not your strength. How many times can you use it? Bai Yang roared, Chen Fei, don't force me. Since I have the Demon King's shadow escape, I can naturally have the Demon King's killing move. Chen Fei hooked his hand. Come on then, what's the point of wasting words?
You forced me to do it. Great silence. Bai Yang shouted, only to disappear in the next second.
Chen Fei had even taken out the shield of the four-winged whale Kuan, and as a result, Bai Yang crushed the shadow escape talisman and escaped.
That's pretty crafty.
But there are eyes and ears of the third-generation companions within dozens of miles around. Where are you going to escape? This time, Bai Yang disappeared even further, 5 kilometers away. I thought that I could get rid of Chen Fei this way, but I didn't expect the other party to be as sticky as a dog's skin plaster. Without any hesitation, Bai Yang once again crushed the shadow escape.
This time, Chen Fei didn't seem to catch up.
This made Bai Yang relieved that he didn't have many shadow escape talismans left in his hands.
If this continues, the consequences will be unimaginable. Boom!
Just as Bai Yang gasped for air the next second, the 9 heavenly thunderbolts fell and smashed Bai Yang into the ground. The possession state followed suit and unraveled. He had no choice but to crush the shadow escape talisman again and leave. In fact, Chen Fei had long since chased after him. After invoking the 10 ambush formation, Chen Fei used a spirit stone to restore his aura while doing so. Now that he had finally recovered some, Chen Fei used the hidden Yuan technique on himself and the 3 beasts. When Bai Yang said that he had the means of a demon king, perhaps he wasn't just saying that. After all, it was a king-level royal beastmaster family who knew what means it possessed.
And the hidden elemental technique could completely avoid Bai Yang's scouting and locking.
Even if he had a demon king-level killing move, it was useless if he couldn't lock onto someone. What's more, they went the assassin route.
An assassin, isn't that to hide and sneak up on you? Who's going to fight you head-on?
With that, the two played a game of cat and mouse. The more Bai Yang fled, the more alarmed he became, and the more desperate he became.
There's one last shadow charm left. What's next? Just as he was despairing, Bai Yang met someone, none other than the second person from Brahma Academy, Lu Kai.
Bai Yang felt like he saw hope.
Brother Lu, I found a secret treasure that is guarded by powerful demonic beasts. I can't manage it alone. How about we work together for a handful of hours and split it 50-50 afterward?
What Bai Yang was thinking was that if he teamed up to kill Chen Fei, it would be no less than killing a guardian beast, and what he would obtain might be even more powerful than any so-called heavenly treasures.
And LV Kai, as the person from the second place team in the 100 Cities competition, wouldn't be able to lose to Chen Fei again, would he?
Chen Fei, who was hidden in the shadows, took a look at this Lu Kai, who was likewise at level 4, rank 1. You can fight yourself against 2 people at the same time, but it's just more of a pain in the ass.
If you don't pay attention, they may escape. Gotta think of a countermeasure.
However, Chen Fei was still preparing his killing move when he saw Lu Kai nodding at Bai Yang. Alright, I promise you.
But what?
Bai Yang was a bit offended, knowing that the other party was going to make conditions.
But first, I invite you to die.
After Lu Kai spoke, a long string of soul chains appeared, locking Bai Yang. Bai Yang was confused on the spot.
What's going on? Why are they all so murderous? They kill everyone they see?
He hadn't really thought wrong. Lu Kai did kill people on sight. It was impossible to fight. This Lu Kai was not weaker than Jiang Yi. Bai Yang had to crush the last shadow escape talisman.
Chen Fei had been hiding in the shadows, watching the scene with amusement.
Until the 3 beasts spoke at the same time.
Meow, this person's chi, there is something wrong with it, orange and red with some black chi.
Goo, he has the scent of his kind in his head.
Ow, this person's soul seems to be controlled. If it was just a comment from Wu Yun, then Chen Fei would pay more attention to Lu Kai.
But now that the three beasts had spoken at the same time, it meant that there was something wrong with this Lu Kai, something very wrong. Thinking of this, Chen Fei simply assisted Lu Kai, allowing Xiao Gu to cover him with a crystal and teleport him to Bai Yang's location.
You may want to see the play for yourself first. Bai Yang was on the verge of crying. How come the other party also had a crystal shuttle? Or did he join forces with Chen Fei? Thinking of this, Bai Yang's heart was like ashes. You guys forced me to do it. Bai Yang didn't have a Demon King level killing move. Even if there was, this kind of thing could not be used by a normal Zongshi level Imperial Beast Master, and it would be easy to be crippled by the draining of their aura. So it's more of a shield, recluse, and other life-preserving items that are given. In addition to this, there was one other thing, and that was the art of increase. Bai Yang crushed the object of increase, and instantly a wave of energy merged into himself and the Imperial Beast body, and his strength went straight up to the 4th level, 4th stage. Rigidly raising the 3rd rank was against the power of the rules of heaven and earth, so when the increase disappeared, Bai Yang would fall into a long period of weakness. This time, the secret realm was a wasted visit. But what was the secret world compared to a life? 7-headed serpent, aura of illumination. The Naga 7-headed serpent was the only SS-qualified Imperial Beast in Bai Yang. With cultivation, the qualification can be raised by 1 point with each additional head. The current 7 heads, each mastering an element, were not weak. But the Lu Kai he faced was equally not weak, possessing the Ghost System Ghost World Painter. Chapter 118, Do They All Like to Blow Themselves Up? Ghost World Painter with a tattered robe, just like the ancient scholar, is the face of the ghost in the ghost. Hold the pen in your right hand and the book in your left. You can summon a ghost by drawing a picture of it in a book. Like the Brahma Jade-faced beaver, it was of the directed summoning type, but it was much worse than the Brahma Jade-faced beaver. The pre-shake takes too long, and by the time it's drawn, the battle may be over. That's why its qualification only reaches SS grade, far inferior to the Brahma Jade-faced beaver. Because of this, Lu Kai needed the other 2 Imperial Beasts to play match. One is a soul-devouring demon, devouring large amounts of soul power to enhance itself. The other head is a necrotic witch demon, which can summon countless necrotic skeletons. These dead skeletons, which didn't need to be powerful, only needed to entangle Bai Yang's 3 beasts and create painting time for the Ghost World Painter. As for the soul-devouring demon, it directly captured Bai Yang's soul and killed the Imperial Beast Master, and the other 3 Imperial Beasts were not attacked. Only. On Bai Yang's body, there was also a soul guardian from King Jiang, avoiding the soul-devouring demon's attack. Then, he had his Imperial Beasts launch an all-out attack. In particular, the main head of the Naga 7-headed serpent possessed the light elemental attribute, which had a certain restraining effect on all 3 of Lu Kai's beasts. Bai Yang, who had been elevated to the 4th level, 4th rank, surprisingly pressed Lu Kai to fight for a while, and even interrupted the Ghost Realm Painter's brewing process several times. If Chen Fei were to face Bai Yang at this moment alone, it would also be a bit tricky. It was true that after the king level, none of them were simple characters, and all of them liked to hide their undercards. How could Chen Fei, who was hiding in the dark, let Bai Yang do as he wished? It was too sorry for him if he didn't do any damage. Ruler Jade, mess with that 7-headed snake. Both Bai Yang and the Imperial Beast were shrouded under Soul Guardian, but the illusion was not. Ruler Jade secretly weaved an illusion over to the Naga 7-headed serpent. It just happens to know the Naga 7-headed serpent's nemesis, the Gorka. The Gushu bird with 9 heads also possessed many different attributes, reaching the level of immortal beast, and was also capable of flying, which was exactly the right way to restrain the Naga 7-headed serpent. What's more coincidental is that the Gushu bird was the very being that the Phantom Soul Fox clan had invited to seal the Ruler Jade. Ruler Jade couldn't be more familiar with its appearance, breath, and pressure, and couldn't forget it even after 1,000,000 years. As this illusion passed, the Naga 7-headed serpent shuddered. It's like a mouse seeing a cat, not daring to squeak. With the pause of the Naga 7-headed serpent, it also gave the ghost-painted scribe a chance. In one fell swoop, he drew a 4th level, 5th order paper soulcatcher with SSS rank qualifications. This caused Bai Yang to be alarmed. The paper soul guest is quite bizarre and has no real physical body, but is made of paper ties. The scent of decaying paper permeated the body, as if it were a whisper at death. Countless small paper figures floated out from the paper soul guest. These small paper figures fold in the air, and later form battleable ghosts and demonic beasts. This ability was no weaker than Kogu's swarm. It lies in the fact that it doesn't need to hatch and can be molded quickly,
but the numbers don't reach as high as swarms, each with its own pros and cons. The meanest thing is that these little paper people aren't afraid of fire. Because of the ghostly fire that bubbles up on their bodies itself, it is difficult to suppress it unless it is a foreign fire. Coincidentally, by hundreds of small paper figures finally folded into the shape of a gurumi bird. The Naga seven-headed serpent had just rushed out of the illusion, when it was startled by the guru bird paper man in front of it, thinking that it was still in the midst of the illusion, and retreated. Bai Yang was so angry that he was shaking. Fake, that's fake, not a real Guju bird, get on it, use light skills as well as ice skills with all your might to suppress them. He's in a hurry. This was Liu Kai's own strength, but Bai Yang wasn't. The Demon King level increase was strong and long-lasting, yes, but it couldn't stand up to being tossed around like this. However, by the time the Naga seven-headed serpent reacted, it was already too late. Except for the paperman Guju bird, the other papermen folded up into tiny bees, drilling holes wherever they could, and closing in on Bai Yang and his imperial beasts at breakneck speed. And then at the moment of truth, explode. Poplar's heart was tired. Why do one or two of them like to use this self-destructive attack? He seriously wondered if he had chosen the wrong imperial beast when he should have chosen something like Xiao Gu, something like Paper Soul Catcher? If in another life. The reality is, there aren't that many ifs left. Paper Bee's self-destruction created a perfect opportunity for Liu Kai's side. It was also at this time that the time for soul guarding passed. Bai Yang, who had been blown up, was hit before he could use his second soul guardian. It didn't last long before Bai Yang's soul was burned out by the ghost fire and died beyond death. His imperial beasts were the only ones left with that Gaji seven-headed serpent still alive, but it didn't dare to come close to Liu Kai at all and fled away. Liu Kai didn't care about it, his mission was to kill people, not beasts. Chen Fei didn't bother with it either, he was too busy and was using his cell phone to record the footage of their battle. If someone asks later how Poplar died, hey! He was killed by Liu Kai. At the same time, he always felt that this Liu Kai wasn't simple, its imperial beasts, and the way it acted, all made him think of that mysterious organization. If it's really the work of this organization, this will be a good piece of fodder when the time comes. It would be a good choice to let the White family, who had always only dodged the battlefield, fight that organization. As the battle ended, Liu Kai picked up Bai Yang's spatial ring. The moment it was opened, a sudden white light dived into Liu Kai's body. That's the powder tracking of the scaly-scented white butterfly. Chen Fei recognized the white light. Many clans possessed some means of tracking. Apparently, the spatial ring is set up for a second person to touch, and they will be sprayed with powder from the scaly-scented white butterfly and subsequently marked. This kind of powder, even if it was washed off now, would likewise be recognized in the future when encountering the scaled fragrant white butterfly. In this way, LV Kai and the Bai family's Liang was considered to have formed a bond. At the same time, this also reminded Chen Fei that not everyone's spatial ring could be touched casually, and it could not be ruled out that something would happen. The moment the Paper Soul guest disappeared, it was also time for Chen Fei to make his move. Under the hidden Yuan technique, the dark clouds had quietly approached and slammed the increased Pure World White Thunder directly onto Liu Kai's Ghost World Painter. The White Thunder of the Pure World targets all evil demons and ghosts in the world and acts as a purifying agent. For ghost, demon, necromancy, etc., it was simply a heavenly gram. With one blow, the Ghost World Painter let out a horrible and shrill scream. In particular, the pen and paper in the hands of that Ghost Realm Painter was shattered by this strike, and it would take no time to repair it. The painter himself was even chopped off an arm by the Pure World White Thunder. If it wasn't for the surrounding necromantic skeletons fending off some of it for it, the consequences would have been even more severe. Ghost World Painters who can't paint are no longer a threat. Just one hit. It had seriously injured Liu Kai's strongest Ghost World Painter. Pure White Thunder, a great feat. At this moment, Liu Kai panicked and chose to run away at the first opportunity. How could Chen Fei let go of this great opportunity? Chapter 119 I Miss Big Brother Chen Fei. Under the purifying effect of the Pure World White Thunder, Liu Kai's other two imperial beasts were also heavily injured. Unable to do so, he could only retrieve the imperial beast space at the first opportunity. Liu Kai, who did not have a royal beast, became a human target that Chen Fei could easily pin down. Ruler Jade, Soul Torture. For so long, Ruler Jade hadn't used this ability, and now he finally had the chance to use it. As Liu Kai fell into a state of torture, Chen Fei seized the time to ask, "Who is the person behind you?" "I don't know." Liu Kai didn't even know what the weavers looked like, so how could he possibly know who they were? What are their characteristics?
All wore masks and black robes. There is a triangular pattern on the wall with an eye in the center of the pattern. Lu Kai's soul recalled these things as best it could. As the voice of his soul broke off, Chen Fei knew that his soul could not bear it any longer, so he had to quickly ask the next question. What's the mission this time? Kill. Kill everyone in the secret world. Chen Fei was not surprised. At this point, the 200 people in the secret world, no. More than 100 of them were the best of the younger generation, and it would be all too normal for them to be targeted by that organization. Are there any more accomplices in this? There is. Division. Erzinhai. As he said this, Lu Kai's soul spontaneously combusted. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand it, but the weaver behind him sensed that the prohibition had been touched. In order to keep it from revealing its secrets, the first time it ignited Lu Kai's soul. The weaver was, after all, a king-level imperial beastmaster, and ruler Jade couldn't stop a bit of that. But in the same way and by the same means as before. The only difference is that the last one was much more gruesome and creepy. As things stood, if Lu Kai was dead, he was dead, and Chen Fei wouldn't care too much about it. It's a shame to get so few clues. Triangle pattern drawing? Chen Fei didn't know what it was, so he had to keep this in his mind and see if he could find out any clues in the follow-up. Right now, the top priority was to find Tang Jian and Xinlin, as well as Sikong Jinhai. This person, again, cannot be kept. Just at the moment Chen Fei relaxed, he finally saw the red beam of light rushing up in the distance. A beam of light this visible is sure to attract a large number of people to the area. And the more people there are, the more likely Sikong Jinhai is to be there. Thinking of this, Chen Fei rushed over without stopping. I hope I can stop Sikong Jinhai in time. Xinlin, you stabbed the hornet's nest, don't bring me along. Tang Jian wanted to cry. Originally, he was just in time to rush to the red pillar of light, but halfway there, he ran into Xinlin, who was being wildly chased by a swarm of sparrow soul bees. When stung by a sparrow soul bee, it doesn't kill you, but your soul has to hurt for half a day. That's not a good taste. Of course, if you get stung too much, it can be life-threatening. What kind of treasure did you steal from others, causing these sparrow soul bees to follow you to the end? Xinlin looked innocent. I just took the bed where the queen bee sleeps. Who knew they were so crazy? What's so wrong with a bed? Is it possible that this bed is made of Xianjin jade? Tang Jian froze. Finally know this grandson did something good, and then cursed even more ruthlessly, his grandmother a ball, the divine beast Xuanwu once habitat in order to have the possibility of output Xuanwu golden jade. Just sleeping on it would increase the strength of the physical body, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it as being worth its weight in gold. If you robbed someone of a supreme treasure, they shall not fight you to the death. Looking at the cluster of peaks behind them, the two were on the verge of tears. I miss Big Brother Chen Fei. Me ing too. Where the hell are you, Big Brother? Achoo. Chen Fei rubbed his nose. Someone is scolding me? Chen Fei, I sense the compulsion that was sent out. Oh, that should be Tang Jian, Xinlin, and the others. Hurry. Xinlin's treasure-hunting mouse was a heaven-defying little guy, and if it wasn't for the existence of the battle-fied dregs, he thought that the qualifications would be infinitely high. Before he could see them, Chen Fei heard a buzzing sound. The magnitude of its sound was no less than tens of thousands of third-generation parasites out in force. It sounded creepy, and Chen Fei didn't want to touch it. However, Xiao Gu's words caused Chen Fei to come to a hard stop. Both second-generation bugs are among the swarm. Chen Fei. Good guts, really good guts. Advanced second rank, third rank battle scum, how dare they tease a third rank fifth rank bird soul bee. You're tired of living, aren't you? Nothing could happen to these two guys, so Chen Fei had to let Xiao Gu do it. The crystal suddenly covered Xinlin and Tang Jian before transferring them to another place. At the same time, Chen Fei used the hidden yuan technique on them to help mask their breath. The sparrow soul bees couldn't find anyone, so they naturally dispersed. The first time the two saw Chen Fei, they hugged his thighs. Biggie, we finally need you. Biggie, beg for a cover. Pft, ha 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 ha. Looking at the piggy looks of the two, Chen Fei laughed so hard that his stomach cramped. If not for the second-generation parasites being on them, Chen Fei would definitely not have recognized them. Then, Dark Cloud gave a handful of treatments over, which took down some of the swelling. Big Brother, here's your protection fee. Xinlin took the initiative to hand the other half of the Xianjin jade to Chen Fei. Without Chen Fei, the two would have definitely died.
Chen Fei didn't treat him politely either, and directly put it into the sacred cannon space.
Big brother, why do I feel that the aura on your body is becoming more and more solid? Have you made another breakthrough? Chen Fei didn't admit it or deny it. Xinlin and Tang Jian instantly realized and were envious.
It's only been a short while and he's gone further. If we keep this up, the strength will only be pulled further and further away.
Okay, cut the crap and hurry up. Xinlin and Tang Jian naturally wouldn't refuse. After finding Chen Fei, they had a backbone.
The three of them delayed quite a bit of time as they scavenged their way towards the spirit mansion. So much so that by the time he arrived at the spirit mansion, a whole day had already passed. There was not just one palace here, but it consisted of several, and only a fragmented part of it. Golden roof, red door, ancient style, more solemn and mysterious. Every brick and tile reveals an air of history and is clearly not of recent vintage. 3 of them with plaques. Hidden scriptures. Elixir spinning. The Great Hall of Evangelism. Other plaques, for whatever reason, were broken off. In that case, it did seem more like ancient clan ruins. As for the red light, it came from the Great Hall of Preaching. Zhang Yi, Nangong Xingchen, and the others had all gathered here long ago. Zhang Yi relied over, the Great Hall of Evangelization is currently inaccessible, and I don't know when it will be opened. The hidden scriptures and elixir spinning can be advanced, more or less. Chen Fei noticed that the aura on Zhang Yi's body was actually already at the second stage of the Zhongshi level.
Was it because Zhang Yi had been accumulating at the advanced 9th rank for too long, so she made consecutive breakthroughs? Or does she have another chance?
What made Chen Fei care wasn't Zhang Yi's chance, but how far had the strength of Sikong Jinhai, who was even more powerful than her, reached?
Chapter 120, Entering the Pavilion of Sutras.
Senior sister, pay attention to Sikong Jinhai, he's likely to be like Song Gong.
Without saying too much, Zhang Yi could understand what Chen Fei meant.
Also saw a few moments of gravity on her face.
You can be sure? Okay, I'll keep an eye out, and by the way, go find some people to join forces with.
After the Song Gong incident, Zhang Yi's mind has grown a lot.
Good and evil are only on the surface.
The real way to judge someone is not by everything they show, but what they actually do behind the scenes that no one knows about.
She wouldn't easily trust others anymore, but she trusted Chen Fei's judgment. Song Bao incident, the accuracy of Chen Fei's judgment was still fresh in Zhang Yi's mind.
Including the later events at the front line, Zhang Yi had also heard Jiang Nan mention some of them.
When it came to things like this, Chen Fei always possessed a keenness that others did not.
Or rather, he understands the evil in human nature better. After sharing some information, Chen Fei entered the pill spinning with Tang Jian and Xinlin.
As with the spirit plantation, it was only by passing the examination that one could obtain the corresponding elixir.
And the content of the test was precisely related to pills. Pharmacological insights, herb combinations, fire control techniques, elixir refining. Chen Fei knew nothing about it. The Royal Spirit Continent's pill's inheritance was not much to begin with, and coupled with the mist invasion, where was the time to learn this?
Chen Fei quickly withdrew from the elixir spinning. He knows himself well enough not to waste time on it.
Turning to it, he entered the hidden scriptures. With the guessing of the guessing, the hidden scripture pavilion also has a trial test. The content of the test is precisely martial arts. The flow of time inside is not the same as outside, at 110. 1 day outside, 10 days inside. The ranking on the stone tablet reads:
First place, Shangwan Leifeng, 19 years old.
Potential rating, SSS plus 69 hours to train 4th level martial arts to mastery level.
Number 27, Yui Kong, 20 years old.
Potential rating, SSS 66 hours to train 3rd level martial arts to mastery level.
Number 36, Nangong Xingchen, 19 years old.
Potential rating, SSS 75 hours to train 3rd level martial arts to mastery level.
These guys are real fast.
Chen Fei suspected that the first thing they did after entering the secret realm was to rush here. However, they were all descendants of king-level royal beast masters, so it was normal for them to know more about the secret realm. The first place is again this Shangwan Leifeng, who is also considered a legend.
As for Zhang Yi's martial arts potential, it was surprisingly higher than the talent of the imperial beasts.
Nope. Zhang Yi was the daughter of King Jiang, so there must be a lot of martial arts available for her to learn. In other words, the imperial beasts were likely only part of the strength she had displayed, and martial arts were her hidden killing moves.
As expected, none of the king-level offspring were simple. Chen Fei realized this more deeply.
After digesting them, Chen Fei stepped into the trial space. What was placed in the space was only 3rd and 4th level martial arts. Level 4 martial arts were much more difficult. If the time was the same, then the rating of the potential to cultivate a rank 4 martial art would only be higher. Chen Fei's martial arts talent was not high, so he could only take advantage of the situation and utilize his kill value to assist. Therefore, he had to find the assassination martial arts. Luckily, there were enough martial arts in the trial space, 12 level 3 assassination martial arts and 3 level 4 assassination martial arts. The Needle of Silence. The aura can be drawn out and condensed into hair like silent needles, which, together with specific concealed weapon techniques, can kill people invisibly. If it can be combined with the corresponding concealed weapon, it can make the power increase dramatically. No threshold, just hard work. Shadow blade cutting. Manipulate the shadows to form sharp blades and deliver accurate strikes to the target. Threshold requires a shadow system talent. Puppetry. Controlling the aura, letting it be like a rope, controlling every joint place of the puppet, and then fighting, attacking, and killing. There is no threshold, just hard work. At the stage of great accomplishment, one can even control living things. Nothing is a puppet. Chen Fei first ruled out shadow blade cutting. It was impossible to learn it without a shadow system talent. The silent needle is relatively homogeneous, but one passed through it all. After having a unique concealed weapon technique, you will be able to change other concealed weapons with ease. But the key point is in hard work. Even if the power of the silent needle reached the proficient level, or even the peak level, but if it couldn't be thrown, it would become a joke. As for the puppetry technique, it can be strong or weak. When the puppet under control is strong, it is naturally strong. A weak puppet under control would be quite ribald, and not as powerful as Xiao Gu's corpse control. In the end, Chen Fei still chose the silent needle. At least it doesn't overlap with Kogu's ability. The first step Chen Fei had to take was to familiarize himself with the book Martial Arts Inheritance, and then draw out the aura according to the records therein. The aura wasn't as pure as expected, but rather quite refuted. First, there are impurities in the aura. Evil aura, ghostly aura, demonic aura of the heart, demonic aura, and dead aura of the dead. If too much of this chi was absorbed, it would be greatly detrimental to future cultivation. Beyond that, there are also different kinds of auras. Greenwood aura, red fire aura, white gold aura, black water aura, yellow earth aura, thunder spirit aura, dark spirit aura, and other 10 elemental auras. There is also star aura, moon aura, and sun flare aura from the stars, as well as other kinds of yin and yang auras, chaotic auras. Everyone's physique is different, and the aura they don't need will be discharged, the aura they need will be gathered, and then absorbed into the body, reaching the dantian, meridians, limbs and bones, forming the large and small circumference. This is cultivation. If a person did not have the yin and yang talent, the yin and yang aura absorbed would eventually dissipate like a funnel that slowly leaks away, and the aura returns to heaven and earth. That's why only the right kind of aura can constantly improve strength. The silent needle belongs to the category of concealed weapons, which are mostly metallic in nature. Of course, it could also be other things such as thunderbolt or dark spirit. But with platinum aura as the base frame, you usually can't go wrong. When one becomes skillful, building thunder spirit chi and dark spirit chi on top of platinum spirit chi is also possible. Once the platinum aura is selected, it begins to accumulate, while later crushing, hammering, and solidifying. Just like hammering iron, step by step, the platinum aura was allowed to build into a silent needle that possessed killing power. Otherwise, when you eject your aura, it disperses before it even touches the enemy. How can we kill the enemy then? Instead, they will only expose themselves. This whacking process is tedious and particularly mind-consuming. It took a full 64 hours before Chen Fei hammered out his first silent needle, crossing over to the entry level. As expected, he was not very talented in martial arts. If this were to be Shangguan Leifeng coming over, I'm afraid that he would have condensed the silent needle within 24 hours and practiced it in depth. Instead, Chen Fei breathed a sigh of relief, finally reaching the entry level. After that, smashing the kill value would be enough. Over 10,000 kill points to upgrade to adept level, that's still something you can get. The silent needle, which had reached the proficient level, had also undergone a radical change. It takes a second to coalesce a shot. At the same time, the silent needles that were shot out could remain in the enemy's body, making it easy for the user to track them. Moreover, the silent needle had been repeatedly compressed and hammered. Controlled silent needle explosions will have the effect of a small bomb.
Currently, its killing power could be directed at 3rd level demonic beasts, and for 4th level demonic beasts, it did not do much damage. In the next moment, Chen Fei was teleported outside, and the list on the stone monument changed again. Chapter 121, You're Still Speechless? First place, Mountain Ghost, 19 years old. Potential rating, Transcendence 64 hours to train a 4th level martial art to proficiency level. Once again, it gets a transcendent rating. However, Chen Fei knew that this was all due to the sacred canon, otherwise, not to mention the proficient level, even the skillful level wouldn't know how long it would take to complete it. Next moment, another jade token appeared. The same word was engraved on it, Beast. At the same time, an additional yellow beam of light appeared in the Great Hall of Evangelism. No one knows how it was caused, but it is known that the Great Hall of Evangelism is likely to open in the near future. This caused everyone to only search for treasures in the surrounding area, not daring to run too far for fear of missing out on the chances of the Great Hall of Evangelism. Chen Fei, who was in the middle of the scripture cabinet, didn't know this. He only knew that with this token, he could pick any inheritance in the scripture cabinet. As with the spirit garden, of course, it's a good idea to pick your way up to the higher levels. 6th grade assassination martial arts. Manju Ryun. Control all water and ice elements in nature, including mist, vapor, and droplets. Make the water droplets form concealed arrows to penetrate the stone by dripping water. When the proficiency reaches a certain level, it can even control the blood in the enemy's body, causing their blood to coagulate or their blood to explode and die. Threshold can only be learned if you have the water or ice element. The Ripple Palm. This palm can stir up the magnetic field within a certain area, using the invisible magnetic field as a hidden weapon to kill people invisibly. Threshold can only be learned if you have the magnetism talent. There were only these 2 rank 6 assassination type martial arts, and neither required a low threshold. Chen Fei's talent lay in the imperial beasts and nothing else. These two, he could only watch, but not learn. Turn to level 5 martial arts. Just halfway through reading it, either the threshold is not met or it conflicts with the 3 beasts' abilities. Suddenly, on the shelf in the corner, there were some formation jade slips that attracted Chen Fei. The martial arts qualifications were not good, but the formation still had some potential. Besides, the 10 ambush grand formation was too exhausting in terms of aura. An entry-level proficiency had already drained all of Chen Fei's aura. If he were to reach the proficient level, he would still be drained into a dry corpse. The best thing to do is to find some formations that can be leveled out. 6th level formation. Yin-Yang upside down formation. Initial formations can reverse the balance of yin and yang in a living being's body, causing it to fall into a state of confusion and subsequently weakening the enemy. Later formations can reverse the yin and yang attributes within a certain space, turning heaven into earth, fire into water, light into darkness. It is a yin and yang and assassin formation. If you can master yin and yang, you can master this formation faster. The 100 Ghosts of the Night. Can summon shadowy sprites and demons as weapons to attack and entangle, and inflict some damage to the enemy's mental powers. Entry level, can summon 3 ghosts. Skillful level, can summon 10 ghosts. Proficient level, can summon 100 ghosts. Peak level, can summon 1,000 ghosts. Flawless level, can summon 10,000 ghosts. And as proficiency and entities increase, the more powerful the ghostly creature becomes on its own. It belongs to the ghost and assassin lineage formations, and those who possess the ghost lineage can master it faster. Yin and Yang, ghost system, Chen Fei didn't have any of them, but it didn't mean that he couldn't learn them. Formations are not the same as martial arts. Martial arts is about taking what you have practiced and holding it in your body. The formation is to draw the aura needed in nature and seal it into the formation disc. Use the array disc as a container, not a person as a container. Without these 2 systems of qi, the efficiency of Chen Fei's learning would be greatly reduced. But once you reach the entry level, everything that follows can be given to the kill value. In the end, Chen Fei chose the 100 Ghosts Night March formation. None other. It was only because there were too many ghost-type monsters in the mists. Fighting ghosts with ghosts is not a bad choice. According to Chen Fei's prediction, the 10 ambush grand formation was at least a grade 8 or grade 9 grand formation. That 100 Ghosts Night March formation belonged to the 6th level, and one should be able to withstand proficiency at the proficient level. If you master it early, you will have one more card to play. He was then teleported out of the hidden scripture pavilion. Looking at the second beam of light from the Great Hall of Evangelism, Chen Fei pondered. It seems that a beam of light appears as soon as there is a transcendent potential rating. Whether this was the case or not, Shenfei could not be sure yet, but could go ahead and verify it. There were other places of trial besides the scripture pavilion and the Dan pill spinning. The entire Spirit Mansion secret realm was actually more like a specialized search for people with high potential. And the higher the potential, the more valuable the things obtained. It can be of great benefit for future growth. It was no wonder that the vast majority of those who entered the Spirit Mansion mysterious realm possessed the qualifications to become a king-level royal beast master. Leaving the Tibetan scripture pavilion, Shenfei entered the side hall, and according to what Jiang Yi said, there was a mirror inside. That mirror could clarify the mind and enlighten oneself. The first person is finally not that Shangguan Leifeng, it is Cheng Jingjing. Shenfei remembered the boss who had a dirty mouth and didn't expect her to be so clear about her future path of development. Without further thought, Shenfei came to the mirror. The moment he looked into the mirror, Shenfei was pulled into the middle of another space. What he saw was his parents conquering the sands and finally encountering the evil king of the ninth, about to be beheaded. The image was frozen in that moment, and then a line appeared in the sky. Do you want to stop this? Shenfei didn't have any hesitation. I want to. In the next second, the screen moved, and Shenfei joined the battle, resulting in his parents being saved by the evil king of the ninth. Would you still make the same choice you just did if the consequence of stopping it was at the cost of your life? Or are you willing to wait for your strength to increase before going back for revenge? Seeing this, Shenfei knew that the real difficulty had come. It's a dilemma, one's own life, one's parents' life, which to choose? Pick yourself, the ratings will be higher, and it's only geniuses who can survive. But if you choose to do so, will you be able to pass the barrier in your own heart? No wonder Jiang Yi said that this was a trial of clarity of mind. It did point directly to the most vulnerable part of the human heart. Shenfei chose neither. I'll choose to open up and directly beat the other side, so they won't be in any danger one way or the other. Air titles. Shenfei stayed for a moment, you subtitles still speechless on? A little later, Shenfei entered another screen. At that time, he stood before the mists, facing millions of evil creatures, and behind him were millions of human races. If your life can save the lives of millions of people, are you willing to do so? Chapter 122 Flawless Level Skill. Shenfei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Again? What's the difference between that and the question just now? Is it a matter of sacrificing the little ones? Or to save everyone? You think I can solve the unsolved problem of the ages? Shenfei still had the same words. I choose to crush those millions of evil beasts after I open up. It took a while for the credits to appear in the air. Hashtag at hashtag dollar. Shenfei. Why the hell are you cursing? As soon as the words fell, Shenfei was directly blasted out of the mirror space. When I tried to get back in, I couldn't. You've got a temper? Coming to the stone tablet, Shenfei found his ranking. Number 69, Mountain Ghost, 19. Potential rating, SSS Strong Soul Power, unaffected by illusions. Have a clear, unshakable and unhesitating way forward. It's just that the direction is so breathless that it's either a person of immense inner strength or a complete lunatic. Everyone else has 3 words, but you have a long list, so it seems that this mirror has a big problem with you. But Shenfei felt that he was telling the truth. Why go back to the old ways when they're all open? It's all open and shut, and you have to make all those life and death decisions. That means the hang is not open enough. Shortly afterward, a wooden token appeared, and this token also had 1 word on it, inside. Inner disciple? Or something else? You can take this token and choose any one of the grade 5 beast materials: bones, inner pills, fur, sharp teeth. After picking for quite a while, Shenfei picked an inner elixir of the ferocious beast, the Vulcan. When the time came, the immortal soul would obtained from opening the spirit mine would be the main focus, with this inner elixir as a supplement. With the soul purification crystals exchanged from the 4-winged whale coincide, he purified the soul impurities present in the inner Dan. Then used the heavenly Luan Soul Dew as a guide to increase the chances of a breakthrough. An additional 50,000 kill value to make up for the shortfall would allow Ruler Jade's soul-suppressing cage to undergo a metamorphosis and be upgraded to the flawless level. Millions of kill values can raise a peak level skill to flawless. It took so many materials to bring the kill value down to 50,000. But then again, it's worth it. In order to increase the source of killing value, Shenfei had the 3rd generation of compotes in the secret realm also join in the killing. Together with the 3rd generation of parasites in the Baihui mountain range, the kill value was in the process of accumulating. Until it was 50,000, Chen Fei extracted it to Ruler Jade's soul-suppressing cage at the first opportunity. Its commotion, surprisingly, was no smaller than the evolution of Little Ancient. But thinking about it, even a rank 5 Demon King might not necessarily possess a flawless rank skill. Fuhu Zhenghu Soul Domain. By peak level skills, flawless level skills. Enhancement advantage. 1. Once the soul suppression domain is opened, the souls of all living beings of level 4, order 5 and below can be suppressed. It also possessed a great threat to the souls of living beings of level 4, step 5 and above. As strength increases, suppression levels can follow. 2. On top of the soul-suppressing mountain, there is the fierce aura and pressure of the ferocious beast Fuhu, which can enhance the power of the soul-suppressing mountain by 10 times. Once it was suppressed with full force, it was basically hard to escape the soul. Moreover, the residual souls that flew apart could be absorbed by Fuhu and continue to enhance the power of the soul-suppressing great mountain. And a portion of the soul's power will be fed back to itself, which will then enhance its strength and qualification. 3. As long as there is enough aura, the soul-suppressing domain can be used continuously without any time limit. After reading this long list of advantageous enhancements, Chen Fei had been too stunned to speak. This flawless level of proficiency is too invincible. Going from a cage to a field with no time limit was already a considerable upgrade. 10 times the power of the soul suppression mountain also amazed Chen Fei. One could imagine how great it must be to be pressed by a great mountain during a sparring match, with only fragments of the enemy's soul remaining. The most unbeatable thing is that 10 times the power is not the end of the line, but a growth skill. The more soul fragments absorbed, the more powerful the suppression became. It was simply terrifying. Chen Fei finally realized why it was called flawless grade, because no flaws could be picked out. Also, with the enhancement of this skill, Ruler Jade truly possessed the strength to kill in one hit. Coupled with Dark Cloud's robotic lightning, Xiaogu's swarm self-destructed. It allowed the Chen Fei at this time to surpass quite a few people of the older generation in this aspect of battle power, including his parents. It has even surpassed its last self. The 4th day of the Spirit Mansion's secret realm. Chen Fei had entered a number of trial spaces, but had never obtained a transcendence rating again. The Great Hall of Evangelism had also remained unopened, and many people were beginning to sit up and take notice. The secret realm was only 7 days long, yet there could be more than just one chance at the Spirit Mansion. Moreover, even if the Great Hall of Evangelism did open, whether or not they could snatch the opportunity was still one thing, which led to quite a few people temporarily leaving the Spirit Mansion and going out to search for treasures. Among these people were Xinlin and Tang Jian. Chen Fei, we've discovered a large tomb that we can't even break into with our strength. Are you interested? The Great Tomb? The Great Tomb of the Spirit Mansion Mystic Realm should not be simple, so Chen Fei was naturally interested. Go! He followed Xinlin quickly to a cliff that was dark and deep. The floating gray-on-green mist made the place a little more terrifying. It was as if an overwhelmingly ferocious beast had opened its bloody mouth, ready to swallow a few people. And the entrance to the Great Tomb, a small inconspicuous hole halfway up the cliff. If it weren't for the treasure-hunting rats, Xinlin and Tang Jian would never have been able to find such a hidden place. With the power of the flying demonic beasts, the three of them quickly arrived at the entrance of the cave, only to find a number of green ghost bats dead at the entrance. Xinlin frowned and said, "We just came down and just explored the path, not daring to startle these green ghost bats." You mean you didn't kill them? That's right. That means someone else found this place besides us. Chen Fei turned the bats over and found that they were all dead peacefully and there was nothing special about them. No, their souls have been devoured. Ruler Jade's spiritual voice came. If it was the soul that was devoured, then it must be the work of a soul system demonic beast. Chen Fei murmured, "All of their souls have been sucked away, you guys know what that means, right?" Xinlin and Tang Jian's expressions also became ugly. Among the 200 people who entered the secret realm, the ones who contracted soul system demonic beasts were few and far between. Aside from Chen Fei, who no one knew about, and the notorious Jiang Yi, there were only 4 people left. The Xikong Jinhai that Chen Fei wanted to deal with as well as the dead LV Kai both possessed soul demonic beasts. The other was Ji Chenfeng, the second-year head of the Dragon Academy, who possessed a SS Amaterasu soul dragon. It was in this person's hands that Jiang Yi was defeated. The last one was the first-place team of the 100 Cities competition, the second-year head of Tai Ching Academy, Shiman Lingyun. He possessed an SSS-grade heaven-swallowing toad, combining the devouring, soul, and elemental systems, a very perverse existence that swallowed nothing. It was also the only person in the tournament, other than Chen Fei, who possessed an SSS beast at a young age. He was even recognized as the #1 person in the 100 Cities competition, and he was able to suppress Sikong Jinhai and LV Kai all by himself. Chen Fei only knew that no matter who it was an absolute tough opponent that wasn't that easy to deal with. You two go wait outside, I'll go a little deeper and see if I can pick up some bargains. Chapter 123 Shunlin and Tangjian's Chance. Shunlin and Tangjian didn't reject Chen Fei's suggestion. With their strength, they would only become a burden to Chen Fei, and it would be better not to enter than to do so. The two made a quick exit. Old Chen, it seems like we have to double our efforts, or else we'll keep dragging big brother Chen Fei behind, and that's not a good thing. Shunlin nodded approvingly. That's right, if we keep going on like this, we will only be disliked. I'm just afraid the big man won't even bother to take us by then. The two appeared to have a not-so-small sense of crisis at this moment. If there was no value in even being taken, it meant that the gap between them and Chen Fei was already large to a certain extent. Shunlin gave a suggestion. I don't think the big man will come out this early, so let's go somewhere else to look for a chance. Totally, I have an appointment with the big guy to meet over at the spirit house anyway. The two once again let the treasure hunter mouse lead the way, and kept going towards the depths. Along the way, the treasure hunting mouse acted unusually excited. That was a bit more excited than when he discovered the resting soil. Naturally, the two wouldn't stop, they had to make a break for it anyways. It's not too late to quit when it's really dangerous. The greed in their eyes grew stronger and stronger, as if they were about to find some absolute treasure. Stop! It was only after being yelled at by Shunlin that Tang Jian came to his senses for a few moments. What's wrong? Shunlin shook his head. I don't know what's wrong, but it just doesn't feel like the state is quite right. And my Crow 9 realized that this surrounding contains a faint power of curse. If it hadn't reminded me in time, we might well have lost ourselves. Crow Jiu was none other than Shunlin's ghost spell Crow, named for the 9 gray hairs on his head. It was also those 9 hairs that made it quite sensitive to curses. Being able to sense a curse meant that there were either curse-type spirits or curse-type heavenly treasures around. Tang Jian let out a low voice. So what's next, leave or advance? Shunlin didn't answer right away, but looked down. The treasure hunting mouse's desire for the front had never been seen before, which made Shunlin extremely heartfelt. The opening was different. Back off. So what if you're even more moved? Even if it's a supreme treasure, you have to have a life to take it. Also, without much hesitation, the two drew back. The two circled around for half a day, only to realize that they had been circling around in the same place. Either way, it's not going anywhere. Mirage. The first thing that came to the two men's minds was this thing, and their hearts followed with a heavy weight. Leave big brother Chen Fei and realize we're nothing. Yeah, even this little illusion can stop us. Then, spell it out. Since they couldn't walk out of the illusionary realm and no one could save them, they might as well go all the way forward and fight for a chance of survival. In just 1 hour's time, we have entered Pink Skeleton, Necrotic Grave, Ghostly Bride, Kick the Head, and other spooky illusions. And kick the head of a child and other weird phantasmagoria. Each illusion is quite scary and thrilling. Even if the two were determined to die, they were always scared out of their wits. If they hadn't relied on the sharp ability of the treasure hunting mouse, the two would have died. Until later, the two actually walked into a cave without realizing it. I don't know how far they had gone, but the two men noticed that there was suddenly light in front of them, and the colors were no longer so dull. Hurriedly, he went through and realized that there was actually a village ahead of him. It's quite a feeling of darkness and light. It was something they could never have imagined. I thought there was no one else in the secret world? Is it an illusion, or is it real? Both were puzzled. They moved a few moments closer and found a number of people hard at work in the middle of the village. Men, women, and children were planting spiritual plants similar to grains, while the elephant demon next to them was using its water ability to help irrigate. Shunlin exclaimed out, 8 leaves, 8 colors, that's the 8 Immortals Valley. Tang Jian hadn't heard of it and had a curious baby face. What is that thing? The 8 Immortals Valley is a kind of heaven and earth spirit valley of a very high level. According to my grandfather, that's at least a grade 5 or higher spirit valley. Oh, I forgot to mention that this current treasure hunting mouse is none other than my grandfather's, and I'm merely borrowing it for a bit. My grandfather once found a plant of the 8 Immortals Valley because of a treasure hunting mouse, and the grain was later cooked into porridge. After you drink it, guess what? How could Tang Jian know this? And curious, he hurriedly urged Shenlin to finish and not to hang on to his appetite. Only then did Shenlin continue, the 8 immortals are not the 8 immortals in the true sense of the word, but refer to the 8 energizable attributes. They are bloodline, enlightenment, luck, potential, charisma, 5 senses, spiritual power, and affinity. One of my grandfather's imperial beasts had its ancient bloodline stimulated because of the Valley of the 8 Immortals. Tang Jian was shocked, there's such a powerful spirit plant. Shenlin didn't deny that it was indeed awesome. The bloodline was not the strongest among the 8 attributes. If he could enhance his potential, then there was no escape for a king-level royal beast master. If you can enhance your luck, you can get a lot of help in all areas. Many people are always one step away from success. If you can improve your enlightenment, it will also be beneficial. All in all, the 8 Immortals Valley was definitely worth their risk. Tang Jian smacked his lips. According to you, the 8 Immortal Valleys should be incomparably precious, and they can even plant large areas of them. What kind of place is this? The fairy world? Shenlin was also unsure. If this isn't an illusion, then it should be the immortal realm without a doubt. Just as the two were hesitating whether to move forward or retreat, they realized that the hole they had just come out of had long since disappeared. The two of them smiled bitterly. It seemed that they had to break in after all. We haven't had outsiders here in a long time. It's true, their costumes are so weird. I haven't seen any of their imperial beasts. The two hecklers were treated as ornamental beasts. The more they observed, the more alarmed the two became. They couldn't even see a hint of the possibility of an illusion. The water has a water temperature and the grain has a grain flavor. Even the pedestrians passing by have body heat. If it's an illusion, what kind of illusion can be so realistic? The two men's vigilance was offloaded a bit, and they focused their minds on the 8 immortal valleys, both considering how they could obtain them. The village headman knew where they were coming from and stated the rules of the place. There are 2 ways to want the 8 immortal valleys. First, you become part of the village and are forbidden to go out for eternity, but of course you can eat fresh Baxian Valley. Second, pass the test left by the old ancestors. Shenlin and Tang Jian looked at each other and chose the latter. Chapter 124 Goodbye to the Temple of Bones. In order to catch up with Chen Fei, Shenlin and Tang Jian resolutely entered the trial of the mysterious village. If you don't go to the Valley of the 8 Immortals, you vow not to. The other side. The first time Chen Fei entered the cave, he used the hidden Yuan technique on himself and the 3 beasts. It also had 10 third-generation bugs scouting ahead, just in case. After a short walk, the road ahead narrowed. One side is against the cave wall and the other side is bordered by groundwater. And above the current, there are some hanging coffins. Shenlin and Tang Jian had walked here before, intending to pry open a hanging coffin to take a look, only to be scared away by the hanging coffin guardian beast. 1,000 deadly corpse demon of level 3, order 6 that can draw the energy it needs from corpses. The more powerful the corpse, the stronger the 1,000 deadly corpse demon and the higher the qualification. Judging by the qualifications and strength of these 1,000 deadly corpse demons, the masters within these hanging coffins were not much stronger in life. In response, Chen Fei naturally did not have much interest and continued onward. As he walked, Chen Fei saw the true entrance to the chamber. The door to the tomb, cast from the Jinin Xianshi, is 7 meters high and 4 meters wide. It can block the Yin and demonic chi in the tomb, or any zombie-based monsters from running out. Now, the door was opened a crack through which regular people could pass. Chen Fei didn't enter right away, but instead looked at the door in a daze. He was thinking about taking the door down. He couldn't say he'd use it later. Knowing Chen Fei's thoughts, Xiaogu let out a teasing cry. Chen Fei, you're a locust crossing the border, not leaving an inch of grass behind. There are quite a few zombie and ghost-type existences in the mists, and this Jinin Xianstone is just the right weapon to deal with them. Xiaogu held his head and showed his teeth. Chen Fei, you hit me again. What if I become stupid? It wasn't much smarter in the first place. You. Ruler Jade and Dark Cloud, don't stop me, I'll fight him. Ruler Jade elegantly licked her paws, Dark Cloud rested on Chen Fei's head, and the two beasts coincidentally voiced out, we're not stopping you either, if you're capable, you're going to go on. Shu Ku. There's no tacit understanding at all. Chen Fei did not immediately accept the Jinin Xianstone, but instead planned to go in first to see what was going on before doing so. Shu, something's up. He silenced the 3 beasts. At the moment they were on a straight main path of the crypt that could not be seen to the end. The walls are carved with various ghostly creatures. White Bone Boatman, there is a white bone boat on a river in the Netherworld, with a blurry-faced humanoid monster on board.
You must not stare at this boat for long, or your soul will be ferried to the underworld. And the ghost of the autumn nun, the temple ghost, the velvet ghost, and the ghost of the piano player. Ghost-type monsters, which were quite rare in the Imperial Spirit continent, were almost invisible. This large tomb was able to carve so many ghostly creatures. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't look like a product of the Imperial Spirit continent. This reinforces the fact that the secret realm is supposed to be heavenly. Only, this great tomb and the spirit mansion seem to have nothing to do with each other. And how did such two unrelated things get hardwired together? Chen Fei shook his head, unable to figure it out at all. He only felt that there were more and more things in this world that were beyond his comprehension. That in itself has the feeling of being stuck in a fog. Clang! Clang clang! Suddenly, the eerie sound of a zither flooded the room. It was as if the luthier's ghost on the wall had come to life. And then, with the help of the zither, he melted the sound wave attack into it. Dark Cloud opened his eyes at the first opportunity before adding a sonic barrier to them, and a pure white thunder fell straight down to where the mural of the Qin Master's ghost was. As Chen Fei was just about to open his mouth, Dark Cloud had already ended everything. The cat's reflexes are, indeed, fast enough. The mural, after being struck by the robbing thunder, directly blackened a piece of it, and the Qin Master ghost on it disappeared with it, seemingly having evaporated. Chen Fei also understood the purpose of these murals, which was to allow certain ghostly creatures to hide in them and later sneak up on those who entered the graveyard. Dark Cloud's pure world white thunder, don't be too good at this moment. All the way over, these ghostly creatures were unable to pose any semblance of a threat to Chen Fei. Even many ghosts didn't dare to move a muscle after sensing the aura of the robbing thunder, fearing that they would be cleaved away in the next second. Walking down the main path, they came to the first chamber. There was a level 4, stage 29 winged centipede dying on the coffin, which must be the tomb chamber guardian beast. Again the soul disappeared, suspected to have been devoured. Another lunged from the corner, only to be easily taken down by Dark Cloud. As for this coffin, it was not opened for some unknown reason. Since the person in front of him did not do so, Chen Fei did not intend to do so as well. He directly crossed over the coffin, wanting to see what the person in front of him was up to. When he came to the second chamber, Chen Fei's pupils shrunk. He saw a tall bronze tree without any leaves. Only a woman's head hangs from a tree. On their heads were hairpins made of green conch stones. Teal with a touch of transparency and a conch-like pattern on top, simple and unassuming. However, they all stared at each other with eyes as big as copper bells, as if they had seen something horrible at that moment before they died, or if they were unwilling or desperate. They have a light layer of transparent crystals on their surface, making them impervious to decay. What a wicked way to do it! Chen Fei didn't know why the person who built the burial chamber did so, but it was definitely extremely cruel. Just like the front, Chen Fei directly bypassed this place, trying to catch up with the pace of the person in front of him. When he circled around to the back of the tree, he still couldn't help but look back. It was surprising to find all the heads in the trees turning their heads to look at them. Even though they were just as motionless, it was just creepy. It was as if it was going to pull one into an endless abyss. Chen Fei didn't dare to stay any longer and headed for the third chamber. However, when he reached the third chamber, Chen Fei realized that he had actually left the large tomb. This used to be a village, only now it looks dilapidated. There was a field in front of the village, and the plants on the field were withered, but vaguely recognizable. Those plants possessed 8 leaves in 8 colors. What the hell is this place? And where did the man in front go? Holding these doubts, Chen Fei sent more third-generation parasites up to scout. It didn't take long for the compulsion to return the message. Looking down from above, the whole village takes on the shape of an octagon. And at the center of the Bagua, there's a bone temple. In the middle of the Temple of Bones, there were 2 people. Upon hearing the word Bone Temple, Chen Fei's first thought was of the Bone Temple in the 9 sepulchral regions. There shouldn't be any connection between the two, should there? In order to verify his thoughts, Chen Fei rushed to the Bone Temple at the first opportunity. Made of the white bones of demonic beasts, the temple has a fierce beast head at each of the 4 corners: Taodai, Chaos, Legend, and Porchi. And the gable of the temple takes on the shape of a squid tentacle, grotesque and incongruous. There were also 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance of the temple. Everything in the village was broken and tattered, except for these 2 lanterns, which were very new, as if time could not erode them. This is almost the same as that bone temple in the middle of the 9 sepulchral fiends. Chapter 125: The 18 Levels of Hell. Chen Fei saw the 2 standing motionless through the gate of the bone temple.
Unsurprisingly, it was none other than Shiman Lingyun and Ji Chunfeng.
Nothing happened to them, it was more like the consciousness entered into some kind of trial. After considering it for a moment, Chen Fei didn't enter right away, but waited in the outside world until they were finished. Right now, he didn't want to go up against these two. After 10 minutes, the two woke up one after another, each with their own gains, and then directly left the Bone Temple before Chen Fei quietly entered. Here, again, a stone monument was erected, and behind the monument was none other than a sacrificial spirit seat. Its arrangement was incomparably similar to the Bone Temple in the Nine Sepulchre Fierce Land. Chen Fei moved a bit closer to the stone tablet and realized that there were still some rankings on it. But not many, only 8. Maybe it's the fact that there are so few people who can find this place. First place, Taku Jiyuan, 20 years old. Potential rating, Transcendence into the 18th Circle of Hell. Fourth place, Simon Lingyun, 20 years old. Potential rating, SSS plus into the 16th Circle of Hell. Fifth place, Ji Chunfeng, 20 years old. Potential rating, SSS into the 14th level of Hell. Seventh place, Xin Lin, 19 years old. Potential rating, SS plus into the 12th Circle of Hell. Eighth place, Tang Jian, 19 years old. Potential rating, SS, into the 11th Circle of Hell. I can't believe Mr. Takumi is up there too, and he's still transcendentally rated? After a while, Chen Fei suppressed the surprise in his heart. Also, Tuoba Ziyuan was the second human to possess a purple chi in the eyes of Wu Yun, so how could it be simple? Having the ability to transcend is perfectly understandable. It seems that this teacher of his is more powerful than expected. Currently, there are 3 transcendence evaluations, 2 for myself and 1 for Tuoba Ziyuan. Not bad, not bad. They're all on their own anyway. What surprised Chen Fei even more was the duo of Tang Jian and Xin Lin. They only reached the door of the chamber, but did not take a step forward. Hardly, they lied. But there's absolutely no need for that. Besides, even if they got in, the ghostly creatures on that long corridor of the chamber were not something the two could touch. There was also the 9-winged centipede in the first chamber, which was enough to kill them a few times. It's not very realistic for 2 people to try to walk this way, it should be that they came in some other way. That's just it, go out and ask what the hell is going on. Chen Fei still used the name of Mountain Ghost to enter the trial space. As with the Spirit Garden, the status is refreshed with each level you enter. Just after entering, Chen Fei felt that this space was very depressing. There was no boundary, only a metaphysical black sky, without any temperature, without any stars to be seen. The whole earth looked like a red-hot lump of iron, red with a refuted blackness. Above the earth, a greenish ghostly aura bubbled. The ghostly aura clashes with the colors of the earth, making it a little more creepy from a visual standpoint. Chen Fei was also amazed, was there really such a thing as hell? It's amazing how similar it is to what the word of mouth says hell looks like. Level 1, the Hell of Tongue Pulling. The topmost layer of hell, a few level 3, rank 8 tongue pulling ghosts, was not challenging in any way. Tier 2, Scissor Hell. 10 level 3, Order 8 scissor ghosts were still killed by Dark Cloud in seconds. Level 13, Blood Pool Hell. In addition to some level 4, Step 1 ghosts, there was also a pool of blood. In the middle of the pool, there was a level 4, Stage 2 Prison Blood Demon Ghost. This ghost has mastered the attribute of blood, and can be sacrificed to summon a more powerful being. You can also use the blood explosion technique, which explodes wherever the blood drops. When Wu Yun wasted some effort to defeat it, he found that the prison blood demon ghost had utilized that pool of blood to come back to life. It's just endless when you fight like that. In a fit of anger, Dark Cloud directly triggered 4 or 5 thick pure world-white thunderbolts, blowing up the blood pool. This 18th floor of hell was a lot harder than expected. If you don't have attributes that are mutually restraining, you basically won't get far. Level 17, Stone Mill Hell. As soon as Chen Fei entered it, he found himself in the middle of a huge stone mill. This stone mill is not to be resisted. Every time it swept over, it had the power of a level 5 Demon King's charge, far beyond what the current 3 beasts could block and could only dodge. Dodging while taking on a few ghostly creatures. An SSS-ranked puppet witch ghost that can manipulate 9 SS-ranked, 4th level, 4th order ghosts into battle. The other head was a SSS Class 3-eyed Inferno ghost, mastering the Yellow Spring Ghost Flame. This fire was ranked high in the list of foreign flames, having both the spirituality of water and the power of a foreign fire. Living beings enter the middle of the Yellow Springs as if they were in a frying pan.
The last SSS ranked Cthulhu Umbrella Feather Ghost, Level 4, Order 4. In the shape of a paper umbrella, the umbrella has a bell where each of the bones are. The top of the umbrella has many eyeballs and the bottom of the umbrella is held up by a woman. The woman had long hair up to her waist, but her face could not be seen, and she was dressed in an ancient costume that looked rather strange. This ghost will dance to the sound of the bells, with a graceful body that is completely unrecognizable as a ghostly creature. But Chen Fei knew that this dance must not be allowed to finish. Otherwise, the blow will be devastating. After a dance, the mind is lost and the soul abandons the body. This ability was just as strong as Shikoju's soul stripping, which was inhaled directly into the umbrella. Even Ruler Jade's soul guardian couldn't do much. Dark Cloud increased the Ruler Jade. Ruler Jade, Voltron's soul subduing domain, unfolded full strength. The other party wanted to play on this aspect of the soul, and Chen Fei had likewise thought of this. He also wanted to see how strong Ruler Jade was within his domain. These three ghostly creatures were already enough for Ruler Jade to strike. As the pale white field unfolded, it enveloped the entire area of 1,000 meters in diameter. Of course, Ruler Jade is free to choose who it needs to target and who it is immune to. Otherwise, the enemy will not be able to distinguish between us, and that will not be the end of it. With the increase of the dark clouds, the killing power within the field went straight up to the 4th level, 6th rank. If Tuoba Ziyuan were here, he would have to suck in a breath of cold air. Roar! Roar! The three great mountains of souls fell, and their direction was not those puppets, but directly aimed at the main body. Above the great mountain of souls, a volatile tiger was roaring out. This sound was mixed with an extremely strong sonic binding power, binding the three ghosts in place, desperately waiting for the great mountain to suppress them. Boom! As the great mountain of souls falls, only the paper umbrella was left at the scene, and the physical bodies of the three ghosts followed their souls into smoke. The soul fragments that flew apart were all inhaled into the belly of Fuwu. Only this is an illusion, and there are very few soul fragments that can be absorbed. One hit! This was how powerful Ruler Jade was now, looking at Xiao Gu with envy. Chen Fei, Ruler Jade, and Dark Cloud are so strong. What about me? What about me? I was one of the first to contract. Chapter 126 Chen Fei's Karma Line. Chen Fei let out a soothing cry. There is no chance that suits you right now, and it's useless to force it. Once I find it, I'll fight for you with my life. I also hope that you can grow stronger and stronger so that I can be invincible. You said it, don't forget it. Ko grunted a few times before relenting. Seeing Ruler Jade and Dark Cloud continuously getting stronger, it also developed a not-so-small sense of crisis. Then, one man and three beasts came to the 18th level of hell, the hell of knives and saws. As soon as he entered this level, Chen Fei felt a sense of oppression that filled him. Floating above them was a ghost in a purple robe with angry, scholarly eyes. Against all odds, he was carrying a scythe that was taller than a man. Not only that, but he had a pen floating in the upper right and a scroll in the upper left. It's much more imposing and dominant than the other ghosts and monsters. Scythe Judge Ghost. Strength, 4th level, 5th order. Attributes, Karma, Ghost, Soul. Qualification, Ghost Immortal equivalent to Immortal Beast level. Potential, expected to be promoted to Ghost Emperor equivalent to Divine Beast level. Skills. 1. The Judgment of Good and Evil. An upgraded version of the Soul Torture skill. There is a more powerful pressure on the soul, and even things that the Lord has not noticed can be inquired about through the soul, and there is less damage to the soul. Proficiency, Mastery level. 2. Cause and effect tracking. A person's karma can be tracked so that he or she can be better judged as good or evil. If you do more evil, you can unleash soul karmic fire. And with the power of karma added, its karmic fire surpassed the most common red lotus karmic fire, reaching Brahma karmic fire, a holy fire above the foreign fire. Proficiency, peak level. 3. Groove. The causal system. Surprisingly, it's a causal system. This was an invincible attribute comparable to time, space, or something like that. No wonder. It was no wonder that even Tuoba Ziyuan would fall at this level. Now it seemed unsurprising. The flame after the enchantment was even at the level of a holy fire. Chen Fei had never heard of anyone in the Royal Spirit continent possessing a sacred fire. This continent was relatively low level, not enough to nurture the sacred flame at all. How good would it be if it could be replicated? Chen Fei ruthlessly moved his heart. The sealing system, the imagination system, and this time the causal system. If the skills of these three systems could be integrated into Dark Cloud, wouldn't that be straight up invincible? Nope, there's also the space department of Takumi Ziyuan. Hiss. Chen Fei felt horrible just thinking about it alone. It's just a shame that these guys are illusions. Why are they just illusions? Roar. The side judge ghost growled, and without saying a word, directly launched karma tracking. This was its strongest skill at the moment, trying to make a killing blow. And something like karma is even more nebulous than the soul system. Souls exist, and soul beings can see them. Even if they are not soul beings, they can be seen occasionally. But karma is not the same. Even a karma line possessor can only see karma lines of different colors, thus judging whether the living being is good or evil past. Only, when the side judge ghost saw Chen Fei's karmic thread, the whole head of the ghost froze. It's like being halfway through a game and suddenly getting stuck. Other people's karma lines are usually just a dozen or two. Good and evil karma, love and hate karma, gain and loss karma, fortune and woe karma, three worlds karma. But Chen Fei is different. The threads of cause and effect on his body directly formed a ball of wool. It's not just dozens of bars, it's thousands of bars. He is alone, but he is involved in the karma of all beings. How much power does it take to do that? The sickle judge ghost desperately tried to discern the line of good and evil karma, but found that on Chen Fei, there were many contradictions. It is both a great good and a great evil. That is, to slaughter millions of spirits and to save the world's life. Such a person has transcended the karma that the side judge ghost can judge. Moreover, it could feel the greatest backlash it had ever received because of its peeping into Chen Fei's karmic thread. Thus, a scene that was incomprehensible to Chen Fei appeared. Before he even had the chance to do anything, the side judge ghost spat out greenish ghost blood from its own mouth. The whole ghost's breath was dying, as if it had been badly hurt. The dominance in front of him was only atrophied at this moment. Ow 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 ow. Xiaogu acted as a translator. This person is too perverted. How can he have so many causal threads? No, that's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. He's not human, he's definitely not human. Until finally, the scythe judge ghost was incinerated by the Brahma karma fire. Ruler Jade took the opportunity to have Fuhu swallow these soul fragments, which was better than nothing. Chen Fei. You're the one who's not human, your whole family is not human. At the same time, he was thoughtful. Could it be that it was because he had contracted the killing sacred canon that caused this ghost to be unable to deduce his own karma? Well, that should do it. Anything that was incomprehensible, Chen Fei pushed it onto the killing sacred canon. While Chen Fei was still thinking, he was interrupted by Ruler Jade's spiritual sense. I feel that my soul aura is very full, it seems like I'm about to break through. Chen Fei hurriedly looked at the message from Ruler Jade. Status, evolving. Wow 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 wow. Autonomous evolution, that's fantastic too. Back when Ruler Jade's Voltron soul subduing domain had reached the flawless level, its qualifications had been insufficient to support the skill, forcing it to evolve. This, coupled with the absorption of the scythe judge ghost soul fragment, caused this feeling of a breakthrough to grow stronger and stronger. Chen Fei was just about to say something when he was teleported before the stone monument of the Bone Temple. First place, Mountain Ghost, 19 years old. Potential judgment above transcendence successfully raided the 18th floor of hell. Another jade token appeared. The word that appears on this token is zone. Read it together, 10,000 Beasts Sect. It's the clan alright. With this token, you can exchange it for a grade 6 spirit item. It is rated as above and beyond. Composite dependent, can be exchanged for any one grade 7 spirit item. In the next second, one person and 3 beasts came into the middle of another space. It's like a large spirit storage room with spirits all over the place. From level 1 to level 8, it can be upwards of 10,000 pieces. Chen Fei rubbed his eyes and marveled, I shouldn't have come to the 10,000 Beasts Sect spiritual treasure storage room, right? That's pretty damn cool too. Chen Fei couldn't wait to stroll around. It was a sight for sore eyes to see all the way over there. 6th grade spirit objects, 49 more to go. 7th grade spiritual objects, there are 3 of them. Grade 8 spirit objects, only 1 piece. 8th grade spirit. 9 heavenly Xian Shui. For the holy water above the foreign water, it can make any spiritual object or spiritual weapon. Get a great metamorphosis.
According to the information in the Holy Scriptures, the most suitable spiritual object at present is the resting soil. Resting soil is empowered by 9 heavenly Shen Shui and can form 9 heavenly resting soil. 9 heavenly breath soil can boost the aura by several times and increase the evolution probability of spiritual plants.
The most striking sentence is
9 heavenly resting soil, the minimum standard soil for pure land, blessed land, and cave heaven. Just this one sentence was enough to prove the power of the 9 heavenly resting soil, seeing Chen Fei's mouth watering.
Level 7 Spirituality. Chapter 127 SSS Grade Ruler Jade. 7th Grade Spirit. 1. Tai Sui Sha. It is above the foreign sand and below the holy sand, and comes with the attribute of confinement, which can devour other foreign sands for its own use. 2. Underworld Soul Pearl. It can absorb the souls of all things in heaven and earth for its own use, and use the absorbed souls as weapons for offense. 3. Brilliance Sealing. It allows light beings to be greatly transformed. Not only was Chen Fei not excited at the sight of these 3 grade 7 spirit creatures, he instead had a headache. Radiant smallpox can be ruled out first, and there's not much disagreement on that one. Rather, it was the Tai Sui San and the underworld soul bead that made Chen Fei waver. Taiyang San was after all above the foreign sands, which were not necessarily found in the entire imperial spirit continent, and could make Wu Yun's quicksand technique go even further. However, the dark cloud itself did not have a sand attribute, or else it could have allowed the Taiyaki Sand to be more useful. The attributes of the underworld soul bead were extremely similar to Shikuju's Voltron soul subduing domain, which could help Shikuju advance even further. It's just that the ruler jade itself is about to evolve, it's just that I don't know what kind of step it can cross over to, it's part of the unknown. Before Chen Fei could make a choice, Dark Cloud called out first, "Miao Chen Fei, let's give ruler jade first." I'm now SSS ranked, and my main kills are currently above the robotic lightning. The quicksand technique is just the icing on the cake. Unlike the ruler jade, if it had broken through naturally, it would have been SS rank at best. If we add this soul bead, perhaps, we can break through more upper limits. Chen Fei instantly understood what Wu Yan meant, touching Wu Yan with his left hand and ruler jade with his right. He laughed softly, "As long as you guys don't mind, it's fine. We are a team, and no matter who gets stronger, in the end, it will be the whole team that benefits." Meow, yes, that's right. I'll thank you, Dark Cloud. Only Xiaogu turned into an egg again and drew circles in the corner. Gu White is the one that gets stronger, always have no part for me. With Dark Cloud's affirmation, Chen Fei directly selected the Underworld Soul Pearl. Next moment, 1 man and 3 beasts were kicked out of the Temple of Bones. Chen Fei looked towards the sacred codex. The ruler jade itself was already on the verge of evolution. Even if it didn't need the kill value, it could still go further. Now it needed 100,000 kill value, fusion of the Underworld Soul Pearl, and the peaches of the illusory Dream Peach Tree, which would allow this evolution to go beyond the perfection level. After staying in the secret realm for another 2 days or so, the 100,000 kill value had long been saved. Chen Fei realized that every time he just saved some, he used it up immediately. Just like the average person, it's hard to get a paycheck, but it turns out there's basically nothing left once the car and mortgage payments are deducted. This evolution, from soul, dream system, illusion, enhanced flesh, speed, mental power, agility, control, charm, defense, Fox Clan unity. Pick 7 of the 11 evolutionary directions as evolutionary directions. Seeing this, Chen Fei was a bit stunned. Why didn't the Dark Cloud jump out when it evolved last time? Oh yeah, Dark Cloud only had the replica line at the time, no other attributes, and a relatively single evolutionary route. Seeing the evolutionary direction of the ruler jade, Chen Fei realized that the ruler jade also had potentials such as spiritual power and charm. Not surprising when you think about it. With a strong soul, mental power can't be too bad. As for charm, it seems that Fox demonic beasts have it. Pick soul, dream, illusion, mental power, control, charm, and Fox unity. These were almost all remote maneuvers, and Chen Fei did not want to let ruler jade go into close combat. It only has 1 life, unlike Koga who has the swarm as a stand-in. With the red light, ruler jade was caught in the middle of a painful tumble. The other 2 beasts knew the pain of this kind of body breaking and reorganization, and both of them sweated for ruler jade. Only Chen Fei was different, as he seemed to see an incomparably powerful phantom soul fox void in the underworld, gazing at ruler jade from above the void. The other party looked over towards Chen Fei, and then nodded before disappearing. However, the point of light formed by its disappearance unexpectedly surrounded ruler jade and slowly disappeared into ruler jade's body. Chen Fei let out a surprised cry. This is The Art of Blessing. The Art of Blessing was a special ability mastered by powerful demonic beasts in the ancient times, but it had already disappeared into history. Ruler Jade was able to be empowered by the blessing technique because it had stimulated the brand of the Phantom Soul Fox clan latent in her flesh. Its first evolution from a rank to S rank was only to make up for the lack of natural talent, and was not considered a true evolution. This time, it was evolution in the true sense of the word, and it was perfect evolution, which inspired that brand. With the blessing technique added, Ruler Jade didn't feel any more pain, but slept peacefully. Just like that, he quietly broke through, making the other two beasts very envious. His coat gets softer and better looking, and the lines on his horns get more intricate. And the biggest change belonged to its tail, which went from 1 tail to 3. The King of Fox's 3 tails. Strength, level 3, order 8. Attributes, soul, illusion, dream, assassin. Qualification, SSS. Potential, expected to be promoted to divine beast. Skills. Note, as the qualification improves, all aspects are greatly enhanced. 1. Due to the blessing technique, the soul stripping racial secret technique is further enhanced, with the control time from 1's 2's. The number of times it can be used in a day has been increased from 6 to 12. Receive 20% less backlash. 2. The beast's 3 tails, each of which holds the 3 faculties of soul, dream, and illusion. One of the main tails is the soul system. And the 3 tails can form a huge storehouse of aura. The aura that can be used is 6 times greater than before. 3. Added 2 new soul skills. Soul devouring. You can devour the souls of all things to enhance your body. Proficiency, entry level. The higher the proficiency and strength, the more powerful the being can be devoured. Soul servant. One can take the absorbed souls and fuse them together to form a more powerful soul beast as a servant, and then command the servant to fight. Proficiency, entry level. The higher the proficiency and strength, the more powerful soul beasts can be fused. 4. As a result of the evolution based on the Voltron soul subduing domain, this skill has been further enhanced. The power of the Great Mountain of Souls grew from 10 to 20 times more powerful. The level of strength that can be targeted is raised from 4th level 5th order to 4th level 6th order. The field expanded from 1,000 meters in diameter to 2,000 meters in diameter. 5. The realism of illusions and dreams is increased by 20%. When manipulating illusions, you can influence the other person's mind to a certain extent. It can interfere with other people's dreams to a certain extent and change their dream properties. Zip. Shikuyu is still the same Shikuyu, the little guy who still has the extra long docket. Looking at Ruler Jade's message, Chen Fei sighed more and more. It's too strong, it's just too strong. Evolve from S rank to SSS rank in one direct step. This evolutionary speed is comparable to that of a Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud had gone very far in the lightning of plunder in addition to replication, and Ruler Jade was very malleable in the way of the soul. With the appearance of the second SSS beast pet, it represents that Chen Fei completely surpasses his peers and begins to chase the pace of the older generation. Chen Fei collected the still sleeping Ruler Jade into the royal beast space and prepared to leave the tomb. See if the preaching hall adds a beam of light because of the above and beyond comment. Chapter 128 Great Hall of Evangelization, Opening. Just as he was about to retreat back to the second chamber, Chen Fei turned around to see that the broken village had unexpectedly disappeared. What the hell is going on here? However, Chen Fei did not want to go deeper, already how many years ago, even if deeper and how. Seeing the bronze ancient tree once again, those faces unanimously looked towards Chen Fei. A scene that made Chen Fei's scalp go numb appeared. It's the scent of the village. Let me go, I want to go back to the village. This little brother, please also give me a hand to free us. These heads, they can actually speak? Chen Fei instantly got goosebumps. This is so weird. Before Chen Fei could make a move, this bronze ancient tree unexpectedly stretched out countless branches to attack. Its movements were very sharp, and the points of attack were all on the neck, attempting to cut Chen Fei's head off and hang it on the tree. Originally, Chen Fei didn't want to be nosy and just wanted to leave quietly, but since this ancient tree moved first, then don't blame him. Dark Cloud, split it for me. Demonic evil things like this were most afraid of the pure world White Thunder, so what if the opponent's strength was at rank 4, step 4? Under the pure world White Thunder, its strength was drastically weakened, and it was already quite good to be able to perform at the 2nd or 3rd rank of the 4th level. Ruler Jade opened a small range of Voltron soul subduing domain, directly covering the entire bronze ancient tree.
The soul of the ancient tree was completely crushed, and then the soul fragments were all devoured and turned into nutrients for the ruler Jade. Those heads floated in mid-air one after another, and the silhouette of a human body appeared underneath the head, which then paid a neat obeisance towards Chen Fei. "Thank you, benefactor, accept our worship. Relief sisters, back to the village. It's been a long time since I've had a flavorful bacchanal." They then transformed into dots of starlight and flew towards the third chamber. Chen Fei sighed. In fact, they have long been dead for a long time. What remains is only an obsession. Now this obsession has finally been freed. After sighing, Chen Fei was ready to leave when he realized that there was something extra under his feet. It was a green conch stone hairpin and a few burnt seeds. It must be a token of appreciation for these obsessions. Chen Fei picked them up one by one and packed them in a red brocade box before leaving. Since all the demonic and evil things in the tomb had already been cleared away by Chen Fei, it would be better to remove the Shinin Xianshur gate as well. It was not easy to make a trip into the secret realm, so Chen Fei would not let go of any of the opportunities. After exiting the cliff, Chen Fei looked up to see that there were two more lights in the direction of the spirit mansion beam. One is blue light, the same thickness as red and yellow light. A faint black light, a little thinner, was in the middle of the three colors. It should be due to the mixing of the primary colors of red, yellow and blue. In other words, this blue light probably appeared because of the evaluation of transcendence. If so, there should be a new change in the preaching hall. In order to save time, Chen Fei utilized the crystals that Xiao Gu had left behind in the spirit mansion to directly teleport there. In front of the Great Hall of Evangelism, dozens of people were packed as the entrance was officially opened. The conditions for entry were to be rated at least at the SSS level and to obtain an inner disciple token. As the first person came out, the crowd hurriedly asked, "What's inside? Is it still an examination?" Inside, there was likewise only one stone tablet, but that one was larger and more imposing than the others. A white zephyr is carved into both corners of the stone tablet. The white zephyr is a precious beast with two horns and a snow-white body, capable of speaking human language and understanding the feelings of all things. It was only that white zephyr had always been nothing more than a legend in the royal spirit continent, only read about it in the books and scrolls. No one had ever seen the real white zephyr. The man continued, "There is only one test for the stone tablet, and that is to sense the stone tablet. It's just that I didn't sense anything before I was kicked out." The crowd was in an uproar. To be able to achieve an SSS rating and not be able to do even a tiny bit of sensing. I'm afraid this trial is far beyond the past. But the more this happened, the more the crowd wanted to enter and explore. The harder it is, the greater the reward. Only one person could go in at a time, and the crowd could only wait patiently. While waiting, Shenlin and Tang Jian then arrived at the spirit mansion in a dusty manner. The body was covered in mud and dust and scars, and it looked like it had been through something big. But they were in high spirits and didn't look like they were in trouble. "What are you two?" After getting closer, Chen Fei realized that their aura was even better than before. A breakthrough? Shenlin and Tang Jian exchanged glances before nodding excitedly towards Chen Fei. Shenlin was the first to report, "I'm an advanced 6th-ranked Imperial Beast Master." Tang Jian continued, "I'm an advanced 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master." Hey, catch up with the big guy this time." Having risen 3 steps in a row within a few hours, they felt that they should be close to catching up with Chen Fei. Chen Fei didn't bother to strike them, just let out a soft cry, "Almost caught up." There was a 2-step difference in strength on the surface, but in a real fight, the 3 beasts could press down on a level 4, 6-step demonic beast. Give the 2 another half a year, and they wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up. However, Chen Fei was still a bit curious. What great fortune have you guys encountered that could allow you to improve so much? Speaking of this, Shenlin and Tang Jian could be interested and told what they had seen and heard. The more Shenlin spoke, the more excited he became. "Big brother, you don't know, the rice cooked in that 8 Immortals Valley is simply not too fragrant. Eating it together with the egg juice from the demon beast's egg, the whole person was about to float. Soon after eating, I noticed a change in my body. I personally received a potential attribute increase. My Crow 9 has awakened its ancient bloodline and evolved to SS grade qualifications. Tang Jian followed. Personally, I gained a luck boost, and my Jade Forest Rock Beast gained an enlightenment boost, similarly evolving to SS grade qualifications. It's just a pity that we would have wanted to take some of the 8 Immortals Valley out for you, big brother. But that village headman was dead set against it, saying there was no precedent for it unless it became a village." Chen Fei just quietly listened to their story until the moment he stopped, then he spoke, "Did you guys enter the Bone Temple?"
Both gave a simultaneous lurch. How did you know?
Chen Fei took out his cell phone and opened the photo, which was exactly the ranking of the 8 people on the stone tablet.
You went into that village too, big brother? Chen Fei nodded and shook his head, yes and no.
The village I went into was in a state of disrepair, and there were none of those people you speak of. They should all be dead, and all those valleys withered. Immediately afterward, Chen Fei took out the red brocade box, the very same brocade box that contained the green Kongstone hairpin. The moment they saw the hairpin, Xin Lin and Tang Jian's pupils shrank. Yes, this is it, the women in their village, they all have this hairpin.
And these seeds, they're the seeds of the Valley of the 8 Immortals, only they're burnt, so I don't know if they're still viable. What the hell is going on here? Why do we go into what is obviously the same place and see different things? Chapter 129 Underestimated Sikong Jinhai. Chen Fei had already made some guesses when the two described it. There are no more than a few reasons for this. First, what we see may all be just illusions. But I can't imagine what kind of illusion could be so realistic. Second, there is something odd about that place, perhaps related to the time factor. You went to the village at another point in time, and I went to the village at this point in time now. The two preferred the latter. Only the latter makes more sense. Upon learning this news, the two sighed at the same time. The people of that village are simple, living a life free from the world. I didn't expect to be poisoned in this way as well, alas. To the hurt feelings of the two, Chen Fei only wanted to say childish. A piker is not a piker, but a piker is a piker. They can grow living 8 immortal valleys in patches, and as soon as the word gets out, there will be a steady stream of people coming to their door. And there is no shortage of great evil among these people. The village will suffer, sooner or later, unless there is some kind of supreme figure among them that can guard the village all the time. The two men opened their mouths, but realized they were powerless to retort, leaving them with a sigh. Alright, the Great Hall of Evangelization has been opened. If you have obtained an inner disciple token, you can all go in and give it a try. After saying that, Chen Fei directly left without taking the two with him. He had just received a message transmitted by Xiao Gu. Chen Fei, second generation bug, said that Zhang Yi met Sikong Jinhai and is now being suppressed. Whether it was to aid the front line or to give himself a soul shield, at least King Zhang's favor, Chen Fei received it. Now that Zhang Yi was in danger, Chen Fei naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Besides, he still wanted to go and see if this Sikong Jinhai had learned more information. Xiao Gu, instruct the second generation bugs to coalesce the crystals and teleport us there. Okay. The second generation bug first left the fighting range of Zhang Yi and Sikong Jinhai, and only then did it condense its crystals. This dragged on for a minute or two to pass. As Chen Fei shuttled over, Zhang Yi was already spitting blood from her mouth, her breath wilted and she fainted. The cloud immortal crane had broken a leg, the crimson demon collapsed to the ground, and the glistening soul beast was still trying to fight against the other party's dead soul bird, but it had been at a disadvantage, and was about to be defeated. Chen Fei knew that if he didn't make a move, Zhang Yi feared for her life. Ruler Jade, Fushu Soul Subduing Domain. As soon as the domain opened, it didn't matter if it was SS rank, or 4th level 3rd order strength. Ruler Jade can be suppressed by lifting his claws. When dealing with Lu Kai, Chen Fei had put some thought into it, but now, brainless suppression would suffice. After having great strength, there is no need to count. Ruler Jade stunned Zhang Yi's 3 beasts as well, saving Zhang Yi from waking up and asking questions. Trouble. And then he suppressed Sikong Jinhai's imperial beast underneath the great mountain of Fuhu without killing it directly. Killing it directly would cause a lot of damage to Sikong Jinhai, and in severe cases, death on the spot. It also had to keep the intact Sikong Jinhai for torture. As Chen Fei approached, Sikong Jinhai's eyes widened. I haven't seen you in the sophomore class. Shouldn't, you're a first-year student. Chen Fei moved out a chair and sat down, guessed correctly, but there's no reward. Ruler Jade's spiritual sense quickly transmitted, this person possesses the Demon King's soul guardian in his body, my torture is ineffective. Soul guardian. It seemed that Sikong Jinhai's status was quite a bit higher than Lu Kai's. If he wanted to kill him hard with the Voltron soul subduing domain, it would take some effort, so he might as well take advantage of this time to scare him a bit. These imperial beast lives of yours are under my control. Now you can say, what do you know? Like the sower, like the triangular one-eyed mural. Sikong Jinhai acted unwillingly and fell into the midst of trying to think. Next moment, he suddenly raised his head and smiled evilly. I'm pretending, aren't I? Ask me again when you can survive this blow. As soon as Sikong Jinhai spoke,
a mirror suddenly appeared in front of him. When the mirror illuminated Sikong Jinhai and its imperial beast, it teleported them outside the realm. Sikong Jinhai's original position turned into a mirror. The mirror then turned into fragments and attacked Chen Fei. Not only that, there were hundreds of mirror fragments flying towards the field from the outside world. The sharpness of its fragments was such that the trees and stones wherever they passed were all split in two. If this fragment were to cut on Chen Fei, there would only be death. The Fushu soul suppressing domain, targeted souls, and these mirror fragments without souls could not be suppressed by Ruler Jade. Shoo! After a cracking sound, Ruler Jade's domain followed. Everything happened in a flash of lightning, and Sikong Jinhai just didn't believe that the other party could react. I'm a patriarch-level Imperial Beast Master, how can I only have 3 Imperial Beasts, huh? It was the laugh of the hijackers and the laugh of shame. I can't believe I almost got taken out by a first year. It's a shame. If it wasn't for the Soul Guardian being there, he'd be dead. This 4th Imperial Beast was set up by Sikong Jinhai in the distance. For one thing, it's about finding prey. Secondly, it is to deal with the situation at the moment. After waiting for a few moments, Sikong Jinhai then came from the distance without slowing down. Surprisingly not dead. There was no body of Chen Fei at the scene. What was thought to be a certain death was dodged by the opponent. Chen Fei, who was hiding in the shadows, also took a small gasp and almost fell into the path. The moment the mirror appeared, he instructed Xiaogu to use the crystal barrier and teleport them out at the same time. I've underestimated this Sikong Jinhai. The move just now was mirror substitute technique, an ability of the mirror beings. However, the Imperial Spirit Continent did not have any mirror system beings. The attribute, which is a foreign attribute. And the one who possessed this attribute was the 10th Evil King. With a little caramels like Sikong Jinhai, naturally, he wouldn't be looked upon by the 10th Evil King. This mirror demon, the probability was that it was the dependence of the 10th Evil King, and it was prepared to become Sikong Jinhai's Imperial Beast early on. Knowing the other party's bottom line, Chen Fei was sure of himself. Dark Cloud, try it first. 9 heavenly thunder fell from the sky and struck Sikong Jinhai directly. It didn't work, and some mirror fragments were left at the scene. Sure enough, Sikong Jinhai was hiding in the shadows while using a mirror double to lure the enemy. Careful enough. However, if Sikong Jinhai would leave a trick up his sleeve, how could a treacherous person like Chen Fei not leave a trick up his sleeve? When he knew that the soul technique would not work for the time being, Chen Fei asked Xiaogu to take action against Sikong Jinhai's other 3 Imperial Beasts. First, it was injected with the seeds of the unsolvable poison, ready to detonate. Although poison was not very useful for the ghost or necromancer lineages, it could be used as a marker. As long as those 3 beasts are out of Sikong Jinhai's Imperial Beast space, they can be accurately captured by Xiaogu. Chapter 130, Is the world upside down, or am I upside down? Chen Fei and Sikong Jinhai were both hiding in the shadows, depending on who couldn't hold their breath. At this time, Sikong Jinhai was relying purely on the mirror demon to hold on. The killing power of this mirror demon wasn't too strong, the key was in the godly and bizarre skills, the key was in being able to hide. Its mirror world, a space of its own, Sikong Jinhai could completely hide inside and isolate his breath. What gave Chen Fei a headache was precisely this. But despite this, the advantage had always been in Chen Fei's hands. Sikong Jinhai could only dodge, and dodging itself was passive. Chen Fei had always been the one to follow the path of extreme assassination, and the hidden elemental technique could help him hide himself better in any situation. Plus, he had the swarm army. With Chen Fei sparing no expense on spirit stones, the insect swarm army had accumulated to a whopping 500,000 or so more. As these 500,000 or so bug swarms flew out of the sacred cannon space, the scene, how spectacular! Have the 3 generations of bugs spread out 2 by 2 at a distance of 10 meters apart, forming a checkerboard shape. Keep an eye on all the land within a few kilometers of here. Report to me at the first sign of trouble. As the swarm dispersed, all within a 10-kilometer radius were Xiaogu's eyes. This made Sikong Jinhai even more afraid to move. With one side carefully hidden and the other on guard, the situation was fairly obvious. Just consumed half a day, Sikong Jinhai, just like a shrunken head turtle, did not dare to move half a point, waiting for Chen Fei or a little sleepy. Putting away the chair, Chen Fei instructed. Shikuyu, Phantom Split. With the evolution of the Shikuyu, the split is raised from 3 to 6. Dark Cloud, give Ruler Jade's, Voltron Soul Subduing Domain, an increase.
After the increase, the field that Ruler Jade unfolded at full strength was close to reaching 3,000 meters in diameter. The other 6 doppelgangers opened a field that was only 1,200 meters, but it was completely sufficient. Ruler Jade was parallel to the 6 bilocations, and the length of its domain reached 10 kilometers. With such a long line of domains sweeping across in one direction, Chen Fei didn't believe that he still couldn't find Xikong Jinhai. Xikong Jinhai, who was hiding in the mirror space, had actually been observing the outside world through the mirror fragments. When he realized that 7 Voltron soul-subduing domains were unfolding at the same time, his entire being despaired. WTMD, just outrageous. A level 3 beast has mastered a flawless level skill? This is still a 3rd level beast? I'd believe you if you said it was a 5th level demon king. And that cat demon, to have mastered the lightning of calamity, is this world upside down, or am I upside down? The 9 heavenly thunder in front of him scared Xikong Jinhai's soul. It was because of that strike that caused Xikong Jinhai to not even dare to take half a step out of the mirror space. Now, the 10-kilometer-long field was pushing across toward him. Hiding, it's impossible to hide. The only way to fight is to fight with all your might. Like Bai Yang, Xikong Jinhai chose to use the Demon King level increase technique. The strength of the 4 beasts was raised to the 4th level 6th rank between them all of a sudden. If I can't defeat this person even with this, then it's heaven's way of killing me. Mirror G, fully activate the Mirror Matrix. This skill allows you to build a square mirror matrix using 999 small mirrors. The principle of reflection and refraction in mirrors is utilized. Xikong Jinhai had the other 3 beasts move towards the main mirror, which refracted the skill onto the other mirrors. And then it passed all the way over, following up with an attack on Chen Fei. Xikong Jinhai didn't dare to get close to Ruler Jade, he could only use this to reach a long-distance attack. And, due to the special increasing effect of the mirror matrix, every refraction and reflection could further strengthen the attack power and range of that skill. Increased to the end, the power of that skill could be infinitely close to a 4th level 7th rank. For such an attack, even Chen Fei would have to retreat. Is this guy high? Chen Fei quickly sensed that something was wrong. Since the other party used the bottom card, then hide it. If they can hide it, why can't they hide it? Anger and unwillingness drove Xikong Jinhai mad. Come out, if you're capable of fighting me head-on. Aren't you strong? Don't you want to ask me something? If you can beat me head-on, I'll know everything. Gutless little Yakuza, $. Chen Fei, who was hiding in the dark, pulled out his ears and cursed too dirty. Good scolding though. The dirtier the cursing, the more anxious the other person is. Chen Fei deliberately provoked. I'm just going to stay out, what can you do to me? Come on, there's a reward for finding me. Continue in a different place right after you finish. When your increase runs out, I'll beat you slowly, as easy as swatting a mosquito. Change places again and continue the mouth attack. After the increase disappears, your strength should drop to a senior Imperial Beast Master, and any person you meet can hang you. Are you afraid? What good does it do to work for that organization? Why don't you just tell me what you know and maybe I'll let you off the hook? Xikong Jinhai was enraged, but more than anything, he was helpless. He didn't have the invincible and wide-ranging field technique of Shikunyu, and he couldn't replicate Shikunyu's mind-sweeping tactic. Other than retreating, Xikong Jinhai couldn't think of a better way. Right now, he would rather face Shiman Lingyun than Chen Fei. It's suffocating, it's too suffocating. The biggest fear is not the kind of person who dares to fight head-on. Rather, it's a guy like Chen Fei, who can bend and engage in a little sneak attack every now and then. And he can always be found. This kind of fight is too stifling, too difficult. Mirrorheim, mirror substitute. After the command, 9 Xikong Jinhai appeared on the scene. And then in 9 directions, they quickly swept away. Chen Fei knew that his opponent was about to run out of the technique of increase and was starting to run away. Kogu, have the 3 generations of bugs stick close to each of the mirror doppelgangers while they self-destruct in the shortest amount of time. Boom. Boom. After 9 consecutive explosions, a pile of mirror fragments was added to the scene. None of the 9 were Xikong Jinhai's original body. What about the ontology? It was impossible for the opponent to escape under the noses of so many 3rd-generation parasites. The only thing that was possible was to find a place to hide, like last time, and then use a mirror double to pretend that he was running away. As soon as the Voltron soul-subduing domain opened, Chen Fei realized that Xikong Jinhai was actually hiding underneath his feet.
It turned out that he had long ago secretly dug a pit to hide the main mirror in. And then the moment the 9 doppelgangers appeared, he burrowed into the main mirror. I have to admit, it's a brilliant move. Anyone else, odds are he'd have gotten away with it. Unfortunately, he had met Chen Fei, the swarm, and the flawless level skill. He escaped with even one missing factor. But there are not so many ifs. The backlash effect appeared, and Sikong Jinhai's breath shriveled to the extreme. Don't even have the strength to run away, let alone fight. However, Chen Fei would not make the same mistake again. The moment he captured Sikong Jinhai, he instantly carried him into the sacred cannon space. To eliminate all possibilities of Sikong Jinhai's escape. Chapter 131 Extinguishing the Church. In the midst of the sacred code space, the mirror demon could not be hidden, and Chen Fei finally got a good look at its appearance. It was an oval mirror with a deep black border, like the deepest darkest shadows of the night. On such a border, there are some tentacle-like ornaments, completely unlike the aesthetic of this world. And inside the mirror hides a female humanoid monster with disheveled hair. Sharp teeth, like a vampire. One eye was blood red and the other looked like a swirl. In the midst of a constant stream of crazy criticism and distortion. 1,000 Faces of Mirrorheim. Strength, 4th level, 3rd order. Attributes, Mirror, Illusionist, Assassin. Qualification, SS. Potential, expected to be promoted to Immortal Beast. Skills. Without saying anything more, Ruler Jade directly used the Voltron Soul Subduing Domain to suppress the past. Within Ruler Jade's domain, the 1,000 Faces Mirrorheim could only be crushed. Chen Fei once again came to Sikong Jinhai. This time, can we talk about it? Ha ha ha, Sikong Jinhai laughed, his body trembling with laughter. You'll let me go after saying that? If I can't, why should I do what you want? Ha ha ha. Laughter, abruptly. At Chen Fei's command, Ruler Jade directly used soul torture on Sikong Jinhai. 1,000 Faces of Mirrorheim, who gave you this? Sikong Jinhai's soul wavered. I can't see her appearance, but she possesses a rank 5 Heavenly Jade Dream Beast and a rank 5 Soul Weaving Beast. Chen Fei captured the key message, she. What's her name? I don't know. She only has the code name, Weaver. Chen Fei's fists clenched tightly, finally asking for some useful information. So, what's the name of the organization? Who else is in the organization? When this question was asked, Sikong Jinhai's soul began to struggle. He himself was in a weakened state due to the increased technique, and his soul wouldn't last long. The organization is called the Church of Quench. Designed to extinguish the hopes of mankind. There are still high priests in the organization. Seemingly touching the keywords, Sikong Jinhai's soul began to spontaneously combust. It wasn't the first time Chen Fei had seen this situation, and he wasn't surprised at all. Surprised, instead, were the weavers on the far other side of the room. She looked puzzled. What's going on? Sikong Jinhai's soul actually spontaneously combusted, and I couldn't detect anything beforehand. The high priest came with anger. What's going on? The Lord says you're not doing a good job and you'll need him to clean up your tail at the end of the day. The weaver was silent for a moment before blaming himself. I don't know what the reason was, but my imperial beasts only sensed Sikong Jinhai's soul the moment it spontaneously combusted. The weaver couldn't detect it, and it wasn't entirely her fault. After all, Sikong Jinhai's soul was in the middle of Ruler Jade's absolute domain. Not only that, but it's also in the middle of the canonical space. The double isolation was what caused her, a newly promoted king-level Imperial Beastmaster, to not be able to detect anything. The high priest took a deep breath, knowing that some situations were truly out of the weaver's control. Of those 200 people, there aren't many who can kill Sikong Jinhai, and Shiman Lingyun is the most likely. There is also a possibility that he is in the middle of some special environment where his soul is not being monitored. Either way, the possibility of an organizational information breach cannot be ruled out. Therefore, the moment they exit the secret realm, carry out a second wave of cleanup, and never let them have the possibility to pass the message. In the space of the Holy Scripture. With the death of Sikong Jinhai, the 4 beasts' contracts were naturally broken and they were restored to their free bodies. Chen Fei allowed the 3rd generation of parasites to parasitize and control the 4 beasts. For ghost-based existences, though, there was no way to parasitize them. Finally, taking advantage of the gap in their weakness, they took control of the dead soul bird, as well as the 1,000 Faces Mirrorheim. The other 2 were unable to parasitize, so they let Ruler Jade devour their souls. Back in the secret realm,
Chen Fei looked up at the sky and muttered something under his breath. Extinguish the church. High priest. Weaver. Very well, at last you know your fledglings. Since this Weaver's royal beasts were all rank 5 demon kings, it meant that those leaders among this organization were all at the rank of King Royal Beast Master. It's really inappropriate. You're a king and you're still a traitor. What do you think? Knowing this information, Chen Fei desired strength even more. Never touch a porcelain until you are at the king's level. Afterwards, Chen Fei asked Wu Yun to use a healing technique on Zhang Yi. Wake up! What am I? Zhang Yi had just woken up and her entire body was still in a state of confusion. Suddenly, she jolted awake. Where is Xikong Zhenhai? Chen Fei explained, the Great Hall of Evangelism is open, and many people rushed towards that side. Among them were Shiman Lingyun and Ji Chunfeng, who scared off Xikong Zhenhai. Really? Indeed. Chen Fei had already practiced to the point where his face did not blush and his heart did not skip a beat even when he was babbling. Let's go, there's a chance in the Great Hall of Evangelization. If you're late, it'll be gone. Zhang Yi looked at Chen Fei's back, still looking skeptical. However, she didn't think that Chen Fei could defeat Xikong Zhenhai. Maybe what he said was true. That's just it, let's first look at the chances of the Great Hall of Evangelization. Zhang Yi rushed to catch up. Once again, he came to the front of the preaching hall, where people were talking. Shiman Lingyun is now in the first place position and has reached 15 minutes of sensation time. I just don't know what to expect. Surely it won't be bad. I only felt it for 3 minutes before I harvested a White Zephyr blessing, and the proficient level skill was directly upgraded to the peak level. Don't mention how great it is. Wow, that's pretty good. No, I have another intersect token. I'm going to try again. Chen Fei listened to a generalization, not expecting the benefits of this Great Hall of Evangelism to be this powerful. This has to be tried. It just so happened that Xunlin and Tang Jian ended their trials one after another. Did you guys make it? Of course. The two were excited. Xunlin compared a 9 gesture, perhaps because of the 8 Immortals Valley, the potential has increased, and I have actually sensed for a full 9 minutes. Tang Jian was even more excited, I've had 10 minutes of sensation because of the luck boost. Chen Fei didn't ask about their harvest, but it shouldn't be bad. It seemed that these two guys were also full of rewards from this trip to the secret realm. After you, senior sister. It'll work. Zhang Yi had 3 inner disciple tokens and could try 3 times. I didn't find any tricks on the first trip and came back empty-handed. The second trip took 6 minutes to comprehend. The third trip was 14 minutes straight up, just short of Simon Lingyun. Zhang Yi's potential was really not low. It wasn't until after everyone had used up their tokens and had started looking for other opportunities that Chen Fei chose to go in. He always felt that the Jade token obtained from the Transcendence evaluation might not be that simple. Chapter 132 Battle against Tuoba Ziyuan. Enter into the middle of the preaching hall. Chen Fei came before the White Zephyr stone monument they were talking about. On its leaderboard, there was no Shangguan Leifeng, nor Tuoba Ziyuan, Chang Jingjing, and the others. Only the names of the students who entered this time. Undoubtedly verifying Chen Fei's conjecture, the Great Hall of Evangelism was only opened because of the 3 transcendents. When Chen Fei took out the 3 jade tokens, the tokens flickered with a lime green light. These rays of light echoed with the stone monument, and in the end, they were all absorbed by the monument. Surely there is a connection. It wasn't long before a line appeared on the stone tablet, the final trial. That's not right, didn't it say that this trial of the stone tablet was a test of comprehension? How did it come to be completely different for you? Is it because of the jade token? Strike that, too. As it is, let me try this final trial. Chen Fei brought the 3 beasts with him and resolutely entered it. The trials are still in the form of tower climbs. Only this time, the target of the trial was not a pure demonic beast, nor a pure ghostly creature. Rather, it's people. Level 1, against Anna Chang, who had taken first place at the stone tablet. Only that was the Chang Jingjing who stayed at the age of 20. At that time, she was only an advanced 9th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, which could be crushed by Dark Cloud Strike. Level 2, Shangguan Leifeng. Chen Fei was a bit surprised, not expecting to run into each other in such a way. The other party wore white and green robes, with a gold crown of openwork carvings tying up his hair, and his brows were filled with a heroic spirit. It's an ancient fluttering boy. This, likewise, confirmed Chen Fei's speculation.
above his waist, but also tied a token, the same for the jade, but the word is not the same, for the holy.
According to the ancient clan's name, it was most likely the clan's holy son. Its strength was at the 4th step of the sovereign rank, 1 SSS ranked Imperial Beast, 2 SS ranked, and 1 S ranked. Sacred Pupil Green Phoenix. Strength, 4th level, 4th step. Attributes, life, chaos, healing, flight. Qualification, SSS. Potential, expected to be promoted to Divine Beast. Skills. Note, the beast's lotus pattern alien pupil is the holy pupil of life. One can see the flow of life, with the pulse of vitality. Can master most of the healing arts? Includes multi-dimensional healing and restoration skills such as antidote techniques, healing the body, soul, and spirit, and restoring aura. Except for the Tsang arts that are on the same level as time, space, and reincarnation, which require chance to obtain. Attractilodes, an instantaneous healing technique. As long as there is still a breath, as long as there is enough aura, it can be healed instantly, also known as the art of immortality. Chen Fei finally understood why a sacred sun-level character could not obtain the transcendence evaluation. Turns out it's because his imperial beasts are partial to healing. On solo combat, this sacred pupil green phoenix would suffer a bit of a loss. However, on the war, this sacred pupil green phoenix would play an incomparably important role, and was simply a mobile super nurse. What's more special is that it can also heal souls. Thus, this interesting scene occurred, how Ruler Jade was unable to completely kill the sacred pupil green phoenix in the middle of his, Voltron soul-subduing domain. On one side, he crushed it with a mountain of souls, and on the other side, he quickly healed the souls, pulling back the souls that were about to be shattered. It's like a crocodile versus a turtle, you obviously want to eat each other, but you just can't do anything with the shell. If it wasn't for the fact that in the end, Wu Yun had used the powerful 4-elephant judgment robbery thunder, and Xiao Gu's swarm of bugs had both self-destructed, he really wouldn't have been able to take down this sacred pupil green phoenix. If there is a trial of healing, this Shangguan Leifeng definitely deserves a transcendence. Tier 3, Topaz Ziyuan. Chen Fei hemmed and hawed. Tuoba Ziyuan was not allowed to see his beast pet, but this time, he would not be able to see it. An S-class Big Dipper giant bear, taking the meat tank route. An SS-ranked Tsunami Thunder Mastiff, possessing a foreign thunder. An SS-ranked Shaded Lark, used for main wind, healing, and increase. The last one is also the famous beast of Tuoba Ziyuan. Instant Phantom Butterfly. Strength, level 4, step 2. Attributes, secondary, elemental, flight. Qualification, SS. Potential, expected to be promoted to Divine Beast. Note, this meta system only involves the weakest single dimension. Can only perform simple abilities such as teleportation and spatial binding. When upgraded to multi-dimensional, the ability of spatial teleportation, spatial folding, spatial distortion, etc., can be realized to tear the space and travel through the interface of different continents. When upgraded to hyperdimensional, it can even travel between different latitudes and parallel worlds. Realize the true heaven and earth at will. Skills. 1. Instantaneous movement. Can instantly move to a marked location. Proficiency, mastery level. Remarks, current strength and proficiency, can only move instantly to within a 5-kilometer radius, and must have a marked location to move instantly. 2. Space confinement. It can confine living beings within a certain range, unable to get out of this space. Proficiency, mastery level. Note, current strength and proficiency can only confine a space of 50m times 50m times 50m. 3. Chen Fei finally realized that Tuoba Ziyuan's demonic beast was not of the spatial system. Rather, it is a subdimensional system that is similar to, and on equal footing with, the space system. The difference is that the space faculty can create space. The sublime system cannot create space, but can travel through different latitudes and parallel worlds. In terms of traveling through space, the sublime system is slightly better. Overall, each has its own merits, but both are pretty much unbeatable. It was also at this moment that Chen Fei realized the gold content of the purple chi in Wu Yun's words. If Tuoba Ziyuan could grow up, then it would really be heaven and earth at large. A royal spirit continent would by no means be the end of his journey. Chen Fei more firmly believed that the last life of the Tuoba Ziyuan, not dead at all, only to other worlds to go. Fortunately, in front of Chen Fei at the moment was the 20-year-old Tuoba Ziyuan. The transient phantom butterfly hadn't really evolved into the sublime phantom butterfly yet. Then you can fight. Hey, Mr. Takumi, let's just get through this. Have all the third-generation parasites spread out, speed. The instantaneous phantom butterfly could imprison a certain amount of space, and if all 3 generations of compasses were imprisoned, the swarm would lose the role it was supposed to have. Tuoba Ziyuan didn't know Chen Fei's ability, while Chen Fei knew his 4 beasts attribute, and the main fight was a difference in information. Ruler Jade, the illusion realm will go first, and then the Voltron soul suppressing domain will first smash on the Big Dipper giant bear and the whistling thunder mastiff. 2 non-flying imperial beasts were easier to deal with. Of course, Takomi Jiyuan himself must not be spared. Since the Imperial Beast Master was also a part of the trial, it was bound to target him to death. Dark Cloud, for Elephant Judgment Robbery Thunder, stop the sky-covering lark, and keep an eye on the instantaneous illusion butterfly at all times. At the first opportunity, let the third-generation bug and the instantaneous phantom butterfly die together. The hardest thing to deal with was still the instantaneous phantom butterfly. Tuoba Ziyuan had just been hit by the illusion spell, and it didn't take long for him to be undone by the instantaneous illusion butterfly. In the next second, it was suppressed again by the Voltron soul suppression domain. Tuoba Ziyuan's visions were, in truth, a bit miserable. Chen Fei did not feel that he could easily handle Tuoba Ziyuan and instructed Shikuju to use soul stripping on him. But in the blink of an eye, the instantaneous illusion butterfly had already broken into the middle of the Voltron soul suppression domain. In an instant, he brought Tuoba Ziyuan out of the realm. Its speed is simply appalling. Chapter 133 10,000 Beasts Sex Sovereign. Worthy of instantaneous movement, this ability is too insurmountable. It's not a very lethal skill and is expensive for its speed. Ruler Jade's soul stripping was simply too late to lock onto Tuoba Ziyuan. Trying to hit an instantaneous target like that is too hard. However, there was only one instantaneous illusion butterfly after all. It could instantly bring out the Tuoba Ziyuan, it could bring out the whistling thunder mastiff. But there was always a time when it was too late, and before the Big Dipper giant bear could be brought out, it was taken care of by Ruler Jade's domain. No matter what, it was still a flawless level skill, and it was perfectly fine to do it in seconds. Tuoba Ziyuan covered his head, obviously suffering a considerable amount of backlash from the death of the Heavenly Dipper giant bear. With Tuoba Ziyuan temporarily wounded, his remaining 3 beasts were also in disarray, fighting in a less fluid manner than earlier. And so on. Chen Fei stared for half a day and finally found the marking point of the instantaneous illusion butterfly. These marking spots were clearly the originally dispersed third-generation parasites, and on them, the marking powder of the instantaneous phantom butterfly remained. Chen Fei had originally considered that hundreds of thousands of third-generation bugs couldn't be wiped out by the instantaneous phantom butterfly in one fell swoop, but now he had become a moving target instead. Awesome! Have the 3 generations of bugs formed the checkerboard matrix again while releasing the unsolvable poison. Chen Fei was prepared to drown this entire space in poison. Don't you have to instantly move to the marking point for your instant phantom butterfly, and what if the marking point is surrounded by toxins that are invisible to the naked eye? Can't you get it? However, the imagined scene of the instantaneous phantom butterfly poisoning did not appear. It turned out to be Tuoba Ziyuan who had recovered in time under the treatment of the sky-shading lark, and then instructed the instantaneous phantom butterfly to avoid the 3 generations of worms. The reason for this is that the 3 generations of bugs have formed a checkerboard shape from the original chaotic shape. Tuoba Ziyuan was quite perceptive and was full of vigilance for such a change. So it turns out that teacher Tuoba was already so stable when he was young. Chen Fei sked. After abandoning the compulsion marking point, the instant phantom butterfly sets the marking point as the rocks and trees below it, and then performs an instantaneous shift. Trying to capture an instantaneous phantom butterfly in this state is too difficult. Chen Fei exhaled heavily. That leaves the only means left. Make all the third-generation bugs turn into crystal particles. With the use of crystal reorganization, 500,000 or so third-generation bugs turned into particles and floated in the air with the wind. Even the instantaneous phantom butterfly couldn't completely avoid these crystal particles. Chen Fei didn't need much, just that 1 or 2 particles attached to Tuoba Ziyuan. And then have this pellet use crystal shuttle. The object of the shuttle was no other than Chen Fei himself, and he decided to take a chance. Gotcha! Chen Fei shuttled behind Tuoba Ziyuan, touching Tuoba Ziyuan with one hand and the instantaneous illusion butterfly with the other, yanking them into the middle of the sacred cannon space in the first instance. That's right. This was precisely Chen Fei's last resort. The instant illusion butterfly was currently unable to tear through space, and was unable to escape from the sacred cannon space.
And by being able to compress the sacred canon space and compress the instant illusion butterfly in a small environment, one could increase the hit rate of the Shikojyu. It was also fortunate that it was the instantaneous phantom butterfly that was now being dealt with, and not the sublime phantom butterfly that could tear through space. Otherwise even this move would be useless. Chen Fei once again felt the difficulty of the spatial attribute. Not bad for one of the supreme attributes. The third level, passed only after all means were employed. The scene changes. Chen Fei stood above the void, looking out into the sky, filled with stars. In such a vast and infinite void, he seemed so small. A silhouette came across the stars and stood opposite of Chen Fei. The whole person looks very elegant, with a bit of kindness in his sharp eyes, and a sense of returning to the basics. The figure spoke, "I am the 10,000 Beasts sect patriarch Lu Xiaohua, and you are the transcendent?" Chen Fei froze for a moment, "Aren't you Mr. Tuoba?" The sovereign followed suit in a trance, "You mean you've seen someone who looks exactly like me?" Chen Fei nodded frantically. Lu Xiaohua was silent for a while before sighing, "Fate, wonderful. What you're seeing now is just an illusion I left behind back then. My main body, which has entered reincarnation. I just didn't realize that I could hear about the Lord's body from you. Wonderful, wonderful." Chen Fei's eyes widened violently, his heart raging inside. How could he not hide the surprise in his heart? Tuoba Ziyuan was actually the reincarnation body of the 10,000 Beasts sect leader? What could be more outrageous than that? No, no, no. I'm a born again, so I don't seem to be that bad, right? Is this the purple breath existence that Dark Cloud spoke of? I can't believe they are all such outrageous guys. Since you are a student of the main body, you are also my disciple. Lu Xiaohua's words made Chen Fei froze. This logic, it didn't seem to be wrong. Since that's the case, I'm even more relieved to hand over the inheritance to you. Chen Fei interrupted Lu Xiaohua, "Wait, Mr. Tuoba also entered here once, why didn't you give the inheritance to him?" Lu Xiaohua smiled faintly, "There are many people who have entered this place, but you are the only one who has obtained 3 transcendence ratings. It means that your potential is still above the main body." Chen Fei let out a defense, "But Mr. Tuoba's instantaneous illusion butterfly is very strong, it's a sublime existence." After Lu Xiaohua heard this, he didn't have any surprise. Instead, he shook his head. "Do you think that just this continent of yours is capable of breeding instant illusion butterflies?" Chen Fei scratched his head. It was indeed the first time he had seen a sublime system existence. That instant mirage butterfly used to be one of my imperial beasts, which is why I was able to break the void and come to this continent. It also follows the main body into reincarnation. But even the main body with the instant illusion butterfly can't compare to you, so it's clear that your potential is high. I see, that explains a lot. Chen Fei curiously said, "Does that main body possess the memories of that year?" "Unable to, so I need you to help me give this to him." Lu Xiaohua handed over a jade slip, and I think that within that jade slip, the secrets of the 10,000 Beast sect and Lu Xiaohua's memories were stored. "Alright, let's not talk about him." Lu Xiaohua signaled Chen Fei to stop mentioning Tuoba Ziyuan. "I don't have much time left, so I'll now hand you the most important inheritance of this clan, the 10,000 Spirits Trial Tablet." What appeared in front of Chen Fei was none other than the stone tablet carved with the white zephyr divine beast. Lu Xiaohua stroked the stone tablet and said, "All the trials you experienced in the secret realm were all constructed from this stone tablet. It can create a variety of different trial environments at the user's whim. For a clan, it's definitely a divine object. There's even such a magical thing?" Chen Fei was nothing but surprised. Lu Xiaohua pushed the stone tablet over. "This stone tablet is the root of my sect, I hope you can make good use of it. If the time is ripe in the future, please help the master body to re-establish the 10,000 Beasts sect." Chapter 134, The Crisis Comes. After saying that, Lu Xiaohua's illusion slowly faded away. Chen Fei exited the trial space and returned to the preaching hall. But his whole body was still frozen in place. It was just that the news was so powerful that he needed time to digest it. It wasn't until a long time later that a milky voice interrupted Chen Fei's thoughts. "You're the person arranged by the patriarch?" Chen Fei looked over. It was a small white zephyr, only the size of a palm. However, this white zephyr was not a solid entity. Not only was it glowing brightly, but it could also spit out human words. "You're a stone tablet spirit?" "Exactly, please call me Lord Shirazawa." Then, a white formation appeared around the All Souls Trial Monument. "For the deed formation." Chen Fei awkwardly touched his head. "I don't have any extra contract positions right now."
Little White Zephyr flew over and stomped on Chen Fei's forehead. Stupid, I'm a spirit weapon, not a demonic beast. I don't occupy the beast pet position, and I can break the contract at any time. With this explanation, Chen Fei instantly realized. In other words, the killing cannon also falls under this category, so it doesn't occupy the beast favorite bit. Since this was the case, Chen Fei no longer hesitated. After the contract, the All Souls trial tablet ran directly into the middle of the Imperial Beast space. Suddenly, it straightened and paused. Exhibits humanized stiffness. Damn North. You even contracted the damn thing. The slaying sacred cannon was furious when he heard this, and flew directly over to the stone tablet and kicked it into the middle of the Imperial Beast pool with a vicious fling. And then there was a pounding. Oh whoa, I was wrong. I was wrong, brother, stop fighting. One more hit and your back will break. Chen Fei, you should come and stop it. Chen Fei didn't dare to stop it. Instead, he was pondering, the grade of this killing sacred cannon was definitely above the 10,000 spirits trial tablet. After the killing sacred code had been beaten, a small area was divided for the stone monument, and only then did he comfortably soak in the bath. Only then did Chen Fei dare to approach the 10,000 spirits trial monument. Little White Zephyr, give me the 9 heavenly Xian Shui. Humph, please call me Lord Shirazawa. Also, any spirit that is absorbed by me can only be taken out by passing the trial. This is the rule of this stone tablet, and even I cannot change this rule. Chen Fei was instantly bad. What kind of broken rules are these? Taking something is so troublesome. I'm all rated above transcendence, and I'm only taking 7th level spirits. Then what rating is required to take an 8th level spirit? The Little White Zephyr spun around before gloating. Above transcendence, there's still Ren Prowler, and above Ren Prowler, there's still immortality. You're not even close. Chen Fei was silent. Indeed, he had not thought that there were 2 subsequent ratings. According to this rating, it was likely that one would have mastered the Immortal Beast qualification before evaluating Ren. Mastering the Divine Beast qualification is the only way to evaluate immortality. But who can master Immortal and Divine Beasts before the age of 20? Nope. What if it's someone from the upper world? Thinking of this, Chen Fei slapped his forehead. That's too far away. Let's get past the 10 evil kings first. However, just because one currently couldn't get the 9 heavenly Shan water, it didn't mean that one couldn't get the Tai Sui sand. Wouldn't it be fine to have the Little White Zephyr create another trial and get a rating above transcendence himself? Hey! In the next few moments, Chen Fei devoted himself wholeheartedly to wool gathering, pulling out all that he needed. Anyway, one could try unlimited trials, one couldn't waste these opportunities for nothing. It soon came to the 7th day of the secret realm. The crowd had gathered at the crack. Wait! Little White Zephyr called out to Chen Fei. Wait until I take back the things of the 10,000 Beasts sect. The Spirit Plant Garden, the various halls of the Spirit Mansion, and the other trial places were all recovered one by one by the All Souls trial tablet. However, Chen Fei did not see the large tomb. That big tomb in the Bagua village, it's not something from the 10,000 Beasts sect? Little White Zephyr denied. No, when we came over, this place had already become a secret realm of its own, and that big tomb has always existed. The sovereign merely established the 18 layers of hell trial on top of the great tomb. In that case, the 10,000 Beasts sect had entered the secret realm later. The original secret realm, I'm afraid, was used to hide that great tomb. It was even said that the spatial crack in the Spirit Mansion mystic realm was most likely left behind because of Lu Xiaohua's tearing of space. What about the Temple of Bones? The drops were already there. At the end of the tomb is the Bagua village, at the center of the Bagua village is the Bone Temple, and under the Bone Temple, is there some kind of existence being suppressed? That's just it, just don't think about it, can't think about it. Chen Fei only knew that the harvest from this trip surpassed what he had gained in the past. Let's go, big guy. Okay, coming right up. Chen Fei was the last to step out of the secret realm and return to reality. He waved his hand towards Tuoba Ziyuan, ready to return the jade slip to the other party. What was not expected was a spatial teleportation formation that instantly sealed the people coming out of the secret realm. In the next second, everyone disappeared with them. Tuoba Ziyuan, Sunbarge, and the others' breaths condensed. How dare someone up right under their noses? Tuoba Ziyuan immediately took out the sound transmission stone and realized that Chen Fei had already exceeded the distance detectable by the sublime illusion butterfly. Tuoba Ziyuan clenched his fists, ready to explode.
Sun Gang came to the place where Chen Fei and the others had disappeared and found that a few space rings had been left behind at the scene. One of them was the very one Su Shanhai had prepared. Sun broke in with his spiritual sense and discovered that amongst the ring, there existed a formation disk. That array disk was the very same teleportation array disk that the Lord had given to the High Priest. Only, this array disk was disposable, and the array base was broken, so it could not be used again. Su Shanhai categorically wouldn't do such a thing, which meant that there were other people who did it. After consulting Su Shanhai, the first time to lock in a few teachers such as my phone. On the night of preparing the supplies, Su Shanhai asked my Feng and others to help. Only it was too late. By the time we found McFeng, he had died at home and the trail was broken. The same thing is happening amongst the various schools and it sends chills down the spine. No one expected that they would be infiltrated to such an extent without realizing it. Seal off the Imperial City and don't let anyone out. Check it out, check it down right away. Under a single order, the Imperial City was in full operation. Even the High Priest and the others could only avoid the wind for a while. In the middle of the chamber, the High Priestess had his hands behind his back and sighed. Originally, it was not too late to make a move when all the teams were on their way out of the Imperial City individually. This won't attract the attention of Tuoba Ziyuan, and we can also get away. If it wasn't for Sikong Jinhai's strange death, I wouldn't have wanted to invoke the array disk in advance. That's just it, since I can't get out, I'll have to trouble the Lord. The other side. Chen Fei and the crowd were teleported to the middle of a valley. Where is this? What have we been transported to? Damn it, what the hell is going on? Can someone tell me? On the faces of the people, panic was written all over them. This getting out of control is most annoying and scary. Only Chen Fei felt that this place, some familiar. P.S. Some people may find this bit of villainy too much. Actually, no, the one who burned the teleportation array disk was the other party's number 3 evil king, immortal beast level, 5th level, 8th rank. The current sublime phantom butterfly was only SSS ranked, and was not yet a match for evil king number 3. So the point about not being able to discover the array plate is valid. The time when Topaz Ziyuan became really powerful was after he got Lu Shaohua's memory.